Zhang Bao, a youth brimming with resentment, stormed out of the office building, muttering incessantly to himself. What kind of wretched company is this? What a ridiculous boss, always concocting inhumane regulations. To think we have to attend meetings after work. This is sheer madness. As he ranted, he marched furiously onto the pedestrian bridge. Just as he was about to further vent his frustrations, a blinding light suddenly shot towards him like a bolt of lightning. The brilliance of the light intensified his already boiling anger, and he prepared to unleash a torrent of eloquent expletives. However, the glare seared his eyes, and as he adjusted to the brightness, he finally discerned its source. The moment he grasped the scene before him, his eyes widened in disbelief, resembling two copper bells, while his mouth gaped open enough to fit an egg. This is a pedestrian bridge," Zhang Bao exclaimed in astonishment. "What on earth is this doing here? What is happening?" A flurry of questions raced through his mind, but the most perplexing one was, "Where did you learn to drive? I have never studied this subject. Why was this not part of my training?" As he gazed at the approaching vehicle, Zhang Bao pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. He then retrieved his phone, silently opened UC browser, just as he cleared his browsing history, when suddenly the screen went dark and his consciousness dissipated in an instant. In another realm, the traversing messenger, the Yun, remarked, "What are you thinking? That is impossible." However, this year's performance has finally been accomplished. A figure emerged from the vehicle, producing a device resembling a mobile phone. After selecting a few options, he encased Zhang Bao's soul into a spherical form and opened a vibrant portal, casually tossing Zhang Bao's essence through it. Time seemed to lose all meaning as Zhang Bao's consciousness gradually returned, and he slowly opened his eyes. However, at that instant, an overwhelming wave of fear surged within him. An enormous toad-like face loomed abruptly before him. The proximity was so close that he could feel its breath. Zhang Bao's body jolted in terror, yearning to scream, but he was horrified to find his mouth sealed tightly by an apparatus resembling an oxygen mask, rendering him voiceless. Before he could regain his composure from this unexpected fright, a deep conversation drifted into his ears from outside. He focused his gaze, spotting a normal human standing before him, while the gigantic toad creature loomed beside him. The human scrutinized Zhang Bao and then turned to address the toad. "How many newborns are in this batch? What is their quality?" The toad immediately straightened up, responding with utmost respect. "My lord, this batch consists of 972 newborns. Among them, there are 21 elite warriors, 271 intermediate warriors, and 680 lower warriors." The toad then seemed particularly interested in Zhang Bao, pointing at him and continuing, "My lord, this individual before you is the highest combatant among the newborns, boasting a combat power exceeding 930, second only to Prince Vegeta's 1000. The human was taken aback by this revelation and then glanced at the name inscribed on Zhang Bao's incubation chamber. Naz, a classic vegetable name. Before inquiring, "Whose child is this?" the toad promptly replied, "This is the child of Lord Nadalin." The human pondered for a moment before addressing Naz. "What a pity! Nadalin perished last month, struck by debris while returning from a campaign on a high-level planet." He then instructed the toad to care for the newborn and departed. The human left. The toad wiped the sweat from its brow, exhaling deeply, and cast another glance at Zhang Bao, now known as Naz, before exiting. Once they departed, Naz opened his eyes, comprehending his surroundings. He had unexpectedly traversed into the Dragon Ball universe and reincarnated as a Saiyan. Uncertain of the time period, he hoped he wouldn't be immediately annihilated by Frisia. Naz pondered. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he slipped back into a deep slumber. Time flowed inexorably. Days morphed into nights, and no one could ascertain how long had passed. One day, a group of robust, imposing adult Saiyans stormed into the nursery. Like wolves among sheep, they brusquely commanded the toad-like beings to swiftly open the incubation chambers. As the doors creaked open, the Saiyan infants were roused from their slumber, their drowsy eyes blinking in confusion at the unfamiliar surroundings and the fierce adult Saiyans. Still oblivious to the situation, the adult Saiyans proceeded to divide the infants into 3 groups and led them out of the nursery. Naz and several other elite warriors were escorted by one of the adults towards the royal palace. Before long, They arrived at the grand hall of the palace, resplendent and awe-inspiring, evoking a sense of reverence. In the center of the hall stood a colossal throne, upon which sat an imposing figure, King Vegeta. Beneath him sat a somewhat youthful, yet equally formidable figure, Prince Vegeta. Given the prolonged childhood of Saiyans, it was challenging to ascertain Vegeta's exact age based on appearance. While Nas was lost in thought, King Vegeta spoke, "You elite warriors are the future of our planet, Vegeta. Over the next 2 years, you must diligently train and enhance your strength to earn greater glory for the Saiyans." He then instructed that the elite infants be sent home or assigned accommodations. Nas, having been distracted and lagging at the back, suddenly felt as though he were under scrutiny. He glanced around, only to find Vegeta's unwavering gaze fixed upon him from the throne. Realizing this, Nas relaxed his guard and hastily followed the adult Saiyan out of the palace. As they exited, they soon arrived at a modest dwelling. The building appeared unassuming, but exuded a unique aura. The Saiyan standing at the entrance, expressionless, informed Nas, "This is your residence. It includes a private recovery room and a training area. Your caretaker will arrive in the afternoon." His tone was cold and concise, devoid of any excess emotion. Nas nodded, feeling a flicker of anticipation. He gazed at the house, thinking it might be the beginning of a new chapter for him. The Scion continued, "The access code is your palm print. You may enter now." With that, he turned and left, offering Nas no further opportunity for conversation, taking the remaining infants to arrange their accommodations. Nas stood still, watching the Scion's figure fade into the distance, elated at the thought of having his own place, albeit for a brief period. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, Nas was immediately captivated by the room's arrangement. Though modest in size, it was impeccably tidy, equipped with all necessary amenities. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, and after a full circuit, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the treatment of elite warriors is unparalleled." Nas lingered in the room for a while, then felt a bit bored. He decided to check out the training room. After all, the dangers of the Dragon Ball world were not to be underestimated, and Frieza, the current threat, was unpredictable. As a warrior, training was indispensable. Entering the training room, Nas found the equipment extremely advanced, which filled him with anticipation for his future training. He walked to a treadmill, preparing to do some simple warm-up exercises. However, just as he began to move his body, suddenly, as if struck violently, a sharp pain shot through his head. His vision blurred instantly, and he lost his balance, plummeting straight towards the ground. Chapter 2. 2 years of cultivation, 1 million combat power. At the very moment when Zhang Bao, Nas, was about to make intimate contact with the ground, he suddenly snapped back to consciousness, as if electrified. It turned out that the reason he had fainted was that the essential golden finger for his journey had finally arrived. This golden finger was no ordinary gift. It comprised 2 invaluable cultivation techniques and a powerful enhancement energy personally bestowed upon him by the transmigration envoy. One of the techniques was called the breathing method, a remarkable manual capable of absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, allowing practitioners to transcend their inherent dimensions and grow stronger. The other was the well-known Jingguang spell, one of the 8 great spells of Taoism, which was also a supreme technique for the dual cultivation of life and spirit. As for the enhancement energy, it was extraordinarily potent, not only amplifying Zhang Bao's, Nas, essence, spirit, and vitality, but also further elevating his already commendable talents. In that fleeting moment before Nas lost consciousness, the transmigration envoy had kindly explained the cultivation methods for these 2 techniques. Upon grasping this knowledge, Nas felt as if he had been enlightened. Instantly awakening from his dazed state, he focused his gaze and realized that his body was about to crash to the ground. With quick reflexes, he extended his hands to brace himself and executed a beautiful somersault, landing steadily on his feet. After stabilizing himself, a wave of apprehension washed over him, only to be swiftly replaced by a surge of intense dissatisfaction. Unable to contain his frustration, he unleashed a torrent of exquisite expletives, venting his pent-up annoyance and regret. Just as he was preparing to embark on his cultivation journey, a sound emanated from outside the door, prompting him to investigate. Nas slowly opened the door, his gaze falling upon a petite woman standing outside. She appeared somewhat frail, as if a gust of wind could easily topple her. However, The most striking feature was the tail coiled around her waist, unmistakably marking her as a Saiyan. As he scrutinized the woman before him, a wave of curiosity surged within him. He inquired, "What brings you here?" His voice carried a hint of caution. The woman smiled gently and replied, "Greetings. My name is Gnei. I have been assigned to take care of your daily needs." Upon hearing this, Nas was momentarily taken aback. A thought swiftly crossed his mind. Gnei? That name sounds so familiar. He suddenly recalled that Gnei was indeed Bardock's wife, and the mother of Sun Wukong and Raditz. How could someone of Bardock's caliber have his wife relegated to the role of a caretaker? Nas was filled with questions, yet he refrained from expressing them, simply observing Gnei in silence. Sensing his reticence, Gnei softly added, "My lord, I will prepare your meals in advance and then take my leave. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests. I assure you, I will not disturb your cultivation." Upon hearing Gnei's words, Zhang Bao Nas came back to his senses and hastily responded, "Oh, it's nothing. Just prepare the meals as usual. There is no need to trouble yourself with anything else." Seeing Nas so agreeable, Gnei relaxed a bit. After their exchange, Nas led Gnei into the room, where she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare food while he retreated to the cultivation chamber to begin his training. He decided to start with the breathing method, which, according to the Transmigration Envoy, was a foundational technique. It was relatively easy to learn, yet capable of sustaining autonomous operation over time. As Nas practiced, his combat power, which had previously been over 900, erupted forth in an instant. Gnei, busy in the kitchen, was startled. She widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Zhang Bao Nas, inwardly marveling at his extraordinary strength. How could he possess such power so soon after his birth, with a combat level exceeding 900? Truly, he is a prodigy. Zhang Bao Nas was immersed in the flow of the technique, feeling the energy within him circulate under the guidance of the method, akin to a crystal-clear spring flowing through his body. As the energy continued to circulate, his physique gradually became lighter, with strength consolidating within him. After several cycles of energy circulation, Nas sensed a formidable power surging within, and his combat strength soared, ultimately stabilizing at a value of 1200. He slowly opened his eyes, savoring the exhilarating power coursing through him, a smile of joy gracing his face. However, upon seeing the reading on the combat measurement device, a flicker of worry replaced his elation. If I continue to cultivate like this, in 2 years, my combat power will far surpass that of King Vegeta. Nas pondered, realizing that such a rise would surely incite Frisia's suspicion, and he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate me without hesitation. With this thought, Nas furrowed his brow, understanding that he could no longer pursue power blindly. He needed to learn how to control the energy within him, allowing him to steadily enhance his strength without drawing attention. Through persistent exploration, he eventually mastered the control of his energy. Under Zhang Bao's guidance, his combat power rapidly diminished from 1200, soon settling at a mere 5. Just as Nas was reveling in this newfound control, the door to the cultivation chamber was forcefully swung open, revealing Gnei rushing in. Seeing Nas seated on the floor, she anxiously exclaimed, "My lord, are you all right? I saw your combat power plummet rapidly on the detector and feared something had happened to you." Nas was touched by Gnei's frantic demeanor. He smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I was merely experimenting with a new cultivation technique, which caused fluctuations in my combat power. In the future, you need not be so formal. Just call me by my name." Gnei seemed inclined to protest, but Nas quickly reassured her a few more times, urging her not to be overly concerned with formalities. Seeing his sincerity, Gnei nodded silently. From that point onward, Nas devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. Every morning, he practiced the breathing method and Jingguang spell, continuously enhancing his energy. In the afternoons, he engaged in rigorous physical training, employing various high-intensity exercises to bolster his physique and endurance. When fatigue set in, he would converse with Gnei, relaxing his mind. They would discuss insights on cultivation or share their life experiences. Through their exchanges, Nas learned that Gnei had originally worked in the logistics technology department. But after marrying Bardock and offending some higher-ups, she was reassigned to the food processing division, eventually landing in the role of a caretaker. Bardock's combat power had yet to surpass 10,000, currently sitting at over 4,000, while their eldest son Raditz was preparing to join Vegeta's team. During these 2 years of relentless training, Nas rarely stepped out of his room, if not for Ji-Nei's daily visits to prepare his meals. Others might have thought he had perished within. As a result of his arduous cultivation, his combat power escalated from the original 1,200 to an astonishing 1,000,000. Although he maintained a facade of merely 3,500. One day, after completing his training, Ji-Nei returned, her expression troubled, and said, "Nas, I just received word that King Vegeta has sent a message. Tomorrow, King Cold is scheduled to visit planet Vegeta, and all Saiyans are to gather in the square before the palace to welcome him. Additionally, you have recently formed a team in preparation for a campaign, and I have been reassigned back to the food processing department." Nas was taken aback by this revelation, realizing that King Cold's visit to planet Vegeta might signify intentions to pass the throne to Frieza. It appears that one must now seek a viable escape route. Given the current circumstances, one's strength within the cosmos is deemed satisfactory, as long as one avoids encounters with the Frieza family and that nefarious Namekian. There are scarcely any individuals capable of posing a threat. With this thought in mind, Nas resolved to abandon the plans for planet Vegeta. The following morning, Nas arrived early at the Grand Square before the royal palace. Shortly thereafter, a colossal spacecraft descended above the palace. Witnessing this sight, the Saiyans were instantly incensed, preparing to unleash their fury when a squadron of soldiers emerged from the vessel, followed by King Cold and Frieza, who slowly made their way down. A powerful aura emanated from Frieza, causing all present Saiyans to bow their heads in submission, overwhelmed by his formidable presence. However, within Nas's perception, Frieza's energy level was merely around 500,000. Once King Cold and Frieza had achieved their objectives, they entered the palace with King Vegeta, while the Saiyans in the square dispersed, each attending to their own affairs. Chapter 3. The initial invasion of the planet. Seeing that the situation had settled, Nas prepared to head to the training grounds in search of comrades. Upon arriving at the training area, he was intercepted by a staff member with a reptilian visage. After conveying his intentions, the individual promptly inputted the information into the combat measurement device. While he awaited a response, an unexpected occurrence transpired as hundreds of individuals surged towards him, encircling him completely. These individuals were drawn by Nas's impressive initial battle power of over 900, eager to form a team with him. In a place like planet Vegeta, such formidable strength signified that he was indeed an extraordinary talent, capable of garnering widespread acclaim. Faced with this overwhelming crowd, Nas remained unperturbed. He calmly expanded his perception, scanning each individual around him like a radar. In this brief moment, he precisely selected 3 men and 2 women whose auras were relatively pure, lacking the malevolence observed in others. Once he had completed his selection, those who were not chosen, though somewhat disheartened, discreetly dispersed, leaving the 5 selected Saiyans standing quietly before Nas. His gaze swept over them, eventually resting on each one as he smiled and said, "Since we are all gathered here, let us begin with introductions." The first to speak was a robust adult Saiyan who, in a deep voice, introduced himself. "I am Dasma, a lower-class warrior with a battle power of 2,600. Next, a somewhat youthful Saiyan stepped forward, his voice tinged with nervousness. "I am Temet, an upper-class warrior with a battle power of 2,300. Subsequently, another young Saiyan approached and declared, "I am Lari, also a mid-class warrior with a battle power of over 800. At this moment, the 2 female Saiyans also stepped forward. One adult female Saiyan spoke gently, "I am Sira, a mid-class warrior with a battle power of 1,800. The last, a younger female Saiyan, appeared somewhat shy as she softly stated, "I am Suzy, also a mid-class warrior with a battle power of over 900. After the introductions concluded, Zhang Bao instructed everyone to prepare their belongings, setting off the next morning to conquer the mid-level civilization planet, Medir, located dozens of light years away. On the following morning, the group convened at the launch base. Nas initially selected a new model of a 4 to 5-person spacecraft. Dasma and the others opted for circular single pods. Once everyone was ready, they entered their respective ships in preparation for departure. After takeoff, Nas set the ship to autopilot and resumed his training within. Thus, they flew for a week. Due to the advanced model of Nas's ship, they arrived at Medir 3 days ahead of schedule. Instead of waiting for the others, he boldly entered the planet alone. Upon arrival, he was immediately besieged by a military force. Reacting swiftly, he exited the ship and unleashed an energy wave upon the enemy, instantly turning the battalion to ashes. Nas then returned to his spacecraft and piloted it directly above the palace of the planet's leader. At that moment, the leader was engaged in a meeting with his subordinates, strategizing against the Saiyan invasion. Upon seeing Nas descend from the sky, he hastily commanded his guards to attack. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Nas merely released his formidable aura, rendering the guards incapable of standing. Leisurely, Nas approached the leader's throne and coldly proclaimed, "I offer you a choice. Summon your planet's most skilled scientists to modify my ship. I shall allow you to depart before my companions arrive, and I will refrain from assaulting your planet." Upon hearing Nas's words, the leader felt a surge of hope and promptly summoned the strongest scientific team to the palace. In no time, dozens of scientists arrived before Zhang Bao. Nas then led them to his spacecraft and stated, "I require you to enhance my ship's performance to its utmost potential and to incorporate a gravity chamber. The more powerful, the better. Most importantly, please check for any tracking and listening devices within the ship." Upon understanding Nas's request, the team eagerly began their examination. After a thorough inspection, one scientist spoke up, "My lord, the speed and performance of your ship are already the most exceptional I have ever encountered. We lack the capability to enhance it further. However, we can add a gravity chamber, albeit it will only reach a maximum of 200 times increase, necessitating a complete overhaul of the ship. There are indeed tracking and listening devices present. Would you like us to remove them?" Though slightly disappointed by their inability to increase the ship's speed, Nas was pleasantly surprised by the addition of the gravity chamber. He then inquired about the tracking devices. "Can these devices be modified to allow for my control?" The scientists conferred amongst themselves for a moment before responding, "Yes, but modifying the ship will require 10 days. Upon receiving confirmation, Nas immediately organized for the modifications to commence. He then allowed the leader and his team to escape, while he remained in the palace, focusing on his training as he awaited the arrival of his teammates. Days passed, and on the third day, an urgent distress signal blared from his battle power measurement device, tightening his chest with concern. It turned out that his subordinates had made exceptional progress during their initial assault, swiftly subduing numerous regions. However, just as they thought victory was assured, a legendary local hero named Ray Eyes appeared on the battlefield like a specter. Ray Eyes' emergence drastically altered the course of the conflict. His battle power exceeded 6,000, and his speed was blinding, leaving all in astonishment. Faced with such formidable foes, Dasma and a few others unhesitatingly opted for the transformation into great apes. While this transformation significantly enhanced their combat capabilities, allowing them to surpass Lizzie, it also posed a critical dilemma. Their bodies became immensely large, resulting in a marked decrease in agility. During several intense confrontations, Lizzie swiftly discerned the weaknesses inherent in the great ape forms. He maneuvered like a wraith among the colossal beings, artfully evading their attacks and seizing the opportunity to sever their tails. Had it not been for Dasma striking Lizzie at a crucial moment, these individuals would likely have met their demise. Upon receiving their distress signals, he immediately soared toward their location at breakneck speed. Just as Lizzie's energy wave was about to strike them, Nas appeared before them as if he had teleported. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly deflected the fierce onslaught with a mere flick of his hand. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura erupted from Nas, akin to an invisible shockwave that instantaneously propelled Lizzie away. However, due to certain constraints from his past life, he was reluctant to engage in excessive slaughter. He merely wished to conclude the battle swiftly and expedite his departure from Baijita Xing. With relentless vigor, he eradicated all foes with combat power exceeding 4,000 before vanishing from the battlefield like a specter. The next moment, he appeared in the royal palace. Following this breathtaking rescue operation, Nas not only successfully liberated the trapped individuals, but also learned of the progress of others. However, when he grasped their pace, a wave of helplessness and anxiety surged within him. At this rate, completing the mission would likely require at least another year and a half. Nas understood the value of time. While continuing his training here might yield some improvement, the scope for advancement was exceedingly limited. Just as he was lost in thought, his gaze fortuitously fell upon the star map. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization, for he discovered that the planet Liagilate was a mere dozen light-years away. It was mentioned in the original tale that Sun Wukong had mastered instant transmission here. He also knew that this planet harbored numerous extraordinary skills, many of which were life-saving techniques. Inspired by this revelation, He resolved to journey to Liagilate immediately to acquire these invaluable skills. Having made up his mind, Nas resolutely left behind necessary instructions for his companions, then boarded his spacecraft and departed from Middle Shing, racing toward Liagilate. Chapter 4. Liagilate for Nas's spacecraft. The span of a dozen light years was merely a brief 4 or 5 days of travel. When he finally arrived at Liagilate, his heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement. The moment Nas stepped out of his ship, he was immediately awestruck by the spectacle before him. Surrounding his spacecraft was a dense throng of individuals, each varying in stature and appearance. Some were tall and imposing, while others were diminutive yet robust, their skin ranging from fair to hues of peculiar colors. As the inhabitants of Liagilate beheld Nas emerging from his vessel, their gazes instinctively fixated on the tail coiling around his waist. Expressions of wariness surfaced on their faces, as if this unfamiliar visitor aroused their suspicions. Observing this, Nas remained unfazed. He stood calmly, smiling as he made eye contact with the Liagilate people. After a brief moment, an elder among them stepped forward. His gait was steady, and his piercing gaze exuded authority. Approaching Nas, he scrutinized him from head to toe before inquiring, "Saiyan, what brings you to our planet?" Upon hearing the elder's question, Nas's lips curled into a gentle smile. In a warm tone, he replied, "Greetings, esteemed elder. My name is Nas, and I hail from a distant planet. I have heard of the wondrous skills possessed by the Liagilate people, and I have come to visit in hopes of learning some." Upon hearing Nas's words, the Liagilate inhabitants began to utilize their Sippolito to sense Nas's energy. Discovering that his aura was not malevolent, they relaxed their vigilance. After a cloud of smoke cleared, only a green and a blue Liagilate remained. The blue one introduced himself, saying, "I am Pikera, an elder of the Liagilate people. What you witnessed earlier were my and Kalami's, the green Liagilate, duplicates." Nas was astonished. He had assumed they were mere clones, akin to those in the original tale, but his perception indicated that they were distinct entities, each with unique energies. Indeed, the secret arts of the Liagilate were astonishingly marvelous. Pikera continued, "I sensed your energy, and indeed, it differs from that of other Saiyans. It is comparatively less sinister. I have also communicated with the Elder Council, and they have agreed to allow you to learn our skills. However, we hope that you will offer protection to our planet in the future. Which skill would you like to learn?" Nas bowed slightly and politely assured, "Rest assured, Elder Pikera. If I learn the skills of your esteemed planet, then its people shall be my friends. I will lend my aid in times of need. For now, I wish to learn the art of instant transmission." Pikera nodded. However, instant transmission is not easily mastered. It requires profound perceptual ability and concentration, and most importantly, a certain innate talent for spatial manipulation. Upon finishing this, Pikera instructed Kalami to take Nas to a quiet location for his lessons. Pikera began to patiently explain the principles of instant transmission, emphasizing the need to sense the target's energy, lock onto their position, and finally utilize one's willpower to affect spatial movement. Nas listened intently, occasionally posing questions. Pikera demonstrated, vanishing from sight and reappearing at a short distance away. Nas's eyes widened, filled with awe and yearning. Following Pikera's guidance, he endeavored to sense the surrounding energies and attempted to move. However, during his first attempt, he merely swayed slightly. "Do not rush," Pikera encouraged. "This requires continuous practice." Taking a deep breath, Nas focused his mind once more. This time, he felt as if his body had become considerably lighter. He sensed a spatial node and realized he could reach another point through it. Following the guidance of the spatial node, he gathered his strength and, astonishingly, vanished from his initial position, only to reappear several meters away in the next moment. Elated, Nas clenched his fist and exclaimed, "I did it." Pikera and Kalami exchanged smiles of approval as Pikera praised, "Excellent. Achieving such results on your second attempt indicates that your spatial talent surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Now, simply continue to practice until you are familiar with it." Encouraged, Nas threw himself into his training, diligently refining his instant transmission. With each attempt, he increased both the distance and speed of his movements. However, just as he was brimming with confidence, an unexpected incident occurred. During a long-distance move, he suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented, causing him to veer off course and materialize in a perilous valley filled with jagged rocks and the echoing roars of fierce beasts. Stifling his discomfort, Nas focused on stabilizing his mind, resensing the surrounding energies, and executed instant transmission to escape the treacherous locale. Thus, after 3 months of relentless practice, he not only mastered instant transmission, but also refined his control over energy. Just as he prepared to seek out Elder Pikera, a figure materialized before him, having teleported in, none other than the elder he had intended to find. Upon the arrival of Elder Pikela, Nas hastily rose to greet him. Before he could utter a word, the elder, adorned with a gentle smile, remarked, "Remarkable. In merely 3 short months, you have mastered the art of instantaneous movement to such an exquisite degree. It is truly astonishing. Your talent is undeniably formidable." The elder's praise filled Nas with joy. Yet he remained humble and unassuming. The elder then shifted his tone, imparting a solemn warning. "However, you must not become complacent. According to the records of our ancestors, the proficient application of instantaneous movement is merely the initial step. In your future cultivation, you must delve deeper and extend your mastery over the laws of space. This is the true path of cultivation. I hope you continue to strive diligently, exploring the laws of space, so as not to squander your remarkable gift." Listening to the elder's words, Nas felt a rush of excitement. His understanding of the laws of space primarily stemmed from the ancient novels he had perused in his previous life. In those tales, the laws of time and space ranked among the most esteemed of the 3,000 laws. With the opportunity to engage with such profound principles, how could he not feel exhilarated? Nas resolved to earnestly study the laws of space, believing it could pave a luminous path toward becoming a powerful being. With this thought, he bowed deeply to Elder Pikela, expressing his gratitude. "I shall forever cherish your teachings, Elder. I will devote myself to the study of the laws of space and will not let down your expectations. Next, I wish to learn the skill of Spalito force separation." Elder Pikela nodded, explaining that this skill could forcibly separate merged or absorbed entities, but it required inflicting some damage on the target to take effect. Furthermore, precision in controlling one's Spalito was essential. After detailing the principles and techniques of the skill, the elder instructed Nas to practice it on simple objects. Nas concentrated, following the elder's guidance to sense the Spalito of the object and attempt to separate it. His first attempt yielded no results. Undeterred, he adjusted his focus and tried again. After several unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded in briefly separating the Spalito of a small creature. Though it was a minor achievement, Nas was elated. In the days that followed, he immersed himself in the practice of Spalito force separation. Thus, Nas cultivated on the planet Yatalate for a year, mastering skills such as instantaneous movement, Spalito force separation, clone technique, gigantification, and invisibility. His combat power soared from an initial 1 million to over 2 million, signifying a tremendous enhancement of his strength. This figure was perilously close to the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan, filling him with both excitement and apprehension. On one particular day, an urgent distress signal suddenly resonated within Nas's spaceship. He swiftly checked to find it was a message from Dasma. It turned out that Dasma and his team had successfully completed their conquest and were now awaiting his further instructions. Upon receiving this news, Nas felt a surge of joy, as it meant he could return to planet Vegeta to prepare his plans. He immediately began making arrangements for the journey, but before departing, he had an important task: to find Elder Pikela and bid him farewell. After all, the elder had provided him with substantial assistance and support during his training. Upon locating Elder Pikela, Nas conveyed his intention to leave. After receiving the elder's repeated admonitions, he boarded his spaceship to return to Planet Middle and reunite with Dasma and the others. Chapter 5. Return to Planet Vegeta. Planet Middle, resembling a blue jewel, floated serenely in the cosmos. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light streaked across the sky, descending rapidly like a meteor before landing gracefully in the palace square. This mysterious golden light captured the attention of several Saiyans, who hurried over to investigate. They discovered that the golden light emanated from a small spacecraft, whose hatch slowly opened, releasing a faint gust of air. Nas emerged from the hatch, clad in a classic Frieza force battle suit. Though diminutive in stature, he radiated a robust aura. With each step he took, he seemed to embody boundless strength. As Nas stepped out of the spaceship, Dasma and the others immediately surrounded him, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. "Captain, you have finally returned," Dasma exclaimed. "The entire planet Middle is now under our control, with no resisting forces remaining." Nas nodded slightly, acknowledging their efforts. He surveyed the conquered land, remarking, Well done. His voice was deep and powerful, but he added, before we return to planet Vegeta, there is still an important matter to address. His gaze fell upon the device in Dasma's hands as he continued. First, remove the scanner and place it in the nearby palace. Once the others returned, Nas, with a serious countenance, spoke. During my journey, I received a crucial piece of information from the interstellar black market. Frieza intends to annihilate us Saiyans and planet Vegeta. His words stunned everyone into silence. After a moment, the hot-tempered Larry broke the silence, wide-eyed in disbelief. No way, Captain. We Saiyans have always been the backbone of Frieza's forces. How could he possibly sever such a vital connection? Larry's words resonated with the others, prompting Dasma to add, indeed, our strength is evident. Frieza would have to consider that before acting against us. Nas observed his companions with a slight smile before slowly stating, you only see the surface and have not delved into Frieza's true strength and his family's situation. Upon hearing this, confusion spread across their faces, except for Suzy, who pondered. I believe I heard on the information platform that Frieza's combat power is over 500,000. Suzy's statement shocked the others, with Temmet exclaiming in astonishment. That can't be true. How could it be so high? I've heard King Vegeta's combat power is only around 10,000. As the group engaged in a chaotic discussion, Nas, seated in the center, felt overwhelmed by the noise, as if swarms of flies buzzed incessantly around him, aggravating his senses. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he stood abruptly, his eyes wide with fury, and shouted, enough. Silence. His roar reverberated through the room like thunder, causing the atmosphere to tremble. As his voice faded, a formidable aura erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, sweeping through the room and sending his companions sprawling. This overwhelming force descended upon them like a ferocious beast, pinning them to the ground, rendering even the slightest movement a Herculean task. Under this immense pressure, their faces turned pale, and breathing became increasingly laborious, as if they were on the brink of losing consciousness. However, just as they were about to succumb, Nas abruptly reined in his explosive energy, akin to a mighty lion halting its charge at the moment of attack. The individuals, as if granted a reprieve, collapsed to the ground, their bodies devoid of strength, gasping for breath as though they had just awakened from a terrifying nightmare. Captain, what is your current combat power? After a moment, Sheila regained her senses, her face a mask of terror as she stammered her inquiry. When you unleashed your energy, it felt as though an entire planet was pressing down on me. I thought I might be crushed. Her body trembled involuntarily, clearly shaken by the recent events. Observing Sheila's frightened expression, Nas offered a slight smile before responding calmly. My current combat power stands at 2,160,000. As his words echoed in the air, the surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned into silence, as if time itself had halted. Yet, in an instant, expressions of unrestrained joy broke forth, and they began to excitedly discuss the implications. At that moment, Dasma interjected, Captain, your combat power surpasses that of Frieza. Should we seize this opportunity to eliminate him and have you take command of the entire Frieza army? Nas shook his head, a wistful expression crossing his face as he explained, you are thinking too simplistically. Frieza's power is far greater than what we have witnessed. The 50,000 he previously displayed was merely a suppressed figure. His true combat power is a staggering 120 million. The crowd, struck by this revelation like a bolt of lightning, stood frozen in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, they began to regain their composure but remained overwhelmed by the enormity of the news. Just as they were still processing the shock, Temmet, with a hint of despair, asked, Captain, since you are so powerful, is there truly no way to deal with him? Nas took a deep breath before responding slowly. Thus, we must prepare in advance and cannot afford to wait idly. Once we grow stronger, we will avenge our kin from Vegeta Star. Therefore, I have decided to postpone our return to Vegeta Star by 3 months, during which time I will train you. His gaze was resolute as it scanned the group. Although apprehension lingered in their hearts, a spirit of determination began to swell within them. In the days that followed, the diligent figures of the team could often be seen training rigorously on Middle Star. Nas tailored distinct training plans for each individual, enhancing their abilities comprehensively, from physical fitness to combat techniques. Despite the presence of the gravity chamber, he limited their training to 3 or 4 hours daily, focusing primarily on teaching them to control their energy, as their skills in energy manipulation were still quite rudimentary. On one occasion, When Larry struggled to accurately control his energy wave, Nas personally demonstrated, meticulously correcting his posture and technique. Under his careful guidance, Larry gradually grasped the nuances, significantly improving both the power and precision of his energy waves. 3 months flew by, and the group's abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. Dasma's combat power surged from a mere 2,600 to an impressive 9,800. Teammates' power leaped from 2,300 to 12,400, surpassing Farmer's. Larry rose from 800 to 7,500, while Suzy and Sheila reached 8,700 and 9,600 respectively. Seeing the excitement radiating from his comrades as they unleashed their energy, Nas nodded with satisfaction. It is time to return to Vegeta Star and take a bold step for our future. However, 2 of you must feign death. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. And Dasma spoke up. Captain, please lay out your plan. We will cooperate fully. The others nodded sincerely in agreement. Without hesitation, Nas detailed his strategy. After a brief preparation, I will create 2 clones. One will perfectly impersonate a resident of Middle Star and will launch a surprise attack when Teammate and Sheila are unprepared. Just as the energy is about to strike you, my other clone will swiftly utilize instant transmission to whisk you both away from danger. Meanwhile, Larry must promptly activate the battle measurement device to capture this thrilling moment. After a brief pause, he continued, following this, you 2 will pretend to be mortally wounded. You will then quietly board my spaceship, piloting it to Wadrat Star. Upon arrival, Sheila will remain there, while Teammate will continue piloting the ship, searching for a suitable planet nearby Vegeta Star to hide. Nas's gaze swept over the group, his tone serious as he instructed, afterward. Both of you must utilize the new battle measurement device aboard my ship to maintain close contact with me. With all arrangements clearly articulated, the group nodded in understanding. They then began to enact the carefully crafted performance designed by Zhang Bao. Once the plan was executed flawlessly, the remaining members exchanged resolute glances, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Without a moment's hesitation, they boarded the ship and sped toward Vegeta Star like arrows released from a bow. Chapter 6. An unexpected encounter with the god of destruction. Nas and his companions piloted their single-person spaceship, enduring a lengthy journey of half a month, until they finally arrived at their homeland, Vegeta Star. As they departed from the launch base, they unexpectedly encountered Vegeta and his team members. Vegeta, his expression as cold as ice, addressed Zhang Bao. Nas, I never anticipated that after all these years, your combat power would only reach 5,000. You are truly a waste, bringing shame to the title of a super genius who claims to be beneath me. Before Nas could respond, Nappa, standing beside Vegeta, contemptuously interjected. Indeed, His Highness Vegeta speaks the truth. I heard they attempted to attack a mid-level civilization's planet and barely succeeded after over a year, losing 2 teammates in the process. Ha! The other members of Vegeta's team joined in the mockery, ridiculing Nas and his companions, with the exception of Raditz, who remained silent. Although Nas initially paid little heed to their taunts, having already anticipated the outcome for his team, his companions could not endure the humiliation, especially Larry, whose fiery temper ignited as he prepared to confront these arrogant individuals. Seeing the situation escalate, Nas swiftly stepped forward, unleashing a powerful aura that erupted like a volcano, his combat power soaring to over 8,000. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across Vegeta's team. Except for Raditz, the others were struck by the intensity of his stare, sent reeling backward and crashing to the ground. Vegeta, too, felt the overwhelming pressure of Nas's presence, his body immobilized as if bound by an invisible force. Observing the scene with indifference, Nas allowed a faint smirk to grace his lips, reflecting his disdain. He then turned, leading his team away without a backward glance. Only when Nas and his companions vanished from sight did Vegeta snap back to reality, a wave of profound humiliation washing over him, leaving his expression dark and troubled. He cast a fierce glare at Nappa and the others, a cold snort escaping his lips, laden with resentment and dissatisfaction. However, in the face of the departed Nas, the proud warrior could only clench his fists tightly, the fury within him seeking an outlet. Nas and his team members chatted merrily as they swiftly arrived at Zhang Bao's residence. Upon entering, Nas began to methodically arrange the tasks ahead. Sushi and Larry were to check the nursery for the number of cubs available for relocation, paying particular attention to a cub named Kakarot. Dasma was tasked with gathering trustworthy friends and family, inquiring who might be willing to leave, while keeping a keen ear on news from the palace. Each individual took to their role, creating a tense yet orderly atmosphere. With a tinge of apprehension, Nas stepped out of the house, poised to seek out Jine and inquire if she and her family would be willing to depart this place with him. His steps were hurried, as if propelled by an urgent sense of purpose. Yet, as he passed through a bustling commercial street, two figures suddenly caught his eye. These two figures stood out in the crowd, their attire starkly incongruous with that of the inhabitants of Baijida. Nas halted, staring at them in disbelief. Was that not Lord Beerus and Whis? His voice trembled slightly as he widened his eyes, struggling to comprehend the presence of these unexpected visitors. Beerus and Whis, deities from beyond the cosmos, had appeared on Baijida at this critical moment. Suddenly, the plot of Dragon Ball Super flashed through Nas's mind, and he realized the situation might be even more dire than he had anticipated. Oh no, it seems Baijida is doomed this year, he murmured, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In Dragon Ball Super, it was Beerus who had instructed King Baijida to find the most comfortable pillow in the universe. And after the king kept it for himself, he had incurred Beerus's wrath. Following Beerus's departure, he commanded Frieza to destroy planet Baijida. Now that Beerus was present on Baijida, the destruction of the planet seemed imminent. It appeared that he needed to expedite his original plan, lest the consequences be catastrophic. Perhaps because he had lingered too long in his gaze, Beerus and Whis suddenly became aware of his presence, turning in unison to fix their eyes upon Nas. His heart raced, and he wished to avert his gaze immediately, but it was too late. His body felt as though it had been immobilized. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with Beerus and Whis, time seemed to freeze. Yet, upon noticing him, Beerus and Whis approached slowly, each step exuding an air of calm confidence. Recognizing the futility of escape, Nas steeled himself and stepped forward, taking a deep breath to compose himself. He bowed deeply to Beerus, his voice trembling as he addressed him. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Beerus. Beerus's icy gaze, reminiscent of cold stars, swept over Nas, and he felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, stripped bare before the deity. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his teeth began to chatter. Just as panic threatened to overwhelm him, Beerus spoke. I did not expect to find another Saiyan, aside from King Baijida, who recognizes me. You seem rather composed. Unlike those reckless fellows, at least you know how to control your aura, and yours does not seem particularly malevolent. Hearing Beerus's praise, Nas felt a slight easing of his anxiety, yet he dared not show any sign of complacency. He quickly replied with humility, Your Excellency, I am merely a novice, far from being proficient. Beerus appeared unconcerned by Nas's response, waving his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for excessive modesty. He then turned to leave with Whis toward the palace. However, just as Beerus pivoted, Whis suddenly halted and cast a penetrating gaze at Nas. It felt as though Whis's eyes could see through to his very soul, unveiling all the secrets hidden deep within him. As Nas's expression tightened with apprehension, Whis's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded respectfully at Nas before turning to follow Beerus. That seemingly simple gesture momentarily eased the tension in Nas's heart. Recognizing the importance of the moment, Nas returned the gesture with a slight nod, signifying goodwill. He then hastened toward Jine's residence without further delay. Upon arrival, he found Jine and Bardock gathered around the nursery, gazing at an infant within. Their faces lit up with joy upon seeing Nas, for after 2 years of camaraderie, their bond had grown strong. It was then that Nas noticed Bardock's power level had risen to over 8,000, and the three began to converse. Just as Nas was about to broach the topic of Baijida's potential destruction, shouts from outside Bardock's home interrupted. It turned out to be Bardock's teammates seeking him for a mission. Faced with the unexpected intrusion, Nas decided to take his leave after exchanging a few more words, casting a lingering glance at the infant son Goku before departing. Chapter 7. The rescue of Broly. Upon returning to his residence from Bardock's home, Nas encountered Sushi hastily making her way to him. Upon spotting Nas, Sushi quickly approached, exclaiming, Captain, we have thoroughly inspected the nursery, and on our way back, we uncovered some crucial information. Nas's eyes sparkled with anticipation at Sushi's words, and he urged, Oh, what is the situation? Please, share it with me. Sushi took a deep breath, calming her racing heart before continuing. It is this, Captain. Larry and I just tallied the number of newborns, and we found there are a total of 562. Among them, there are 12 upper-class warriors, 210 mid-class warriors, and 340 lower-class warriors. Seeing Na's deep in thought regarding her report, Sushi cautiously added, among these cubs, the highest battle power is close to 300, and one more thing. We did not find any Saiyan cub named Kakarot. Nas nodded, indicating he understood the situation. He then pressed on, I see. What about the important news you mentioned earlier? Sushi paused momentarily, seemingly organizing her thoughts, before revealing, it is this, Captain. After confirming the numbers, as we were preparing to return, we overheard a few Saiyans discussing in hushed tones. They mentioned that King Vegeta initially intended to execute Beerus's child, but for some unknown reason, he suddenly changed his mind and opted for exile instead. Moreover, Larry discreetly followed to gather more details. Upon hearing this news, Nas contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, Beerus's child? That must be Broly. His voice carried a hint of astonishment and excitement. Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan. Such a being appeared only once in a millennium. If they could rescue and nurture him, he could potentially become the Saiyan god of war. With this thought, Nas's heart raced with exhilaration. He resolved to contact Larry immediately to ascertain the details surrounding Broly's exile. After a flurry of urgent calls, Nas finally received a response from Larry. Upon learning the whereabouts of Broly, he promptly set off towards the launch base, accompanied by Suzy. The two raced at an astonishing speed to reach Larry's hideout. Once Nas arrived, he immediately began to utilize his perceptive abilities to locate the spaceship that Broly was aboard. Simultaneously, he urged Suzy to establish contact with Temmet to inform them of their plan. With all preparations in place, Nas took a deep breath, readying himself to employ his instantaneous movement skill. His intention was to appear beside Broly in an instant and then transport him directly to Temmet's side. Just as Suzy completed her communication with Temmet, Broly's spaceship had already departed from Vegeta Shing. In that critical moment, Nas acted swiftly, executing his instantaneous movement skill and appearing like a specter within Broly's spacecraft. Fortunately, due to their youthful stature, they did not cause the ship to implode. However, the sudden appearance left Broly in utter disbelief, as he had not anticipated Nas manifesting before him in such a remarkable fashion. Before Broly could regain his composure, Nas struck like lightning, seizing Broly and using his instantaneous movement once again to materialize next to Temmet. In an instant, Broly felt a fleeting change, and the surrounding environment transformed entirely. As he surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings, a wave of intense unease washed over him. At that moment, Broly finally emerged from his initial shock. Realizing he was in danger, he feared that Nas and Temmet might pose a threat to him, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful aura. This energy surged forth like a tidal wave, forcing Temmet, who stood nearby, to stagger back, nearly losing his balance. Observing the explosive energy emanating from Broly, Zhang Bao inwardly marveled at the boundless potential of this young lad. He inhaled deeply, releasing his own aura fully, akin to a colossal mountain bearing down on Broly. Broly, feeling Nas's formidable presence, roared in an attempt to break free from the pressure, but Nas's aura was as impenetrable as a fortress, rendering his struggles futile. Gradually, Broly's energy was compressed until it finally subsided under Zhang Bao's restraint. Once tranquility returned, Nas gently extended his hand, softly caressing Broly's head, as if comforting a frightened child. Broly stared wide-eyed at Nas's outstretched hand, instinctively sensing no malice or danger from Zhang Bao. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly reached out his small hand and placed it lightly upon Nas's. At that instant, Temmet, who had been standing by, finally exhaled in relief. Seeing Broly calm down, he hurriedly approached, gazing at Broly with astonishment and saying to Zhang Bao, Captain, this kid's energy is astonishing. I just sensed it briefly, and despite his young age, his combat power is nearly on par with mine. It's truly extraordinary. Nas smiled subtly, regarding Broly with a glimmer of admiration, and remarked, his name is Broly, the legendary Saiyan. Though he is merely a cub at present, I believe that with his innate talent and potential, he will undoubtedly become the warrior god of our Saiyan race in the future. Temmet, upon hearing this, was taken aback, gazing at Broly in disbelief, murmuring, the legendary Saiyan. I can't believe this small cub is indeed the legendary Saiyan. Just as he pondered this, Nas's voice broke through his thoughts with an urgent tone, as if imparting something of great importance. The environment of this planet is quite favorable, Nas stated. I just sense that it is not far from Vegeta Shing. He paused momentarily before continuing. You must find a way to conceal your identity and use the resources we have gathered to procure a massive spaceship from the black market. Hide it on this planet, and do so swiftly. As he spoke, he glanced towards the direction of Baijita Xing, a hint of concern crossing his features. After a brief hesitation, he added, I have a premonition that the ultimate fate of Baijita Xing is approaching. We must be prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice. Upon hearing Naz's words, Temet also turned his gaze towards Baijita Xing's location. He remained silent for a moment before sighing and responding, Understood, Captain. I will attend to this matter promptly. You all must exercise caution on Baijita Xing. If the situation deteriorates, you must evacuate without hesitation. Naz, upon hearing Temet's words, suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth resonating in the air with a hint of mockery. Once he finished laughing, he jested, Rest assured, I value my life greatly. If the need arises, I will not hesitate to retreat. However, you must ensure that everything is arranged flawlessly. After all, you are our last line of defense. He then turned to Brawley and added, Very well, you take care of this little one for now. I will return to Baijita Xing. After saying this, he promptly executed his instantaneous movement skill, disappearing in the blink of an eye to reappear beside Susie and Larry. Susie and Larry exhibited no surprise at Naz's sudden appearance, as if they had anticipated it all along. With a smile, Susie greeted Naz, Captain, you have finally returned. Has everything been arranged? Naz nodded, his face adorned with a confident smile, responding, Yes, everything is in order. Moving forward, you must remain vigilant. If one day King Baijita departs from Baijita Xing, or if you sense Frisia's presence arriving on Baijita Xing, do not hesitate to gather at the nursery immediately. At that point, we will depart from this planet. Susie and Larry exchanged glances before replying in unison, Understood, Captain. We will remember. Naz nodded in satisfaction, saying, Good. Time is of the essence. We must act separately. Please inform Dasma as well. Now, go prepare the necessary items for our evacuation, as I have matters to attend to. With that, the three dispersed. Commencing preparations for their departure from Baijita Xing Chapter 8, the explosion of Baijita Xing a few months passed, and the group remained ready to evacuate Baijita Xing at any moment. On one fateful day, while Naz was immersed in his training, a powerful premonition surged within him. An overwhelming and sinister energy was emanating from above. Alarmed, Naz immediately recognized that the source of this energy was no benevolent entity, but rather the formidable Frisia. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned his combat suit and dashed forth like lightning. In no time, he arrived at Bardock's doorstep. From a distance, he spotted Jine standing outside, gazing skyward, seemingly engaged in silent prayer. Naz approached her quickly, and upon noticing his presence, Jine's face registered surprise. Before he could speak, she urgently exclaimed, Naz, what brings you here? I heard Bardock say that Frisia intends to destroy Baijita Xing and annihilate all of us Saiyans. You must escape on a spaceship. Observing Jine's anxious demeanor, Naz felt a warmth swell within him. Said Gnei, I have sensed that malevolent aura. Currently, Frisia is beyond our capacity to confront. You should evacuate with us. Upon hearing this, a flicker of determination flashed in Gnei's eyes, soon replaced by a troubled expression. As she gazed at the sky, she prepared to refuse when Naz hastily interjected, If you evacuate with us, there is a chance we may reunite with Raditz and Kakarot. Gnei hesitated at Naz's words, her heart a tumultuous mix of conflict and apprehension, yet there lingered a glimmer of hope regarding Naz's suggestion. Observing her indecision, Naz swiftly took action without affording her further contemplation. He ascended into the air, moving with the swiftness of lightning to Gnei's side, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Before she could fully process the situation, he activated his instant transmission ability. In an instant, it felt as though they traversed a tunnel through time and space, arriving in the nursery in the blink of an eye. Within the nursery, Larry, Susie, and Dasma, alongside Dasma's wife and their children, were diligently gathering the Saiyan infants from their incubation pods. The adorable little beings, some still in slumber while others curiously surveyed their surroundings, were oblivious to the commotion. The arrival of Naz and Gnei did not draw much attention, as everyone remained focused on their tasks. Naz, recognizing the situation, promptly assisted Gnei. He appeared before the ungrouped Saiyan infants at remarkable speed, carefully lifting them from their pods and gently placing them onto a large platform. After a while, through collective effort, all the Saiyan infants were finally gathered together. Naz gazed upon these small lives, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over him. These would be the future generals under his command. The thought of leading an entourage of Super Saiyans thrilled him. Next, he instructed everyone to stand on the platform. Once they were steady, he positioned himself beneath it, supporting the entire structure with one hand. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his fingers to his forehead, beginning to sense the energy of Temet. A moment later, he once again executed his instant transmission technique. In an instant, the scenery before them flickered, as if the world had been torn apart and reassembled anew. When they regained clarity of their surroundings, they were astonished to find themselves on a beautiful, serene, yet entirely unfamiliar planet. Not far away, Temet and Broly stood observing them. Upon seeing NAS place the platform down, they hurried forward to assist. Subsequently, everyone swiftly transported all the Saiyan infants onto the spacecraft that Temet had prepared in advance. At that moment, GNEI rushed to Nas, her voice filled with urgency. Nas, please help me bring Bardock back. Nas, wishing to return to Vegeta once more, felt it was feasible since he possessed instant transmission. As long as he did not appear before Frieza, no one could hinder his departure. Just as Nas prepared to use instant transmission, Larry reported, "Captain, the ship's sensors indicate that planet Vegeta has vanished. We must leave this star system swiftly." Hearing Larry's words, GNEI collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face. Nas, at a loss for how to console her, could only shake his head in resignation. He then ordered Temet to initiate the spacecraft's departure from the region surrounding planet Vegeta, setting a course for planet Yardrat to retrieve Sira, with plans to relocate everyone to Earth. After all, Earth would be the center of the Dragon Ball world in the future. Although he was in hiding, he had many years before the plot would unfold, ample time to cultivate his strength to seize control of everything. Of course, this was also to better facilitate the development of the Saiyans he led. While Nas contemplated the future direction, Susie's voice broke through his thoughts. "Captain, aside from our squad, we have 562 infants, along with GNEI, Dasma's wife, and one son and one daughter, totaling 572 individuals. We will require a year to reach Earth." She paused, then continued, "Moreover, these infants are nearing the stage of leaving their nursery. We must decide whether to train them or allow them to continue sleeping. If we choose to train them, we will need to identify 3 resupply points for food and energy." Listening to Susie's words, Nas felt overwhelmed. It was inevitable. Saiyans had substantial appetites, and greater supplies would certainly escalate the risk of exposure. Although he was not concerned about Frieza's pursuing forces, managing so many infants would be a significant burden. With this in mind, he said, "Let them sleep for now. Once we arrive at planet Yardrat, we can awaken them, rest for a while, and train them before heading to Earth to prevent chaos and destruction upon arrival." Upon hearing Nas's plan, Susie gathered the infants into their sleep pods, initiating their slumber. Thus, the group journeyed through space for several months, eventually reaching planet Yardrat. Sira, having received prior notice, awaited Nas and company alongside Elder Piccolo and other Yardrat inhabitants. As Zhang Bao stepped off the spacecraft with the others, Sira and Elder Piccolo hurried to greet them. Nas, filled with joy upon seeing the long-absent Elder Piccolo, approached and enveloped him in a heartfelt embrace. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Bao shared his thoughts with Elder Piccolo. Upon learning of Zhang Bao's intention to train Saiyans on his planet, Elder Piccolo welcomed the idea wholeheartedly. He was pleasantly surprised that his disciple could single-handedly preserve his race and was committed to reforming their character. Elder Piccolo subsequently arranged suitable accommodations for the Saiyans and designated elite Yardrat individuals to teach the Saiyan infants how to harness spirit control. Thus, while Nas and his companions initially intended to rest temporarily on planet Yardrat, they gradually grew fond of this planet during their period of recuperation and learning. Nas reflected on many aspects. Despite Earth's allure, it was fraught with calamities in the future, often facing destruction. Living on planet Yardrat seemed much safer, as he would not have to worry about losing his life in sleep. Thereafter, he convened with his companions who were diligently training and decided against a collective migration to Earth, opting instead for a life on planet Yardrat. Upon hearing Nas's decision, Piccolo and the Elder Council readily approved. First, the population of Yardrat was sparse, with ample space for habitation. Second, while the Yardrat techniques were wondrous, their combat abilities were not particularly formidable. Third, after spending time together, they discovered the immense potential within the Saiyans. They resolved that the inclusion of Scions into Yard Rat would enable them to unleash their full potential under their guidance, thereby significantly enhancing Yard Rat's strength to better resist external invasions. Thus, the Scions commenced their settled life on planet Yard Rat, and Nas was elected as their chieftain by popular acclaim. Peacefully, they lived for 10 years until one day, a spaceship descended upon planet Yard Rat. Chapter 9. The arrival of Myers on this bright and sunny day. 16-year-old Nas, now standing at a height of 1.68 meters, led a group of Scions in a tranquil and focused meditation practice. Suddenly, a dazzling streak of light pierced the darkness of the universe, plummeting like a meteor at high speed. The attention of the crowd was drawn to the radiant light, causing them to cease their training and fixate on the enigmatic glow. As the illumination gradually faded, a colossal spacecraft emerged before their eyes, resembling a fortress from the cosmos. Observing this, Nas stood up without hesitation, his gaze reflecting a sense of urgency and curiosity. He swiftly led Broly, Dasma, Temet, and Lari towards the direction where the ship had landed. Upon their arrival, they discovered Elder Pikera had already surrounded the spacecraft with 3 Audiraid aliens, utilizing their unique doppelganger techniques. The atmosphere was tense and heavy, as if an intense confrontation was imminent. However, as moments ticked by, the ship's hatch remained firmly closed, showing no signs of opening. The group gathered around the vessel, anxiously awaiting, their curiosity and anticipation intensifying. Just as their patience was on the verge of depletion, the hatch slowly creaked open, emitting a faint mechanical sound. All eyes fixed on the opening, eager for the occupants to emerge. As the hatch fully opened, 2 figures stepped out. Clad in galactic police uniforms, they exuded an air of elegance. One individual, with purple skin, emanated a mysterious and commanding presence. The other bore a striking resemblance to Ultraman, evoking a rather humorous impression. Nas gazed intently at the duo, and a spark of realization flickered in his mind as he recalled their names. The purple-skinned individual was undoubtedly the hidden apprentice angel, Myers, among the galactic police, while the one resembling Ultraman was unmistakably the self-proclaimed elite, Jack. Upon seeing their attire, the previously apprehensive crowd felt their tension dissipate like a gentle spring breeze. Myers smiled warmly, taking a leisurely step forward, and gracefully opened his arms, as if welcoming distant guests. His voice was gentle and amiable, evoking a sense of goodwill. "Dear Scions and Audiraid friends, please do not be alarmed. We come with no ill intentions." Myers' words were like a ray of warm sunlight, easing the taut nerves of those present. He then looked at Nas and the others, continuing, "When you departed from Molds, my colleague Jack had already taken note of your presence. At that time, planet Vegeta had just vanished, and we observed that most of you were still mere children. Hence we chose not to act aggressively." Upon hearing this, Temet and the others exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to them, they had been under the watchful eye of the galactic police, but fortunately, their adversaries had not acted immediately. Jack nodded in agreement with Myers' assessment, adding, "After years of meticulous surveillance over Audiraid, we have observed significant changes among you Scions. You are no longer as combative and brutal as before. Rather, you have become more amicable and gentle. Thus, we wish to extend an invitation for you to join the galactic police to collectively uphold the peace of the universe." Jack's proposition took Nas and the others by surprise. They exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. After a pause, Nas contemplated the implications and stepped forward, meeting Myers' gaze directly, inquiring, "Indeed, we Scions have committed numerous transgressions, bringing calamity upon the universe. Are you truly willing to accept us as members of the Galactic Police?" Myers responded with a smile, "Every individual deserves a chance for transformation. We have observed your current conduct, and we believe you can become guardians of universal peace." Inspired by their words, Nas began to ponder once more. After a while, he looked at Myers and Jack with determination, declaring, "If it means contributing to universal peace, we Scions are willing to join." The others nodded in agreement. Myers and Jack exchanged gratified smiles, but just as they thought everything was proceeding smoothly, Nas added, "However, our Scion kin are still relatively weak, and many are quite young. I propose we allow them to join the Galactic Police in 10 years. Myers and Jack furrowed their brows, contemplating Nas' statement. Nas continued, "Nevertheless, I can accompany you to the Galactic headquarters now to discuss our future participation with the Galactic King." Upon hearing this, Myers replied, "That is acceptable, but we must contact the Galactic King in advance." Nas gestured for him to proceed, and Myers quickly communicated with Galactic Command. After a brief wait, Myers returned with a joyful expression, announcing, "The Galactic King has consented. You may accompany me back to the Galactic headquarters to discuss this matter directly." Nas extended his hand to Myers, and they shook hands, marking the beginning of a collaboration that would shape the future of the universe. Once Nas organized all necessary arrangements, he promptly followed Myers and Jack aboard the spacecraft. Inside, they entered a spacious reception room, furnished with utmost comfort, complete with sofas and coffee tables. Nas and Myers sat across from each other, engaging in a fervent exchange. Nas was particularly intrigued by Myers, especially regarding matters of the divine, subtly probing for information. However, Myers appeared reticent on this topic, often deflecting questions or providing ambiguous responses. Recognizing the futility of pursuing this line of inquiry, Nas decided to shift gears, asking Myers about training. "Mr. Myers, I am deeply fascinated by Saiyan history. Does the Galactic Headquarters possess any records on this subject?" Nas inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Myers immediately grasped Nas' intention. Reflecting internally, he thought that since he had not directly answered the earlier divine inquiries, he could not refuse this question about training. Indeed, the library at Galactic Headquarters contains some records on Saiyan history, though they are not extensive, Myers replied slowly. "Mr. Nas, if you have specific questions, I will do my best to address them." Seeing that he had achieved his aim, Nas felt a sense of relief, yet outwardly maintained a humble demeanor, unreservedly asking. It is said that once a Scion's base combat power reaches 3 million, they can successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. However, after years of relentless training, my base combat power has already surpassed 40 million. Why then am I still unable to transform into a Super Saiyan? Upon hearing Nas' question, Myers furrowed his brow. Clearly taken aback by the situation, he began to swiftly contemplate the potential causes for this occurrence. Just then, Jack, who had just entered from the cockpit, happened to overhear Nas' words. Upon learning that Nas' base combat power had reached such a staggering level, he gasped, exclaiming, "What? Nas, your combat power has reached such a terrifying extent. Does this not imply you are far stronger than Frisia? After joining the Galactic Police, will you be able to eradicate this malignancy known as Frisia?" As he pondered over the complexities of Myers, Nas, wary of Jake's boisterous demeanor potentially disturbing him, addressed Jake with a note of disappointment. "You may be let down. For although my combat prowess has surpassed 40 million, the information at my disposal indicates that Frisia's ultimate battle power is approximately 120 million. Regrettably, I am not yet a match for Frisia." Upon hearing Nas' words, Jake stood frozen in astonishment, overwhelmed by the magnitude of Frisia's formidable strength. Chapter 10, Training and Inquiry. Collaboration with the Galactic Patrol. As time passed, Myers finally emerged from his reverie. His gaze gradually settled upon Nas, who looked at him with eager anticipation, seemingly awaiting a significant response. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Myers' face as he cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "Mr. Nas, this is indeed the first time I have encountered a situation like yours. According to the records from the Galactic Headquarters, Scions typically require only a foundational battle power in the hundreds of thousands, alongside a sufficient quantity of S cells within their bodies, complemented by emotional guidance, to successfully transform." Myers reflected that this information was derived from his observations of Bardock's transformation during his early days as an apprentice angel in the 7th universe. Continuing thoughtfully, Myers elaborated. "Your current predicament, I suspect, may stem from a mismatch between your body and soul. Perhaps an obsession lingers in your heart, preventing true internal and external unity and consequently impacting the transformation process." Nas felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing Myers' words, momentarily stunned. Could it be that Myers had discerned his identity as a traveler from another realm? According to Myers, was it possible that the dissonance between his body and soul hindered his ability to transform? As he descended into contemplation, he unwittingly resumed his breathing technique. Myers quickly noticed Nas' unusual condition and, seeing him lost in thought, called out to him, "Mr. Nas, I did not expect you possessed a technique for dimensional breakthroughs." Nas was taken aback by Myers' remark, his expression one of bewilderment. After being informed of his recent state, he concentrated intently, scrutinizing his body. After a thorough examination, realization dawned upon him. The breathing technique was, in fact, a method capable of ascending dimensions. This implied that dimensions, akin to the realms in cultivation novels, could be continuously elevated. With this revelation, Nas felt a surge of excitement. Yet, as he reveled in his newfound understanding, a thought struck him. How could he conceal his past if the technique was so extraordinary? Without hesitation, Nas resolved to fabricate a story to explain his situation, feigning to share this secret with Meyers. Clearing his throat and adopting a somewhat proud demeanor, he said to Meyers, "This is actually a unique method I discovered during my previous training. By utilizing a special breathing rhythm, I can absorb the energy of the universe and convert it for my own use." Meyers' eyes widened in surprise, but quickly regained composure. With a thoughtful expression, he remarked, "I see, Mr. Nas. This helps clarify why you are unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Becoming a Super Saiyan involves exhausting one's own divine cells to achieve a temporary surge in energy, which places a certain strain on the body. Your technique, however, allows you to absorb external energy to enhance yourself. I speculate that once your cells are sufficiently fortified, you will successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, and the strain on your body will be relatively minimal." Just as Nas was about to speak, Meyers paused momentarily before continuing. "This technique of yours can transcend dimensions, allowing you to cultivate into a deity, becoming a free god. This would enable both your strength and lifespan to expand infinitely, making it a crucial aspect for you to focus on in your training, as it will significantly benefit your future." Upon hearing Meyers' words, Nas felt even more exhilarated. During Meyers' explanation, he had calmed himself and carefully examined his body. Indeed, as Meyers had stated, his cells had been unconsciously strengthening, and according to his previous progress, it would take at least 5 more years. Now that he had identified the issue, with focused enhancement, he could achieve this in a year, or even a few months if all went well. Most importantly, this process would occur naturally without the need for emotional guidance. With the problem resolved, Nas was now wholly intent on returning to rigorous training. But he could only wait until he had finished his discussions with the Galactic King before he could dedicate time to his practice. However, he could not afford to waste any moment. So after exchanging pleasantries with Meyers and Jake, he retreated to his quarters to prepare for his training. Thus, the group traversed the cosmos for several days before finally arriving at the galactic headquarters. Jake timely roused Nas from his training. As the spaceship descended, Nas followed Jake and Meyers off the vessel and into the bustling galactic headquarters, which was abuzz with various extraterrestrial beings. They navigated through a lengthy corridor to a spacious conference room. A green octopus seated at the head of the table, adorned with a crown and flanked by 2 guards, greeted their arrival. "Welcome, Mr. Nas, and also welcome back, Meyers and Jake," boomed the voice of the Galactic King, as the king prepared to extend a handshake towards Nas. The latter, eager to secure the best interests for the Saiyan race, enthusiastically grasped the Galactic King's tentacle, causing the king to blush instantly. Realizing the unexpected shyness of the Galactic King, Nas suddenly recalled the original story's encounter between Sun Wukong and the Galactic King, internally exclaiming, "Masaka!" Alarmed, he quickly released the Galactic King's tentacle, stepping back while discreetly wiping his hand on Jake's clothing. Nas then seamlessly shifted the topic. "Your Majesty, I have come to propose that our Saiyan tribe collaborate with the Galactic Patrol to contribute to the maintenance of peace in the universe." The Galactic King nodded slightly, indicating his awareness of the Scion's transformation and Jake's documentation. He responded, "I have heard whispers of the Scion's combat abilities, but I wish to hear your detailed account." Understanding the Galactic King's keen interest in the Scion's strength, Nas no longer hesitated and began to elaborate on the current prowess of his people. "Our Saiyan tribe currently consists of 574 members, the majority of whom are valiant warriors with considerable combat power." After a brief pause, he continued, "Specifically, the lowest combat power among us exceeds 300, with this group primarily responsible for logistical support, totaling 84 individuals." He paused again to allow the audience to grasp the distribution of the Scion's strength before continuing. "There are 216 members with combat power ranging from 1,000 to 2,000, who can also play significant roles in battle. Furthermore, there are 200 members with combat power between 2,000 and 10,000, showcasing their formidable capabilities. Lastly, the remaining members boast combat power exceeding 10,000. Among them, apart from myself, the highest combat power reached an astonishing 1 million. The gathered crowd, save for Mayor C, collectively gasped upon hearing this news. They were evidently unprepared for the Scion's current formidable strength, which undoubtedly left them in a state of profound shock. Subsequently, They began to feel relieved at the transformation of the Scions. Otherwise, the galaxy, indeed the entire universe, would likely have faced dire consequences. Following a discussion between Nas and the Galactic King, it was decided to establish the Scion Guard, with Nas appointed as the captain and Tiamat as the vice-captain, allowing all Scion warriors to join. Furthermore, 2 or 3 elite members would be selected to form an elite team alongside the distinguished personnel from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, serving as a rapid response unit. Considering that most Scion members were still quite young, a few adult Scions would initially join the elite team. Due to the Galactic headquarters' high-level combat capabilities being inferior to those of the Frisia clan, all Scions were required to conceal their identities when venturing out. Thus, after deliberation between Nas and the Galactic King, the future path of the Scions was set, transforming from notorious invaders into righteous warriors. Chapter 11. Transformation into Super Scion. Upon concluding their discussions, Nas prepared to take his leave from the Galactic headquarters. Observing this, the Galactic King instructed Gake to prepare for Nas' return. Nas, however, declined the offer, casually waving his hand to conjure a portal, revealing the planet Yadalate. Witnessing Nas' spatial manipulation, May-Er-Si, who had remained composed throughout, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nas, beyond mastering the exceedingly rare dimensional breakthrough technique, had also delved into the laws of space. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Nas departed the Galactic headquarters through the portal, which vanished promptly after his exit. Upon returning to Yadalate, Nas summoned all the Scions. Once everyone had arrived, he began to announce the matters discussed with the Galactic Alliance. The establishment of the Scion Guard brought immense joy to the crowd, as it meant they could relish battles without causing destruction. Nas then instructed the group to commence their training, retaining only a small team of members. With Sheila and Lolly now married and raising children, they transitioned from frontline fighters to trainers and thus departed. The remaining individuals included Buyuoli, Tiamat, Dasima, Lolly, and Sushi, all pillars of the Scion community. Tiamat's combat power had now reached 130,000. Dasima, being older, experienced a slower increase, but it still attained 97,000. Lolly achieved 110,000. And Sushi also reached 1 million. The most remarkable of all was Buyuoli, who, under Na's guidance to rein in his energy surges, had spent most of his time learning mental fortitude and energy control from Elder Husu. Despite these restrictions, his combat power surged rapidly, now exceeding 30 million. A growth rate that compelled Nas to train with utmost dedication, which also accounted for Nas' own combat power reaching over 40 million. Regaining his focus, Nas addressed Tiamat. After discussions with the Galactic King, I have decided to appoint you as the captain of our Scion Guard. Take Dasima and Lolly to the Galactic headquarters to form an elite team. Remember to conceal your identities during missions to avoid attracting the Frisia army's attention. Once our strength increases further, we shall no longer have to worry. Nas then spoke to Buyuoli and Sushi. You two will remain on Yadalate to protect the planet and continue training our kin. I shall devote myself to the pursuit of becoming a Super Scion. The group expressed their agreement with Nas' plans. And upon hearing his intent to strive for the Super Scion transformation, excitement rippled through them, as his success represented a beacon of hope for their future. Thus, under Nas' direction, everyone began their respective tasks. Nas himself retreated to the Perilous Valley, a place that had etched itself into his memory during his initial training in instant transmission. Now, this once dreaded valley was no longer a threat. The creatures that had once posed significant danger to life had been either captured or consumed, allowing for the training of Scion offspring. Consequently, this valley transformed from the most hazardous area on Yadalate into a tranquil sanctuary for cultivation. There, he devoted himself to training for 3 entire months. Throughout this prolonged period, his combat power soared like a rocket, ultimately surpassing a staggering 100 million. On this particular day, while meditating in midair, Nas suddenly opened his eyes without warning. Clenching his fists, he let out a resounding roar that reverberated through the valley. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from his body, akin to a volcanic eruption, surging forth like a tumultuous tide. This formidable energy was so intense that the surrounding air seemed to boil in its wake. Nas' hair shimmered with golden light under the impact of this overwhelming aura, ultimately transforming into a brilliant golden hue. However, unlike ordinary Scions, his eyes did not turn green but instead became a deep blue, reminiscent of a tranquil lake, symbolizing clarity and calm within. After 3 months of rigorous training, he finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. And possibly due to the breathing technique and golden light incantation he had practiced, his combat power escalated from 100 million to 8 billion. A 30-fold increase compared to the transformations of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the original storyline. As his powerful aura erupted, everyone on Yaddle was awakened by its overwhelming presence. Several figures rushed to the scene, with Bululi, Elder Husu, and Elder Pakala arriving first, followed closely by Sushi and Jine. Upon witnessing Nas hovering in the air, radiating with golden light and exuding such a potent aura, they knew he had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. The crowd erupted in excitement, for with Nas' success, the threat of Frisia no longer loomed over them. After exchanging pleasantries with the group, Nas dismissed everyone except Bululi. Observing Bululi, who now towered over him, Nas inquired, "Bululi, how have you fared in your training with Elder Husu on mental fortitude and energy control?" Bululi, scratching the back of his head sheepishly, replied, "Big brother, I've learned quite a bit, and I've also practiced the breathing technique you taught me. Yet, I am eager to find someone to spar with." Seeing Bululi's enthusiasm, Nas thought it was time to venture out, sensing that Bululi's combat power had also increased significantly over the past 3 months, nearly reaching 80 million. "Very well. It is indeed time to explore the universe. I will leave Sushi at home, with Sheila assisting her, and we shall set out." Upon hearing Nas' words, Bululi leaped for joy. He immediately grabbed Nas, and with a swift instant transmission, they arrived at the Saiyan settlement, where they briefed Sushi on their impending departure. At that moment, Jine rushed in like a gust of wind, her speed akin to lightning, seemingly propelled by the very air beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she stood before Nas, panting as she pleaded, "Nas, could you take me with you on your journey? It has been so long since we left by Vegeta Star, and I truly wish to visit Earth and see Kakarot. I wonder how he has been doing. I long to know his current circumstances." Jine's words revealed a profound yearning for Kakarot, stirring emotions within all who heard her. Upon hearing Jine's words, Nas was instantly flooded with numerous memories. Indeed, it has been over a decade since the destruction of Vegeta Star, and time has flown by so swiftly. Presently, Sun Wukong should be around 13 or 14 years old. It is certainly the right moment to pay him a visit, for he is destined to be the protagonist of the future. Additionally, Nas was preoccupied with an important matter concerning Earth, the magical senzu beans from the Karen Tower, bestowed by the Cat Sage. He certainly did not wish for these precious beans to fall into the hands of that gluttonous Yasso. With this thought in mind, Nas readily acquiesced to Jine's request. Thus, the group boarded Nas's spacecraft, preparing to embark on their journey to Earth. This vessel, having undergone meticulous modifications over the years, now appeared rejuvenated. It could comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 individuals and boasted a speed that had doubled compared to its former capabilities. Even more astonishing was the enhancement of the gravity chamber, which had now reached an impressive 430 times Earth's gravity. Of course, for Nas, such a gravity chamber had little practical use. However, there was no concern. Once they arrived on Earth, they could have Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, upgrade the chamber further, rendering it even more formidable. With hearts brimming with anticipation, the group set forth on their journey to Earth. This voyage was expected to take 7 days. However, it would not be the monotonous travel typical of ordinary journeys, for they could utilize this time for training. Although Gnei was not a combatant, her relentless efforts over the years had elevated her battle power to 600,000. While this figure might not be particularly remarkable in the vast universe, it was a commendable achievement for her, as her primary responsibilities did not involve combat. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, 3 days had elapsed. On this day, Nas gazed through the spacecraft's porthole, entranced by the resplendent cosmic starry sky. Suddenly, an unusual sensation surged within him, as if something from a distant realm was beckoning him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a planet adorned with colossal trees, seemingly infused with vibrant life energy. In an instant, a thought flashed through Nas's mind. This planet must harbor some hidden secret or treasure. Without hesitation, he addressed Gnei, instructing her to alter their course. "Gnei, adjust our trajectory. Do you see that planet to the left? Let us investigate it first before proceeding to Earth." Although surprised by Nas's sudden decision, Gnei swiftly maneuvered the spacecraft towards the enigmatic planet. As the vessel drew closer, the full visage of the planet unfolded before their eyes. Thus began an adventure filled with unknowns and fortuitous encounters. Chapter 12. The Spirit Fruit Tree. Under Nay's adept handling, the spacecraft descended gracefully beneath the towering fruit tree. As the hatch slowly opened, the crew disembarked, their eyes immediately drawn to the magnificent tree that soared into the clouds. Its trunk was astonishingly robust, seemingly reaching the heavens, while its dense foliage formed a verdant canopy that shielded the sunlight. Faced with such an immense tree, the group was momentarily rendered speechless, captivated by its grandeur. However, as they remained lost in admiration, a sudden surge of powerful energy swept toward them like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Broly appeared before the energy wave, akin to a wraith, and just as the wave was about to strike, he unleashed a colossal protective barrier, shielding himself and the others within. With a resounding boom, the barrier collided with the energy wave, unleashing a cloud of dust that billowed forth like a sandstorm. Moments later, as the haze began to dissipate, the group heard a raucous laughter, followed by a mocking voice. "Dai, you are far too impulsive. These are merely minions of the Frisia force, hardly worthy of such a display of strength. Humph, Kakao, you would do well to temper your arrogance. If we do not eliminate these nuisances promptly and they leak information to Frisia, we will be in dire straits. Not only Frisia, but even the captain will not spare you." Upon hearing Dai's words, Kakao seemed to recall something, involuntarily trembling. As the group exchanged banter, the dust stirred by Dai's attack gradually settled, unveiling a mysterious visage. As the dust cleared, the figures of Nas and his companions emerged like specters. The previously jovial laughter of Dai and his cohorts abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had silenced them. Their eyes widened in disbelief, faces etched with astonishment, as if witnessing the most extraordinary spectacle in existence. At that moment, Nas exchanged a meaningful glance with Broly, a silent transmission of trust and understanding. Broly, comprehending the unspoken communication, nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly positioned himself before Dai's group with a speed akin to lightning. This unforeseen turn of events left Dai and his companions utterly unprepared, their eyes filled with terror as they beheld Broly's abrupt appearance. Just then, Kakao regained his composure, summoning a surge of formidable energy in his palm, poised to unleash a lethal strike. Yet, Broly remained remarkably composed, not even casting a glance at Kakao, merely waving his arm casually. To their astonishment, Broly's arm transformed into a razor-sharp blade. In an instant, it sliced through Kakao's form with a swift crack, severing him cleanly in two like a bamboo stalk. Following this, Broly's movements flowed seamlessly as he retaliated with a punch of unimaginable power. It struck Dai with the force of a cannonball, resulting in a thunderous explosion, akin to a watermelon bursting, splattering blood and brain matter in every direction. Witnessing this, the Riazalakase brothers and Amando were paralyzed with fear, utterly unprepared for Broly's overwhelming strength and brutality. Terror rendered their legs weak, making escape a daunting task. However, their newly acquired battle power, barely exceeding 10,000, was utterly insignificant before Broly. He offered them no chance to flee, swiftly pursuing the Riazalakase brothers like a phantom. In their panic, the brothers desperately sought to escape, but it was far too late. Broly's speed was blindingly fast, and his fists were as hard as iron. With two resounding thuds, the Riazalakase brothers burst apart like two overinflated balloons, leaving only Amando fleeing desperately, filled with despair and dread. He understood he was no match for Broly, yet clung to a thread of hope to escape this nightmare. However, Broly would not grant him mercy. With a casual wave, a blinding energy wave shot forth like a meteor, striking Amando directly. With a mighty explosion, Amando's body disintegrated into ashes, as though he had never existed in this world. In mere seconds, these individuals were effortlessly obliterated by Broly, with not even a hint of resistance. Subsequently, Broly approached Nas and inquired, "Elder brother, what is that grand tree? Why do those individuals seem so invested in it? And who are they?" Nas lifted his gaze to the towering tree and replied, "This is the Spirit Fruit Tree, said to originate from the divine realm, a treasure reserved for the gods. Consuming its fruit can enhance both combat prowess and mental acuity." He appeared to contemplate further, pausing before continuing. If such a tree were to be planted on a lower realm planet, it would absorb the life essence of the entire planet. Once the fruit ripens, the planet would become a desolate wasteland. Most alarmingly, the fruit, while capable of augmenting strength, harbors a malevolent and destructive desire that corrupts the mind of the consumer, rendering them belligerent and savage. At this juncture, the ever-watchful Jine interjected, "Then how do we destroy such a tree? We cannot allow it to annihilate this planet." Hearing Jine's concern, the benevolent Brawley promptly added, "Yes, yes. Elder brother, please devise a method to eradicate this tree." Nas furrowed his brow, reflecting for a moment before stating, "To destroy this tree, ordinary attacks would likely be futile. It has absorbed a significant amount of planetary essence and boasts formidable defenses. However, I have heard that a purifying force from the divine realm can counter it, dissipating its malevolent aura and rendering it inert." As the discussion unfolded, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and from the roots of the colossal tree emerged countless vines, surging toward them like serpents. Brawley immediately charged forward, unleashing energy punches to sever the encroaching vines. Yet, the vines multiplied, seemingly boundless. Jine exclaimed, "This is not a solution. We must swiftly find a method to harness the purifying force." At that moment, Nas recalled that in the original tale, Sun Wukong had utilized a spirit bomb, borrowing energy from the spirit fruit tree to vanquish foes. His own breathing technique, characterized by its ability to absorb various energies, might allow him to control the size of the tree. With this thought, he teleported to the trunk of the spirit fruit tree, pressing his hand firmly against it, and began to meditate, seeking communion with the tree. After an extensive period, he finally received a response from the spirit fruit tree. Just as he was preparing to take further action, a figure shrouded in a dark cloak swiftly approached from the distance, soon standing before Nas and the others. Observing their actions, the newcomer icily demanded, "Who are you, and why do you seek to destroy the spirit fruit tree?" Upon noticing Jine's tail coiling around her waist, he recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "You are Saiyan, are you not? Are you part of Frisia's army?" In an instant, the figure began to gather energy, preparing to attack. Witnessing this, Jine unleashed her full aura, overwhelming the mysterious individual with an immense pressure. A resounding explosion echoed as the combat scouter beneath his hood shattered, and he was forcefully knocked to the ground, immobilized by the sheer force. Meanwhile, Nas emerged from his communion, gradually awakening from his trance. As the once mighty spirit fruit tree gradually transformed into a mere sapling due to Nas's absorption. Without hesitation, Nas approached and uprooted the spirit fruit tree, sealing it with his energy. After completing these tasks, he walked over to join Brawley and Jine, his gaze falling upon the mysterious figure bound to the ground by Jine's energy, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips. "Ah, I thought I recognized you. How amusing. A mere lower-class warrior, Dales." These words struck like a dagger to Dales's heart, rendering his complexion pale as he stared in disbelief at the one who knew him. His attention, however, was soon captured by the immense pit where the spirit fruit tree had once stood, now merely an empty void, leaving him aghast and speechless. The realization struck him like a thunderclap. His prized spirit fruit tree had vanished without a trace. Nas and the others found amusement in Dales's bewilderment. And just as Nas was about to speak, Dales suddenly collapsed before them, begging for mercy. Seeing such a spineless display from Dales, Nas felt disdain welling up inside him and began to recount Dales's story to Jine and Brawley. Chapter 13. Arrival on Earth and reactions observing the spineless Dales before them. A collective disdain emerged on the faces of the three, particularly Jine, who glared at Dales with an intense fury. Dales bore an uncanny resemblance to Bardock, yet their personalities were worlds apart. Bardock was heroic and fearless, while Dales was cowardly and inept, a contrast that Jine found intolerable. Had it not been for Nas's orders to spare Dales, Jine would have long since unleashed her rage upon him, reducing him to mere ashes. At that moment, Nas's voice shattered the silence. "Dales, you lower-class warrior, since your birth, you have been dispatched to distant planets. During a mission, you fortuitously stumbled upon the spirit fruit tree. Given your demeanor, it seems you have indulged in its fruits multiple times." Nas's words dripped with disdain, while Dales stood there, wearing a sycophantic smile, seemingly unfazed by Nas's remarks. Nas continued, "Despite consuming the spirit fruit, your combat power is a mere 20,000, indicating your abysmal talent. Moreover, your obsequious demeanor reveals a lack of determination and will to become a true warrior. With such limitations, your future achievements will undoubtedly be minimal. Therefore, I see no reason to bring you back." At Nas's words, Dales appeared struck by lightning, Panic etched across his face as he fell to his knees, pleading, "Please, spare my life. I can prove myself. Just give me access to the spirit fruit, and I will surpass that woman." Observing the desperate Dales, Naz's lips curled into a cold smile as he spoke slowly. "As a fellow Saiyan, let me clarify this for you. While the spirit fruit can enhance combat prowess, it has its limits. Once one surpasses 1 million in power, any further benefits from the fruit become negligible. As for Jine, her power exceeds 600,000. How many spirit fruits do you think you would need to reach her level?" Upon hearing Naz mention Jine's power, Dale stood frozen, his face draining of color, filled with despair and disbelief. He mumbled to himself, "No, this is impossible. How can a Saiyan possess such incredible power? You must be lying." His laughter echoed hollowly in the vast pit, laced with desperation. Yet, Naz remained unperturbed, gazing at him with cold indifference. After a while, Dale's laughter gradually subsided, and his body began to tremble as if all his strength had been sapped. Observing this, Naz lost interest in exchanging further words with Dales. He casually hurled an energy sphere that soared like a blazing meteor directly towards Dales. In an instant, the energy sphere collided with Dales, triggering a tremendous explosion. A blinding light and shockwave swept through, reducing Dales to ashes that vanished into the air. With Dales dealt with, Naz turned to exchange knowing glances with Broly and Janae. They understood each other implicitly and boarded the spacecraft, continuing their journey toward Earth. The ship raced through the cosmos, traversing the endless starry expanse, with Earth awaiting their arrival. Thus, the vessel carrying Naz and his companions soared through the universe for 3 days before finally reaching the skies above Earth. Peering through the mystical window at the Azure planet, Naz fell into deep contemplation, reminiscing about the Earth of his past life and recalling his parents and friends. Overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia. Fortunately, he still had his brothers, and his parents would not be left alone in their old age. He hoped they could emerge from their sorrow and believed that with diligent cultivation, reunion was not beyond the realm of possibility. As time flowed, thoughts of his duties abruptly halted his yearning for the past, and his lips curled into an involuntary smile as he considered his present life. At that moment, Janae, unable to contain her excitement, piloted the ship to descend to the surface in haste to find her child Kakarot, son Goku. The moment the trio set foot on Earth, their formidable presence emanated like ripples, causing the entire planet to tremble slightly. This aura swept through, akin to a tempest, shaking mountains, rivers, cities, and villages alike with its overwhelming force. The first to sense this energy were those residing in a semicircular temple suspended above Earth, near the atmosphere. The temple, resembling a resplendent gem, radiated a mysterious and solemn glow. Inside, 2 divine figures were engaged in hushed conversation. One voice, slightly husky and tinged with concern, remarked, "Mr. Bobo, look at those 3 cosmic visitors. Their energy is truly astonishing. Especially the tall one. His aura is not only powerful, but also filled with a wild ferocity. I wonder if their arrival portends good or ill for Earth." The other voice, more serene, seemed intent on calming the other's anxiety. "Heavenly God, there is no need for excessive worry. While their energy is indeed fierce, I do not sense any malevolence within it. Perhaps they are merely passing through Earth or have other intentions. Let us observe their actions for a while longer." Upon hearing Mr. Bobo's reassurance, the Heavenly God exhaled. Though still somewhat uneasy, he responded, "Let us hope so. If they truly intend to wreak havoc on Earth, I will not hesitate to use the magic sealing wave to imprison them, ensuring the safety of our realm." Mr. Bobo nodded in agreement, affirming the Heavenly God's resolve. Just as they were conversing, their gazes instinctively shifted toward the location of the trio. Below the temple stood a towering spire, reaching skyward as if bridging heaven and earth. Within this tower resided the temple's gatekeeper, a plump cat, specifically a cat sage who had lived for 8 centuries. Initially focused on the direction of the earthly king's palace, he was startled by the sudden emergence of these cosmic visitors, breaking into a cold sweat. Muttering to himself, he remarked, "Such incredible energy. Even the Demon King Piccolo seems insignificant before them. I wonder what their purpose on Earth is." Overwhelmed by the 3 potent auras, he lost interest in the palace conflict, which was reaching a fever pitch as both sides elevated their energies to the maximum. Unbeknownst to them, the objective of these celestial visitors was one of the factions engaged in battle. As the spacecraft gradually descended onto a desolate expanse, the hatch slowly opened, and 3 figures emerged. Among them was Janae, who clutched a combat scanner, her gaze fixed intently on the screen as she searched for a significant target. Janae deftly manipulated the scanner, her fingers gliding swiftly across the display as she adjusted the search parameters. Finally, after a tense search, the device emitted a series of beeps, indicating a location of exceptional combat power. Without hesitation, Janae focused her attention on this point, unleashing her formidable perception in an attempt to connect with the target. Despite the years of separation, she recognized that familiar energy and was convinced it belonged to her son Kakarot. Suddenly, as Janae concentrated on sensing Kakarot's aura, her expression shifted to one of grave concern. She keenly detected that Kakarot's energy was rapidly diminishing, igniting a sense of urgency so intense that she could not wait for Naz to assign a task. Like an arrow released from its bow, she swiftly darted towards Kakarot's direction. Observing Janae's fervent departure, Naz and Broly exchanged no words. They understood her feelings and respected her decision. Moments later, when they sensed that Janae had halted her movement, they shared a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they both executed instant transmission, appearing beside Janae in the blink of an eye. As they steadied themselves, they beheld Janae cradling a small child, who turned out to be the injured Kakarot, Son Goku, with wisps of smoke still lingering above them. Upon their arrival, Janae was about to request Naz to take her and Goku back to the ship for treatment when a figure approached, a muscular Yashua Yachirobe, wielding a katana. Eyeing Naz and his companions warily. "Who are you? Put Goku down immediately." Before Naz could respond, Janae interjected, "I am his mother. We mean him no harm. He is injured, and I must take him for treatment. Are you his friend?" Gradually lowering his guard at Janae's words, Yachirobe sheathed his sword. His trust was not easily won. However, he noticed that Janae bore a tail akin to Goku's, which eased his apprehension. "I have Senzu beans. One will heal him instantly." "No need for a hospital," he said, producing a Senzu bean from his pocket and offering it to Goku. Upon consuming the Senzu bean, Goku's wounds healed instantaneously, and he forcefully wriggled free from Janae's embrace. Once on the ground, he eyed Janae warily and asked, "You are my mother? What does a mother do? Can we eat? I've never seen you before." Stunned by Goku's words, Janae felt as if struck by lightning, her heart shattering at the realization that her longed-for son did not recognize her. Observing Janae's sorrow, Naz took the initiative to speak. "Kakarot, did you suffer a head injury in the past?" Hearing Naz's inquiry, Janae quickly turned her gaze to Goku, who scratched his head and replied, "You are amazing. How did you know I fell on my head when I was little?" He then broke into a goofy grin. Upon hearing the explanation from Sun Wukong, Gnei gained a clearer understanding of the situation. She then began to elaborate on his origins, and the deities present in the Divine Hall also became aware of the trio's purpose for coming to Earth. Just as everyone was preparing to disperse, Tianjin Fan approached. Seeing that Tianjin Fan was unharmed, Sun Wukong's previously gloomy mood lifted somewhat. At that moment, standing nearby, Yachirobe remarked that the cat immortal had mentioned the dragon could be resurrected, provided they found the deity. This revelation further delighted Sun Wukong, as it meant that Master Roshi, Krillin, and all those slain by the Demon King Piccolo could be revived. Subsequently, Sun Wukong bid farewell to Gnei and hurriedly prepared to follow Yachirobe to Karin Tower to seek the cat immortal and request his guidance in locating the deity. Observing Sun Wukong's impetuous departure, Naz could only smile wryly, recognizing this as characteristic of Sun Wukong. Just as Gnei was about to follow him, Naz interrupted her with a comment. "There is no need for you to accompany him just yet. He has his own destiny to fulfill, and your presence may hinder his future development. We should head to Shidu first, and, once our matters are settled, we can seek him out." As the three were about to leave, Tianjin Fan suddenly spoke up. "Please, wait. I sense that you three are extraordinary beings, and I earnestly request to become your disciple. I wonder if you could impart your knowledge to me." Upon hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Naz halted, gazing at him thoughtfully before responding with a playful tone. "Oh, you wish for us to teach you. What motivates your desire for strength? Why should we take the time to instruct you?" After a moment of contemplation, Tianjin Fan resolutely replied, "I wish to grow stronger so that I may prevent my friends from perishing before my eyes. If you would teach me, I would be willing to pay any price." Witnessing Tianjin Fan's determination, Naz suddenly shifted his gaze and said, "If you wish to avert witnessing your friend's demise, you could simply keep your eyes closed." With that, Naz turned and walked away. Tianjin Fan was left astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Gnei and Broly, watching Tianjin Fan's bewilderment, burst into laughter. The two quickly turned to follow Nas as Tianjin Fan remained, feeling a pang of sadness. Suddenly, Nas's voice echoed back. There is no need for a master-disciple relationship, but if you desire strength, then do follow closely. Upon hearing this, the previously sorrowful Tianjin Fan quickly picked up the stone-like Dragon Ball on the ground and activated his instant transmission to catch up. The quartet set forth toward Shidu, with Tianjin Fan closely trailing behind Nas, his eyes gleaming with the fervor to grow stronger. Upon arriving in Shidu, they headed directly to Capsule Corporation. After some complications, the group resorted to instant transmission to meet with Dr. Brief. Upon encountering him, Nas got straight to the point. Hello, Dr. Brief. I am a Saiyan from another planet, and I intend to reside on Earth. I wish to trade some of our spacecraft and extraterrestrial technology for shares in Capsule Corporation. Dr. Brief, intrigued by the spacecraft and the extraterrestrial technological materials in the courtyard, inquired, and how much equity do you wish to exchange for these alien items? Recognizing Dr. Brief's keen interest, Nas replied, we Scions rarely engage in construction. We will not participate in management, only seeking dividends. Therefore, we request 30% in total, 10% each for the three of us. What do you think? Dr. Brief, not dismissing the offer since the company is entirely owned by his family, found 30% quite acceptable. After some discussion, they reached an agreement. Once the deal was settled, Nas continued, Dr. Brief, I have one more request. Could you assist us in creating a gravity chamber that can be adjusted? Dr. Brief, without looking up from his documents, responded, that is feasible. However, how many times the normal gravity do you require? The higher, the better. It should not be less than 500 times. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief paused, scrutinizing Nas. Can you withstand gravity that intense? Nas smiled. We Scions possess robust physiques, and as our combat power increases, adapting to such gravity is entirely manageable. Dr. Brief replied, based on Earth's technology, I could only provide up to 500 times. However, with the materials and information you provided from other planets, constructing a gravity chamber capable of 3,000 times is certainly within reach. Just as they concluded their discussions, Mrs. Brief approached, carrying several drinks. Setting them down, she turned to Nas and said, oh my, what a strong young man. Would you care to go on a date with me? Nas, glancing at Dr. Brief, who remained unfazed, jokingly replied, beautiful Mrs. Brief. I would love to go on a date, but I fear being hunted down by Bulma. Mrs. Brief burst into laughter and left with her tray. As the gravity chamber's construction would take some time, Nas began preliminary training with Tianjin Fan, having him perform high-intensity physical training in a normal environment while imparting some combat techniques. Tianjin Fan took his training seriously, meticulously practicing each movement. During breaks, Gnei and Broly would also share some Saiyan combat experiences with him. As time passed, Tianjin Fan felt his strength steadily increasing, filling him with confidence for the future and reinforcing his resolve to grow stronger to protect his friends. He eagerly anticipated the breakthroughs that would come with the completion of the gravity chamber. One day, Nas instructed someone to take 4 large multifunctional capsules to the market to buy a plethora of fish to fill them. He then prepared to take these capsules to Karen Tower. After tidying up, Nas began sensing the Cat Immortal's energy. Upon locating it, he instantly appeared within Karen Tower. Upon his arrival, he found the Cat Immortal and Yakalob engaged in a game to see how many Senzu beans Yakalob could consume in one go. Nas was momentarily dumbfounded by their wastefulness and quickly intervened. Do you not fear regretting such extravagance with these precious items? Hearing Nas's voice sent shivers down their spines, and they turned to face him. Yakalob, visibly irate, retorted, when did you arrive? The Cat Immortal, sensing Nas's unfathomable energy, was terrified, as if being scorched by the sun. To deflect attention, he retrieved a handkerchief from behind to wipe the sweat from his brow and asked, Sir, may I inquire about your purpose here? I have come to propose a transaction with you. Hearing this, the Cat Immortal relaxed slightly and responded, What would you like to trade? Given your impressive strength, it seems I have nothing of value to offer you. Nas chuckled and produced several multifunctional capsules, saying, You are too modest, Cat Immortal. The Senzu beans in your possession are quite valuable. I have filled these capsules with various fish and wish to trade them with you. What do you think? The Cat Immortal's eyes brightened at Nas's words, and he feigned indifference as he asked, That sounds reasonable, But how much do you wish to exchange? How many fish are in those capsules? Upon encountering the peculiar cat sage, Zhang Bao chuckled heartily and proclaimed, "Within my universal capsule lies an abundance of fish, each weighing several tons. I wish to exchange it for all your Xiando." Upon hearing that Naz intended to trade all the Xiando, the cat sage began to waver. At that moment, Aki Luobei, who had been listening intently, could not contain his drooling at the mention of so much fish. He hurriedly approached the cat sage and urged, "Agree to his offer. With such a plethora of fish of various kinds, we would have enough to feast upon for a long time, and certainly, fish is far more delectable than those wretched beans." The cat sage, initially hesitant, succumbed to Aki Luobei's relentless persuasion and acquiesced to Naz's proposal, subsequently escorting him to the storage room. Upon discovering 3 large jars brimming with Xiando, Naz eagerly inspected them. Satisfied with their condition, he promptly activated his meticulously devised spatial pocket, carefully placing the Xiando within. He then handed over the universal capsule filled with fish to the two and addressed the cat sage. "Dear cat sage, I implore you to cultivate more Xiando in the future, as they are an invaluable strategic resource. Earth will face numerous adversaries ahead, and these Xiando will serve as a significant boon for our warriors in their quest for triumph." Without waiting for a response, he utilized his instant transmission technique and vanished from the Corinta. His next appearance was at the plaza of the Heavenly Temple, where Naz, believing he could evade notice, found himself captivated by the duel between Sun Wukong and Mr. Popo. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. Chapter 15. The exchange of Xiando and the summoning of Shanlong. At that moment, an unexpected voice erupted from behind, startling Naz to the core. His body tensed as if struck by an electric shock, every muscle contracting instantaneously. An invisible pressure enveloped his back, causing beads of cold sweat to form, adhering his garments tightly against his skin. Naz's heart raced, pounding as though it might burst from his chest. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard and, resembling a robot, slowly turned his head to behold the source of the voice. Standing behind him was a rotund figure, his skin dark and shiny as if freshly hewn from coal. A closer inspection revealed his comical features, with sausage-like lips and dressed in traditional Indian attire, curiously regarding Naz. "Might I inquire what brings you to the Heavenly Temple, Mr. Popo?" asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Naz feigned calmness, pretending not to recognize him. "Oh, I am simply here to find Sun Wukong. I arrived in a bit of a rush and did not notify anyone in advance. I hope you will not take offense, good sir." Popo smiled, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "No offense taken. You may call me Popo. Sun Wukong is currently engaged in training and may require some time to conclude. Please wait a moment, and once he is finished, you may converse at length." With that, Popo's form flickered and vanished in an instant, akin to a bolt of lightning, leaving Naz in awe of his astonishing speed. Naz, already curious about Popo's identity, found his departure only deepened the intrigue within him. In a previous life, he had heard that Popo might hold a divine rank akin to that of the Grand Priest, and now he perceived just how enigmatic this Mr. Popo truly was. As Naz pondered these thoughts, Sun Wukong's vibrant voice thundered in his ears. "Ah, you are the immensely powerful elder, are you not? Have you come to challenge me?" Startled by the sudden exclamation, Naz snapped back to reality and focused his gaze on the spirited youth before him. "You are still rather weak, little one," Naz replied with a smile, "but do not despair. If you persist in your training, you shall undoubtedly grow stronger one day. I have come to Corinta for a specific purpose, yet upon sensing your presence, I decided to pay you a visit. After all, I promised your mother I would keep an eye on you." Naz paused momentarily before adding, "By the way, Tianjin Fan is currently training with me. He has high hopes of facing you in the next martial arts tournament." Upon hearing Naz's words, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wonderful. I shall train diligently. And when I encounter Tianjin Fan at the next tournament, I will surely defeat him." Observing the fiery determination in Sun Wukong's demeanor, Naz nodded in approval. "Excellent. Such resolve is commendable. However, bear in mind that training is no easy endeavor. It requires considerable effort and sweat." With that, Naz ceased further dialogue, gently raised his hand, and executed his instant transmission technique. A flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished as if he had never been there. In the next moment, Naz found himself back at the capsule company. As he materialized, he spotted GNEI engaged in a lively conversation with Mrs. Brief, while Bulma sat quietly, seemingly deep in thought. It turned out that upon hearing of Yukong's quest to summon Shenlong, she and Yamcha had returned to West City to procure a Dragon Ball radar. Upon her return, she discovered that Tianjin Fan had already collected all the Dragon Balls, and several others were animatedly conversing with him. When Nas suddenly reappeared, Bulma and Yamcha were momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated his timely arrival. Nas, smiling at them, remarked, you must be the prodigious Bulma, as mentioned by Dr. Brief. With a surge of delight, Bulma basked in his compliment, her face radiating pride as she exclaimed, indeed, I am the genius young lady, Bulma. You must be the extraterrestrial Mr. Nas. If you require anything crafted, do not hesitate to come to me, for I can surely assist you. Nas chuckled at Bulma's endearing demeanor, but responded politely, I shall indeed rely on your expertise, esteemed genius. Thus, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation, their connections deepening amidst the jovial atmosphere. Just then, Tianjin Fan approached, holding the restored Dragon Balls. Bulma promptly assisted him, and together they placed the Dragon Balls on the ground. Then, she called out, come forth, Shenlong, and grant my wish. As Bulma's voice echoed, the sky darkened as if engulfed by an eclipse, and the 7 Dragon Balls began to shimmer with golden light, akin to lightning striking from above. Shortly thereafter, a brilliant golden glow emanated from the 7 orbs, and as the light subsided, a resounding roar of the dragon reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. A magnificent emerald dragon, radiating an aura of immense authority, coiled through the clouds. After a moment, it lowered its head, its colossal red eyes surveying the diminutive humans below. A thunderous voice erupted from the dragon. I shall grant you your every wish. Speak forth your desire. Without hesitation, Bulma declared. Then revive all those who were slain by Piccolo Daimao and his minions. The dragon responded, that wish is quite simple. With a flash of red light from its eyes, the dragon proclaimed, your wish has been granted. Farewell. Upon completing the task, the Shenlong vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls ascended into the sky, scattering in all directions. As the Dragon Balls disappeared, the sky regained its brightness, and at that moment, Kellen and Master Roshi emerged from the room. Observing Bulma and Yamcha, the group joyfully leaped around together. Zhaozi, noticing Tianjin Fan standing aside, gleefully rushed forward and leaped into Tianjin Fan's embrace. After a while, Tianjin Fan approached Master Roshi to recount the recent events. Upon learning that Nas and his companions were of Goku's lineage, Master Roshi turned to them, sensing their formidable energy, and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The power emitted by Nas and his companions was overwhelmingly strong, rendering Piccolo Daimao as insignificant as a firefly compared to the sun. While the group continued their light-hearted banter, Nas spoke up, saying, everyone, I just visited the Heavenly Palace and met Goku. He is currently training there and mentioned he would meet you all at the martial arts tournament in 3 years. Hearing Nas's words, everyone was taken aback. With Kellen expressing his astonishment, it truly is Goku's style. At this moment, Bulma suddenly interjected, to celebrate the restoration of everything to normal, I have decided to treat everyone to a lavish feast. Her suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from the group. Consequently, they cheerfully made their way to a restaurant. Upon entering, they were captivated by the array of delectable dishes laid out before them. Nas and Broly, unable to contain their excitement, pounced upon the dining table like famished wolves, indulging in the feast with great fervor. In contrast, Jine exhibited a touch of elegance. While she did not devour her food as ravenously as Nas and Broly, her speed was by no means slow. She swiftly picked up the food, savored each bite, and relished the flavors. Bulma and the others watched this scene in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the Saiyan's astonishing appetites. After a delightful meal, Bulma and her companions gained a newfound understanding of the Saiyan's consumption capacity. The restaurant was strewn with empty plates and bowls, while the chefs and waitstaff lay exhausted nearby, their faces reflecting disbelief at the spectacle. Ultimately, everyone left the restaurant, fully satisfied, and embarked on their training journeys. They agreed to reconvene at the martial arts tournament in 3 years to showcase their strength and growth. Chapter 16. The progress of the group. Once the group dispersed, the garden fell into a profound tranquility, leaving only Nas, Broly, Jine, Tianjin Fan, Zhaozi, Bulma, Oolong, and Pu'er. Yamcha and Kellen accompanied Master Roshi back to Kame House to continue their training journey. With everything returning to calm, Nas not only dedicated time to his own training, but also guided Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi in their practices. During this process, Nas inadvertently discovered Jiaozi's remarkably potent mental strength, revealing an extraordinary aptitude for learning various superpowers and secret techniques. This revelation filled Nas with delight, as he recognized Jiaozi's immense potential in this domain. Thus, Nas resolved to impart the techniques of the Yadrat star, namely, the mental amplification technique and the clone technique, to Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan. Both of these techniques were profoundly intricate and could significantly enhance the cultivator's strength. Nas believed that with Jiaozi's talent and dedication, he would undoubtedly master these techniques and unleash astonishing power in battle. One day, while the group was enthusiastically engaged in training, Dr. Brief arrived on a small flying vehicle, presenting a universal capsule and announcing, "Mr. Nas, the gravity chamber you requested has been completed. This is the highest multiplier version, capable of increasing gravity up to 3,200 times. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he added, "The batch of gravity chambers you requested will take a few more days to produce." Upon hearing this, Nas promptly replied, "Thank you, Dr. Brief. I would like to inquire if there are any accommodations nearby, as we are planning to purchase a place. Staying here for an extended period may be an inconvenience." Bulma, who had just arrived, chimed in, "Nas, there's no need to worry about inconveniencing us. We are all friends, and our home is quite spacious." Nas smiled at Bulma's explanation, saying, "It's just that we cannot fully concentrate on our training here. A quieter place would allow us to dedicate ourselves entirely." Understanding Nas's perspective, Bulma responded, "I have a manor in the suburbs where you can stay. It's south conveniently close." The group agreed to this arrangement and proceeded to gather their belongings and head to the manor. Once settled, they began their rigorous training. In his free time, Nas often brought food and fish to visit the Cat Master and Goku at the Heavenly Palace. His visits to Goku were primarily to seize the opportunity to seek martial arts guidance from Bobo, marking the passage of a year in this manner. One day, after concluding his lengthy training session, Nas returned to the manor, weary yet fulfilled. Upon stepping through the manor's grand entrance, he was met by Jine and Suzy, who approached him with urgency. Jine's expression bore a hint of anxiety as she quickly reached Nas and exclaimed, "Nas, today Temet contacted me. He said they encountered Vegeta and his crew while on a mission at Kepler Star." Nas furrowed his brow, taken aback by the news, yet swiftly regained his composure and inquired, "Oh, did Temet reveal his identity? Also, Suzy, your visit to Earth today must be for more than just sharing this information, correct?" Suzy nodded vigorously, clarifying, "Of course not, Captain. I am here primarily to report the latest developments concerning our Saiyan clan." Nas acknowledged her with a nod, encouraging Suzy to continue. Taking a deep breath, Suzy elaborated, "When Temet encountered Vegeta, they did not disclose their identities. They were merely accompanied by a few galactic patrol officers and successfully eliminated the remaining members of Frieza's army. However, Vegeta was not so fortunate. He was thoroughly beaten but managed to escape at the last moment." Jine added, "Indeed, Nas, Vegeta's team now consists of only 4 members. Shouldn't we consider rescuing them? After all, they are our fellow Saiyans." Nas contemplated this for a moment before responding, "Now is not the right time. Our Saiyan clan still requires a little more time. Suzy, please continue with your report." Upon hearing Nas's directive, Suzy replied promptly, "Yes, Captain. The Saiyan younglings are merely a year away from entering their adolescent phase. I believe it is time to discuss with the Galactic King about preparing for the establishment of the Saiyan Guard." Nas, reflecting on Suzy's words, remarked, "Time indeed flies. It has been so long since planet Vegeta's destruction. I wonder how the combat capabilities of the Saiyan younglings have developed. Have you finalized the grading and team formation systems?" Suzy quickly responded, "Currently, their combat power ranges from a minimum of 50,000 to just over 900,000. After discussions with Temet, we have decided that the future Saiyan younglings will remain at the planetary headquarters until they reach adolescence. Once they enter that phase, we will begin categorizing them. Specifically, Saions with combat power not exceeding 300,000 will be classified as lower-tier warriors. Those between 360,000 and 1 million will be classified as mid-tier warriors, while those exceeding 1 million will be regarded as upper-tier warriors. Furthermore, any Saiyan capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan will be designated as a special-tier warrior." After Suzy took a moment to catch her breath, she continued, "The lower-ranked warriors are primarily responsible for life on Yadalate Star. where they can teach the new hatchlings or manage logistical tasks. The elite warriors mainly participate in the Galactic Patrol Elite Squad or are stationed on planets and at the Galactic Headquarters. Our primary combat strength mirrors the initial team formation. 2 upper-ranked warriors and 4 mid-ranked warriors compose a squad. Upon hearing Susie's report, Nas nodded repeatedly and then stated, "You may proceed with this plan. Now, aside from Timot's successful transformation, the rest of you must accelerate your progress. I will return to Yadalate Star next year to conduct intensive training for all combat tribes." Hearing Nas's words, Susie felt immense joy and replied, "Understood, Captain. I will ensure everything is arranged." Just as Nas finalized the arrangements, Bulma hurriedly rushed over. Upon seeing Nas and Susie, she exclaimed, "Nas, Sister Susie is here too." Nas promptly inquired, "What is the matter, Bulma? Is there something urgent?" Bulma responded, "It's nothing serious, just the smartphone you mentioned earlier. I've completed it. Take a look." She handed over a device that resembled transparent glass. Nas examined the smartphone and tested it, finding it quite impressive. He praised, "Ah, truly a genius young lady. You are remarkable. Could you explain it to me?" Bulma beamed with pride and began demonstrating. This smartphone not only provides entertainment, but also allows communication across cosmic dimensions without distance limitations. It features artificial intelligence and can assess an individual's condition to create a 3D model, detailing health and combat power information. Most importantly, it can deploy an electromagnetic shield in case of danger, providing self-protection and capturing thieves. Nas was astounded by Bulma's explanation, realizing that she had developed something extraordinary beyond his simple request for a smartphone. He then asked, "Will this smartphone's combat power measurement overload and explode? What is the purpose of the artificial intelligence?" Bulma reassured him, "No, it won't explode. The combat power measurement has a ceiling of 10 billion. Exceeding this value will prompt a measurement error. The artificial intelligence provides the most accurate answers to inquiries or needs detected by the smartphone." Nas was greatly impressed by Bulma's elucidation, and he authorized her to market the device. In no time, the smartphone became a sensation across Earth, even reaching Yadalate Star. Thus, Zhang Bao continued his training on Earth for another year. During this time, his combat power experienced minimal growth, but he primarily focused on dimensions and reached the level of Yin Wang, just a step away from breaking through to the realm of the king. Most importantly, he had touched upon the essence of spatial laws, enabling him to execute spatial techniques with greater fluidity. Broly, who had been training alongside him, was now capable of transforming into Super Saiyan and had become more adept at controlling his ki, having learned many secret techniques. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, under his guidance, had elevated their combat power to over 600 and just over 400 respectively, primarily due to the time spent learning secret techniques. Chapter 17. Enhancing the overall strength of the Saiyans. With a year to go until the World Martial Arts Tournament, Nas had already formulated a plan. He decided to send Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi on journeys to broaden their horizons and enhance their strength, while he would return to Yadalate Star with Broly. Standing together, they resembled 2 radiant stars, prepared to execute instant transmission and traverse vast distances in an instant. As they concentrated, the light of instant transmission flared brightly, and in the blink of an eye, their figures vanished from Earth. Upon their arrival at Yadalate Star, they were suddenly met with a formidable surge of energy approaching them. Reacting swiftly, they sidestepped and narrowly evaded the attack. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that Dasma was engaged in an intense training session with a fellow Saiyan. Surprised by Nas's sudden appearance, they halted their actions and hurried forward to greet him. "Chief, why have you returned so suddenly?" Dasma inquired in astonishment. Nas smiled slightly and explained, "I previously instructed Susie to convey information to you. I have returned to train you thoroughly and elevate your strength, ensuring your safety during future missions." Upon hearing Nas's words, the faces of the warriors illuminated with joy, their hearts brimming with gratitude for their leader. They had initially believed themselves to be ordinary Saiyans, but not only had their chief saved them and granted them new lives, he now demonstrated such dedication to their future, filling them with immense pride and motivation. This news spread like a gentle spring breeze, swiftly circulating throughout Yadalate Star. People began discussing Nas's return with anticipation and respect. Before long, the first to arrive was Elder Piccolo, who shared a close bond with Nas. Their reunion was filled with joy, as they embraced warmly and exchanged pleasantries. They reminisced about their recent experiences and cherished memories, laughter echoing through the air. After conversing with Elder Piccolo for a while, Nas set about organizing the upcoming events. He first instructed Suzy to notify all Saiyans to gather for an important training session. When everyone assembled at the training grounds, Nas stood atop a platform, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each Saiyan. He perceived the anticipation and determination in their eyes, which brought him great comfort. Subsequently, Nas issued commands for Broly and Temet to lead the upper and mid-ranked warriors into a 100-fold gravity environment to commence training. He understood the significance of such intense training for enhancing their power and believed that in such conditions, the Saiyans would undoubtedly make substantial progress. As for Nas, he led Dasma, Larry, Suzy, and 8 elite warriors into a different form of training. His goal was to help these individuals break through the Super Saiyan barrier, elevating their power to new heights. With reverence in their hearts, they slowly stepped into the valley that had once witnessed miracles. This was the place where Nas had achieved his own breakthrough to Super Saiyan, as well as the sacred ground where Temet had chosen to transform into Super Saiyan. Standing in the center of the valley, Nas surveyed his surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He recalled the moment he had broken through here. The awakening of power and the exhilarating sensation of surpassing limits still vivid in his memory. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the others and said, "All right, everyone, let us begin. I hope you all unleash your combat power fully, allowing me to witness your true capabilities." The first to step forward was Dasma, who, despite being a lower-ranked warrior, had honed his strength through years of combat and training. Dasma inhaled deeply, and his energy erupted forth, his muscles tensing and his gaze sharp as an eagle. "Huh!" Dasma roared, his combat power surging like a volcano, reaching an astonishing 2.8 million. Next, Larry stepped forward. This once hot-headed upper-ranked warrior had become significantly more composed after his union with Shira. He stood firm like a mountain, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Larry slowly raised his hands and then unleashed his power, his combat strength crashing forth like towering waves, astonishingly reaching over 3.6 million. Finally, it was Suzy's turn. She is the sole female member of the Nasi team, having devoted years to managing the Saiyans while serving as Nasi's secretary. Nonetheless, her prowess is equally formidable. With a gentle smile, Suzy gracefully leaped into the air, akin to a fairy dancing in the breeze. Her movements were both elegant and light. Yet when she unleashed her combat power, it struck like a thunderous force, leaving onlookers astounded. Wow! The crowd marveled, for Suzy's combat strength had astonishingly reached over 3 million. Among the 8 elite warriors, 2 had even surpassed the incredible threshold of 3 million. This figure was staggering, while the others, though possessing commendable strength, had combat powers merely in the 2 million range, rendering them somewhat inferior in comparison. At that moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. Without warning, Nasi launched an attack on those warriors whose power was only in the 2 million range. He swiftly unleashed a barrage of potent energy waves, striking them with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, the warriors were caught off guard, knocked to the ground by the sudden onslaught. Their bodies sustained severe injuries, and their vitality drained away like a breached dam. This action took everyone by surprise, leaving them in disbelief at Nasi's sudden aggression towards his own comrades. However, Nasi's actions did not cease. He promptly retrieved 7 mysterious senzu beans from his pocket, unhesitatingly handing them to Suzy and the others, indicating they should feed these beans to the fallen Dasma and the others. Although perplexed by Nasi's behavior, Suzy and her companions quickly complied with his instructions. As Dasma and the others consumed the beans, a miracle occurred. Their injuries began to heal at an observable pace, and astonishingly, their combat powers skyrocketed, surpassing 3 million. Particularly, Dasma experienced a meteoric rise. Years of accumulation and the passive enhancement from his near-death experience propelled his combat power to unprecedented heights, exceeding Larry's and reaching an astounding 4 million. While everyone was still immersed in the astonishing transformation, excitedly discussing it, Nasi revealed yet another remarkable ability. He began to manifest a powerful energy, an invisible torrent enveloping the crowd engrossed in their fervent conversation. In an instant, their consciousness seemed to be drawn by an overwhelming force, plunging them into a peculiar illusion from which they could not escape. Within Suzy's illusion, several individuals animatedly shared their combat enhancements. After a brief exchange, she turned to Nasi and inquired, "Captain, What are those little beans you just handed out? They are so miraculous, far surpassing the healing chambers. Just as Nasi was about to respond, his expression suddenly tightened as he gazed skyward, where a colossal spaceship descended. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the flagship of the Frisia force. Moments later, the ship's hatch opened, and two figures emerged. Upon seeing them, she rushed forward, exclaiming, "Captain, it's Frisia and Cold." Hearing her voice, Frisia's figure flickered, and he appeared before her in an instant, striking her with a powerful punch that sent her flying. She attempted to defend herself, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and she was thrown against the valley's stone wall, losing consciousness upon impact. When she awoke, the valley was strewn with the lifeless bodies of Science and Ardatian beings, filling her heart with boundless sorrow and rage. Suddenly, hearing the sounds of intense combat nearby, she staggered forward to investigate. Just as she discerned the situation, Temet was struck through the chest by one of Cold's energy blasts, succumbing to death. Witnessing this scene, Susie's heart felt as if it had been seized, her pupils dilating in shock, and her body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, a voice echoed in her ear. Just moments earlier, Nasi had been locked in a fierce battle with Frisia, but in an instant, the situation took a shocking turn. Frisia, like a specter, suddenly lunged forward, seizing Nasi by the throat and lifting him high. Nasi, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, clutched Frisia's hand around his throat, struggling to free himself. His face reddened from the lack of air as he turned his gaze towards Susie in the distance. Susie escaped quickly. Nasi's voice was fragmented, as if each word drained him of strength. "We underestimated Frisia's combat power. You must avenge us." Before he could finish, Nasi's lips curled into a faint smile. Suddenly, with a deafening explosion, his body erupted, the tremendous force of the blast engulfing everything around it. Witnessing Nasi's tragic demise, Susie's heart was instantly overwhelmed with anguish and fury. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her, and a heart-wrenching cry escaped her throat. "Chief." With that cry, Susie's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The pupils of her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a void, as if her soul had departed. Simultaneously, her hair shimmered with an otherworldly glow, alternating between brilliance and dimness. Suddenly, another thunderous explosion resonated, and Susie's hair ignited, transforming into a dazzling golden hue. A powerful aura emanated from her, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, shaking the very space around her. In that moment, Susie completed her transformation into a Super Saiyan. Her strength elevated to unprecedented levels, fueled by the burning anger and desire for vengeance for Nasi and all her fallen kin. Chapter 18. The first Saiyan martial arts tournament. As Susie prepared to avenge her people, the surrounding environment shattered like a mirror. Everything before her reverted to its original state. But her companions had transformed into Super Saiyans. The golden aura illuminated the entire valley, and glancing around, Susie noticed Nasi still standing in place, smiling at everyone. His smile sparked a realization within her, and she too began to smile, advancing towards him and saying, "Captain, I really want to punch you right now, you emotional manipulator. But I still must thank you." With that, she embraced Nasi, who jokingly replied, "Ha, just be gentle. Thankfully, it's only emotions. I must also thank you for your support and assistance over the years." After their embrace, the others gathered around, and though Nasi was powerful, he felt a surge of pressure in the presence of so many Super Saiyans. Thankfully, they were all his comrades. He thought to himself how impressive it would be to have such an entourage in the future. Looking at the gathering crowd, Nasi's lips curled into a confident smile. He surveyed the group and announced, "Everyone, you have successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. This is a truly remarkable achievement. Now, you need to adapt to this new transformation, familiarizing yourselves with its power and characteristics. Remember, becoming a Super Saiyan is just the beginning of our journey as Saiyans. There is a long road ahead." Nasi's voice resonated through the crowd, and everyone listened intently. He continued, stating that there exist numerous formidable beings hidden within the cosmos, their power unfathomable. Transforming into a Super Saiyan merely provides the hope of catching up to and surpassing them, yet it does not imply that one has become invincible. Therefore, even in ordinary times, one must not relax their standards. Continuous cultivation and enhancement of one's strength are imperative. Nas paused momentarily, allowing everyone time to digest his words. He then took a deep breath and explained the reason for his sudden attack. For the past 2 years, he had been on Earth and lacked the opportunity to elaborate on many matters. In truth, we Saiyans possess a unique passive ability that significantly boosts our strength each time we revive from a near-death state. Observing the excitement in the eyes of the gathered crowd upon hearing this, he hastily added that this ability comes with certain limitations. Consistent accumulation is necessary through daily training. As more practice leads to greater enhancement. The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with determination. Sushi scratched her head and smiled, inquiring how they should proceed with their training. Naz contemplated for a moment before responding that they should first familiarize themselves with the power of the Super Saiyan form. Once they can adeptly control this newfound strength, they would report to the galactic headquarters, where they would face formidable opponents in the field and elevate their abilities through practical combat. As his words concluded, everyone found a place to begin their training. Golden auras flickered around them as they diligently sought to master this fresh power. Naz stood nearby, attentively monitoring their progress. Thus, the entire Saiyan race engaged in training for over half a year, each individual making distinct advancements. One day, Naz convened Taimate, Sushi, and all members of his team for a meeting. Once everyone had arrived, he spoke, stating that the entire clan had undergone intensive training for 6 months and would soon head to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. He proposed hosting a martial arts tournament for the Saiyans, serving as a test for everyone. He asked for their thoughts on this suggestion. Upon hearing Naz's proposal, the group began to ponder. After a while, Taimate was the first to respond, expressing approval of the captain's idea, as it would not only assess each individual's strength, but also gauge their actual combat capabilities, facilitating subsequent team arrangements to ensure minimal disparity in overall strength among the squads. Others, upon hearing Taimate's words, concurred, and the group began discussing the overall process of the tournament. Once everything was settled, Sushi disseminated the news to every Saiyan via mobile phone. When the news reached everyone, excitement erupted. Having been confined on Yadalate Star for over a decade, they could hardly contain their eagerness to venture out. They also prepared to seize this opportunity to secure stronger allies for future team formations. To showcase the Saiyan prowess, Naz encouraged Taimate to invite the Galactic King and elite members of the Galactic Patrol to observe the tournament. As the venue was finalized by the logistics department, the Galactic King, along with Mir-C, Jiaku, and others, arrived at Yadalate Star. Accompanied by Naz and Elder Pai Kala, they approached the viewing area. The newly constructed arena was a coliseum crafted from the universe's hardest material, adamantine, with a protective barrier set up to shield the audience from potential mishaps during the matches. Following these preparations, under the auspices of La Li, the inaugural Saiyan martial arts tournament officially commenced. As the competition began, the atmosphere was electrifying. Contestants unleashed their auras, various energy flames illuminating the arena, and fierce battles were imminent. The first 2 Saiyan competitors engaged in combat, unleashing powerful energy waves that caused the stage to tremble. The audience erupted in cheers and gasps. In a series of thrilling confrontations, some contestants adeptly evaded attacks with their speed, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver decisive blows. Others met their opponents head-on with sheer power, each clash creating sharp whistles in the air. As the competition progressed, several formidable contestants began to stand out. Dasma's son thrived on the arena, skillfully wielding the power of the Super Saiyan to force his adversaries into retreat. The Galactic King and the elite patrol members watched, captivated, astonished by the Saiyan's remarkable progress after their training period. Meanwhile, Naz observed each contestant's performance, formulating clearer plans for future team arrangements. As the tournament continued, only 2 elite warriors remained, both possessing battle powers exceeding 1.6 million. Their entrance ignited the crowd into a frenzy, as everyone anticipated a climactic showdown. Locking eyes, they radiated a fierce desire for battle before simultaneously unleashing their formidable golden auras, illuminating the arena even brighter. The moment the match commenced, they charged towards one another at astonishing speed, their fists and feet clashing with resounding booms. Each attack carried immense energy, causing the arena to quiver. The audience rose to their feet, cheering them on. As the battle deepened, both warriors began to reveal their signature techniques. One instantaneously teleported behind the other, launching a flurry of rapid punches. The other used an energy shield for defense, and then countered with a massive energy wave. Just when the audience believed the outcome was uncertain, One combatant seized an opening and delivered a powerful punch to his opponent's abdomen. The struck opponent was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Nevertheless, he did not relent, quickly rising to continue the fight. Ultimately, after an intense exchange, one warrior emerged victorious through superior skill and determination. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, and Nas wore a satisfied smile, filled with confidence for the future of the Saiyans. With the conclusion of the tournament, a new chapter began for the Saiyans. The Galactic King, due to the prior elite team's efforts, had regained a significant portion of territory in the Western Galaxy. Consequently, he urgently needed personnel and planned to assign Saiyans to positions in the Western Galaxy. Under the king's urging, Nas initiated preparations for team arrangements with Te Mate and Su Shi, readying them for their new roles. Thus, Nas spent another half-year managing these affairs. One day, just as he finished his tasks and prepared to train, he received a message from Gina, who remained on Earth, informing him that the martial arts tournament on Earth had also commenced. This chapter serves as a somewhat exasperating side story. It is a mistakenly submitted chapter, and regrettably, the platform does not permit deletion. This situation has left me quite frustrated. I cannot modify a wrongly submitted volume, which is utterly bewildering and overwhelming. Therefore, let us transform this into a side story for everyone to enjoy. After the Galactic King confirmed the future responsibilities of the Saiyans at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Nas began a tour of the facility, led by Beerus and Zhao. As he witnessed the array of high-tech products, towering buildings, and the bustling activity of various races, a picturesque scene of happiness and peace unfolded before him. At that moment, Beerus remarked, expressing hope that once the Saiyan race integrates into the Galactic Patrol, the entire galaxy and universe would progress harmoniously, leading to a shared existence and peace. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Nas internally chuckled at the naivete of the angel but responded outwardly, affirming that indeed, a peaceful life is a universal aspiration, allowing him to engage in simple daily training followed by travels to other planets. Upon overhearing the conversation between two individuals, the whimsical Jekka burst into laughter. Then I shall find a place to play games, and no one will need to urge me every day. I still haven't figured out how to play with my building blocks. Hearing Jekka's words, Nas felt a sense of exasperation. This super elite seemed to constantly think of ways to slack off at work. Suddenly, Jekka exclaimed in a peculiar manner, Nas, since the Saiyan Guard was established, haven't you become a leader? Could you possibly transfer me to your guard? I am quite formidable, and typically, 3 to 5 individuals cannot approach me. After making his declaration, Jekka comically demonstrated a set of ridiculous martial arts moves. Observing Jekka's antics, Nas was struck by the thought that if this world had Ultramen, Jekka would certainly be an eccentric representative from the land of light. Curiosity piqued, Nas turned to Myers and inquired, Myers, does our universe lack Ultramen or the Otsutsuki clan? Myers pondered for a moment before replying, I have not heard of what you speak. Perhaps they belong to other universes? Nas, intrigued by the mention of other universes, asked, are there universes beyond the 12? Myers glanced at him and replied, aside from the 12 universes, there exists a demon realm, but beyond that, I am less informed. If your strength increases, you could explore the Wuzuji. Nas questioned, isn't the Wuzuji a realm of nothingness, devoid of all? Noting Nas's skepticism, Myers clarified, though the Wuzuji appears empty, it connects various worlds. As long as you have coordinates, you won't lose your way. However, it is indeed perilous. Even the Omni King and the Grand Minister cannot roam freely within it. A moment's carelessness could lead to disorientation, making it quite troublesome for them to return, as time and space within the Wuzuji are not fixed. After hearing Myers' explanation, Nas gained a deeper understanding of the Wuzuji. It seemed the upcoming power tournament would be held adjacent to the Omni King's realm. Jekka's whimsical voice interrupted Nas's thoughts, and he decided to cease his musings. After all, his current strength appeared feeble in the eyes of the gods of destruction and angels, making it unrealistic to ponder such distant matters. Refocusing, Nas devoted his attention to enjoying the scenery at the Galactic Patrol headquarters alongside Myers and Jekka, contemplating what could be learned, as he prepared to return to Yaddalate Star for some construction. Chapter 19. Farewell, Sun Wukong. Gathering for the martial arts tournament upon receiving a message from Janae, Nas became aware that Earth was about to step onto the cosmic stage. Thanks to arrangements made over the past 6 months, the Saiyans had largely been dispatched, leaving only the logistics department behind on Yaddalate Star. where Nas found himself with little to occupy his time. Without hesitation, he summoned Sushi and earnestly stated, "Sushi, the clan members have been adequately arranged. I, however, have little pressing matters to attend to here. Thus, I intend to venture to Earth to explore potential business opportunities for our future. I must entrust the clan's affairs to you." Sushi, clearly unconvinced by his reasoning, smirked slightly and retorted, "Captain, you certainly excel at making excuses. What you call expanding business on Earth is merely an excuse to slack off." Faced with Sushi's blunt teasing, Nas awkwardly chuckled, scratching his nose in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Amused by Nas's discomfort, Sushi finally said, "All right, my dear captain, go ahead. I will handle everything here." Elated by Sushi's words, Nas swiftly activated his instant transmission skill, disappearing in the blink of an eye to Elder Hyusu's location. Watching Nas depart, Sushi shook her head with a wry smile. Upon arriving, Nas immediately spotted Broly and Elder Hyusu sitting quietly with closed eyes, seemingly engaged in deep meditation. Broly was indeed an odd character. On Yaddalate Star, aside from following Nas, he relished spending time with Elder Hyusu. Nas had once curiously asked him why, and Broly's answer was perplexing. He claimed that only in such proximity could his heart remain as tranquil as a placid lake, without a single ripple. Every time Nas observed him speaking with such seriousness and earnestness, he found it utterly comical. After all, the legendary Saiyans were known for their passionate and fiery natures. How could one be as serene as he? However, over time, Nas began to realize that perhaps Elder Hyusu's spiritual cultivation methods had influenced Broly, instilling in him such composure. Having reached this conclusion, Nas chose not to dwell further on the matter. At that moment, Nas suddenly appeared before them, interrupting their meditation. Broly, noticing him, quickly stood and inquired, "Big brother, what brings you here?" Broly's voice jolted Nas back to reality, and he realized he had momentarily spaced out. Regaining his composure, Nas replied, "Oh, Janae just messaged me to say that the martial arts tournament on Earth is about to begin. I plan to stay there for a while. Would you like to join me?" Nas initially expected Broly to readily agree to accompany him, given their brotherly bond. However, to his surprise, Broly presented him with a significant revelation. "Big brother, I am afraid I cannot join you on this trip to Earth. During my time training under Master Hyusu, I have discovered that my dimensional breakthrough is imminent. Therefore, I wish to wait until I successfully break through before coming to Earth to find you." Upon hearing this news, Nas's face lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Wow, after this breakthrough, you will be approaching the level of the King of Hell, won't you? That is truly incredible. In that case, focus on your training, and once you finish, come to Earth to find me. I will be waiting for you there." Without hesitation, Nas activated his instant transmission once more. In an instant, he vanished without a trace, as though he had never been there. Moments later, Nas's figure reappeared in a manor on Earth, encircled by a lush forest, the environment tranquil and serene. Standing in the manor's center, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Just then, he spotted Janae and Bulma emerging from the house. Upon seeing Nas standing in the courtyard, Bulma joyfully approached him, saying, "Nas, you rascal, you've finally decided to return. You have been a terrible friend, not even bothering to check in on us during your long absence." Hearing Bulma's complaint, Nas scratched his head, offering an awkward smile without directly responding. "Ah, is that our brilliant girl Bulma? I can't believe how much more beautiful you have become in just a year." Flattered by Nas's compliment, Bulma beamed, but retorted, "You, stop trying to change the subject. If you don't answer my questions satisfactorily today, I won't let you off the hook." Nas, recognizing the futility of the situation, replied, "It's just that I haven't returned to Yaddalate Star in so long. I had to attend to all the affairs of the Saiyan clan, and also arrange the graduation matters for the new generation, setting them up with interviews. I just had the boss arrange jobs for them." Hearing Nas liken his responsibilities for the Saiyans to arranging jobs for college graduates, Janae couldn't help but chuckle. After a series of Bulma's relentless inquiries, Nas finally managed to escape her scrutiny. As a few individuals engaged in light-hearted banter, Pu'er hurriedly stepped forward to urge, "Let us depart swiftly, otherwise, young Master Yamcha will be anxious if he cannot find us." Observing Pu'er's urgency, the others ceased their conversation. At that moment, Nas gently patted Pu'er's head and reassured, "There is no need for haste. I shall employ instant teleportation to whisk you all away in the blink of an eye." With Nas's words, Pu'er calmed down. At this juncture, Bulma gazed at Naz's combat attire and remarked, Naz, since you do not need to engage in battle, why not change into something more suitable? I recently procured a suit for you. Surprised by Bulma's thoughtful gesture, Naz exclaimed, Wow, Bulma. You have gone to such lengths to prepare clothing for me. Just as Bulma was about to respond, Oolong, who was playing with Pu'er, interjected. That's because she has been on a shopping spree lately, having bought out several malls. Pu'er and I have so many clothes we can hardly contain them. Initially wishing for Naz to shower her with compliments, Bulma was taken aback by Oolong's remark, her cheeks flushing. In a sudden turn, a large hammer appeared in Bulma's hand, which she brought down upon Oolong's head. Amidst their playful scuffle, Naz retreated to change into the suit, and upon his emergence, he presented a striking figure that captivated everyone's attention. Bulma's eyes widened in awe as she couldn't help but praise. Indeed, a person is defined by their attire. You look incredibly dashing in that suit, Naz. Jai nodded in agreement, smiling. Naz twirled with a grin and declared, All right, let us embark on our journey to the martial arts tournament. With that, he activated his teleportation ability, transporting everyone to the tournament venue. As their figures materialized, they hastily opened umbrellas, for despite the rain, the event was teeming with spectators. To facilitate waiting for Sun Wukong and others, they arrived at the entrance of the arena only to find Master Roshi and Lan Shi had been waiting for a considerable time. Before they could greet one another, they noticed Master Roshi's hand had inadvertently wandered to Bulma's backside, provoking her to deliver an elbow strike to his face in anger. After a brief period of playful tussling, they began to engage in conversation. At that moment, Bulma spotted a balloon stuck in a tree. She approached to assist, but, due to her height, was about to call for Naz when a figure stepped in to retrieve the balloon. Here you go, Bulma. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, and Jine, standing nearby, exclaimed excitedly, Kakarot, it's been so long. You've finally returned. Upon Jine's words, the others finally grasped the situation, and Bulma joyfully covered her mouth in disbelief. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, unwrapping the bandage from his head, addressed Jine, Mom, it's been ages. Even with all my wrappings, you still recognized me. Seeing the now towering Sun Wukong filled everyone with joy. Just as they were conversing, an announcement echoed through the arena. Attention, spectators. The martial arts tournament is about to commence. Contestants, please finalize your registration and prepare backstage. While the group was concerned about Krillin and Tenshinhan's timely arrival, several figures suddenly appeared before them. They hurriedly registered and prepared for the preliminary matches, eager to reunite afterward. Naz and the others found suitable seats and awaited the commencement of the preliminaries in quiet anticipation. In the backstage area, some contenders noticed Naz's dapper appearance and distinguished aura, whispering among themselves, speculating whether he might also be a participant. Thus, the stage was set for an exhilarating and unpredictable martial arts tournament to unfold. Chapter 20. The tournament commences, though the preliminaries typically prohibited spectators. Bulma leveraged Sun Wukong's heroic reputation to gain entry. Once inside, they secured prime viewing spots on the second floor. Just as they settled in, Oolong remarked, Wow, so many people. Look, it seems Wukong is about to make his entrance. Hearing this, Bulma and the others rushed to the railing to catch a glimpse of the action. Bulma, observing Wukong's opponent, remarked with a smile, Oh, that person, that's King Gappa. He was defeated by Wukong in the last tournament. He stands no chance against him now. True to Bulma's words, as soon as she finished speaking, King Gappa was swiftly defeated, followed by Tenshinhan, who also dispatched his opponent with a single move. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoed, Oh no, it seems Jiaozi is in danger. The voice belonged to Pu'er, whose face was filled with terror as he pointed toward the battlefield. Upon hearing Pu'er's cry, the group turned their attention to Jiaozi's location, where they witnessed him being relentlessly assaulted by a powerful energy wave. Surprisingly, Jiaozi was not retaliating but remained in a defensive stance. At that moment, Master Roshi spoke up. Isn't that Tao Pai Pai? Wasn't he defeated by Wukong? How could he be here? His voice betrayed a mix of confusion and shock. Bulma scrutinized the assailant closely and replied to Master Roshi, Look, he has been transformed into a cyborg. Her tone conveyed a sense of certainty. Realizing this, Master Roshi nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. He must have been modified by the rogue Crane Hermit. I wonder if Jiaozi can withstand this challenge. Worry etched across Master Roshi's face. Naz, who had been observing the scene quietly, shook his head in resignation. He recognized that Jiaozi's passivity stemmed from his lack of maturity and the haunting memories of Tao Pai Pai's past brutality. Consequently, Nas resolved to reach out telepathically to help Jiaozi confront his fears. Focusing his energy, he transmitted his voice into Jiaozi's mind. Jiaozi, do not be afraid. Confront your inner self. You have surpassed him in strength. His attacks are even less damaging than what you endured during your training. Believe in yourself and embrace the warrior spirit. You can conquer any foe. Initially paralyzed by fear, Jiaozi felt as if a warm hand had gently calmed his racing heart upon hearing Nas's words. He began to reflect on the previous attacks from Tao Pai Pai, realizing that although they appeared ferocious, they had not inflicted significant harm. Suddenly, Jiaozi let out a thunderous shout that reverberated through the air. This powerful declaration startled those around him and redirected the impending attack back towards Tao Pai Pai, akin to a cannonball rebounding. Tao Pai Pai, taken aback by Jiaozi's formidable counterattack, could only watch in horror as his own energy wave thundered toward him, leaving him no time to evade. A tremendous explosion ensued as the wave detonated upon impact, propelling him out of the building and into the open ground beyond. The group, who had been anxiously concerned for Jiaozi's safety, finally breathed a sigh of relief at this display. They erupted in cheers for Jiaozi's impressive performance, their faces illuminated with joy. Jiaozi's newfound strength also caught the attention of the previously dismissive Ma-Er Dai, Piccolo, who instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Sensing that Jiaozi's aura was remarkably potent, comparable to his own. Feeling relieved, Jiaozi quickly conveyed his gratitude to Nas through telepathy. Thank you, Master. The situation was so urgent that I barely had time to greet you. After the match concludes, I will certainly visit the teacher with Tianjin Fan. Upon hearing the transmission from Jiaozi, Nas's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Yet, he remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Following several intense rounds of selection, the top 8 competitors were finally determined. They included Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Klin, Yamucha, Ma-Er Dai, and Saiyan. Subsequently, the participants began to draw lots. As most were familiar faces, Jiaozi was not permitted to utilize his superpowers. The final matchups were as follows: Tianjin Fan versus Yamucha, Wukong versus Chi-Chi, Jiaozi versus Saiyan, and Klin versus Ma-Er Dai. Once the draw was completed, Bulma rushed over to invite everyone to dinner, and thus, they returned to the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, they proceeded to the restaurant for a meal, which was a cherished time for the Saiyans. In their fervent feasting, they managed to empty the hotel's pantry, leading the establishment to close early for business. Afterward, they gathered in the lounge, where Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi finally found the opportunity to share their training experiences from the past year with Nas. As they reminisced about their long-lost friendship, Nas engaged in lively conversations with Klin and the others, staying up late into the night. The following morning, the martial arts tournament officially began, with Tianjin Fan facing Yamucha first. Both were top contenders from the previous tournament, and with Tianjin Fan having fought the formidable Demon King Piccolo, the Anticipation Sword. They stepped into the center of the arena, and Yamucha spoke first. Tianjin Fan, though we are friends, I hope you will give your all. For I will not hold back. I intend to avenge the previous defeat. Tianjin Fan smiled in response, affirming, very well, Yamucha, I shall give it my utmost effort. With that, Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, adopting a combat stance, while Yamucha, equally resolute, positioned himself firmly. As the match commenced, Yamucha surged towards Tianjin Fan like an arrow, delivering a rapid straight punch. Tianjin Fan deftly sidestepped, evading the blow and countering with a spinning kick aimed at Yamucha. In a swift reaction, Yamucha leaped backward to dodge the attack. The two exchanged blows, each unable to gain the upper hand, igniting fervor among the spectators who erupted in cheers. At that moment, Tianjin Fan unleashed his afterimage technique, creating multiple illusions of himself on the stage, momentarily dazzling Yamucha. Taking a deep breath, Yamucha focused intently to discern Tianjin Fan's true form. Seizing the opportunity during Tianjin Fan's assault, Yamucha unleashed his Wolf-Fang fist, sending a barrage of punches towards Tianjin Fan. Reacting swiftly, Tianjin Fan gathered his energy to erect a protective barrier, resulting in a fierce clash of forces on the arena. Amidst the fray, Tianjin Fan accelerated the speed of his afterimage technique, stealthily circling behind Yamucha and delivering a powerful chop. Yamucha sensed the impending danger and instinctively rolled forward to evade. However, Tianjin Fan pressed on, delivering a flurry of kicks that forced Yamcha to retreat step by step. Suddenly, Yamcha feigned being struck, taking advantage of Tianjin Fan's brief lapse and focus to grapple him, and they both tumbled to the ground. After a brief struggle on the floor, Yamcha found an opening to break free and create distance. Breathing heavily, his gaze remained resolute as he gathered strength for a more formidable attack. Tianjin Fan, sensing the gravity of the moment, radiated a powerful aura, keeping a vigilant eye on Yamcha. At that pivotal instant, Tianjin Fan called out, "Yamcha, prepare yourself. This is my final technique." Without hesitation, he inhaled deeply and thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal energy wave that surged like lightning towards Yamcha. The sheer force of this energy wave was astounding, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Yamcha's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the might of the attack. Knowing he could not withstand it, reacting swiftly, he crouched low, his hands clasped in front of his chest like a blossoming lotus, and shouted, "Kamehameha." As he did, a torrent of blue energy surged forth from his palms, meeting Tianjin Fan's energy wave head-on. In an instant, the two colossal waves collided in midair with a thunderous roar, creating a shock wave that resembled a violent hurricane, sweeping debris into the air and obscuring the sky. The blinding light emanating from the clash was so intense that it was akin to the sun exploding before their eyes. The audience was swept away by the overwhelming force, some unable to keep their eyes open against the gust and brilliance, shielding themselves from the chaos. As the dust settled, only Tianjin Fan remained on the stage, having successfully knocked Yamcha out of the ring. After a considerable moment, Yamcha slowly rose and smiled at Tianjin Fan, saying, "Not only did I fail to defeat you, but I didn't even manage to push you to your limits." Tianjin Fan chuckled, extending a hand to help him back onto the stage, as the announcer proclaimed, "The winner of the first match is Tianjin Fan." The audience erupted into cheers. With the conclusion of the first match, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi prepared for the second. As they stood in the center of the arena, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "You really don't remember me, do you? Were your previous words mere trifles?" Wukong, perplexed, scratched his head and replied, "I truly don't recall what you're talking about. Have we met before?" Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, and rather than respond further, she kicked at Wukong's face. What appeared to be a fierce kick was effortlessly blocked by Wukong, who regarded it as light as a feather. Undeterred, Chi-Chi intensified her onslaught, each strike fueled by resentment, relentlessly attacking Wukong, who could only defend. Observing from the sidelines, Master Roshi recognized Chi-Chi's technique, recalling it as part of the Turtle School style. After exchanging several blows, Wukong seized an opportunity during Chi-Chi's momentary pause to say, "I genuinely can't remember who you are." Chi-Chi, unable to contain her frustration, shouted, "You promised to marry me when we grew up." The spectators, including Master Roshi and Yamcha, gasped in surprise, while Wukong remained bewildered, asking, "Then who are you? Just tell me directly." With a sigh, Chi-Chi replied, "I can tell you. But first, you must defeat me." Upon hearing this, Wukong assumed an attacking stance, swiftly darting forward, catching Chi-Chi off guard. With a powerful push, he sent her tumbling off the stage. As Chi-Chi fell, she quickly got up and remarked, "Truly worthy of being the man I admire. You are indeed formidable." Wukong then asked, "Can you now tell me who you are?" Blushing slightly, Chi-Chi replied, "My name is Chi-Chi." Suddenly, Wukong's memory sparked, exclaiming, "I remember now. You are the daughter of the Ox King. I had promised to marry you, thinking bride was something delicious." Hearing his words, Chi-Chi's demeanor shifted to one of nervousness as she cautiously asked, "So, do you regret it now?" Sun Wukong, upon hearing the words, declared, "Since I have promised you, let us proceed with the wedding." At this moment, Nasi turned to Gnei and said, "Congratulations, Gnei. Kakarot has found a wife so quickly, soon enough. You will be a mother-in-law." Gnei glanced at Bulma, sighed, and then smiled as she replied, "Perhaps this is the arrangement of fate." Upon hearing the conversation between Nasi and Gnei, Bulma, who had been lost in thought, shuddered, and then engaged the others in conversation, her expression revealing her discomfort. The audience, witnessing the transformation of the competition into a scene of confession, erupted in cheers, ultimately offering their blessings, thus concluding the second match. After descending from the stage, Sun Wukong sought out Krillin, who was preparing to compete. "Krillin," he advised, your opponent is exceptionally formidable. You must exert your utmost effort upon entering the arena. If you find yourself overmatched, do not hesitate to concede. Hearing Wukong's words, Krillin chuckled and playfully punched Wukong in the chest, saying, "Congratulations, Wukong. I never anticipated your fortune. You truly underestimate my abilities. I have made substantial progress over the years." However, upon noticing the worry etched on Wukong's face, Krillin paused and assured him, All right. I will do what is necessary." With the host's urging, Krillin stepped onto the stage. Meanwhile, the confident Piccolo, arms crossed, coldly addressed Krillin. "There is no need for insincere formalities. You may attack whenever you wish." Stopping his bow mid-motion, Krillin smiled and acquiesced to Piccolo's brusque request. He then crouched low, arms outstretched, conjuring two energy waves that materialized in his hands. With a powerful thrust, he launched the waves toward Piccolo like shooting stars. Piccolo smirked disdainfully, angled his body slightly, and effortlessly evaded the attack. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Krillin to deliver a straight punch to his chest. Reacting swiftly, Krillin raised his hands to block, but the force sent him staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks that fell upon Krillin like relentless raindrops, who could only dodge left and right, searching for a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, Krillin spotted a gap in Piccolo's assault. He leaped back, swiftly forming hand signs, and shouted, "Kamehameha!" A robust beam of energy shot forth toward Piccolo. In response, Piccolo swiftly raised his hands, generating a barrier to absorb the impact. The collision resulted in a violent explosion, enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Piccolo stood firmly, while Krillin gasped for breath. With a cold chuckle, Piccolo launched another attack, this time with greater speed and power. Krillin struggled to keep up, and just as Piccolo's fist was about to land, Krillin had a flash of inspiration. Swiftly darting behind Piccolo and delivering a powerful kick to his back, causing Piccolo to stumble forward. However, before Krillin could follow up with another strike, Piccolo vanished, reappearing beneath Krillin and sending him soaring into the air with a kick. As Krillin descended, Piccolo struck again, knocking him out of the ring. Just before hitting the ground, Krillin activated his flight technique, halting his fall and slowly returning to the arena, visibly exhausted from Piccolo's relentless onslaught. The intensity of the match, amplified by the host's commentary, captivated the audience, nearly bringing them to a fever pitch. Upon re-entering the ring, Krillin, confronting the unruffled Piccolo, recognized the vast gulf between their abilities. With a heavy sigh, he raised his hand and declared, "I concede," before sitting down on the stage. Witnessing Krillin's concession, Sun Wukong's earlier concerns dissipated, and he hurried onto the stage to assist him. The audience, though disappointed by Krillin's defeat, erupted in applause for the thrilling match he had fought against Piccolo. Thus, the third match concluded. Following this, the final bout of the quarterfinals commenced, featuring Jiaozi against Saiyan. Upon reaching the center of the stage, the two exchanged respectful bows before launching into combat. Initially, Jiaozi regarded Saiyan with a hint of disdain. However, as their battle progressed, Jiaozi recognized the impressive skill of his opponent, who adeptly countered each of his attacks with the simplest of techniques. Furthermore, Saiyan's strikes came at peculiar angles, prompting the martial artists in attendance to remain vigilant. As Jiaozi began to take the fight seriously, after several dozen exchanges, he gradually adapted to Saiyan's attack patterns. No longer holding back, he intensified his onslaught, while Saiyan transitioned from offense to full defense, grappling with the realization of the formidable warriors that existed on Earth. Unfortunately, he lamented that this borrowed body could not fully unleash his true strength. At that moment, seizing Saiyan's momentary distraction, Jiaozi employed the super abilities taught by Nasi, forcefully knocking him out of the ring. The sudden conclusion stunned not only Saiyan but also Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who were taken aback by Jiaozi's unexpected display of skill. Thus, the quarterfinals came to a close, setting the stage for the ensuing semifinals. Sun Wukong versus Tianjin Fan, and Piccolo against Jiaozi. Chapter 22, The Martial Arts Tournament, Part 3, as the host announced the lineup for the semifinals. The audience erupted in cheers as Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong approached the center of the stage. The two faced each other, and at the host's command, began their warm-up. Simultaneously, they leaped forward, their fists colliding, releasing a powerful aura from their contact. The residual energy shook the arena, causing it to sustain damage as they traded blows in a rapid succession of exchanges. After a fierce exchange, they both performed a backflip, distancing themselves by several meters. Tianjin Fan then remarked, "Wukong, the warm-up is over. It's time to remove your weighted clothing." Surprised, Wukong replied, "Tianjin Fan, you are also wearing weighted clothing, aren't you?" With a smile, Tianjin Fan responded, "Indeed, I trained with my master in the gravity chamber, and during our travels, I decided to wear weighted clothing to further enhance my training." Krillin, Yamcha, and Piccolo were momentarily astonished by their conversation. Krillin then turned to Jiaozi and inquired, "Jiaozi, do you all train in weighted clothing regularly? How much do you carry?" Jiaozi chuckled and replied, "Yes, Krillin, we wear them consistently. Bulma crafted this attire for us. Weighing approximately 300 kilograms, any heavier would hinder our daily lives." The group was taken aback by this revelation. At that moment, Tianjin Fan and Wukong removed their weighted garments. Tianjin Fan examined Wukong's attire and commented, "Your weighted clothing appears similar to mine." Wukong smiled and recounted, "Yes, my mother brought this when she visited the temple. It was affecting my daily life, so she provided me with this." Tianjin Fan chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Krillin and Yamcha assisted in removing their weighted clothing, and thus, their formal competition commenced. In an instant, Tianjin Fan transformed into a blur, charging toward Wukong at an almost imperceptible speed. Unwilling to underestimate the situation, Wukong sidestepped to evade the oncoming assault and retaliated with a swift punch, the force of which sliced through the air toward Tianjin Fan's midsection. Tianjin Fan deftly tilted his head, avoiding the blow, and retaliated with a kick aimed at Wukong's abdomen. Wukong tightened his core, narrowly evading the strike, and then lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of left hooks and right jabs upon Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, with his agile movements, maneuvered through the shadows of Wukong's fists, seizing the moment to swiftly form hand seals while exclaiming, "Dong Dong Bao." A robust beam of energy surged towards Wukong. In response, Wukong rapidly gathered energy in both hands, bellowing, "Came, Haim, Ha!" The two formidable energy beams collided fiercely in the center of the arena, erupting in a blinding flash and a thunderous roar, distorting the air around them and stirring up a whirlwind. Both combatants gritted their teeth, incessantly channeling energy, each determined to emerge victorious from this clash of powers. As the forces met, an explosion ensued, sending both fighters staggering back several paces. The intensity of their battle stirred the audience into a frenzy, as they yearned to join the fray themselves. In the midst of their search for weaknesses, Tianjin Fan began to employ the secret technique of the Yadalat star, creating two clones. The trio surrounded Wukong, who found himself dodging and defending against the onslaught of Tianjin Fan's strikes. Alas, even the most skilled fists cannot contend with multiple opponents. A lapse in Wukong's focus allowed one of the clones to land a punch on his back, followed by a flurry of attacks. A powerful kick sent Wukong teetering to the edge of the arena. After a brief moment, Wukong slowly rose, his gaze resolute. He inhaled deeply, feeling the energy within him surge uncontrollably. In an instant, his speed intensified, and he reappeared behind Tianjin Fan, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his back. Caught off guard, Tianjin Fan staggered slightly but quickly regained his composure, turning swiftly to unleash a small-scale Dong Dong Bao. Wukong sidestepped, simultaneously gathering energy for another Kamehameha, this time modulating its size to target one of the clones. The clone dissipated upon impact, prompting the remaining two to accelerate towards Wukong. He nimbly navigated between them, searching for another opportunity to strike the original Tianjin Fan. At that moment, Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity to unleash a new technique, sending a barrage of energy blades hurtling towards Wukong. Wukong hastily activated his instant transmission, evading the attack and reappearing behind Tianjin Fan, delivering a solid kick to his leg. Tianjin Fan stumbled, causing his clones to vanish. With the clones eliminated, both warriors found themselves panting heavily. Wukong then declared, "Tianjin Fan, let us unleash our most powerful techniques and settle this." Tianjin Fan nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, Wukong. This next move is my own creation, combining the characteristics of Kamehameha and Dong Dong Bao to form the Qigong wave." Excited by this revelation, both fighters crouched low, gathering energy. As their colossal energy waves collided, an immense shock wave erupted, scattering debris across the arena. The audience was nearly blinded by the force of the wave, with some in the front rows being blown away entirely. As the wave surged forth, Master Roshi prepared to shield Bulma and launch, but Nasu swiftly conjured a protective barrier to shield the crowd from the onslaught. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, both combatants lay on the ground, incapacitated. Amidst the cheers from the audience, the host hurried to the edge of the arena, beginning a countdown. 19, 14, 2. Just as the host exclaimed 2, Wukong, fueled by sheer will, shakily rose to his feet. The crowd erupted in applause, and with the host's announcement, Wukong was declared the victor of this match. Krillin and Yamcha rushed to support both Tianjin Fan and Wukong as they descended. Meanwhile, Zhao prepared to step into the ring for the final semi-final match. Upon his arrival at the arena, he found Piccolo waiting. With the host's signal, the match commenced. Zhao wasted no time, swiftly appearing before Piccolo and launching a dong-dong bow, realizing he could not evade in time. Piccolo hastily gathered energy to shield himself. As Zhao's energy wave was blocked, he seized the moment, closing the distance and landing a kick squarely on Piccolo's chin. The force of the kick sent Piccolo soaring into the air, prompting Zhao to utilize his flight technique to pursue him. Moments later, Zhao crashed down onto the arena, creating a substantial crater. As Piccolo descended from the heights, he observed the dust swirling from the impact. Suddenly, a tremendous energy wave erupted from within the crater, shooting forth with lightning speed, engulfing Piccolo before he could react. The audience and other competitors were momentarily blinded by the intensity of the energy. Shortly thereafter, Zhao emerged from the crater, his previously pale face now ghostly white. As everyone's gaze was drawn skyward, a shadowy figure erupted from beneath the arena, charging towards Zhao, who was struck with alarm. In Chapter 23 of the martial arts tournament, the crowd quickly focused, realizing it was Piccolo, who had resurfaced from below. Moments earlier, as Piccolo was propelled skyward by the energy wave, he had hastily fired an energy sphere, resulting in an explosion that allowed him to escape and conceal himself beneath the arena, strategizing a surprise attack on Zhao when he least expected it. Acknowledging that Zhao's strength was comparable to his own, Piccolo devised a plan to swiftly conclude the match, preserving his energy for a potential final battle against Wukong. Piccolo's unexpected ambush caught Zhao off guard, sending him flying out of the ring and landing beside the stage. The previously ecstatic audience fell silent upon witnessing Zhao's fall, prompting the host to rush forward to count. Just as the countdown neared its conclusion and Piccolo wore a triumphant grin, Zhao suddenly soared into the air. His face flushed red, his hat having fallen to the ground. He began to unleash the super abilities taught to him by Nasu. Seeing Zhao's energy surge to its peak, Piccolo's relaxed demeanor shifted to one of caution. Zhao's unleashed powers formed a formidable energy current, swirling dust and debris around him. Piccolo dug his feet into the arena, attempting to withstand the overwhelming force. Zhao closed his eyes, focusing intently on controlling the energy, his body glowing with an otherworldly radiance. Piccolo felt his body slipping from his control, his feet gradually lifting off the ground. Gritting his teeth, he flailed his arms in a futile attempt to break free from the binding force. Just as he neared complete submission, a sudden idea struck him. Concentrating all his energy into his feet, he slammed down onto the arena, causing cracks to ripple across the surface. The immense recoil temporarily liberated Piccolo from Zhao's grasp. Seizing the opportunity, he charged at Zhao, fists clenched, propelled by a powerful aura. Zhao, sensing the impending danger, quickly summoned his powers once more. Conjuring a barrier in front of him, Piccolo's fist collided forcefully with the barrier, producing a resounding boom as energy rippled outward. Undeterred, Piccolo swiftly altered his approach, unleashing a series of rapid kicks, each accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. As the barrier constructed by Zhao began to crack under the fierce onslaught, cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he desperately maintained his supernatural abilities. Just as the barrier was on the verge of shattering, Zhao suddenly flickered and deftly evaded Beerus' attack. Seizing the moment while Bike retracted his leg, Zhao swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, murmuring incantations. A colossal beam of energy erupted from his palms, hurtling straight towards Bike. With no time to evade, Bike had no choice but to concentrate all his energy, conjuring an energy shield in front of him. The energy beam collided with the shield, producing a blinding flash and a tremendous roar. Bike's shield wavered under the impact, and gritting his teeth, he intensified its strength. Just as the shield was on the brink of collapse, Bike let out a thunderous shout. unleashing a powerful wave of energy that rebounded the beam back towards Jiaozi. Caught off guard by Beerus' unexpected maneuver, Jiaozi found himself nearly depleted of strength and was unable to evade, resulting in him being struck by the returning beam. With a cry of anguish, he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena floor, unable to rise again. Seeing Jiaozi finally knocked off the stage, Bike too succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed on the arena. The announcer, witnessing the scene, stood beside Bike to declare him the victor. The surrounding audience erupted in jubilant cheers, showering Bike and Jiaozi with fervent applause. Originally scheduled for an immediate final, the organizers decided to postpone the championship by a day due to the intensity of the match and the significant damage to the arena. At that moment, Nasi and Bulma hurried backstage to find Suan Wukong and the others. Meanwhile, Suan Wukong and Kring were gathered around Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, assessing their conditions. Upon arrival, Nasi overheard Suan Wukong lamenting, had I known, I would have stopped by Kalanta for some senza beans on my way here. Then we wouldn't have to worry about injuries. Nasi chimed in, I have senza beans. Hearing this, the others turned to him eagerly. Without delay, Nasi waved his hand, revealing a colorful void before him. He reached in and retrieved 2 senza beans, promptly feeding them to Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, who instantly rejuvenated and stood upright once more. Nasi's portable space astonished everyone present, and while they were still in shock, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master. We have embarrassed you by not achieving better results. Nasi reassured them, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. This time you may have lost, but strive to win next time. At this moment, Jinei interjected to reward everyone for their hard-fought battles and to celebrate Kakaluot finding his partner. I shall treat everyone to a grand feast. The crowd cheered in response, and they proceeded to the hotel. Observing Jinei and then Suan Wukong, Chi-Chi turned to Yamucha and inquired, which one is Wukong's mother? She looks so young. Why does she call him Kakaluot? Hearing Chi-Chi's question, Bulma enviously explained, Wukong and the others are Saiyans. They have a prolonged youth phase, hence they appear youthful. Kakaluot is Wukong's Saiyan name. Nodding in understanding, Chi-Chi hurried to engage Jinei in conversation. Noticing Bulma's envious expression, Nasi remarked, once the martial arts tournament concludes, I shall teach you a technique that not only enhances strength, but also extends lifespan and elevates dimensions. Bulma beamed at Nasi's words before feigning annoyance, saying, Oh, Nasi, after living together for so long, you never mentioned such a treasure. If I had practiced earlier, perhaps I would have claimed the championship in this martial arts tournament. Laughter erupted among the group as they arrived at the hotel restaurant, entering the Saiyans' most joyous time. After their meal, they returned to rest, ready to alleviate the fatigue of the day, as Wukong also prepared diligently for the final match the next day. Early the following morning, everyone arrived at the competition venue, eager to witness the most thrilling and intense championship battle in history. Seizing the opportunity, the martial arts tournament sought to expand its influence, setting up multiple camera positions for a global broadcast. Following the events of the previous day, the king recognized Suan Wukong as the savior of 3 years past. Consequently, the king prepared to attend the martial arts tournament to cheer for Suan Wukong and bestow upon him the blue nebula medal that was rightfully his. Returning to the matter at hand, after the host's introduction, Suan Wukong and Bike simultaneously ascended to the arena. The two exchanged no more than a few words, each adopting their stances as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Suan Wukong launched the first attack, dashing towards Bike with lightning speed, his fist roaring through the air. Bike sidestepped effortlessly, countering with a kick aimed at Suan Wukong's waist. Suan Wukong nimbly leaped backward, evading the attack while conjuring an energy sphere to hurl at Bike. Bike raised his hand, unleashing a blade of energy that sliced through the sphere, scattering the fragments across the arena, eliciting gasps from the audience. The two exchanged blows, their combat intensifying as the arena trembled under the force of their battle. Suddenly, Bike clasped his hands together, reciting incantations as a massive surge of energy coalesced in his grasp. With a mighty shout, he propelled the energy towards Suan Wukong. In response, Suan Wukong inhaled deeply, channeling his energy to its peak, unleashing a powerful energy wave to counteract Bike's assault. The two energy waves collided mid-air, erupting in a blinding flash and a deafening roar, enveloping the entire arena in a tempest of energy. The audience shielded their eyes, unable to bear witness to such a fierce clash. uncertain of who would emerge victorious in this climactic showdown. As the spectators regained their sight, they beheld Suin Wukong and Bike engaged in fierce combat for dozens of exchanges. With a deft turn, Suin Wukong evaded Bike's strike and surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Bike, quick to react, sidestepped while simultaneously lifting a leg to kick at Suin Wukong. Suin Wukong executed a nimble flip in midair, landing smoothly. Just then, Bike rapidly formed hand seals, chanting once more, and unleashed a multitude of energy beams directed at Suin Wukong. Unfazed, Suin Wukong conjured a massive energy sphere, reflecting all the beams back towards Bike. Realizing the impending danger, Bike hastily employed instant transmission to evade. Without delay, Bike launched another offensive, transforming into a shadow that rapidly approached Suin Wukong. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Suin Wukong inhaled deeply, unleashing a surge of energy that elevated his strength once more. Engaging in close combat, each collision generated powerful shockwaves that cracked the ground beneath them. The intensity of their battle escalated, neither able to gain the upper hand easily. Seizing an opportunity while Bike was defending, Suin Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent Bike flying, then followed up with a super Kamehameha that obliterated Bike's clothing. Suspended in midair, Bike seethed with fury and humiliation. Gathering all his energy, Suin Wukong, recognizing the imminent danger, shouted, "Everyone, quickly evacuate. This place is about to be destroyed." The indifferent audience, however, remained rooted in place. In desperation, Suin Wukong leaped into the air, and Bike, realizing his plan was working, launched a strike towards him. While still airborne, Suin Wukong swiftly employed the instant transmission technique to evade the attack, watching as the powerful energy wave shot towards the ocean. A colossal wave surged forth, prompting Clin, Tianjin Fan, and others to hastily ascend around the small island, unleashing their ki to subdue the towering deluge. Meanwhile, the spectators on the island, feeling the tremors beneath their feet, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Each individual was rendered trembling by Piccolo's formidable strike. Those with foresight swiftly evacuated their families from Muguo Island. Observing that Sun Wukong had evaded the attack, Piccolo's gaze hardened with malice as he summoned even greater energy. The air around him roiled violently, akin to an impending volcanic eruption. Sun Wukong, refusing to show even the slightest sign of complacency, focused intently and adjusted his stance, preparing for Piccolo's next onslaught. With a mighty shout, Piccolo propelled a massive energy column towards Sun Wukong, exuding an aura of annihilation. In response, Sun Wukong crossed his arms before him, forming an energy shield in a desperate bid to withstand the overwhelming force. The energy column crashed against the shield, emitting a deafening roar, while shockwaves radiated outward, scattering debris in all directions. Clenching his teeth, Sun Wukong strained to maintain the shield, yet Piccolo's assault was too potent, causing cracks to mar its surface. In that critical moment, an idea struck Sun Wukong. He transformed the shield into an arc, deftly redirecting Piccolo's attack skyward. Seizing the opportunity while Piccolo momentarily faltered, he swiftly circled behind him and delivered a powerful kick to Piccolo's back. Stumbling forward, Piccolo barely managed to execute a handspring to regain his balance, launching an energy wave towards Sun Wukong with his free hand. Sun Wukong quickly retaliated with his own energy wave, resulting in a fierce standoff. Noticing Piccolo's precarious position, Wukong amplified his energy output, sending Piccolo's energy column ricocheting back. Piccolo, taken aback, hastily attempted to evade but was grazed on the shoulder, the tremendous force propelling him away and crashing him to the ground. With their escalating battle, the island trembled as if in an earthquake, causing a significant portion of the audience to flee in terror. As Sun Wukong and Piccolo engaged in yet another fierce clash, Piccolo's hat was dislodged, revealing his visage to the remaining spectators. Some recalled the infamous Piccolo Daimao, inciting a flurry of whispers among the crowd that only fueled Piccolo's fury. He ascended into the air, bellowing, "Indeed, I am Piccolo Daimao. You insignificant insects shall tremble before me once I vanquish Sun Wukong and subjugate you all." The once doubtful audience erupted into chaos, hastily retreating from the martial arts tournament. The organizers, confronted with this pandemonium, resorted to amplifying the live broadcast. With Piccolo's proclamation, only Nas and a few others remained at the venue, alongside the event's host and filming robots. Sun Wukong, feeling a surge of relief, resolved to give his all against Piccolo, who continued to cackle arrogantly in midair, hands on his hips, his eyes filled with disdain. Sun Wukong glared fiercely and declared, "Piccolo, do not underestimate me. Today, I will defeat you." With that, his aura surged once more, propelling him towards Piccolo like a blazing meteor. Piccolo sneered, swiftly gesturing with his hands as a multitude of energy blades shot towards Sun Wukong. Wukong skillfully navigated through the onslaught, drawing ever closer to Piccolo. At the moment of proximity, he leapt high, delivering a powerful flying kick aimed at Piccolo's head. Piccolo raised his arm in defense, the immense force causing his limb to tremble. The two were once again locked in a fierce struggle, their strikes generating shockwaves that rippled outward, uprooting the ground and creating towering waves in the sea. Seizing his chance, Piccolo executed a sudden instant transmission to appear behind Sun Wukong, conjuring a massive energy sphere which he hurled down upon him. Unprepared, Wukong was struck by the sphere, sent hurtling like a kite severed from its string. Piccolo, sensing victory, pursued, intent on ending the battle decisively. However, mid-air, Sun Wukong regained his composure, his unwavering resolve igniting a hidden power within him, unleashing a more potent aura that sent Piccolo reeling backward. After spinning in the air multiple times, Piccolo finally stabilized, his anger boiling over. He began to gather all of his ki, prompting Wukong to urgently instruct the remaining spectators to evacuate. Na stepped forward, snapping his fingers to create an energy shield, enveloping the remaining individuals within its protective embrace. At the same time, Wukong concentrated all his strength to brace against Piccolo's impending full-force assault. Suddenly, Piccolo spread his limbs wide, unleashing a colossal energy wave that radiated outward from his core. As a blinding light enveloped the area, when the spectators reopened their eyes, they beheld the devastation wrought upon Muguo Island. As they regained their senses, both Sun Wukong and Piccolo lay incapacitated on the ground. The host hurriedly activated a live-streaming robot to begin counting down. Just then, both warriors wobbled, slowly rising to their feet. Gritting his teeth, Wukong staggered toward Piccolo, who unexpectedly fired twin beams from his eyes. One dissipated before reaching Wukong, while the other pierced through his chest. Yet, propelled by inertia, Wukong lunged forward, colliding with Piccolo and sending him flying, both combatants collapsing once more. As the crowd prepared to rush forward to assist Wukong, the host's exuberant voice rang out, announcing Sun Wukong as the champion of the tournament. It turned out that in his forward lunge, Wukong had inadvertently propelled Piccolo out of the ring. With the host's declaration, Bulma and the others erupted in cheers, while those watching the live stream applauded the intense and thrilling contest. At that moment, Chi-Chi rushed over with a Senzu bean provided by Nas, swiftly feeding it to Sun Wukong. The once faltering warrior instantly regained his vitality, witnessing Wukong's revival. The crowd erupted in another round of applause as he approached Nas to request another Senzu bean. Recognizing Wukong's intentions, Nas obliged. And just as Wukong prepared to offer it to Piccolo, the king's aircraft arrived. The king, accompanied by several guards and bearing a blue nebula medal, approached Sun Wukong, stating, "Mr. Sun Wukong, I thank you for defeating Piccolo Daimao 3 years ago and saving the world. This medal was originally intended for you, but you left in haste. Today, I bestow it upon you." After placing the medal around Wukong's neck, he continued, "Who would have thought that 3 years later, you would once again vanquish the second incarnation of Piccolo Daimao and claim the championship of the martial arts tournament? In recognition of your contributions, I plan to name the rebuilt city of Muguo Island in your honor." Hearing the king's words, Bulma and Klin rejoiced for Wukong, who, after exchanging pleasantries with them, watched as the king departed. Wukong then approached Piccolo, offering him the Senzu bean. Upon consuming it, Piccolo swiftly regained his strength, delivering a cold remark before departing without a backward glance. The Sun family caretaker also made her entrance at this juncture. Subsequently, Nas utilized instant transmission to escort everyone away from the martial arts tournament. Upon returning to the estate, Jaime began organizing the chefs to prepare a celebratory feast. And amidst laughter and joy, the gathering became a lively affair. While the tournament may have seemed lacking in combat prowess and spectacle for Nas, the nostalgia of witnessing his childhood memories unfold before him stirred within him a fervor, marking the conclusion of the first martial arts tournament. Chapter 25. Broly encountered a problem with the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Nas returned to his rigorous training regimen. One day, Bulma, recalling Naz's promise during the tournament to teach her martial arts techniques, inquired, Naz, when will you begin teaching me? Naz replied, perhaps after Goku's wedding. By then, everyone will be gathered, making it easier for me. Upon hearing this, Bulma fell silent, as Goku was set to marry in just a couple of days, which left her with a tinge of disappointment. As Goku's wedding approached, a festive atmosphere enveloped the group. Just as they were about to depart, Naz called out, everyone, please remember this. No one lends me. I've misspoken. The initially departing group turned back, intrigued by Naz's words. He continued, all of you are my friends. And I possess a technique that can shatter one's limits, achieving the highest potential. Not only does it enhance combat power, but it also allows for dimensional transcendence. Krillin interjected, is the combat power you speak of similar to that displayed on our phones? Bulma chimed in, indeed it is. It's quite amusing how people once used their phones to measure the combat power of game characters. The group quickly took out their phones, measuring their combat powers. Master Roshi at 136, Krillin at 206, Yamcha at 197, Chi-Chi at 124, Kaiatsu at 578, Tien at 740, and Goku at 1210, originally over 700. His power had slightly increased after recovering from injuries sustained during the tournament. The revelation of Goku's power reaching 1,000 astonished everyone, especially since he had previously been on par with Tien. Following Jin's explanation of the Saiyans' unique circumstances, the group expressed their envy towards the Saiyan warriors. Naz then proceeded to teach them the breathing technique. Once they grasped its profound applications, they hurriedly returned home to practice. Observing their eagerness, Naz smiled and did not attempt to keep them longer. As time passed, Goku expressed a desire to return to his residence on Baozi Mountain, prompting Jin and the others to follow him there. Soon, Naz found himself alone at the estate, where he immersed himself in intense training, achieving a standard battle power of 300 million and transforming into a Super Saiyan at 24 billion. Presently, he remained in his Super Saiyan form, having focused on mastering spatial laws and dimensional breakthroughs rather than enhancing his battle prowess. One day during his training, Naz sensed Broly's presence. Before he could rise, Broly appeared before him. After exchanging pleasantries, Naz inquired about Broly's dimensional breakthroughs. Broly explained, I intended to break through, but every time I take that step, I feel on the verge of losing control, my inner fury becoming unmanageable. Taken aback, Naz asked, what did Elder Husu and the Elder Council of Planet Yardrat say? Broly replied, they are just as perplexed, which is why I came to you, brother. With Broly sitting in contemplation, Naz pondered for a moment before suggesting, I know a place that may hold the answers. After preparing some gifts, Naz and Broly used instant transmission to arrive at the sacred temple. Upon their arrival, they found Yamcha and Krillin training. Noticing Naz, the two paused and approached, asking, Naz, what brings you to the sacred temple? Naz responded, I seek Mr. Popo for some inquiries. Both were taken aback by Naz's intention to consult the usually reticent Mr. Popo. As they conversed, a figure materialized before them. It was Mr. Popo. As he approached, Krillin and Yamcha resumed their training, leaving Naz to speak with Popo. Mr. Popo, my brother has a question. Why does he experience uncontrollable fury during his dimensional breakthroughs? Upon hearing this, Mr. Popo's previously vacant gaze became even more hollow. After a mechanical twist of his neck and a rotation of his eyes, he spoke in a robotic tone. It is due to the imbalance between his physical power and mental capacity. Although he has trained his mental strength for years, its development lags significantly behind his physical growth. Once his mental power reaches a balanced ratio, he will no longer lose control. Naz quickly inquired, is there a way to expedite the growth of his mental power or to manage the increase of his physical strength? Mr. Popo replied, firstly, persistent meditation is essential, alongside the secret techniques of the Yardratians. Secondly, seek the Kaioshin for some mental fruit. Lastly, consider sealing your own power. As soon as Mr. Popo finished speaking, he vanished before them. Naz found himself in a quandary. He lacked connections to reach the Kaioshin. While deep in thought, he recalled the mental fruit tree he had seized from Dales. However, that tree was planted in the lower realms, rendering its fruits inedible. Suddenly, he noticed the Supreme Kai instructing several individuals, and an idea sparked within him. If he could not reach the Kaioshin, perhaps the Supreme Kai could suffice. Being a higher deity, it was probable that his planet could support cultivation. If he gathered the Dragon Balls and wished to restore the Supreme Kai's planet, he could cultivate there. With this thought, Nas hurried towards the Supreme Kai. Upon reaching him, he said, "Supreme Kai, could you transport me to the other world? I wish to visit the Kaioshin." The Supreme Kai, taken aback, inquired, "Nas, how do you know of Lord Kaioshin? Furthermore, living beings are generally prohibited from entering the other world." Nas explained, "We Scions are currently working as Galactic Patrol under the command of the Kaioshin, which is how I am aware of him. I can use instant transmission to reach him directly, and my return will not require passing through the King of Hell." After a moment of contemplation, the Supreme Kai decided to assist, stating, "If you believe your visit will enhance the strength of Earth's warriors, then I shall oblige." He subsequently transported Nas to the other world. Upon arrival, Nas immediately sensed the presence of a high-ranking deity and swiftly utilized instant transmission. His form appeared on a small planet belonging to the Kaioshin. As he surveyed his surroundings, a small vehicle approached and stopped beside him. The Kaioshin slowly exited the car, his eyes widening with surprise upon seeing Nas. He began to circle Nas, scrutinizing this unexpected visitor. After a few laps, the Kaioshin halted and smiled at Nas, stating, "You are indeed remarkable, an ordinary individual who has cultivated to the level of the King of Hell and is on the verge of breaking into the Kaioshin dimension." Nas humbly smiled, preparing to elaborate, but the Kaioshin promptly asked, "What brings you to my planet?" Taking a deep breath, Nas steadied himself and replied, "Lord Kaioshin, I have come to propose a transaction." Curiosity piqued, the Kaioshin responded, "Oh, what kind of transaction do you have in mind? Please, do share." With a subtle smile, Nas suggested, "Before we discuss the transaction, allow me to share a joke with you as a token of greeting." The Kaioshin, intrigued, eagerly awaited the tale. Nasu cleared his throat and then remarked, "Lord of the Realm, do you know how the man-eating tribe replenishes its vitamins and dietary fiber?" The Lord of the Realm shook his head, chuckling as he replied, "I truly do not know." A sly smile crept across Nas's lips as he continued, "They consume plant people." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Realm was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter, nearly doubling over with tears of mirth streaming down his face. Nas, feeling somewhat embarrassed, watched the Lord with concern, fearing he might choke on his laughter. After a considerable time, the Lord of the Realm gradually regained his composure, wiped the tears from his eyes, and said to Nas, "Ha, that joke is truly delightful. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Well, I accept your greeting gift, and now you may convey your purpose." Nas, however, did not rush to speak. Instead, he inquired, "Might I ask, Lord of the Realm, if your planet is capable of cultivating the spirit fruit tree?" Upon mentioning cultivation, the Lord of the Realm recalled the plant people and burst into laughter once more, only to regain his composure after a while. He remarked, "How do you know about the spirit fruit tree? That fruit is only available to divine beings above the great Lord of the Realm. It is exceedingly difficult for those of our rank to obtain." Nas then recounted how he had acquired the spirit fruit tree and his reasons for wanting to cultivate the spirit fruit. The Lord's eyes brightened at the mention of the unexpectedly acquired tree, but then dimmed as he seemed to ponder something, lamenting, "Originally, it was possible. But due to certain circumstances, my planet has shrunk, and now it cannot be cultivated." Nas quickly responded, "I can use the Dragon Balls to enlarge your planet. Then it can indeed be cultivated." Upon hearing that Nas intended to restore his planet, the Lord's spirits soared, exclaiming, "Dragon Balls? Are those created by the Namekians? I did not expect them to exist on Earth as well. Hurry then. Once the planet is restored, I will allow you to cultivate." With the planet restored, he could enjoy a pleasant breeze without being ridiculed by the other lords. With this thought, the Lord of the Realm began to laugh again. Observing the Lord's inexplicable joy, Nas promptly remarked, "Next time I visit, I shall bring you more joke books." With that, Nas did not wait for the Lord to respond and utilized instant transmission to depart from the Realm King's planet. Little did the Lord anticipate that his planet would one day become a transit station for others and a training base for Earthlings. Chapter 26. Cultivating the Spirit Fruit Tree. Nas's figure vanished from the Realm King's planet like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared like a specter in the Temple of the Gods. The god and Broly had been intently watching the direction Nas had departed, filled with concern. When they saw him appear unscathed before them, their anxious hearts finally settled. The two hurried forward, asking with genuine concern, "Nas, did you meet the Lord of the Realm? What was the situation?" Nas smiled and nodded, responding, "Indeed, I met with the Lord of the Realm, and we have come to an agreement. Now we simply need to gather the Dragon Balls to help restore his planet to its former state. Before he could finish his sentence, Nas activated instant transmission once more. And with a flicker, he vanished from the temple. The next moment, he found himself in Bulma's home. At that time, Bulma was seated at a table with Dr. Brief, examining a blueprint with animated gestures, seemingly discussing something of great importance. Upon seeing Nas suddenly appear before her, Bulma was taken aback. She hastily tossed aside the blueprint and approached Nas, a look of skepticism on her face as she queried, "Nas, why aren't you training at home today? Did you find time to visit me for some important matter?" Nas, observing Bulma's puzzled expression, was struck with a playful notion and decided to tease her. He feigned a wounded demeanor, saying, "Oh, Bulma, how could you say such hurtful things? Am I not allowed to visit you without reason? Moreover, I came to see you for your future. Look at me, bustling about, it's all for you." Bulma, caught off guard, was momentarily speechless, her face reflecting bemusement. Seizing the moment, Nas chuckled at Bulma's adorably confused expression. After a brief laugh, Nas composed himself and earnestly told Bulma, "All right, no more teasing. The truth is, I came to borrow your Dragon Ball radar." Bulma, regaining her composure, shot him a glare and replied, "Oh, so that's it. I thought you had something significant to discuss. But what do you need the Dragon Ball radar for?" Nas then elaborated on his plans in detail. He revealed that he had recently learned about a wondrous fruit known as the Spirit Fruit, which supposedly possesses extraordinary powers capable of greatly enhancing one's mental acuity and strength. Upon hearing Nas's account, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. As someone inherently curious about novel phenomena, and having recently begun her training in breathing techniques, she found herself particularly intrigued by anything that could enhance mental faculties, strength, or vitality. Initially disheartened by her perceived lack of talent, she was taken aback by the surprise Nas had brought her. It wasn't that she lacked talent. Rather, her abilities were heavily inclined towards technology, while her aptitude for martial training was rather average. According to Nas's projections, it might take her 80 to 90 years just to break through the first realm. Having felt despair over her situation, she had been engaged in research with Dr. Brief on spacecraft, as well as exploring how to leverage technology to assist her training in breathing techniques. Upon snapping back to reality, Bulma rushed to the storage room, retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, and handed it to Nas. Not wanting to waste time, Nas exchanged a few more words with Bulma before swiftly heading towards the Dragon Ball's location. Given Nas's current strength, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls was a trivial task. In less than half an hour, he had effortlessly collected all 7. While Bulma was still lost in her thoughts, Nas's figure appeared beside her like a specter. The sudden appearance startled Bulma, nearly causing her to jump. "Ah!" she exclaimed, her heart racing. She stared wide-eyed at Nas and was about to voice a complaint when she spotted the 7 Dragon Balls in his arms, instantly swallowing her words. Without further ado, Bulma urged Nas to make his wish quickly. Her heart brimmed with anticipation, hoping Nas would swiftly fulfill his wish so she could soon savor the Spirit Fruit. Nas wasted no time. He placed the Dragon Balls on the grass, took a deep breath, and called out to them, "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." His voice resonated through the air, seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space. Just as he finished speaking, the sky darkened, roiling clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light descended from above, accompanied by flashes of golden lightning, and Shenron finally emerged. The colossal dragon coiled majestically in the air, its scales shimmering with a mysterious glow, emanating an aura of majesty that invoked reverence. Shenron's eyes burned like flames as it gazed down at Nas, speaking slowly, "State your wish. I am capable of fulfilling any desire." Nas did not hesitate, replying earnestly, "Please restore the Realm King's planet to a state where the Spirit Fruit tree can be cultivated." His voice conveyed a sense of urgency, clearly indicating the significance of this wish to him. As Nas's voice faded, the eyes of the Shenlong began to emit a crimson glow, a radiance akin to blazing flames that suffused the entire space in a scarlet hue. After a brief moment, the voice of Shenlong resounded once more, "Your wish has been granted, farewell." With that, Shenlong's figure streaked across the sky like a golden bolt of lightning, gradually vanishing into the heavens. Concurrently, the 7 Dragon Balls, exuding a mysterious luminescence, were drawn upwards by an invisible force, slowly ascending into the air before bursting forth like fireworks, radiating brilliant light. As the Dragon Balls scattered, the once darkened sky gradually regained its brightness. Sunlight cascading down upon the earth once more. Witnessing this spectacle, Nas wore a satisfied smile. He turned to Bulma beside him and softly said, "Now that the wish has been fulfilled, it is time for me to go to Kai-Shinsei." Bulma nodded, a hint of reluctance flickering in her eyes. Yet she responded with a smile, "Yes, I understand. Go with peace of mind. I will take care of myself." Nas continued, "When you have the chance, see if you can upgrade your phone, ideally enabling it to transcend dimensional limitations and establish a connection with the highest dimension. This way, even if we are worlds apart, we can remain in contact at all times. Should any urgent matters arise, simply call upon KO, and I will return immediately upon receiving your message." Bulma nodded in understanding, retrieving a small capsule from her pocket and handing it to Nas. "This capsule contains some essentials and food, along with those joke books you asked me to collect. It should cater to your basic needs on Kai-Shinsei." Nas accepted the capsule, casting a grateful glance at Bulma before placing it close to his heart. He inhaled deeply, focusing his energy, preparing to execute the instant transmission technique. A faint glow enveloped him, intensifying until it formed a blinding sphere of light that encased him. In the blink of an eye, the luminous sphere dashed across the sky like a shooting star, disappearing instantly from Bulma's sight. With a swift motion, Nas traversed the temporal tunnel, appearing suddenly on Kai-Shinsei. His unexpected arrival startled the KO, who had been celebrating hand-in-hand with Beerus, causing him to tumble to the ground. Observing this, Nas hurriedly approached to assist the KO to his feet, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right, Lord KO? Is there any difference in the restored Kai-Shinsei compared to before?" Initially, the KO contemplated expressing his irritation at Nas's sudden appearance, but upon hearing the inquiry about Kai-Shinsei, he exclaimed with excitement, "Ha ha ha, the current Kai-Shinsei is splendid. Not only has it reverted to its former size, but I also sense that the planet's core has grown even more powerful. Moreover, the spirit fruit trees now yield fruits that are just as effective as those produced by the planet of Lord Kaishin." Hearing the KOS words, Nas felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he then prepared to access his personal space to retrieve the spirit fruit tree. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck Nas as he remembered the gift he had prepared for the KO. He quickly produced a universal capsule from his pocket, unhesitatingly handing it to the KO with a smile. "Lord KO, this is a special gift I brought from Earth for you. Inside are some amusing joke books. I hope they bring you joy and relaxation." The KO accepted the capsule, curiosity and anticipation flickering in his eyes. However, just as he was about to open the capsule to inspect the contents, Nas interjected, "Lord KO, I am now ready to begin planting the spirit fruit tree." At this declaration, the KO's attention was swiftly diverted, clearly more intrigued by the planting of the spirit fruit tree than the gift, prompting him to temporarily set aside his curiosity and follow Nas and Babulus to the opposite side of the planet. Upon reaching their destination, Nas took a deep breath and cautiously opened his personal space. The portal gradually opened, revealing a faint glow emanating from within. Nas focused his gaze, and there lay the spirit fruit tree, which he had previously shrunk. With a gentle wave of his hand, the spirit fruit tree floated out from the personal space and landed steadily on the ground. Next, Nas concentrated his energy, forming an energy sphere, which he then hurled towards the ground with great force. The sound of an explosive boom echoed as the energy sphere detonated, creating a deep crater. The spirit fruit tree seemed to sense the call of the earth. As soon as it touched the ground, its roots rapidly burrowed into the soil, as if alive. In the blink of an eye, the roots anchored themselves firmly, and the trunk began to grow at an astonishing rate. Witnessing this, Nas quickly grabbed hold of the KO and his pet Babulus, retreating swiftly to avoid being toppled by the suddenly expanding spirit fruit tree. Time passed, and the growth of the spirit fruit tree accelerated, its trunk thickening and foliage flourishing. Eventually, after a period of frenetic growth, the spirit fruit tree ceased its expansion. Although the tree's size did not match its colossal form from the lower realm, it still occupied a tenth of the planet. Gazing at the magnificent spirit fruit tree before him, Nas felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 27. The Surge of Power as the spirit fruit tree took root. Nas remained on Kai-Shinsei, awaiting its fruits while diligently training. With the advent of an era marked by explosive growth and strength, Nas resolved to enhance his power rapidly, preparing for any future events that might exceed his control. During his time training on Kai-Shinsei, Nas not only experienced significant advancements in his power, nearing a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2, but he also mastered the KOS ultimate technique, the Kaioken, refining it to limit physical harm as long as the user did not exceed 20 times their base power. Thus, after a year, during which the spirit fruit tree bore fruit 3 times, Nas, engrossed in his training, suddenly heard the KOS call. It turned out that Bulma had contacted him through the KO. Upon hearing the KOS words, Nas swiftly executed instant transmission back to Earth. Upon his arrival, Bulma and Suzy immediately surrounded him. Noticing Suzy's presence, Nas had an inkling of what was amiss. Once at Nas's side, Suzy quickly exclaimed, "Captain, our enforcement team in the West Galaxy was annihilated by someone named Gula. Termat went to seek vengeance and was injured. Had it not been for instant transmission, he might not have returned." Stunned by Suzy's revelation, Nas promptly inquired, "Is Termat's injury severe? As for the team, they can only be revived using the Dragon Balls. Gula is of no concern for now. Once we are prepared, we shall eradicate the entire Ice Demon race." At this moment, Bulma interjected, "The Dragon Balls can only revive those whose bodies are intact." A faint smile graced Nas's lips as he replied softly, "If it is the Dragon Balls of Namek, they should be able to bring him back to life." Hearing this, Bulma's face registered a hint of confusion as she blinked and asked, "Does Namek also have Dragon Balls?" Nas nodded and began to recount the origins of the Dragon Balls. His voice was deep and resonant, as if transporting everyone into a realm steeped in mystery. Once Nas concluded his tale, he retrieved dozens of crystalline spirit fruits from his pocket and handed them to Suzy with a smile. "Take these back to Yardrat and share them with everyone." Subsequently, Nas produced a Galactic Patrol certificate from his pocket and placed it in Suzy's hands, instructing, "Take this to Namek and request their Dragon Balls for use." Bulma, listening nearby, marveled at Nas's thoughtfulness and meticulousness. Nasu turned to Bulma and smiled, saying, "Bulma, please invite the warriors from Earth to join us for a gathering, so they can also savor this spirit fruit." Upon hearing his words, Bulma promptly responded and quickly retrieved her phone from her pocket to call the various warriors. Before long, the manor was filled with joyous laughter and cheerful voices as the Earth's warriors arrived, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, everyone's gaze unconsciously fell upon Goku's family. In Jine's arms was a chubby, adorable 2-year-old child who looked remarkably endearing. Krillin, noticing this, hurriedly approached with curiosity and asked, "Goku, is this your child?" Son Wukong grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and joyfully replied, "Ha! Yes, this is my son, Sun Wufan." Seeing the well-behaved Sun Wufan, everyone eagerly vied to hold him, while Master Roshi remarked, "Wufan, you named him after your grandfather." Goku scratched his head and said, "Yes, I wanted to honor my grandfather." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Such unconventional behavior could only be attributed to Goku. After everyone had enjoyed their meal, they were eager to spar. At which point Bulma presented her new smartphone and announced, "This is my newly developed smartphone, capable of interdimensional communication, and the combat power test has been upgraded to the Jing measurement unit." The crowd exchanged glances, pondering who could possibly achieve such high combat power. Observing their astonishment, Nasu smiled and changed the subject, saying, "I have brought some new items for everyone. These are the spirit fruits I cultivated on King Kai's planet over the past year. They not only enhance your strength, but also increase mental fortitude and life energy." Upon hearing Nasu's words, the crowd was filled with delight. Bulma then said, "Hold on before you eat. Let me see your combat power first, and then we can measure how much it increases after eating." Everyone lined up to have their combat power recorded by Bulma. The first to step up was Master Roshi, who had diligently trained over the past year, achieving a combat power of 320. Next was Krillin, whose combat power reached 525. Following him was Yamcha with 450, Jiaozi with 870, Tianjin Fan with 1300, and finally, Sun Wukong, whose combat power soared to an astonishing 4700. The crowd was once again astounded by Wukong's strength. Wukong, noticing their surprise, remarked, "I have only trained occasionally this year, with my mother accompanying me, so my power has increased a bit." The others were left speechless by his nonchalant boasting. At that moment, Bulma, who had been waiting, announced, "You can now eat the spirit fruits." As the words left her lips, everyone began consuming the spirit fruits. With each bite, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. Master Roshi's combat power multiplied tenfold to 3,200, Krillin's reached 4,600, Yamucha's climbed to 4,200. Jiaozi's surged to 6,090. Tianjin fans soared to 12,000, and Sun Wukong's combat power skyrocketed to 40,000. The crowd was left in awe of the Scion's extraordinary physique. While everyone reveled in their newfound strength, suddenly, Nasu's figure flickered like lightning, appearing atop a large tree. He swiftly delivered a powerful kick, sending a figure flying. Upon closer inspection, they realized the figure was Piccolo. Almost immediately, Nasu reappeared beside Piccolo, smirking as he quipped, "If you want to watch, just do so openly. There's no need to sneak around like a thief." Startled by Nasu's sudden appearance, Piccolo turned pale, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. However, being a person of dignity, he regained his composure, huffed softly, and stood up. Nasu found Piccolo's feigned calmness amusing and shook his head, thinking how he was truly suffering for the sake of pride. At that moment, Wu Fan, who had been playing in the crowd, accidentally bumped into Piccolo. Due to inertia, Wu Fan fell to the ground right by Piccolo's feet. Piccolo, initially intending to shove Wu Fan aside without hesitation, suddenly sensed a colossal aura locking onto him with immense pressure. This overwhelming energy rendered him immobile, making even breathing a challenge. Turning in terror, he traced the energy to Jin, who had unleashed a powerful aura upon seeing him about to push Wu Fan away. Faced with such a terrifying presence, Piccolo's face turned ashen, and his body trembled involuntarily. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was laughing heartily, completely oblivious to Piccolo's predicament. After enough laughter, Wukong casually remarked, "Nasu, do you have any more spirit fruits? Could I have another?" Hearing this, Nasu thoughtfully replied, "The spirit fruit is indeed a miraculous fruit that enhances combat power, but we must not become overly reliant on it. After all, the battle power it provides will eventually dissipate, if not honed and solidified." As Nasu finished speaking, Master Rashi added his perspective. Indeed, relying solely on external means to enhance one's strength without focusing on personal training leads to a shaky foundation. Therefore, it becomes challenging to pursue higher realms of power. Nasu nodded in agreement, continuing, "Once a certain level of strength is reached, the spirit fruit will no longer provide further enhancement. Thus, it's essential for everyone to rely on their self-cultivation to continually improve." At that moment, Wukong interjected, "Actually, I intended to give this fruit to Piccolo. I hope he can break through with me. It would be much more interesting." Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood the intention behind Wukong's actions. Nasu then leisurely retrieved a glistening spirit fruit from his pocket and casually tossed it to the still stiff Piccolo. All eyes followed the fruit as Piccolo, entangled by Wu Fan, mechanically caught it. Meanwhile, Wu Fan clung to Piccolo like a koala, rendering him immobile. The crowd exchanged amused glances, finding the scene utterly delightful. At this moment, Bulma, having completed her recordings, looked up with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Why did everyone's power increase differently after consuming the spirit fruit?" Nasu smiled slightly and explained, "This is likely due to the differing accumulations of each individual. The spirit fruit acts like a key, unlocking the hidden strength accumulated within our bodies." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally grasped the concept. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted from Piccolo, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. It turned out that while Wu Fan was busy entangling him, Piccolo had swiftly consumed the spirit fruit. Instantly, his combat power skyrocketed to over 38,000. As they witnessed the sudden eruption of Bic, everyone could not help but gasp in astonishment. At that moment, Bic was filled with exhilaration, radiating an overwhelming aura, his eyes glinting with a cold light, resembling an enraged beast. While the crowd remained immersed in their astonishment at Bic's enhanced prowess, Nas unexpectedly spoke up, inquiring if anyone wished to learn a particularly practical technique he had acquired from the King of Worlds. As soon as Nas finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, attentively gazing at him, after which he proceeded to explain the King Fist technique. Upon hearing this, the group displayed significant intrigue, and Nas began to impart the King Fist to them. As dusk approached, the gathering gradually dispersed, but they agreed to reconvene on Kame House 2 years hence. After their departure, Nas did not leave immediately. Instead, he retrieved several spirit fruits from his pocket and carefully placed them on the table. Then, he executed instant transmission, arriving at the temple with the swiftness of lightning. Upon his arrival, he spotted Broly sitting quietly, his eyes closed, seemingly engaged in meditation. Beside him, Boppo and the Supreme Kai were equally absorbed in their own worlds, completely still. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged. It was Bopo, who had sensed Naz's arrival. His figure appeared before Naz like a phantom, a hint of hesitation etched on his face. "It seems you have succeeded," Bopo remarked slowly, gazing at Naz. "I wonder if you could spare a spirit fruit for the Supreme Kai?" Naz smiled gently in response. "Rest assured, Mr. Bopo. The Supreme Kai has aided me in the past. Even without your request, I would share the spirit fruits with him. Of course, you shall not be left out." Upon hearing this, Bopo quickly waved his hands, insisting, "No need. You earned these through your hard work. I cannot accept them." However, Naz disregarded Bopo's refusal, gently placing a spirit fruit in his hand before turning to approach the Supreme Kai and Broly. In front of the Supreme Kai and Broly, Naz retrieved 3 more spirit fruits from his pocket and presented them to the Supreme Kai, saying, "These are for you. I hope they prove beneficial." The Supreme Kai accepted the fruits with a smile, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Next, Naz turned to Broly, offering him dozens of spirit fruits. "These are for you. Train diligently, and I believe you will grow even stronger." Broly accepted the fruits, a joyful smile illuminating his face as he cast a grateful glance at Naz, then began to examine the precious fruits closely. Subsequently, the 3 of them gathered together and commenced a conversation. Naz shared some of his experiences and insights from the process of acquiring the spirit fruits, while the Supreme Kai and Broly occasionally posed questions and offered suggestions, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After discussing various matters with Broly, Naz stood up to bid farewell. In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving behind a tranquil temple. His presence re-emerged on planet Yardrat, concerned about the sudden appearance of Gula, fearing the emergence of formidable foes. He returned to planet Yardrat to further enhance the strength of the Saiyans, locating Suzy and Lari, imparting the training methods and breathing techniques of the King Fist to them, instructing them to teach these methods to all the Saiyans. Soon after, Naz immersed himself wholeheartedly in training on planet Yardrat. One day, as he was entrenched in his training as usual, an overwhelming and suffocating aura erupted from within him, as if striving to break free from the constraints of the universe. This aura surged like a tempest, unleashing a cacophony of thunder and lightning, causing the entire planet to tremble before this formidable power. With a fierce roar, Naz's aura intensified like a volcanic eruption, becoming even more potent, its momentum akin to a tidal wave, unstoppable. Surrounding him, arcs of lightning entwined like silver serpents, interweaving with his explosive aura, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At that moment, Naz successfully transcended into the Super Saiyan 2 stage, marking a qualitative leap in his power. Though Naz had primarily focused on the laws of space and dimensional life over the years, he had not neglected the enhancement of his foundational combat strength. Through relentless effort and training, his fundamental power had steadily increased year after year. Now, his base combat strength had reached an astonishing 600 million, an exceedingly formidable figure. Coupled with his current Super Saiyan 2 transformation, his battle power skyrocketed to an astonishing 96 billion. At this stage, his combat strength was virtually invincible, and he was poised to challenge his dimensional breakthrough. Thus, Naz remained on planet Yardrat for over a year before returning to King Kai's planet to continue his training. There, he experienced a breakthrough in his dimensional abilities, startling the King of Worlds. The force of his breakthrough was so immense that it partially collapsed Snake Way, and only with the King's intervention was the situation calmed. To make amends with the King, Naz brought numerous vehicles and a variety of abundant food and accommodations from Earth. He also tasked the Saiyans with finding beings from high-gravity planets during their missions in the universe for the King. With Naz's assistance, King Kai's planet flourished with vitality. One day, while Naz and the King were enjoying tea beneath the spirit fruit tree, his phone suddenly rang. It was Bulma notifying him to head to Kame House for the gathering. Naz chuckled at the news, bid farewell to the King, and with a swift motion, departed from King Kai's planet. At that moment, Bulma and Krillin had already arrived at Kame House, engaged in casual conversation when Naz's figure flickered into view. Having experienced Naz's instant transmission multiple times, the group had developed a slight awareness of spatial concepts. Upon seeing Naz arrive, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, "Haha, Naz. My battle power is now over 500. She then added proudly, "I participated in the recent martial arts tournament and emerged as the champion, the first female champion in the tournament's history." As the group continued their chatter, Naz suddenly sensed a presence approaching Earth from the cosmos. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was preoccupied with food preparations, Nas concocted an excuse and executed instant transmission to depart. In an instant, he arrived at a nearby farm. And just as he steadied himself, he heard a voice proclaim, "A battle power of only 5. What a weakling." Then, a bullet was seen aimed at a man, and Nas swiftly appeared before him, catching the returning bullet with his hand. The voice then exclaimed in terror, "Why, you are Nas? I thought you were destroyed along with Planet Vegeta." Nas turned his head, smiling as he feigned ignorance. "Oh, it's Raditz. I wonder what brings you to Earth." "I'm here to find Kakarot. We're attacking a planet and need reinforcements, so I wanted to invite him to join us," Raditz replied. Hearing this, a subtle smirk appeared on Nas's lips, and a glint of inspiration flickered in his eyes. "Looking for Kakarot, huh? Very well, I shall take you there." Before Raditz could respond, Nas's hand swiftly clasped Raditz's shoulder. Raditz was completely unprepared for such an action, unable to react in time. Suddenly, his surroundings blurred, and he found himself vanishing alongside Nas. Moments later, they materialized before Kame House, surrounded by lush trees, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Inside Kame House, the group was busy preparing ingredients. Jine, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi were gathered around the table, some washing vegetables, others chopping them, while yet others were preparing cooking utensils, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared like phantoms, startling everyone as they looked up to see Nas and Late Eyes unexpectedly materialized before them. The scene before Late Eyes shifted instantaneously. The boundless plains transformed into a magnificent ocean. Catching him off guard, he steadied himself, casting a wary glance at Nas, who seemed indifferent to him, and then began to survey his surroundings. At that moment, Late Eyes spotted Jine, who was preparing food, standing frozen in astonishment. She quickly set down what she was holding and, in a flash, appeared before Late Eyes, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed upon her eldest son. "Late Eyes, have you been well all these years?" Upon hearing Jine's words, Late Eyes snapped back to reality. Looking at her, then at Nas, and recalling how he had been brought here by Nas, it seemed he realized something. His expression transformed to resemble that of his time on Vegeta's star, and he looked at Jine, saying, "Mother, it has been a long time. I am still the same, following Prince Vegeta in battle." At that moment, Suin Wukong, with a large skewer of meat in his mouth, sauntered over to Jine. Chewing contentedly, he curiously examined the unfamiliar man before him and then asked, "Mother, is this person my brother Late Eyes? But he doesn't seem very formidable. I thought elite warriors would be as powerful as Nas." Suin Wukong's remark caught Jine off guard, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. After all, during Suin Wukong's training, she often exaggerated Late Eyes' prowess to ignite his fighting spirit, claiming Late Eyes was an elite warrior with exceptional combat power from a young age. Little did she know that after all these years, Late Eyes' combat power was only slightly over 1,000. However, to Late Eyes, Suin Wukong's words seemed like a deliberate mockery, igniting a fire of anger within him. He widened his eyes and coldly snorted at Suin Wukong, bluntly stating, "Kakarot, you insignificant lower-class warrior, how dare you mock me? What is your own combat power?" Before he could finish speaking, Late Eyes swiftly activated his combat measuring device, eager to reveal Suin Wukong's true strength. Chapter 29. The Tragic Path to Strength of Vegeta. Late Eyes gazed at Suin Wukong with disdain, a smirk of derision on his lips. He activated the combat measuring device, preparing to ridicule his seemingly feeble brother. However, when the device displayed Suin Wukong's combat power as merely 800, Late Eyes' laughter abruptly ceased. Just as he was about to belittle Suin Wukong, an earth-shattering roar erupted from him. This roar, like thunder, shook the very air around them. Following this, a powerful aura surged forth from Suin Wukong, overwhelming and impossible to resist. Late Eyes stood in stunned silence, his measuring device exploding under the pressure of the immense energy. Meanwhile, far away on other planets in the cosmos, Vegeta was observing the situation on Earth through Late Eyes' combat measuring device. Upon witnessing the formidable aura emitted by Suin Wukong, he was taken aback. What shocked him even more was the sight of Nas on the screen. Vegeta's expression darkened, as memories of being humiliated by Nas on Vegeta's star flooded his mind. Those humiliating recollections surged forth like a tidal wave, igniting his fury. Vegeta abruptly stood, shouting to Nappa, who was munching nearby, "We must head to Earth immediately to take revenge on Nas. I thought that scoundrel perished with Vegeta's star." This time, we shall seize the opportunity to give him a thorough beating and then recruit him into our team. Nappa, rendered speechless by Vegeta's words, had no choice but to accompany him on the journey to Earth. Back on Earth, Late Eyes watched in astonishment as his brother unleashed an overwhelming aura, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. After a while, he stammered, "Kakakakalot, what is your combat power?" Just as Suin Wukong was about to answer, Gufan interjected proudly. "My dad's current combat power is 200,000. Upon hearing Gufan's declaration, Late Eyes was left speechless, and after a long pause, he asked, "Kakalot, how can your combat power be so high?" Nas interjected, "It is the result of years of rigorous training. You, as an elite warrior, probably had a combat power of several hundred in your youth, yet now you barely exceed 1,000. After speaking, Nas shook his head, leaving Late Eyes at a loss for words. At that moment, Jine brought over a platter of roasted meat and said to everyone, "Come, let us feast. Late Eyes, you should stay on Earth from now on." Hearing Jine's words, Late Eyes did not decline, and soon, everyone began to enjoy their meal and have fun together. Once they had eaten their fill, Nas's phone rang. Upon opening the video call, he saw it was Tamada calling. "Captain, we have just received news that Frieza's army has discovered our enhanced strength in the Galactic Patrol. He has allied with Gula, Kuerda, and Shi-Inha's Shilich, vowing to eliminate the Galactic Patrol within a year." Upon hearing Tamata's message, Nas remained unfazed and instructed him to convey to the Galactic King that all Saiyans should return to Yadila to Star. He intended to conduct special training there, and then, accompanied by the Earth Warriors and Late Eyes, he instantaneously teleported to Yadila to Star. The group was awestruck by Yadila to Star, their senses telling them that every corner of this planet was infused with immense energy. Moreover, the technological advancements here surpassed imagination, leaving them utterly astonished, especially Late Eyes, who felt as though he had returned to Vegeta Star upon witnessing so many Saiyans. However, unlike Vegeta Star, the powerful aura emitted by the Saiyans here left him somewhat shaken. Soon, Nas led everyone to the training ground. Upon entering, they were astonished by the sheer size of the facility, which surpassed all expectations. Moreover, the training ground was filled with powerful warriors whose prowess was astonishing. Even more surprising was that some children had combat abilities surpassing their own. Faced with such a scene, everyone felt speechless. Nas did not allow them much time for astonishment. He promptly instructed everyone to choose a training room and begin their training. He then took Late Eyes to another location for specialized training. Thus, time flew by, and before they knew it, half a month had passed. During this period, all the Saiyan Patrol warriors gradually returned to Yadila to Star. Nas allowed them to rest for 2 days before gathering them in the training ground. After this period of intense training, Late Eyes made remarkable progress. He not only mastered the technique of energy control, but also saw his combat power soar to over 90,000, which delighted him immensely. On the day the Saiyans assembled, Nas instructed Tamata to explain to everyone the reasons for this collective training. After finishing his speech, Nas continued, "Fellow clan members, now that Furisha has launched an assault, we must not only repel their invasion, but also annihilate them to avenge Vegeta Shing." Upon hearing Nas's words, the crowd became invigorated. Nas then instructed Temet and Sushi to separate all the adult warriors for training. Thus, everyone plunged into intense training, preparing to unleash their might when Furisha invaded. One day, while Nas was cultivating, he suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation behind him and saw Suin Wukong flash past. "Wukong, instead of focusing on your training to enhance your strength, why are you learning to teleport?" Wukong hurriedly replied, "I observed Elder Pakala and you using it frequently and became curious. I thought it would make traveling quicker, allowing me to visit Chi-Chi, my mother, and Wufan more often." Nas was at a loss for words. Wukong truly viewed teleportation as merely a means of transportation. With a resigned shake of his head, he resumed his meditation. Thus, a year passed amidst rigorous training. One day, as Nas was preparing to head to the training grounds to assess everyone's progress, Bulma sent him a message. "Nas, are you there? I can't hear you. What's the matter, Bulma?" "Two Saiyans have arrived on Earth, named Vegeta and Nappa. They just landed and were about to cause destruction when Janae and Balyalai subdued them. Janae asked me to contact you to determine how to handle this." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Nas was taken aback, realizing that Vegeta and Nappa had indeed followed the original storyline to Earth. He then prepared to teleport back to Earth, just as he noticed Suin Wukong and Late Eyes laughing as they approached. Naes asked them, Vegeta and Nappa have gone to Earth. I need to return. Do you wish to join me? Radai's eyes lit up at the mention of going to boast to Vegeta and Nappa. Without waiting for Suin Wukong to respond, he pulled him over to Naes. Seeing Radai's enthusiasm, Naes immediately understood his intentions, but chose not to address it, merely smiling. In an instant, the three figures flashed and appeared on Earth. At that moment, Vegeta and Nappa had already been brought to the Kaoa's palace by Balyalai and others. Spotting the suddenly arrived Naes and his companions, Balyalai quickly greeted, Big brother, it's been a while. At this moment, Vegeta shouted angrily at Naes, Naes, you scoundrel, you are still alive. Today, I shall reclaim the humiliation you inflicted upon me back then. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury, and his aura began to surge. Nappa clenched his fists, eager to engage. Radai stepped forward with a proud expression, declaring, Vegeta, just look at my current strength. As he released a powerful aura, his formidable combat power erupted like a volcanic explosion, causing Vegeta and Nappa's expressions to change. Having previously measured Janae's combat power, Nappa's scouter had exploded, rendering him unable to sense energy. He nervously asked, Radai's, what is your current combat power? Hearing Nappa's question, Radai's laughed heartily. My current combat power is 290,000, and my brother's is already at 600,000. The silent Vegeta snorted coldly. Radai's, you fool, stop spouting nonsense. You and your low-class warrior brother cannot possibly possess such high combat power. Infuriated by Radai's arrogance, he prepared to strike when Janae stepped forward. Coldly, she stated, Vegeta, this is Earth, not a place for your rampage. If you dare to make a move, do not expect to leave alive. Vegeta glanced at Janae, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. At that moment, Naes interjected, Vegeta, we face a more pressing enemy. Furisha has allied with Gula, Kuerda, and Shilage to eliminate the Galaxy Patrol. If you are wise, join us in combating them. Vegeta fell into contemplation. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Humph. I can cooperate with you. Seeing Vegeta's agreement, Naes added, before that, we must enhance your strength, lest you struggle even against the enemy's minions. Upon hearing Naes's words, Vegeta's face flushed with anger, ready to explode, but Naes swiftly immobilized him with energy. Nodding at the Kao and Bobo, he then took the group and teleported back to Yadila Tashing. Upon returning to Yadila Tashing, Vegeta was astonished to see so many Saiyans treating Naes with such respect. He felt as if he had swallowed a fly, witnessing his own clan members disregarding him. Subsequently, Naes brought Vegeta and Nappa to the training grounds and instructed Radai's to teach them how to sense and control their energy. Watching Vegeta diligently learn, Naes smiled, knowing that his tragic journey was just beginning. In Chapter 30, Reinforcements for Nameikshing, Vegeta was sparring with a Saiyan at the Yadila Tashing training ground. Initially, he appeared to have the upper hand, leveraging his years of combat experience to exploit his opponent's weaknesses. However, this Saiyan's strength surpassed all expectations. After a few exchanges, Vegeta gradually fell into a disadvantage. The Saiyan's relentless assault left Vegeta struggling to defend himself. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. In a fit of rage, he attempted to unleash his hidden potential, but even that did not change his predicament. A flying kick from the Saiyan sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, Vegeta's eyes reflected his unwillingness and determination. He recognized that this opponent was an unprecedented challenge. However, his fighting spirit ignited. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and readied himself for another round of attacks. He silently vowed to defeat this Saiyan and elevate his strength further. Sadly, ideals are often grand, while reality is stark. As Vegeta clenched his fists to strike, the opponent deftly appeared behind him. With a swift motion, he unleashed an energy ball, sending Vegeta hurtling off the stage. Observing Vegeta lying motionless on the ground, Nappa was no longer surprised. This marked Vegeta's 156th defeat. Returning to his senses, Nappa hurried to lift Vegeta and rushed him to the medical room. True to the Saiyan genius, just half a month after arriving at Yadila Tashing, Vegeta's power had surpassed Radai's, reaching 600,000, a testament to his relentless training and battles. As Vegeta finished his treatment and prepared to return to the training grounds with Nappa, Radai's approached them, saying, Vegeta, Nappa, come with me to the conference hall. Nappa quickly inquired, the conference hall? What is it for? The clan leader and Temet are gathering all Saiyans to formulate a battle plan against Furicia's forces. Initially, upon hearing Radai's call Na-sa clan leader, Vegeta felt a surge of anger. However, upon realizing they were preparing for war against Furicia, he hurried towards the conference hall. When they arrived, they found many others already present. The three spotted Suin Wukong and Janae seated nearby. Radai's pulled them over to Suin Wukong, who greeted them. "Hey, Vegeta, you all made it. How did today's battle go?" Hearing Suin Wukong's words, Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. Although he knew Suin Wukong was not mocking him, it felt like a taunt to his ears. Observing the surrounding individuals, Vegeta remained silent, merely letting out a cold snort directed at Suin Wukong. Suin Wukong glanced at Vegeta and scratched the back of his head, while Radai and Jin watched the scene unfold, bursting into laughter. Nearby, Nappa struggled to contain his amusement, bowing his head, though his body betrayed him with tremors of suppressed laughter. As the group engaged in light conversation, Nas suddenly appeared at the center of the podium, followed by Temet, Dasima, Sushi, and Lolly. Nas surveyed the entire conference hall and addressed the clan members, stating that he had received urgent news. The Frisia Alliance had altered its plans and was now en route to Nameuk-Shing, intent on seizing the Dragon Balls located there. Upon hearing this, Bike began to fidget restlessly, preparing to speak, but Nas paused to collect himself and continued. "We must proceed there to assist the Nameuk people in repelling their invasion. This is not only a matter of settling the enmity between our Saiyan race and Frisia, but also our duty as the Saiyan Guard." He then instructed the elite and upper-class warriors to accompany him to Nameuk-Shing, while Lolly and Sushi were to lead all the mid-tier warriors to assault the homeworld of the Ice Demons. Dasima would command the lower-tier warriors to protect Yadalat-Shing. After Nas delineated the tasks, everyone began to disperse into action. At that moment, Suin Wukong and Vegeta approached Nas, expressing their desire to join him on the mission to Nameuk-Shing. While Nas pondered their request, Bike, Tianfan, and Kellen joined in, stating their eagerness to accompany him as well. Observing their determination, Nas smiled and replied, "Since you are not afraid of danger, you may join me." Just then, Temet rushed over, exclaiming, "Captain, the spatial teleportation array is ready, let us embark." This teleportation array, created by Temet during Nas' year-long training on Yadalat-Shing after the defeat of Gula, resembled the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard in the Marvel Universe, capable of transporting individuals to any planet in the cosmos. Upon hearing Temet's announcement, everyone gathered around the teleportation array, and in the blink of an eye, the environment transformed, transporting them to Nameuk-Shing. Upon arrival, they sensed four formidable and malevolent energies. Nas then began to assign tasks, directing the upper-tier warriors and the Earth Fighters to disperse and eliminate Frisia's minions. Following Nas' orders, the group divided their efforts while Nas led the remaining elite warriors towards the Grand Elder's location. Upon arriving at the Grand Elder's quarters, they encountered a young Nameuk person waiting for them. He greeted them, saying, "Please proceed slowly. I am Nairu, the Grand Elder's guardian. Which of you is Nas?" Nas stepped forward and replied, "I am Nas. What can I do for you?" Nairu continued, "When Miss Sushi visited Nameuk-Shing, she mentioned that our two races would become friends. Now that our planet is in peril, we hope that you, Nas, can assist us." Nas assured him, "I have already sent people to deal with Frisia's subordinates. Rest assured, we will also confront Frisia and his associates." Nairu expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Nas. The Grand Elder is waiting for your arrival. I must now rush to the front lines to save my kin." Without waiting for Nas' response, Nairu took flight towards the nearest Nameuk village. Nas admired Nairu's bravery and willingness to face formidable foes for the sake of his people, reminiscent of his ancestors in a past life. Regaining his focus, Nas instructed Temet to remain outside with the others while he entered the Grand Elder's chamber. Though he had mentally prepared for this meeting, he was still taken aback by the Grand Elder's immense stature upon entering. The Grand Elder spoke, "Thank you, Nas, for coming to our aid." Nas waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Assisting Nameuk-Shing is merely a commitment between friends, and as the captain of the Galactic Patrol Saiyan Guard, it is my responsibility. You may simply call me Nas." Nodding in understanding, the Grand Elder then inquired, "We were informed that Frisia's forces were attacking the Galactic headquarters. Why have they come to Nameuk-Shing instead? Few outside of Earth know about the Dragon Balls." The Grand Elder sighed, explaining, "There is a Nameuk person within Frisia's alliance. a remnant of our people before the disaster. He was banished by our kin due to his insatiable cruelty, having become tainted by dark energy. It seems he survived, likely seeking the Dragon Balls to restore his youth. Observing the Grand Elder, who labored to speak, Nas produced a spirit fruit and offered it, saying, "Please consume this. It will alleviate your condition." The Grand Elder smiled at the fruit, recognizing it as a rare delicacy said to be fit only for deities, and accepted it, stating, "Though it may not prolong my life significantly, I am grateful for the gesture." After consuming the fruit, the Grand Elder appeared revitalized. Meanwhile, on the other side of Namie-Xing, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and their companions faced off against Guli's mechanized forces, the Jinyu Force, and Shalag's elite troops. Initially, Sun Wukong, Reitais, and the Earth Warriors had been engaged in eliminating Frisia's minions who were slaughtering the Namek villagers. As they prepared to guide the remaining Namek people to safety, they noticed Vegeta and Nappa mockingly toying with Dodoria and Sabo. Upon spotting Sun Wukong and the others, the duo ceased their antics and unleashed powerful energy waves to eliminate their foes. Just as they were about to retreat, they were suddenly confronted by the Jinyu Force and the mechanized troops. The two factions faced off, and after assessing each other's strengths, Jinyu addressed Shizhawai, stating, "Hey, you three are not to snatch our prey." Without waiting for a response, Nalais, standing nearby, interjected sarcastically, "Your prey might soon become your captors." As the argument escalated, Vegeta erupted with overwhelming energy, causing the combat power measuring devices to explode. Only Dalei, wearing a helmet-style combat power detector, remained intact. Observing Vegeta's immense power, he quickly declared, "Enough of this bickering. Vegeta's power level is 820,000. We must devise a plan to eliminate him." At his words, the previously quarrelsome group fell silent, their eyes wide with shock as they regarded Vegeta. The not-so-bright Lycum blurted out, "Nonsense. How could Vegeta's power have surged from over 10,000 to 820,000 in just a year? Your device must be malfunctioning." Just as the Jinyu Force prepared to respond, Shizhawai from the mechanized troops retorted, "Dalei's combat power detector is the pinnacle of technology from our Gula forces. It cannot possibly be faulty." With that, Dalei and Nalais assumed defensive stances. As the conversation continued among them, the enraged Vegeta unleashed a formidable energy wave towards the group. The three members of the mecha squad hurriedly advanced to collectively withstand the attack. After a brief moment of relief for having blocked it, Vegeta swiftly appeared behind them. With a sudden whip kick aimed at their heads, Nazi was startled and quickly retracted his head. After narrowly avoiding the attack, Dalei retaliated with an energy sphere directed at Vegeta, who effortlessly swatted it aside. Observing that Vegeta was now engaged in combat with the trio, Sun Wukong no longer hesitated and swiftly soared towards Jinyu. The remaining members, witnessing Wukong's action, also sprang into motion, each seeking their respective opponents, intensifying the battle dramatically. Sun Wukong charged at Jinyu, who smirked and rapidly formed hand signs to unleash a peculiar energy beam. Wukong deftly dodged to the side, simultaneously gathering energy in his hands to launch a Kamehameha at Jinyu. Unfazed, Jinyu teleported away, reappearing behind Wukong and delivering a kick to his back. Meanwhile, Vegeta was entangled with the mecha squad, his incredible speed overwhelming the three. Suddenly, Lycum roared as he joined the fray, firing an energy wave at Vegeta. With a cold smirk, Vegeta evaded Lycum's assault and countered with an energy blast that severely wounded him. As Lycum prepared to retreat, Tianjin Fan appeared before him in a flash, delivering a punch that pierced through Lycum's chest, effectively eliminating him. Radizi and Nappa were not idle either, observing that Vegeta was preoccupied with the mecha squad. They toyed with bait and Jisai of the Jinyu Force. The remaining Jinyu member, Gudu, found himself ensnared by Jiaozi. Meanwhile, Pike led Kring and Wufan in an ambush against Shalag's elite team. The skies above Namek shimmered with energy and were filled with the clamor of battle. Just as the conflict reached a stalemate, Shalag's elite team executed a mysterious fusion technique, instantly forming a colossal monster of immense strength, which even the combined efforts of Pike, Kring, and Wufan struggled to contain. With a mere wave of its hand, it sent the trio flying. At the same time, in the midst of combat with the mecha squad, Vegeta inadvertently exposed a vulnerability under the relentless assault of the three. Seizing the opportunity, Shizhawai delivered a lethal strike. In a moment of dire urgency, Suin Wukong teleported in front of Vegeta to intercept the attack. Upon realizing Wukong had shielded him, Vegeta erupted in fury, shouting, "Kakaluot! Who permitted you to meddle?" He then unleashed his full power, firing a powerful barrage at the mecha squad, sending them hurtling away. Though injured, Suin Wukong was not mortally harmed and, fueled by his indomitable spirit, surged with renewed energy, charging at the colossal monster. Radizi and Nappa, witnessing Wukong's struggle, ceased their jesting with Bait and Jisai, swiftly dispatching them before joining the battle against the monstrous foe. Jiaozi also quickly defeated Gudu and, alongside Tianjin Fan, launched a surprise attack on the giant creature. United in their efforts, the group gradually began to subdue the beast. Ultimately, after a concerted onslaught from all, the colossal monster collapsed, signaling the beginning of disarray within the enemy ranks. As the allies paused to catch their breath, a voice resonated behind them. "Exchange." Suin Wukong was momentarily frozen, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, he delivered a kick to the nearest Kring. As Kring was sent flying, alarm spread among the group. "Kakaluot, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking your own? Father, what has happened to you? Suin, what is going on?" Amid the cacophony of questions, Suin Wukong remained silent, suddenly unleashing a surge of energy that sent everyone sprawling. At that moment, Wufan spoke up. "He is not my father. I sense a chaotic aura that has turned cold." Just as doubts lingered, the weakened Jinyu on the ground warned, "Everyone be cautious. That fiend is Jinyu. Somehow, he has stolen my body." Upon hearing Wufan and the half-conscious Jinyu, the group was convinced. They then gathered their energy, preparing to attack Suin Wukong, Jinyu, but alas, all their strikes were evaded. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, their stamina was nearly depleted. Suin Wukong, possessing the greatest strength, despite sustaining minor injuries, was still in better condition than the rest. In their moment of despair, Vegeta suddenly devised a plan. He called out, "Let us all release our energy to disrupt his perception, and then seize the opportunity to strike." In response, the group converged, unleashing their energy, creating a turbulent wave in the Namekian sky. Suin Wukong, Jinyu, was momentarily thrown into disarray by the chaotic energy, slowing his movements. At that opportune moment, Pike darted behind him, landing a heavy punch to his back. Simultaneously, the others surged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches, kicks, and energy blasts upon him. Suin Wukong, Jinyu, was forced to retreat, and just when victory seemed within reach, he suddenly struck back, punching through his own chest. As he prepared to execute the exchange technique once more, Tianjin Fan, standing beside Jinyu, Suin Wukong, swiftly delivered a kick that sent Jinyu, Suin Wukong, crashing into Vegeta. Thwarting the exchange, their bodies reverted back just as Jinyu was about to react, and Radizi gathered his energy, unleashing a potent energy wave that obliterated Jinyu into oblivion. With Jinyu's demise, on the opposite side of Namek, Frieza and Gula received a signal. Frieza addressed Khalid, Gula, and Shalag, stating, "It seems the Galactic Patrol has dispatched elite forces this time. My Jinyu force has been vanquished." Gula, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes at Frieza and mockingly responded, "The Jinyu force? Huh, only you, my dear brother, would hold them in such esteem." Frieza, enraged by Gula's words, was about to retort when King Khalid interjected. "The Galactic Patrol has sent reinforcements. Let us eliminate them first. Do not create discord, especially you. Gula, behave yourself." Upon hearing King Khalid's words, Gula's gaze turned icy, revealing his murderous intent. Observing the silence among the three, Shalag, who had been watching, chuckled, "Indeed, now that we are on the verge of achieving our goals, it is best to avoid conflict." Just as the group fell into silence, a soldier rushed in, reporting, "My lords, we have just detected the locations of 2 Dragon Balls, one at the Elder's position and another where the Jinyu force recently stood." Upon hearing this, King Khalid quickly instructed, "Frieza, you and Shalag head to the Jinyu force's location to retrieve the Dragon Ball and eliminate those Galactic Patrol officers. Gula and I will secure the other Dragon Ball. Then rendezvous here." After assigning tasks, the group hurriedly set off, as another great battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 32. The arrogant Vegeta faces a severe beating at this moment. Nas was engaged in conversation with the Elder while simultaneously sensing all the happenings on Namek. Suddenly, he detected the energy signatures of Frieza and his companions stirring, with 2 powerful auras heading in their direction. The presence of Wukong was sensed, signaling an imminent crisis. Observing the suddenly silent Nas, the elder seemed to have noticed something as well. He refrained from speaking further, merely watching Nas's next move in silence. After a short while, Nas regained his composure and summoned Temate, who was meditating outside. Temate, send a warrior capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan to support Wukong and the others. Their presence is merely to stabilize the situation, and they must refrain from engaging unless absolutely necessary, Nas instructed. After speaking, he produced a bag of senzu beans and handed it to Temate. Receiving the beans without further comment, Temate turned to make the arrangements. Upon stepping outside, Temate surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the nearest warrior. He quickly approached the warrior, clapping a hand on his shoulder as he said, Carlos, take these senzu beans and immediately go support Wukong and the others. Carlos accepted the beans, his expression serious as he nodded. Temate then detailed some vital information, including the location of Wukong and the current combat situation, as well as potential enemies they might encounter. Once finished, Carlos wasted no time and activated instant transmission. In an instant, he vanished in a flash of white light, leaving only a faint whoosh behind. Upon arriving at the location of Wukong and his comrades, Carlos observed the Earth warriors pacing anxiously, clearly in a dire predicament. They were urgently contacting the logistics department, seeking assistance. The sudden appearance of Carlos startled them, but they quickly realized he was there to help. Carlos swiftly assessed their condition and noted that everyone had sustained injuries to varying degrees, particularly Wukong, who appeared gravely wounded. Without hesitation, Carlos retrieved a senzu bean from his robe and carefully fed it to Wukong. Wukong swallowed the bean without delay, and in an instant, a surge of powerful energy erupted within him. In the blink of an eye, Wukong's injuries were fully healed, and his body radiated a brilliant light, as if he had been reborn. Moreover, after this near-death recovery, Wukong's combat power surged to an astonishing 3 million. Seeing Wukong restored to his former self, Carlos sighed in relief. He distributed the remaining senzu beans to the other warriors to aid their recovery. Just as everyone was preparing to relax and share a laugh before departing, an intense sense of unease washed over them. Frowns creased their brows as their keen instincts warned them of two extremely powerful and evil presences approaching at an alarming speed. At that moment, Carlos spoke up. The Patriarch has arranged for you to lead this battle, while I will assist from the sidelines. He hopes this confrontation will transform you all. Upon hearing Carlos's words, the group began strategizing on how to face the impending threat. Now rejuvenated and significantly stronger, Vegeta scoffed, what is there to discuss? Let me, Super Vegeta, defeat them while you cowardly fools hide away. Vegeta's arrogance drew angry glares from the others, filled with frustration and discontent. However, at that moment, Wukong interjected, Vegeta, refrain from such remarks. I can distinctly sense that our adversaries possess immense strength, and their aura is exceptionally sinister, far from ordinary. Thus, I believe it is prudent for us to unite and confront this formidable foe together. Wukong's words plunged the group into contemplation, making them realize that this enemy could indeed be formidable. While the debate continued, two figures suddenly darted towards them like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the two figures stood before the group. When they recognized the newcomers, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz instinctively rose, their faces a mixture of shock, anger, and a hint of excitement. Vegeta fixated on the newcomers, his rage threatening to boil over. Forgetting Wukong's earlier warning, he gritted his teeth and declared, Frieza, I never expected you to come to me. Today, let me, Super Vegeta, send you to hell. Instead of being provoked, Frieza merely chuckled coldly in response. Oh ho ho, Prince Vegeta, it's been a while. I never imagined that in just a year, you would grow so much, even defeating my Ginyu Force. However, that does not mean you can challenge me. Unfazed by Frieza's taunts, Vegeta boldly proclaimed, Frieza, my power now surpasses yours, and I have transformed into the Super Saiyan you fear most. With that, Vegeta shot Frieza a defiant look. Watching Vegeta's audacity, Carlos nearly lost his composure. Although Vegeta had trained on Yardrat for several months, he had never witnessed a Super Saiyan transformation, and now, with his restored strength reaching around 1.9 million, the implications were clear. Frieza paused for a moment, then burst into laughter before menacingly stating, Oh, let's see how you, this filthy monkey, can make me tremble. As Frieza finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. Appearing before Vegeta in an instant, raising his fist to deliver a devastating blow. However, Vegeta was not caught off guard. With sharp eyes and swift reflexes, he sidestepped the attack with ease. Immediately, Vegeta retaliated, launching a fierce punch that struck Frieza like a cannonball. The impact was tremendous, catching Frieza off guard, and he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. As he tumbled through the air, Frieza struggled to regain control. Ultimately, he crashed into a towering mountain with a thunderous roar, causing the entire structure to tremble and debris to scatter. Though buried beneath the rubble, Frieza refused to relent. Suddenly, an overwhelming energy erupted from the debris, akin to a volcanic eruption, shattering the stones that had trapped him. As the dust settled, Frieza's figure became visible, and he appeared before Vegeta with a sinister grin. "Wild monkey, I must admit, you have surprised me, but your power is still far from sufficient." With that, Frieza began to gather energy, a faint glow enveloping him, intensifying with each passing moment. Moments later, Frieza unleashed a thunderous roar, reverberating like a clap of thunder. With this bellow, a blinding light erupted from his body, illuminating the entire space. The brilliance was so intense that those nearby had to shut their eyes to avoid being blinded. As the light gradually faded, the spectators were astonished to see that Frieza had undergone a significant transformation. His sharp angles vanished, his skin became smoother, and his tail appeared more refined. It was evident that Frieza had assumed his final form. As the overwhelming aura emanated from Frieza, fear surged through the hearts of the onlookers. His formidable presence seemed capable of obliterating everything in its path, instilling a chilling dread. At that moment, Vegeta stood frozen before Frieza, paralyzed by the sheer force of his overwhelming energy. Observing the sudden loss of spirit in Vegeta, Frieza let out a cold smile and, with a swift motion, appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Vegeta emitted a pained cry as the impact left a dent in his protective gear, followed by a barrage of relentless blows. By the time onlookers grasped the situation, Vegeta had been rendered nearly unrecognizable. Just as Frieza prepared to unleash a death ray to finish him off, Suin Wukong materialized in front of him, effortlessly deflecting the beam with a single slap, propelling Vegeta away in the process. Noticing someone daring to confront him, Frieza hesitated momentarily, then scrutinized Suin Wukong before speaking. "Ah, I recognize that face. When I annihilated Vegeta Star, a man who looked just like you dared to stand against me. Alas, he bore a cross-shaped scar on his face and was far too weak, vanishing alongside Vegeta Star with a single death ball." Upon hearing Frieza's words, Suin Wukong paused, while Red Eyes behind him began to tremble, retaliating with an energy sphere directed at Frieza. He then swiftly positioned himself alongside Suin Wukong, gazing coldly at Frieza, who was engulfed by his own energy ball. "Kakaluot, the person he mentioned is our father, Boudica. We must avenge him today." As soon as Red Eye's words fell, a death ray shot forth from the thick smoke towards the two. They quickly retreated, signaling the commencement of a fierce battle for brotherly vengeance. Chapter 33. Super Saiyan Suin Wukong. After narrowly evading the attack, the two began to radiate their energy. At that moment, Suin Wukong called out to Red Eyes, who was preparing to join the fray. "Brother, may I confront him alone? I wish to defeat him by myself." Recognizing the seriousness in Suin Wukong's demeanor, Red Eyes understood his resolve and chose not to argue, stepping aside to allow the two to face each other. As the spectators watched intently, a sudden energy wave struck Yamcha, who was holding a Dragon Ball nearby. The Dragon Ball was snatched away by Shilage. Seizing the moment while others were still recovering, Shilage prepared to escape with the Dragon Ball. However, Kaliosi interjected with an energy wave, blocking his path. The crowd then reacted swiftly, surrounding Shilage, who realized that a fierce confrontation was unavoidable. As he discarded his cloak, the onlookers discerned his appearance, revealing that he was also a Namekian, much like Beerus. Enraged, Beerus stepped forward and declared, "You, as a Namekian, dare to collude with outsiders to harm your own kin. I will not let you escape." With that, Beerus unleashed his fury and engaged Shilage in combat, their fists and feet colliding fiercely in midair, energy surging around them. Shilage, possessing formidable strength, soon had Beerus on the defensive. When Beerus momentarily exposed a flaw, Shilage seized the opportunity, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into a massive boulder, shattering it instantly. The spectators gasped, their spirits igniting with a surge of power as they charged towards Shilage. Leading the charge was Tianjin Fan, whose combat style differed from Beerus, exhibiting more agility and versatility as he darted around Shilaj, launching attacks. Annoyed by the relentless assaults, Shilaj gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a massive energy wave towards Tianjin Fan. Raid Eyes, appearing in a flash, simultaneously concentrated his energy and countered with his own wave. The two collided in midair, resulting in a ferocious explosion. As smoke enveloped the battlefield, the crowd anxiously awaited the outcome. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the haze, Nappa. Taking advantage of Shilaj's disorientation from the explosion, he approached from behind and, gathering all his strength, delivered a heavy blow to Shilaj's back, causing him to stagger forward. Meanwhile, Suin Wukong had activated his 20x Kaioken, his body engulfed in a crimson aura that surged with tremendous power. He and Frisha engaged in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. As Frisha grew increasingly impatient with Suin Wukong's resilience, he began to amplify his power, escalating from an initial 60 million to 80 million in combat strength. Suin Wukong felt the intensity of Frisha's energy and his heart raced, yet his resolve only strengthened. Gritting his teeth, he elevated his Kaioken to 25x, his muscles tensing with explosive force as his crimson aura surged even higher. Frisha, with a mocking laugh, suddenly lunged at Suin Wukong, moving with such speed that he left a trail of afterimages in his wake. As the two clashed once more, each contact unleashed violent shockwaves that shattered the ground beneath them. Concurrently, Shilaj broke free from Nappa's attack, roaring in fury as he released a circular energy wave, forcing everyone back. Seizing the moment, Biko adjusted his stance and re-entered the fray, coordinating with Tianjin Fan, Raid Eyes, and others to assault Shilaj from various angles. Though Shilaj was powerful, his age and weakened state hindered him from swiftly dispatching the group. On the other hand, Suin Wukong, bolstered by the 25x Kaioken, found himself evenly matched with Frisha. A flicker of surprise crossed Frisha's eyes. He resolved to shed his restraint and unleash his ultimate form to conclude the battle. At that moment, his power erupted like a volcano, his energy roaring within him, threatening to burst forth. In a flash, he appeared behind Suin Wukong with lightning speed, leaving him no time to react. As Suin Wukong spun in the air, Frisha mercilessly fired a death ray, the beam shooting toward him like a bolt of lightning. However, at this critical juncture, Kring, who had been gathering energy for a final strike against Shilaj, witnessed Suin Wukong in peril. Without hesitation, he abandoned his original strategy. The energy blade in Kring's hand blazed like flames as he expended all his strength, hurling it toward the path of Frisha's beam. The two energies collided midair, resulting in an explosive confrontation that sent shockwaves rippling outward like turbulent ocean waves. Frisha, who had believed his attack would surely eliminate Suin Wukong, was taken aback when his death ray was interrupted by Kring's energy blade. Miraculously, Suin Wukong had evaded disaster, igniting an uncontrollable fury within Frisha. Frisha's eyes burned with rage as he fixed his gaze on Kring, a murderous intent radiating from him. He extended a finger, lightly pointing at Kring, from which a tiny energy sphere shot forth like a meteor at astonishing speed. Kring had no time to evade. The sphere pierced through his body like a lightning bolt. With a mere gesture, Frisha seemed to command the very space around him, crushing Kring's body in an instant, reducing him to a cloud of blood mist. Just as Suin Wukong regained his footing, he witnessed Kring's brutal demise in his attempt to save him, filling his heart with immeasurable rage and sorrow. Suin Wukong's body trembled uncontrollably as if gripped by a powerful force. His muscles tensed, every nerve feeling the strain. Meanwhile, Bika and the others, lacking Kring's final strike, saw their meticulously devised battle plan collapse. The adversary who should have been defeated, Shilaj, found an opportunity to counterattack without hesitation. While the group still grappled with the shock of Kring's death, Shilaj launched his assault with rapid precision. He unleashed a formidable energy sphere towards Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, which soared through the air like a blazing meteor, racing at an astonishing speed. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, only awakening from their stupor at the very last moment, found it was far too late. They had no time to execute any evasive maneuvers, helplessly watching as the energy sphere hurtled directly towards them. With a deafening explosion, the energy sphere collided violently with them. The two were sent plummeting from the sky like kites severed from their strings, ultimately crashing into the lake below, creating a tremendous splash. Witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong, already in a state of furious rage, was pushed to the brink of uncontrollable wrath. A thunderous roar erupted from his throat, resonating as if it could tear the very fabric of the universe asunder. The surrounding air trembled under the force of his mighty vocalization. The sky erupted with lightning and thunder, and a tempestuous wind swept through, as though the heavens themselves quaked in response to Sun Wukong's fury. His hair began to flicker as if infused with boundless energy, radiating a dazzling brilliance. His pupils gradually vanished, replaced by an unsettling white, suggesting that his anger had reached its zenith. With another ferocious roar, his hair transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Shining as brilliantly as the sun, a golden aura enveloped him, undulating like surging waves, roaring with power. At that moment, his pupils shifted to a profound green, exuding infinite majesty and strength. The Super Saiyan Sun Wukong had officially arrived. The onlookers were awestruck, paralyzed by his overwhelming presence. Frieza recalled the ancient warnings passed down through generations about the golden-haired Saiyan, astonished that he now faced one. The first to react, Shrag prepared to ambush the dazed Nappa. Suddenly, a surge of water erupted from the lake below, and an energy wave surged towards him, revealing Carlos and Vegeta soaring from the depths. They each clutched Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, as Sun Wukong had shielded Vegeta from the previous assault. However, the force of the impact had still sent the severely weakened Vegeta into the water, prompting Carlos to dive in to rescue him. Unbeknownst to him, the chaos of the battle above had disturbed the waters, sweeping Vegeta away, as he was gravely injured and his energy dangerously low. After an exhaustive search, Carlos finally located and treated Vegeta, preparing to ascend, only to witness Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi plummeting. He and Vegeta rushed forward, seizing the two and lifting them up. Just as Carlos emerged, he spotted Shrag attempting another ambush, and swiftly unleashed an energy sphere to thwart his attack. Vegeta, gazing at Sun Wukong, appeared as if struck by lightning, momentarily frozen in place. With Carlos having revived Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, a new battle was about to commence. Chapter 34. The Clash of Gula and King Kurd. At the very moment Sun Wukong and Frieza encountered each other, the Saiyan Guard had decisively eradicated all the invading minions on Namek. The battlefield was now occupied solely by the formidable presences of King Kurd, Gula, Frieza, and Shrag. Concurrently, in another fierce confrontation, Gula and King Kurd swiftly approached the location of the Grand Elder. Nas, keenly sensing their approach, understood the immense threat posed by the duo. Should they get too close to the Grand Elder, it could spell disaster. Thus, without hesitation, he led Temmet and the remaining elite warriors at lightning speed, determined to intercept the father-son duo. As Gula observed Nas and Temmet blocking their path, a disdainful smirk graced his lips. He taunted Temmet, stating, "You were fortunate to escape last time, but this time, no matter how many allies you bring, you shall not stand a chance against me. And this time, you won't escape like before." Temmet, ignited by Gula's derision, retorted with fierce anger, "Gula, last time you cowardly ambushed me. Now, I will settle the score for both old and new grievances." Before his words faded, Temmet vanished in a flash, appearing behind Gula like a specter. Without mercy, he launched a powerful kick aimed at Gula. Gula swiftly turned, blocking the attack with one arm, then retaliated with a punch directed at Temmet. Both fighters struck simultaneously, each reeling back from the impact. As they created distance, Temmet ceased his probing and let out a roar, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gula and King Kurd exchanged uneasy glances at Temmet's transformation. Gula coldly remarked, "Damn Frieza, still leaving so many wild monkeys around. Let me, as the elder brother, help him clean up." With that, Gula unleashed his full power, his aura surging like raging flames, manifesting his strongest combat form. In an instant, a tremendous energy field erupted, sending sand and debris flying. Gula charged at Temmet with blinding speed, resembling a bolt of golden lightning. Temmet, fully aware of the threat, propelled himself off the ground to meet the charge. The two clashed, their fists and feet intertwining, producing a symphony of sharp collisions. Each impact generated powerful shockwaves, causing the surrounding space to tremble. King Kurd watched coldly, confident that Gula could handle Temmet. The battle intensified as both fighters sought to exploit each other's vulnerabilities, each attack laden with lethal intent. At that moment, Gula seized an opportunity and delivered a high kick aimed at Temmet's head. Temmet narrowly dodged, but Gula followed up with a crushing elbow strike to Temmet's chest. Temmet, fueled with rage, retaliated, forcing Gula back to prevent further damage. Observing the fierce confrontation, neither side gaining the upper hand, Nas calmly assessed the situation before turning to a nearby Saiyan warrior, issuing a command. Chris, you go deal with King Kurd. Without hesitation, Chris nodded, darting forward like a flash of lightning to confront King Kurd. Hey, old man, stop watching. I'm here to play with you, how about it? Chris taunted, a mocking smile adorning his face. King Kurd, incensed by the disrespect, felt his temper flare. Though retired, he would not tolerate such insolence. With widened eyes and a face twisted in rage, he silently cursed. This arrogant monkey dares to treat me with such disdain. Furious, King Kurd unleashed a powerful death beam towards Chris, the beam racing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Chris, recognizing the imminent threat, gathered his energy, forming a robust energy shield with his hands. He then struck out with a punch, colliding fiercely with the death beam. With a resounding explosion, Chris's fist met the beam, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Astonishingly, Kelesite effortlessly deflected the lethal beam unleashed by the King of Kurd. Witnessing this scene, the king was taken aback, realizing that Kelesite was far from an ordinary adversary, and he could no longer afford to be complacent. Without hesitation, he unleashed the immense energy within him, which surged like a tempestuous tide, bearing down upon Kelesite with overwhelming force. Yet, Kelesite remained undaunted in the face of the king's formidable aura. He inhaled deeply and, with a mighty roar, his muscles tensed instantaneously. Concurrently, he executed his ultimate technique, the 20-fold Kaioken. His battle power skyrocketed like a rocket, reaching an astonishing 80 million in the blink of an eye. This formidable force suppressed the King of Kurd's momentum entirely. The king stared in shock at this display, marveling inwardly at the rapid evolution of the universe. Just over a decade since his abdication, how had such powerful beings emerged? Faced with this unexpected pressure, the king resolved to hold nothing back and began to utilize his transformation abilities. As a dazzling light enveloped him, the king underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, resembling Frisia's final form, but with two sharp horns adorning his head. With the transformation complete, his energy erupted like a volcano, soaring from tens of millions to 110 million in an instant. This overwhelming aura swept through everything around it like a violent gale. Meanwhile, Gula, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Temet, cast a scornful glance at the king's transformation, snorting in derision, unimpressed by the king's newfound power. However, Kelesite was undeterred by the king's change. Upon witnessing the completion of the transformation, he launched an attack without hesitation. In a flash, he accelerated like lightning, appearing before the king as if he were a phantom. Kelesite executed a technique known as the afterimage fist, appearing behind the king in an instant. Without hesitation, he struck with a powerful punch aimed at the king's lower back, a blow so forceful it seemed intent on shattering his spine. Yet, the king was no ordinary foe. Seasoned by countless battles, he was well aware of Kelesite's feigned attack. Just as Kelesite's fist was about to connect, the king deftly pivoted and seized Kelesite's fist. Reacting swiftly, Kelesite twisted his body and, harnessing that momentum, unleashed a kick aimed at the king's head. The speed of this kick was blinding, akin to a flash of lightning cutting through the night sky, catching the king off guard. The king quickly leaned back to evade this lethal strike, but Kelesite's reflexes were equally remarkable. Mid-air, the kick meant for the king's head suddenly altered its trajectory, transforming into a fierce kick that struck the king squarely in the face. The impact was tremendous, sending the king flying and freeing Kelesite from the king's grasp. As the king soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, he found himself momentarily powerless. Just as he was about to crash heavily to the ground, he erupted with a formidable energy that halted his descent. His eyes then shot forth two brilliant beams of light, akin to lasers, directly targeting Kelesite. Caught off guard, Kelesite was struck by these rays before he could regain his balance, hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby mountainside. The resulting explosion caused the mountain to collapse, debris scattering in all directions. However, amidst the seemingly tranquil ruins, a powerful golden energy wave suddenly erupted, akin to a surging torrent, sweeping all before it. This energy wave was so potent that it reduced every fragment of stone to fine dust, as if the entire world were quaking under its might. At the center of this golden tempest, Kelesite's form gradually materialized. His hair, once black, had transformed to a radiant gold, emanating a dazzling light, signifying his successful transformation into a Super Saiyan. Slowly emerging from the collapsed mountainside, Kelesite left everyone in stunned silence. The king of Kurd and the fiercely battling Gula were equally astonished by this unforeseen spectacle. Who was this Saiyan that had emerged? Gula gazed at Kelesite in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to continue the fight. Seizing the opportunity as Gula faltered, Temet unleashed a massive energy sphere, which hurtled towards Gula like a meteor. With a thunderous explosion, the energy sphere struck true, sending Gula crashing into the ground below. The shockwave from the explosion kicked up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. When the dust settled, a vast crater remained, while Gula had vanished without a trace. At this moment, the king of Kurd snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting slowly toward Nas and the remaining Saiyans behind him. Observing these individuals, an absurd thought surged within the king. Could it be that all these people were Saiyans? Chapter 35. The erupting king of Kurd Kelesite vanished and reappeared before the king of Kurd like a bolt of lightning. This sudden turn of events instilled terror within the king, causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back, his expression one of incredulity, perhaps embarrassed by his recent actions. The king felt a pang of shame. In a fit of rage, he bellowed at Kelesite while simultaneously unleashing several devastating energy blasts. With a resounding boom, the energy waves collided with Kelesite, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. Yet, as the dust began to clear, onlookers were astonished to find Kelesite standing unharmed, as if the powerful energy waves had no effect on him whatsoever. The king's heart tightened at this sight, coming to the realization that this opponent's strength far surpassed his own. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Kelesite refused to grant the king any respite. In a flash, he surged forward like lightning, arriving at the king's side in an instant. Before the king could react, Kelesite unleashed a punch of thunderous might, striking the king squarely in the face. The king felt darkness envelop him as he was sent hurtling backward like a kite caught in a tempest, soaring into the sky. Not one to let such an opportunity slip by, Kelesite pursued the king relentlessly, raining down a flurry of punches upon him like a torrential storm. With a final, earth-shattering spike, Kelesite drove the king into the lake with tremendous force, leaving him overwhelmed and defeated. The onlookers gaped in astonishment as Kurd and his son plummeted into the water like kites severed from their strings, creating a massive splash before falling into an eerie silence. The surface of the water settling as if nothing had occurred. Moments turned into minutes, yet the father and son remained submerged, leaving the witnesses in a state of bewilderment, utterly unsure of how to respond to the surreal scene unfolding before them. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, an even more formidable aura erupted from the ground, akin to a tempest unleashed. This overwhelming force surged forth like a fearsome beast, crashing against the once tranquil plain. The ground trembled violently, as if the very fabric of the world was on the brink of being torn asunder, accompanied by deafening roars. The earth seemed to be violently ripped apart by an invisible hand, revealing a vast, bottomless chasm before the astonished crowd. The fissure expanded rapidly, transforming into a wide valley in the blink of an eye. Towering cliffs flanked the valley, imposing an insurmountable sense of oppression. Just as the spectators were rendered speechless by the sudden upheaval, Gula shot forth from the valley like a cannonball. His body spun rapidly through the air, generating a fierce wind. Once he regained his composure, the onlookers gasped at the astonishing transformation Gula had undergone yet again. His physique had grown even more colossal, and his muscles were now distinctly defined, brimming with explosive power. His skin manifested a deep gray hue, adorned with a subtle glow, as unyielding as steel. His gaze turned colder, his formidable aura swirling like flames. At this moment, Gula was enveloped by countless fragments of rock, which orbited him like planetary rings, each fragment shimmering softly, harmonizing with Gula's luminescence to create a breathtaking tableau. Observing the newfound might of Gula, Temet felt an irrepressible thrill within him. The last encounter with Gula had left him unprepared, ambushed before he could transform, a memory that haunted him, fueling his desire to confront Gula and avenge that day. Upon returning to Yadalate Star, Temet embarked on an intense training regimen, relentlessly pushing his limits day and night. His base combat power had soared to over 10 million, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his strength reached an astonishing 500 million. At that moment, Kurd, having been cast into the lake, ascended, gasping for breath as he beheld the now strongest form of Gula. Turning to Christ, he bellowed, "You wretched wild monkey, you have forced me into such a predicament. Thus, I shall unleash my utmost power." Having spoken, Kurd began to gather his energy, his formidable aura erupting like a volcanic explosion, followed by a blinding flash. Though his physique had not altered, his muscles had grown more robust, and an overwhelmingly potent force emanated from him, surpassing even Gula's strongest form, reaching approximately 1 billion. Gula surveyed the now formidable Kurd, smirking slightly. The old man is finally going all out. I wonder if he can muster the strength to obliterate the rest. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the space, a primal scream from Kurd. This roar struck like thunder, snapping Gula back to reality, banishing any semblance of complacency as he focused intently on Timmit, bracing for a new wave of ferocious assaults. Simultaneously, Kurd wasted no time, moving with ghostly swiftness, appearing above Christ in an instant. With a lightning-quick kick, he struck Christ's face with tremendous force, a blow imbued with unyielding might. Christ, taken aback, hurriedly crossed his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself from the lethal strike. Yet, Kurd's strength was insurmountable. Despite Christ's desperate effort, he was sent hurtling away. His body flew backward like a projectile, carving deep furrows into the solid ground, as if attempting to rend the earth apart. Before Christ could stabilize himself, Kurd, like a specter, reappeared behind him. With a resounding crash, Christ let out a cry of agony. Kurd had seized the opportunity, delivering a punishing blow to his back while he was off balance. The force was nothing short of staggering. Christ spun through the air, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. He crashed through 3 small hills before finally plummeting to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Astonishingly, Christ's body became embedded into a massive stone wall, as though fused with it. Having endured just 2 attacks, Christ was gravely injured, his form limp against the wall, seemingly devoid of consciousness. Observing Christ revert to his normal state, unable to continue the battle, Nas gestured for the remaining Saiyans to transform and join the assault against Kurd. Nas swiftly moved to Christ's side, casting a healing spell. In no time, Christ's wounds began to mend, and he regained consciousness. Once restored, Christ felt the resurgence of his formidable power, expressing gratitude to Nas before soaring forward to join the fray against Kurd. What had begun as a one-on-one confrontation had now morphed into a valiant onslaught of righteousness. Nas became a battlefield medic, tirelessly aiding the fallen Saiyans. These warriors were enduring a crucible of life and death. As time passed, their rate of defeat gradually slowed. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed. Winds began to whip around. The ground started to sink, and the sea water flowed backward. Nas turned to investigate, but the sudden blinding light made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Helpless, he resorted to sensing the source of the upheaval with his mind's eye. It was revealed that Gula and Timmit's battle had escalated to a fever pitch. As Kurd engaged Christ, Gula and Timmit embarked on a new round of conflict. The two charged toward each other, fists colliding. After which Timmit pivoted to deliver an elbow strike to Gula, who swiftly countered, blocking the blow with one arm. Seizing the moment, Gula delivered a kick aimed at Timmit's abdomen, but Timmit adeptly sidestepped, grabbing Gula's ankle and forcefully flinging him away. Gula executed a mid-air somersault, landing gracefully, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, unleashing massive waves of energy from his hands toward Timmit. Unfazed, Timmit thrust one hand forward, releasing a powerful energy blast that formed a colossal defensive barrier. With his other hand, he unleashed several waves of light to counter. The energy waves clashed violently in midair, producing a dazzling display of brilliance and deafening sounds, warping the surrounding air. The residual energy surged like a tempest, toppling nearby rocks and trees. Gula and Timmit gritted their teeth, relentlessly amplifying their energy output in an attempt to overpower one another. A radiant glow enveloped their bodies. Muscles taut, as Timmit thrust his arm forward to maintain the defensive barrier. The indomitable shield transformed into a luminous net, enveloping Gula. Observing this, Gula swiftly gathered energy in both hands, manifesting several crimson energy needles that instantaneously pierced through the luminous net. Upon witnessing the breach, Timmit's eyes narrowed, and his figure vanished from sight. Gula, ever vigilant, scanned his surroundings, and suddenly, Teammate reappeared behind him, delivering a swift kick to his back. Gula stumbled forward, still regaining his balance, when Teammate unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Gula to retreat step by step. Seizing the opportunity, Gula grasped Teammate's fist and yanked it toward him, simultaneously driving his knee into Teammate's abdomen. Teammate winced and staggered back. At that moment, Gula inhaled deeply, energy surging wildly within him. As he became enveloped in a golden radiance, his aura swelling exponentially. Teammate's heart raced in astonishment. Gula had broken through. Gula roared, thrusting both hands forward, unleashing an energy wave several times more powerful than before towards Teammate. Teammate, undeterred, concentrated all his energy, forming a colossal energy sphere to counter the assault. The two energies collided once more, resulting in an explosion more ferocious than the last, shaking the very battlefield. As the energy waves dissipated, both warriors found themselves panting heavily. Yet their gazes remained icy and fixed upon one another. Teammate took a deep breath and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Gula, throwing a punch towards his chest. Gula, noticing Teammate's approaching fist, swiftly extended his hands and firmly grasped Teammate's fist as if it were a vice. Unfazed, Teammate smirked with a sly grin, evidently having anticipated this moment. Just as he prepared to unleash his signature move, the headbutt, an unforeseen event unfolded. Gula harbored the same intention, and without hesitation, he charged headfirst into Teammate. In an instant, the sound of a tremendous impact reverberated as their heads collided violently. The force of the collision was akin to two meteors crashing, sending shockwaves that made the surrounding air tremble. Following the impact, both warriors found their vision blurring, as if the entire world were spinning. Dazed and unsteady, they swayed involuntarily. Nevertheless, this brief disorientation did not halt their battle. Regaining a semblance of clarity, Gula swiftly delivered a kick aimed at Teammate. Reacting swiftly, Teammate reached out to grasp Gula's leg, seeking to thwart his attack. Thus, their limbs became entangled, exchanging punches and kicks relentlessly. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, with both combatants exerting every ounce of strength to vanquish the other. Amidst the fierce struggle, Gula suddenly conceived a cunning plan. He deftly wielded his tail like a whip, striking Teammate fiercely. Taken by surprise, Teammate was forced to retreat. Pain surged through him, and he realized the predicament he was in. However, he quickly recalled that he too possessed a tail, prompting him to control it and engage in a thrilling contest against Gula's tail. Unfortunately, Teammate's tail was evidently shorter, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage in this duel. Gula's tail coiled around Teammate's neck and mouth, constricting him and making it difficult to breathe. Struggling against the oppressive grip, Teammate suddenly had a stroke of genius. He opened his mouth and bit down hard on Gula's tail. The bite was fierce, causing Gula to recoil in pain and release his hold. Seizing this opportunity, both warriors simultaneously launched a punch at each other before swiftly creating distance to reassess their positions. By now, both were significantly fatigued, each aware that a single decisive strike could determine the victor. At that moment, Teammate seemed to devise a brilliant stratagem. His form darted like lightning, racing around Gula at an astonishing speed. Gula was utterly astonished by Teammate's sudden movement, his eyes widening as he fixated on Teammate, refusing to let his guard down. Abruptly, Teammate, like a wraith, vanished and reappeared behind Gula. Alarmed, Gula spun around, but in that fleeting instant, Teammate unleashed a furious roar, solar fist. Instantly, a blinding radiance erupted from Teammate, reminiscent of the sun, its brilliance so intense that it threatened to illuminate the entire world. Gula's eyes were nearly blinded, overwhelmed by a sea of whiteness, rendering him unable to see anything. In that moment of brief blindness, Teammate unhesitatingly released a formidable energy wave. The energy wave shot forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, imbued with immense force, hurtling towards Gula at an astonishing velocity. Gula, barely recovering from his blindness, focused his gaze just in time to see the energy wave, now resembling a flaming meteor, barreling towards him. With no time to gather strength, he hastily launched his own energy wave in a desperate attempt to counter Teammate's assault. The two energy waves collided in midair with a cataclysmic roar, stirring a massive cloud of dust and causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Amidst the swirling dust, the two beams of light intertwined and clashed, emitting a dazzling spectacle reminiscent of the violent collision of two celestial bodies. In this heart-pounding confrontation, Temate and Gula poured every ounce of their being into their cries, urging their energies to overwhelm the other and determine the victor. As Temate intensified his focus, the energy wave surged towards Gula. This clash of energies reached its pivotal moment, as the outcome seemed imminent. With a piercing scream from Gula, Temate emerged victorious in this fierce battle. Chapter 37. The cowardly King Kyud. Upon witnessing Gula's demise, Kyud, besieged by adversaries, felt an overwhelming surge of fear. As his strength waned, the terror within him grew, compelling him to seek an escape route. Just after evading an attack from one warrior, he unleashed a death ray at another. Seizing the opportunity, he broke free from the encirclement, then amassed all his energy to launch a colossal energy wave at the group. As they prepared to defend, the light wave reached them and instantaneously split into several smaller beams, circumventing them and striking from behind. In an instant, several warriors fell to the ground, with Krista suffering the most damage, having broken a leg and an arm. Witnessing the devastation, Nas recognized the limits of the remaining warriors and ceased to spectate. At that moment, seeing Kyud prepare to unleash another energy wave, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and swiftly appeared before the group. Just as King Kyud executed his final strike, Nas casually waved his hand, effortlessly swatting the lethal attack away as if swatting a fly. This seemingly nonchalant gesture concealed boundless power and finesse, rendering King Kyud utterly helpless to resist. He stared in disbelief as his assault was so easily neutralized, standing frozen in place as if paralyzed by astonishment. However, Nas did not seize the opportunity to eliminate the Kuerda Wong immediately. Instead, he turned and approached Kelisite and several others. He stood before them, extending his hands to begin a healing spell. A warm glow emanated from his palms, enveloping the injured. The Kuerda Wong was taken aback. He realized that Nas was rescuing these individuals, and once they were revived, he would likely be left without any chance of survival. Thus, he resolutely unleashed a more powerful wave of energy towards Nas's back. This wave shot forth like lightning, hurtling towards Nas at an astonishing speed. Yet, Nas seemed to have anticipated this move. Without even turning around, he casually waved one hand, effortlessly deflecting the energy wave, just as he had repelled the Kuerda Wong's previous attack. Meanwhile, with his other hand, he continued to heal Kelisite and the others without a moment's pause. Thus, Nas simultaneously warded off the Kuerda Wong's assault while methodically tending to the wounded. After a while, he finally healed all the injuries sustained by Kelisite and the others. Rising slowly, he cast a disdainful glance at the Kuerda Wong. The latter's anxiety deepened. He hastily renewed his attack in an attempt to halt Nas. However, Nas simply waved his hand, sending forth an energy sphere that shot like a meteor, accurately striking the Kuerda Wong's energy wave and shattering it. Before the Kuerda Wong could recover from his shock, Nas suddenly appeared before him like a wraith. The Kuerda Wong, filled with terror, attempted to evade. But it was too late. Nas reached out a hand, placing it before the Kuerda Wong, and then unleashed a powerful wave of energy. This wave erupted like a volcano, engulfing the Kuerda Wong in an instant. With a thunderous sound, the Kuerda Wong's body was ravaged by the force, leaving only a head and an arm intact. He gazed at Nas in horror, his remaining body trembling with fear. He understood that he had nowhere to flee, the shadow of death looming over him. "Great One, please spare my life," the Kuerda Wong stammered. "I am willing to offer you all the planets under my rule if you grant me a chance to live." Supporting his half-destroyed body with his remaining hand, he desperately bowed, his forehead striking the ground with a series of muffled thuds, hoping to sway Nas's heart. "My lord, you see, my strength is quite formidable, and I would be a loyal and capable subordinate." The Kuerda Wong continued to plead, "I will be wholly devoted to you," without a trace of treachery. However, Nas merely scoffed, showing no concern for the Kuerda Wong's pleas. "Foolishness," Nas mocked. "Those planets of yours are no different from my own." The Kuerda Wong was momentarily stunned by this remark. He had thought that offering planets and showcasing his strength would earn him a sliver of mercy, only to find that Nas was devoid of compassion, dismissing his offerings entirely. Furthermore, Nas added, "You are simply too hideous. How could I allow someone so grotesque to be one of my subordinates?" The Kuerda Wong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always prided himself on his formidable power, never imagining he would be rejected due to his appearance. "So, you might as well resign yourself to your fate," Nas declared with unrelenting cruelty. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed another potent energy sphere, which flew directly toward the Kurta Wang. The latter had no time to react before being consumed by the energy. With a resounding explosion, the Kurta Wang's body was obliterated, reduced to ashes. After dispatching the Kurta Wang, Nas turned to Temmet and commanded, "Lead all the Saiyan in retreat." Temmet nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly organizing the Saiyan to leave the battlefield in an orderly fashion. Nas then made his way alone to the elder's residence, briefly explaining the situation before preparing to watch the live broadcast of the climactic battle between Suin Wukong and Fulisha. As everyone dispersed like frightened birds, the once tumultuous battlefield fell eerily silent. In the massive crater formed by the energy collisions, the previously firm earth began to tremble slightly, as though something beneath was stirring. Suddenly, with a dull thud, a colossal hand burst forth from the soil. It appeared as if it had clawed its way from the depths of hell, caked in dirt and debris, sending chills down one's spine. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the hand belonged to Gula. He had miraculously survived the cataclysmic blow from Temmet, although his body was grievously injured, most of it destroyed, and he lay buried under a thick layer of earth, unconscious. Had it not been for the extraordinary resilience of the ice race, any other species would have perished under such severe injuries. Nevertheless, despite Guli's narrow escape, his condition was far from hopeful. His head was nearly severed from his body, held together only by a thin strip of flesh, appearing on the verge of detachment. Additionally, he had lost half of his body, presumably torn away during the battle. Now, Gula lay in the pit, struggling to breathe the surrounding air as if it were the most precious substance in the world. His consciousness was still somewhat hazy, and vivid images of the harrowing battle flashed through his mind. He understood that, given his present state, seeking immediate revenge was nearly impossible. Thus, he resolved to wait here until he regained some strength before devising a way to stealthily escape this planet. As for the Saiyan who had inflicted such grievous harm upon him, he would not let them go unpunished. Once he had healed and restored his power, he would undoubtedly seek them out to exact revenge for today's deeds. Regrettably, at the moment Nas struck, Gula had already lost consciousness, entirely unaware of the vast chasm that separated him from his adversary. Chapter 38. The Merging Transformation of Bike. The scene shifts to Suin Wukong, who, upon witnessing Kaloosi rescue the barely breathing Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, exhaled deeply. He then turned, casting a cold gaze upon Fulisha. "Fulisha, today, I shall avenge my father and seek retribution for Kring." With that, Suin Wukong clenched his fists and charged toward Fulisha. The latter, wary of Suin Wukong's power, quickly braced himself to meet the attack. Their fists collided with tremendous force, sending a powerful shockwave radiating from their center, shattering the ground around them. Fulisha was taken aback by the surge of Suin Wukong's strength, his arm tingling from the impact. Seizing the moment, Suin Wukong launched a kick toward Fulisha's abdomen, but the latter sidestepped and retaliated with an energy wave aimed at Suin Wukong. The latter deftly evaded and instantaneously appeared behind Fulisha, delivering a flurry of punches to his back. Fulisha, in pain, was propelled forward but managed to stabilize himself. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he rapidly gathered energy, unleashing a massive purple energy beam towards Suin Wukong. Unfazed, Suin Wukong also concentrated energy, releasing a golden energy wave to counter. The two energy waves clashed violently in midair, erupting in brilliant light that enveloped the entire battlefield. The onlookers were left in awe, captivated by the intensity of the duel. Especially Vegeta, gazing at Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, clenched his fist as a wave of unyielding emotion surged within him. At this moment, Sherlag, intending to stealthily depart while everyone's attention was captivated by the battle between Son Goku and Frieza, found his every move scrutinized by Piccolo. Upon noticing Sherlag's attempt to flee, Piccolo unleashed an energy wave directed at him. Although Sherlag was older, the disparity in strength with Piccolo allowed him to effortlessly deflect the attack. Despite the lack of impact, the incident jolted the surrounding spectators back to reality. Realizing he could not escape for the time being, Sherlag witnessed the renewed onslaught from the crowd. After fending off a kick from Piccolo, Sherlag, recognizing the familiar tactics, lamented, "What? Is this never-ending?" Just then, as the battle raged on, the arrival of Nairu was marked by a cough. Upon reaching the battlefield, he glanced at Son Goku engaged with Frieza and then at the group assaulting Sherlag, quickly making a decision to join the fray against Sherlag. Unfortunately, his power was rather insufficient among the assembled fighters, with a mere battle power of 42,000, dwarfed by Yamcha's current power exceeding 400,000. As Nairu joined the assault and exchanged a few blows, Sherlag swiftly severed his arm, followed by a subsequent energy wave that nearly finished him off. Witnessing Nairu's weakness brought Sherlag a sense of delight, as he perceived an excellent opportunity to exploit. Without hesitation, he launched another energy sphere directly at Nairu. The sphere traveled at an astonishing speed, closing in on Nairu in an instant. However, at this critical moment, Piccolo, closest to Nairu, sensed the impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward and shielded Nairu with his own body from the lethal attack. Though Piccolo's reaction was swift, he fell into Sherlag's trap. As Piccolo blocked the energy sphere, Sherlag immediately fired a subsequent beam aimed straight at him. The beam surged violently, leaving Piccolo no time to evade. With a sharp crack, Piccolo's arm was brutally shattered. The excruciating pain sent both Piccolo and Nairu hurtling away like kites severed from their strings. Witnessing Piccolo's injury, the fighters engaged with Sherlag were momentarily filled with concern. At this juncture, Raditz recognized the absence of Piccolo and stepped in to fill the gap, immediately amplifying his Kaioken to 23 times. His battle power surged to over 40 million. Yet the excessive strain of the Kaioken reddened his entire body and caused cracks to form in his armor. Observing this scene, Carlos turned to Vegeta and remarked nonchalantly, "Are you not going to assist?" The words jolted Vegeta back to awareness. His gaze fell upon the group, now unprotected by Piccolo, being mercilessly pummeled by Sherlag. Raditz struggled to hold his ground, while the others were rendered defenseless. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta unleashed his full energy, charging forth like a blazing meteor at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached Raditz's side and launched a ferocious counterattack against Sherlag. Meanwhile, lying motionless on the ground, Nairu addressed the trembling Piccolo, saying, "Forgive me, my kin, for being a burden. It seems I am of little use in this battle. Let us fuse, so I may lend you my strength." Taken aback by Nairu's words, Piccolo waved his hand in refusal. "My power remains sufficient. Allow me to recover, and I shall continue to fight." In response to Piccolo's resistance, Nairu insisted, "I am gravely wounded. Even when healed, my strength will not suffice. Only through fusion can we significantly enhance your power, enabling you to defend our homeland and our people." As Nairu's words began to sway him, Piccolo gradually warmed to the idea of fusion. With determination, he placed his hand upon Nairu's chest, and as a radiant light enveloped Nairu, waves of energy flowed into Piccolo. Instantly, Piccolo's injuries healed, his aura radiated with immense power, and his battle strength skyrocketed from 1,090,000 to over 20 million. Feeling his newfound strength, confidence surged within Piccolo. With his mastery of Kaioken, he believed he could vanquish all foes present. In a flash, Piccolo materialized on the battlefield. Observing Raditz and Vegeta still struggling, without hesitation, he unleashed his formidable energy, activating a five-fold Kaioken, elevating his battle power to an astonishing 100 million. He then swiftly appeared before Raditz, effortlessly blocking Sherlag's strike. Witnessing Piccolo's remarkable transformation, Vegeta's heart sank further. He had believed that through rigorous training and surviving near-death battles, he had elevated his power to over 3 million, placing him among the world's elite. Yet, one after another, the fighters around him surpassed his strength. This realization struck Vegeta deeply, plunging him into profound contemplation. Raditz, relieved by Piccolo's newfound strength, released his Kaioken, feeling as if his body had disintegrated. Piccolo supported him and, in an instant, reappeared beside Carlos, gently placing him down before flashing back to confront Sherlag. Faced with the audacious Piccolo, Sherlag's fury ignited. However, sensing Piccolo's overwhelming power, he began calculating his escape. Just as he lost focus, a voice erupted from behind him, startling his muscles into tautness. Chapter 39. Piccolo versus Sherlag. As Sherlag walked forward, fully concentrated, a voice thundered from behind him, akin to a clap of thunder. The unexpected sound caused Sherlag to shudder. As if struck by lightning, his body stiffened, and he swiftly turned around. Upon locking eyes with the source of the voice, his eyes widened in shock, his face registering utter disbelief. There stood Nas, clad in pristine battle armor, exuding an imposing presence as he hovered in midair, his posture tall as a pine tree. radiating charisma with a smile akin to a god of war's descent. Gazing at Naz's grin, Sherlag felt an uncontainable anger swell within him. He perceived Naz's smile as laced with mockery, as if ridiculing his cowardice and disarray. Particularly infuriating was the memory of how Naz's sudden appearance had rattled him. Sherlag's face flushed crimson, and a surge of indignation consumed him. In a furious outburst, he swung a punch at Naz, channeling all his rage and humiliation into that one strike. Yet, Naz clearly had no desire to engage with Sherlag. His movements were exceptionally agile, evading Sherlag's attack with the swiftness of lightning. Schilliger's fist missed its target, and his body lunged forward due to inertia, nearly losing balance and tumbling to the ground. In the instant he steadied himself, he was astonished to find Naz's figure appearing like a phantom, swiftly materializing beside Carlos. Carlos, startled by Naz's sudden presence, quickly regained his composure and respectfully bowed to him, his eyes reflecting awe and admiration. Naz smiled at Carlos before directing his gaze toward the individuals lying on the ground. These individuals, lacking the magical beans, had not yet recovered from their injuries and could only lie there, groaning in agony. Observing this, Naz raised his hand without hesitation and gently waved it, releasing a warm, healing energy that flowed from his palm like a clear spring, rapidly enveloping everyone. After Naz's healing, the group soon regained their strength, with Nappa and Raditz experiencing a significant boost in their abilities post-treatment. The crowd then stood still, watching the four fighters engaged in combat, eager to glean insights from their experiences. Returning to Sherlager, he realized with frustration that, after attacking for so long, he had yet to graze even the hem of Naz's clothing. Infuriated by being toyed with, Sherlager concentrated all his energy and unleashed a massive energy wave towards Piccolo. Piccolo, quick to react, swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a green protective shield that firmly blocked the energy wave. The clash between the energy wave and the shield erupted in a dazzling display of light and a thunderous roar. However, Schilliger's strike was formidable, and the shield began to crack. Just as Piccolo prepared to evade, another blue energy beam suddenly struck from the side, accurately hitting him and raising a cloud of dust. It turned out that Sherlager had taken advantage of Piccolo's distraction, appearing beside him to launch a surprise attack. As the dust settled, Piccolo emerged unscathed. Seeing this, Schilliger's fury intensified. With a roar, he summoned a tempest of energy around him, beginning to transform. His physique grew taller, muscles bulging, and his skin darkened, exuding a terrifying aura. Now transformed, Schilliger's speed and strength surged, and he darted towards Piccolo like a specter, throwing a punch. Piccolo sidestepped to avoid it while countering with his own fist, and the battle escalated into a fierce exchange. The onlookers were filled with tension and anticipation, cheering for Piccolo. In a heartbeat, the two combatants, who had been locked in a fierce melee, suddenly shifted gears, igniting a thrilling contest of energy. Piccolo, like lightning, executed a sudden teleportation, appearing behind Sherlager in an instant. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful energy wave aimed at Schilliger's head. Sherlager, sensing the attack from behind, quickly gathered an energy sphere in his hand and hurled it at Piccolo's wave. The two energies collided, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Just as Sherlager regained his composure, he fired two beams toward Piccolo's position. Unfortunately, Piccolo had already moved, reappearing behind Sherlager with a swift maneuver. Sherlager quickly turned, launching two beams at Piccolo like shooting stars. Piccolo, undeterred, retaliated with two beams of his own, neutralizing Schilliger's attack. The battle continued, but Schilliger's enormous size hindered his speed compared to Piccolo's agility. Although his combat prowess was impressive, it ultimately fell short against Piccolo. Moreover, his slower speed rendered him unable to evade the sudden onslaught. With a deafening crash, Schilliger's body was hurled like a marionette with severed strings from Piccolo's energy wave. He soared through the air, crashing through several towering mountains before finally coming to a halt. When Sherlager struggled to rise, the onlookers were astonished to see that his once massive form had vanished, replaced by his normal size. Moreover, his aura had noticeably diminished, clearly indicating that the previous strike had dealt him significant damage. Gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury, he glared at Piccolo as if ready to unleash flames. Panting heavily, Sherlager expressed his frustration, claiming that had he been in his prime, Piccolo would have already been begging for mercy. In contrast to Schilliger's bluster, Piccolo remained remarkably composed. A slight smirk of disdain graced his lips as he seized the opportunity while Sherlager continued to rant. Without further ado, he unleashed an even more powerful energy wave directed at Sherlager. After enduring a prolonged and intense battle, Sherlager was now gasping for air, each breath feeling like a struggle against death. Yet, he had no time to rest or ponder, for Piccolo's next attack could come at any moment. Clenching his teeth, Sherlager summoned all his strength to form a solid defense, attempting to withstand this lethal strike. At last, Piccolo's assault came like a torrential storm, shaking Sherlager's body to its core. Despite his utmost effort, the frailty of his aged body could not endure such overwhelming pressure. After the strike, he collapsed heavily to the ground like a puppet devoid of strings. At this moment, Piccolo darted to Sherlager's side, and upon witnessing his fallen adversary, his anger intensified rather than diminished. With flames of rage burning in his eyes, he berated Sherlager, denouncing him as a traitor for leading outsiders to slaughter his own kin. His crimes were utterly unforgivable, and today he would exact justice on behalf of those innocent lives lost, sending Sherlager to hell to atone for his sins. As Piccolo's words hung in the air, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, racing straight toward Sherlager, poised to obliterate him entirely. Yet, at that critical moment, a sturdy arm suddenly emerged, grasping Piccolo's wrist and forcefully redirecting the deadly energy wave. Piccolo turned in astonishment to find that the one who intervened was none other than Nas. Confusion clouded his expression as he questioned why Nas would choose to save Sherlager at this juncture. A cryptic smile played on Nas's lips as he replied, suggesting that killing Sherlager outright would be a waste, for he still held potential for future use. Instead, he proposed that Sherlager be assimilated, allowing him to pay for his sins while simultaneously enhancing Piccolo's strength, a win-win scenario. Upon hearing Nas's suggestion, Piccolo hesitated momentarily before firmly rejecting it, asserting that Sherlager's hands were stained with the blood of his kin, and he could not forsake his quest for vengeance for personal gain. Witnessing Piccolo's stubbornness, Nas did not express anger, but instead felt admiration. He continued to persuade Piccolo, explaining that absorbing Sherlager would empower him to better protect his people, thus serving as the best form of atonement for Sherlager. After Nas finished speaking, he glanced around with a mischievous grin and remarked, "You are aware that our scions progress rapidly. Surely, you do not wish for the gap between you and Sun Wukong to widen any further." Originally hesitant, Piccolo, upon hearing Nas's final words, made an instant resolution. A faint blush appeared on his green visage as he awkwardly stated, "Ahem, to better protect my kin. I believe your proposal holds merit. However, how can we ensure his willing compliance?" In response to his query, Nas chuckled, while cultivating the spirit fruit tree on Kaishin's planet. "I learned a technique from the little spirits of the underworld that can erase a person's consciousness. That should suffice." Upon finishing his words, Nas suddenly appeared before Sherlag, who was momentarily dazed by their conversation and startled by Nas's abrupt entrance. Quickly regaining his composure, Sherlag dropped to his knees and pleaded, "My lord, please spare me. I shall mend my ways." Before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling red light erupted from Nas's hand, akin to a blazing flame. This crimson glow surged towards Sherlag's head with astonishing speed, seemingly intent on engulfing him. At the moment the red light made contact with Sherlag, his previously restless body became eerily tranquil. His eyes lost their luster, turning vacant and listless, as if his very soul had been extracted. At that instant, Sherlag's form deflated like a punctured balloon, his inner strength dissipating rapidly. Without hesitation, Nas extended his finger and gently tapped the top of Sherlag's head. This seemingly insignificant gesture proved pivotal, as it acted like a valve, halting the loss of strength and allowing his power to gradually return. Subsequently, Sherlag's body collapsed to the ground, silent and motionless. Observing this, Piccolo quickly approached Nas, crouching down and eagerly reaching out toward Sherlag. The moment Piccolo's hand made contact with Sherlag, a brilliant white light began to emanate from Sherlag's body, growing ever brighter. As the luminescence intensified, Sherlag's form began to dissolve, transforming into torrents of formidable energy that flowed unceasingly into Piccolo's being. Piccolo's body acted like an insatiable abyss, greedily absorbing the energy. He trembled slightly, as if enduring immense pain, yet his countenance radiated ecstatic exhilaration. After a brief interval, Piccolo unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, akin to a thunderclap, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble violently. Accompanied by this mighty cry, An overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from Piccolo, akin to a volcanic eruption, searing and tumultuous, scorching the air into a viscous state. As he reveled in the inexhaustible strength coursing through him, an unparalleled confidence and joy surged within him. He laughed heartily, his mirth echoing through the air as if he intended to trample the entire world beneath his feet. Nearby, Carlos utilized a measuring device and observed that Piccolo's battle power had soared to approximately 1 billion. The others, including Tianjin Fan, were astonished. They had initially thought the Saiyans were impressive, but now realized that the Namekians were equally formidable. Witnessing the widening gap between themselves and Piccolo, a sense of helplessness washed over them. Seeing Piccolo's exuberance and the despondency of Tianjin Fan and the others, Nas remarked, "The strength of power is but fleeting. With the right direction and relentless effort, reaching the pinnacle is merely a matter of time. To possess great power without cultivating the heart risks becoming a slave to that very strength." Hearing Nas's words, the group gradually regained their fighting spirit, and Piccolo began to temper his aura. Meanwhile, Vegeta, sensing Piccolo's presence, felt a pang of dissatisfaction and despair, his hopeless aura enveloping him, startling Nappa, who stood closest. Fortunately, Nas's earlier words somewhat alleviated Vegeta's inner turmoil. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to despair. After a moment, Vegeta turned to Nas, who was conversing merrily with the others, and inquired, "Hey, Nas, could it be that you have long been able to transform into a Super Saiyan?" In response to Vegeta's question, Nas merely smiled and replied, "Indeed. I was capable of transforming over a decade ago." Vegeta's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he promptly asked, "How can one achieve that transformation?" Noting Vegeta's urgency, Nas smirked and teased, "Oh ho ho, what is this? The genius warrior Prince Vegeta seeks advice from me, a mere lower-class warrior?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face flushed crimson, and he clenched his fists tightly. Carlos and Raditz chuckled at the scene, while Nappa hesitated between laughter and fear of Vegeta's wrath. Recognizing Vegeta's imminent fury, Nas ceased his teasing and stated, "Transforming into a Super Saiyan is quite simple. It only requires meeting 2 conditions." Before Nas could finish, Vegeta interrupted impatiently, asking, "What are the conditions? Do I have a chance?" Understanding Vegeta's eagerness, Nas remained calm and explained, "The first and most crucial condition is that the S cells within you must reach a certain quantity. The second condition is that your battle power must exceed 1 million. The higher, the better. Then, in a state of extreme rage, you will be able to transform." Observing Vegeta's stunned expression, Nas continued, "If your S cells are abundant, then the battle power requirement is less stringent, and you need not experience overwhelming rage." Upon hearing Nas's words, Vegeta and Nappa fell into contemplation, while Raditz, having arrived on Yardrat earlier, was already aware of the existence of Super Saiyans and had gleaned some information from his mother, Jine. Returning to the present, Vegeta posed a question to Nas. "How do I increase the S cells you mentioned?" "In a gentle living environment and by maintaining inner peace. One cannot behave like a reckless warrior every day," Nas replied. Although Vegeta did not fully grasp the term reckless warrior, he sensed it was not a compliment. Yet he refrained from further comment, his gaze becoming vacant as he pondered Nas's words or perhaps other random thoughts. At that moment, a sudden loud crash interrupted them. It turned out that the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 41, Wukong's Battle with Frieza. The scene shifts to Sun Wukong and Frieza. After Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power surged to 16 billion, originally surpassing Frieza by over 40 million. Sun Wukong could have easily dispatched Frieza. However, influenced by his Saiyan genes, he became somewhat reckless, initially dominating Frieza, but insisting on toying with him in battle. As time elapsed, Frieza learned from the engagement, gradually mastering his own strength. His battle power, which had stagnated for decades, began to grow during their fight, with the gap of 40 million continuously narrowing. Frieza eventually broke through to 15 billion. Their combat became evenly matched, yet Sun Wukong continued to relish the thrill of battle. Thus, the two fought for hundreds of exchanges, employing an array of grappling techniques and energy blasts. Just as they became locked in an intense struggle, Frieza suddenly conceived a cunning plan, feigning exhaustion and revealing an opening. Seeing this, Sun Wukong, believing Frieza was at his limit, lowered his guard. As Sun Wukong approached, Frieza suddenly unleashed a concealed energy wave, catching Sun Wukong off guard. Although Sun Wukong managed to evade in time, he sustained minor injuries. Seizing this opportunity, Frieza began to gather energy frantically, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the Death Beam. Sensing Frieza's formidable energy fluctuations, Sun Wukong understood the gravity of the situation and resolved not to be careless any longer. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and unleashed his aura once more. Frieza's Death Beam shot forward like a brilliant ray aimed at Sun Wukong. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong rapidly coalesced a massive energy sphere to confront the Death Beam. The two immense energies collided violently in midair, producing a blinding explosion that distorted the surrounding space. At that moment, Frieza unexpectedly appeared above him and struck Sun Wukong with a kick. Reacting quickly, Sun Wukong raised his hands to block. But Frieza took advantage of his distraction and lashed him with his tail, sending him hurtling away like a cannonball into the ground. Recovering swiftly, Sun Wukong soared back into the air and unleashed 5 or 6 energy spheres to obstruct Frieza's line of sight. As Frieza cleared his vision, Sun Wukong swiftly teleported in front of him and kicked Frieza into the sea. Frieza roared in fury, parting the surrounding waters and launching a colossal energy wave at Sun Wukong in the sky. Sun Wukong deftly dodged in midair, the energy wave narrowly grazing his body before detonating in the distance, creating towering waves. Frieza emerged from the ocean, radiating an aura of rage, and began gathering energy once more, his body glowing more intensely. Sun Wukong, unwavering in the face of Frieza's fury, felt a surge of battle fervor ignite within him. He unleashed his full energy, his Super Saiyan aura becoming even more ferocious. Just as Frieza prepared to attack again, Sun Wukong instantaneously moved behind him and unleashed a flurry of powerful punches to his back. Frieza was forced back repeatedly, roaring in anger as he turned to engage Sun Wukong once more. Their forms flickered between the sky and sea, each collision generating intense shockwaves. Frieza constantly altered his attack patterns, yet Sun Wukong adeptly countered each one. Suddenly, Sun Wukong seized Frieza's arm and executed a powerful throw, slamming him onto the ocean surface, causing the water to boil violently. Struggling to rise, Frieza realized he must give his all, or he would be defeated today. At that moment, both he and Sun Wukong, exhausted from battle, were startled by an explosive surge of energy from Piccolo. Though Frieza could not sense it, he instinctively recognized the overwhelming power, filling him with dread. In such a dire situation, his anxiety grew, loathing the tenacity of Sun Wukong even more. While Frieza was momentarily distracted, Sun Wukong reappeared before him and delivered a kick to his chest. As Frieza was sent flying, Sun Wukong followed up with a Kamehameha wave. Frieza managed to twist his body in midair, barely avoiding the brunt of the Kamehameha's force, yet still sustained injuries from the edges of the energy. Wisps of smoke rising from his form. Frieza realized he could not continue to expend energy in this manner, otherwise he might perish here. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his last reserves of strength, feeling a surge of power course through him, enabling him to enhance his battle prowess momentarily. He began to gather energy with both hands, forming an even larger energy sphere, deeper in color, and hurled it towards Sun Wukong with ferocity. Sensing the immense energy, Sun Wukong dared not slacken his focus and concentrated all his strength to elevate his Kamehameha to its utmost limit. The two energy spheres collided midair, unleashing a far more terrifying energy storm than before, engulfing everything around them, evaporating the sea and tearing apart the ground. As this cataclysmic clash concluded, Frieza's heart calmed. As if all had settled into silence, he began to contemplate the current situation, seeking a way to extricate himself from this predicament. As the battle progressed, Frieza gradually formed suspicions. He realized that neither his father nor Cooler had yet appeared, a situation that likely indicated their demise. Moreover, Piccolo's sudden surge of energy hinted that Shrag might have been eliminated. Frieza now found himself ensnared by this relentless monkey, escape appearing nearly impossible. In this desperate scenario, his only avenue seemed to involve utilizing his ability to survive in a vacuum. After careful consideration, Frieza devised a detailed plan. He decided to concentrate all his energy and execute a series of swift attacks on Sun Wukong, known as the Prince's strategy. This tactic would generate a substantial barrage of attacks in a short time, putting immense pressure on his opponent. Just as Frieza prepared to launch his assault, he noticed that Sun Wukong was also preparing to unleash a Kamehameha wave amidst the smoke. This caught Frisia off guard, yet he did not relinquish his energy projectile. He understood this was his sole opportunity and needed to seize it. He quickly dodged Sun Wukong's attack. However, the energy projectile slowed his movements significantly. In the end, although he narrowly evaded one strike, his arm was nonetheless broken by the impact. Enduring the pain, Frisia directed the energy projectile towards the ground. The projectile hurtled downward, triggering a massive explosion that rocked the entire planet. As Sun Wukong gathered his formidable Kamehameha to unleash upon Frisia, Frisia erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Damn wild monkey. You will die with me. This planet will explode in 1 minute." Hearing his words, everyone except Nas was taken aback. Nas then urged, "Those who can teleport, hurry and lead everyone to safety." Just as they fled, the entire planet began to explode and collapse. Chapter 42. Summoning the Dragon. Upon concluding his words, Nas executed a teleportation, arriving beside the Elder. He quickly sensed the situation on Namek and discovered that much of it was collapsing. Unable to assist others, he resorted to utilizing spatial manipulation, creating passages similar to those on Yardrat for everyone. After completing this, Nas and the Elder suddenly appeared on Yardrat. At that moment, Nas began to recount the details of the situation to the Elder. "Elder, the destruction of Namek was actually part of my plan. I just didn't anticipate its suddenness," Nas expressed with a helpless demeanor. Observing the Elder's anxiety, he quickly reassured him, "Please, do not worry, let me explain. Although Frisia's actions have exposed the secret of the Dragon Balls to the entire universe, this also provides an opportunity to ensure your people's future lives remain undisturbed. My original plan was to take advantage of this event to allow Namek to vanish completely from public view." After a brief pause, Nas continued, "Therefore, the immediate priority is to gather all the surviving members of your race. Then, we can use the Dragon Balls to restore the planet. Once the planet is revived, we can resurrect those unfortunate souls who have perished. Finally, let us wish for the planet Namek to relocate near planet Yardrat, thus allowing us to care for one another with greater ease." Hearing Nas's words, the Elder contemplated for a moment and replied, "You have taken great pains, and your insight is indeed correct. The current position of planet Namek is no longer tenable. However, the Dragon Balls should still be on planet Namek. I wonder if they will scatter across the cosmos with the planet's explosion." Rest assured, Nas interjected, "When we departed from planet Namek, we enveloped the Dragon Balls with spatial energy. Although we were unable to take them with us in our haste, they are protected from destruction and will remain in their original location." Upon hearing this, the Elder finally breathed a sigh of relief, his previously troubled heart now at ease. At that moment, good news arrived. Other Namekians had just returned to planet Yardrat. The Elder, Nas, and their companions hurried to greet them, spotting the disheveled forms of Son Goku and the others from a distance. Son Goku's attire was tattered, and his body bore numerous scrapes and bruises, clearly indicating he had endured a fierce battle. Nas quickly approached Son Goku, intending to inquire about the situation, but was abruptly met with Son Goku's anguished exclamation, "It's all my fault. If only I hadn't been arrogant and underestimated them, planet Namek would not have exploded." The regret and self-reproach in his voice were palpable, his face etched with pain and remorse. Upon hearing his words, Nas swallowed the words he had prepared to say. Voicing complaints at that moment seemed futile. After a brief silence, Nas took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Even in the pursuit of a hare, a lion must exert its full strength. This simple truth is often overlooked. I hope this lesson will remain etched in your mind. In the future, regardless of how weak the enemy may seem, never let your guard down." He then consoled, "Fortunately, we still have the Dragon Balls. There is still time to rectify this. Thus, you need not burden yourself with excessive guilt." Son Goku listened and slowly raised his head, though a flicker of pain and regret lingered in his eyes. It was not as intense as before. He cast a grateful glance at Nas and nodded quietly, indicating he would remember his words. At that moment, Carlos and Cristo approached, accompanied by a group of Namekians, stating, "Chief, we have just tallied the numbers. Only the residents of 3 villages managed to escape intact, while the others are scattered. Unfortunately, most perished in the explosion." Upon hearing their words, the onlookers were enveloped in sorrow. Just then, Temet approached and inquired, "Captain, the spaceship is ready. Will you depart immediately or wait a while?" Nas pondered briefly before responding, "First, let everyone rest and tend to the injured. Once everything is settled, we shall depart." As Nas meticulously organized matters on planet Yardrat, a spaceship from the Frisia Force suddenly appeared at the ruins of planet Namek. "Report, Commander." A young soldier rushed in, panic-stricken. "Planet Namek has been destroyed." Upon hearing this news, Sorb's heart tightened, but he quickly regained his composure and instructed, "Conduct a thorough search for any sign of Lord Frisia, Lord Cold, or Lord Gula." The soldiers promptly set to work, piloting small vessels through the debris of planet Namek, leaving no corner unchecked. As 2 days passed in this heavy atmosphere, the group prepared to abandon hope. At last, amidst the fragments of the planet, someone spotted a figure. It was Frisia. To their astonishment, however, only half of his body remained. Soon after, another soldier discovered the other half of King Cold's body nearby. Seeing this, Sorb swiftly directed his team to use a tractor beam to carefully bring Frisia and King Cold's remains aboard the ship. Medical personnel rushed in to conduct urgent examinations on both. After a flurry of activity, a medical officer approached Sorb with a grave expression, reporting, "Commander, Lord Cold has unfortunately perished. Although Lord Frisia still clings to life, his injuries are too severe for complete regeneration." Sorb felt a pang of concern and quickly asked, "Is there any way to treat Lord Frisia?" The medical officer contemplated for a moment before responding, "Currently, the only option is to modify Lord Frisia to restore him." Upon hearing this, Sorb promptly ordered the medical team to proceed with Frisia's treatment and prepared to leave, embarking on a journey through the cosmos. Not long after the Frisia force had departed, Nas, along with Goku, Piccolo, and Tien, arrived at the shattered remains of planet Namek. Gazing at the scattered debris, Son Goku lowered his head. Sadness etched across his face as he instinctively clenched his fists. Both Piccolo and Tien, witnessing the devastation of their homeland, shared similar expressions of grief, while Tien quietly wept nearby. Observing their somber demeanor, Nas quickly offered words of comfort. "There is no need for such despair. We can summon Shinran to restore everything." The group donned protective suits and made their way to the largest fragment of the planet, where Nas began to harness spatial energy to summon the Dragon Balls. Before long, 7 Dragon Balls, enveloped in spatial energy, soared toward them like meteors trailing luminous tails. In an instant, the Dragon Balls gathered before the group. Tien and Piccolo hurriedly arranged the Dragon Balls, and soon after, Tien began the incantation to summon Shinran. As Tien completed the invocation, the Dragon Balls emanated a golden glow, and golden lightning crackled around them, with the brightness intensifying. A colossal beam of light burst forth from the Dragon Balls, accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons. A dragon, larger than the one from Earth, materialized before them. Though this enormous dragon dwarfed its Earth counterpart, its appearance was less than impressive. While the group stood in awe, a voice, ancient and commanding, resonated, "Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. You may articulate 3 desires, and I shall fulfill them." Upon hearing the dragon's words, the group quickly regained their composure. Tien began to speak in Namekian. "O great Shinran, please restore planet Namek." "I understand," the dragon replied. "Your first wish has been granted." With that, the dragon's eyes glowed red, and a monumental transformation unfolded around them. The shattered fragments of the planet swiftly reassembled. In the midst of their astonishment, the dragon urged, "Now, state your second wish." Tien, still in shock, hurriedly declared, "O great Shinran, my second wish is to resurrect all those killed by the invaders. This wish cannot be granted. One wish can only resurrect one individual." Hearing this, Tien was taken aback, panic washing over him. At that moment, Nas interjected, "Tien, do not rush. Ask Shinran if he can restore the bodies of the slain." Taking Nas's advice, Tien calmed himself and turned to the dragon. "Then, great Shinran, restore the bodies of those who were killed by the invaders." Upon hearing this, the dragon's eyes glowed red once more. "This wish has been granted." With that, the bodies of those slain by Frisia and Gula were restored around them. Spotting Krillin among them, Son Goku rushed over to check on his condition. Subsequently, Tian made another wish, requesting for the planet Namek to be relocated next to the planet Yaterate. As the wish was granted, several individuals suddenly sensed the presence of the people on Yaterate. Chapter 43, Journey to the Mysterious Training Ground. With the fulfillment of the wish, Nas utilized his spatial powers. At that moment, a teleportation portal suddenly appeared before the waiting crowd on Yaterate, revealing Nas and his companions on the other side. They swiftly passed through the portal and arrived on Namek, where they were met with the sight of their fallen kin, leaving the surviving Namekians in a state of bewilderment. After hearing Tion's explanation, the others began to comprehend the situation. At this juncture, Naz addressed the elder and the others, stating, "I must venture to Earth to collect the Dragon Balls and revive them. You must preserve their bodies in the meantime." Upon finishing his statement, he vanished with a swish before the crowd. When he reappeared, he found himself in a manor on Earth, just as Bulma's voice reached his ears from behind. "Naz, you're back. How did it go? Was everything smooth? Did you manage to eliminate Frisia?" Turning around with a smile, Naz replied, "Though we encountered a few setbacks, the mission was ultimately accomplished. Bulma, have you gathered the Dragon Balls? Please bring them forth for my use." At Naz's words, Bulma, who had initially felt relieved, suddenly froze and said, "The Dragon Balls are collected. I will retrieve them now." She hurried to her room and brought out the Dragon Balls, inquiring as Naz arranged them. "Wasn't the task already completed? Why do we still need the Dragon Balls?" As Naz awaited the emergence of Shenron, he recounted the details of the events on Namek to Bulma. Upon hearing that Namek had been obliterated, Bulma stood in shock and eventually remarked, "The planet has been utterly destroyed by you. Is this what you refer to as a minor setback? You and Goku truly excel in causing chaos. It seems that whenever you Saiyans have things go smoothly, it is always in a reckless manner." Naz, feeling somewhat awkward at Bulma's words, chuckled, realizing that since his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, he had indeed become a bit more reckless, and he resolved to exercise more caution in the future. Just then, Shenron was summoned, and Naz began to make his wish, requesting that all those who had perished on Namek due to the invasion by Frisia and his forces be resurrected. Upon hearing Naz's wish, Shenron's eyes glowed red, and a deep voice resonated, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." At that moment, all those who had been slain on Namek were revived, except for Krillin, who lay motionless on the ground, devoid of life. Surrounding Shinhan and the others were left bewildered. At this moment, Piccolo spoke up, "Those who have been resurrected by Shenron cannot be revived again." Hearing his words, the expressions of Shinhan and the others darkened, their hearts filled with sorrow, while Goku, with tears in his eyes, felt even more distraught. Just then, the elder interjected, "Our Shenron does not have such a limitation. However, to revive him, we must wait 180 days. Upon hearing the elder's words, the group quickly suppressed their grief and regained their composure. At that moment, with a swish, Naz appeared before them once more. After learning the situation, he remarked, "I happened to bring Krillin's body to King Kai's planet, allowing King Kai to take Krillin's soul there. You all can visit him and train together." The crowd erupted in cheers, and after some friendly exchanges, Naz employed his spatial powers to summon a portal, leading everyone back to Yaterate. Upon returning, they encountered Suzy and Larry, who had also returned with their group. Upon seeing Naz, they hurried to share their experiences. It turned out that while they were eliminating Frisia's forces, they encountered some minor troubles, but through their collective strength, they managed to resolve them. However, a pair of brothers had posed a significant challenge. They referred to Frisia's minions, Abu and Kadeo. While individually weak, their fusion made them formidable. With a combat power nearing 100 million, and they were notably tough. Many members of the Saiyan Guard struggled to defeat them. Ultimately, it was Larry's transformation into Super Saiyan and the unleashing of a massive energy wave that led to their downfall. Upon hearing their tale, the others were filled with curiosity, astonished by the myriad of extraordinary events. Suzy then informed Naz that they had discovered a mysterious source of energy that seemed beneficial for enhancing everyone's strength. Naz's eyes lit up, and he inquired, "Has this been tested?" Suzy nodded. "Initially, we attempted to analyze it, but we could not ascertain its nature. Later, we consulted the sage Zuno, who enlightened us." Noting Naz's keen interest, Suzy continued, "According to Zuno, it appears to be cosmic essence, the creative force released by the Kaioshin to form planets, which evolved into energy through the cosmos. This energy not only aids in healing injuries, but also facilitates the perception of divine presence, beneficial for dimensional training." Hearing Suzy's words, Naz felt this could be an excellent opportunity to enhance everyone's abilities. He resolved to lead them to the location of the mysterious energy source for training. Naz tasked Sun Wukong with going to Earth to fetch Bulma and the others, as such a unique scene was a rare occurrence. When Sun Wukong arrived on Earth to collect Bulma and Chi-Chi, Naz took the opportunity to bring Krillin's body to King Kai's planet. King Kai was thrilled to see Naz, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. Not only did you eliminate Frisia, but you also took out the 3 other demons of the galaxy, restoring peace at last. I must ensure that the other 3 Kaioshin express their gratitude to me. With this thought, King Kai began to chuckle. Once King Kai finished his merriment, Nas shared the matter of Krillin with him. Without hesitation, King Kai agreed and instructed King Enma to send Krillin's soul to King Kai's planet. After arranging everything, Nas utilized instant transmission to return to Yaterate, just as Sun Wukong arrived with the others. After a brief period of preparation, they boarded their spaceship and set off. After a considerable duration of travel, they finally reached their destination. It was an energy sphere enveloped in a strange luminescence, pulsating with powerful energy waves. As they stepped into the sphere, they were immediately met with an overwhelming force. Suddenly, a group of bizarre creatures surged forth from the depths of the energy sphere, lunging toward them with claws and fangs bared. An intense battle ensued, with Nas leading Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others, wearing protective suits as they launched their assault against the creatures. Soon, the others donned their protective gear, unleashing their skills in a desperate fight against these beings. The battle was extraordinarily fierce, with the strange creatures outnumbering them and attacking with cunning precision. Nas deftly dodged an attack from one creature, then gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a powerful energy wave, annihilating a swarm of the monsters. Regrettably, it seemed these creatures were immortal. As soon as they were slain, they would resurrect nearby, growing even stronger than before, prompting the group to continue their assault. Wukong leaped high into the air, transforming into Super Saiyan, and relentlessly unleashed spirit bombs upon the horde. Vegeta, not to be outdone, darted through the throng of monsters at incredible speed, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. Piccolo utilized his special beam cannon, striking down distant creatures with precision. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others cheered on the warriors from the sidelines, employing technological devices to provide assistance. However, the monsters appeared to be endless, reviving and growing stronger with each wave that surged forth. Just when everyone was beginning to feel overwhelmed, Nas suddenly sensed a disturbance from a mysterious source of energy. In a moment of inspiration, he shouted, "Everyone, gather near the energy source and harness its power." Upon hearing his call, the group moved towards the energy source. As they connected with that enigmatic force, they immediately felt their strength surge. They then enveloped that energy with their own, unleashing a powerful wave that significantly amplified its destructive capacity. Once more, they launched their assault, and this time the monsters could no longer withstand the onslaught, being utterly vanquished. With the battle concluded, the group finally found solace to commence their cultivation at this mysterious energy source. Chapter 44. The group's training after vanquishing all the aberrant creatures. The group began their training. Bulma and Dr. Brief, along with a host of researchers from planet Yardrat, commenced their studies on this energy. Although Nas had imparted the breathing technique to the Saiyans and Yardratians, some individuals struggled to grasp it due to their innate limitations. Others found the monotony of training unbearable, with many departing after only a month or two. 2 months later, most Saiyans had also left, as their warrior spirit drove them to seek strength in more dynamic pursuits. Thus, after 6 months, only a few remained in the energy zone: Nas, Jine, Tenshinhan, Chaozu, Chi-Chi, Gohan, and Piccolo, along with a handful of researchers. Even Son Goku could not endure the tedium, dragging Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa to train on King Kai's planet. A year passed, and Tenshinhan and Piccolo felt they had hit a plateau in their training, prompting them to prepare for a journey to King Kai's planet to train alongside Son Goku. Jine utilized instant transmission to take Chi-Chi and Gohan back to Earth, while Piccolo accompanied Tenshinhan and Chaozu to King Kai's planet. As time went on, while Nas was preparing for training, Bulma called out to him, "Nas, after a year of hard work, we've finally deciphered the nature of this energy. However, to fabricate it, we would require a substantial amount of cosmic essence." I also consulted Zuno, who mentioned that such resources are typically possessed only by higher deities. Yet, our research suggests that while the spirit fruit can yield some, it may not be as effective as cosmic essence. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Nas understood the rarity of such resources. Their scarcity was precisely what made them so valuable. Bulma's final remarks somewhat eased Nas's mind. At that moment, Dr. Brief interjected, "Nas, based on our observations and analyses over this period, we have significantly depleted this energy reserve. If we continue to utilize it indiscriminately, It may severely impact the natural formation of this planet. Dr. Brief's serious demeanor reflected his deep concern for the situation. Bulma added, "Indeed, Nas. I believe we should consider evacuating. After all, it is unwise to offend a high-ranking deity for the sake of this energy." Her words carried hints of resignation and apprehension. Nas listened to their concerns, falling into contemplation. After a moment, he replied, "You raise valid points. Nevertheless, now that we comprehend the method to create this energy, we need not worry for the time being. We shall devise solutions as challenges arise. If necessary, we might seek the dragon's assistance to procure more energy." Nas's decision brought a sense of relief to the others, as these researchers had devoted nearly a year to their studies, and life aboard the ship had grown monotonous. As Nas issued his command, everyone began to mobilize, gathering their belongings in preparation for departure. Upon returning to planet Yardrat, Dr. Brief and Bulma eagerly expressed their desire to return to Earth. Initially, Nas intended to use instant transmission to escort them back, but Bulma politely declined, explaining their intention to travel by spaceship. Having made improvements, their ship was now incredibly swift. After Nas shared concepts from science fiction films he had seen in his previous life concerning space folding and jumps, the team had worked tirelessly to master these advanced technologies. Consequently, a journey that once took a week now required only 1 to 2 hours to reach their destination. Once Nas bid farewell to them, he prepared to head to the training grounds when the long-absent Suzy suddenly approached him. "Captain, I happen to need to speak with you." Upon noticing Nas, Suzy hurriedly made her way over. Nas paused and smiled, asking, "Oh, what is so urgent?" Suzy took a deep breath and replied, "Captain, after the Frisia incident, our kin has trained diligently for an entire year. Although we have been engaged in various missions, we have not encountered any particularly formidable foes. Therefore, I was wondering if we could organize another competition like before. This would allow everyone to showcase their strength and encourage further training." Upon hearing Suzy's proposal, Nas recognized that the prolonged absence of worthy opponents had reignited the competitive spirit among their kin. "Very well, let us do so. We shall hold such a competition annually, providing an outlet for their warrior instincts." Suzy felt a surge of excitement, eager to engage in combat herself. She then composed herself, stating, "I will coordinate with the others to draft the details and return to present them to you." With that, Suzy swiftly executed instant transmission, vanishing from sight. Observing Suzy's urgency, Nas could only chuckle in resignation. Just then, his phone rang, revealing a call from Gohan. "Uncle Nas, it's Gohan." Nas replied with a smile, "Ah, Gohan. What can I do for you?" Gohan explained, "Someone is looking for my father, but I cannot reach him at the moment." Nas responded, "Oh, your father has gone to train on King Kai's planet. I will notify him to return." After ending the call, Nas contemplated contacting King Kai when he suddenly realized that the one searching for Son Goku was likely Trunks, who had traveled from the future. With that thought, Nas harnessed the power of space, creating a portal and directly arriving at King Kai's planet. There, he found Son Goku and Vegeta engaged in combat, while King Kai leisurely sipped tea beneath a mental tree. Upon seeing Nas's sudden appearance, King Kai was unfazed, accustomed to the daily arrivals of various beings. Although Nas had transformed his planet into a training ground and a garden, King Kai was genuinely pleased to see Nas. "Ah, Nas, it has been a while. What brings you to my humble abode today?" Nas smiled and replied, "With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I have come to bring a gift for you, Lord King Kai." Hearing this, King Kai's face lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Nas waved his hand, parting the air to reveal a box of pastries and several joke books. As King Kai eagerly grabbed the books from Nas's hands, he squatted down, completely engrossed in reading. Shaking his head in amused disbelief, Nas was soon distracted by a loud noise that demanded his attention. It was originally a fierce confrontation between Suin Wukong and Vegeta, where each clash of their fists resembled two trains colliding. Their figures began to recoil, with Vegeta being the first to halt his retreat. With a surge of energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching a series of princely attacks at Suin Wukong. The latter was soon engulfed by countless energy spheres, and after a moment, as the thick smoke began to dissipate, a blue energy wave burst forth from the haze. The wave traveled at an astonishing speed, catching Vegeta off guard despite his immediate attempt to block it, and he was sent flying until he was on the verge of crashing into the spirit fruit tree. Suddenly, Pike appeared behind him and kicked Vegeta downwards with such force that a massive crater was created upon impact with the ground. Just as Vegeta, filled with anger and humiliation, prepared to retaliate, Nos casually approached and clapped his hands. The others promptly ceased their battle, turning to observe the injured individuals, except for Pike. With a mere wave of his hand, Nos unleashed several healing energies upon them. In no time, their wounds began to mend, and Pike also gestured towards the damaged ground, which instantly restored itself. At that moment, the group hurried to Nos' side, and Suin Wukong was the first to speak. Nos, what brings you here? Are you here to treat us to a meal? Upon hearing Suin Wukong's words, Nos found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Late Eyes, standing nearby, punched Suin Wukong in the chest, exclaiming, "Kakaluot, stop fixating on food. The clan leader must have important matters to discuss with us." Observing Late Eyes reprimanding Suin Wukong, the others chuckled. Nos continued, "Today, Wufan contacted me, indicating that someone was looking for you. Since it's been a long time since we gathered, I thought I would come and see you. How about we all head back to Earth for a reunion?" Hearing Nos' words, Suin Wukong leapt for joy, exchanging knowing glances with Late Eyes, as if to say, "See, I told you I was right." Subsequently, the group departed from Kaioshin's planet and returned to Nos' estate on Earth. Chapter 45. The Time Traveler Trunks. Upon mentioning Earth, Suin Wukong instantly teleported to Baozi Mountain. Nos began instructing the robotic butler to prepare a feast. He also arranged for the others to reach out to Late Eyes, Tianjin Fan, and Kellen. Before long, numerous figures flashed into the estate, filling it with Nos companions, along with Kame Sinin, Wulong, and others. While the group engaged in conversation, Bulma's spaceship descended, and as the hatch opened, she rushed out with urgency. "Nos, you didn't inform me about the gathering in advance. My father and I had to make continuous space jumps in the spaceship to keep up with time. You need to help him recover." Nos, feeling slightly embarrassed, realized it was a sudden decision on his part. By the time he reached Dr. Brief, the latter had succumbed to dizziness from the relentless jumps. After Nos' healing treatment, Dr. Brief finally regained consciousness. Bulma then declared, "Our next project is to develop a pressure-resistant suit." Hearing this, the group burst into laughter. Suddenly, with a swish, Suin Wukong reappeared, accompanied by Jin, Chi-Chi, and Wufan, as well as a young man none of them had seen before. The young man had blue hair, and his appearance seemed somewhat familiar. Kellen, munching on a chicken leg, remarked, "Suin Wukong, you took your time. Are you forgetting to be proactive about the meal? Who is this young man you brought?" Suin Wukong scratched his head, struggling to articulate. After a moment of hesitation, Trunks interjected, "I am from the future, a friend of Suin Wukong whom he will know in time. I have come to discuss certain matters with him and all of you." Upon hearing Trunks' words, the previously lively gathering fell silent. Late Eyes, Lolly, and others, who had been engaged in a meal competition, halted their actions. As Nos was about to speak, Bulma pointed at the logo on Trunks' clothing, exclaiming, "Is the Capsule Corporation in the future so advanced that it has developed a time machine? Did I invent it, or did my father?" Faced with Bulma's barrage of questions, Trunks looked utterly bewildered. Nos stepped in to interrupt, saying, "Bulma, your queries are too numerous, and aside from you, who else possesses such remarkable technological prowess at Capsule Corporation?" With Nos praising her in front of everyone, Bulma felt a bit shy and decided to refrain from further questioning. Grateful for Nos' intervention, Trunks offered him a thankful glance. "Since you have come from the future, there must be a significant matter at hand," Nos inquired. Trunks nodded. "On May 12th, 3 years from now, 2 immensely powerful foes will emerge. Their strength is far beyond that of any being on this planet. They are akin to super monsters." Hearing this, Vegeta scoffed. "Are they from that planet? Can they rival a Super Saiyon's might?" With that, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, emanating an overwhelming aura akin to a volcanic eruption, sending dust swirling around him. "Vegeta, what are you doing? You're recklessly releasing energy, and look at the food you've ruined." Bulma shouted angrily at Vegeta. His embarrassment was palpable as he coldly huffed and reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Trunks, already filled with questions, was taken aback by Vegeta's sudden transformation. The sight caused him to momentarily lose composure, glancing between Vegeta and Nos. A whirlwind of thoughts surged within him as he pondered why the past had diverged so drastically from his expectations, why so many Saiyans were alive, and why this individual seemed to share a close bond with his mother, who had never mentioned him before. Noticing Trunks' dazed expression, Na sensed that if he did not clarify soon, the boy might lose his sanity. Boy, kid, judging by your expression, I suspect you've realized that everything here differs from what you once knew? Trunks stiffly nodded in response. Nas continued, that is because you have not traveled through time. Rather, you have crossed into a parallel universe, which is why the developments in this world differ from those in your own. Upon hearing Nas' explanation, Trunks fell into contemplation, and soon despair filled his face. You need not feel so despondent, although you have not traversed time. Your arrival in this world signifies that there is still hope for your own, Nas reassured him. His words shone like a beacon, piercing through Trunks' despair, akin to a drowning person grasping for salvation. He hurriedly approached Nas, pleading, please, teach me how I can save my world. Nas raised his hand to calm Trunks' agitated emotions, saying, first, share what you have come to discuss, and then we shall devise a plan regarding your concerns. With Nas' encouragement, Trunks began to regain his composure and elaborated, those two individuals do not hail from outer space. They are creations of Earth. Artificial beings crafted by the Red Ribbon Army scientist, Dr. Jero. The Red Ribbon Army? Dr. Jero? Suin Wukong and Bulma exclaimed simultaneously upon hearing Trunks' revelation. Their reactions prompted Kellen, Yamcha, and Kame Sennin to respond as well. Didn't Suin Wukong eradicate the Red Ribbon Army during his childhood? After the words of Guaxianren, Colleen and Yamcha echoed in agreement, questioning whether his ambition was still to dominate the world. Wukong turned to Tenank S, inquiring about the situation. Tenank S replied, I am uncertain, but those two androids are exceedingly ruthless, wreaking havoc everywhere, slaughtering the warriors of Earth. All our fighters have perished at their hands, including Mr. Bika. Consequently, the Dragon Balls are rendered useless. Wufan also sacrificed an arm to protect me before he was slain. As Tenank S spoke, a profound sadness enveloped him, plunging the group into a somber silence regarding the bleak future. At that moment, Chi-Chi suddenly clutched Wufan and exclaimed, ah, my Wufan. Wukong, why didn't you safeguard our Wufan? The group was jolted back to reality by Chi-Chi's outcry. Tenank S then produced a vial from his pocket and handed it to Suin Wukong, explaining, Mr. Wukong passed away due to heart disease before the androids even appeared. I am here to deliver medicine for him. The group was left speechless upon hearing Tenank S's words. The legendary Super Saiyan Suin Wukong had met such a tragic end? As the sorrow from Tenank S's words resonated within them, Na S spoke up. These events transpired in a parallel universe. In our realm, through our relentless training and formidable strength, such calamities shall not befall us. Turning to the still grieving Tenank S, Na S added, the past is irrevocable, but the future can be reshaped. By fortifying ourselves, we shall vanquish any malevolent forces. Therefore, after our meal, I shall assist you in your training. Observing the group's gradual recovery, Na S continued. What you all need to focus on now is to fill your bellies, for I have another important matter to discuss. With this, the group, led by Wulong and Pu'er, dispelled their previous sorrow and commenced a joyous feast. Chapter 46, The Spirit Time Room Battle Against Brawly. The atmosphere lightened as they savored their meal, filled with laughter and delightful dishes that brought ease and joy to everyone. Once the meal concluded, they gathered together, sipping fragrant tea while engaging in casual conversation. At that moment, Na suddenly announced, in 3 months, we will host a grand martial arts tournament on Yade Lada Star. Anyone wishing to participate may register in advance with Sushi. As Na-S's words resonated, Sushi stood, smiling, to elaborate on the tournament's procedures. This martial arts tournament will be divided into 3 tiers, Sushi explained. Firstly, there are competitors with battle powers under 1 million, a relatively lower level. Secondly, those with powers below 100 million, where the competition will be fiercer. And finally, those with powers exceeding 100 million, a true battle of the titans. Sushi surveyed the attentive crowd, noticing no objections, and continued, we will strive to ensure fair and reasonable groupings for both the preliminary and qualifying rounds, allowing fighters of similar strengths to compete, thus avoiding significant disparities in power. Moreover, to enhance the excitement of this martial arts tournament, we have also invited the Galactic Patrol headquarters and several friendly planets to join us. Upon hearing this, the most elated among them was undoubtedly Suin Wukong. He had been lamenting the lack of formidable opponents for practice, fearing a dull existence. Now, with the prospect of such a gathering of experts, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Na-S then took a deep breath and reiterated, to achieve outstanding results in the tournament. I sincerely hope you all make the most of these precious 3 months and dedicate yourselves to rigorous training. Realizing the urgency of time, the group sprang into action, promptly seeking suitable training grounds to immerse themselves in intense preparation. In the blink of an eye, the previously boisterous scene turned eerily quiet, leaving only Na-S, Tenank-S, Buruma, Chi-Chi, and Jine. As Suan Wukong prepared to head to the Kaishin Star for training, he was halted by Chi-Chi. Perhaps influenced by Tenank-S's earlier remarks, she, unusually, refrained from preventing Suan Wukong from leaving and instead suggested that he train alongside Suan Wufan. Once the others departed, Na-S scanned the surroundings to ensure no one remained, then, without hesitation, executed the instant transmission technique, arriving at the heavenly realm in a flash. At that moment, the Kaishin, Bobo, and Brawley had just returned to the Kaishin Palace. They were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Na-S and Tenank-S. The Kaishin inquired, "Mr. Na-S, what brings you and your friend to the Kaishin Palace?" Na-S replied, "There are indeed matters to discuss. I wish to utilize the spirit time room for training." The Kaishin, without further ado, directed Bobo to prepare the room for Na-S. Observing Brawley preparing to meditate, Na-S proposed, "Brawley, would you like to join us for training? It seems you haven't been active for quite some time." Brawley's face lit up at Na-S's words. "Brother, I'm glad you remembered me. I too have not exercised in ages. I will join you." The Kaishin interjected. Only 2 individuals may enter the spirit time room at a time, and each can only stay for 2 days, lest they remain trapped indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Brawley's excitement dimmed. Na-S reassured, "Do not worry, Kaishin. With sufficient power, one can transcend dimensions, thus eliminating concerns about time and numbers." Acknowledging Na-S's strength, the Kaishin did not contest his assertion, and Bobo proceeded to guide the 3 into the spirit time room. Just as they were about to step inside, the voice of the Kaishin resonated, filled with urgency. "This is grave, Na-S. I have just observed the galaxy and detected a formidable evil energy wreaking havoc. During my surveillance, I overheard minions mentioning that it seems to be Frisia. I am uncertain how he has returned, but he is leading his remaining forces toward Earth." Na-S furrowed his brow and decisively instructed, "Kaishin, do not concern yourself with them for now. Please monitor their movements. When they approach Earth, we will eliminate them once and for all." The Kaishin, reassured by Na-S's words, calmed down. At that moment, Brawley, like an eager child, rubbed his hands together. Full of anticipation, "Brother, let us hurry inside. I can hardly wait. It has been ages since we last sparred, and I feel as though my body is rusting." Na-S hesitated at Brawley's eagerness. Over the years, he had concentrated on dimensional training. While his strength had grown, it was not comparable to Brawley's exponential increase. The thought of battling Brawley made him apprehensive, fearing embarrassment should he be soundly defeated. However, witnessing Brawley's enthusiasm made it difficult for Na-S to decline outright. He pondered that perhaps this confrontation could reveal his shortcomings, allowing him to enhance his strength further. Before long, Na-S, Brawley, and Tenank-S entered the spirit time room. Upon entry, a potent force of time and space surged around them like a tempest, rendering them breathless. The realm within was starkly different from the outside world, an expanse of emptiness, devoid of any scenery. The oxygen in the air appears markedly thinner than outside, creating a somewhat oppressive feeling, and the gravitational pull seems stronger as well. However, the most astonishing aspect is the peculiar flow of time in this place, where a single day in the outside world equates to an entire year here. Confronted with such an extraordinary environment, they quickly adjusted their states, preparing for intense training. Within the Xinjing Shiguangwu, the 3 individuals organized their belongings and began to stretch their bodies. Nas then taught Tenanks a breathing technique, guiding him on how to better control his energy. Afterward, Tenanks remained alone to cultivate at his designated area, while he and the ever-patient Broly moved to a spot further from the exit of the Xinjing Shiguangwu. The 2 stood facing each other, well acquainted from their previous encounters, and thus commenced the battle with their full might. After training in the cosmos, Naz's foundational combat power had surged from an initial 600 million to an impressive 1 billion. With the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, his battle prowess soared to 16 billion. Although Broly had predominantly focused on honing his mental strength over the years, his combat power had not stagnated either. As the 2 unleashed their energies, a formidable aura swept outward like a tempest. Tenanks, who had just begun his training, was roused by this overwhelming presence, trembling at the unfathomable strength of the two, feeling utterly devoid of any resistance. This shattered his preconceived notions. The artificial beings seemed insignificant before them, hardly worth mentioning. This realization instilled greater confidence in Tenix, as he aspired to surpass the artificial beings and bring light to his world under Naz's guidance. While Tenix was lost in thought, Naz and Broly had already engaged in combat. Naz launched a kick toward Broly, who blocked it with one arm, immediately retaliating with a punch aimed at Naz. Naz sidestepped this blow, executing a scorpion tail kick aimed at Broly's chin. Broly could not evade in time, stumbling backward from the impact, but he quickly regained his footing and charged forward with a powerful tackle. This move propelled Naz away, but he disregarded his backward flight and unleashed several death rays toward Broly, interrupting his pursuit. Naz swiftly stabilized himself and threw a punch. Strangely, despite the distance between them, his fist connected with Broly's face as if he had struck through the void. After receiving several blows, Broly became increasingly alert, yet he still could not evade Naz's subsequent strikes. Thus, Naz landed dozens of punches on Broly. Fortunately, Broly's tough skin and remarkable defense held firm. However, as time passed, Broly gradually matched Naz's speed, utilizing the heightened perception gained from his years of training in mental power. He transitioned from being on the receiving end to defending himself, ultimately launching counterattacks against Naz. Each of Naz's punches was preemptively sensed by Broly, leading to a fierce exchange of blows. As their battle intensified, the powerful aura created a tempestuous wind around them. Suddenly, Broly seized Naz's attacking arm and pulled him forward. Naz, caught off guard, found himself in Broly's proximity, and before he could react, Broly's fist struck his face with overwhelming force, leaving Naz momentarily dazed. Following this, Broly unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks, turning Naz into a mere punching bag. Broly, reveling in the onslaught, proceeded to slam Naz into the ground, and feeling unsatisfied, he began to rub Naz's face into the dirt. Poor Naz endured this torment for an extended period. In Chapter 47, the protagonist nearly met his demise. After being subjected to Broly's unrestrained assault, Naz struggled to regain his composure. When he finally came to his senses, he saw Broly preparing to deliver a devastating slam that would surely cripple him. In a panic, Naz employed his spatial powers to phase out of harm's way, narrowly escaping disaster. He quickly retreated, putting some distance between himself and Broly. Without a moment's delay, he launched a series of dazzling attacks, employing Vegeta's signature technique, the Prince's battle style. However, Broly's speed was equally astounding. In the instant Naz executed the Prince's battle style, Broly vanished and appeared behind him like a specter. Sensing the movement behind him, Naz immediately unleashed the Solar Fist and crouched low, narrowly avoiding a powerful kick from Broly. Seizing the moment while Broly's vision was temporarily obscured by the Solar Fist, Naz performed a backflip, delivering a well-aimed kick to Broly's chest. The impact sent Broly flying backward like a kite severed from its string. As Broly soared through the air, Naz swiftly closed the gap, ruthlessly returning Broly's earlier moves with precision. Just as Naz prepared to capitalize on his advantage and rub Broly's face in the dirt, Broly suddenly exerted force, blocking Naz's assault. The clash of their powers resonated through the air with a thunderous boom. In unison, they unleashed a wave of energy, their forces converging and igniting a massive explosion. The shockwave from the blast propelled both fighters backward, re-establishing the distance between them. Once they regained their footing, they exchanged fierce glances, both burning with the fire of competition. At that moment, Naz broke the silence, suggesting, "Broly, our hand-to-hand combat skills are evenly matched. Why not test our energy beams?" Upon hearing Naz's words, Broly simply nodded in agreement. He began to gather his energy, his aura escalating to a new height. Instantly, Naz felt a pang of regret for not preparing adequately. Hastily joining in to gather his own energy, he internally mused that perhaps physical combat was preferable. He wondered if Broly truly intended to take his life. With his combat power exceeding 16 billion, while Broly likely surpassed 17 billion, it seemed he would have to risk everything. Naz fervently channeled his energy, and when he reached his zenith, he unleashed a powerful explosion wave. A deep crimson energy wave surged toward Broly, who simultaneously launched a green energy sphere at Naz. The two energies collided, causing the surrounding space to fracture, and the resulting energy storm nearly obliterated the entrance to the Shunjing Shiguangwu. Meanwhile, Tenix, who had been momentarily stunned, snapped back to reality, standing at the entrance as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing his full power to create a protective shield around the entrance of the Shunjing Shiguangwu. Although he successfully shielded the entrance and the structure, the intensity of the residual wave was overwhelming, rendering Tenen's combat power of a mere couple 100 million insufficient. A piercing scream echoed as Tenen's was hurled backward, grievously injured by the shockwave. Hearing the cry, Nas turned to see what had transpired and quickly erected a protective barrier around the Shunjing Shiguangwu. In that moment, he realized his error. He had been too focused on gathering energy and had positioned himself incorrectly, standing on the left side. As Broly unleashed a roar, the green energy sphere rapidly expanded, completely engulfing Nas' energy wave. In a swift maneuver, Nasi utilized instant transmission to evade the impending strike, reappearing behind Beerus and delivering a powerful kick aimed at his head. Just as the kick was about to connect, Beerus vanished and materialized behind Nasi, prompting the two to engage in a frenzied series of teleportations. Ultimately, they exchanged blows, their fists colliding with such force that both were forced to retreat a few paces. In the wake of this brief respite, they unleashed their energies and resumed their fierce grappling. The intensity of the melee rendered their figures as mere phantoms, the resonating sound of their punches reverberating through the surrounding space. Suddenly, Beerus seized the opportunity, grasping Nasi's arm and executing a powerful shoulder throw that slammed him into the ground, creating a deep crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Yet Nasi, undeterred, gritted his teeth and unleashed a renewed surge of energy, leaping from the pit with legs sweeping like whips towards Beerus. Beerus sidestepped the attack and countered with a punch to Nasi's abdomen, eliciting a muffled grunt. However, Nasi seized Beerus' arm in the momentum, pivoting to throw him away. Upon landing, Beerus regained his footing and charged forward with even greater ferocity, each punch imbued with colossal force. Nasi braced himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As the battle reached a stalemate, Nasi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He feigned being struck, and as Beerus closed in, he executed instant transmission to reappear behind him, channeling a formidable energy and striking Beerus' back with great force. Beerus stumbled forward, and Nasi pressed the advantage with a relentless barrage of attacks that left Beerus struggling to defend himself. Just as Nasi was enjoying his momentum, Beerus unleashed a sudden surge of energy that sent Nasi flying. Without allowing Nasi a moment to gather himself, Beerus released an energy wave from his mouth. Nasi, regaining his balance just in time, crouched down and rapidly fired an energy wave of his own to intercept it. In a moment of realization, Nasi glanced at Taiyankasu's position. Disaster struck as Taiyankasu had moved to the left, and with time ticking away, Nasi felt his stamina waning. Meanwhile, Beerus appeared inexhaustible, erupting once more. The powerful energy wave engulfed Nasi entirely. In a desperate bid, Nasi summoned the last of his strength, but ultimately, he could not evade the attack entirely. One of his arms was annihilated by the energy wave. As the dust settled, Nasi lay motionless on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Beerus, regaining his composure, hurried to Nasi's side, worry etched upon his face. He scooped Nasi up and rushed to Taiyankasu, who was struggling to stand despite his injuries. Panic filled Taiyankasu's eyes upon seeing the gravely wounded Nasi. "We must find a way to save him," he urged weakly. Beerus nodded and, cradling Nasi, dashed into the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside, Beerus searched for the universal capsule where Nasi had left it, hoping to find a senzu bean. Instead, he discovered a capsule marked for a healing chamber. He quickly activated it, and with a loud pop, a healing pod materialized before them. They swiftly placed Nasi inside. As the pod activated, a soft glow enveloped Nasi. Beerus and Taiyankasu stood vigil, anxiously watching. As time passed, Nasi's pallor gradually improved. Finally, the healing chamber opened, and Nasi slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at Beerus and Taiyankasu, he managed a weak smile. "It seems I was a bit careless this time." Beerus scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. "I apologize, big brother. I failed to control my power." Nasi waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. This battle taught me much." After a brief period of recovery, Nasi found that his arm had not yet healed. He activated his instant power, opening his personal space and retrieved a packet of senzu beans. He handed one to Taiyankasu and consumed another himself. The effect was instantaneous. Taiyankasu's injuries were healed, and Nasi's arm gradually regenerated. Through this combat experience, Nasi recognized his shortcomings, and soon the three began an intense training regimen. Chapter 48. Frisia strikes again thus. The trio trained vigorously in the hyperbolic time chamber for 3 years. Taiyan Ankisu made the most significant progress, maintaining his Super Saiyan form while mastering dimensional training and instant transmission, all while enduring relentless assaults from Beerus and Nasi. After 2 years of this regimen, Taiyan Ankisu, as usual, found himself on the receiving end of Beerus' fierce blows. In a moment of frustration, he unexpectedly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Over these 2 years, his foundational combat power surged from several million to an astonishing 1 billion. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his battle prowess skyrocketed to 100 billion. Now, he possessed the capability to confront any adversary, even holding his ground against Lightning Cell. During this time, Nasi also dedicated himself to relentless training, achieving a breakthrough from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3. His base combat power soared to 15 billion, with his transformation multiplying his strength by 640 times, propelling his battle power into the trillions. Beerus, however, was even more extraordinary. Despite focusing primarily on honing his mental energy, his combat power reached an unparalleled 1 trillion. Throughout the 2 years of sparring, Nasi rarely triumphed. Although he excelled in dimensional training compared to Beerus, after several more months of training, fatigue settled upon them, and they decided to conclude their arduous regimen. Nasi transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his formidable aura instantly filling the entire hyperbolic time chamber. He began to gather all his strength, harnessing the power of space. And with a swift motion, he sliced through the air, opening a passage to the outside world. Nasi quickly reverted to his normal form and, accompanied by Beerus and Taiyan Ankisu, exited the hyperbolic time chamber. At that moment, the Supreme Kai, who was watering plants with Bobo, spotted the trio and rushed over. "You're finally out. It's been over 2 days. I nearly alerted Bulma to gather the Dragon Balls and wish you out." Hearing the Supreme Kai's words, the 3 men exchanged awkward glances, realizing they had become so engrossed in their training that they had neglected the passage of time in the hyperbolic time chamber. While they chatted, the Supreme Kai addressed Nasi. "Lord Kaioshin sent word yesterday, requesting you to visit King Kai after your training." Upon hearing this, Nasi deduced that King Kai must be concerned about Frisia's impending threat. He promptly organized, "Taiyan Ankisu, your special training is complete. Here is a pack of senza beans for you to keep as a reserve. After this, head back to Capsule Corporation and collect a spaceship from Bulma. Then prepare to return to your world. You've been away for so long, and it's time for your world to bask in light once more. Use what I taught you to see if you can restore your realm." Taiyan Ankisu quickly replied, "Frisia and his forces are arriving later than in my world, so the situation there is different. I want to help you repel the invaders before I return. Have you so soon forgotten our strengths? The matters here do not require your concern. Focus on arranging your world properly before returning," Nasi replied with a smile, patting Beerus on the shoulder. Realizing that his presence was unnecessary in this world, Taiyan Ankisu ceased to dwell on it, understanding the importance of rescuing his own realm. He nodded. "In that case, I will return. Once I have set everything in order on my end, I will come back to report." With that, he executed instant transmission and vanished. In an instant, he vanished into the Tian Shen Dian. At that moment, Nas turned to Broly and said, "I am heading to the Kaioshin planet. Will you accompany me? Or will you remain here?" Broly pondered for a moment before responding, "I will stay here for now, in case of any unforeseen circumstances." Upon hearing Broly's words, Nas felt no further hesitation and immediately unleashed his spatial powers. Behind him, a 6-pointed star formation seemed to materialize, and he vanished within it. When Nas reappeared, he was already on the Kaioshin planet, where the Kaioshin was engaged in conversation with Sun Wukong. Upon seeing Nas, the Kaioshin exclaimed, "Nas, you finally emerged. How was your endeavor? I trust you gathered substantial gains." Nas nodded in affirmation, refraining from contradiction. "Nas, it seems you have grown significantly stronger. We have also made considerable progress on the Kaioshin planet. When can we spar together?" Sun Wukong, noticing the potent aura emanating from Nas, could not help but wish for a friendly bout. Nas shook his head in response, stating, "You are still too weak. Let us converse again once your fundamental combat power reaches 10 and your transformation breaks through to Super Saiyan 2. As Sun Wukong prepared to speak, he was interrupted by Vegeta, who demanded, "What do you mean by Super Saiyan 2? And how strong are you now? Others around them looked on with eager anticipation. Super Saiyan is merely the beginning for Saiyans, and there are several tiers within Super Saiyan itself. The initial transformation corresponds to the stage currently held by Nappa, while the preliminary mastery of Super Saiyan aligns with Raditz stage. Following that, one reaches the level akin to Yu and Kakarot, adapting to Super Saiyan, which constitutes full power of Super Saiyan. Nas paused briefly before continuing. Next is Super Saiyan 2, which amplifies energy output to twice that of Super Saiyan, equating to 100-fold in its base state. As for the subsequent transformations, we shall discuss them after you achieve Super Saiyan 2. The Saiyans present felt a surge of aspiration at Naz's words. Just then, the Kaioshin interrupted their musings, stating, "Do not speak of surpassing Super Saiyan. There is trouble brewing on Frisia's side." At this, Krillin blurted out, "Kaioshin-sama, what trouble could Frisia possibly cause? Even if he were to come to Earth, we are no longer the same as before. We would easily dispose of him." The Kaioshin, incensed, promptly rapped Krillin on his bald head and retorted, "You fool. Allow me to finish. It is not merely Frisia. He has come accompanied by Cooler, who is very much alive, and we do not know from whence he has emerged, bringing with him the planet Bixida. That spells trouble." The others were momentarily taken aback. What is so troubling about Bixida? Is it somehow more formidable than King Cold? You know nothing. Bixida is a planet of high intelligence with advanced technology, perpetually capturing organic life forms from various planets for sustenance. The most terrifying aspect is its ability to replicate high-energy robots. Can you fathom the emergence of hundreds, if not thousands, of Coolers? What will you do then? The Kaioshin's explanation sent shivers down the spines of those present, prompting Nas to speak up. "Fear not, Kaioshin-sama. With my presence, there will be no issues. I intend to engage the Saiyan Defense Force in combating this threat, providing an excellent opportunity for training." The gathering understood that the current strength of the Saiyan race should suffice against such numbers, and with Nas among them, they felt assured. The Kaioshin, regaining his composure, urged, "Then swiftly return and gather your forces. They will reach Earth within a few hours at most." Hearing this, Nas and the others ceased their delay and promptly utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. Nas began contacting Suzy and Temet to summon all warriors to Earth. As Nas's command resonated, those engaged in missions halted their progress and were swiftly transported to Earth via the Rainbow Bridge. Soon, all Saiyan warriors had assembled on Earth. Nas then commenced assigning tasks to everyone. Meanwhile, within the interior of Bixida, Frisia and Cooler were deep in discussion, seemingly reaching an agreement, leading to their raucous laughter. Chapter 49. The strengthened Frisia and Cooler under the proposal of Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the other Earth warriors. They decided to stage the battle in the mountainous regions of the West. This area was remote from towns, featuring complex terrain with undulating hills, making it ideal for an intense confrontation. As the Saiyans gathered, Frisia's spaceship descended like a meteor from the sky, landing steadily in the mountainous expanse. With the door slowly opening, a formidable aura surged forth. Frisia's distorted figure emerged before the warriors, his body seemingly stitched together with countless patches, emanating a chillingly malevolent presence. His gaze swept over the gathered Saiyans, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Upon spotting Sun Wukong at the forefront of the crowd, his expression turned icy. "Oh ho ho ho! I never imagined that so many of these Saiyan monkeys managed to escape my pursuit," Frisia sneered. "But it matters not. For today, I not only seek vengeance for the events on Namek, but also intend to resolve matters left unfinished." His voice echoed through the mountains, rife with unrestrained arrogance and confidence. At this moment, Raditz interjected, "Heh, you grotesque creature, having been defeated by my brother once, you shall face a second downfall. This time, I shall ensure your complete annihilation. Indeed, Frisia, since you have returned, you ought to live peacefully on your own planet and refrain from causing destruction. Otherwise, I will still eliminate you," Sun Wukong added. Frisia chuckled at Wukong's words. "You vile monkey, do you think I remain the same as before? After this transformation, my battle power has soared to 3 billion. You wretched wild monkeys, prepare to meet your end." Vegeta, unable to contain his fury at Frisia's arrogance, glared intensely at him, a fierce killing intent emanating from his being. "Frisia, instead of hiding away, you dare to appear before me? This time, I shall personally slay you." As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Frisia. Taken aback by Vegeta's transformation, Frieza quickly unleashed his full power to counter Vegeta's assault. A disdainful smile crept across Frieza's lips as he effortlessly withstood Vegeta's torrential onslaught, while mockingly taunting, "Ha! How astonishing! I never imagined the little monkey I once kept as a pet would possess such remarkable prowess now." Hearing Frieza's words, Vegeta's fury ignited even further. His eyes seemed ready to blaze with fire as he fixated on Frieza, refusing to respond to the taunts and instead intensifying his attacks, determined to vent all his rage through this relentless onslaught. Just then, amidst the tense and fierce atmosphere, the entire sky appeared to be engulfed by a colossal shadow, abruptly plunging into darkness. The onlookers gazed upwards in shock, witnessing a gigantic object hurtling towards Earth at an astonishing speed. Its peculiar shape resembled that of a monstrous spider, sending chills down their spines. In the blink of an eye, the meteor struck Earth like a blazing shooting star, accompanied by a thunderous roar that caused the very ground to tremble. However, unexpectedly, after the meteorite collided, it appeared to have come to life, rapidly expanding in all directions. Before long, it transformed into a colossal mountain, firmly resting on the surface of the Earth, resembling an immense beast from outer space, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. After a short while, a figure surged forth from this mountain. He paused momentarily in midair, surveying his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Temet. He then turned his attention to Phylicia, revealing a hint of disdain as he coldly remarked, "Phylicia, you fool. When you eradicated the Saiyans, you failed to eliminate them entirely, leading to the multitude of troubles we face now." Upon hearing Gula's words, Phylicia snorted dismissively, displaying a flicker of contempt, yet he chose not to respond. Observing this, Gula ceased to engage him further and shifted his gaze to Temet, his eyes icy as he declared, "Saiyans, today marks your demise." As his words hung in the air, Gula waved his arm, and countless robots surged forth from Bikesta's star like a swarm of locusts. These robots were densely packed, their numbers staggering, seemingly endless. Nas, witnessing this scene, similarly gestured for his warriors to strike. Tianjin Fan, Kellen, and all the elite and mid-tier Saiyan warriors erupted with their energy, launching towards the robots with the swiftness of arrows released from a bow. In an instant, the sky was a tapestry of energy colliding and intertwining, emitting dazzling brilliance. The shockwaves of energy rampaged through the air, tearing it apart. Simultaneously, warriors and decommissioned robots rained down from the heavens like dumplings, creating a scene of utter carnage. Injured warriors fell to the ground, while the Saiyan security team's logistics personnel were already on high alert. They swiftly sprang into action, assisting the wounded and initiating emergency medical treatment. The new energy developed by Buerma and Bulifu was superior to previous healing energies, enabling more rapid recovery of these casualties. Throughout this fierce battle, the Saiyans sustained injuries but quickly recovered with the aid of the logistics personnel. As time progressed, the Saiyans' inherent ability to revive from the brink of death significantly enhanced their strength with each successive battle. Just as the conflict reached a fever pitch, with neither side gaining the upper hand, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Everyone turned in astonishment to behold Vegeta and Phylicia locked in a fierce energy clash, their formidable powers contending in the sky, forming a massive energy vortex. With Vegeta unleashing his full might, Phylicia was shattered into pieces, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. However, just as Vegeta gasped for breath and took a moment to recuperate, a colossal wave of energy surged towards him like lightning, attacking directly. Vegeta, startled, quickly clenched his fists, pouring all his strength into a desperate attempt to block the incoming assault. Yet, the force of this energy wave was overwhelmingly powerful. Even with all his efforts, he could only slightly impede its speed. In the blink of an eye, the wave crashed upon Vegeta with a relentless force. With a deafening roar, he was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, flung violently away. His body soared through the air, crashing through several towering mountain peaks before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to rise from the ground, Vegeta was covered in dust and debris. Shaking his dazed head to regain his composure, he unleashed a burst of energy that sent the rubble flying. As the dust settled, he looked up to see another Phylicia in the distance. This new Phylicia was entirely different from the one he had just defeated. This version, akin to Gula, was composed entirely of metallic material, glinting ominously and appearing exceedingly resilient. At that moment, Gula, Observing the metallic Phalysa, smirked with disdain and mocked, "Humph. It seems you have indeed abandoned that frail body. Compared to this metallic form, your previous body was utterly fragile. Moreover, once injured, it could not recover." The transformation was grotesque, and its combat prowess was woefully insufficient, rendering it practically worthless. Hearing Goulias' remarks, Phalysa did not immediately retort. Instead, his cold gaze remained fixed upon Gula, a hint of a chilling smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "So, is your fleshly form meant for a mere stretch? Or are you preparing to annihilate it altogether?" Gula pondered briefly before responding. "Let it stretch its limbs for now. After all, we remain uncertain of the strength of those who have yet to engage. Perhaps they are all super Saiyans. Moreover, using that fleshly form to probe the capabilities of that Namekian is also a prudent strategy. Do not forget, our ultimate goal is to seize the Dragon Balls." Phalysa, after considering this, nodded in agreement with Goulias' perspective. His gaze shifted to the distant adversaries, a glimmer of greed and determination flickering in his eyes. "In that case, let us act immediately." Phalysa's voice resonated with authority. "Let us swiftly conquer them all." As his words fell, Phalysa and Gula propelled themselves into action like lightning. The mountains beneath them crumbled under the sheer force of their assault, debris flying in all directions. Phalysa dashed towards Vegeta with lightning speed, his movements so swift that they were nearly imperceptible. In an instant, he stood before Vegeta, unleashing a punch imbued with boundless power that struck Vegeta squarely. Vegeta was caught completely off guard, sent flying like a cannonball in the direction of Nas and his companions. Meanwhile, Gula swiftly followed suit, confronting Temmet without any hesitation. His actions were equally brisk and resolute, launching an energy wave at Temmet that pierced through the air like a radiant beam of light. Chapter 50. Suin Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. As the dust began to settle, Goulias' metallic strike had seemingly produced no effect. His fierce assault was as if halted by an invisible barrier, effortlessly deflected by Beerus' protective shield. At that moment, Nas, standing nearby, spoke up, his voice resonating powerfully, echoing throughout the space. "Since they have made their move, we need not hold back any longer." Nas' gaze swept over Suin Wukong, Temmet, and the other warriors, each a formidable elite capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. "Beerus and I will provide support from the rear. Do not hesitate. Unleash your full potential." Nas' words conveyed a sense of resolve and confidence, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of this battle. As Nas' voice faded, the 20-odd warriors behind him transformed into Super Saiyans without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy erupted like a golden tidal wave, flooding the sky with a blinding radiance. This overwhelming aura surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping towards Gula. The terrifying pressure compelled even the significantly strengthened Gula to involuntarily retreat several steps. Regaining his composure, Gula exchanged glances with Frieza, and upon witnessing Frieza's mocking expression, his countenance darkened. However, the silent communication between them signaled that there was no room for hesitation. Their eyes glimmered with a fierce determination. From the heart of Beerus Star emerged more than 20 Gula and Frieza. At that moment, Krillin, who was engaged in combat with the robots, turned pale at the sight. The King Kai's words had truly come to fruition. With so many Gula and Frieza, how could they secure victory? Seeing this, Son Goku began to tremble, not out of fear, but from excitement. He charged towards the metal Frieza nearest to him. The other Super Saiyans followed suit, rushing towards their respective adversaries. The battlefield of Beerus Star erupted with the sounds of clashing energies and fierce combat. Krillin gritted his teeth and joined the fray, fully aware of the immense pressure posed by the formidable foes, yet resolute in his refusal to back down. Broly and Nas closely monitored the unfolding battle from the rear. Broly crossed his arms, his aura intensifying, ever ready to intervene should his comrades find themselves in dire peril. Meanwhile, Nas harnessed his mental energy to provide support whenever necessary. The duplicates of Gula and Frieza proved formidable in their own right, engaging fiercely with the Super Saiyans as energy blasts flickered like lightning. As the battle reached a stalemate, Son Goku seized an opportunity, channeling all his strength into a powerful Kamehameha wave, obliterating one of Frieza's duplicates into fragments. Just as he caught his breath, an overwhelming aura surged from behind him. Startled, he turned to witness the shattered Frieza reappearing, completely unscathed. Before Son Goku could react, Frieza struck like lightning, delivering a devastating blow to his chest. The impact sent Son Goku hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Yet, the onslaught did not cease there. Frieza unleashed a wave of energy that rocketed towards Son Goku. His body scraped along the ground under the force of the blast before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, Son Goku lay gravely injured, unable to move, his chest heaving, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, and his eyes tightly shut, appearing exceedingly weak. Just as Frieza prepared to deliver the final blow to end the battle, a resounding cry pierced the air. Magic flash. A dazzling energy wave streaked through the sky like a meteor, interrupting Frieza's attack. Caught off guard, Frieza stumbled backward. With great effort, Son Goku lifted his head and beheld his son, Son Gohan, rushing to his side. A flicker of joy surged within him, quickly overshadowed by urgency as he shouted, "Gohan, stay back. It's too dangerous here. Go to Piccolo." Son Gohan, undeterred by his father's warning, dashed to Son Goku's side, concern etched upon his face. "Dad, are you all right? Here, take this Senzu bean. It will help restore your energy." He hastily retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and offered it to Son Goku. However, in that critical moment, Frieza suddenly appeared before Son Gohan. With a menacing glare, Frieza mercilessly kicked Son Gohan, sending him flying through the air. Son Gohan's body arced like a comet before crashing heavily to the ground, hurtling into the mountains and shattering a peak upon impact. Witnessing his son being struck down ignited a blaze of fury within Son Goku. His eyes widened, filled with rage, as his body trembled with indignation. Without hesitation, he consumed a Senzu bean, and in an instant, his injuries began to heal rapidly. The miraculous energy coursed through him, mending his wounds and revitalizing his spirit. Yet, this was only the beginning. Son Goku's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles convulsed as an immense power surged within him. His eyes shifted to a blazing white, reminiscent of flames. Frieza, witnessing this spectacle, felt a twinge of fear. Realizing that Son Goku was undergoing a formidable transformation, he swiftly distanced himself and unleashed a barrage of death beams, raining down upon Son Goku. However, these death beams posed no threat to Son Goku in his current state. He unleashed a thunderous roar, the sound reverberating like a volcanic eruption. As he bellowed, his aura erupted like a torrent, creating a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. The golden energy enveloping Son Goku intensified, resembling a ferocious beast in a primal rage. Lightning crackled within the energy, intertwining like silver serpents, rendering the scene all the more terrifying. Nas, observing from the rear, wore a smile of delight. What a delightful surprise. I never anticipated that Son Goku would transform into Super Saiyan 2. This is absolutely marvelous. He nodded in satisfaction and continued, with the addition of Taimato, Suzy, and Lari. All four of us Super Saiyan 2s will undoubtedly secure our victory in this battle. Perhaps spurred by Son Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Those warriors on the brink of transformation, having endured injuries and recoveries, found their strength surging further. Witnessing the plight of their companions and the countless robots surrounding them, their fury reached its zenith, finally catalyzing their own transformations into Super Saiyan. Within moments, 5 or 6 elite warriors successfully achieved Super Saiyan status. This unexpected turn of events restored balance to the battlefield with the arrival of these formidable fighters. Upon completing his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Son Goku immediately set his sights on Metal Frieza, launching a ferocious assault without hesitation. Despite Metal Frieza boasting a combat power nearing 100 billion, he was no match for the enraged Son Goku. In mere moments, Metal Frieza was dismantled into a heap of parts, and the energy sphere Son Goku unleashed rendered any hope of recovery impossible. However, just as Son Goku prepared to turn and check on Son Gohan, a metal gula abruptly obstructed his path. Faced with this obstacle, Son Goku had no choice but to engage in a fierce battle with Metal Gula. Simultaneously, on the other side, Piccolo was locked in an intense struggle with Gula. Upon seeing Son Gohan kicked away by Frieza, Piccolo's complexion turned a deep shade of green. As if the world had come to a standstill at that moment. No longer toying with Gula, he instantly amplified his King Kai fist to 10 times. His combat power, originally over 1 billion, skyrocketed to over 100 billion with the enhancement of 10 King Kais, and he unleashed a magic flash upon Gula, obliterating him into dust before hastily searching for Son Gohan. Upon arriving at the location where Wu Fan had been defeated, I witnessed him emerging from the rubble, gravely injured. Observing this, Vic hastily performed a healing spell, a technique he had learned from the inhabitants of Kaioshin planet. With the persistent efforts of the group, the robotic foes, along with Metal Gula and Metal Frisia, were systematically vanquished. Just when everyone believed the ordeal had reached a satisfactory conclusion, the ground trembled violently, and dozens more Metal Gula and Metal Frisia emerged from the Bixita star. Chapter 51. Warriors in fusion. As the group beheld the vast multitude of Metal Gula and Metal Frisia, their faces turned as pale as parchment, as if they had beheld the apocalypse. Even formidable warriors like Sun Wukong and Time 8, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, felt a chill run through them, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. After all, even the fiercest tiger struggles to fend off a pack of ravenous wolves. Moreover, the individual combat prowess of these Metal Gula and Metal Frisia was nearly on par with theirs. As panic began to set in, Nas, standing at the rear of the group, suddenly spoke. Is there anyone who wishes to continue fighting? If so, Broly and I can withstand the majority of the enemies, creating opportunities for one-on-one confrontations. Nas's words shone like a beacon, illuminating the darkness in everyone's hearts. The tension that had knotted Sun Wukong's nerves instantly unraveled. And without hesitation, he declared, I wish to challenge too and test the limits of my strength. However, Sun Wukong's declaration ignited the fury of Vegeta, who had harbored resentment for being surpassed by Sun Wukong's earlier transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Unable to contain himself upon hearing Sun Wukong's confidence, he shouted, I also want to challenge too. Vegeta's decision astonished Raditz, who quickly interjected, Vegeta, you must think carefully. You might struggle against a single foe, let alone two. Can you handle it? Be quiet, you idiot. I am a Saiyan warrior of unparalleled talent and will not be outdone by that cockroach. Raditz shook his head in resignation at Vegeta's obstinacy. With Sun Wukong and Vegeta leading the charge, more warriors expressed their desire to engage. At this moment, Krillin turned to Tien Shinhan and Yamcha, asking, should we also attempt a challenge? Perhaps we should refrain. Our battle power is merely in the tens of millions. Even with Kaioken, we barely exceed 1 billion. Wouldn't we be inviting punishment? Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Krillin's previously piqued interest evaporated. Tien Shinhan, feeling equally frustrated, wore a dejected expression. Just then, Din suggested, why don't we ask our teacher if there's a way for us to participate? The group then approached Nas, with Tien Shinhan eagerly stating, Teacher, we wish to join the battle, but our current strength is lacking. Do you have any methods to allow us to participate? Observing the Earth Warriors, who had gradually become sideline characters in the original story, Nas noted their slow progress due to their race, despite the assistance they received in dimensional training. The path to cultivation requires a balance of patience and urgency. Although your combat power may not grow as rapidly as Wukong's, your speed of dimensional training is unparalleled. While Wukong has only just begun, you, Tien Shinhan, have already reached divine level. And Krillin and Yamcha are on the verge of breaking through as well. Once the group's emotions stabilized, Nas continued, if you wish to participate, it is indeed possible. I possess a fusion technique that allows two individuals to merge and enhance their strength. Upon hearing Nas's words, expressions of ecstatic joy spread across their faces, and the atmosphere around them became lively. However, just as Nas was about to instruct them further, Metal Gula and Metal Frisia suddenly launched a fierce assault without warning. Seeing this, Nas exchanged a quick glance with Broly, who nodded in understanding. Broly then unleashed an overwhelming aura, his muscles taut as if ready to tear through his clothing. Taking a deep breath, he instantly executed instant transmission, appearing like lightning before Gula and Frisia. Broly's remarkable speed rendered others speechless, even catching Gula and Frisia off guard. Following Wukong's request, he swiftly allowed them passage, then resolutely blocked the remaining Metal Gula and Metal Frisia. Those formidable Frisia brothers, which had previously posed a significant challenge to others, became as fragile as toys in Broly's hands. Each of his strikes was powerful and decisive, capable of shattering a Metal Gula or Frisia with a mere slap. The energy spheres he unleashed were astonishingly potent, obliterating swathes of Metal Gula and Frisia in their wake. Witnessing this spectacle, the others stood in awe. They had heard tales of Broly's might, but never anticipated he could be so formidable. His immense strength not only broadened their horizons, but also ignited a fervent fighting spirit within them. They launched relentless assaults on Metal Gula and Metal Frisia, each warrior pouring their all into the battle, eager to achieve a swift breakthrough. Meanwhile, Nas was instructing Tien Shinhan and the others in the fusion technique of the Metamorans. After a thorough explanation and demonstration, Tien Shinhan and his companions gradually grasped the essence of this skill. Once they understood the principles and key points of fusion, Nas introduced the conditions for transformation. The group listened intently, anxious not to miss any vital detail. After the explanation concluded, they eagerly began searching for suitable partners to attempt the fusion technique. However, when Yamcha sought to fuse with Tien Shinhan, the latter unexpectedly declined, stating, "I want to see how far I can go using my own strength." Yamcha was taken aback, questioning, "On your own? How do you plan to fight? Even with Kaioken, your battle power barely reaches 1.6 billion, which is still significantly lower than the enemy." Tien Shinhan offered no further explanation, resolutely employing the secret technique of Yadrit, creating a perfect clone beside him. Without hesitation, Tien Shinhan and his clone initiated the fusion technique. In an instant, a dazzling light enveloped them, mesmerizing all who beheld it. When the brilliance subsided, the group was astonished to find that Tien Shinhan's appearance remained unchanged. Yet his attire had transformed to that of the Metamorans. His power surged dramatically, reaching over 500 million in his base form. Following this, he unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken, releasing an immense aura as he charged toward a solitary Metal Gula. Seeing this, the others quickly began to attempt their own fusions. As the various auras manifested, some succeeded while others transformed into slimmer or bulkier forms, resulting in failures. However, as time passed, more transformations occurred, and the battlefield became a vibrant spectacle. The successfully fused warriors joined the fray, engaging in fierce clashes with Metal Gula and Metal Frisia. Meanwhile, those who failed to fuse did not lose heart. Instead, they diligently reflected on their experiences, preparing to try again. After undergoing a transformation, Tianjin Fan's combat prowess dramatically increased, engaging in a fierce battle with the solitary Metal Gula. Each punch and kick he delivered was imbued with immense strength, gradually overwhelming the Metal Gula. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta faced two adversaries alone. Though the struggle was arduous, he grew more valiant, continuously tapping into his latent potential. Raditz also began to sense a breakthrough during the skirmish, revealing signs of a subtle increase in strength. Observing the transformations around him, Nas suddenly conceived a bold idea. Upon sensing Bulma's energy signature, Nas utilized his spatial abilities to teleport beside her. At that moment, Bulma was watching the ongoing battle via satellite. Surprised by Nas's sudden appearance, she inquired, "Nas, the fight isn't over yet. Why have you returned?" "I have a new idea," he replied. "I discovered that the technology on Bixita Star is quite impressive, capable of producing numerous formidable warriors. I wonder if you could modify the program to bring it under our control." Bulma pondered for a moment, uncertain. "I haven't examined the situation in detail, and I'm not confident I can do it." "That's all right. You can investigate it first. If feasible, bring Dr. Brief and your research team from Yaterate Star along. I shall ensure your safety, and we can explore this further. If we succeed, we would have an abundance of powerful warriors at our disposal." Upon hearing Nas's words, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, captivated by his proposal. She promptly began to gather her belongings and notify her father. Once they were ready, Nas and the others utilized spatial powers to appear within the confines of Bixita Star. Upon their arrival, alarms blared throughout the facility. A swarm of mechanical warriors swiftly converged on them, their cold gazes and glinting weapons ominous. Nas remained calm, arms crossed, while Bulma and the others appeared somewhat anxious. "Do not worry. I am here," he reassured them softly. In an instant, he sprang into action, his form darting through the mechanical warriors like lightning. Wherever he moved, the warriors were sent flying, disassembled in his wake. In the blink of an eye, a significant breach was created in their encirclement, prompting Bulma and the others to hasten towards the core research area. Upon discovering a control room, they entered, and Dr. Brief along with the research team immediately began their work, while Bulma quickly immersed herself in the task. They meticulously studied the technology and programming of Bixita Star, while Nas employed a technique to create a clone, which vigilantly guarded their safety. His original self prepared to locate the core of Bixita Star, where Gula resided within the control center. As time ticked away, just as they believed progress was being made, a sudden surge of energy erupted. A colossal mechanical creature emerged from the depths, its eyes firing lasers towards them. The clone of Nas quickly shielded the group, gathering energy to form a protective barrier against the creature's onslaught. Seizing the moment when the creature's attack subsided, he teleported to its head, intending to deliver a powerful kick to send it flying. To his surprise, the creature's head spun 3 times before facing him again, unleashing another energy blast. The clone Nas, taken aback, thrust up the barrier and struck the creature's chest with a powerful punch. While the creature experienced a brief moment of malfunction, the clone prepared to unleash an energy wave to annihilate it. However, just as he was about to attack, Bulma's voice rang out, "Nas, doing that will destroy Bixita Star." Her words echoed like thunder in the space around them. Upon hearing her call, the clone's movements halted abruptly, and the energy wave he had intended to launch dissipated in an instant. He swiftly turned, teleporting beside the mechanical monster, grasping it firmly before executing an instantaneous move. With a swift motion, the clone Nas and the mechanical beast vanished from sight, as if they had never existed. The next moment, they appeared outside Bixita Star, the vast expanse of the cosmic starry sky unfolding before them. With a wave of his arm, he discarded the mechanical creature as if it were refuse, and then unleashed a formidable energy wave that struck the discarded monster directly. A thunderous explosion erupted, and the mechanical creature was obliterated into a cloud of dust, scattering into the cosmos. After dispatching the mechanical beast, the clone Nas prepared to teleport back when suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air behind him. Without needing to glance back, he deduced from the sound's velocity that an ambush was imminent. The assailant approached at extraordinary speed, closing in from behind. As the attack neared, the clone Nas remained unperturbed, turning his hand back without looking. An energy sphere shot forth like lightning, colliding with the assailant, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The assailant, revealed to be another metal gula, was obliterated into countless metallic fragments. The clone Nas observed the aftermath with an expressionless demeanor, seemingly pleased with the effectiveness of his counterattack. He then swiftly returned to Bulma's side, continuing to safeguard their safety. With the situation becoming increasingly critical, Bulma and the others hastened their efforts to crack Bixita Star's systems. Meanwhile, Nas's original form discovered the core of Bixita Star, encountering Gula and Frisia, their heads interconnected by a myriad of wires and conduits. They noticed Nas's presence, their eyes flashing red as they unleashed a barrage of beams towards him. Yet, these assaults proved futile, dissipating before they could touch him. Nas initiated a mental dialogue with Bulma, who, upon hearing his call, felt a surge of joy. They had managed to grasp the overall situation of Bixita Star during this time. Without the 2 core controls, their ability to dominate the planet would increase significantly. He then instructed his clone to escort Bulma and the others to the core location while he exerted his energy to directly control Gula and Frisia's minds. As time progressed and Bulma and the others arrived, they immediately began modifying the control program. They operated with urgency, fingers flying over the instruments. Time seemed to freeze, each second filled with tension. Just as Bulma was about to finalize the program modifications, Gula and Frisia unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, attempting to break free from Nas's grasp. Seeing their escape was futile, their eyes glowed with fury as they let out a frenzied roar, causing energy to surge wildly around them. Suddenly, another metal Gula and metal Frisia emerged from beneath the ground. Nas frowned, instructing his clone to maintain control over the 2, while he positioned himself in front of Bulma and the others. Radiating a golden aura, he exuded an overwhelming presence. The newly appeared metal Gula and metal Frisia launched their attacks simultaneously, energy waves crashing towards Nas like a raging tide. He swiftly maneuvered his hands, erecting energy barriers to deflect each assault. Seizing the opportune moment, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Metal Gula's chest. Metal Gula was sent flying, crashing into a nearby instrument. Observing this, Metal Frisia sought an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Nas. However, Nas reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping gracefully and grasping Metal Frisia's arm, forcefully hurling him away. At that moment, Bulma exclaimed, "It's done!" Simultaneously, Nas unleashed his spatial power, instantly obliterating both Metal Gula and Metal Frisia, while dispatching a clone to annihilate their heads. Thus, the Frisia brothers were vanquished once more, and the planet Bixita was finally under their control. Chapter 53. The upcoming martial arts tournament with the downfall of the Frisia brothers. The previously fierce assault by Metal Gula and Metal Frisia abruptly ceased, as if they had suddenly lost all motivation. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. They had not anticipated such a situation, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. Just as the crowd stood in stunned silence, Naz and Bulma emerged slowly from the planet Bixita. Bulma radiated a victorious smile, while Naz too wore a grin, though his eyes betrayed a hint of exhaustion. Observing a few who seemed intent on continuing their energy blasts to destroy the now motionless metal warriors, Naz quickly interjected, "Everyone, this battle is over. Thanks to the relentless efforts of Bulma, Dr. Brief, and the entire tech team, Bixita now wholly belongs to us." His voice resonated powerfully across the silent battlefield, prompting the crowd to initially pause, struggling to comprehend his words. Yet, mere moments later, a wave of cheers erupted among them. "Fantastic! We have triumphed. Bixita will be ours from now on." The jubilant cries echoed, as people embraced one another, celebrating this hard-won victory. At this juncture, Naz continued, "Moreover, as long as Bixita possesses sufficient energy, we will have an endless supply of metal warriors to train with." His words elicited gasps of astonishment, as everyone recognized the immense potential this discovery held for their cultivation. Finally, Naz smiled at the gathering, saying, "Now, please tend to your injuries, and afterward, let us reconvene at the manor for a celebratory feast." With that, the crowd cheered once more and began to disperse in an orderly manner. Naz instructed Bulma to invite all the chefs from West City, preparing for a grand Saiyan banquet. Bulma, delighted by the task, promptly set about organizing the gathering, while she and Dr. Brief worked diligently to restore the planet Bixita to its former state. After much effort, the once colossal Bixita gradually diminished in size, ultimately resembling a spaceship. As the crowd departed, a swarm of small robot bees emerged, efficiently collecting the blood and remnants scattered across the battlefield. Not only did they gather the debris from the battle, but they also meticulously retrieved the mechanical parts of Metal Gula and Metal Frisia. Once their task was complete, the robots swiftly departed like a gust of wind. However, just as they vanished, two figures emerged slowly from behind a massive stone. "I never anticipated this world to be so vibrant. That Naz is evidently an anomaly capable of transforming this realm," one figure remarked, awe evident in their tone regarding both the world and Naz. The second figure concurred, "Indeed, we must tread carefully. Their strength is formidable, particularly that Saiyan, who is virtually invincible." The Frisia brothers were as feeble as ants in his presence. The first speaker scoffed dismissively at the mention of the Saiyan's might, stating, "Humph. Once the doctor's plan comes to fruition, we shall have nothing to fear. But for now, we must devise a means to secure a spaceship and depart Earth swiftly, thus ensuring the success of our scheme." As his words faded, the two figures vanished like lightning, seemingly having never been there at all. Meanwhile, Naz was leading the entire Saiyan clan in a raucous celebration, engaged in a competitive eating contest. At that moment, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Broly were locked in a fierce battle of appetites. The chefs, who were already exhausted and sprawled on the ground, could hardly bear the sight of the trio's relentless consumption, and one by one, they succumbed, collapsing in defeat. Following the revelry, the participants began to tidy up, preparing to return to their respective training grounds. Naz, holding several capsules, made his way to Karen Tower to meet with the Cat Sage, as it was time for their customary trade. Upon his arrival, the Cat Sage stood by the railing, twirling a wooden staff, and inquired over his shoulder, "You've come. Is everything ready?" "Indeed, I have prepared what I requested. Have you got my items?" "Everything is set for you." As the Cat Sage finished speaking, Naz opened a multifunctional capsule, revealing a variety of fish. The previously aloof Cat Sage could not resist and immediately began devouring a large fish. Subsequently, he gestured toward a nearby clay pot, mumbling incomprehensible phrases. Seeing this, Naz shook his head in bemusement, thinking to himself how peculiar the Cat Sage truly was. He approached the pot, casually glanced at it, and without hesitation, utilized his spatial power to store it in his inventory. "Cat Sage, I hope you continue to thrive. I shan't disturb your enjoyment any longer," Naz remarked with a subtle smile. The Cat Sage, clearly embarrassed by Naz's words, cleared his throat, seemingly about to explain. But before he could utter a word, Naz vanished in an instant, as if he were a phantom. In the blink of an eye, Nas found himself on King Kai's planet. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted King Kai driving an extravagant limited edition sports car, joyriding with bubbles. King Kai was evidently taken aback by Nas's sudden appearance, his eyes widening in shock as he jerked the steering wheel, executing a sharp brake. The vehicle, due to its excessive speed, lost control and flipped over like a spinning top. Observing this, Nas swiftly flew forward, darting to the side of the car and promptly yanking King Kai from the wreckage. Still shaken, King Kai stood up, his gaze falling upon the mangled remains of his beloved car, and he erupted in fury, shouting at Nas. Nas, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head, then extended 5 fingers toward King Kai, saying, 5 cars. King Kai's eyes sparkled, though he feigned anger, retorting, 10, 4, 8, 3. Hearing this, King Kai grew anxious, clutching Nas's arm and insisting, 5 cars is fine, no changes. Amused by King Kai's earnestness, Nas smiled but said little more. After returning to King Kai's home, Nas inquired, King Kai, how has the harvest of the spirit fruit tree been lately? I wish to take a batch. Absolutely, you may take as much as you like. I have no room left. The king of the worlds cheerfully proclaimed, his face radiating joy. Hearing this, Nas was left speechless, inwardly murmuring, this king is indeed quite generous. However, he politely responded, why not partake in some? Leaving them here could lead to spoilage. The king and Beerus exchanged a glance, and then suddenly, as if struck by lightning, they dropped to the ground, covering their mouths, seemingly trying to suppress something. Nas, noticing this, found it peculiar. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the shoulders of the king and Beerus were trembling incessantly, clearly struggling to contain their laughter. What could this mean? Nas pondered, wondering if he had said something amiss. At that moment, he noticed remnants of fruit juice at the corners of their mouths, and connecting it to their earlier reaction. Nas realized these two had already indulged in a significant amount of the spirit fruits. Witnessing their demeanor, Nas couldn't help but smirk, thinking, these two are indeed quite gluttonous. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, for these spirit fruits were not particularly precious to him. After collecting the batch of spirit fruits, he was about to depart when he suddenly spotted the silhouettes of Sun Wukong, Raditz, Piccolo, and Sun Gohan appearing before him. Hello, Nas. Sun Wukong greeted warmly. Nas smiled in return. Hello. What brings you all here? We made arrangements with our families and have come to train on King Kai's planet. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Nas exchanged pleasantries with them before invoking the power of space, instantly returning to Yaddalate Star. He understood that he must join Su Shi and the others in their preparations for the martial arts tournament, as well as welcome the impending allies and warriors from other planets. Chapter 54. The mysterious observer of the martial arts tournament as the Saiyan security force continued executing their missions across the cosmos. Their heroic deeds and formidable prowess gradually spread to various planets, elevating the reputation of the Saiyans. This martial arts tournament garnered widespread attention, not only attracting top fighters from different planets eager to compete, but also drawing a multitude of spectators eager to witness this grand event. Upon learning this news, Nas immediately recognized it as a prime opportunity to enhance the image of the Saiyans. Thus, he, along with Su Shi, proceeded to the Elders' Council on Yaddalate Star to confer with Elder Pikera on how to ensure the smooth conduct of the tournament. After a thorough discussion, they concluded that to facilitate the normal progression of the matches and provide a more comfortable viewing experience for the audience, it was imperative to reconstruct a competition venue. Once the plan was set, the advanced equipment of Yaddalate Star was swiftly activated. Within a mere month, a magnificent arena stood proudly before all. The design of this venue was ingenious, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. At its center lay a vast stage, spacious enough to accommodate intense battles. Constructed from the hardest metal in the universe, enabling spectators to view the matches from various angles. A robust protective net surrounded the stage, effectively preventing accidental injuries during the competition and allowing the audience to enjoy the thrilling moments without worry. With all preparations complete, the day of the grand event arrived. The venue was teeming with people, alive with excitement. Contestants entered in succession, their expressions resolute and filled with fighting spirit. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others stood in the contestants' resting area, surveying their fellow competitors with anticipation. The Saiyan logistics team acted as judges, and the preliminary matches commenced. Due to the large number of participants, multiple sets of matches were conducted simultaneously, and with the judges' commands, the first bout officially began. Each pair of contestants, evenly matched in strength, engaged in spectacular displays of combat, their strikes generating powerful energy that barely differed in magnitude. The spectators erupted in cheers and shouts, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch as they witnessed the fierce exchanges. As the tournament progressed, more and more skilled fighters emerged. Sun Wukong and Vegeta soon faced their opponents. Vegeta's adversary was a warrior from a mysterious planet, his strikes swift and fierce. Yet, utilizing years of battle experience and immense strength, Vegeta adeptly countered his opponent's attacks, seizing the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive and ultimately securing victory. Sun Wukong's match was equally intense. He faced a towering brute endowed with remarkable strength. However, Sushi skillfully navigated through the opponent's assaults, searching for openings. At a critical moment, Sun Wukong unleashed his signature Kamehameha wave, successfully defeating his foe. The Saiyans' outstanding performances during the matches captivated the audience, further enhancing their image in this martial arts tournament. As the preliminary rounds concluded, the day's competitions came to a close. In this fierce contest, numerous participants showcased their skills and prowess, ultimately resulting in only 128 contestants advancing to the next day's elimination round. These remaining competitors hailed from various planets. Although a significant portion were Saiyans, many formidable fighters from other worlds were also present. This arrangement was intentionally orchestrated by Nas, who understood that if all remaining contestants were Saiyans, the tournament would likely be marred by allegations of foul play. Therefore, he meticulously crafted this lineup to ensure fairness and diversity in the competition. With the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, the martial arts tournament ascended to the top of the cosmic trending charts. Simultaneously, on an unknown planet, the two mysterious figures from Earth sat atop a rooftop. One intensely fixated on his phone screen, the thrilling scenes of the Saiyan martial arts tournament flashing before his eyes. He exuberantly shouted, "Let the revelry commence. Let chaos reign. Once we absorb the energy of a planet, it will be the end for these people." However, the other mysterious figure standing nearby regarded his frenzied words with a disdainful smirk. Yet, this mysterious individual clearly held a keen interest in the matches unfolding on screen. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Nas in the footage, then swiftly scanned his engrossed companion. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in his eyes, as if a clandestine plan was formulating within. After a moment of contemplation, the mysterious figure regained his composure and stated, "Let us depart. This planet holds no further value. I have just located a more vibrant planet that shall be our target." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished, soaring like a bird onto the spaceship. The previously engrossed mysterious figure, upon hearing these words, hastily stowed his phone and followed suit onto the vessel. As the spaceship's engines roared to life, it sped away like a meteor, quickly disappearing into the vastness of the cosmos. Just as the spaceship departed, a brilliant energy sphere descended from the heavens, akin to a harbinger from the underworld, hurtling towards the planet with astonishing speed. With a resounding crash, the entire planet was instantly engulfed by this immense energy, shattering into countless fragments and dust, as if it had never existed. The martial arts tournament on Yatalate Star commenced its elimination rounds, and the atmosphere in the venue grew tense. The competitors are acutely aware that today's contest is of paramount importance, as only the top 8 will remain in the arena. Every battle is rife with tension, as the contestants exert every ounce of their strength, unreservedly showcasing their prowess. On the battlefield, each participant is fully committed. In one particular match, a modified warrior from the mechanical planet faces off against a Saiyan contender. The modified warrior emanates a chilling metallic sheen, continuously firing energy beams, enveloping the arena in smoke. The Saiyan contestant skillfully evades, seizing the opportunity to launch close-range strikes, each punch imbued with formidable force. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong encounters a new formidable adversary, a mysterious master capable of manipulating time. This adept intermittently slows Sun Wukong's movements, only to accelerate the flow of time around him, leaving Wukong momentarily ensnared. However, he quickly regains his composure, leveraging his exceptional perceptive abilities to adapt to his opponent's temporal manipulation. Then, seizing a moment of vulnerability, he executes a swift, instantaneous movement behind his opponent, delivering a crushing blow that sends him flying. After a fierce contest, the 8 finalists are finally determined. With 6 slots occupied by Saiyans, the 8 competitors are Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Temet, Larry, Raditz, Suzy, and Piccolo. The final participant is the formidable Sashimi from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, who has been stationed there, perhaps summoned by the Galactic King to demonstrate the prowess of the Galactic Patrol at this grand event. As the 8 champions emerge, the audience erupts into fervent cheers, once again marveling at the might of the Saiyans. These 8 will soon engage in even more thrilling contests in the semifinals and finals. Chapter 55. The highly anticipated match of Sun Wukong. As the top 8 are revealed, the martial arts tournament reaches a climactic phase. Amidst the palpable tension, the draw for matchups finally arrives. Staff members place slips bearing the contestants' names into the drawing box, stirring them before sequentially unveiling the combatants. The first drawn is Vegeta against Larry, a matchup between 2 formidable competitors that promises an exhilarating clash. Next, Sun Wukong's name is drawn alongside Temet, heralding a highly anticipated confrontation. Following that, Suzy and Piccolo's matchup is revealed, both possessing unique skills and fighting styles, ensuring a spectacular contest. Finally, the names Sashimi and Raditz are disclosed, this match equally shrouded in mystery and suspense. The audience's enthusiasm ignites at the sight of such matchups, brimming with anticipation for the outcomes. The following morning, sunlight seems to grace the earth earlier than usual, as if urging the commencement of the tournament. Not only do the contestants yearn to engage swiftly, but the spectators are equally eager to witness the unfolding drama. As the audience settles in, the chief referee begins the introduction. The first semifinal match now commences, featuring the Saiyan genius warrior and former prince of the Saiyan race, Vegeta, facing off against one of the current leaders of the Saiyan tribe, Larry. As the referee introduces them, the crowd begins to cheer fervently. Amidst the audience's chants, Vegeta steps forth, a hint of awkwardness on his face, while Larry appears more composed, though his flushed cheeks betray his inner feelings. Standing opposed, the referee announces the commencement of the match, and the noise of the audience fades, leaving only their intense gaze fixed upon one another. Just as the audience's impatience grows, Vegeta launches the first attack, darting toward Larry like a bolt of purple lightning, his right fist slicing through the air with a howling wind. Larry reacts swiftly, sidestepping and countering with a punch aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta effortlessly dodges and swiftly pivots, delivering a kick aimed at Larry's waist. Larry crosses his arms to defend, pushed back slightly by the blow. Seizing the moment, Vegeta relentlessly pursues, gathering energy in his hands to unleash a barrage of energy waves. Larry adeptly jumps and rolls, skillfully evading the majority of the onslaught. Suddenly, Larry clenches his fists and thrusts them forward, forming a lotus shape, sending forth a massive energy pillar toward Vegeta. Vegeta furrows his brow, crossing his arms defensively to counter. The energy pillar collides with his arms, erupting in a brilliant explosion and a powerful shockwave that reverberates through the air. After a brief stalemate, Vegeta roars, breaking through the energy pillar and charging toward Larry. The two engage in close combat, delivering blows that resonate with thunderous sound, igniting the audience's fervor. They exchange strikes without yielding, battling for dozens of rounds, their battle attire tattered and their bodies resembling flickering candles in the wind. Eventually, they part, both resting their hands on their knees, gasping for breath, their chests heaving, sweat cascading like raindrops. They lock eyes, flames of determination burning brightly within. This contest of honor has entered its final phase. Whoever can transcend to the Super Saiyan 2 realm first will claim ultimate victory. At this moment, both competitors understand the gravity of this battle for personal honor, leaving no room for retreat. Vegeta, filled with an overwhelming sense of anger and indignation, never imagined that as a once superior warrior of planet Vegeta, he would find himself locked in such a fierce struggle with a mid-tier fighter. His pride has been subjected to an unprecedented blow, leaving him with a sense of humiliation that is nearly intolerable. In that instant, his gaze inadvertently drifts to Sun Wukong, and memories of Wukong transforming into Super Saiyan 2 flood his mind. The overwhelming power and unparalleled presence of that transformation unleash a volcanic eruption of defiance within Vegeta, now impossible to contain. With widened eyes, he lets out a thunderous roar, akin to the crack of thunder. In an instant, a more potent aura erupts from him, akin to a raging tempest, sweeping the surroundings. The golden energy surrounding him thickens, surging like a tumultuous tide, accompanied by dazzling bolts of lightning, as if threatening to tear the world asunder. Larry, witnessing this, is taken aback. He senses the terrifying strength emanating from Vegeta, a power that far exceeds his expectations. He dares not exhibit any complacency, focusing intently on Vegeta, bracing for the impending onslaught. Alas, the leap from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2 cannot be compensated for by mere technique. Under Vegeta's tempestuous assault, Larry is ultimately kicked off the stage. At this moment, though Vegeta gasps for air, a triumphant smile emerges at the corners of his mouth. The audience, witnessing such a thrilling match, erupts into a crescendo of cheers, the fervor rising and falling like waves. Only when the chief referee announces the conclusion of the match does the uproar subside. The second match features Sun Wukong, the wandering son of the Saiyan clan, facing Temmet, a superior warrior and the vice-captain of the Saiyan Patrol. As the referee's words conclude, Sun Wukong and Temmet stride out from the resting area side by side, while Wukong, still grinning, waves at the audience. "Ah, Wukong-sama, so handsome. I want to bear your children. Is this the warrior who defeated Frieza?" Indeed, it is he, the Galactic Patrolman, who has been widely publicized. However, observing his somewhat vacant expression, one might perceive him as rather foolish. Hush, are you courting danger? Are you unaware of this fellow's remarkable fame in the North Galaxy? Do you not fear the wrath of his fans should they overhear you? Witnessing such overwhelming popularity, with throngs of admirers cheering and shouting, it ignited a fire within Chi-Chi's eyes as she sat among the audience. Simultaneously, a flicker of concern arose in her heart, fearing that Sun Wukong might be naively led astray. As the host and judges shouted in unison, the competition commenced in earnest. Sun Wukong and Tamaate instantly transitioned into battle mode, unleashing their Super Saiyan transformations, radiating a dazzling golden light, their aura formidable. Sun Wukong initiated the assault, darting towards Tamaate like a bolt of lightning, his fists raining blows upon his opponent. Yet, Tamaate was undeterred, nimbly evading Sun Wukong's strikes and retaliating with a swift kick. Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped this attack, but Tamaate followed up with a flurry of combination punches, leaving Sun Wukong somewhat overwhelmed. The audience watched with bated breath, anxiously rooting for Sun Wukong. After all, Tamaate's prowess was not to be underestimated, and he seemed intimately familiar with Sun Wukong's combat style, consistently averting disaster at critical moments. Suddenly, Tamaate executed a ruthless kick that struck Sun Wukong squarely in the chest. Sun Wukong's body soared through the air like a cannonball, tumbling several times before barely regaining his footing. However, before he could catch his breath, Tamaate appeared behind him like a specter, delivering a thunderous volleyball spike that sent Sun Wukong crashing down once more. The force of this blow was immense, creating a human-shaped crater in the unyielding arena. Sun Wukong found himself deeply embedded in the pit, momentarily immobilized. The audience collectively held their breath, anxiously awaiting his resurgence. After a considerable pause, Sun Wukong finally managed to leap from the pit. A trace of pain flickered across his face, yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. He inhaled deeply, recalibrated his stance, and without hesitation unleashed his full potential, poised to face Tamaate's next wave of attacks. Thus commenced a thrilling and intense contest, a true clash of titans. Chapter 56. The Quarterfinals. By Ku triumphs over Su Shi with Sun Wukong unleashing his full strength, the battle officially began. Sun Wukong first launched an energy sphere at Tamaate, then employed a mirage punch to disorient his opponent. He instantaneously teleported behind Tamaate and delivered a swift kick to his back. Tamaate, seasoned in combat, was not fooled by this feint and countered with an energy sphere to intercept Sun Wukong's attack. Subsequently, he pivoted and kicked, colliding with Sun Wukong's strike. Realizing this attack bore no fruit, both warriors positioned their palms against each other and simultaneously unleashed energy waves, the powerful force propelling them apart. They skidded backward across the arena until reaching its edge, whereupon they exerted force to leap back into the fray. In midair, they collided, their fists and kicks intertwining like lightning, each contact generating intense shockwaves. Tamaate seized the opportunity, gathering colossal energy in his hands and delivering a crushing blow towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nimbly evaded, quickly channeling energy to form a mysterious energy shield that rebounded Tamaate's assault. Taken by surprise, Tamaate was struck by his own energy, causing him to stagger. Sun Wukong seized this moment to accelerate, appearing before Taimate like a flash, delivering a rapid succession of punches. Taimate gritted his teeth and endured, suddenly radiating a brilliant light as he executed the clone technique. Multiple Taimates converging upon Sun Wukong to attack. Sun Wukong scrambled to respond, but inadvertently absorbed a few hits. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a golden aura, entering the Super Saiyan Rage state. He single-handedly dismantled Taimate's clones, ultimately coalescing a massive spirit bomb directed at Taimate. Taimate widened his eyes, summoning all his strength to resist. The arena blazed with light as the fierce battle raged on, acknowledging that despite being at the same Super Saiyan second level, Sun Wukong's foundation was far more solid due to his training under several masters on Earth. Sun Wukong's techniques and experience had already reached the level of a great master, and his pure heart elevated his dimensional cultivation above Taimate's. The only chance Taimate had to succeed lay in a surprise attack, aiming to catch Sun Wukong off guard and deliver a decisive blow to knock him from the stage. With this strategy in mind, Taimate engaged in battle while searching for the perfect moment to strike. During their fierce exchange, Taimate spotted a fleeting moment of distraction from Sun Wukong, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing unprecedented power as he launched himself at Sun Wukong like a cannonball. Sun Wukong sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. But Taimate's speed was astonishing, landing a powerful blow to his abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a grunt, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, just as he was about to fly off the edge of the stage. Sun Wukong grit his teeth against the pain and planted his hands on the ground to stabilize himself. Taimate pressed his advantage, launching a relentless barrage of lethal attacks. Under this tempestuous onslaught, Sun Wukong could only defend with great difficulty. However, just as Taimate believed victory was assured, a glimmer of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he swiftly entered the Super Saiyan 2 state. His aura surged dramatically, effortlessly neutralizing Taimate's assault. Then he teleported away, creating distance between them. This maneuver astonished Taimate, who had not anticipated that Sun Wukong could execute short-distance teleportation without extensive energy infusion. While Taimate was momentarily stunned, Sun Wukong teleported beside him, instinctively throwing a punch. To his surprise, Sun Wukong seized Taimate's arm, executing a powerful shoulder throw that slammed him onto the arena floor. Taimate struggled to rise, but Sun Wukong had already leapt high, aiming a foot at his chest. Just as Taimate prepared to counter, a flurry of electrifying attacks ensued, culminating in a kick that sent him flying. As he regained his balance, a Kamehameha wave approached him. He hastily gathered energy, crossing his arms to shield his chest. Yet, the energy wave propelled him off the stage. And only when the host's announcement echoed did he realize what had transpired. Observing Sun Wukong crouched at the edge of the arena, extending a hand to assist him, Taimate quickly grasped his hand, rising back onto the stage. Seeing both competitors unharmed, the audience erupted into another round of cheers. The two gradually descended from the stage, the spectators' gazes trailing them, still immersed in the fervor of the recent battle. However, the voice of the host swiftly redirected everyone's attention back to the center of the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next match is about to commence," the referee proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the grand venue. "The upcoming competitors are truly formidable. One is Sushi, a leading figure among the Saiyan clan and renowned as the most beautiful Saiyan." Upon hearing Sushi's name, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Not only is Sushi a standout among the Saiyans, but her breathtaking beauty has captivated countless fans. Her strength shines as brightly as the most brilliant star in the night sky, impossible to overlook. Her opponent is none other than Baiku, the foremost fighter from Namek. The referee continued, and Baiku's name ignited a passionate response from the crowd. He, alongside Sun Wukong and Temet, received accolades from the Galactic Police Headquarters for successfully vanquishing the tyrant Shalag of the Western Galaxy, thus becoming the center of attention. As the referee's voice echoed, Sushi and Baik ascended the stage together. Under the spotlight, their figures radiated an extraordinary brilliance, and the audience's cheers surged like a tidal wave. With the sound of the starting whistle, Sushi and Baik engaged in an intense confrontation. Unlike the previous two matches, their combat style was not merely a display of physical prowess, but rather showcased a spectacular clash of energy and superpowers. The audience's eyes widened, captivated by every move on the stage. Sushi and Bike unleashed a myriad of formidable energy techniques, their vibrant hues intertwining to create a breathtaking tableau. These energy attacks were as ferocious as thunder and as swift as a tempest, dazzling to behold. Their superpowers were equally astounding, with skills such as instantaneous movement and telekinesis executed with remarkable finesse, as if second nature. The audience was thoroughly enthralled by this extraordinary battle, erupting with gasps and cheers. Completely immersed in the visual feast presented by Sushi and Bike, experiencing the thrill and excitement they conjured. Amidst the fervent energy clashes, Sushi suddenly unleashed her hidden skill, Zhang Bao. In an instant, a tempest roared around the arena, powerful gusts swirling energy toward Bike. Unfazed, Bike expanded his arms, conjuring a sturdy energy shield to protect himself. However, the might of the Zhang Bao exceeded expectations, causing cracks to form in the shield. Gritting his teeth, Bike intensified his energy output, barely managing to stabilize the barrier. At that moment, seizing the brief opening after Sushi executed her skill, Bike formed a massive purple energy sphere in his hands and hurled it at Sushi with great force. Sushi, noticing this, quickly gathered her energy in preparation for defense. The energy sphere collided fiercely with her defensive barrier, erupting in a blinding flash. As the light faded, both fighters were left panting, yet their eyes sparkled with renewed determination. The audience, caught up in the tension of the battle, erupted into waves of cheers and applause, the entire venue ablaze with excitement. Subsequently, the two began to gather energy, with Bike unleashing his ultimate move, Ma Guan Guang Sha Pao, which collided with Sushi's pink energy wave. As the two energy waves struggled to dominate one another, Sushi suddenly transformed into her Super Saiyan form, ready to unleash her 100 billion battle power and decisively defeat Bike. Unfortunately, she had underestimated Bike's strength. At the same time, Bike executed his 20-fold Kaioken, elevating his battle power to over 20 billion, and in an instant, he sent Sushi flying. Although Sushi was defeated, the audience responded with fervent applause and cheers. Thus, only one match remained in the quarterfinals, the showdown between Radai's and Sasami. Chapter 57. The Fateful Battle. Wukong vs. Vegeta. As the host referee introduced them, Radai's and Sasami made their entrance. Though they lacked the renown of the earlier competitors, the audience, still buzzing from the previous thrilling matches, eagerly anticipated their bout. Upon reaching the center of the stage, Radai's assumed a combat stance. With the referee's command, Radai's launched the first attack, his figure flickering as he appeared behind Sasami and struck with a powerful punch. Without turning around, Sasami caught Radai's fist in an impressive counter. And in the moment Radai's was stunned, he delivered a punch the size of a sandbag, sending Radai's flying. After a few spins in the air, he landed on the ground. Still dazed, Radai's found Sasami in front of him, unleashing a seamless series of strikes that left Radai's defenseless. Just as Sasami prepared to conclude the fight with a kick, Radai's transformed into a Super Saiyan, releasing a powerful aura. Seizing the moment of his energy surge, he distanced himself from Sasami and executed his royal fighting technique. While Radai's reveled in his newfound power, he was caught off guard when Sasami appeared behind him, delivering a side kick that sent Radai's tumbling across the stage. He rolled several times before stabilizing just as he was about to fall off the platform. Rising to his feet, Radai's wiped the blood from his mouth, elevating his energy to the maximum. In a flash, he reappeared before Sasami, and as Sasami swung a punch, Radai's unleashed the Sun Fist. In that moment, a blinding light erupted like the sun, filling the arena with its brilliance. The radiance was so intense that Sasami and the audience were momentarily blinded, surrounded by a sea of white. Seizing the opportunity, Radai's launched a relentless assault on Sasami. Each punch and kick contained immense power, raining down upon Sasami like a tempest. Following a barrage of attacks, Radai's concentrated all his energy into a colossal energy sphere, radiating a dazzling glow reminiscent of a star on the verge of explosion, brimming with destructive potential. However, just as Radai's prepared to hurl this lethal energy sphere at Sasami, an unexpected event occurred. Sasami struck out with astonishing speed, delivering a punch that landed squarely in Radai's abdomen. The force was so tremendous that Radai's was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His body rolled several times before finally coming to a halt, motionless, clearly having lost consciousness. Witnessing Radai's collapse, the referee rushed forward to assess his condition. Confirming that Radai's had indeed lost his fighting capability, the referee began to count down 10, 9, 8. As the countdown concluded, the referee announced loudly, "Sasami has emerged victorious in this match." The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating Sasami's triumph. Although Sasami maintained absolute dominance throughout the match, the audience was still captivated by his remarkable performance. After the battle, Suin Wukong hurried to the edge of the stage, swiftly shouldering the unconscious Radai's and descending the platform. Thus concluded the quarterfinals, leading to the exhilarating draw to determine the semi-final matchups. Shortly thereafter, the results were announced. The referee stood at the center of the stage, microphone in hand, and proclaimed in a booming voice, "In the first semi-final match, Suin Wukong will face Vegeta." As the words left his lips, the audience erupted like a powder keg, the cheers, screams, and applause intertwining in a deafening chorus. The referee continued, "In the second semi-final match, Sasami will confront Bike." This time, the audience's fervor showed no signs of waning, with cheers escalating to new heights as if they might lift the entire venue. Upon hearing his name, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long awaited this moment, finally having the opportunity to engage in a full-throttle showdown with Kakaloot. Meanwhile, across the stage, Bike exchanged a glance with Sasami, their gazes locked, igniting a fierce battle spirit that seemed to set the very air around them ablaze. As the referee's voice faded, the audience began to exit in waves, preparing for a brief respite. After all, the quarterfinals had persisted for an entire morning, and everyone required a moment to replenish their stamina and spirit. In order to relish the semi-finals in the afternoon, the crowd departed their seats in an orderly manner. Some ventured to procure snacks and beverages, while others sought a tranquil corner to rest their eyes. The arena gradually descended into tranquility, yet the air still resonated with the fervent atmosphere of earlier, igniting anticipation for the upcoming matches. As time ticked away, the audience eventually returned to the arena, now filled to capacity, their excitement palpable as they eagerly awaited the pinnacle clash of skilled warriors. The match between Suin Wukong and Vegeta became the focal point of attention. Thanks to the vigorous promotion by the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Suin Wukong had garnered immense fame within the galaxy, becoming a formidable figure. With the host's entrance, the atmosphere escalated to a crescendo. After the introductions of Suin Wukong and Vegeta, the two descended like meteors, executing a simultaneous somersault to land gracefully in the center of the arena. This spectacular entrance incited resounding cheers and thunderous applause from the spectators. Even Nas, who had been observing from the sidelines, could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, internally marveling at their flair for showmanship. However, as the referee's signal resonated through the venue, the atmosphere shifted to one of gravity. Suin Wukong and Vegeta unleashed their formidable auras without reservation, colliding with the intensity of two surging torrents. The resultant shockwave reverberated like a tempest, sweeping outward with overwhelming force. Even the arena, constructed from the hardest metal in the cosmos, trembled before such terrifying power, its surface marred by spiderweb-like fissures. The audience, awed by this display, instinctively recoiled. Suin Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances before springing into action. Their movements were so swift that they nearly defied the naked eye, leaving only fleeting afterimages on the arena. Vegeta struck first with a punch, which Suin Wukong deftly evaded, countering with a kick aimed at Vegeta's side. Vegeta swiftly pivoted, blocking the kick with his arm before launching an elbow strike at Suin Wukong. Suin Wukong arched backward to evade the blow, rapidly gathering energy in his hands to unleash a wave towards Vegeta. Vegeta crossed his arms to form an energy shield, deflecting the energy wave. The explosion of energy enveloped the arena in smoke, obscuring their forms. Suddenly, a figure surged forth from the haze. It was Vegeta, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Suin Wukong. The latter nimbly dodged, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, the audience's fervor reached its zenith, their cheers and shouts deafening as the warm-up phase concluded. After a brief exchange of blows, both warriors transformed into Super Saiyans, their already formidable auras escalating to a frenzied intensity. The oppressive energy heated the surrounding air, yet their barrage of attacks showed no signs of abating, each impact igniting the audience's fervor. The sporadic energy exchanges dazzled onlookers, and as both fighters devoted themselves fully to the battle, their powers intensified. The arena quaked with each collision, succumbing to the chaos of their conflict. After exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave, propelling the match into an exhilarating climax. Chapter 59. The fierce spike breaks through Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave surged forth like a colossal energy sphere, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Vegeta, perceiving the threat, evaded the lethal strike with a flash of movement. Yet he did not pause. Seizing the moment while Sun Wukong was still channeling his energy, he lunged forward, delivering a flying kick to Sun Wukong's chest. The kick, swift as the wind and forceful as a tempest, seemed poised to send Sun Wukong hurtling away. Reacting with remarkable speed, Sun Wukong crossed his arms to conjure a powerful energy shield, bracing against Vegeta's strike. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, igniting a dazzling light and a fierce shockwave. Vegeta, taken aback by the thwarted attack, displayed a flicker of surprise, yet he remained undeterred, swiftly executing a series of rapid, relentless kicks resembling the legendary Yingjiao. His feet moved like phantoms, each strike imbued with fierce momentum and tremendous force, battering against Sun Wukong's shield like a torrential downpour. The barrage overwhelmed Sun Wukong, compelling him to fortify his shield's energy, leaving him little opportunity to counter. Just as Vegeta's onslaught appeared unstoppable, Sun Wukong's ingenuity sparked. Seizing a momentary lapse in Vegeta's rhythm, he crouched low, rapidly gathering energy before launching himself forward with explosive speed. Vegeta, realizing the shift too late, steadied himself, crossing his arms defensively in anticipation of the impending strike. However, the force behind Sun Wukong's attack was monumental, propelling Vegeta backward. He executed a graceful somersault mid-air, landing deftly, though a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, his gaze hardened as he charged once more at Sun Wukong, who was equally resolute, and they clashed anew. The intensity of the battle captivated the audience, their cheers unwavering, with some even losing their voices in the fervor. In this fierce exchange, both warriors unleashed an array of techniques, even resorting to ice strikes and low blows as the fight escalated. In a moment of deceptive maneuvering, Sun Wukong appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful strike. As Sun Wukong's energy surged, Vegeta's face flushed, as if deprived of oxygen. Just when it seemed the battle would conclude, Vegeta clenched his teeth and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, an overwhelming aura erupting forth, sending Sun Wukong flying. After being propelled away, Sun Wukong flipped in midair, landing steadily. Gazing at the newly transformed Vegeta, excitement flickered in his eyes, and he too unleashed his formidable energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Their energies clashed with crackling intensity. Vegeta initiated the assault, darting towards Sun Wukong like a bolt of purple lightning, his fists raining down like a storm. Sun Wukong adeptly evaded, seeking his own opportunity for retaliation. Suddenly, he seized a fleeting opening in Vegeta's attack, landing a direct punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Pain flashed across Vegeta's face, causing him to bend slightly, yet he quickly retaliated, driving his knee upward towards Sun Wukong's chin. Sun Wukong staggered back a few steps to regain his balance. The two warriors once again distanced themselves, locking eyes. At that moment, a wicked smile crept across Vegeta's face as he rapidly gathered energy in his hands, forming a massive energy sphere. With a fierce shout, he hurled the energy sphere towards Sun Wukong. Observing this, Sun Wukong likewise summoned his energy, preparing to meet the challenge head-on. Two energy spheres collided in midair, erupting in a brilliant burst of light that enveloped the entire arena. Amidst the swirling smoke, the silhouettes of the two combatants continued their fierce struggle, engaging in a relentless exchange for dozens of rounds. Observing the two fighters, both gasping for breath, the audience realized that this thrilling confrontation was reaching its climactic finale. After their ultimate strikes, the two warriors distanced themselves from one another, both panting heavily, their gazes locking as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. Kakarot. Vegeta suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of provocation. Shall we settle this with one final blow? Sun Wukong smiled subtly, responding, Ah, that sounds good. Let this move be the decisive end. As his words fell, both fighters began to gather their energy with fervor. Sun Wukong shaped his hands into a lotus formation, concentrating all his strength into his palms to unleash his signature technique, the Kamehameha. Simultaneously, Vegeta was encircled by brilliant lightning, his muscles taut and veins bulging, clearly channeling all his might into this single attack. With a fierce roar, a cataclysmic wave of energy surged forth from his hands, known as his ultimate move, the Final Flash. The two energy waves raced through the air like twin meteors, colliding with a tremendous impact. In an instant, the world seemed to change color, and a colossal shockwave erupted as if a nuclear bomb had detonated, sending a violent whirlwind that nearly toppled the surrounding spectators. This terrifying clash of energy persisted for several seconds, forcing the audience to shut their eyes and shield themselves from the blinding brilliance. Finally, as the light began to fade, they cautiously opened their eyes to behold the arena. What they saw left them utterly speechless. Sun Wukong stood with one arm completely vanished, supporting himself on a knee, gasping for breath, clearly wounded from the earlier confrontation. A short distance away, Vegeta lay in a deep crater formed by the energy waves, his legs entirely gone, his half-body barely clinging to life. Witnessing this, Nasu swiftly utilized instant transmission to appear on the stage, tossing a Senzu bean to Sun Wukong before hurrying to Vegeta's side. Recognizing the dire state of Vegeta, Nasu understood that the Senzu bean would not be sufficient at this moment, so he promptly cast a healing spell. Once Vegeta's condition improved slightly, he administered the Senzu bean. After consuming the Senzu bean, Vegeta's damaged body gradually restored itself, his lower half regrowing anew. As he regained his composure and glanced at the revived Sun Wukong, his eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. Kakarot, you may have triumphed this time, but next victory will surely be mine. With that, Vegeta soared off the stage, while the audience erupted into a thunderous cheer, celebrating the fierce battle they had just witnessed. As Sun Wukong descended from the stage, the host commenced the announcement for the next match. Piccolo and Sashimi did not exhibit the same flamboyance as Sun Wukong and Vegeta. They emerged from backstage with a calm demeanor. Once the referee declared the match underway, they began to stretch and warm up. With a sudden burst of energy, both fighters propelled themselves, causing the already shattered arena to crack further. Their initial exchanges were evenly matched, yet after trading dozens of blows, Sashimi rapidly escalated his energy. Piccolo countered with the Kaioken X10, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth from both warriors. As their energy levels soared, their forms flickered, rendering them invisible to the audience. But the air was filled with thunderous collision sounds. Staff members quickly activated large screens, employing specialized equipment to reveal the fierce battle between Piccolo and Sashimi. The screens displayed an intensely dynamic fight, with Piccolo harnessing the overwhelming power of the Kaioken X10, each punch delivered with devastating force. Sashimi, agile and unpredictable, darted like a flying fish, constantly seeking openings in Piccolo's defense. Suddenly, Sashimi feigned an attack, circling behind Piccolo and delivering a sharp elbow strike to his back. Piccolo grunted but swiftly pivoted, seizing Sashimi's arm and flinging him toward the edge of the stage. Sashimi executed a flip mid-air, landing gracefully, then rapidly gathered energy in his hands before shouting loudly. A massive vortex of energy materialized before him, hurtling toward Piccolo. In response, Piccolo swiftly condensed energy, forming a colossal shield. The energy vortex crashed against the shield, creating a deafening roar as dust swirled around the arena. Seizing the momentum from the vortex's impact, Piccolo lunged forward, launching a flying kick at Sashimi. Sashimi dodged hastily, but still suffered a blow to his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, his resolve strengthened. He elevated his energy once more, preparing for a renewed offensive. Chapter 60. A battle of equals for the championship as Sashimi's energy surged like a volcanic eruption. The disparity in strength between him and Piccolo narrowed further, intensifying their clash. Their battle extended from the arena to the sky and back again, both combatants fully immersed, exerting their utmost effort without yielding an inch. Just as their combat reached a fever pitch, Sashimi revealed an opening. Piccolo, seizing the opportunity, launched an attack, only to discover it was a trap laid by Sashimi. Piccolo's strike missed, and he was sent hurtling away by a powerful kick from Sashimi. Like a cannonball, Piccolo crashed onto the stage, creating a deep crater. Nonetheless, a hint of satisfaction crept onto Piccolo's face. Determined to conclude this fierce contest swiftly, he resolved to unleash his full power. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, activating his ultimate technique, the Kaioken. This time, he amplified its power to an astonishing 20 times. With Piccolo's roar, his aura became wildly turbulent, causing the entire arena to tremble. In the blink of an eye, he flashed before Sashimi, his speed leaving Sashimi no time to react. Piccolo launched a powerful kick towards Sashimi, sending him flying. Yet, Piccolo's onslaught did not cease there. Before Sashimi could touch the ground, Piccolo, like a specter, reappeared at his side, unleashing a flurry of relentless strikes to Sashimi's back. Finally, Piccolo concentrated all his strength and unleashed a decisive punch. This blow, akin to a thunderous force, struck Sashimi, sending him hurtling off the stage like a kite severed from its string. With Sashimi's defeat, the atmosphere in the arena fell silent, all eyes fixed on the referee. He confidently ascended the stage, a beaming smile illuminating his face, and announced, "Congratulations to Piccolo for advancing to the finals. Now, let us take a brief respite to allow the contestants to regain their strength and let the audience relax as well. After a short intermission, we will commence the most exhilarating championship match." As the host's words echoed, the crowd erupted in a fervent chorus of applause and cheers. Many spectators began to rise from their seats, making their way to the rest area, while others chose to remain in place, eagerly awaiting the continuation of the competition. Meanwhile, the event staff swiftly sprang into action, diligently repairing the arena that had been ravaged into disarray by two fierce competitions. These skilled workers adeptly wielded various tools, replacing and mending the damaged flooring and railings, creating a scene bustling with organized activity. Through their tireless efforts, the arena was soon restored, rejuvenated to a strikingly pristine state. At this moment, the resting spectators gradually returned to their seats, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the grand finale, eager to witness which of the two heroes would emerge victorious. At long last, amidst the spectators' fervent anticipation, the host and referee ascended the stage once more. His appearance ignited the atmosphere like a spark in a powder keg, instantly elevating the excitement to a fever pitch. The audience erupted in cheers and shouts, enveloping the competition venue in a vibrant ambience. At this juncture, Baek and Suin Wukong exchanged a knowing smile and gradually made their way to the arena. "Son, I was defeated by you at the last martial arts tournament. This time, I shall surely best you and claim the championship," declared Baek. Suin Wukong, with a hint of defiance, responded, "Baek-san, I shall not yield easily. The ultimate victory shall undoubtedly belong to me." After sharing a smile, the two clashed their arms together with a resounding thud. In that instant, a powerful gust of energy radiated outward from their point of contact, ruffling the hair and garments of the surrounding spectators. The two competitors were locked in a stalemate, each secretly striving to overpower the other. Baek's gaze sharpened, veins bulging on his forehead as he concentrated all his energy, seeking to gain an advantage in this initial exchange. Suin Wukong gritted his teeth, his feet firmly planted on the ground, slightly crouching as he channeled power into his arms. Suddenly, Baek unleashed a forceful push, attempting to shove Suin Wukong aside. Reacting with lightning speed, Suin Wukong sidestepped gracefully, deftly evading Baek's attack, while delivering a powerful punch aimed at Baek's chest. Baek quickly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the blow, and retaliated with a sweeping kick aimed at Suin Wukong's lower body. Suin Wukong leapt into the air, executing a turn and aiming a kick at Baek's head. Baek raised his hand to block, and the arena was filled with a flurry of fists and legs, captivating the audience. After exchanging dozens of blows, their arms became entwined once more. They began to roar, their energy levels surging, with Suin Wukong transforming into Super Saiyan 2, while Baek, not to be outdone, unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken. Following his battle with Vegeta, Suin Wukong had sustained injuries, his base power now standing at approximately 200 million. At this juncture, their combat abilities were nearly equal, and they both delivered a headbutt before creating distance between them. Before either could stabilize, their forms vanished from sight, and the arena was illuminated by a golden light and a crimson glow, colliding continuously. The audience, captivated by the spectacle displayed on the large screen, was entranced by the sheer power exhibited by the two combatants. Their mastery over strength and combat awareness seemed almost artistic, drawing the attention of other martial artists in attendance, all eager to glean insights from the duel. The battle on the stage had reached a boiling point. Suddenly, Suin Wukong seized upon a minuscule opening in Baek's defense, accelerating towards him with his right fist resembling a shooting star as it struck at Baek's chest. Baek, taken aback, hastily gathered his strength in an attempt to block. The force of the blow was immense, shattering Bike's arm and forcing him to stagger backward. Yet, Bike remained composed, swiftly gathering energy in one hand, unleashing a massive purple energy wave towards Suin Wukong. Unfazed, Suin Wukong crossed his arms over his chest, channeling energy to withstand the assault. The energy wave collided with his arms, erupting in a blinding light and a thunderous roar, distorting the air around the arena. As the light faded, Bike shouted, and his injured arm regrew like a lizard's tail. The two fighters charged at each other once more, fists and feet colliding, energy radiating in all directions. Just as the audience believed the battle would continue indefinitely, Suin Wukong abruptly altered his strategy, opting not to engage Bike head-on, but instead maneuvering around the edges of the arena, searching for Bike's weaknesses. Bike relentlessly pursued him, attempting to seize Suin Wukong. The chase ignited the fervor of the crowd, as various energy balls and beam attacks filled the air with excitement. Suddenly, Bike created 5 or 6 clones, surrounding Suin Wukong from all sides. Unperturbed by the onslaught of clones, Suin Wukong activated instant transmission, weaving through the clones to strike at Bike's true form. The clones coordinated their attacks, making it challenging for Suin Wukong to find an opening. In a moment of inspiration, Suin Wukong feigned being struck by one of the clones. Flying backward, Bike, thinking he had the upper hand, surged forward with both his true self and clones towards Suin Wukong. Just as they closed in, Suin Wukong rapidly formed a colossal energy ball, thrusting it forward. The energy ball instantly engulfed Bike and his clones, the immense force propelling Bike off the edge of the arena. In midair, Bike swiftly adjusted his position, barely managing to grasp the edge of the arena. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated his energy once more, preparing to re-enter the fray. Suin Wukong stood his ground, his gaze unwaveringly locked on Bike, awaiting his next move. The spectators surrounding the arena held their breath, anxiously watching the confrontation between these two formidable warriors. In that fleeting moment, the two flashed towards each other like lightning, resulting in a cataclysmic clash. What followed was a breathtaking melee. Bike's fists struck like cannonballs, aimed forcefully at Suin Wukong, who adeptly sidestepped and swiftly countered. In a whirlwind of strikes, fists and palms intertwined, their assaults raged with the ferocity of a tempest. Suddenly, Bike unleashed his full might, landing a devastating punch to Suin Wukong's abdomen, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string. Suin Wukong arced through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Both combatants gasped for breath, perspiration cascading like rain. Their bodies had reached their limits, yet neither yielded. Instead, they began to gather their energy for one final assault. Bike's Makankasapo and Suin Wukong's Kamehameha were unleashed simultaneously, two colossal energy waves clashing like roaring dragons in the sky. In an instant, light exploded forth, and the shockwave from the explosion enveloped the entire arena. As the energy continued to surge, their strength gradually waned. Ultimately, when the smoke cleared, both warriors had reverted to their normal states, their bodies trembling as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, they did not cease their battle. Instead, they charged at each other with unwavering resolve. In the ensuing dozens of exchanges, their fists and feet collided repeatedly, each impact resonating with a dull thud. At last, in a fierce exchange, both delivered powerful punches to each other's cheeks. The force of the blows was tremendous, leaving them both incapacitated on the ground. The host and referee rushed forward, initiating a countdown. The two lay on the ground, their bodies convulsing as they struggled to rise. After a strenuous effort, they finally began to stand slowly. However, at the very next moment, Sun Wukong seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed limply once more. Ultimately, this intense competition concluded with Piccolo narrowly claiming victory, having fought hard to earn his triumph. Chapter 61. The martial arts tournament concludes. Nas continues his training with Piccolo's victory. The martial arts tournament officially came to a close. The audience was profoundly moved by the fierce contest, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Amidst the cheers, the officiating judge ascended the platform and invited Nas to the center. Nas, tall and imposing, exuded a formidable aura, and his presence heightened the atmosphere within the arena. Standing atop the platform, Nas surveyed the crowd and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Esteemed spectators, I am the chieftain of the Saiyan clan, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for participating in this martial arts tournament. After discussions among our Saiyan clan, the Adalar Star clan, and the Galactic King, We have resolved to hold such competitions every 4 years. He paused briefly before continuing, to make the contests even more exhilarating. We will conduct preliminary selections on each participating planet 1 year in advance. Each planet shall be allotted 3 spots to participate in the martial arts tournament. Following the initial round of fierce competition, the top 16 contestants will advance to the next stage. Upon hearing Naz's words, the audience erupted in excitement. They had not anticipated such thrilling contests in the future, particularly with the assurance that they would occur every 4 years, which was indeed exhilarating. Once Naz had concluded his announcement, the crowd began to disperse in an orderly and swift manner, akin to the retreating tide. After all, the time spent on Adalar had been immensely enjoyable, filled not only with exhilarating matches, but also with a plethora of delectable, previously unseen delicacies that tantalized the taste buds. Furthermore, the various large-scale breeding zones and technological areas left visitors dazzled and reluctant to depart. Time passed like a fleeting shadow, and soon the throngs of people were leaving this planet brimming with joy and surprises. The competitors returned to their respective worlds, laden with invaluable experiences and knowledge, content to resume their training, eagerly anticipating better results in the next tournament. Meanwhile, the 2 mysterious figures had been silently observing the entire competition, particularly scrutinizing the semifinals and finals with keen interest. Initially, they had merely intended to absorb the energy of another planet, but upon witnessing the formidable powers of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Vegeta, their greed was ignited. Thus, they unhesitatingly selected another planet as their target, beginning to voraciously absorb the life forces present there. The inhabitants of that planet, caught entirely off guard, could only watch in terror as their vitality was gradually siphoned away. On Naz's side, having just completed all his tasks, he was preparing to take a brief respite. However, Sun Wukong and Piccolo suddenly appeared before him to bid farewell. Naz, we are preparing to return to Earth. Would you like to join us? Naz glanced at the group and noticed that Vegeta and Nappa were among them, prompting him to inquire, So, Vegeta, Nappa, are you two also heading to Earth? Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, and he remained silent, while Nappa responded, Indeed, Chief. Raditz and I plan to train on Earth to see if we can transform into Super Saiyan 2. As soon as Nappa finished speaking, Sun Wukong leaned closer to Naz and whispered, It seems Vegeta is returning to Earth to fulfill another commitment. After saying this, Sun Wukong burst into laughter, causing Vegeta, who had been feeling awkward, to turn crimson with rage and shout at Sun Wukong, Kakarot, who gave you the right to speak? I will kill you. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, he prepared to charge at Sun Wukong, but Raditz and Nappa quickly restrained him. Observing Vegeta's furious demeanor, Naz, initially curious about the commotion, decided it was best not to inquire further. Well, you may return. I have concluded my tasks here and will also head back in due time. We shall gather again then. The others nodded in agreement, and with a swift application of instantaneous movement, they departed from the scene. After their departure, Naz stretched and resolved to find Suzy to see if there were any matters requiring his attention. If there were none, he intended to train with the King of Worlds. As he had recently reached the realm of the King of Worlds, but remained utterly perplexed regarding the next stage of his cultivation. Just as Naz was about to seek out Suzy, Dasma intercepted him. Captain, here is the training plan for our Saiyan Guard's next phase. Please take a look. Isn't this something Suzy typically handles? Why has it been entrusted to you? Naz inquired as he received the document and scanned it for any issues. After confirming its validity, he spoke. Dasma replied, Suzy, feeling somewhat disheartened after the quarterfinals, handed these responsibilities over to me and Temet. She has taken Carlos and Krista to oversee the Galactic Patrol headquarters. She mentioned that remaining within the clan had made her complacent, and she now seeks to hone her skills on the front lines. The front lines? Are there still front lines in the galaxy? Noticing the confusion on Naz's face, Dasma paused, then sighed in exasperation. Oh, my captain, you have been so detached from the affairs of the Saiyan Guard. Let me explain everything from the beginning. A few years ago, a portal linking to the demon realm appeared on the Shadow Planet in the southern galaxy. Subsequently, the Galactic Patrol headquarters confirmed this and assigned our Saiyan Guard to manage it. Over the past few years, as peace has prevailed in the galaxy, various nefarious forces from neighboring star systems have been eyeing the galactic region. Upon hearing Dasma's explanation, Naz was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Realizing that the universe was vast and could not revolve solely around Earth, It was evident that he needed to devote himself to training. Although he could currently transform into Super Saiyan 3, the vastness of the universe meant that should a formidable adversary appear, he would find himself unable to lead a peaceful existence. After discussing everything with Dasma, Naz utilized instantaneous movement to arrive at the King of Worlds realm. Lord King, it appears you are quite leisurely today. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Great King for slacking off at work? Naz teased as he observed the King of Worlds fishing along a riverbank with Beerus. The king, seemingly irked by Naz's presence, replied, "Ah, Naz, why are you here again when you should be down in the lower realms? I finally managed to escape the clutches of the Saiyans. And now that Sun Wukong and the others are absent, I hope to enjoy a moment of respite. Is it wrong for me to play with Beerus? Do you have any idea what the other kings are saying? They claim my planet has become your science garden." Witnessing the King of Worlds erupt in frustration, Naz chose not to say much. Instead, he produced a universal capsule, and with a pop, a limited edition luxury vintage car materialized beside them. The once irate King of Worlds suddenly found himself beside the car, wiping the mud from his hands and gingerly caressing its surface. "Is this for me?" With another pop, a stack of classic comedic books appeared nearby. "Naz, what kind of relationship do we have? No need to mention gardens or whatnot. My planet is your planet. Build whatever you like. If you continue to be polite, I might just get angry." After this, the King of Worlds sat down and began perusing the books. Naz shook his head at the sight and proceeded to the spirit fruit orchard, where he settled beneath a spirit fruit tree to meditate. Chapter 62. The emergence of androids and Sun Wukong's heart condition. Time flies like an arrow, and the years slip by like a swift current. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On that particular day, Naz had just concluded an intense training session and, utterly fatigued, lay down in the estate for a brief repose. Suddenly, he felt an itch at the tip of his nose, as if something was gently brushing against it. "Bulma, stop it," Naz mumbled, fully aware that it must be Bulma teasing him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Bulma pouting, her expression one of displeasure. "You're either training or lounging around. How lazy can you be? You promised to accompany me to visit my sister, and you've completely forgotten," Bulma exclaimed, visibly upset. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Naz scratched his head, realizing he had indeed overlooked this matter. Observing the pregnant Bulma, a surge of guilt welled up within him. "Oh dear, please don't be upset. Let us go now," Naz hastily replied, rising from his recliner and walking over to Bulma, gently caressing her belly. Over the past 3 years, every time Naz returned to Earth, Bulma would be the first to seek him out. As their time together lengthened, their relationship blossomed, ultimately breaking through that invisible barrier. A year prior, Naz and Bulma had a simple yet heartwarming wedding. Although there was no grand celebration, their teammates and a few close friends from Earth came together to witness their joyous moment. Noticing Bulma's lingering discontent, Naz chose not to speak further, swiftly sweeping her up in a princess carry and soaring towards Capsule Corporation. Upon landing, they spotted Tai Si holding a baby just a few months old, while Mrs. Brief was enjoying tea in the garden. As Bulma approached, the two hurriedly remarked, "Bulma, you two are quite audacious, flying in the sky while pregnant." Naz chuckled awkwardly at their words and scratched his head, stating, "I'm using my energy to protect Bulma. Flying in the sky, isn't too problematic. Whereas Vegeta, isn't he home?" Naz quickly shifted the topic. Tai Si, filled with irritation, responded, "He hasn't returned home since being called out by Nappa 2 days ago. I truly don't understand what he is thinking." Bulma chimed in, "What were you thinking to have fallen for him in the first place?" As their conversation veered off course, Naz felt a sense of dread, fearing that if he didn't intervene soon, Vegeta might return home to find he had nowhere to stay, which would indeed be a true tragedy. Clearing his throat, Naz made a couple of soft coughs. The sudden sound in the otherwise lively courtyard caught the attention of the two women, who abruptly halted their criticisms of Vegeta and turned their gazes towards Naz. Startled by their sharp stares, Naz felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he steeled himself and cautiously spoke. "The reason Vegeta and the others have been gone for so long is due to circumstances. Future Trunks mentioned that the time for the androids to appear has arrived." Trunks? Upon hearing this name, Tai Si instinctively looked down at her son, her face filled with confusion. Observing this, Bulma quickly approached Tai Si to clarify. 3 years ago, Trunks traveled back from the future. He shared much about the androids. He had previously informed us that they would appear at this time. which is why Vegeta and the others went out to search for clues to prevent the androids from wreaking havoc on the world. After hearing Bulma's explanation, Tai C's eyes suddenly brightened, as if she had grasped something significant. Without a moment's hesitation, she handed her son Trunks to Mrs. Brief and dashed to the table, swiftly grabbing a computer, seemingly intent on something important. What a splendid theme, a brilliant inspiration. I must write a captivating novel about a son traversing time to avert disaster, saving his father and the future of the world. Watching Tai C, who appeared almost frantic, the three exchanged glances. Just as they were preparing to entertain young Trunks, a figure appeared in the courtyard with a whoosh, revealing the parallel universe Trunks. "Ah, long time no see, Trunks. How have things concluded in your world?" Upon hearing Naz's words, the elder Trunks quickly replied, "Yes. It's been a while, Master Naz. My world has returned to peace, and Gohan, Uncle Goku, and Uncle Piccolo have come back to life. However, my father in that world has already been reincarnated." Naz sighed upon hearing Trunks' response, and as they continued to converse, Tai C, who was engrossed in writing, remarked, "You are the Trunks from the parallel universe, and you differ slightly from my son Trunks." Hearing Tai C's comment, the elder Trunks froze, then glanced at Bulma and the baby in Mrs. Brief's arms. Instantly, he appeared dazed, stammering, What is going on in this world? Is that me still in my mother's womb?" Observing Trunks becoming overwhelmed, Naz interjected, "It's all a matter of parallel universes, that is you. So there's no need to dwell on it too much. Since your world is at peace, why not enjoy this world for a while and participate in the android eradication efforts?" As soon as Naz finished speaking, another figure appeared with a whoosh, Piccolo. Without waiting for Naz to speak, Piccolo quickly said, "Naz, Goku has suffered a heart attack. I just took him to Master Roshi's place. These androids are rather formidable. Please send some senzu beans to Vegeta and Tianjinan." After catching his breath, Piccolo continued, "I need to visit the Supreme Kai. I'm not sure why, but he has been urging me to come." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Naz was initially taken aback, then asked, "Are the androids truly that powerful? Even without Vegeta? Krillin and Yamcha's combat power is over 100 billion. Could it be that troublesome?" Just as Piccolo was about to respond, Naz interrupted. "You should go to the Supreme Kai first. Let Trunks provide support to Vegeta and the others. And I will take Bulma and the others to Master Roshi's to check on Goku before joining you." Nodding in agreement, Piccolo vanished in an instant. Observing the eager Trunks, Naz utilized his spatial power to retrieve a bag of senzu beans and handed it to him, instructing, "Trunks, go assist Vegeta and see what the situation is. If the enemies prove to be exceptionally challenging, your priority is to stabilize the situation while I escort Bulma and the others to Master Roshi's." Trunks nodded in response and promptly activated instant transmission to depart. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Bulma had already instructed their robotic butler to prepare some necessities. By the time Naz arrived, everything was ready. Witnessing Bulma's efficiency, Naz felt warmth in his heart. Without further ado, he transported Bulma, Tai C, and the brief couple to Master Roshi's place in an instant. As their figures materialized, they spotted Chi-Chi, who appeared anxious. "Chi-Chi, how is Goku doing now?" Bulma quickly inquired upon seeing her. The anxious Master Roshi, Chi-Chi, and others hurriedly approached upon noticing Naz and the others. "I just administered medicine to Goku. He has fallen asleep, and I'm uncertain when he will awaken," Chi-Chi replied, her face marked with sorrow. As Nasi observed the atmosphere becoming increasingly oppressive, he spoke up, "There is no need to rush. Since Wukong has taken the medicine, everything will be fine. If it ultimately does not improve, we can simply use the Dragon Balls to make a wish." Upon hearing Nasi's words, the tension among the group dissipated significantly. "Once Wukong feels a bit better, we should not linger in Kame House, as I fear it may not be safe here. I have summoned Dr. Brief to prepare a mobile fortress, which will not only shield us from detection, but also ensure our security by being able to relocate." With Nasi's arrangements, the last vestiges of anxiety among the group vanished. After directing everyone to the aerial fortress, he harnessed his spatial power to depart from that place. When he reappeared, he found Vegeta and the others engaged in combat with Android 19 and Android 20. He noticed that, in addition to Androids 19 and 20, there were 4 other androids, all possessing exceptionally high combat power, each exceeding 5 billion. As Nasi materialized, the fighters on the battlefield immediately ceased their attacks and slowly distanced themselves. Chapter 63, Vegeta's moment of glory. At that moment, Nasi suddenly appeared before everyone like a bolt of lightning. His arrival ignited excitement among the Z fighters. However, standing nearby, Dr. Gero, also known as Android 20, wore a face of vigilance. The reason was simple. Dr. Gero had previously witnessed Nasi's formidable strength through a small robot. During Frisia's brother's invasion of Earth, Nasi had effortlessly vanquished a powerful adversary with a mere flick of his hand. Since then, Dr. Gero had recognized the unfathomable power of this individual. Watching Nasi stand motionless, Dr. Gero grew increasingly anxious. Without hesitation, he issued commands to the other androids. In an instant, all androids, except for Android 19, launched an assault on Nasi simultaneously. They roared in unison, unleashing powerful energy waves that surged towards Nasi like flaming meteors. However, astonishingly, these seemingly potent energy waves collided with an invisible barrier just as they were about to strike Nasi, abruptly halting and dissipating. A faint smile graced Nasi's lips as he turned his gaze towards the androids surrounding him. His icy stare pierced through one particular android like a sharp sword. The targeted android suddenly trembled as if crushed by an immense weight, and in a dazzling flash of light, it exploded. Nasi then extended his finger, unleashing 3 razor-sharp beams of light that shot forth with the speed of lightning, targeting the remaining 3 androids. Realizing the imminent threat of these attacks, the 3 androids' expressions changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, they gathered all their strength to withstand this lethal blow. Alas, their efforts proved futile. Despite their desperate attempts, Nasi's assault was overwhelmingly powerful, shattering their cores and obliterating them completely. The unexpected onslaught left Android 20 in a state of sheer terror, causing him to retreat frantically while evading Nasi's attacks. He shouted to Android 19, "19, stop them. Buy me time to escape." No sooner had he spoken than Android 20 unleashed a formidable energy wave towards the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust and forming a thick smokescreen. Seizing the cover of the smoke, Android 20 quickly turned and scurried away like a rat. However, Nasi did not pursue him. At the moment Android 20 turned to flee, Nasi swiftly unleashed a small energy sphere. This sphere, akin to lightning, sped towards Android 20 with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, it struck the back of Android 20 with pinpoint accuracy. Yet, instead of exploding as anticipated, the energy sphere adhered tightly to Android 20's back. As Android 20 continued to distance himself, Nasi and his companions refrained from rushing after him. In truth, they had intentionally allowed Android 20 to escape, for their true objective was to track him back to the genuine androids and their lair. Meanwhile, Android 19, witnessing the indifference of the others, felt a surge of anger. He resolved not to remain passive any longer and began to gather his energy, preparing to attack the nearest Vegeta. Observing that Android 20 had fled, Vegeta unleashed his full power, his energy erupting like a volcano. He glared fiercely at the approaching Android 19, resembling a fierce beast poised to deliver a fatal strike. In an explosive motion, he lifted his leg and delivered a devastating kick to Android 19's abdomen. The force of the kick was astounding, as if it could tear through the very air, imbued with boundless strength. Android 19 was utterly unprepared for such a sudden outburst of power from Vegeta. Upon being struck, he felt as if struck by lightning. His body involuntarily propelled backward. Seizing the moment before Android 19 could recover, Vegeta followed up with a ferocious elbow strike, crashing into his face like a hammer. The speed of this attack was so rapid that Android 19 had no time to evade, leaving him dazed and reeling from the blow. Yet Vegeta's assault did not relent. He executed another kick, treating Android 19 as if he were a soccer ball, propelling him forcefully away. The sheer force of this kick was astonishing, sending Android 19 soaring through the air like a cannonball, traveling dozens of meters. As Android 19 flew through the air, Vegeta's form flickered, appearing directly beneath him. Without mercy, Vegeta delivered another kick, sending Android 19 hurtling back into the sky. This strike even more powerful than the last, making Android 19 soar like a kite severed from its string. Vegeta's figure flashed again, like a streak of lightning, closely pursuing Android 19 into the heavens. In midair, Vegeta executed a magnificent spinning kick, akin to a whirlwind, striking Android 19 with tremendous force. The impact was catastrophic, causing Android 19 to plummet like a shooting star, crashing down onto the ground. With a thunderous roar, the ground was left with a massive crater. dust swirling as if the very earth trembled. Lying within the vast pit, Android 19, battered and bruised, struggled to raise his head and beheld Vegeta, looming over him like a deity. Alarm surged within him as he desperately grasped Vegeta's arms, preparing to absorb his energy. However, Vegeta would not allow this to transpire. A cold smile crept across his lips as he swiftly executed a powerful kick, striking Android 19 squarely in the face. Despite expecting Android 19 to release his grip, the android clung tenaciously in his desire to absorb Vegeta's energy. With a sudden surge of strength, Vegeta tore Android 19's hands away, breaking the hold. The artificial being No. 19 rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. He gazed at his arm, which crackled with electric sparks, and then at the approaching Vegeta, who advanced step by step. Fear flickered in his eyes as he repeatedly kicked backward in a futile attempt to escape. Observing the lack of combat spirit in artificial being number 19, Vegeta spat disdainfully, proclaiming, "What utter garbage, a pile of scrap metal. Allow me to send you straight to hell." Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating explosive attack at the fleeing number 19, obliterating him to the point where only his head remained, rolling to Vegeta's feet. With no trace of pity, Vegeta crushed the head of artificial being No. 19 beneath his boot. Nas did not intervene, and soon the others gathered before him, prompting him to inquire, "What is your situation, given your strength? You should not have been entangled with those artificial beings for so long." The group exchanged awkward glances, and Yamcha's face flushed with embarrassment. Just as he was about to speak, Vegeta approached Trunks and remarked, "They insisted on adhering to the words of this mysterious fellow, claiming they wanted to catch these beings alive by employing a long-line strategy, dragging their feet in the process." Hearing Vegeta's words, the others also appeared embarrassed. Yet Nas refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he turned to Yamcha and asked, "Yamcha, what is your status? It seems you suffered quite a setback, as usual." "I apologize, Master. I was careless and did not expect that artificial being number 20 could absorb energy. If it weren't for that mysterious young man arriving just in time, I might have met my end," Yamcha confessed. Nas felt at a loss for words. He had hoped Yamcha would have changed after all his experiences. Yet he remained as negligent as ever. Seizing the opportunity, Nas imparted further lessons to the group before introducing Trunks to them. Upon learning Trunks' true identity, Vegeta displayed shock. Yet internally he rejoiced, astonished by his son's strength. As the group exchanged pleasantries, Nas suddenly sensed his energy had ceased. After discerning the direction of his energy, he declared, "It appears that artificial being number 20 has reached his lair. Let us proceed." The group's expressions turned serious, and Nas promptly utilized his spatial powers to open a portal, through which they hurriedly ventured. Chapter 64. The true artificial beings make their entrance. The group streamed through the portal opened by Nas, revealing a colossal metal door before them, resembling an impenetrable fortress. The energy attached to artificial being number 20 halted abruptly, indicating that this was indeed Dr. Gero's laboratory. Nas gazed thoughtfully at the metal door, his voice echoing in the vastness, as if announcing this significant discovery to everyone. "Since this is his laboratory, allow me to blow them out," Nappa declared confidently. In an instant, Nappa unleashed a powerful energy wave, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the sky, striking the heavy metal door with tremendous force. A thunderous explosion ensued as the door shattered into fragments. With the door gone, the interior of the laboratory was laid bare before the group. In the center of the laboratory, artificial being number 20 confronted two young individuals, the atmosphere palpably tense. Nas's gaze was immediately drawn to one of them, the stunning artificial being number 18, whose beauty resembled a finely crafted work of art. "Ah, number 18 is indeed breathtaking," Nas couldn't help but exclaim, though he quickly sighed, lamenting, "Alas, I am already married." Just as Nas brooded in silence, the situation in the laboratory took an unexpected turn. Artificial being number 20, upon seeing the group outside, was filled with panic and urgently commanded, "Number 17, number 18, you must eliminate them all, otherwise, none of us will survive. You miserable old fool, spare us your orders. Without a control device, you might as well perish," retorted artificial being number 17. The unexpected discord took both number 20 and the onlookers by surprise, as they had not anticipated internal strife before the battle even commenced. While the group stood momentarily stunned, number 18 slowly approached the manufacturing chamber marked number 16. "This is number 16, He appears quite different from us, with such a large physique. I wonder what his power level is. Do not touch him. He is a failed creation, warned number 20. As number 18 prepared to open the chamber, number 20 suddenly displayed a look of sheer terror. Rushing forward in a frenzy to grasp number 18's arm, repeatedly muttering. However, number 18 remained indifferent to number 20's frantic actions, not even glancing back. With a swift motion, she freed herself from his grasp and executed a lightning-fast elbow strike to number 20's abdomen. The impact was tremendous. No. 20 had no time to evade and felt a searing pain as his body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall before coming to rest. Just as number 20 regained his footing to intervene against number 18, a more horrific scene unfolded. A massive arm shot forth from his chest, resembling a demon's hand emerging from the depths of hell. No. 20's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he had been caught off guard. In that moment of shock, number 17 appeared before him like a flash. With lightning speed, number 17 delivered a powerful kick to number 20's head with the force of a thunderclap. The impact was so intense that no. 20's head was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, tracing an arc in the air before crashing to the ground like a discarded rag doll, rolling until it finally came to a stop at the entrance. You wretched ingrates, a heap of scrap metal. Number 20's head, now severed from his body, continued to move its mouth as if attempting to utter something. However, before he could finish, number 17 lunged at the head with the ferocity of a raging lion. His foot, like an iron vise, crushed number 20's head with a resounding thud, splattering brain matter and blood everywhere. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Vegeta, Trunks, and the others at the entrance were left utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the scene before them. This also triggered unsettling memories for Trunks, involuntarily causing him to release an energy wave, prompting the others to retreat hastily. As the energy wave detonated, the entire laboratory was reduced to rubble. What are you doing? You fool. Unprovoked energy waves serve no purpose other than waste. Vegeta bellowed angrily at Trunks, his face smeared with dirt from the blast. Observing the chaos, Nas could only shake his head in resignation, internally reflecting that while Trunks had avenged himself successfully in his world, the shadows cast by artificial beings number 17 and no. 18 still haunted him. As the smoke gradually cleared, the group's vision finally came into focus. Surprisingly, the artificial beings number 17 and number 18 stood unscathed, as if the recent explosion had no effect on them. Even more astonishing was the fact that the manufacturing pod containing number 16, held aloft by number 18, remained intact, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Number 18 quickly opened the pod and released number 16, shouted number 17, asserting that without a confrontation today, they would be unable to depart. Upon hearing number 17's words, number 18 leisurely tossed the pod to the ground and opened the hatch. With a faint sound, a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, gradually rose. As everyone focused their gaze, they beheld number 16, whose robust physique and well-defined muscles, complemented by a striking hairstyle, resembled a formidable warrior. This fellow looks quite intimidating. I wonder how formidable his combat prowess is, murmured Kuririn from the side. He bears a striking resemblance to Ginyu Force's Raikou, exclaimed Nappa suddenly. The others paused in surprise, then nodded in agreement. At that moment, Vegeta could no longer contain his impatience. With a fierce shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. What are these artificial beings but mere puppets crafted from scrap metal? Vegeta scoffed, his voice resonating like thunder in the air. Before his words had dissipated, he surged forward like a cannonball toward the artificial beings. Number 17, prepared to counter Vegeta's assault, was suddenly interrupted by number 18. With such a foul mouth, let me see just how much power this Saiyan prince possesses, she declared, instantly erupting with her full strength like a volcanic explosion. In the blink of an eye, number 18 appeared before Vegeta, blocking his thunderous punch. Following this, she executed a swift sidekick, akin to a flash of lightning, aimed at Vegeta. Reacting quickly, Vegeta raised his arm to defend. With a resounding thud, Vegeta was knocked off balance. Yet he swiftly regained composure and retaliated with an energy blast directed at number 18. She agilely sidestepped and closed the distance, launching a flurry of strikes upon Vegeta. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their combat shaking the very air around them, energy waves radiating outward. Observing from the sidelines, number 17 snorted in disdain. This Saiyan prince possesses merely this level of skill. Meanwhile, number 16 stood quietly, seemingly unconcerned about the battle, instead fixating on the frightened birds scattering in the wake of the conflict. Fueled by rage, Vegeta was taken aback by the unexpectedly challenging number 18. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his power once more, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his brilliance intensifying and his attacks growing fiercer. Number 18 sensed the shift in Vegeta's energy, her eyes flashing with surprise, yet she remained undaunted, unleashing an even greater aura to continue the fierce clash, each collision resonating with deafening sound. Their battle escalated from the mountainous terrain to the highway, ultimately soaring into the skies, creating a vast battlefield. The onlookers were filled with exhilaration, while Trunks, standing nearby, began to question the extraordinary strength of these artificial beings, wondering if their combat power had exceeded 20 billion. Nappa, equally astonished, speculated whether Dr. Gero had dispatched robots to collect data during the invasion of planet Namek. It seemed imperative to confront this timeline cell soon, otherwise, the risk posed by the myriad of bioengineered monstrosities could become catastrophic. As Nappa pondered, he witnessed Vegeta being propelled backward by number 18's kick, having reverted to his base form. However, number 18 did not pursue her advantage. Instead, she adjusted her tattered clothing and rejoined number 16 and number 17. Though victorious over Vegeta, she bore some injuries herself. Today's battle is over. We must go buy new clothes, she declared, preparing to depart with number 17 and no. 16. At that moment, Trunks drew his sword to block their exit. Chapter 65. The Hidden Cell. In a flash, Trunks positioned himself before the departing artificial beings, blocking their path. His gaze was icy as he confronted them, demanding, "You evil artificial beings, do you intend to slaughter the innocent in the city?" Hearing this, no? 18 furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. She shot Trunks a fierce glare and retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Why would we go about slaughtering others?" Trunks' accusations irked number 18, who found him utterly unreasonable. Number 17 chimed in, "Exactly. We have no interest in destroying the city. We only seek Son Goku, and care not for anyone else. You best not interfere, or else." Trunks felt his doubts wane slightly upon hearing number 17's words. Yet his vigilance remained intact. Just then, the previously silent Nasu stepped forward. He surveyed Trunks and the agitated artificial beings, then smiled gently, saying, "Since you do not intend to cause destruction, you will need money for your purchases, I presume? Here is a card. You may use it. However, the condition is that you refrain from causing chaos on Earth." Nasu's offer eased the tension in the air somewhat. He continued, "Although your strength is indeed formidable, there are those on this planet capable of subduing you. Therefore, I advise you to exercise caution." As Nasu spoke, he opened a spatial pocket, producing a card and releasing his energy to issue a warning. Observing Nasu's rising power, the usually quiet number 16 swiftly positioned himself in front of number 17 and no. 18. "He is very powerful. We three together cannot match him. Let us acquiesce to his request." Feeling the pressure of Nasu's energy, the two beings nodded in agreement. "We accept your terms and will not wreak havoc, but we will not tolerate insults. Otherwise, we shall not yield even in death." Nasu nodded in response. "Very well. As long as you refrain from slaughter, feel free to seek me out anytime in West City." Subsequently, the trio of artificial beings vanished like phantoms, their figures disappearing swiftly from sight. Trunks, observing their departure, felt a twinge of unease. However, Nasu led the group toward Dr. Gero's laboratory, seemingly concealing important secrets. Trunks joined the others, dismissing his worries. Just as the group moved farther away, the branches of a nearby tree trembled slightly, followed by two mysterious figures leaping down from the tree. Their movements were graceful and swift, as if they were one with the forest. These two enigmatic individuals had been lurking in the shadows, monitoring the group, yet they had undergone significant transformations in the cosmos since their last encounter. One of the mysterious figures had shed his previous form, evolving into a more potent second-stage transformation, radiating a disquieting aura, clearly having undergone a unique evolution. "You have finally returned." Another enigmatic figure spoke softly, his tone revealing a hint of delight. "To our astonishment, after absorbing such an abundance of life force, we have grown immensely powerful. I can still sense a threat emanating from Nas. It seems we must hasten our efforts to absorb number 17 and number 18. Yet, at that moment, another mysterious individual unexpectedly interrupted him. I do not require such measures." As he spoke, he revealed a cultivation pod hidden nearby, displaying it before his companion. "Is this not Shalu from a different timeline?" His companion gazed in astonishment at the Shalu within the pod. "How can you absorb him? What is there to prevent it?" The mysterious figure's lips curled into a confident smile. "Although we are all temporal counterparts, our genes are almost identical. I believe absorbing him would yield superior evolutionary results compared to number 17 and number 18. Thus, it became clear that these two Shalus originated from disparate timelines. Shala No. 1 arrived in this timeline earlier than Shala number 2, and he had harnessed a vast amount of life energy left behind by Suin Wukong and others during their journey to Namek, successfully evolving to the second stage. Conversely, Shala number 2 arrived in this timeline prior to the Frisia brothers' invasion of Earth. Upon their unexpected encounter while absorbing life energy, the two Shalus engaged in amicable discourse and ultimately reached a consensus to collaborate. However, when they witnessed the Frisia brothers invade Earth, they were so awestruck by the might of the Saiyans and Suin Wukong that they fled in haste. During their aimless wandering in the cosmos, they sought out life energy and ultimately succeeded in absorbing the vitality from several planets, allowing Shala number 2 to evolve to the second stage. Nevertheless, the energy required for evolution to the final stage proved exceptionally immense, and Shala number 1 could not attain his perfect form. They recognized that relying solely on ordinary life energy from the universe was insufficient for their evolutionary needs. They still required number 17 and no. 18 to reach their ultimate state. Hence, they resolved to take the risk of returning to Earth, awaiting the opportune moment to absorb the androids and acquire the requisite energy for their final evolution. In comparison to Shala number 2, Shala number 1 exhibited greater cunning, as he did not cling stubbornly to that path. Upon returning to Earth, he cleverly concealed himself within Dr. Gillis' laboratory, remaining undetected. Through meticulous analysis and computation of computer data, Shala number 1 unexpectedly discovered a novel evolutionary pathway that involved absorbing temporal counterparts. This method not only promised perfect evolution, but also enhanced his strength. Thus, while Vegeta and android number 18 were engaged in fierce combat, Shala No. 1 seized the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate beneath the laboratory, stealing the Shalu embryo. He knew that this embryo harbored immense potential, containing cells from other Saiyans he had never possessed, as well as cells from the frozen demon Gula. If he could find a secure location for it to evolve into its final form, he would undoubtedly become an invincible being. However, Shala No. 1's ambitions reached far beyond that. Not only did he intend to utilize this Shalu embryo to augment his own power, but he also planned to absorb Shala No. 2 at the appropriate moment. In doing so, he believed he would ascend to the status of the most powerful entity in the universe, rendering even formidable beings like Nas no match for him. After considerable contemplation, Shala number 1 engaged in a shrewd exchange with Shala number 2. Each harbored ulterior motives. Outwardly cordial, they were secretly calculating how to exploit one another to achieve their respective goals. After their discourse, they resolved to act independently. Shala No. 1 quickly sought a secluded location to secretly facilitate the embryo's evolution, while Shala number 2 kept a watchful eye on the movements of androids number 17 and number 18, waiting for the ideal moment to absorb them. Meanwhile, Nas and the others returned to Dr. Gillis' laboratory, surveying the ravaged scene left in Trunks' wake with a sense of helplessness. Search for any undamaged sections of the laboratory. Perhaps we can find a way to control the androids. After an extensive search, they found no notable differences. At that moment, Jiaozi's voice echoed from afar. There is indeed a distinct area. The group hurriedly gathered around upon hearing this, discovering an entrance leading to a lower level, albeit also damaged. Nas and Jiaozi began to simultaneously exert their powers, attempting to manipulate the surrounding debris to clear a path. Despite their efforts, little progress was made. Observing this, Trunks spoke up. "Teacher, it was my recklessness. I failed to maintain control." Nas, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment, yet the degree of destruction sparked suspicion within him, for he discerned that the damage seemed to have been caused by a secondary attack. Could it be that someone else had been here, concealing something? Is it possible that future Shalu is nearby? As Nas pondered these thoughts, the voice of the KO appeared in his mind. Chapter 66. Wukong returns. Discovers Shalu's trail. Just as the group was deep in thought about how to clear the passage, a deep and solemn voice suddenly resonated within Nas' mind. "Mr. Nas, can you hear my voice?" The suddenness of this voice caused him to momentarily pause, But he quickly regained his composure and responded, "Yes, I can hear you, KO. May I inquire as to the purpose of your contact at this time?" There was a hint of confusion in Na's tone. After all, this was the first time the KO had communicated directly within his mind. However, the KO's words bore an air of urgency. Yet the response only deepened Na's bewilderment. "I do have some matters to attend to. Please come to the KO Palace. We shall discuss the details upon our meeting." Upon hearing the KO's words, Nas felt somewhat astonished, but was not overly anxious. He promptly turned to the contemplative group and announced, "The KO has just contacted me, requesting that we proceed to the KO Palace, as there seems to be an important matter to discuss." Nas' words were succinct and clear, and upon hearing this, the others were filled with curiosity but refrained from asking further questions, nodding in agreement. Noticing this, Nas hesitated no longer. He took a deep breath and waved his hands, releasing a powerful spatial force that surged forth like a tidal wave from within him. The spatial energy rapidly spiraled in the air, forming a colossal vortex. At the center of the vortex, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth, akin to lightning tearing through the void, swiftly opening a passage to the KO Palace. At the entrance of the passage, the spatial energy rippled like waves, shimmering with a mysterious luminescence, as if it were a bridge connecting two worlds. Without a moment's hesitation, the group stepped into the passage. In the blink of an eye, they traversed the barrier of space and arrived at the KO Palace. As soon as they emerged from the passage, they beheld the KO and Bike standing at the edge of the palace, their expressions grave, as though confronted with an exceptionally challenging dilemma. Upon Nas' arrival, the KO exhaled with relief, quickly approaching him with a serious countenance, urgently stating, "Nas, the situation is extremely dire. A new enemy has appeared on Earth. Just moments ago, we observed that in a city in the southern region of the lower realm, all inhabitants vanished without a trace. Worse still, an immensely powerful and malevolent aura suddenly erupted." Nas furrowed his brow upon hearing this, pondering inwardly, what could this evil and formidable aura possibly be? Beside them, Clint could not help but voice his confusion, asking, "An evil yet formidable aura? But why have we not perceived it? What exactly is going on? Is this presence even more potent than yours?" Baiku silently nodded in agreement with Clint's inquiry. He interjected, "That aura is indeed exceptionally powerful, surpassing even my own. Moreover, its eruption is remarkably subtle and swift, as if it manifests in an instant before retracting rapidly, making it elusive to capture." Just as Baiku finished speaking, the celestial being continued, "That aura is complex, as if it is a fusion of many individuals' energies. Without the divine staff, it would be impossible to detect it with such precision." Upon hearing this, Nas was momentarily taken aback, as images of the scene at Dr. Jero's ruins flashed through his mind. At that moment, he had sensed an unusually rapid and indistinct aura, but due to its velocity, he could not accurately gauge its strength. Could it be that this aura emanates from Sha Lu? Has Sha Lu undergone a series of transformations under the stirring of the small wings? Realizing this, Nas understood the necessity of conducting a rigorous training session for everyone to prepare for the impending crisis. He refocused his attention, first on Baiku and then on the celestial being, and solemnly stated, "It seems we must make some sacrifices to enhance our training. Is the time chamber currently available for use?" The celestial being nodded slightly in affirmation, confirming that it was indeed accessible, as no one besides Broly had used it recently. Broly? Why would he still train in the time chamber? What is he doing now? Nas inquired with a hint of curiosity. The celestial being smiled and explained, "He is currently training intensively under Mr. Popo, aiming to break through to the Kai dimension." Hearing this, Nas felt a surge of urgency. If he did not advance to the great Kai realm soon, Broly would surely catch up to him. Just as Nas was lost in thought, Vegeta impatiently interjected, "Nas, what exactly is this time chamber you speak of? Can it rapidly enhance my strength?" Nas snapped back to reality, prepared to answer. But Baiku took the initiative to explain, "The time chamber is a peculiar space where gravity is 10 times that of Earth, with thin air and extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night. Most importantly, a year spent training inside equates to only 1 day outside." The group was astonished by the existence of such an extraordinary training environment hidden within the Celestial Palace. As they marveled at this revelation, Nas continued, "Originally, the time chamber could only accommodate 2 individuals at a time. This would not only waste a significant amount of time, but would also fail to achieve optimal training results. Therefore, I plan to wait until Goku and Gohan recover before we all enter together. This way, we can emerge prepared. Furthermore, I have some new experiments to conduct during this training. Just as everyone was engaged in fervent discussion, suddenly, with a swish, two figures appeared before them like bolts of lightning. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. Oh, everyone is here. Sun Wukong greeted them with a broad smile. Hello, Uncle Baiku, Uncle Raditz, and all the other gentlemen. Sun Gohan also politely acknowledged everyone. Seeing Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan safe and sound lifted a tremendous weight off everyone's hearts, prompting them to hasten forward and inquire about their well-being. Wukong, you finally seem to be well again. We were so worried. Clint exclaimed, embracing Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong chuckled, replying, haha, thanks to the medicine Trunks sent. Without it, I might have truly been finished. Trunks smiled and said, it's the least I could do. Uncle Wukong need not be so courteous. After a round of warm greetings, Na stepped forward and declared, the crisis facing Earth is drawing nearer. Let's all enter the time chamber to train diligently, ensuring we can face our enemies with ease upon our return. The group nodded solemnly in agreement. Just as they prepared to enter the time chamber, the celestial being interjected. Before you enter, I have something to discuss. Chapter 67. The fusion of Baiku and the celestial being. As the group was ready to step into the time chamber, the celestial being solemnly blocked their path. They exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why he would suddenly appear at such a crucial moment to prevent their entry. Seeing their confusion, the celestial being slowly began to explain, the myriad crises and formidable foes that Earth faces are beyond my capacity to intervene. My role as a celestial being is becoming increasingly obsolete. Perhaps it is time for me to step aside. His words struck like a heavy hammer upon each heart, leaving them momentarily speechless. Particularly, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. He opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by the celestial being's raised hand. The celestial being continued, though I speak of disappearing, it is merely a transformation into another form of existence. Baiku, you and I are intrinsically linked. Although you have absorbed those two kin, they are not entirely the same as us. While they have compensated for some of your shortcomings, perfection still eludes us. However, upon our fusion, you will truly become the perfect Namekian and unleash your full potential. Upon hearing this, Baiku's expression grew serious. His brow furrowed as he wrestled with the celestial being's proposal. Just as he hesitated, a sudden swish interrupted, and a figure rushed in like lightning, landing steadily before them. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find it was Popo and Broly. Popo's face was filled with deep reluctance. His voice trembled slightly, revealing his emotional state. Lord Celestial, you are. However, before Popo could finish, the celestial being gently interrupted him. With a smile that conveyed gratitude and understanding, he reassured, Mr. Popo, thank you for your unwavering care over the years. Earth no longer requires my presence as a celestial being. It needs a powerful warrior to protect it. After speaking, the celestial being gently patted Popo's shoulder and turned towards Baiku. Baiku stood silently, watching as the celestial being approached with resolute determination. Recognizing the celestial being's unwavering resolve, he remained silent and placed his hand over the celestial being's chest. At that moment, the celestial being suddenly let out a powerful roar, as if to unleash all the strength within. In an instant, a blinding white light surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire palace, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Amidst the brilliant radiance, the celestial being's form gradually became transparent and ultimately transformed into a beam of light, darting like lightning into Baiku's body. As the light faded, tranquility returned, and the group surveyed their surroundings, realizing the celestial being had vanished without a trace. Popo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the scene before him. Despite his profound reluctance, the reality was undeniable. Baiku had assimilated the celestial being, becoming a super Namekian. In that very moment, Big's combat power soared like a rocket, leaping from a mere several billion to an astonishing 27 billion. This remarkable transformation left everyone present utterly speechless, particularly Vegeta, whose lips twitched uncontrollably. The crowd was completely astounded by this sudden surge of power, rendering them momentarily frozen in place. At that instant, Bobo, standing nearby, broke the silence with a grave expression, stating, "Farewell, Lord Kami." Upon hearing Bobo's words, Big hastened to reassure him, saying, "Mr. Bobo, there is no need for such sorrow. Although Kami and I have merged, it is merely another form of existence. I shall still frequently appear in the Kami's realm. However, despite Bik's comforting words, an undeniable sadness lingered on Bobo's face. This scene struck Nasi profoundly. He had never anticipated Bobo would exhibit such emotional fluctuation. He began to ponder, was Bobo truly the legendary mysterious master? Just as Nasi was lost in thought, Vegeta could no longer contain his impatience and called out to everyone, "Let us not dawdle any longer. Let us proceed." The crowd finally seemed to awaken from their stupor. Observing this, Bik quickly urged, "You all should go in. I will remain outside to guard, should anything arise. I will respond promptly." Nasi nodded in agreement and remarked to Bik, "With the old Kami gone, after we enter, you can venture to Namek to seek a new Kami." "Understood," Bik replied. After Nasi had conveyed his instructions, he turned and led the group towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Given the large number of individuals requiring training, Nasi decided to bring Broly along as well. The group entered in a steady stream, and as the last person crossed the threshold, the door slowly closed. Due to the excessive number of entrants, exiting would require either Nasi or Broly to utilize their immense strength to tear through the fabric of space. Once inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Nasi stood before everyone, methodically organizing training plans for each individual. "Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Your initial focus will primarily be on dimensional training, with an emphasis on power training later." Nasi's voice was clear and resolute. The four exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. Observing their response, Nasi tossed them a multifunction capsule, which, upon landing, transformed into a gravity chamber. "This is the gravity chamber I previously requested Kami to place here. Adjust the gravity multiplier according to your needs, and feel free to train within," Nasi explained. Gratefully, Krillin and the others accepted the gravity chamber and eagerly entered. The remaining individuals, all Saiyans, prioritized power enhancement above all else. Thus, Nasi devised a training regimen centered on power training, supplemented by dimensional training. As he meticulously formulated training plans, rows of gravity chambers emerged from the multifunction capsule, neatly arranged across the floor of the hyperbolic time chamber. The group, invigorated by the sight, eagerly prepared for their impending training. At last, with Nasi's command, they surged into their respective gravity chambers, embarking on a fervent journey of training. Meanwhile, chaos reigned outside, as Cell wreaked havoc. Cell 2 pursued androids 17 and 18, cornering them in a small town. Spotting android 18 engrossed in shopping, Cell 2 revealed a sinister grin. He unleashed an energy wave towards the trio, but android 16, the quickest to react, shielded the shop with his body, deflecting Cell 2's attack. As the smoke dissipated, they finally discerned the nature of their adversary. Before them stood a monstrous entity, its mouth seemingly clutching a sausage, evoking a comical image. Its entire body was cloaked in a greenish skin adorned with peculiar spots, resembling an alien creature from beyond the stars. Most striking were its enormous, shell-like wings, glimmering with an eerie luminescence. A long tail trailed behind it, as if extending from the depths of hell. The android trio was momentarily stunned by the grotesque figure, rendered speechless. Particularly, androids 17 and 18 stood frozen, wide-eyed as if under a spell. At that moment, 16 snapped back to reality and urgently warned, "Be cautious. This creature possesses immense strength. I am no match for it." However, the creature emitted a chilling laugh. "Oh ho ho, I did not expect a mere robot to possess such self-awareness. But fret not, once I absorb one of you, I shall evolve into my perfect form. At that time, I will become the most flawless android ever created by Dr. Gero, and the entire universe will succumb to my rule." The trio, initially on high alert, momentarily froze at his proclamation. Android 18, wide-eyed, incredulously replied, "No, this is absolutely impossible. There are no records of you in Dr. Gero's laboratory. How could you possibly be his creation?" Facing 18's skepticism, Cell merely smiled, as if everything were proceeding as he had anticipated. He replied nonchalantly, "Nothing is absolutely impossible. Now, you would best comply and allow me to absorb you. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. And do not harbor any illusions of escaping my grasp." No sooner had he finished speaking than Cell darted forward like lightning, appearing before Android 18 in an instant. Caught off guard, Android 18 stood petrified as Cell extended his terrifying tail, preparing to absorb her. Suddenly, A resounding crash echoed as a colossal fist collided with Cell's face, delivering a powerful blow that sent him hurtling away. Cell executed a graceful mid-air flip, barely stabilizing himself before landing on the ground. He stared in disbelief towards the direction of the ambush, only to discover that it was Android 16 who had delivered the blow. Realizing that he needed to eliminate the trio to absorb 17 and 18, Cell resolved to unleash his full power. An overwhelming aura erupted, soaring to 3 billion, forcing the trio to retreat as the pressure intensified. Just as they braced for the impending confrontation, Cell's figure suddenly appeared behind Android 16, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Despite 16's attempts to evade, he was still sent flying. Before he could hit the ground, Cell reappeared before him, unleashing an energy wave that engulfed Android 16 entirely. Fortunately, on the 16th, a swift reaction allowed him to harness all his strength to shield his body at the moment the energy wave struck him. Alas, he underestimated Shalah's attack. His entire form was obliterated, leaving only his upper half, with his limbs completely annihilated. After effortlessly dispatching the 16th, Shalu abruptly pivoted, lunging toward the 17th with the ferocity of a ravenous beast. At that moment, both the 17th and the 18th were rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the terrifying might Shala displayed, even forgetting to react. As they watched Shala charge at them like a frenzied predator, the 17th finally regained his senses. Without a moment to ponder, he instinctively lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick towards Shalu's head. However, due to the overwhelming disparity in their powers, this kick was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree, inflicting no significant damage upon Shalu. With ease, Shala grasped the 17th's foot and, with a swift motion, hurled him away as if tossing a weightless doll. The 17th's body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, Shala's assault did not relent. He followed up with a front roll kick, striking the 17th, who had just landed, with lightning speed and precision. The force of this kick was colossal, as if the very world trembled in response. A thunderous crash echoed as the ground was gouged out by the 17th's impact, resembling a meteor strike. This immense shockwave triggered a catastrophic earthquake throughout the city, causing towering buildings to sway precariously before collapsing under the strain. Countless residents perished in this sudden calamity, unable to utter a single cry before being buried beneath the rubble. Meanwhile, the 17th, battered by Shalu's relentless onslaught, was on the brink of unconsciousness. His body lay limply on the ground, nearly devoid of resistance. Just as the 17th was yet to recover from the barrage of blows, Shalu appeared before him like a flash of lightning. Without mercy, Shalu extended his tail, transforming it into a suction cup, and began to voraciously absorb the 17th. As Shalu completely assimilated the 17th, a blinding radiance erupted from his body, dazzling like the sun and enveloping the entire town in its glow. After a while, tranquility returned, revealing Shala's form, which had become elongated, his features more defined, and his tail retracted, yet his aura deepened. Clenching his fist, he savored the newfound energy coursing through him. He then erupted into laughter, proclaiming it a perfect body, declaring that once he vanquished Sun Wukong and others, he would reign as the supreme being in the universe. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a voice interrupted him. "Hey, what manner of monster are you, daring to slaughter at will on Earth? With such power, you dare to claim dominance over the universe?" Upon hearing this, Shalu, still laughing, froze momentarily, then looked up toward the source of the voice. There stood Baiku, arms crossed, hovering in the air with a cold, indifferent gaze fixed upon Shalu. "Oh, I did not expect it to be you, Baiku, arriving so hastily to seek your demise. Since you recognize me, how audacious of you to speak so boldly. Allow me to test this monster's strength and see what you rely upon." With that, Baiku discarded his cloak and activated his 10x Kaioken, launching a powerful punch at Shalu. Chapter 69, Baiku vs. Shalu, a test of training outcomes. As Baiku unleashed his fury and attacked, Shalu remained remarkably composed, even leisurely turning to face him, as though he did not regard Baiku as a threat. Infuriated by this apparent dismissal, Baiku felt deeply insulted and resolved to unleash his full power. Gathering all his strength, he charged at Shalu like a blazing meteor, delivering a devastating blow to Shala's back. The impact was formidable, infused with all of Baiku's rage and might. However, Shala effortlessly blocked the strike. His body was as unyielding as steel, and Baiku's punch failed to leave any mark. Witnessing his attack so easily neutralized ignited Baiku's fury further. Without hesitation, he increased the multiplier of his Kaioken, aiming to break through Shalu's defenses with even greater strength. As Baiku's Kaioken multiplier surged, so too did his power. Upon reaching a 15x multiplier, his combat ability erupted to over 40 billion. This astonishing strength took Shalu by surprise. He had assumed Baiku's capabilities were limited, yet he had not anticipated such a rapid escalation of power in just a few days. Realizing he had underestimated Baiku, Shalu resolved to approach the forthcoming battle with utmost seriousness. It was crucial to note that Shalu's original combat strength was only around 30 billion during battle. Although he had attained his perfect form by absorbing the 17th, his combat power had only marginally increased to over 50 billion. Aware that Baiku had yet to unleash his full potential, Shalu understood they were evenly matched, and the true test would be their endurance. He needed to master his abilities in the battle against Baiku and transcend his limits to defeat Sun Wukong and the others. With this determination, Shalu focused intently on matching Baiku's combat prowess. As their energies reached a significant height, the two figures swiftly closed the distance, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. A massive shockwave radiated from their contact, obliterating the town below. Following this, they unleashed a relentless flurry of punches upon one another, each strike laden with inexhaustible power. The fierce energy surged forth like a tidal wave, tearing apart the once flat ground and creating a vast chasm miles wide and unfathomably deep. While Shalu concentrated on fending off Baiku's relentless barrage, he suddenly detected a flaw in Baiku's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Shalu struck without hesitation, capturing Baiku's fist with lightning speed. Caught off guard by Shalu's rapid counterattack, Baiku found his fist tightly gripped, unable to break free. In that instant, Shalu seized his chance and delivered a devastating kick to Baiku's side. The force of this kick was terrifying, propelling Baiku through the air like a cannonball. His form streaked across the sky like a meteor, shattering numerous towering peaks before finally coming to a halt. Yet, Shalu's assault did not cease. He surged toward Baiku with astonishing speed, resembling a ferocious beast, leaving no opportunity for Baiku to recover. Before Baiku could regain his composure from the previous blow, Shalu's headbutt crashed down upon him with the weight of a mountain, sending Baiku hurtling backward. His body flew like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air with such ferocity that sparks ignited from his friction with the atmosphere. Beerus' body was propelled backward through the air with astonishing speed, as though he were on the verge of breaching the atmosphere and soaring into the boundless cosmos. Just as he was about to escape the atmosphere, he managed to stabilize himself, halting his backward trajectory. At that moment, Beerus discerned the gap between himself and So, prompting him to unleash his full potential. The Kaioken was amplified to 20 times, causing Beerus' energy to ascend to a new echelon, powerful enough to momentarily halt So's advance. Observing Beerus' fully unleashed energy, So's eyes flickered with a hint of wariness. Seizing the opportunity while So was distracted, Beerus instantaneously teleported in front of him, delivering a fierce knee strike to So's abdomen. The impact caused So to bend slightly in pain. Beerus followed up with an uppercut that sent So soaring into the sky. Beerus, sensing his advantage, pursued him into the clouds, where an intense clash erupted between them. Their silhouettes flickered amidst the clouds, each collision igniting powerful bursts of energy. The might of Beerus' 20-fold Kaioken gradually pushed So onto the defensive, who dodged Beerus' assaults in search of a counterattack opportunity. Suddenly, So feigned a weakness, and upon noticing this, Beerus launched an unhesitating attack. However, just as Beerus approached, Shalu retaliated fiercely, grasping Beerus and slamming him down to the ground. The earth was once again struck, creating a massive crater. Beerus struggled to rise from the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute as he launched another attack. As their battle intensified, the entire area was reduced to ruins. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Nao, Sun Wukong, and others had trained for 2.5 years, their formidable auras saturating the otherworldly space, resulting in significant enhancements to their combat prowess. The progress of several Saiyans was particularly remarkable. Although they had not transcended to Super Saiyan 3, they had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. Notably, Sun Wukong and Beerus' powers exceeded 600 billion, while Kung, Lanidu, and Napar followed closely with over 500 billion. Tinjin Fan and Kung, bolstered by the Kaioken, also surpassed 300 billion. Among them, the one who made the most significant leap was Zhang Bao, whose latent potential erupted, not only transforming into a Super Saiyan, but also breaking through to Super Saiyan 2 under Na's guidance. Though his combat power stood at over 400 billion, he still had much potential untapped. After their strength had surged, Na prepared to unite with the others to confront Beerus, both to gauge Beerus' strength and to further unlock their potential. The formidable Beerus now matched Na, and even one-on-one, he was not a rival. Thus, Nasu organized a coalition to test the depths of Beerus' power. Initially dismissive of the plan, Vegeta's haughty demeanor diminished significantly after enduring nearly 100 rigorous training sessions at the hands of Beerus, which involved being beaten. When Nasu proposed this strategy again, Vegeta instantly acquiesced. With Vegeta's agreement, the group prepared to assess Beerus' capabilities. They approached Beerus, who, upon sensing their potent auras, unleashed an even more terrifying energy, distorting the surrounding space. The battle was imminent, with Wukong charging first, engaging Beerus in close combat, while in Super Saiyan 2 form. Beerus countered effortlessly, sending Wukong flying with a single blow. Observing this, Vegeta roared into action, joining forces with Wukong to attempt a pincer attack on Beerus. Tulankaku, Ladidu, and Appa also struck from various angles. Meanwhile, Fan looked for an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Tanjin Fan and Kurlin provided support from a distance with energy blasts. Despite the onslaught, Beerus remained unperturbed, skillfully evading attacks and retaliating, forcing the group to retreat. Just as they began to feel overwhelmed, Nasu transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and shouted for everyone to concentrate and unleash their greatest power. Heeding his call, the group rallied their energies and directed a colossal energy wave toward Beerus. Faced with this combined force, Beerus' expression turned grave as he rapidly amassed energy, forming a massive barrier. The energy wave collided violently with the barrier, emitting a blinding light, and the residual energy wreaked havoc in the vicinity. Amid this fierce confrontation, cracks began to appear in Beerus' barrier. Sensing this, the group was invigorated and intensified their efforts. Ultimately, Beerus' barrier was shattered, and the energy wave struck him. The force sent Beerus hurtling backwards into a distant rock wall. However, he did not succumb. Rather, he rose slowly, his energy surging even more powerfully than before. He unleashed a furious roar, emanating an overwhelming aura that sent chills through the hearts of the onlookers. Beerus charged at them once more, this time with even greater ferocity, leaving the group momentarily reeling. Yet they did not relent, coordinating their efforts to continue their fierce struggle against Beerus. As they gasped for breath, Nasu fervently tapped into his own energy, unleashing a barrage of attacks against Beerus. Beerus, undeterred, absorbed Beerus' assault and retaliated with a punch to his face, following up with a flurry of blows that rained down upon Nasu. When the others attempted to assist, they were met with a wave of energy spheres flung by Beerus, which thwarted their advance. In that moment, they noticed Beerus' pupils had vanished, his eyes turned white. Beerus had lost control. Chapter 70. Transformation into Super Saiyan God. Just as Nasu caught his breath, still reveling in his narrow escape from danger, he witnessed Beerus erupting into a frenzied rampage. This unforeseen turn of events caused a headache for Nasu, who had not anticipated such a scenario. Faced with the ferocity of Beerus, Nasu dared not hesitate. Immediately unleashing all of his internal energy, he struggled to withstand Beerus' onslaught, which was akin to a tempest, while desperately contemplating how to awaken the rationality that had eluded Beerus. However, the power of the rampaging Beerus escalated at an alarming rate, and even with Nasu exerting his utmost, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and unleashing all of his strength, he could only manage to stall for a brief moment. Soon, Nasu found himself pinned down by Beerus, who rubbed his head against the ground as if he were dragging a defeated dog. Seeing this, Vegeta and Ding rushed forward to help, but their attacks were as ineffective as mere tickles to Beerus, failing to impede his rampage. Furthermore, Beerus effortlessly dispatched Vegeta and Zhang with a single kick, sending them crashing to the ground. Ladidu, Nappa, and Tulankaku also sprang into action, launching their most powerful techniques in a bid to halt Beerus' assault on Nasu. Unfortunately, their energy blasts posed no threat to Beerus, who effortlessly dispersed them. At this moment, Nasu, amidst the relentless torment inflicted by Beerus, succumbed to unconsciousness, Yet his transformation did not cease. Perhaps sensing the imminent danger, his adrenaline surged like ignited gunpowder. In that instant, Naz's body seemed to enter a transcendent state. His pupils suddenly vanished, replaced by a haunting expanse of white, as if his eyes had lost all perception of the world. Yet, at that very moment of this bizarre transformation, a formidable crimson aura erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. This red flame, fierce and scorching, resembled a raging inferno. However, curiously, the nearby Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt no trace of Naz's energy. It appeared that this immense power was entirely sealed within Naz by some mysterious force, available only to him to truly perceive that world-shattering strength. As the crimson flames swelled around Naz, the fabric of space itself began to warp and tremble violently, as though this realm was on the brink of ignition by the terrifying energy. Just as the crimson blaze reached its zenith, an indescribable surge of power burst forth from Naz's body like a flood breaking through a dam. This energy was so colossal that it sent Broly, who was pressing down on his head, flying away like a cannonball. Broly's body traced a long arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the distant ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Naz's body was gradually returning to normal. His eyes regained their original hue, with his pupils reappearing, but astonishingly, they had transformed into a vibrant red, as if ablaze with fire. Naz widened his eyes, intensely scrutinizing his own body, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of this newfound power. He could distinctly feel the surging energy coursing through him, unstoppable like a torrent. Suddenly, a wave of euphoric realization surged through Naz as he marveled at the revelation that his dimensional realm had inadvertently ascended to the level of Daijiawang. This marked a qualitative leap, signifying that his dimension had reached an entirely new height. Furthermore, Naz detected a more astonishing transformation. His dimensional cultivation and physical strength had fused at this moment. He was uncertain whether this was a consequence of being pummeled by Broly or an instinctual shift in his body for self-preservation. The current Naz felt akin to a Super Saiyan transformation. However, this was distinct from the Super Saiyan depicted in the original work. Not only had he acquired immense strength, but more importantly, he had gained mastery over spatial laws and a sliver of temporal laws. What did this signify? It indicated that Naz had transcended into a true deity, far beyond the hollow Super Saiyan that merely transformed. His prowess had eclipsed all Saiyans, reaching an entirely new realm. Yet, just as Naz reveled in this unexpected joy, Broly's furious roar jolted him back to reality. Naz focused his gaze to see Broly hurtling towards him like a blazing meteor. The overwhelming aura surged forth like a tempest, bearing down upon Naz with unparalleled pressure. Faced with this sudden assault, Naz remained unflustered. He swiftly extended his palm towards Broly, where a dazzling white light flickered. In an instant, the space between them appeared to undergo a wondrous transformation, as if countless dimensions were layered together. Broly accelerated to his utmost speed, akin to a streak of lightning, yet he could never bridge the distance to Naz. Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan breathed a sigh of relief at this unexpected turn. But at that moment, Broly's form flickered, and he activated instantaneous movement, appearing directly before Naz just as he landed a punch. The space before Naz shattered like glass. And before Broly could react, Naz's leg instantly reformed behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. As Broly clambered back to his feet, poised to strike, Naz suddenly appeared before him, unleashing a flurry of relentless attacks. With Naz's cessation of strikes, Broly was left covered in the imprints of Naz's fists. Just as Broly prepared to escalate his energy and retaliate, Naz gestured once more, and a spatial vortex manifested at Broly's location, swallowing him before he could comprehend the situation, leaving him seemingly pinned in midair, unable to move. At that moment, Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at Naz's location. Excellent, Naz. You've immobilized Broly. Once he regains consciousness, we can proceed, Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly. After speaking, he rushed towards Broly, extending his hand to touch him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Sun Wukong's arm passed through Broly's body without resistance. This sudden occurrence left everyone speechless, exchanging incredulous glances. Observing their astonished expressions, Naz smiled slightly and calmly explained, I have exiled him to a special space. In that realm, his body is bound by immense spatial pressure, rendering even a finger incapable of movement. Furthermore, the surroundings are shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sound, a completely sealed world. Upon hearing Naz's description, the group began to envision how it would feel to be in such an environment. The thought of endless darkness and absolute silence sent shivers through their bodies, as if they could sense the suffocating dread. At that moment, Vegeta, unable to contain his curiosity, stepped forward and inquired, "Naz, what state are you currently in? Why can we not sense your energy at all? Were it not for the destructive power and energy you displayed during your recent attack, we might not have even perceived your existence." Naz chuckled and replied, "That is due to your lower dimensional cultivation. I have just broken through to the Da Jie Wang dimensional realm, and my current state combines both the dimensional realm and my inherent strength, which I refer to as Super Saiyan." Chapter 71. The Fall of Shalu from Heaven to Hell. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Naz was elucidating the concepts of Super Saiyan and dimensional cultivation to Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others. Meanwhile, on Earth, the battle between Piccolo and Shalu had intensified, leaving their town riddled with countless fissures from their fierce clash. Piccolo moved like lightning, deftly evading Shalu's rapid strikes, each of his own attacks precise and calculated. He understood Shalu's attack patterns well, utilizing years of combat experience to deftly counter each wave of Shalu's assaults. Piccolo rapidly gathered energy with both hands, his aura pulsating rhythmically. His mastery of energy had reached an extraordinary level, perfectly concealing his presence, making it difficult for Shalu to predict his movements, while still allowing him to unleash tremendous power at critical moments. Seizing an opening in Shalu's offense, Piccolo lunged forward, delivering a fierce elbow strike to Shalu's chest, causing him to grunt in pain and stagger slightly. Enraged, Shalu roared and launched another barrage of attacks, his arms transforming into countless afterimages, enveloping Piccolo. With a calm demeanor, Piccolo's mind raced, quickly analyzing Shalu's attack trajectory. He sidestepped and swiftly grasped Shalu's wrists, leveraging the momentum to hurl him away forcefully. Shalu tumbled through the air, managing to stabilize himself after a few rolls. Beerus did not afford Shalu a moment's respite. With a powerful thrust of his legs against the ground, he propelled himself toward Shalu like a cannonball. As he neared his opponent, he concentrated all his might into his right fist and unleashed a formidable punch. This strike, imbued with overwhelming energy, struck Shalu squarely in the abdomen, sending him careening through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, Shalu's eyes glinted with mad fury, evidently enraged to the utmost by the pressure exerted by Baiku. Just when Baiku believed Shalu was on the verge of conceding, Shalu suddenly vanished from sight. A sense of alarm gripped Baiku's heart. He immediately heightened his awareness, attempting to trace Shalu's movements. However, Shalu's speed was astonishing, and he adeptly concealed his energy signature. By the time Baiku sensed danger, Shalu had already materialized behind him. As Baiku turned to look, he witnessed Shalu executing Tianjin Fan's solar flare. A blinding beam of light instantly flooded the sky, rendering Baiku's vision void. Seizing the moment of Baiku's disorientation, Shalu swiftly darted toward Android 18, knowing she had yet to regain her sight. With a flick of his remaining tail, Shalu consumed Android 18 whole. Upon completing this deed, Baiku regained his senses, shocked that Shalu would resort to such tactics. After absorbing Android 18, Shalu's body began to undergo drastic transformations. He swelled in size, his muscles became more pronounced, and bolts of electricity crackled around him, amplifying his already formidable presence. A tremendous power erupted from within Shalu, sending everything around him into disarray. Baiku, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Shalu, inwardly lamented the situation. Slowly lifting his head, Shalu's eyes turned a menacing crimson, radiating a bloodthirsty glow. He flexed his body, emitting a series of bone-chilling roars. Baiku, you have thoroughly enraged me. Now, I shall make you pay dearly. Shalu's voice resonated like that of a demon from the depths of hell, filled with boundless malice. Baiku clenched his fists, acutely aware that the upcoming battle would be even more arduous, yet he showed no signs of retreat. Drawing a deep breath, he once again gathered his energy, preparing to face Shalu's unprecedentedly powerful onslaught. At this moment, Shalu's combat power had surged beyond 700 billion, casting a shadow of dread over the entire Earth. Shalu lunged at Baiku with such speed that he left only an afterimage in his wake. Just as Baiku braced for defense, Shalu abruptly vanished from view. In the next instant, Baiku felt a crushing blow to his back, sending him hurtling toward the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater upon impact. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from his lips. Shalah's power far exceeded his expectations. Shalah mockingly regarded Bai Ku. With such meager prowess, you think you can stop me? With that, he launched into another round of attacks, each punch accompanied by a devastating force. Bai Ku dodged and weaved, yet was continually struck. As Shalu's relentless assault wore him down, Bai Ku's injuries mounted and his energy waned. Just as he began to falter, a golden light streaked from the heavens. Son Goku had returned from the hyperbolic time chamber just in time. With a mighty shout, Son Goku positioned himself before Bai Ku, clashing forcefully with Shalah's fist. The resultant shockwave radiated outward, toppling nearby structures. Surprised by the energy Goku emitted, Shalah's eyes widened slightly. You've grown so strong. But this will not alter your fate. With that, Shalu renewed his offensive, and the battlefield descended into chaos, with fists and energy blasts colliding in a tempest of destruction. While battling, Son Goku keenly observed for any openings in Shalu's defenses, fully aware that this would be a grueling confrontation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He swiftly maneuvered behind Shalu, catching him off guard, and summoned a colossal energy sphere, launching it at Shalu with tremendous force. Shalu staggered back from the impact, his expression twisting in anger. Witnessing this, Bai Ku gathered his resolve and fought alongside Son Goku. The two executed a seamless combination of attacks, gaining the upper hand. When Shalu suddenly escalated his power, as Shalu intensified his assaults, Bai Ku and Son Goku found themselves on the defensive, struggling against Shalu's overwhelming energy. With a mighty Kamehameha wave, Shalu sent both warriors hurtling away. Just as they were propelled backward, Naz appeared behind them, blocking their retreat. Gazing at the transformed Shalu, Naz remarked coldly, I never expected the butterfly effect to be this potent. You possessed such terrifying power. Shalu erupted in laughter. All these changes stem from you. You are the anomaly, but I must thank you. Without you, I would not be this formidable. You are merely slightly stronger than them, yet still vastly inferior to me. Amused by Shalu's arrogance, Naz quipped, if that is the case, let me show you what it feels like to plummet from heaven to hell. With that, Naz transformed into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing an overwhelming energy that smoothed the previously rugged terrain. He then initiated a spatial maneuver, causing his hands to vanish only to reappear at Shalu's abdomen. In a shocking turn of events, as a white light flickered in Naz's hands, a similar luminescence emanated from Shalu's body. With a slight increase in force, a brilliant light burst forth from Shalu, as if a hidden secret within him was forcibly extracted. As the light dissipated, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Encased within the light was none other than the absorbed android 18. Now, Shalu trembled uncontrollably, his face a mask of terror. He staggered back, stammering, what kind of sorcery is this? How could you separate the 18 I so laboriously absorbed? Shalu's voice dripped with disbelief and fear, as if he were facing not just an ordinary adversary, but a demon wielding unfathomable power. At that moment, Son Goku, standing nearby, exclaimed, could it be the secret technique of Planet Yardrat, the force separation technique? His voice carried a note of realization. Yet, Shalu could not accept this revelation. Enraged, he bellowed, I refuse to believe it. This is all a lie. You will die? Without hesitation, Shalu harnessed all his energy into a single, devastating Kamehameha wave aimed directly at Naz. In the face of such a fierce attack, Naz remained remarkably composed. He did not even attempt to evade. With a casual flick of his fist, he effortlessly shattered Shalu's Kamehameha wave. Not only that, the sheer force of his punch sent Shalu hurtling through space like a meteor, soaring deep into the cosmos. Chapter 72. The cunning trap of Shalu's body soared into the depths of the cosmos, propelled by an unseen force. His velocity escalated, as if he were on the verge of breaking through the atmosphere and escaping the confines of Earth. Yet, just as he was about to breach the atmospheric barrier, a foot appeared abruptly behind him. This foot struck with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a powerful kick to Shalu's form. The impact was tremendous, sending Shalu plummeting to the earth like a meteor, his descent marked by fierce friction with the air, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Eventually, he crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a thunderous sound. The immense force of the impact caused the earth to cave in, forming a bottomless pit. Shalu lay quietly within the depths of the crater, his body motionless, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, as if all vitality had been drained from him. His form appeared severely damaged, rendered nearly incapacitated. Standing nearby, Nas observed the scene with a resigned shake of his head. He felt a twinge of pity for Shalu's unfortunate state. Yet he recognized this was the consequence of Shalu's own actions. Piccolo, you take care of him. I'll check on number 18. Nas stated before turning towards the direction of number 18. Upon reaching her side, he found her still in a state of unconsciousness. Gazing at her pale visage, a surge of emotion welled up within him. However, he quickly reminded himself of his marital status and strove to quell his turbulent feelings. Just then, a fragmented voice broke through Nas's contemplation. Thank you for saving number 18. I hope you can assist in saving number 17 as well. Before him stood Android 16. His upper body remaining intact. Nas was pleasantly surprised to see 16 still alive. With the help of Bulma and Dr. Brief, he could perhaps be repaired. However, he quickly regained his composure, smiled faintly, and replied in a light-hearted tone, "Oh, there's no need to be so formal. Helping number 17 is certainly no trouble at all. I'll inform Piccolo and the others." With that, Nas turned to seek out Piccolo and Son Goku. However, just as he took a step, an enormous roar echoed around him, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. Nas turned back in shock to see the very spot where they had just been engulfed in a massive blaze and thick smoke, as if the world itself had been torn asunder in that instant. Not good, Nas thought, instantly aware of the dire situation. He swiftly summoned his spatial powers and raced towards the source of the explosion. Upon arriving at the scene, the sight before him made him draw in a sharp breath. Son Goku and Piccolo lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies marred with wounds, a heartbreaking sight. Piccolo's leg had been utterly destroyed, blood staining the earth beneath him, while Son Goku's condition was even more severe, with one arm inexplicably missing and a deep energy wave wound, piercing his chest, blood pouring forth. Witnessing this, Nas's heart tightened, and without hesitation, he retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and hastily fed it to both Son Goku and Piccolo. Miraculously, as the beans slid down their throats, their injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate, returning to their former states in the blink of an eye. Slowly, they opened their eyes, bewildered, as if still reeling from the recent explosion. Concerned, Nas approached them and asked, "What on earth happened? I sent you to deal with a nearly defeated Shalu, and yet you find yourselves in this predicament?" Blushing slightly at Nas's words, Piccolo pointed towards the massive egg resting in the pit and explained, "We were preparing to deliver the final blow to Shalu when, unexpectedly, a powerful energy surged from the side and struck us hard. Then another Shalu appeared before us. This fiend showed no mercy, launching a fierce solar flare at us followed by a devastating energy wave. If I hadn't reacted quickly to shield Goku, he might have perished." Son Goku's face flushed with embarrassment as he listened to Piccolo's account. He reproached himself for being overly complacent, having relaxed his guard when he saw Shalu on the brink of defeat, only to be caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Nas's expression grew grave upon hearing Piccolo's words. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. The unpredictability of the situation was indeed a stark embodiment of the butterfly effect. While the three conversed, the once quiet egg lying in the pit began to show numerous fine cracks on its surface, as if an invisible hand were tearing it apart, spreading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the cracks covered the entire surface of the enormous egg, and then a blinding light burst forth from within, illuminating the entire area like a miniature sun. Once the brilliance subsided, Shalu's figure emerged from the shadows, ethereal and ghost-like. His exterior had not changed drastically, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that his skin had transformed into a striking silver hue, enveloped in a mysterious radiance. Moreover, his physique appeared more proportionate, his muscles defined and flowing, exuding an undeniable sense of power. Every movement he made was graceful and agile, as if liberated from the constraints of gravity. Most notably, Shalu's aura had deepened, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Although he had not unleashed his full power, Nas could still sense an overwhelming surge in Shalu's energy, far surpassing his previous levels. As Nas gazed at Shalu, the latter suddenly spoke. "I know you, Nas, leader of the Saiyan race. I am aware of your formidable strength, which commands respect. Now, I am curious, how vast is the chasm between our powers?" A slight smile graced Nas's lips as he replied, "Are you implying a challenge?" Shalu paused momentarily, taken aback by Nas's direct response, but quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, I wish to test my strength against yours. However, before that, I intend to host a martial arts tournament akin to the one on Planet Yardrat. After I defeat my opponents in the tournament, I shall challenge you. Nas couldn't help but chuckle at Shalu's words. He mused that Shalu had evidently been greatly influenced by the cells of the Saiyans, despite this being just the beginning. He was already exceedingly arrogant. With a confident smile, Nas responded, "Of course, that sounds delightful. I will ensure they train diligently. I am confident that we will bring you surprises and enjoyment in your tournament." In that fleeting moment upon hearing the words, Shalu's eyes gleamed with an illuminating spark. As if ignited by an unseen flame, his excitement palpable. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, "In that case, I shall entrust you with number 17. Consider it my token of gratitude." Upon hearing this, Nas felt a stirring within him, swiftly realizing that Shalu had undoubtedly overheard his conversation with number 16. This revelation granted Nas a renewed understanding of Shalu's capabilities. It appeared that not only had Shalu's strength burgeoned, but he had also acquired the unique talents characteristic of the Namekians. Regaining his composure, Nas replied slowly, "Indeed, it seems you differ significantly from the previous Shalu. Although you have absorbed a considerable amount of life, I sense intriguing potential within you. Should you genuinely seek redemption and forsake your malevolent ways, I might contemplate granting you a chance at life." Upon hearing Nas's words, Shalu did not immediately retort or display dissent. Instead, he merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by the proposition. "I shall consider it." Shalu's voice was calm and gentle, leaving his true thoughts elusive. Before his words faded, a blinding light erupted from Shalu, its brilliance slicing through the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Within this radiant glow, the figure of number 17 materialized like an apparition. After completing this act, Shalu showed no signs of lingering, turning and departing with the swiftness of lightning, vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind the dissipating light and a contemplative Nas. Chapter 73. The rejuvenated android trio. As Shalu departed, the atmosphere within the laboratory grew weighty. Piccolo gazed at Nas with urgency, unable to contain himself as he inquired, "Nas, are you truly considering aiding Shalu in hosting that martial arts tournament?" Nas furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly displeased with Piccolo's attitude, yet he patiently elucidated, "Yes, I believe it is a commendable idea. This Shalu presents a different aura than before. His obsession with martial arts appears to surpass his desire for world domination." Standing nearby, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, adding, "I share the same sentiment. This Shalu indeed seems more genuine than his predecessor, his pursuit of martial arts evidently more profound." Piccolo, taken aback by Wukong's words, fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Suddenly, as if clarity struck him, he declared, "Since both of you feel this way, I shall abide by your judgment. If he truly can repent and cease his previous wickedness, I will spare his life." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, both Nas and Sun Wukong exhaled in relief. They understood that although Piccolo appeared stubborn on the surface, he harbored a fundamentally kind heart. As long as Shalu could demonstrate his reformation, Piccolo would likely not impose difficulties upon him. Glancing at one another, Sun Wukong and Nas broke into smiles. Observing this, Piccolo contemplated a retort, but was suddenly alerted by the sight of two figures streaking towards them like meteors. In the blink of an eye, the two figures drew near, revealing themselves to be number 18, who was carrying number 16, both descending gracefully from the sky. Number 18 landed lightly, her gaze immediately falling upon the prostrate number 17, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. She hastened to 17's side, gently placing 16 beside him before turning her attention to Nas. Upon reaching Nas, she shyly lowered her head, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Nas, with his towering and robust physique, possessed a handsome visage that emanated determination and courage, captivating those around him. Number 18 gazed at Nas, an unfamiliar sensation swelling within her. Her voice trembled slightly as she softly expressed, "I heard from number 16 that you saved us. Now, you have also rescued my brother number 17. I truly am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Nas, taken by the unexpected charm of number 18, felt a flicker of affection arise within him. However, he quickly recalled his commitment to Bulma, and thus he steadied himself, responding with gravity, "There is no need for thanks. I previously stated that as long as you do not engage in wrongdoing, I will protect you on this planet." Then, Nas turned his gaze toward number 16, pausing for a moment before inhaling deeply and slowly articulating, "It is indeed lamentable that number 16 has come to this state. However, I have a proposal that I hope you will consider. After a brief pause, he continued, you may accompany us. I will enlist Bulma and Dr. Briefs to assist in determining whether number 16 can be restored. After all, they are experts in this field. Naz's eyes rested on number 18, seemingly gauging her reaction. Moreover, Shalu intends to host a martial arts tournament in the near future, which I believe could present a splendid opportunity for you. Initially, number 18 felt a surge of doubt upon hearing Naz suggest they follow him, but her countenance paled when she learned that Shalu was still alive. As if engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Shalu is still alive? Number 18's voice quivered. He was not vanquished by you? Naz, noticing her distress, quickly clarified, yes. Shalu is indeed alive. However, his current circumstances are rather unique, and I can provide you with a detailed explanation. Naz recounted Shalu's condition to numbers 16 and 18, detailing how he had absorbed the previous Shalu to augment his strength and the intent behind hosting the martial arts tournament. Upon hearing Naz's account, numbers 16 and 18 finally grasped the unfolding narrative. Just as they prepared to respond to Naz, a faint voice unexpectedly emerged from the side. They turned to see number 17, who had previously been unconscious, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze was somewhat hazy, as if still adrift in dreams, and his blurry sight settled upon the nearly defunct number 16. Gradually, he shifted his focus to Naz, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Akin to lightning cleaving through the darkened sky, he jolted upright, springing into action with a perfect fish-leap posture. Almost immediately, he summoned his energy, channeling every ounce of strength into one point, preparing to unleash a fierce assault upon Naz and his companions. Yet, just as he was poised to strike, numbers 16 and 18 cried out in unison, their voices booming like thunder, imperatively halting him. Upon hearing their calls, number 17 ceased his attack. As numbers 16 and 18 hastily elucidated the events that had transpired, they recounted in detail the preceding occurrences, including how they had been ambushed by adversaries and how Naz, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong had saved their lives. After absorbing their words, number 17's sense of guilt intensified. He deeply bowed before Naz and the others, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for saving us. I am truly grateful. We will certainly strive to repay your kindness." After a brief pause, number 17 added, "We concur with your sentiments. We too wish to accompany you to enhance our strength and participate in this martial arts tournament." Upon hearing number 17's words, a smile graced Naz's lips, and he offered a slight grin, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Are you not artificial beings? How can you still grow stronger?" Upon hearing his words, the 18th unit, standing nearby, rolled her eyes and replied, "Except for the 16th, who is a pure robot. Both the 17th and I are modified artificial beings, so of course, we can grow stronger. Moreover, we possess unlimited energy, as long as our power levels are comparable. No one can easily defeat us." Observing the suddenly proud demeanor of the 18th unit, Naz smiled again. Then, noticing the despondent expression of the 16th unit, he offered some comforting words. "Do not feel disheartened, 16th. Once Bulma and Dr. Brief restore your abilities, they will certainly enhance your strength significantly." Hearing Naz's words, the 16th unit smiled with joy. After his experience with Sheru, he had come to appreciate the importance of strength. He desired immense power to protect his friends and family. With this thought, he glanced at the 17th and 18th units, then looked up at the sky. At this moment, Naz spoke again, "Since that is the case, why don't you all gather around? Let us head to the temple to meet the others and plan our upcoming training." Subsequently, the 17th unit effortlessly lifted the 16th unit and brought him to Naz's side. Naz then activated his spatial powers, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the spot. Chapter 74. The restored Dragon Balls. Naz led everyone, akin to a whirlwind, to the heavenly temple, where their figures materialized just as Bulma and her companions were engaged in lively conversation within. Bulma and the others were evidently taken aback by the rapid arrival of Naz and the group, their expressions reflecting astonishment. On one side of the temple, Bulma's airborne fortress was parked, the massive craft gleaming prominently under the sunlight. The attention of the onlookers was soon captured by the artificial beings trailing behind Naz, their disheveled appearance eliciting gasps of surprise. Just as everyone was about to inquire about the situation, an astonishing scene unfolded. Vegeta, who had been leaning against a coconut tree, suddenly ignited with energy upon seeing the artificial beings, his aura surging dramatically. Like a flash of lightning, he darted towards the 18th unit with astonishing speed. His fist, propelled by fierce winds, was aimed directly at her, ready to land a devastating blow. Yet, at that critical moment, Sun Wukong appeared beside Vegeta in the blink of an eye. His movements were so swift they seemed to transcend the limitations of space as he seized Vegeta's attacking hand. Sun Wukong urgently called out, "Vegeta, they are not our enemies right now. Cease your attack." A hint of anxiety tinged his voice. However, Vegeta appeared oblivious to Sun Wukong's words, his gaze still brimming with hostility, prepared to unleash his assault. Just as Vegeta broke free from Sun Wukong's grasp, Nas materialized like a specter between the 18th unit and Vegeta, his presence acting as an insurmountable barrier separating them. Vegeta, seeing this, snorted disdainfully, clearly displeased by Nas's sudden appearance. Nevertheless, he calmed his aura slightly and stepped aside, distancing himself from the artificial beings. Nas took a deep breath and detailed the events that had transpired. When he mentioned Sheru, astonishment spread across the faces of the audience. "What? Sheru is that powerful?" exclaimed Jiaozi in disbelief. "Moreover, he can continuously absorb others' energy to enhance his own strength. That is truly terrifying." Yamcha added. The group began to murmur in concern over Sheru's existence. At this moment, Krillin stepped forward, brow furrowed, and addressed Nas. "Master Nas, do you truly intend to spare Sheru? I believe he poses a significant threat, akin to a ticking time bomb." Nas smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on Krillin's shoulder. "Do not worry, Krillin. As long as you all train diligently to match his strength, you will naturally be able to limit his movements. Furthermore, his method of gaining power by absorbing others is ultimately finite. He will never reach the peak of strength." Nas's words eased the group's anxiety somewhat. Yet doubts about Sheru lingered. "All right, everyone, do not dwell on worries. Next, I will implement specialized training for your dimensional cultivation." Nas continued. "To facilitate your rapid enhancement of strength, I have decided to utilize all the spirit fruits we have accumulated, along with the latest generation of cosmic essence developed by Bulma and the others. These invaluable resources will assist you in your training, and I believe you will see remarkable results." Upon hearing this news, the eyes of the group brightened with anticipation for the forthcoming training. However, at that moment, Tianjin Fan interjected, "How much time will Sheru allow us to train? When exactly will the martial arts tournament begin?" The gaze of the crowd shifted towards Tianjin Fan, evidently intrigued by his question. Just then, the previously silent Piccolo finally spoke up. He said that once he constructs the arena, the entire world will be informed. "I imagine he will announce it through television or online platforms." Piccolo's response provided the group with a clearer understanding of Sheru's plans. Yet, as everyone contemplated how to utilize this time for training, Piccolo added, "However, there is a current issue. Due to our excessively intense training in the hyperbolic time chamber, it is now in a cooling phase. Even with Bobo's full efforts to repair it, it will take at least 3 days. This will undoubtedly affect our training plans. Unfortunately, we no longer possess the Dragon Balls to wish for the restoration of the time chamber." Piccolo's words cast a heavy pall over the group, as the time chamber was a crucial venue for their strength enhancement, and its unavailability posed a significant obstacle to their training plans. Just as everyone felt disheartened by this predicament, Nas suddenly conceived an idea. He proposed, "In that case, should we consider visiting Namek? Perhaps we might find a suitable candidate to assume the role of the new Kai." Upon hearing Nas's suggestion, the group felt enlightened and unanimously expressed their approval by nodding. With the support of everyone, Nas felt reassured and turned to Piccolo, calmly instructing, "Piccolo, you shall take charge of this matter. Go to Namek and select a new Kai." Piccolo nodded expressionlessly, his movements brisk and decisive. He raised his hand slightly, his fingers pressing against his forehead. In the blink of an eye, Piccolo's figure vanished like a flash of lightning, as if he had never existed. The onlookers were left in awe, marveling at his extraordinary instantaneous movement ability. Piccolo's destination was King Kai's planet, for he needed the King's power to reach Namek more effectively, given that the battle power on Namek was still relatively low. Upon arriving at King Kai's planet, Piccolo explained his intention, and King Kai provided him with the precise location of Namek. Piccolo paused briefly to adjust his condition before using instant transmission again, this time to Namek. After resolving the selection of the new Kami, Nurse turned to Bulma and said gently, Bulma, you and Dr. Brief will probably have to work hard now. There's something we need your help with. And I'm not sure if it will affect your health. Bulma instinctively touched her stomach, then smiled and said, It's all right, nurse. I'm feeling pretty good right now, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Please let me know what you need. Nurse felt relieved and continued, It's like this. We need to repair Android 16 and see if we can use technology to further enhance him. After all, he suffered some damage in the previous battle. Bulma thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That's no problem. My dad and I can repair and enhance him in our aerial fortress. However, we'll need to examine him to determine the specifics. Hearing Bulma's words, the three androids standing nearby were also overjoyed. Android 18 quickly stepped forward and said to Bulma, Then, Android 16, I'll leave the rest to you and Dr. Brief. Just as everyone was enthusiastically discussing the upcoming training plan, suddenly, a figure flashed into Cammy's lookout. Everyone looked on in astonishment, only to see Piccolo appear before them like a ghost, followed closely by what looked like a miniature version of Piccolo. This sudden appearance drew everyone's attention, especially Gohan, who had been standing next to Chi-Chi. His eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a rare treasure, and he excitedly shouted to the Namekian, Tintin. Long time no see. I never expected it to be you, Cammy. Gohan's voice was filled with surprise and joy. He was clearly very surprised by Tintin's appearance. Tintin, hearing Gohan's call, also smiled happily and replied, Gohan, it's you. It's been so long. Yes, Piccolo was choosing a new Cammy, and I just remembered you were on Earth, so I came over. We can see each other more often now. With that, Tintin and Gohan ran excitedly towards each other, then held hands tightly, hopping and skipping like two little rabbits. News. Watching this scene, couldn't help but smile slightly. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Tintin to end up in this important role as Cammy. But it's good, after all. Tintin's talent is truly outstanding. And as a member of the Dragon Clan, his talent and abilities are not to be underestimated. Just as Tintin and Gohan were happily exchanging pleasantries, Piccolo interrupted them, gesturing for Popo to bring out the Shenron model. When Tintin saw the Shenron model, his expression instantly turned serious. He took a deep breath and slowly placed his hands on the Shenron model. As Tian Tian chanted the incantation, the previously still dragon model suddenly began to tremble slightly. Immediately afterward, a dazzling golden light erupted from the model, like the breaking of dawn, illuminating the entire plaza. This golden light rapidly ascended into the air, then circled several times, as if displaying its power and majesty. Just as everyone was marveling at it, the golden light suddenly split into 7 beams, shooting down like meteors, heading straight for the mortal realm. That's it. The Dragon Ball can be used now, and the Dragon God now has one more wish than before, granting 2 wishes. Tian Tian watched the 7 beams of golden light disappear into the horizon, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Hearing Tian Tian's words, everyone gathered around, praising him profusely. Tian Tian, you're amazing. This dragon model is so magical in your hands. Tian Tian, you're a genius. Faced with the praise, Tian Tian blushed slightly and scratched his head somewhat shyly. With Shenron restored, Bulma quickly took out her dragon radar, looking at the Dragon Balls displayed across Earth. Everyone laughed happily. Then, Goku volunteered to collect the Dragon Balls and flew to the mortal realm. Watching Goku go to collect the Dragon Balls, everyone adjusted their own state, preparing for a new round of training. Chapter 75 Preparations before the martial arts tournament. As Goku collected all 7 Dragon Balls, everyone's excitement grew. Finally, the moment to summon Shenron arrived. Tintin stood before the Dragon Balls, took a deep breath, and then called upon Shenron in a clear voice. With her call, the Dragon Balls began to emit a dazzling light, and with the appearance of a golden lightning bolt, the entire Earth was plunged into darkness. Accompanied by bursts of lightning and thunder, a gigantic green dragon gradually appeared in the sky. Although everyone had seen Shenron before, witnessing it again still left them all in awe. Its majestic aura inspired awe. Tell me your wishes, and I can grant you anything. 2 wishes at once. Hearing Shenron's words, everyone was overjoyed. They hadn't expected Shenron to actually grant 2 wishes. Tian Tian, standing nearby, made 2 important wishes without hesitation. The first wish was to repair the time chamber, filled with mysterious and powerful energy. This time chamber was a treasure trove for the warriors' training. Time flowed differently inside than outside. A day inside might only equal a few minutes outside. This gave the warriors more time to break through their limits and improve their strength. The second wish was to remove the time bomb-like device within the androids' bodies. This device had always been a shadow over Android 18 and 17, like an invisible shackle, constantly binding them and preventing them from living truly freely. Android 18 was deeply moved after making her wish. She had always lived in fear, terrified that the bomb would suddenly be controlled and explode, ending her life. Now, with her wish fulfilled, she was finally freed from this terrible bondage and gained true freedom. Now that the bomb was deactivated, she felt an unprecedented sense of ease and liberation, and her affection for Natsu, who had uttered her wish, grew even stronger. After fulfilling these two wishes, Natsu rested briefly before eagerly embarking on his journey to planet Yardrat. He harbored an important plan to summon the Saiyan warriors, including Dashima, Temet, and Larry, to Earth. Natsu also wanted to use the martial arts tournament to give them ample training, ideally allowing them to break through their limits under pressure. When these Saiyan warriors arrived on Earth, the Z fighters were already eagerly awaiting their arrival. After their training on planet Yardrat, they became good friends with the Scions of Yardrat. After meeting, the group exchanged ideas and honed their skills in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. They then entered the restored mental time chamber, preparing to embark on a rigorous and challenging training journey. Inside the time chamber, the group sat together and collaboratively developed a detailed training plan. After careful consideration, Nas decided to focus on dimensional breakthrough as his primary training direction. The breakthrough of the dimensional realm can deepen their potential and provide them with a plethora of tactical options and advantages in battle. However, transcending the dimensional boundary demands immense effort and time. In addition to focusing on their dimensional abilities, the individuals did not neglect the auxiliary training of their physical strength. For formidable power is the foundation of combat. In the unique temporal and environmental support of the Spirit Time Room, each warrior devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their cultivation. They continuously challenged their limits, sparred with one another, and drew lessons from their failures. Furthermore, with the aid of spiritual fruits and cosmic essences, their confidence in dimensional cultivation grew. Time passed unnoticed, and the warriors' strength steadily increased. After a period of diligent training, everyone made significant progress, achieving a qualitative leap in both their dimensional cultivation and the enhancement of their own powers. Meanwhile, the nefarious being, Shalu, was not idle. He was concocting a grand scheme. A sly smile crept across his lips as he retrieved his time machine from a concealed corner. This device was his secret weapon, enabling him to traverse various parallel universes. Without hesitation, Shalu activated the time machine, and with a blinding flash, his form vanished from sight. The machine soared through the tunnel of time and space like a meteor, where Shalu experienced the passage of time and the shifting of dimensions. Eventually, the time machine arrived at a parallel universe. Stepping out, Shalu immediately commenced his search. Utilizing his formidable perception, he sought out his counterpart in this unfamiliar world. Fortune favored the diligent. Before long, he encountered a figure strikingly similar to himself. He rushed forward, mercilessly absorbing that counterpart. However, upon completion of the absorption, Shalu was astonished to find that his strength had not experienced the anticipated enhancement. Although this parallel counterpart shared similar genes and power foundations, the differences between parallel universes seemed to diminish the efficacy of the absorption. Undeterred, Shalu was resolute that absorbing more counterparts from various parallel universes would surely yield a qualitative leap in his powers. Thus, he continued piloting the time machine, traversing one parallel universe after another in search of counterparts to absorb. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the results remained unsatisfactory. Each counterpart from the parallel universes provided only negligible enhancements to his physique. After numerous attempts, Shalu finally recognized that this plan might not be as easily realized as he had hoped. Though reluctant, he resolved to abandon this method and return to his original universe. As the time machine powered up, Shalu's figure once again disappeared into the tunnel of parallel universes. Upon returning to his primary universe, Shalu's heart burned with fury, the anger roiling within him. He could not comprehend why, despite absorbing so many counterparts, he had not grown stronger. This confusion and sense of defeat tormented him with profound despair and anxiety. In search of answers, Shalu decided to journey to the Arctic Glacier. This location was a stronghold of Dr. Jero, where he had previously relocated some vital machinery and supercomputers after destroying Jero's laboratory. As Shalu stepped into the cold, silent expanse of the glacier, he felt the biting chill penetrate to his bones. Yet, this did little to quell the flames of rage within him. He walked directly to the supercomputer, hoping to uncover some clues. Through the insights provided by the supercomputer, Shala finally understood the reason behind his lack of strength despite absorbing so many counterparts from parallel universes. It turned out that his cellular structure had reached a state of perfect saturation, rendering further absorption ineffective for power enhancement. This revelation enlightened Shala, yet it also instilled a sense of despair. Nevertheless, he did not choose to surrender. Guided by the computer's suggestions, he learned that the only way forward was through self-training and combat to awaken the Saiyan genes within him, thus achieving an increase in strength. Shala took a deep breath and resolved to cast aside his anxiety and anger, dedicating himself entirely to training and combat. He understood that this path would be fraught with hardship and challenges, yet he was unafraid. In the days that followed, Shala began preparing for the martial arts tournament he had promised Nas. He was ready to embrace this ultimate challenge to apply pressure on himself and enhance his strength. Once Shala had made all the necessary preparations, he arrived at the broadcasting tower and issued a challenge to the entire world. Chapter 76. The martial arts tournament begins as Shala announced the commencement of the martial arts tournament before the world. The entire globe erupted like a powder keg, igniting in an instant. Those truly formidable martial artists quickly recognized the immense risks hidden behind this contest. They understood that their strength could not possibly contend with a foe as powerful as Shala, and wisely opted to retreat from this life-and-death struggle. In stark contrast were the boxers, who, oblivious to the true circumstances, were instead stirred by Shala's declaration. Their interest and fighting spirit ignited as they eagerly prepared to participate in this seemingly exhilarating competition. Meanwhile, within the Temple of the Gods, Master Roshi and his companions were intently focused on the television screen, closely monitoring Shala's every move. Upon witnessing Shala's announcement, a wave of anxiety and concern surged within them. They were acutely aware of the critical importance of Nas and the others' training in the spirit time room, which must not be disturbed by external affairs. Thus, they resolved to patiently await outside the spirit time room, ready to inform Nas and his companions as soon as they emerged. Time ticked by, and after several days, the group remained steadfast in the Temple of the Gods Plaza, anxiously awaiting Nas's appearance. Just then, an unexpected event unfolded. Suddenly, the space nearby appeared to be enveloped by a gigantic mirror, which began to crack and rapidly spread. As the shattered area expanded, the onlookers gazed in astonishment at the fractured space, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. Yet, as their gazes pierced through the chaotic void, a shocking sight was revealed. Nas and his companions stood on the opposite side of the shattered realm. Their garments were tattered, as if they had endured a harrowing battle. Each face bore an expression of extreme fatigue, revealing a profound weariness. Upon seeing everyone safely emerge from the fractured space, Bulma felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. Without hesitation, she commanded the robot to guide them to the mobile aerial fortress, a temporary refuge she had prepared. This fortress was exquisitely equipped, having been transformed into a city capable of housing hundreds of thousands, complete with a complete Earth biological chain. This mobile stronghold was actually repurposed from planet Bixida. Originally, the core energy of Bixida was crucial to its existence, but Bulma and Dr. Brief, leading their entire team, had successfully replaced the original core with a controllable stellar nucleus after extensive research and effort. Today, planet Bixida not only boasted a cadre of powerful metal warriors to safeguard the mobile aerial fortress, but also featured an inexhaustible energy core. This significantly enhances the strength of the entire mobile aerial fortress, far surpassing that of the current galactic patrol. Under the guidance of the robots, everyone finally arrived at the mobile aerial fortress. With its well-equipped facilities and comfortable environment, it provided a perfect haven for rest and recuperation. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the group could finally relax their bodies and minds, allowing them to forget the fatigue and perils they had previously endured. Once everyone had sufficiently rested, Nas quickly gathered them together and, with a serious expression, conveyed, "Just moments ago, Master Wu Tian informed us that Sheru has recently announced the details of the martial arts tournament to the world via television. Moreover, there are only 3 days left until the tournament officially commences." The news sent a wave of excitement through the crowd, prompting animated discussions. "How will we participate?" Krillin was the first to voice his concern, a hint of worry etched on his face. After a moment's contemplation, Nas replied, "Based on my understanding of Sheru, He will undoubtedly challenge Sun Wukong and Piccolo first. As for the rest of you, I cannot ascertain who he might choose as his opponents. However, for most of you, this battle will primarily serve as a learning experience to accumulate knowledge. Despite your intensified training during this period, I perceive that a considerable gap still exists between most of you and Sheru. Upon hearing Naz's words, the group fell silent, nodding in agreement without offering any rebuttal. Just then, Vegeta interjected, I will definitely take the stage. Last time, Kakarot fought alone. This time, I wish to personally test Sheru's abilities. His voice brimming with confidence and determination. In response to Vegeta's declaration, Raditz and Tien Shinhan chimed in. I also wish to participate in this battle to see how far I have come. Witnessing the growing enthusiasm among the group, Nas smiled, realizing that Sheru would likely be thrilled to face such a multitude of challengers, which would undoubtedly amuse him. After solidifying their plans, Nas instructed everyone to rest well over the next few days in anticipation of the upcoming battle. The group nodded in agreement and began to disperse, while Nas took the opportunity to spend quality time with Bulma, as their child might very well be born after the Sheru martial arts tournament. 3 days swiftly passed, and on this day, with Bulma's assistance, Nas donned the new battle attire she had designed. I know your strength far exceeds that of Sheru, but I implore you to prioritize your safety. The baby and I are waiting for your return. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Nas smiled and embraced her, reassuring her, rest assured. No one in the universe capable of defeating me has yet emerged. After sharing a tender moment with Bulma, Nas prepared to set off, where he found Tien, Raditz, Dasma, and Piccolo already waiting outside. As Nas emerged, the group nodded in acknowledgement without uttering another word and began their flight towards Sheru's location. En route, they encountered Tien Shinhan, Kairatsu, and Yamcha, and after uniting, they swiftly headed towards the venue of the martial arts tournament. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a bustling crowd, comprising both participants and reporters from various media outlets. The sight of Nas and his companions soaring through the air astonished many onlookers, with some mistaking them for acrobats performing aerial stunts. Among the older spectators, however, a glimmer of recognition sparked in their eyes, as if they were aware of deeper secrets. At that moment, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Krillin arrived at the scene, further energizing the atmosphere with their presence. I didn't expect a troupe of acrobats to join the competition. It seems the standards of this tournament have significantly diminished, one spectator scoffed. TCH, your skills have already lowered the bar, another retorted. What did you say? Do you want to fight? All right. With me, the world champion present, victory is assured. Amidst the commotion, the loudest voice belonged to Satan, who appeared to be one of the stronger contenders among the fighters. Nevertheless, Nas and his group remained unfazed. And just as someone approached to provoke them, Vegeta, Nappa, and Trunks arrived on the scene. Vegeta landed with a forceful thud, causing the surrounding fighters to stagger, his formidable aura commanding immediate respect. Seeing that Nas and his companions had arrived, Sheru ceased his posturing, inquiring, Nas, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, who wishes to go first? Taken aback, Nas pondered, what has Sheru been up to lately to become so eager for battle? It appears he has grown quite overconfident. Sheru smiled, but offered no further commentary. At that moment, Satan piped up, since we arrived first, we should be the ones to compete. Hearing Satan's declaration, Nas and the others exchanged glances of disbelief. And upon noticing Sheru's lack of objection, they settled in to enjoy the spectacle of Sheru and Satan's antics. As Nas and his companions eagerly anticipated the unfolding of Sheru's performance, Sheru abruptly turned his gaze towards Satan, glaring fiercely. His stare seemed to harbor boundless power, and a potent aura surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing down on Satan and his companions. Unprepared for such an overwhelming force, Satan was sent flying, his body arcing through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Not only did Satan falter, but the surrounding spectators were also left in shock, collapsing as if struck by an invisible force. In this tense moment, Sun Wukong appeared on the arena like a bolt of lightning. His expression grave, he addressed Sheru. Enough, Sheru. They are merely ordinary individuals. There's no need to intimidate them. Let me fight you first. Sun Wukong's voice, though not loud, resonated with authority that could not be dismissed. Witnessing Sun Wukong's swift descent to the arena, Vegeta's expression darkened, and he fumed. Damn it. Kakarot has jumped the gun. I'm next. No one should dare to contest me. Vegeta's glare bore into his companions, Trunks, Piccolo, Raditz, warning them against vying for the next opportunity to fight. As Sun Wukong descended upon the arena like a celestial being, the audience was left agape in astonishment. And one reporter, particularly elated, nearly leaped from his seat. This reporter hailed from Wukong City and was intimately familiar with Sun Wukong's illustrious exploits, harboring immense admiration and affection for him. While the crowd remained captivated by Sun Wukong's sudden emergence, the reporter quickly dropped to the ground, aiming his camera at the Saiyan and broadcasting live, recounting Sun Wukong's glorious past. His words reverberated across the globe, captivating audiences far and wide, igniting a fervor that swept the world in response to Sun Wukong's arrival. In a distant capital, the king who had once honored Sun Wukong felt his prior anxiety and unease dissipate upon witnessing the Saiyan's presence in the arena. He understood that Sun Wukong was an individual endowed with formidable strength and unparalleled courage. With him in the fray, perhaps this crisis could be averted. Meanwhile, the arrogant Shalu on the arena also took note of Sun Wukong's sudden seriousness. His previously haughty demeanor slightly diminished at that moment, and the surrounding spectators felt the oppressive atmosphere dissipate, gradually rising to their feet. At this juncture, a smirk crept across Shalu's lips. I had intended to save you and Nas for last, but it seems you are eager to meet your demise. Very well, I shall oblige. With that, Shalu's muscles tensed violently, a powerful aura erupting from him like a volcano. However, in the face of Shalu's provocation, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. He inhaled deeply, then unleashed a thunderous roar, his ki surging dramatically, golden light flickering around him like lightning. In a heartbeat, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his hair standing even more erect, enveloped in crackling energy, his gaze sharp as a blade. Seeing this, Shalu, unwilling to be outdone, let out a fierce roar, his body shaking violently as his aura soared like a tempest. In that instant, their tremendous energies collided like two surging torrents, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the world, the winds howling as the surrounding air bubbled with this overwhelming force. Debris from the ground began to levitate, as if liberated from the bonds of gravity, swirling in the air, manipulated by this ferocious power. The audience, caught in this sudden gale, staggered, and some were even lifted off the ground. Witnessing the impending danger to the crowd, Sun Wufan, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi sprang into action, positioning themselves before the spectators. They swiftly unleashed their own ki, forming sturdy shields akin to iron walls, effectively countering the overwhelming auras emanating from Sun Wukong and Shalu. On the arena, the energies of Sun Wukong and Shalu continued to escalate, and upon reaching a critical threshold, their forms darted toward each other like lightning. With a resounding crash, their fists collided like celestial bodies, producing a deafening sound that shattered the ground beneath them into fragments, sending debris flying in all directions. What followed was an exhilarating exchange of blows, each impact generating shockwaves that wreaked further havoc around them. Despite Yamcha and the others exerting their utmost to maintain the protective barrier, it ultimately succumbed to the cataclysmic force. Just as the aftermath threatened to engulf the onlookers, a green figure darted through the chaos like a specter. Bike appeared before the residual waves. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full energy, forming an even stronger shield that staunchly resisted the terrifying assault. You all need to leave this place immediately. Bike's voice thundered among the crowd, resonating with an authority that brooked no dissent. Many, upon hearing his command, paled and hastily began to gather their belongings, preparing to vacate the perilous scene. In a short time, the once bustling arena lay eerily deserted, save for a few reporters who remained steadfast, intent on documenting the fierce confrontation. Observing this, Krillin hurried forward, imploring them earnestly, "Please, it is truly dangerous here. You must evacuate." Yet, the reporters disregarded his warnings, resolutely believing it was their duty to report on this pivotal battle. With a resigned sigh, Krillin recognized their commitment to their profession but knew their lives were paramount. After careful consideration, he resolved to escort them to Nas' location, where safety was relatively assured. Thus, Krillin hastily led the reporters to Nas' vicinity. Upon seeing them approach, Nas expressed surprise. "Why have you brought these reporters here?" Krillin explained. "They refused to leave, so I brought them here. At least it's safer." Nas nodded, acknowledging the situation. He regarded the reporters with a hint of frustration, but resolved to ensure their safety as best he could. As Krillin arranged everyone, the battle on the arena intensified dramatically. The clash between Sun Wukong and Shalu had entered a fever pitch, their movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, each collision unleashing tremendous energy fluctuations. Suddenly, Shalu seized an opening, teleporting behind Sun Wukong and delivering a powerful kick. Sun Wukong reacted with lightning speed, pivoting to evade and countering with a punch. Shalu effortlessly blocked it, then concentrated his energy, launching a massive energy wave towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong rapidly crossed his arms to shield himself, channeling his ki to deflect the oncoming wave. A blinding light erupted as their energies clashed. Just as the energy wave and Sun Wukong reached a stalemate, Shalu intensified his output. Sun Wukong felt the pressure mount, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. In a moment of desperation, he roared, his body radiating immense light that nullified Shalu's attack. As the brilliance faded, an astonishing transformation unfolded before their eyes. Sun Wukong's hair grew rapidly, mirroring that of Radz, and his eyebrows vanished completely, rendering his visage fearsome and almost unrecognizable. Even more astonishingly, the electricity surrounding him surged with wild intensity. Shalu, witnessing this transformation, momentarily froze before erupting into laughter. Sun Wukong, you have truly surprised me. This transformation allows me to fully unleash my potential. Only now do you merit being my adversary. Before his words could fully dissipate, Shalu unleashed his own might. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. The two formidable energies intertwined and clashed, generating shockwaves that surged forth like a tempest, penetrating the very fabric of reality and reaching realms beyond. In a distant realm of the divine, two enigmatic figures sensed the energies of Sun Wukong and Shalu. One of them remarked in astonishment, "This aura is emanating from the lower realm? When did such formidable power emerge from there? It rivals even that of the demon." Chapter 78. Sun Wukong's defeat. The arrogant Shalu, as various parties remained enraptured by the extraordinary might of Sun Wukong and Shalu. These two unparalleled warriors clashed once more, instantly engaging in a fierce battle that spanned dozens of rounds. In the arena, Sun Wukong and Shalu clashed like two meteors, each punch unleashing a shockwave that seemed to tear apart the very air around them. Observing the intense battle, Nas couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, an action that caught the curiosity of those nearby, who turned their gazes toward him, eager for an explanation. Sensing their attention, Nas slowly began to speak. "Look, on the surface, Wukong and Shalu appear evenly matched, but the reality is quite different. If you observe closely, you will notice that Wukong's energy is depleting at a much faster rate than Shalu's. This implies that if Wukong cannot defeat Shalu in a short time, the outcome of this battle is uncertain." Upon hearing Na's words, the crowd exhibited expressions of dawning realization, preparing to scrutinize the unfolding situation. At that moment, Vegeta interjected. Although Super Saiyan 3 has significantly enhanced power, the dispersion of energy remains a major issue until one reaches a certain level of mastery. Kakarot is always pursuing higher transformations without addressing the problem of rapid energy loss. In my opinion, Super Saiyan 2 is currently the most perfected form. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend Vegeta's unwavering confidence, especially given Shalu's formidable prowess. Yet, amidst their discussions, Sun Wukong suddenly displayed astonishing strength. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Shalu staggering backward, then swiftly crouched down, his hands blossoming like a lotus as he shouted, "Kamehameha!" Accompanied by this fierce cry, a colossal wave of energy surged forth like a blazing meteor, hurtling directly towards the recently stabilized Shalu. Startled, Shalu crossed his arms, channeling all his strength to withstand the impending onslaught. At the moment of impact, a thunderous roar erupted, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the entire battlefield, resembling a massive mushroom cloud. Unyielding, Sun Wukong relentlessly fueled the Kamehameha, an unceasing torrent of energy surging forward. Under the force of this overwhelming power, Shalu emitted a piercing scream that resonated through the air, chilling the souls of those who heard it. After a considerable time, the dust began to settle, revealing only two solitary legs where Shalu had once stood. His body vanished without a trace. Witnessing this shocking scene, The reporters nearby were unable to contain their excitement, shouting fervently as their voices reverberated across the skies. Meanwhile, Krillin, Jiaozi, and Trunks felt their previously taut nerves relax, their faces breaking into joyous smiles. However, just as the crowd reveled in their elation, Sun Wukong abruptly shattered the jubilant atmosphere. Breathing heavily, he fixed his gaze on Shalu's legs, solemnly stating, "Shalu, stop pretending. I know that attack couldn't possibly have killed you." The remaining legs of Shalu emitted a low, mocking laugh. "Heh, I never expected you to be so cautious." Before the words left his mouth, an astonishing sight unfolded. Shalu's upper body surged forth like bamboo shoots after rain, erupting from the destroyed legs. This sudden turn of events silenced the celebrating crowd, their faces paling in disbelief as they beheld this seemingly indestructible creature. "What kind of monster is this? How can he still be alive?" Someone exclaimed in shock. Indeed, more than half of his body was obliterated. How can he still survive? Another echoed, their voice laced with fear and despair. Amidst the turmoil, Sun Wukong remained composed, addressing Shalu with clarity and conviction. "Last time, I was careless and fell victim to your treachery, nearly leading to Piccolo's demise. Since that day, I vowed never to repeat that mistake. I will not be careless again." His words resonated with fierce determination and regret, revealing his profound remorse for past missteps. Nevertheless, he had not succumbed to despair, but instead drew lessons from his failures, becoming more cautious and vigilant. He continued, "When I sensed Piccolo's energy within you, I immediately deduced that you possessed his cells. Therefore, you must also have regenerative abilities." Wukong's insight was nothing short of remarkable, as he was able to deduce such crucial information merely from sensing his opponent's energy. This not only showcased his mastery over energy manipulation, but also demonstrated his wisdom and keen awareness in battle. Upon hearing Wukong's analysis, not only was Shalu taken aback, but the onlookers were equally astonished. They had never anticipated that Wukong could so accurately assess Shalu's capabilities, which undoubtedly reshaped their understanding of his strength and combat experience. While the crowd was still reeling from Wukong's perceptiveness, Shalu completed his recovery. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wukong, clearly shaken by the latter's deductions. Yet, Wukong did not afford Shalu much time to react. He unleashed his full energy, a powerful force surging within him as if it sought to break free from his physical form. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward, launching at Shalu like a cannonball with astonishing speed. Shalu, recognizing the threat, swiftly gathered his strength to meet Wukong head-on. The two collided once more, their battle more intense than before, each clash resonating like tremors through the earth. Vegeta clenched his fists nearby, filled with reluctant determination. "Kakarot, don't lose. If you falter, I'll have to step in myself." In the arena, Wukong and Shalu became increasingly indistinct. Their speed surpassed the limits of human sight. Suddenly, Shalu seized an opportunity, delivering a knee strike to Wukong's abdomen that sent him flying. Wukong steadied himself in midair, taking a deep breath before charging back at Shalu. Alternating his attacks between punches and energy blasts, Shalu defended with all his might, and the two found themselves locked in a stalemate. At that moment, Shalu feigned an attack, quickly maneuvering behind Wukong, gathering a potent energy in his hands, ready to launch a lethal strike. However, Wukong was prepared. He sidestepped and countered with a palm strike to Shalu's chest, causing him to stagger backward. As Shalu retreated, his eyes shot beams of energy toward Wukong, who executed a backflip to evade the assault. Seizing the moment, Shalu dashed behind Wukong, delivering a flurry of punches to his back. Wukong endured the blows, using Shalu's momentum to kick toward his head, but Shalu blocked the strike with his arm. The two then distanced themselves, and Wukong, panting heavily, regarded Shalu for a moment before suddenly reverting from his Super Saiyan transformation to his normal state, declaring, "I concede. It seems I am no match for you. Hence, I shall leave the battle to you and them." With that, Sun Wukong did not wait for Shalu to respond and instantly used instant transmission to appear beside Nas and the others. Just as Shalu was about to speak, the impatient Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and, fueled by his determination, flew directly in front of Shalu. At that moment, Shalu's gaze fell upon Vegeta, then swiftly glanced at the already departed Sun Wukong. "Vegeta, your strength is on par with Sun Wukong's. If he has fallen before me, do you still harbor hopes of victory?" A smirk of disdain crept upon Shalu's lips as he taunted Vegeta. Nevertheless, Vegeta was not one to be easily provoked. With a scoff, he retorted without showing any weakness. Humph. The outcome can only be known through battle. Are you afraid? Upon hearing Vegeta's resolute response, Shalu was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated Vegeta's stubbornness, yet it ignited his fighting spirit. Fear? How could I, Shalu, fear someone of your caliber? Since you are so confident, I shall oblige you and deal with you along with those who wish to face me. A glint of coldness flashed in Shalu's eyes as he inhaled deeply, dramatically elevating his energy to a new pinnacle. This overwhelming aura swept across the space like a tempest. Compared to his earlier clash with Suan Wukong, Shalu's power was evidently superior at this moment. With his energy at its zenith, he clenched his fists tightly and unleashed a mighty roar. As he did, his wings suddenly tore open, revealing a massive aperture. In the blink of an eye, 12 diminutive blue Shalus erupted from that opening like bolts of lightning. These miniature Shalus circled around him like soldiers, exuding an unsettling aura. Shalu disdainfully regarded Vegeta and the others, proclaiming, "Since you all wish to challenge me, first defeat these small Shalus before facing me." Ha! Infuriated by Shalu's insult, Vegeta's rage ignited. He unleashed his full energy and charged at Shalu, only to be met by one of the small Shalus, which intercepted his attack. The remaining small Shalus, no longer holding back, unleashed their energy and advanced toward Nas and the others. Aside from Nas, the trio of androids, Earth fighters, and the three Temet quickly transformed, unleashing their powers to engage the small Shalus in battle. Chapter 79. The Mighty Nas. Ruthlessly overwhelming Shalu. Though these small Shalus were diminutive in stature, they displayed astonishing prowess in combat, with their battle powers reaching approximately 80 billion. Fortunately, the group had undergone rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, aside from Yamcha, Kalin, and Jiaozi, whose powers were slightly lacking. The rest were nearly equal to the small Shalus. Amidst the fierce clashes, beams of light darted like meteors, each strike causing tremendous tremors that shook everything around. At that moment, Shalu suddenly soared toward Nas, his speed like that of lightning, arriving before him in an instant. "Nas, it appears we are the only two left. Shall we commence our battle?" A provocative smile graced Shalu's face. In response, Nas slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. "Of course. Since you are so eager, allow me to show you what it means when we say there are realms beyond realms, and beings beyond beings." With that, Nas enveloped the remaining fighters in a powerful protective shield to ensure their safety. Then, he and Shalu flew toward an uninhabited area, distancing themselves from the fierce battlefield. Upon reaching a vast expanse, they exchanged a glance and simultaneously let out a furious roar, subsequently elevating their energies to unprecedented heights. Accompanied by his roar, radiant golden light emanated from Nas' body as if he were cloaked in a golden aura. In that fleeting moment, Nas achieved his transformation into a Super Saiyan. After 2 grueling training sessions, Nas' base power had reached an astonishing 2 billion. When he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power skyrocketed to an astounding 16 billion. Although Shalu had speculated about Nas' strength prior, witnessing such formidable power firsthand filled him with awe. However, Shalu was not deterred by this shock. Rather, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He realized that battling a warrior as powerful as Nas would push him to his limits, enabling him to grow stronger under immense pressure. Without hesitation, Shalu unleashed all of his power. In an instant, a formidable aura surrounded him, causing his battle power to soar to 15 billion. The two powerful energies collided in the air like 2 surging torrents, creating a tempest that swept across the region, stirring sand and rocks, darkening the sky. The fighters engaged in battle were utterly unprepared for this sudden display of might, as if they were leaves caught in a hurricane, defenselessly blown away. They gazed in astonishment at the terrifying power exhibited by Nas and Shalu. As the others were flung aside, stunned, Nas and Shalu dashed toward one another like streaks of lightning, their fists and legs intertwined in the air, each collision generating tremendous shockwaves that warped the surrounding space. Shalu initiated a powerful kick, moving with incredible speed and producing a sonic boom. Nas evaded by sidestepping, countering with a punch that narrowly missed Shalu's head. The two then began a new round of close-quarters combat, their fists and feet flying in a dazzling display. Suddenly, Shalu created distance, gathering energy in his hands to unleash a devastating attack. Nas remained unperturbed, swiftly gathering energy himself, the golden light around him intensifying. Just as Shalu was about to release his ultimate move, he abruptly vanished, appearing behind Nas. His earlier energy gathering had been a feint. Raising his hand, Shala delivered a powerful strike. Nas reacted swiftly, ducking low and grabbing Shalu's arm, forcefully tossing him away. Shala spun in midair several times before landing on his feet, launching a series of energy spheres at Nas with a royal technique. Nas, however, remained calm, gathering energy in one hand and effortlessly deflecting Shalu's onslaught. As Nas blocked several energy spheres, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that obscured their vision, Shalu's eyes glimmered with cunning. He pretended to gather energy once more while secretly condensing power beneath his feet. As Nas focused intently on Shalu's hands, the energy beneath Shalu erupted, rocketing toward Nas' side like a cannonball, striking him with a forceful impact. Nas let out a muffled grunt, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. As Shalu seized the opportunity to pursue, Nas swiftly evaded his strike, and in the moment Shalu's mind registered his reaction, Nas unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Shalu's back, his fists and feet raining down like a torrential downpour. Shalu gritted his teeth, barely managing to fend off the onslaught, yet he still absorbed a considerable number of blows. However, he remained composed. During a brief lapse in Nas's barrage, he seized Nas's wrist with a sudden grip, intending to leverage the force for an over-the-shoulder throw, aiming to slam Nas forcefully to the ground. Regrettably, he underestimated Nas's strength, and instead of succeeding, he found himself on the receiving end of a silky chain of counterattacks. Reeling from the impact, Shalu felt as though stars danced before his eyes. His internal organs jolted, yet these minor injuries quickly subsided. Just as Shalu prepared to rise, Nas leaped high into the air, conjuring a colossal energy sphere above his hands, which he then brought crashing down upon Shalu. In a frantic effort, Shalu crossed his arms to shield himself, but the explosion of the energy sphere sent shockwaves that stirred up clouds of dust around him. As the haze settled, though Shalu appeared somewhat disheveled, he had not sustained any life-threatening injuries. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if each inhalation were a battle for survival against the very air itself. Yet, in his eyes burned an even more fervent fighting spirit, akin to an eternal flame that would never extinguish. Without hesitation, he charged once more at Nas, his speed akin to lightning, his momentum like a surging tide. When his fist, resembling a cannonball, struck toward Nas, a startling phenomenon occurred. His fist passed through Nas's body without any obstruction. The phantom fist? Shalu exclaimed in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. He initially perceived this as merely a trick to bewilder opponents, and as he prepared to mock Nas for the apparent futility of his technique, he soon realized that his attacking form did not dissipate like a mere illusion. Just as confusion enveloped him, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming force surging toward him like a tempest. Upon closer inspection, he discovered Nas's fist closing in on his cheek with lightning speed, leaving him no time to evade. With a resounding crash, Nas's punch landed squarely on Shalu's face, its force akin to a meteor striking the earth. Shalu's body was propelled backward as if struck by artillery, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately, Nas's fists rained down upon Shalu relentlessly, each blow imbued with the might of thunder, leaving Shalu utterly defenseless. After what felt like an eternity, Shalu finally regained his senses from the barrage. But before he could catch his breath, a dazzling wave of energy surged toward him like a meteor, striking his body directly. With the eruption of this energy wave, Shalu's form disintegrated into countless fragments scattered across the battlefield. As Shalu vanished, the remaining warriors unleashed their full energy without hesitation, each one appearing as if empowered, swiftly obliterating the remaining fragments of Shalu. Once the battle concluded, the once tumultuous battlefield fell eerily silent, all eyes fixating on Nas. After a moment, they surged toward him, ready to cheer and celebrate his victory over Shalu. However, at that very moment, a sudden gale swept through, causing the crowd to stagger. In astonishment, they turned toward the source of the wind, where the remnants of Shalu lay cloaked in swirling dust, as if some immense force was stirring within. Amidst the tumultuous clouds, a brilliant death ray shot forth, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, hurtling toward the crowd. Faced with this unexpected lethal assault, panic ensued, and no one had time to react. In that critical instant, Nas appeared before them like a flash of lightning, unhesitatingly delivering a punch. With a thunderous boom, That terrifying death ray was sent hurtling back by Naz's fist, vanishing into the swirling dust. Ha ha ha, Naz, I cannot thank you enough. Were it not for you, I would not have grown stronger. To express my gratitude, I shall spare your life. A boisterous laughter echoed from the dust. The crowd turned their gaze. Witnessing Shalu enveloped in crackling lightning, his aura more potent than ever, exuding confidence and arrogance. In response to Shalu's taunt, Naz merely cast a fleeting glance his way, smiled softly, and replied, "Oh, what makes you think that was my full strength?" Upon hearing Naz's words, Shalu was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a declaration. Before he could comprehend further, Naz let out a ferocious roar, his already formidable aura surging to an unprecedented ferocity, as if it threatened to pierce the heavens. Along with this roar, bolts of lightning began to swirl around Naz, crackling like silver serpents across his form. Alarmed, Shalu concentrated, attempting to gauge the magnitude of Naz's power. However, when he truly focused, he was left agape, utterly astonished by the sheer intensity of Naz's energy. Just as Shalu thought everything had reached its climax, Naz continued his relentless display. Clenching his fists tightly, another resounding roar erupted from his throat. This roar surpassed the previous one in volume and impact. With this cry, countless stones around him began to levitate, drawn upward by an invisible force. Moreover, the ground beneath Naz trembled violently, as though the very earth itself quaked in response to his call. The earth's collapse birthed enormous fissures, resembling bottomless chasms. At that moment, a brilliant golden light flashed, illuminating the entire space. Within this golden radiance, Naz's form began to transform. His hair elongated, turning a radiant golden hue, as his muscular physique became more pronounced, exuding an overwhelming aura that was almost suffocating. This aura instantly permeated the entire planet, even resonating throughout the galaxy. It was like a tempest sweeping across the universe, leaving all life that sensed it in awe. In a different dimension, the Kaioshin, feeling this immense energy, could no longer contain his excitement. Ignoring Jebet's attempts to restrain him, he resolutely decided to journey to Earth, eager to witness the true visage of this formidable warrior. At that moment, Shalu was utterly stunned, overwhelmed by the potent energy radiating from Naz. His body trembled involuntarily, and he struggled to articulate a coherent thought. After a painstaking effort, he finally stammered, "No, this cannot be. How can your power be so immense? What is your current strength? What is your battle power?" Meanwhile, standing nearby, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others were equally intrigued by Naz's prowess. Despite having trained together for 4 to 5 years, Naz had rarely engaged in true combat. Most training sessions involved Broly sparring with them. Furthermore, Naz spent the majority of his time either honing his skills in a different dimension or engaging in fundamental training with Broly. Upon hearing Shalu's inquiry, Naz noticed the curious gazes of Sun Wukong and the others. A subtle smile graced his lips as he responded leisurely, "My base combat power is approximately 2 billion. However, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, my combat prowess can soar to an astounding 128 trillion. The crowd collectively gasped at the magnitude of this figure, internally marveling, "Goodness! Even the decimal point surpasses our own combat strength." Just as everyone was immersed in the awe of Naz's extraordinary power, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside them with a swift motion. One was diminutive, sporting a white punk hairstyle, adorned with 2 earrings and clad in enigmatic attire, while the other was tall, with crimson skin and white hair, also wearing earrings and dressed similarly. Upon seeing them, Naz's eyes lit up, and just as he prepared to speak, the Supreme Kai across from him spoke first. Chapter 80. The Arrival of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai, Xian, wore a smile as he gazed at Naz's surging and turbulent energy, a wave of joy swelling within him. He spoke softly, his voice imbued with friendliness and curiosity. "Greetings. I am Xian. Feeling your formidable presence, I could not contain my excitement and came to make your acquaintance." Hearing this, Naz's lips curled slightly in a faint smile. His gaze swept over the Supreme Kai Xian, taking in his unique attire, while simultaneously sensing the powerful and mysterious aura emanating from him. After a moment of contemplation, Naz replied, "Hello, I am Naz. Judging by your attire and energy, I surmise you must be a deity, though I am curious about your origins." Naz feigned ignorance regarding the Supreme Kai Xian, skillfully responding to his inquiry. In response, the Supreme Kai Xian's smile broadened, and he chuckled lightly before elaborating. Huh? I did not expect you to possess some knowledge of the divine realm, Mr. Nas. However, you are only half correct. I am indeed a deity. But not an ordinary Kai, rather a supreme Kai of higher status. Upon hearing this, Nas feigned surprise, seemingly unfamiliar with the title of Supreme Kai. He quickly pressed his palms together in apology, stating, I am truly remiss. My understanding of the divine realm is indeed limited. I hope you will not take offense. However, may I ask what brings you, Supreme Kai, to Earth? At this moment, the ever-astute Jebite, witnessing Nas's demeanor, could not help but interject, Hey, you mortal, listen well. The Supreme Kai is the most esteemed being in the universe. You must speak with reverence and use respectful language. The previously jovial Nas's expression darkened suddenly, becoming exceedingly stern. He cast a swift glance at Jebite, and in that instant, it felt as if time had frozen. Jebite felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His body rendered stiff, as though the blood within him had ceased to flow. He was taken aback by Nas's gaze, wholly unprepared for the immense reaction his words had provoked. As the atmosphere turned palpably awkward, the stunned onlookers regained their composure. They hurriedly positioned themselves behind Nas, with even Shalu unhesitatingly siding with him. The group began to unleash their energy, forming a formidable presence directed coldly at Jebite and Supreme Kai Xin. Faced with this sudden shift, Supreme Kai Xin appeared somewhat taken aback. His brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He stepped forward, approaching Nas with an apologetic smile, and said, I sincerely apologize. My attendant is rather inept with his words. I hope you can pardon his rudeness. Jebite, you should promptly apologize to Mr. Nas. The Supreme Kai's tone carried a note of reproach, clearly displeased with Jebite's behavior. Hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Jebite snapped back to reality, his countenance turning pale, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. He rushed to Nas, bowing deeply and anxiously saying, I am sorry, Mr. Nas, I was thoughtless. I should not have been so disrespectful. Please be magnanimous and do not hold it against me. Observing the sincerity of Jebite's apology, Nas's expression softened. He waved his hand and smiled. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Jebite. No human is without fault. As long as you can manage your words in the future and avoid similar missteps, that will suffice. Although Nas spoke in a gentle tone, the warning was unmistakable. Afterward, he turned his gaze back to Supreme Kai Xin and inquired with a smile, Might I ask if there are other matters prompting your visit to Earth, Supreme Kai? Supreme Kai Xin smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, Mr. Nas, there are certain matters that require your assistance. In ancient times, there existed a remarkably malevolent sorcerer named Bibidi. He wielded extraordinary magical powers, which he employed for nefarious purposes. He created a being known as Majin Buu, who possessed the capacity to obliterate worlds and instilled fear in all. After a brief pause, Supreme Kai continued, However, although Bibidi created Majin Buu, he could not fully control his immense power. Faced with this predicament, Bibidi had no choice but to seal Majin Buu within a colossal egg, hoping to curb his might. At this point, Supreme Kai's tone grew somber. After Bibidi sealed Majin Buu, I seized the opportunity to slay him. To prevent him from later unsealing Majin Buu and bringing greater calamity to the universe. Supreme Kai inhaled deeply and continued, Yet, contrary to my hopes, Bibidi's son, Babidi, is now scouring the universe in search of Majin Buu's seal, intent on releasing him. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Nas felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He had just dealt with the considerable nuisance of Shalu and had scarcely had time to rest before confronting a new formidable foe, Majin Buu. Nevertheless, Nas was undeterred by this sudden revelation. With a faint smile, he remarked to Supreme Kai, Since Majin Buu poses such a significant threat to the universe, our Saiyan clan and the warriors of Earth will certainly not stand idly by. Should we encounter him, we shall exert every effort to eliminate him. Supreme Kai Xin felt immense relief upon hearing Nas's declaration. He had initially feared that Nas might decline assistance due to fatigue, but was pleasantly surprised by Nas's willingness to help. With your support, Mr. Nas, I am greatly reassured. Supreme Kai Xin exclaimed joyfully. In that case, I shall not intrude further. With that, Supreme Kai Xin instructed Jebite to transport them away from Earth using instant transmission. Once the Supreme Kai departed, the group quickly gathered around, their faces etched with concern. Surprisingly, it was Shalu who spoke first. Nas, Was everything that Supreme Kai just mentioned true? Does such a formidable Majin Buu truly exist? Shala's voice betrayed a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Indeed, is it possible that this Majin Buu is as terrifying as described? Others echoed in agreement. Observing the impatient demeanor of Sun Wukong, Nas could not help but smile faintly, then turned his gaze towards the curious crowd surrounding him. He nodded slowly, seemingly contemplating how to most aptly describe the formidable Majin Buu. Indeed, this Majin Buu is undeniably terrifying. Nas spoke in a deep and solemn tone that sent a chill down the spine. I have meticulously studied the information pertaining to him in the archives of the Galactic Patrol Headquarters. As far as I know, this Majin Buu possesses extraordinary power and is proficient in various dark and light magics, making him exceedingly challenging in combat. After a brief pause, he continued. His physical constitution is also unparalleled, with regenerative abilities that are simply beyond imagination. In comparison, Cell's regenerative capabilities seem trivial. Majin Buu's regenerative power is several dozen times that of Cell. This means that as long as he retains a single cell, he can resurrect. He is essentially an entity that cannot be completely eradicated. At this point, Nas furrowed his brow slightly, as if feeling helpless regarding Majin Buu's unique traits. However, he did not cease, continuing. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming feature is that Majin Buu possesses the ability to absorb others. Regardless of the opponent's strength, once absorbed, his power will correspondingly increase. This ability is truly horrifying and nearly impossible to guard against. Upon hearing Nas's words, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting shock and concern. Setting aside the true extent of Majin Buu's power, his astonishing regenerative abilities and enigmatic magic had already caused considerable distress among them. Just as the group remained engulfed in their fears and worries regarding Babidi and Majin Buu, Nas suddenly broke the silence. However, you need not worry excessively. According to the Kaioshin, Babidi should not be able to locate Majin Buu and unseal him for the time being. After all, finding a sealed individual is no simple task, and the Kaioshin has also assured us that he will do his utmost to thwart Babidi's actions. Thus, we still have ample time to train and enhance our abilities. Hearing Nas's reassurances, the crowd's tension eased somewhat, their nerves gradually relaxing. Nas continued, moreover, we have just undergone a fierce battle, and everyone is quite fatigued. In such a state, it is challenging to maintain a clear mind and optimal combat condition. Therefore, I propose we take some time to rest, recover our strength and energy, and then calmly contemplate our forthcoming plans. After concluding his remarks, Nas began to contact Bulma, requesting that she gather everyone from the Temple of the Kais for a gathering at the estate. Once they had finished their practice, Nas utilized his spatial powers to open a temporal portal leading directly to his estate. Observing Nas's spatial mastery, Cell was thoroughly astonished, never expecting Nas to possess such abilities. Upon returning to the estate, the robotic butler had already busied himself, methodically arranging the necessary supplies for the feast. Shortly thereafter, Bulma and the others arrived safely in their airborne fortress. As the fortress descended gently onto the estate's grounds and the hatch opened, Bulma and her companions exited with exuberance, eager to converge towards Nas and Sun Wukong. However, at that moment, their attention was abruptly captured by Cell, who stood nearby. Their steps halted suddenly, smiles freezing on their faces, replaced by expressions of shock and fear. In particular, Oolong and Pu'er trembled in fear, rooted to the spot. Witnessing this, Cell felt a mischievous urge surge within him. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he made a fiercely menacing expression towards Oolong and Pu'er, his grotesque visage sending chills down their spines. This unexpected scene terrified Oolong and Pu'er, prompting them to emit terrified screams. They then scurried away like headless flies, colliding violently with one another. This dramatic moment was keenly observed by Vegeta, who smirked slightly, revealing a hint of disdain, and snorted, "Humph. Childish." At that instant, Nas quickly donned a neat outfit and smoothly emerged from the room. His gaze swept across the surroundings with the swiftness of lightning, soon landing on the already returned Bulma. Noticing her difficulty in walking due to her pregnancy, appearing somewhat unwell, Nas's heart tightened. He hurried over to her, extending his hands to steady her, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Bulma smiled gently and shook her head, softly replying, "I'm fine, perhaps I just walked too quickly and am a bit tired." Observing Bulma's slightly pale complexion, Na's worry deepened. He carefully guided her to sit on the sofa and turned to pour a glass of warm water, offering it to her gently. Drink some water and take a moment to rest. Bulma accepted the cup delicately, taking a small sip before looking up at Nas with eyes filled with affection and a smile radiating happiness. Meanwhile, number 18 stood before a table laden with food, hesitating over which dish to choose. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Nas and Bulma, witnessing Nas's tender care for Bulma, which stirred a sense of envy within her. Number 17, standing beside number 18, noticed her expression and smiled faintly, whispering to her, "Since you admire him so much, why not boldly pursue him? I see he harbors quite a fondness for you as well. Don't let this opportunity slip away, lest you regret it later." Upon hearing number 17's words, number 18's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head, wanting to retort, but momentarily at a loss for words. Just as she prepared to speak, she suddenly caught the latter part of number 17's statement, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at number 17, as if she had heard something utterly preposterous. However, number 17 did not afford her much time to react. His smile broadened as he turned to leave with number 16, leaving number 18 standing alone, her mind racing with thoughts of number 17's words, lost in contemplation. As everyone gathered at the scene, Nas gradually ceased his intimate interaction with Bulma. He elegantly stood, raising a glass of red wine, and smilingly addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, after enduring a protracted period of rigorous training and numerous intense battles, each of you has significantly enhanced your abilities. Furthermore, we have forged many like-minded friendships. This should be a moment worthy of celebration, a chance for everyone to relax and unwind. Yet, the news from the Kaioshin reminds us that danger still lurks nearby, with even more formidable and malevolent foes awaiting us. Therefore, we must not allow ourselves any complacency. We must continue to persevere in our training and consistently elevate our strength." After pausing briefly, he scanned the faces of those present and added, "However, let us temporarily set aside our burdens today and fully relish this rare moment of leisure. Everyone can take a moment to unwind and alleviate the tension that has gripped their minds and bodies during this period. Once we have sufficiently rested, we shall immerse ourselves anew in the rigorous training ahead with rejuvenated spirits." As his words echoed in the air, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. The attendees enthusiastically embraced Nasi's suggestion and began seeking their favorite delicacies, indulging heartily. At that moment, Shalu approached Nasi with determined strides, his face radiating a fierce combat spirit, and said, "Nasi, what about the Saiyan who has been by your side? I wish to engage him in a bout of skill." Upon hearing this, Nasi felt a jolt within, and the image of that Saiyan immediately surfaced in his mind. He gazed at Shalu with confusion and inquired, "Saiyan? You must be referring to Broly, correct?" Shalu nodded without hesitation, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Yes, that is him. I can sense his immense strength, and I yearn for a genuine battle with him so that I may elevate my own abilities more swiftly." Nasi scrutinized Shalu, perceiving the fervor for battle and the tenacity to grow stronger reflected in his gaze. However, in light of Shalu's request, Nasi hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Meanwhile, the onlookers, upon hearing Shalu's intent to challenge Broly, involuntarily shuddered. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with sympathy for Shalu, as if foreseeing the outcome of this impending clash. Nasi initially contemplated dissuading Shalu, for Broly was a formidable adversary, and challenging him would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Yet, upon witnessing the earnest and resolute expression on Shalu's face, mischievous thoughts began to sprout in Nasi's mind like wild grass. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he confidently patted his chest and declared, "No worries, Shalu. Rest assured, once we are fully rested, I will personally take you to him, allowing you to unleash your full potential to your heart's content." Nasi's proclamation rendered everyone present momentarily speechless. They exchanged looks, a flush rising to their cheeks, clearly astonished by Nasi's audacity, pondering what grievance Shalu had caused him. The crowd stifled laughter, perceiving Nasi's actions as rather wicked, akin to teasing an unsuspecting soul. It was essential to note that Broly's reputation for strength was legendary. His power was unfathomable. Not only was he beyond the reach of ordinary fighters, but even Nasi would need to exert himself fully in a confrontation with him, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory at best. While Shalu was indeed strong, he remained significantly outmatched by Broly. Sending him to confront Broly was tantamount to inviting catastrophe. It was akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom to seek death. Chapter 82. Broly's ruthless domination of Shalu amidst the laughter and merriment. This gathering finally reached its conclusion, and the attendees began to disperse. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this sunny day, with a gentle breeze caressing his face, Nasi sat quietly in the estate, immersed in the realm of meditation and training. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura swiftly approaching from the distance. He opened his eyes and looked up to see Sun Wukong, Shalu, and Raditz racing through the air like meteors. In an instant, they landed steadily before Nasi. As soon as Shalu touched down, he eagerly exclaimed, "Nasi, it has been 3 days. We have rested well. When will you take me to find Broly?" His voice conveyed urgency, clearly brimming with anticipation for the impending duel. Observing Shalu's eagerness, Nasi smiled slightly and replied, "Since you have all rested, we can set off shortly to find him." He then turned his gaze to Sun Wukong and Raditz, inquiring curiously, "What brings you two here with Shalu? Is there something specific?" Sun Wukong grinned, responding, "We have no particular business. We simply wish to witness the battle between Shalu and Broly. Since we all reside at Baozi Mountain, we decided to come together." His words were casual and reflected a keen interest in the upcoming confrontation. Nasi found this quite amusing. He had not anticipated that Shalu would become his neighbor. He intended to engage in some light conversation with them to strengthen their camaraderie. However, Shalu's relentless urging indicated that he was quite eager to face Broly. Although Nasi felt a twinge of reluctance, he could not keep Shalu waiting indefinitely, so he summoned his spatial abilities to prepare for their journey to the Kai's temple. As Nasi invoked his spatial powers, a faint glow emanated from his hand, rapidly expanding to envelop him and the 3 others. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished as if drawn into a colossal black hole. When they reappeared, they found themselves before the plaza of the Kai's temple. Upon arrival, they noticed Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, and Krillin had been waiting for them. "Ah, Teacher Nasi, you finally made it," Krillin exclaimed, rushing forward with a beaming smile. "We have already arranged things with Broly and are just waiting for you." Nasi felt somewhat speechless upon hearing Krillin's words. He glanced around and indeed spotted Sun Wukong, who was standing among the crowd, prompting a resigned smile from Nasi. Nasi had originally intended for Shalu and Broly to spar privately, allowing Shalu to comprehend the disparity in their strengths. However, he had not anticipated the collective curiosity of the crowd, all gathered to witness the event. This meant that today, Shalu would likely suffer a significant embarrassment before so many spectators. Just as the group was engaged in lively conversation, a sudden spatial disturbance drew their attention. With a swoosh, Vegeta, Trunks, and Nappa appeared as if conjured from thin air, prompting astonishment followed by expressions of delight among the onlookers, accompanied by greetings and pleasantries. However, another pair of figures soon commanded everyone's focus. Kai Dandy and Mr. Popo approached, and behind them was none other than Broly. "Big brother, you've finally arrived," Broly exclaimed upon spotting Nasi, excitement radiating from him. "I just spoke with the Kai and Mr. Popo. The battle will take place in the time chamber." Nasi nodded with a smile, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, the group made their way toward the time chamber. Upon entering, Shalu gazed around with curiosity. The environment left him in awe, as everything appeared stark and oppressive, with gravity magnified several times compared to the outside world. Just as Shalu was lost in admiration of the time chamber, Nasi's voice pulled him back to reality. "Shalu, are you prepared? If so, step away from these resting rooms and let the battle commence." Shalu nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. His gaze then fell upon Broly, eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit. "Mr. Broly, I eagerly anticipate engaging you in an unreserved and all-out fair contest." Shalu's voice was deep and resolute, revealing his ardent desire for battle. However, Shalu's words left the onlookers speechless. They covered their faces with their hands, seemingly feeling a mix of sympathy and helplessness towards Shalu's decision. Upon hearing Shalu's request, Broly was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by the challenge. Yet, he quickly composed himself, revealing a bashful smile, before nodding gently in acceptance of Shalu's challenge. In an instant, the two of them soared out of the exit of the Spirit Time Room like bolts of lightning, creating a considerable distance between them in the air. They locked eyes, as if the entire world had been reduced to just the two of them. At that moment, both unleashed their formidable auras, akin to a surging torrent. instantly engulfing the surrounding space. This overwhelming energy was so potent that the air around them seemed to vibrate audibly. Broly let out a mighty roar, his body swelling, muscles bulging, and veins protruding, enhancing his already tremendous power into a more ferocious and menacing force. Conversely, Shalu's complexion turned even paler, clearly sensing Broly's terrifying strength. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he bellowed defiantly and began to elevate his own aura with fervor. In an instant, both fighters unveiled their full might. As their auras erupted, the air currents within the spirit time room began to churn violently. Broly was the first to strike, launching himself at Shalu like a cannonball, delivering a swift punch aimed at Shalu's face. Shalu reacted swiftly, sidestepping while simultaneously unleashing a kick towards Broly's waist. Broly adeptly twisted away, seizing Shalu's ankle and forcefully hurling him across the room. Shalu executed a somersault in midair and landed gracefully. Gritting his teeth, determination flashed in his eyes, and the radiance surrounding him intensified dramatically. With both hands rapidly gathering energy, he unleashed a colossal energy wave directed at Broly. Unfazed, Broly crossed his arms before his chest, instantly forming an energy shield that effortlessly absorbed Shalu's attack. The energy wave exploded against the shield, generating a powerful shockwave. Seizing the cover of the turbulent air, Broly charged towards Shalu again, and the two engaged in close combat, their punches connecting with resounding force. The spectators watched with bated breath, eager to see how long Shalu could withstand Broly's onslaught. As the battle raged on, despite Shalu's all-out efforts, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage against Broly. Broly's assault was relentless, each blow infused with cataclysmic power. Shalu continuously evaded and countered, yet he struggled to breach Broly's defenses. Suddenly, Broly seized upon a flaw in Shalu's stance, delivering a devastating punch to Shalu's chest. Shalu was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground of the spirit time room. He struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Just when everyone thought Shalu would concede, he erupted once more with formidable energy, his body undergoing a remarkable transformation, enhancing his strength. He charged at Broly with renewed ferocity, his attacks becoming even more vicious. Broly's eyes widened in surprise, but quickly regained composure. He deftly countered Shalu's assault, then swiftly maneuvered behind him, conjuring a massive energy sphere aimed at Shalu's back. When Shalu was struck, he collapsed to the ground, and the onlookers assumed he had lost the ability to fight. However, he slowly rose, using his uninjured arm to sever the damaged parts of his body. Subsequently, he activated his regeneration ability, growing back his lost body parts, and stood once more, determination shining in his eyes. He charged at Broly again, moving faster than before, his attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. Broly furrowed his brow, beginning to take the fight more seriously. He dodged Shalu's strikes while searching for a chance to counterattack. Shalu seized the moment, rapidly gathering energy in both hands, launching an even more powerful energy wave. Observing this, Broly released a more potent energy wave with one hand in response. The two energy waves collided midair, erupting in a brilliant display of light. The tremendous shockwave causing the entire spirit time room to tremble. Under the force of the energy waves, Shalu struggled to maintain his balance. Broly capitalized on the opportunity, delivering a kick to Shalu, sending him flying once more. Yet, Shalu refused to give up. As he prepared to rise again, Broly firmly pressed his hand against Shalu's head, rubbing it vigorously. Noticing that Shalu had lost all capacity to resist, Broly nonchalantly tossed him aside. Another green energy sphere struck Shalu, leaving him motionless on the ground. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, who hurried to check on him, fearing that Broly might inadvertently eliminate Shalu in a fit of enthusiasm. Chapter 83. The eruption of pride in Vegeta. As the dust settled, the crowd gathered anxiously, akin to ants on a hot stove, their hearts racing. When they beheld Shalu lying on the ground, they couldn't help but gasp in horror. After Broly's final, fierce energy sphere struck, Shalu was in a pitiable state. His body severely damaged, as if it had been torn apart. Only a solitary head, one arm, and one leg remained tenuously attached to his body, presenting a truly tragic sight. Nas, witnessing this, rushed forth without hesitation, swiftly employing his healing technique. His hands emanated a green glow, flowing over Shalu like a gentle stream. This green energy possessed a miraculous quality, rapidly healing Shalu's minor wounds, gradually mending his grotesque injuries. However, for the parts of Shalu's body that had been obliterated, the healing process was notably slower. Yet, under Naz's relentless care, the missing parts began to grow back, slowly restoring to their original form. Time passed slowly in the tense atmosphere, each second stretching out interminably. Just as Naz had successfully restored one of Shalu's arms, Shalu suddenly awakened. He opened his eyes slowly, and his first sight was of Naz diligently healing him. Gratitude flickered in Shalu's eyes as he weakly addressed Naz. "Thank you, Naz. I can take it from here." Upon hearing Shalu's words, Naz ceased his efforts, allowing Shalu to unleash the dormant cells within him, the Namekian heritage surging through his veins. Shalu let out a tremendous roar, a sound imbued with boundless power. He activated his regeneration ability, and a remarkable sight unfolded. The destroyed parts of his body rapidly grew back to their original state, as if he had never been harmed. Realizing that he had fully restored himself, and, with the Saiyan near-death revival amplifying his strength, a surge of confidence welled within Shalu. He executed a nimble leap, springing back to his feet with agility and vigor. Without hesitation, he began to gather all his energy, preparing to launch a new wave of fierce attacks against Broly. However, just as he was about to strike, a robust arm suddenly blocked his path. Shalu turned in astonishment to find that it was Naz who had intervened. "That's enough, Shalu." Naz's voice was calm and steady. "Although your strength has significantly improved, there remains a vast chasm between you and Broly. Broly had merely fought you in his state of fury. If he were to transform into a Super Saiyan, you would likely find yourself without a chance to retaliate." Naz's words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Shalu momentarily stunned. He could hardly fathom that despite his desperate struggle, he had failed to elicit Broly's ultimate form. In an instant, a profound sense of defeat surged over him, making it difficult to breathe. "Do not be so despondent, Shalu." Naz seemed to see through his thoughts and offered comfort. "Within you lies the genetic prowess of multiple races. If you are willing to train diligently, your future may hold greater potential." Upon hearing Naz's encouragement, Shalu finally regained his composure. He took a deep breath and slowly nodded, signifying his acceptance of Naz's counsel. He then turned his gaze back to Broly, determination and defiance flickering in his eyes. "Thank you for accepting my challenge this time. I will strive to catch up to you and challenge you once more," he declared. Observing Shalu's renewed confidence, Broly smiled and replied, "Certainly. Feel free to challenge me whenever you have the time. I rather enjoy our battles, so do not worry about me accidentally causing you harm." At Broly's initial words, a wave of joy surged within Shalu. However, upon hearing the latter part of Broly's statement, his face flushed crimson, akin to a slapped cheek, leaving him speechless with no retort. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Broly's remark, only to erupt into a chorus of laughter. The laughter rolled like ocean waves, leaving Shalu feeling immensely embarrassed and awkward. His face reddened further, resembling a ripe apple, wishing he could find a crevice to hide within. Thus, this intense battle concluded under Broly's mercy. Amidst the sounds of comfort and discussion from the crowd, Shalu felt a sense of relief, albeit tinged with disappointment. After a brief period of jest, the group prepared to exit the hyperbolic time chamber and return to the outside world. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently upon Shalu, his eyes sparkling with fierce combativeness. "Hey, Shalu," Vegeta exclaimed, "our match from the martial arts tournament remains unfulfilled. Today, we have this rare opportunity. Let us duel." As Vegeta's words echoed, Goku and Trunks hurriedly stepped in to intervene. They were well aware of Vegeta's formidable strength. Having reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, yet facing an enhanced Shalu posed a remarkably low probability of victory. Nevertheless, Vegeta disregarded their attempts to dissuade him, resolute in his desire to clash with Shalu. Seeing this, Shalu's lips curled into a slight smirk, and he nodded slowly. "All right, since you are so eager to fight, I shall oblige." No sooner had Shalu spoken than a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Vegeta, his hair transforming into a brilliant gold. Standing erect, his eyes glowing green, surrounded by arcs of lightning, he had attained the form of Super Saiyan 2. Once transformed, Vegeta dashed towards Shalu with the speed of lightning, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Shalu, witnessing this, smirked disdainfully and unleashed his full might, a power far surpassing Vegeta's, erupting like a volcanic explosion. This overwhelming aura surged forth like a tempest, sending shockwaves through the onlookers who felt an instinctive urge to retreat, fearing the repercussions of such force. In that instant, Vegeta and Shalu's fists collided with a deafening roar, reverberating through the air. The sound echoed like thunder, leaving the spectators' ears ringing. The shockwave from their clash swept outward like a hurricane, violently distorting the surrounding air. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Na stepped forward without hesitation, swiftly gathering a formidable energy in his hands. This energy coalesced into a massive energy shield, which he promptly expanded to envelop the crowd and the structures behind them, forming a solid barrier of protection. Upon witnessing Na's actions, Vegeta and Shalu exchanged glances, finding reassurance in each other's eyes. However, this did not deter them from their assaults. Instead, they intensified their offensive, as they unleashed their full potential. The already formidable energy became increasingly chaotic, each strike imbued with tremendous destructive power, as if they sought to rend the very fabric of reality. After exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, Vegeta found himself in a tragic state, forced into a defensive position, while Shalu mercilessly attacked from all angles, his fists and energy beams raining down upon Vegeta as though they cost nothing. Ultimately, with a devastating Kamehameha wave, Shalu sent Vegeta flying, swiftly concluding this rapid yet intense battle. Once Nas had treated Vegeta's injuries, the onlookers found themselves deeply inspired by the two battles and no longer felt the urgency to leave. Since they were already present, they decided to engage in a collective training session within the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta, having suffered a significant blow to his pride from the bout with Shalu, resorted to extreme self-training, relentlessly pushing his limits, resulting in a considerable enhancement of his power. Not only did he successfully transform into Super Saiyan 3, but he also surpassed Goku in overall strength, which somewhat eased his troubled heart. The others too made significant progress, and soon they exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon arriving at the Divine Realms Plaza, they were greeted by Mr. Popo, who had prepared an abundance of delectable dishes, waiting alongside the Supreme Kai. Upon seeing this, the group paused their steps, not wishing to disappoint such kindness, and began to indulge in the lavish feast. The table overflowed with a variety of exquisite delicacies, tantalizing their appetites. Everyone joyously relished the sumptuous banquet, laughter and merriment filling the air. After they had eaten their fill and were thoroughly satisfied, they prepared to take their leave. At that moment, Na suddenly stood up, blocking their path. "Everyone, I have a few words of caution," he stated with gravity. "Upon your return, not only should you train diligently to enhance your strength, but also ensure you rest adequately to maintain your prime condition. Moreover, should you sense any malevolent aura, do not act recklessly. Promptly inform the group so we can address it together." Hearing Naz's words, the crowd nodded in understanding. They recognized the wisdom in his counsel, aware that caution was paramount when facing unknown and potentially sinister forces. Subsequently, they bid each other farewell and dispersed. Watching them depart, Nas felt a slight sense of relief. He turned to greet Dondi and Mr. Popo before using his spatial power to vanish from the divine realm. Upon returning to the estate, Nas spotted Bulma engaged in cheerful conversation with Android 18 and Tai C, cradling the adorable little Trunks in her arms, playfully teasing him, causing the little one to giggle joyfully. Upon witnessing Nasu's return, Bulma promptly rose to greet him, expressing her concern. "Your journey to the heavenly realm was quite lengthy. Have you managed to resolve everything?" "Indeed, all matters are settled. Initially, it was merely a confrontation between Shalu and Borali, but unexpectedly, that rascal Vegeta insisted on battling Shalu as well. Consequently, the others were inspired to train for an additional 3 years within the hyperbolic time chamber," Nasu replied. Tais, seated nearby, interjected upon hearing Nasu's words. "Vegeta is truly a headache, incessantly training or seeking someone to spar with, showing no semblance of paternal responsibility." Just as Tais finished her statement, Bulma rushed forward to offer consolation. All right, Sister Tais, let us not speak so harshly. Vegeta's efforts to enhance his strength are ultimately to better protect you and little Trunks." At that moment, 3 figures appeared as if struck by lightning. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Vegeta, Trunks, and Nappa. As they regained their composure, Trunks immediately greeted Bulma, Tais, and Android 18. "Hello, teacher. Miss Bulma, Miss Tais, Miss 18. Greetings, Trunks." Bulma, Tais, and Android 18 responded in unison. "With your demeanor, are you preparing to return to your world?" Nasu inquired. "Yes, Teacher Nasu. Since there is nothing left for me here, and my stay has already been prolonged, I have learned of Majin Buu's situation." Thus I must return ahead of time to prepare for what lies ahead, Trunks stated gravely. Nasu nodded slightly, acknowledging Trunks' sentiments. He spoke earnestly. Indeed, you are right. It is time to return. The universe is far more expansive than you can imagine, harboring many unknown powerful beings. Upon your return, dedicate yourself to training. For our Saiyan potential is immense. You must strive to unveil it fully. Trunks took a deep breath, resolutely responding, I understand, teacher. I will certainly exert myself in training and not disappoint your expectations. With that, Trunks retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and pressed it gently. With a resounding pop, a massive time machine materialized before him. Approaching the time machine, Trunks turned to face everyone with a smile. Well then, until we meet again, I shall take my leave. Safe travels. Ties and Android 18 replied. Be sure to send my regards to your mother, Bulma called out. Trunks nodded in amusement and slowly stepped into the time machine. Just as he was about to depart, Nasu suddenly recalled something and called out, Trunks, wait a moment. Trunks halted, turning to gaze at Nasu in confusion. While the others focused their attention on him, curious about what he would say, Nasu took a deep breath and, without hesitation, declared, Once your strength reaches the Super Saiyan 3rd stage, you may attempt the Super Saiyan 4th transformation. His words astonished everyone present, especially Vegeta and Nappa, who stared at Nasu in disbelief. Nasu continued to elucidate. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 has specific prerequisites. First, you must possess the original Saiyan tail. Then, while in the Great Ape form, you must evolve into the Golden Great Ape state and regain your human consciousness within that form, thus enabling the successful transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Trunks, contemplating this new information, nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa exchanged glances, their eyes alight with newfound understanding. They had speculated about the subsequent transformations of Super Saiyan, but were previously unaware of the specifics. Nasu regarded Trunks and elaborated, as Vegeta's son, you possess royal blood. So your transformation into a great ape will not result in the chaotic rampage typical of ordinary Saiyans. As long as you can condense your golden great ape form back into a humanoid shape, the Super Saiyan 4 transformation will be successfully achieved. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement crossed Trunks' face. However, at that moment, Vegeta suddenly sighed in despair. It turned out that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta had felt sufficiently powerful and believed he would never need to utilize his tail to transform into a great ape again. Consequently, he had severed his tail, emulating Son Goku. Now, upon hearing Nasu mention the necessity of the tail for the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Vegeta realized he had made a grave error and felt immense regret. As he was lost in thought, Nasu's voice interrupted his reverie. Vegeta, teach Trunks how to create an artificial moon. Nasu's tone was calm, yet it seemed to carry a deeper significance. Initially, Vegeta scoffed, Nasu, you are a superior warrior. Such techniques are trivial for you. You could simply teach him yourself. His words conveyed a sense of disdain and dismissiveness towards Nasu's suggestion. Nasu, taken aback by Vegeta's response, felt a sense of exasperation. He silently mused about Vegeta's lack of emotional intelligence, despite his good intentions to provide the father and son duo with more bonding opportunities. Vegeta remained unappreciative and responded coldly. Nevertheless, Nasu chose not to press the matter further. He stood in silence, deep in thought. After a moment, Vegeta sighed in resignation and approached Trunks. Standing before Trunks, Vegeta began to explain the method for creating an artificial moon in detail. The process was surprisingly simple. First, we must utilize an energy sphere combined with Earth's oxygen to fabricate an artificial full moon. This artificial moon will emit the same 17 million Kinag units of Blutz waves as a natural full moon. Upon absorbing these waves through the eyes, the tail will react, thus meeting the transformation criteria for Saiyans. Trunks listened intently, nodding occasionally to signify his understanding. Under Vegeta's guidance, he quickly mastered the technique for creating an artificial moon. Once he had learned, Trunks' eyes sparkled with eagerness. After exchanging a few more words with the group, he soared into the time machine. As the hatch closed, everyone waved farewell to Trunks. The time machine ascended into the sky before vanishing with a swift motion, and thus, Trunks departed from this world. Chapter 85. Enjoying the blessing of harmony with Android 18 with Trunks' departure, Vegeta took Ties, Little Trunks, and Nappa back to Capsule Corporation. The estate was left with only Nasu, Bulma, and Android 18. Nasu stretched lazily and turned to Bulma and Android 18 with a smile. Now that the estate has grown quiet, we can truly relish this leisurely time. Bulma winked mischievously, a playful smile gracing her lips. Indeed, but I believe we could engage in some delightful activities. Raising an eyebrow with intrigue, Android 18 inquired, what kind of activities? With an air of mystery, Bulma proposed. How about a culinary competition to see who can prepare the most delicious meal? Upon hearing Bulma's suggestion, Nasu immediately expressed his disapproval. You are about to give birth. How can you be so reckless? It is far too dangerous. Bulma, with a dismissive wave of her hand, chuckled and remarked, Oh, do not underestimate me, dear. Although my prowess may not match yours, I have diligently cultivated my skills for quite some time. Look, I am on the verge of breaking through to the second level of dimensional mastery. Soon, I shall be on par with celestial beings. Furthermore, my combat power has exceeded 5,000. Upon hearing her words, Nasi could only shake his head in resignation. He pondered to himself that after more than a decade, her combat strength had only reached 5,000, while her journey to transcend the second level remained a considerable distance away. The disparity between Bulma's talents in research and cultivation was truly vast, an undeniable imbalance. However, observing Bulma and another individual in high spirits, Nasi refrained from making further comments. After all, one must cherish their beloved spouse, and it seemed Bulma was in good health. Thus, he ultimately acquiesced to their request. Together, the trio ventured into the kitchen, each preparing their ingredients and bustling about. Bulma skillfully chopped vegetables. Nasi focused on concocting sauces, while the 18th unit studied the recipes nearby. In no time, the kitchen was filled with an array of delightful aromas. After some effort, 3 dishes were presented on the table. They sampled each other's creations, offering evaluations as they savored the flavors. Upon tasting Nasi's dish, Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, Nasi, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. This flavor is exquisite. Nasi chuckled, feeling a bit bashful. The 18th unit tasted Bulma's dish, nodding slightly. The flavor is quite unique, distinctly your style. When it was Nasi's turn to try the 18th unit's dish, his eyes widened in surprise. The taste was simply the best he had ever experienced. 18th unit, your culinary talent is truly hidden. This is delectable, he praised, giving her a thumbs up. Bulma chuckled to herself, sensing that her matchmaking plans might be bearing fruit. Over time, Bulma gradually discerned the special feelings the 18th unit harbored for Nasi. She keenly observed that the 18th unit's attentiveness and concern for Nasi transcended that of mere friendship, hinting at deeper emotions. Seizing a moment when Nasi was absent, Bulma had spoken with the 18th unit, seeking to understand her true feelings. Through their conversations, Bulma grew increasingly certain of her suspicions. The 18th unit held profound affection for Nasi. However, she also noticed that Nasi seemed oblivious to the 18th unit's sentiments. Nonetheless, Bulma could sense a degree of fondness from Nasi towards the 18th unit. Initially, she was reluctant to share Nasi with anyone, but she had to concede that Nasi's charm was simply irresistible. It was difficult to withstand alone. Each time she spent with Nasi, she found herself consuming several senzu beans to fend off his advances. Now, with the formidable presence of the 18th unit to assist her, Bulma perceived this as a potential opportunity to foster their relationship. With this thought in mind, a brilliant idea struck Bulma. She smiled at Nasi and said, During my time with the team, I have finally developed the spirit brew you mentioned earlier. Let us taste it together. Really? That's wonderful. Quickly, show me what miraculous effects this spirit brew possesses. Nasi exclaimed with excitement in his eyes. Seeing his enthusiasm, Bulma beamed and instructed the robotic servant to retrieve the long-stored spirit brew. Shortly thereafter, the robotic servant entered, gracefully carrying an exquisite jade wine bottle that emanated a faint glow, as if it contained boundless mysterious power. Upon seeing the spirit brew, Nasi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly took the bottle, treating it as a coveted treasure. He gently uncapped the bottle, and instantly, a rich aroma burst forth like a clear spring, filling the room with its essence. This fragrance was refreshing and inviting, intoxicating all who inhaled it. As though one were amidst a vibrant orchard, Nasi inhaled deeply, savoring the scent that lingered in his nostrils, causing his body to tremble slightly, awakened by the brew's allure. Unable to suppress his desire, he tilted the bottle to his lips and took a hearty swig. The spirit brew slipped down his throat, transforming into a warm energy that flowed through his being like a gentle stream. As Nasi relished this newfound energy, he discerned not only a subtle fruitiness, but also a unique essence of life, a vitality that nourished his body and brought him unparalleled comfort. To his surprise, Nasi realized that the spirit brew significantly aided his cultivation. He could distinctly feel his body becoming lighter and his focus sharpening as it absorbed the energy. Elated by the brew's efficacy, he eagerly passed the bottle to Bulma and the 18th unit, and the three of them joyfully indulged in its delights. However, Bulma, being relatively weaker, found herself overwhelmed after only a few sips, her body filled with an overpowering energy that was difficult to bear. Cautiously, she absorbed the energy, wary of its potency and its potential impact on her body and the child within her. Thus, she hurriedly bid farewell to Nasi and the 18th unit, her steps somewhat unsteady as she returned to her room with the assistance of the robotic servant. In the expansive room, only Nasi and the 18th unit remained, continuing to drink and chat merrily. Time slipped away unnoticed as they consumed more and more until the late hours of the night. Bulma emerged from her room to find Nasi and the 18th unit inebriated, leaning against the sofa in a disheveled manner. She promptly summoned the robotic servant to help them to a room for proper rest. Under the influence of alcohol, Nasi's consciousness began to fade. The image of Bulma repeatedly surfaced in his mind, leading him to mistakenly perceive the 18th unit, who lay beside him, as Bulma. In a dazed state, Nasi and the 18th unit found themselves entwined. As the morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating their faces, Nasi slowly opened his eyes, still groggy from sleep. Upon seeing the 18th unit draped across him, he felt as if struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily speechless. His first instinct was to question whether he was dreaming, for it had been a considerable time since he had shared intimacy with Bulma. With a resounding slap to his own face, he sought to awaken from this absurd dream. However, this action not only clarified the line between reality and dream, but also roused the slumbering 18th unit. As she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze met Nasi's, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness in the room, leaving both uncertain of what to say. "Good morning." Nasi finally broke the silence, his voice dry and tinged with undeniable embarrassment. Observing Nasi's discomfort, the 18th unit smiled and replied, "I am unsure how this happened, but do not worry. If you dislike me, we can consider this incident as if it never occurred." Looking at the enchanting 18th unit in his arms, Nasi began to piece together how they had ended up in such a predicament, and he decided to let go of his earlier concerns. "What are you saying? Since it has come to this, you shall be my woman from now on, and I will treat you well." After Nas finished speaking, he leaned in and kissed the lips of number 18, and the two soon found themselves engaged in another passionate encounter. After a considerable while, they finally composed themselves and slowly exited the room. Their steps were somewhat hesitant, as if they were still adjusting to the events that had just transpired. At that moment, they caught sight of Bulma leisurely seated in the dining room, savoring her meal, a smile gracing her lips. When their gazes met Bulma's, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them instantly. A slight flush appeared on their faces, as if they had been caught in the act. However, Bulma remained oblivious to their discomfort, teasingly remarking, "Oh, you were so intense just now. Why are you shy all of a sudden?" Her words ignited a fire in number 18's cheeks, turning her face as red as a ripe apple. Nas was no better off, his expression equally awkward, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Bulma's jest. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath to steady himself, and smiled as he approached Bulma, opening his arms to embrace her. Seeing this, Bulma also smiled and stepped forward, the two embracing tightly. After the embrace, Bulma gently patted Naz's back and softly said, all right, no need to be shy. Come on, let us eat." Upon hearing Bulma's words, the tension lifted from their faces, gradually dissipating their embarrassment. Naz then joyfully made his way to the dining table, unabashedly indulging in the delicious spread. Thus, the three enjoyed their meal in a pleasant atmosphere, sharing laughter and snippets of their lives. In the days that followed, they continued to live happily together, each day filled with laughter and warmth. However, this blissful time was abruptly shattered one day when, while the three were playing joyfully in the estate, Bulma suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, her brow furrowing and her complexion paling. Chapter 86. Nas welcomes a son and a daughter. The day was bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze caressing the air, the estate adorned with lush green grass and fragrant flowers. The three were reveling in this beautiful setting, relishing in the rare leisure. Suddenly, Bulma's face turned as pale as a sheet, her hands clutching her abdomen tightly, pain etched across her features. Naz, I think I'm going into labor. Bulma's voice trembled with fear and anxiety. Upon hearing her words, Naz first felt a surge of joy, having eagerly awaited the arrival of this new life. But he quickly realized the urgency of the situation, promptly scooping Bulma into his arms and calling out to the robotic butler to summon a doctor immediately. Before long, a doctor and 2 nurses hurriedly arrived, swiftly guiding Bulma into the pre-prepared delivery room. The delivery room was well equipped, everything appearing orderly and ready. Naz stood outside the delivery room, his heart racing with excitement. Despite his formidable strength, having reached the 5th dimension and being on par with the Grand Kai, this was the first time in both of his lives that he would have his own children, a feeling that was both foreign and thrilling. As he anxiously paced outside the delivery room, unable to sit still, number 18 approached him and gently grasped his arm. Turning to look at her, he found warmth and reassurance in her gaze, which slightly alleviated his anxiety. Just then, a figure dashed in like lightning. It was the Vegeta couple and the Brief couple. Having received news and hurried over. How is it? How long has Bulma been inside? Tai and Mrs. Brief inquired anxiously upon arrival. Bulma just went in. There's no need to worry. Given her strength, she'll be just fine, Naz reassured the anxious Tai and Mrs. Brief. In truth, this was more for his own comfort, as he felt increasingly uncertain. The group waited outside the delivery room, the atmosphere thick with tension. Time ticked by, beads of sweat forming on Naz's forehead. Suddenly, the delivery room door swung open, and a nurse emerged, cradling 2 infants wrapped in small blankets. A broad smile on her face. Congratulations, it's a boy and a girl, mother and children are safe. The group was initially taken aback, then erupted into cheers. Naz's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he hurriedly stepped forward to gently take the 2 children. Vegeta approached, observing the little ones. A slight smile curling his lips. Not bad, both kids look robust. Mrs. Brief and Dr. Brief rushed over. Their eyes filled with love as they gazed at their granddaughter and grandson, continuously murmuring their praises. Indeed, both children are quite adorable. The girl resembles Bulma when she was young. Number 18 chimed in, her expression filled with envy. Well, now it's perfect. You have both a son and a daughter. Naz gazed at the 2 children in his arms, his heart swelling with happiness. He silently vowed to protect this family and ensure that his children grew up in a safe and loving environment. Meanwhile, Bulma, in the delivery room, wore a pale yet blissful smile, envisioning the future life of their family with eager anticipation. After casting one more glance at the children, Naz hurriedly made his way to the delivery room. As he pushed the door open, his gaze immediately fell upon Bulma. Her complexion was still pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, yet the joy and satisfaction in her eyes were unmistakable. Naz quickly approached her bedside, leaning in with tenderness. You've worked hard, Bulma. Our son and daughter are both healthy and incredibly adorable. Mrs. Brief even mentioned that our daughter looks just like you. Upon hearing this, Bulma's lips curled into a weak yet happy smile as she gently nodded. She attempted to sit up, but Naz hurriedly stopped her. Don't rush it, Bulma. You need to rest a bit longer. Although your body hasn't sustained any injuries, having just given birth, you should take care. His tone was filled with concern and tenderness. Without hesitation, Naz began to perform a healing technique. His hands rose slightly, a swirl of green energy gathering in his palms, then flowing gently into Bulma's body like a refreshing spring. This green energy seemed to possess a magical quality, revitalizing Bulma with each passing moment. Her previously pale complexion gradually regained color, the sweat on her forehead vanished, and she appeared much more energetic. After a while, feeling that it was sufficient, Naz carefully extended his hand to support Bulma's arm, slowly assisting her out of bed. Observing Naz's cautious demeanor filled her with emotion and happiness. She playfully remarked, "Oh dear, you're being too careful. Do you not trust your own strength? I'm perfectly fine now." Saying this, Bulma playfully bounced a couple of times to demonstrate her restored vigor. Yet, Naz's face remained etched with concern, his gaze fixed firmly on her, worried that she might feel unwell. Realizing this, Bulma chuckled helplessly, then linked her arm with Naz's, and together they slowly exited the delivery room. As they stepped out, all eyes turned towards them. Vegeta stood with arms crossed, a slight smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of unspoken pride flickering in his eyes. Mrs. Brief and Dr. Brief hurriedly approached, their faces etched with concern as they inquired about Bulma's condition. "Mom, I'm perfectly fine. Just look at me," Bulma reassured them with a smile. At that moment, Android 18 approached, cradling 2 children in her arms. "Come and see your precious little ones. They are simply adorable." Nasu and Bulma stepped forward, gazing tenderly at the children, their affection palpable. Suddenly, their son in the stroller let out a loud sneeze, eliciting laughter from everyone. "This little fellow seems to be reveling in the warmth of our company," Nasu chuckled. The family gathered together, their joyous laughter echoing throughout the estate. For some time, it became a common sight to witness Nasu, Bulma, and Android 18 playing lovingly with the 2 children. On that particular day, Nasu's family, along with Tai Si and Mrs. Brief, were enjoying a playful afternoon at the estate. With a sudden whoosh, a figure appeared before them, collapsing to the ground before anyone could react. Nasu rushed forward, turning the person over to find it was Carlos. Chapter 87. The Invasion of the Demon Realm and Extreme Rescue upon seeing Carlos unconscious. Nasu was taken aback and quickly knelt beside him, employing healing magic. As seconds ticked by, the glow of the healing spell enveloped Carlos's body, and after a moment, Carlos slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Nasu, anxiously hovering nearby. Ignoring his own lingering weakness, he quickly exclaimed, "Chief, it's bad. You must hurry to the South Galaxy to rescue Commander Dasma and Commander Temet." Seeing Carlos's panic, Nasu immediately sought to calm him. "Do not fret. First, clarify the details so I can better assist them." Taking a deep breath, Carlos endeavored to compose himself before recounting the events. "It was like any other day, Chief. We were patrolling the South Galaxy when we suddenly received an urgent message. It stated that at the entrance to the Demon Realm on Shadow Star, 2 individuals with formidable power had appeared. They not only killed and injured numerous Galaxy Patrol officers, but also unleashed terrifying energy, obliterating all our defensive structures on Shadow Star." Carlos paused for a moment, inhaling deeply before continuing. "The situation was dire. Commander Temet and Commander Dasma made a swift decision to lead us to the location for support. When we arrived, we were astounded to find that those 2 demons had successfully summoned a horde of their kind from the Demon Realm, with the leader being a demon king named Mioka." Before Carlos could finish, Nasu was suddenly jolted, a surge of immense energy erupting from him like a volcanic explosion. In an instant, his aura escalated dramatically, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if it could be torn apart at any moment. "The Demon King Mioka?" Nasu's voice thundered through the air, laden with fury and authority, leaving all present chilled to the bone. His audacity to intrude upon their territory and wreak such havoc was a blatant provocation to the Saiyan patrol. Every word struck the hearts of those around him like a hammer, revealing the inferno of rage that had ignited within him. He turned to Carlos, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "What happened next? Were Temet and Dasma able to thwart those demons?" Carlos lowered his head slightly, his expression grave. "The battle was fierce. Commander Temet and Commander Dasma fought valiantly against the demons, but Mioka's strength was overwhelming. Despite our best efforts, we could not fully repel them. Later, Commander Temet instructed me to find an opportunity to use instant transmission to seek help, but unfortunately, Mioka saw through it. He sealed off the entire Shadow Star with his magic. It was only through the combined effort of the 2 commanders and 6 elite warriors that we managed to briefly break his seal, allowing me to escape and reach Earth before losing consciousness." Upon hearing Carlos's words, a fire ignited within Nasu. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the strain. "We cannot allow these demons to rampage through our South Galaxy." Nasu's voice brimmed with anger and determination. "Gather all the elite forces of the Saiyan Patrol. We must act swiftly and return those demons to where they belong." A glimmer of resolve flashed in Carlos's eyes. "Yes, Chief. I will make arrangements immediately and assemble the team as quickly as possible." After briefing Carlos on the mission, Nasu let out a slight sigh of relief, though his brow remained furrowed. He turned to Bulma and Android 18, exchanging a few words with them, seemingly imparting crucial information. Just as Nasu prepared to harness his spatial power to head to Shadow Star, several figures suddenly materialized like lightning. With a series of whooshes, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others appeared beside Nasu. Noticing Nasu's furrowed brow, Goku felt a pang of concern and quickly asked, Nasu, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly unleash such a powerful aura? Nasu took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart, but his voice still trembled. I will explain the details shortly. There is no time for that now. Since you are all here, come with me to rescue them. Without waiting for a response, Nasu swiftly channeled his spatial energy, sweeping his arm to envelop everyone in a brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from their location as if captured by an invisible hand. As the surroundings rapidly transformed, everyone felt a fleeting blur before they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar place, Shadow Star. Before anyone could take in their new environment, Krillin suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Following his gaze, the group saw that not far away, Commanders Temmet and Dasma were in grave danger. A terrifying energy wave, resembling a blazing meteor, hurtled toward them. In the nick of time, Nasu did not hesitate to unleash his Super Saiyan 2 power. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a golden glow, his hair becoming more fierce and resilient. Then, utilizing his spatial power as if performing instant transmission, he shattered the isolation seal and appeared before Commanders Temmet and Dasma. His speed was akin to lightning, rendering his movements almost imperceptible. In a critical moment, Nasu clenched his fist tightly, concentrating his energy, which crackled with electricity, and struck the incoming energy wave with a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, the once formidable energy wave was sent flying aside as if swatted away by a giant hand, crashing into a nearby mountain. In an instant, the entire mountain erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. As the dust settled, the astonished group discovered that the towering mountain had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a gaping, bottomless pit. Meowcar observed his attack being deflected, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, is there a master among you? How amusing. However, I do not slay nameless fools. Pray, reveal your name. Yet, Nas paid no heed to Meowcar's taunts. Instead, he turned to face Tamate and Daesame, swiftly forming hand seals to cast a healing spell. A green luminescence emanated from his hands, enveloping the two, and their previously grotesque wounds began to mend at a visible pace. Witnessing this, Meowcar's fury intensified. He glared at Nas, cursing, "You wretched cur. How dare you disregard me?" Before his words could dissipate, he unleashed a black energy sphere aimed directly at Nas and his companions. Vegeta, positioned behind Nas, sensed the impending danger and swiftly interposed himself in front of Nas. With a disdainful snort, he launched a powerful kick, striking the energy sphere and sending it hurtling backward, where it erupted in midair. Such audacity to act so brazenly before me. Vegeta smirked coldly at Meowcar. If you wish to play, allow me to indulge you. With that, Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. His hair stood on end, transforming into a golden hue, while an overwhelming energy surged forth from him. Without a moment's delay, Vegeta propelled himself with explosive force, shattering the ground beneath him. Like a cannonball, he charged toward Meowcar with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Goku, standing at a distance, expressed his frustration to Shalu. Damn it, Vegeta got ahead of me. This is your fault. Shalu, if you hadn't held me back, I wouldn't have lost my chance. Shalu, equally irked, retorted, Humph, Goku, you imbecile. If you hadn't obstructed my path, I would have surged forward long ago. As their bickering continued, the clash between Vegeta and Meowcar commenced. Chapter 88, Vegeta's Moment of Glory. Vegeta's form darted towards Meowcar like a bolt of lightning, his velocity threatening to rend the very fabric of space. Unfazed by the oncoming onslaught, Meowcar mirrored Vegeta's charge, and their proximity closed in an instant. Just as they were about to collide, a black beam shot from Meowcar's eyes, striking at Vegeta with venomous swiftness. Startled, Vegeta evaded the surprise attack at the last moment. However, Meowcar was relentless. As Vegeta sidestepped, Meowcar accelerated, appearing before him like a flash of lightning, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Vegeta. Reacting quickly, Vegeta raised his arm to block the blow. But the ferocity of Meowcar's assault was relentless. Following up with a powerful kick that sliced through the air, Vegeta had no choice but to pivot and counter with an elbow strike. The impact was substantial, forcing Meowcar to stumble back. Seeing Meowcar in a state of disarray, Vegeta allowed a brief smirk of satisfaction to cross his face. Yet, this moment of triumph was short-lived. Meowcar's rage erupted, his aura swelling like a volcano ready to erupt, and he experienced a formidable surge in power, seemingly transcending to a new level. In an instant, Miao Ka's speed became blinding, appearing before Vegeta with a punch aimed directly at his face. Unyielding, Vegeta clenched his fist, meeting Miao Ka's blow with equal force. The clash produced a thunderous sound, akin to two meteors colliding, releasing a wave of energy that swept across the Shadow Star. The very ground trembled beneath the force of their confrontation. Vegeta felt a tingling in his arm. Miao Ka's punch carried a weight far beyond his previous strikes. Conversely, Miao Ka experienced a slight tremor in his arm from Vegeta's counterattack. As they separated, their eyes locked, both aflame with the spirit of battle. Miao Ka launched the next offensive, his form flickering as he attacked from multiple angles, punches raining down like a torrential downpour. Vegeta deftly evaded, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, he spotted an opening, leaned forward, and dashed toward Miao Ka, delivering an uppercut aimed at his chin. Miao Ka narrowly avoided the strike by tilting his head, but swiftly grabbed Vegeta's arm, casting him aside. Vegeta executed a mid-air maneuver, landing gracefully. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his energy, deciding to unleash his full power to vanquish Miao Ka. Oh! Vegeta's roar reverberated, as if to pierce the heavens. With each bellow, a blinding golden radiance emanated from his being, so intense it was blinding. Concurrently, the lightning surrounding him grew increasingly ferocious, dancing like silver serpents in the air, crackling with energy. In that moment, Vegeta unleashed another thunderous cry, its sound echoing like thunder throughout the space. As he shouted, his hair began to grow rapidly, transforming into an upright mane reminiscent of a comet, inadvertently adding to his stature. Simultaneously, his eyebrows vanished, as if consumed by the overwhelming force surging within him. At that moment, Vegeta's aura swelled, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, brimming with boundless energy. His gaze turned colder, radiating an air of indifference and authority that sent shivers down the spine. Watching from the sidelines, Latizi could not help but comment to Nappa and others. I wonder if my hair will reach the ground when I achieve Super Saiyan 3. That would severely hinder my combat. His self-deprecating remark revealed a hint of longing, mixed with concern for his future transformation. Nappa quickly countered, "TCH, regardless, you still have hair. I'm in a worse predicament. Without my beard and eyebrows, no one would even recognize my Super Saiyan form. And look at Vegeta. After becoming Super Saiyan 3, he has no eyebrows at all. I must safeguard my beard." He touched his beard protectively, clearly valuing it highly. The bystanders, hearing Latizi and Nappa's exchange, paused momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter. The humor struck a jarring contrast in the tense atmosphere, infusing a lightheartedness into the serious scene. Meanwhile, Miao Ka, who had been intensely focused on devising a strategy to defeat Vegeta, suddenly found himself interrupted by the raucous laughter. He snapped his head up, scanning the laughing faces of Nas and the others, and an uncontainable rage ignited within him. They are surely mocking me. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, his countenance darkening, veins throbbing ominously on his forehead. Ajili Koerman, Miao Ka, filled with fury, bellowed, "Listen closely, you two. Immediately lead my demon warriors to annihilate those individuals. Leave not a single one alive. As you command, my lord." Ajili and Koerman replied in unison, their eyes exchanging a glint of ruthless determination. Without hesitation, they turned and led their demon army, surging forth like a tidal wave towards Nasi and his companions. However, at the very moment Miao Ka issued his command, a swift and fierce attack struck like lightning. Miao Ka had no time to react before an immense force collided violently with him. He heard Vegeta's voice, "To fight me while distracted is sheer audacity. You hold me in utter contempt." With a resounding thud, Miao Ka was propelled through the air like a cannonball, spinning uncontrollably as he soared backward. His body crashed through several towering mountains before finally coming to a halt. He fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, his body trembling from excruciating pain. Struggling to rise, Miao Ka tasted blood at the corner of his mouth as he glared at Vegeta. "How dare you ambush me?" Vegeta replied with a cold smirk, "That is merely the price of your distraction." Drawing a deep breath, Miao Ka summoned the power within him, a dark aura swirling around him to form a colossal vortex. Meanwhile, Ajili and Koerman engaged Nasi and the others in fierce combat. The battlefield erupted with shouts and flashes of energy. Ratz, Suan Wukong, Nappa, and Sha Lu, along with Bika, faced the demon warriors fearlessly. Some transforming into Super Saiyans, others employing the Kaioken technique, resulting in a tumultuous clash. On the other side, Beijita and Miao Ka charged at one another, their fists and feet colliding, energy radiating in all directions. Miao Ka continuously altered his techniques, seeking a flaw in Beijita's defenses. Yet Beijita, harnessing the formidable strength of Super Saiyan 3, maintained a firm upper hand over Miao Ka. Suddenly, seizing the moment, Beijita unleashed a Gallic gun directed at Miao Ka. Miao Ka hastily dodged, but one half of his body was still struck, sending him flying once more. Miao Ka's body plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, crashing down with a deafening roar. An explosive blast erupted beneath him, unleashing a billowing cloud of smoke as if the very world were being consumed. Time passed slowly, and the dust lingered, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts as they feared the battle's conclusion was near. Finally, after a prolonged wait, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the ground ravaged by the explosion. However, just as everyone believed Miao Ka had been reduced to ashes, an unexpected event unfolded. A black-red energy circle suddenly emerged from the deep pit, reminiscent of the gates of hell slowly opening. As the light fully faded, the onlookers were astonished to find Miao Ka still lying in the pit, his form seemingly transformed. The once handsome and charming figure had morphed into a grotesque monster. Sharp horns sprouted from his head, dark spots marred his face, and his mouth had elongated into a terrifying, vampiric maw. His hands twisted into monstrous claws, glinting ominously in the light. Moreover, Miao Ka's aura had become extraordinarily potent, a malevolent and frigid energy swirling around him like a tempest of darkness. Slowly raising his head, his once deep gaze was now consumed by a crimson glow. He fixated intently on Beijita, a flash of red igniting in his eyes before he surged forward with the speed of a cannonball. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Beijita dared not falter. His muscles tensed like a lion poised to pounce, ready to confront Miao Ka's fierce strike. Chapter 89. The stubborn Beijita meets an unexpected foe. As Beijita remained focused on Miao Ka, unexpectedly, Miao Ka appeared before him in a flash, resembling a teleportation. Beijita barely had time to react before Miao Ka's fist shot toward his face like lightning. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, Beijita's reflexes were swift. In a split second, he extended his hand, grasping Miao Ka's fist with the strength of a vice. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate, neither able to move. Just then, an unexpected twist occurred. A subtle sound echoed as the ground split open, and a shadow leapt forth like an arrow from the earth. The shadow moved with incredible speed, swiftly reaching Beijita's back and delivering a powerful kick that sent him hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing into the ground. A thunderous sound erupted as the earth was gouged, dust swirling around. Subsequently, two black-red energy blasts surged like meteors, striking Beijita with pinpoint accuracy. The force of these attacks was staggering, further shattering the already ravaged ground, as if it were on the verge of being torn apart. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a torrent of lava erupted, flowing like a raging river. At that moment, a powerful energy wave swept through, dispersing the surrounding lava and revealing a figure. It was Beijita. Though covered in dust and lava, his gaze remained sharp, fixed intently on the now altered Miao Ka. However, as he focused, he was taken aback to find not one, but two identical Miao Kas before him. "Oh, are you so desperate that you resort to numbers to turn the tide of battle?" Beijita scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. "Humph. Do not compare me to those mediocre beings," Miao Ka retorted disdainfully. "This is my innate ability, not your so-called technique of duplication. It is another self that I have split from my being. His strength is on par with mine, and we are in perfect synchrony. You would do well to cease your futile struggles and accept your demise." Before his words faded, Miao Ka and his doppelganger launched their assault, charging at Beijita from two directions with the speed of lightning. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Beijita knew he could not afford to be careless. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed all the energy within him, forming a formidable energy shield to withstand Miao Ka's initial attack. As the two engaged in an intense battle, a radiant spectrum of light descended from the heavens, akin to a falling star, landing precisely around Nasi and his allies. As the vibrant colors gradually faded, the demon warriors were astounded to discover that 5 to 6 dozen members of the Saiyan Defense Force had appeared around them. Upon their arrival, these Saiyans wasted no time joining the fray, pouncing on the surrounding demon warriors with the ferocity of starving tigers, igniting a heart-pounding melee. With the reinforcements in play, the pressure on Sun Wukong and the others alleviated significantly, and the tense situation on the battlefield began to shift. The pressure did not stem from the formidable prowess of the demon race, but rather from their overwhelming numbers, which rendered the task of clearing them immensely vexing. However, with the arrival of the Saiyans, circumstances took a turn. These Saiyans possessed extraordinary combat capabilities, allowing the elite fighters to remain stationed in the rear. Just as Nas, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo convened, Carlos, leading the reinforcements, hurriedly approached with several logistical personnel. Tribe leader, Carlos reported to Nas, "I have brought all the combat department members who remain behind, along with the remaining logistics staff." Nas scanned the crowd, suddenly furrowing his brow as he queried, "Where are Sushi and Lari? And why have you brought so few people? Our warriors should total at least 500 or 600, should they not?" At that moment, Temet, who had just dispatched a demon warrior, also arrived, panting as he spoke, "Captain, Sushi and the majority of our kin have headed to the galactic border. Recent tensions with the fairy galaxy have escalated, and the Galactic Patrol headquarters is severely understaffed." Upon hearing Temet's words, Nas sighed deeply, lamenting the tumultuous times they faced. Clearly, once this ordeal concluded, there would be a pressing need to bolster the strength of their kin. It was rather disheartening to have the tribe leader repeatedly intervening. While Nas and the others continued their discussion, Piccolo interjected, "If we do not assist Vegeta soon, he may face defeat." The group quickly turned their attention to the scene. Noticing that Majorca had, at some point, conjured another doppelganger, and both he and his clones were now overwhelming Vegeta, who had resorted to a defensive stance. Before Nas could respond, Sun Wukong and Sheru surged forward, unleashing their energy and launching an assault on Majorca. Like bolts of lightning, Sun Wukong and Sheru charged towards Majorca and his clones. Sun Wukong swiftly maneuvered in front of one clone, delivering a fierce punch that the clone attempted to block, but was forced to stagger back from the sheer force. Meanwhile, Sheru targeted another clone, channeling energy into a robust beam that shot forth, narrowly missing the clone while carving a deep scar into the ground. Seeing this, Majorca and the remaining clones rapidly adjusted their strategy, forming a fan-like formation to encircle Sun Wukong and Sheru. They simultaneously launched an array of dark red energy waves, which fell like rain. Sun Wukong and Sheru adeptly dodged while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Seizing this moment, Vegeta recalibrated himself, his energy surging once more as he shouted and lunged at one of Majorca's doppelgangers, sending it flying with a powerful punch. "Kakarot, Sheru, what are you two doing here? Hindering my hunt?" Vegeta exclaimed. Sun Wukong and Sheru exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at his arrogance, as he was on the verge of being overwhelmed. At that moment, amidst the chaos of their combined assault on Majorca, the battlefield erupted in flames and clamor. Although Majorca and his clones were not weak, they began to falter under the relentless onslaught of the trio. In a moment of stillness, Sun Wukong stood firm, legs slightly bent, hands positioned like a blooming lotus, palms facing each other as he began to concentrate his energy, preparing to unleash a formidable Kamehameha. As time passed, Sun Wukong's aura intensified, the surrounding air swirling in response. Forming a small whirlwind, veins throbbed on his forehead, and with eyes tightly shut, he focused all his might into his palms. At last, Sun Wukong completed his charge, suddenly opening his eyes with a fierce shout as he thrust his hands forward. In an instant, a colossal blue energy wave, akin to a roaring beast, surged toward Majorca. The wave bore immense power, tearing through the air with a sharp wail. Just as it was about to collide with Majorca, an unexpected event transpired. From behind Majorca, a yellow energy wave materialized out of thin air, racing forward with lightning-like speed and colliding with Sun Wukong's blue wave. The two energy waves met midair, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave from the blast swept through the area like a ferocious hurricane, engulfing everything in its path. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the view of the explosion's epicenter. As the group stood stunned by the sudden upheaval, laughter echoed through the haze. "Oh ho ho, Majorca, you seem rather disheveled. You cannot even handle such a trivial task as instructed by our master." The voice carried a tone of mockery and derision. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others became alert, uncertain of the identity and intentions of the newcomer. Before they could process the situation, another voice emerged from the smoke. "Oh, I did not expect to see a familiar face, Sun Wukong. It has been quite some time." This voice carried a hint of surprise and joy, seemingly delighted at Sun Wukong's presence. Curiosity piqued. The group glanced at Sun Wukong, then fixated on the two figures emerging from the haze. As the dust gradually settled, time appeared to stand still. Within the haze, two silhouettes began to materialize. One figure, towering and formidable, resembled an unmovable mountain. His skin was a vibrant red, radiating an unyielding fervor and strength. The most striking feature was his massive bull-like head, fierce and commanding, exuding a primal aura. His body was enveloped in thick muscles, each sinew brimming with power, as if he could effortlessly rend steel. Expansive wings, ablaze with fire, unfurled from his broad back, as though a demon had descended from the depths of hell. His lower body was robust, covered in hard scales, and a thick tail swayed behind him like a dragon. Opposite this imposing figure stood another, bearing a smile that conveyed a sense of composure and coldness. With skin tinged in purple, he radiated an enigmatic aura. His hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall, bound at the end, gently brushing against his form. On his forehead, a red W-shaped mark adorned him, enhancing his otherworldly charm, resembling a handsome being from a distant realm. Upon recognizing the two figures, Majorca, who had just begun to relax, felt his countenance darken, glaring at them with palpable rage and indignation. Samaki, and you, Ashura, what gives you the right to meddle? I am fully capable of completing the task assigned by our master alone, without your interference." In response to Majorca's accusation, Samaki remained unfazed, a smirk gracing his lips as he retorted, "Oh, is that so? Majorca, do not be so overconfident. Had I not intervened just in time to block that lethal attack, you would likely be in pieces by now." Majorca's face flushed with anger at Samaki's words, his eyes widening as he prepared to retort, only to be abruptly interrupted by Ashura. "Enough. You two, cease your quarrel." The voice of Axio resonated deeply and gravely, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Should your quarrels hinder the matters of the esteemed one, do not blame him for his lack of courtesy." Upon hearing Axioluo's words, Miaoka and Samaki suddenly seemed to grasp something, their bodies trembling in unison, a shiver coursing through them. They exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of fear and apprehension in the other's eyes. However, their pride forbade them from showing weakness before one another, and thus they simultaneously snorted disdainfully, quickly turning their heads away, refusing to meet each other's gaze. At that moment, Shalu, unable to contain his growing agitation, bellowed furiously at Axio and Samaki. Who do you two ignorant fools think you are? How dare you disrupt my battle at such a critical moment? Prepare to meet your demise." As soon as Shalu's words fell, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, like a torrential flood, aimed directly at Miaoka and his companions. Naturally, they would not sit idly by in the face of such overwhelming pressure. After a brief exchange of glances, they instinctively channeled their inner energies, erupting forth like a volcanic explosion, colliding fiercely with Shalu's energy wave. In that instant, the two formidable forces clashed like celestial bodies colliding, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the space, causing the ground to tremble violently as if it might tear apart. The lava, already agitated by the battle, became even more ferocious under the impact of their energies, bubbling violently like boiling water. In this moment of intense chaos, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, standing on the sidelines, refused to be outdone. They shouted in unison, releasing their full Super Saiyan 3 powers without reservation. This surge of energy swept through the arena like a tempest, intertwining with the energies of Shalu and Miaoka, intensifying the already wild atmosphere into a frenzy, akin to a rampaging beast roaring with abandon. Amid this tumultuous scene, Nas, who had been observing from the rear, suddenly noticed two demons emerging from behind. Upon closer inspection, a jolt of recognition struck him as he recalled Axulo, the very demon king whom Sun Wukong had defeated during his training on Earth in his youth. As this realization dawned upon Nas, his mind became a whirlpool of confusion. He surveyed the unfolding spectacle and pondered, given the current situation, could that fellow named Samaki also be a king? 3 kings have emerged in the blink of an eye, and with the impending arrival of Depura, how many kings does this demon realm actually possess? Just as Nas was lost in thought, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Shalu moved like lightning, engaging in a fierce clash with Miaoka, Samaki, and Axioluo. Sun Wukong, swift as lightning, launched a series of fluid punches at Axioluo. Yet Axioluo, with the speed of a flash, evaded each attack with ease. At the moment of Wukong's hesitation, Axioluo seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Wukong's chest. Reacting quickly, Wukong retaliated with a punch of his own, resulting in a cataclysmic collision that unleashed a ferocious gust of wind, sending nearby demon warriors flying. Just as Wukong withdrew his fist, he witnessed Axioluo's arm swell to an enormous size, resembling a colossal hammer, charged with an intimidating force as it swung toward him. With no avenue of escape, Wukong braced himself and threw another punch. The impact echoed with a deafening roar, and Wukong felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him, propelling his body backward as if severed from its tether, spiraling through the air before regaining his balance. However, before he could catch his breath, Axioluo made a swift motion across his right arm, conjuring swirling azure energy rings that coiled around it, exuding a disquieting aura. With no mercy, Axioluo unleashed his right arm, launching a fist imbued with the energy rings toward Wukong like a cannonball. The force of this blow was staggering, and Wukong found himself unable to withstand it, plummeting toward the ground at an astonishing speed. The impact resonated like a seismic event, creating a massive crater as Wukong's body struck the earth, causing the surrounding terrain to fracture. As onlookers anticipated Wukong's doom, a brilliant golden light erupted from the depths of the crater. Wukong, radiating an even more resplendent golden aura, elevated his energy to its zenith. It was clear that he could no longer afford to hold back. With a mighty roar, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Axioluo. His attacks rained down like a torrential storm, each punch imbued with apocalyptic power. Although Axioluo continued to evade with agility, he was no longer as composed as before. After exchanging dozens of blows, Wukong managed to force Axioluo back, exclaiming, "Your techniques feel familiar. Ah, I remember now. You are the one I defeated in the demon realm during my youth." Upon hearing Wukong's words, Axioluo chuckled. "So you finally recall, Sun Wukong. Perfect. Let us settle both old and new grievances." With that, Axioluo began to wildly amplify his energy, charging toward Wukong. Meanwhile, the battle between Vegeta and Miaoka reached a fever pitch. Vegeta roared, unleashing powerful energy waves, while Miaoka, utilizing his miraculous duplication technique, ensnared Vegeta in a stalemate. The clash between Shalu and Samaki twisted the very fabric of space, as Shalu relentlessly pressed his advantage while Samaki, with his massive physique and fiery wings, countered calmly. Unfortunately, the disparity in their strength began to tip the scales against Samaki. Observing this, Nas urgently instructed Piccolo, Raditz, and the others, go assist Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Exercise caution, and if necessary, resort to fusion. The group nodded in agreement, unleashing their most potent energies as they surged into the fray. With the addition of Piccolo and Raditz, Vegeta's burden lightened considerably. Noticing this, Miaoka ceased holding back, instantly creating 6 additional clones to fend off the collective assault. The battlefield descended into chaos. Seizing an opportunity, Vegeta charged toward Miaoka's true form, aiming for a decisive blow. Yet, Miaoka had anticipated this, and a clone swiftly intercepted, resulting in a violent clash that sent shockwaves through the area. Piccolo capitalized on his unique abilities, unleashing energy waves from various angles to assail Miaoka's clones. Raditz, not to be outdone, plowed through the clones with his fists flying. Just as they believed they had gained the upper hand, Miaoka erupted into a maniacal laughter, his 7 clones beginning to merge. In an instant, a more colossal and fearsome incarnation of Miaoka materialized before them. With a sweeping gesture, a powerful energy storm surged toward the group, sending Vegeta and the others tumbling to the ground. Miaoka stood tall, surveying the crowd with an air of disdain, as if proclaiming his assured victory in this battle. At that moment, the beleaguered Liu was struck and sent hurtling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, he was not defeated by the force of the blow. Instead, he quickly regained his footing and shouted to Miaoka, "You too, cover me and Nappa. We must fuse to vanquish this monster." Upon hearing Liu's call, Beerus nodded resolutely, signaling his understanding. He then inhaled deeply and unleashed a furious roar, amplifying his Zhuangqin to a staggering 25 times. In an instant, a tempestuous red aura erupted from him like a volcanic eruption. as if intending to ignite the very world around him. Without a moment's hesitation, Beerus vanished from sight, reappearing behind Viaoka like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, he began to execute his gigantic transformation. After merging with Shrala, he not only inherited the latter's power, but also mastered this formidable technique. As Beerus expanded in size, his energy soared like a rocket. Upon completing his transformation, his aura reached astonishing levels, causing the surrounding air to tremble with the force of his might. With no mercy, Beerus unleashed a powerful punch toward Baoka, a strike imbued with his full strength, striking true. Miaokar, caught off guard by such a ferocious attack, staggered back 2 steps. However, being formidable, he quickly recovered from the impact, roaring like an enraged lion and charging straight at Bika. In that instant, Baijita and Ahoma, witnessing Biaoka's advance, unhesitatingly unleashed a barrage of energy waves toward him. These energy blasts descended like a torrential downpour, overwhelming Biaoka. While these attacks may not have inflicted significant damage, they successfully diverted Biaokar's attention, granting Langur and Napa precious moments. Just as Baokar let out a furious roar, sending everyone flying with his overwhelming aura, La Diju and Napar completed their fusion. The fused warrior, undeterred by the powerful shockwave, surged forward like a shooting star, confronting Biaoka. Miaokar's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this suddenly manifested foe. Sensing the formidable energy emanating from him, he instinctively assumed a defensive posture. "Who are you?" Miaoka demanded, his voice trembling slightly. The fused warrior stood unwavering, exuding an unparalleled authority. His gaze was cold and piercing, as if capable of penetrating R's very soul. "You are unworthy of knowing my name," the fused warrior declared, his voice deep and resonant. "All you need to know is that I am here to defeat you." Under No's rigorous training, Lao, though proud, did not exhibit the arrogance of Vitinko. He recognized the might of his opponent and refused to underestimate him. With that proclamation, La Paju unleashed a furious roar, erupting with energy. Surrounding him was a dazzling halo of lightning, his hair transforming into a golden hue, each strand pulsating with the rhythm of power. Simultaneously, his muscles swelled, enhancing his already imposing stature. Before Miaokar could react, La Padu darted forward like a flash. He launched a powerful kick, striking Biaokar's head with thunderous force. The impact sent Biaokar soaring through the air like a severed kite, tracing a long arc. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. Lapa's form reappeared beneath Biaokar, his hands planted firmly on the ground, legs together, muscles taut as he unleashed a tremendous force. This eruption of strength sent Biaokar hurtling skyward once more. Following this, a barrage of energy blasts, akin to meteors, streaked toward Biaokar, striking him with precision. Under this relentless assault, Biaokar found himself utterly defenseless, suffering severe injuries. As his body plummeted from the heights, Lapu, Dikuro, Bingita, and Iluma began to gather their energies fervently. Their powers surged like tumultuous waves, converging into a colossal energy wave, radiant and vibrant like a rainbow. It sped toward Biaokar with blinding velocity, as if destined to consume him entirely. In the blink of an eye, the energy wave collided with Biaokar, triggering a monumental explosion. The shockwave from the blast swept across the landscape like a tempest, leaving all in awe. Moments later, as the smoke began to clear, Biaokar's form slowly returned to its original state, shrouded in billowing black smoke, a testament to the grievous injuries he had endured. Before plummeting to the ground like a tattered rag, landing with a thud in a deep crater, lying in an uncertain state. Chapter 92, The Emergence of the Puppeteer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang battle with Ashuo had escalated into an intense confrontation. With unrestrained fervor, Zhang unleashed a relentless series of attacks on Ashuo. However, due to Ma's remarkable agility, he skillfully evaded many of Zhang's strikes, resulting in a stalemate. Just as the impasse lingered, Aishulua seized an opportunity amidst Zhang's offensive, darting behind him for a powerful kick to his back. Sun Wukong, quick on the draw, pivoted instantly, blocking the blow with his arm, though the tremendous impact forced him to stagger forward. Seizing the moment, Aishulua conjured 2 formidable energy spheres and hurled them at Wukong with incredible speed. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong swiftly gathered energy, conjuring a golden shield that intercepted the spheres. The resulting explosion unleashed a shockwave that reverberated around them. In that moment, Sun Wukong's resolve solidified. He inhaled deeply as his energy surged tumultuously, his hair standing on end as he maximized the power of his Super Saiyan form. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged at Asho, each punch carrying the weight of mountains, forcing Luo to retreat under the relentless assault. Gritting his teeth, Luo's expression hardened with determination. As he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, he gathered energy before him, a mysterious and potent black light enveloping him. Within that glow, countless phantoms emerged, evoking terror from another realm. With a thunderous shout, Asho sent these apparitions surging towards Sun Wukong. Sensing the formidable might of this attack, Sun furrowed his brow, swiftly channeling his full strength and thrusting his hands forward, releasing a golden energy wave to confront the phantoms. Upon collision, the energy wave and the phantoms erupted in a cacophonous roar, tearing the very fabric of space around them. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, obscuring visibility. As the dust began to settle, Sun Wukong remained steadfast, albeit slightly breathless. In this pivotal moment, Luo had already expended considerable stamina, panting heavily yet still brimming with fighting spirit. Just when the situation seemed most dire, Teammate, receiving Naza's command, surged forth like a cannonball from behind, moving with lightning speed. Although Luo reacted swiftly, his prolonged battle with Sun Wukong had severely drained his energy, diminishing his agility. Faced with teammates' sudden assault, Luo exerted every effort to evade, but ultimately found himself overwhelmed. With a resounding thud, teammates' kick landed squarely upon Luo, propelling him backward like a rocket, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Moments later, a thunderous roar resonated from afar, as if the very world trembled in response. The crowd gasped in astonishment, witnessing a massive mountain collapse in the wake of that sound. Debris scattering and dust swirling. Evidently, Luo's body had crashed into the mountain with the force of a projectile, shattering it to pieces. However, Teammate was not yet satisfied. He gazed intently in the direction where Luo had disappeared, his brow furrowed as if sensing something. Suddenly, a smirk crept upon his lips, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing before the fleeing Luo as if teleporting. Realizing the dire predicament, Luo felt dread wash over him. He had not anticipated Teammate's formidable prowess. His ability to pinpoint Luo's location and materialize before him. Understanding that escape was unlikely, Luo resolutely summoned every remaining ounce of energy within him, preparing for a final confrontation with Teammate. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped Luo, as powerful energy surged forth like tumultuous waves, sweeping outward. Teammate, taken aback for a fleeting moment, did not retreat. Instead, he met Luo's charge head-on, striking with an unwavering fist. The force of that blow was staggering, akin to a thunderclap, aimed directly at Luo. Luo, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from any hesitation, channeling all his strength to collide fiercely with Teammate's fist. A colossal explosion ensued as their immense energies clashed mid-air, unleashing a ferocious energy storm. The tempest wrought havoc, toppling trees and scattering stones, as if heralding the apocalypse. Luo and Teammate were violently propelled backward by the storm's onslaught, yet both warriors, endowed with extraordinary strength, managed to halt their retreat after considerable distance. They then sped towards each other like meteors, guided by Teammate's deliberate maneuvering, returning to their original positions. At this juncture, Sun Wukong swiftly re-entered the fray, joining Teammate in their assault on Luo. Confronted by these two formidable adversaries, Luo found himself increasingly beleaguered, evading their relentless attacks with great difficulty, gradually succumbing to the tide of battle. Meanwhile, on another front, Samaki's duel with Sheru was reaching its conclusion. Unfortunately for Samaki, he faced the mightiest opponent among them all. Throughout the confrontation, he had been relentlessly suppressed by Sheru, rendered powerless. As time wore on, Samaki's injuries mounted, leaving him battered and bruised. Observing his opponent's utter inability to retaliate, Sheru's interest in prolonging the fight waned. With a swift punch, he sent Samaki hurtling away. Following this, Sheru began to gather energy with both hands, invoking the familiar technique, Kamehameha. With a fierce cry, a colossal wave of energy surged forth, akin to a blazing meteor, racing towards the airborne Samaki. In an instant, the energy wave collided violently with Samaki, igniting a cataclysmic explosion. As the energy dissipated, Sheru peered into the remnants. Witnessing Samaki plummeting from the sky, engulfed in ominous black smoke, seemingly devoid of life, Sheru mused that this battle should have reached its end. Yet, an unforeseen miracle unfolded. As Samaki crashed heavily to the ground, he slowly retrieved a crimson crystal emanating dark energy from his waist. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed it as if it were the most delectable delicacy in existence. In that instant, a remarkable transformation occurred. The dimming crimson flames within him flickered to life, erupting into a blazing inferno that enveloped him completely. His body quivered slightly, emitting a deep, resonant growl that echoed eerily amidst the flames. With the growl intensifying, he began to levitate, seemingly liberated from the constraints of gravity. His heavy breaths reverberated within the flames, each exhale akin to drawing air from a bellows. "Curse you! You forced my hand." His voice dripped with fury and despair. "Then let us perish together." No sooner had he spoken than his injuries began to heal at a visible pace, restoring him to his former self in the blink of an eye. Moreover, his energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, an unstoppable force that commanded attention. A glimmer of red light flickered in his eyes, and with a sudden burst of power, he launched himself towards Sheru like a projectile. Sheru, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, scrambled to defend himself, but it was too late. Samaki's speed was astonishing, too quick for Sheru to react. With a resounding thud, Samaki collided forcefully with Sheru, sending him flying. Sheru's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several mountains with tremendous force. The impact caused the mountains to collapse, debris and dust scattering in all directions, burying Sheru beneath a mound of rubble, rendering him invisible. Yet, Samaki did not relent. His relentless assault continued unabated, offering Sheru no respite. In that moment, buried beneath the stones, Sheru unleashed a furious roar that reverberated like thunder throughout the mountains, shaking the surrounding trees to their roots. As the roar echoed, a golden aura erupted from Sheru, crashing through the stones that had imprisoned him. He leapt from the rubble, shaking off the stiffness in his neck, his eyes glinting with cold determination. In an instant, he vanished like lightning, re-emerging as a projectile aimed directly at Samaki. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, neither willing to yield. It was uncertain whether it was the influence of the crystal that had invigorated Samaki, but he matched Sheru's every surge in power. The battle devolving into a stalemate as both sought a chink in the other's armor for a decisive strike. From the sidelines, Nas, increasingly agitated, could no longer tolerate the stasis of combat. Finally unable to contain his inner turmoil, he let out a thunderous shout, his muscles bulging as his bones cracked, his form enveloped in a resplendent golden glow. At that very moment, Nasi transformed, an overwhelming aura erupting from his being like a volcano, distorting the surrounding air with its sheer force. His eyes widened in fury as he fixed his gaze on the fierce battle between Shalu and Samaki, unhesitatingly unleashing a wave of blue-purple energy. This energy wave surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, astonishing in its speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached the vicinity of Shalu and Samaki. Just as the energy wave was about to strike Shalu, everyone held their breath, but to their astonishment, the wave passed through Shalu's body unimpeded, as if he were transparent, causing him no harm whatsoever. However, when the energy wave collided with Samaki, the outcome was entirely different. Samaki was sent flying by the powerful energy, akin to a kite severed from its string. Immediately, a brilliant flash erupted, accompanied by the deafening sound of an explosion, shaking the entire space with this force. Once tranquility returned, the spectators were horrified to discover Samaki's grievous state, his arm and lower body entirely obliterated, leaving only his upper torso and one wing, blood gushing from the wounds and staining the ground crimson. In the face of such brutality, Nasi did not relent in his assault. He swiftly targeted Ashura, launching another energy wave without hesitation. This wave, like a roaring beast, barreled toward Ashura. Just as the attack was about to connect, a blood-red energy wave surged forth from behind Ashura, forming an impenetrable barrier that perfectly intercepted Nasi's strike. With the emergence of this crimson energy wave, a dense black mist enveloped Ashura, intermittently flickering with violet lightning, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of a messenger from the underworld. As they beheld the sudden appearance of the black mist, the onlookers wore grave expressions, sensing an imminent threat. Observing the situation, Nasi wasted no time in utilizing his teleportation skill, darting forward like a flash of lightning, vigilantly watching the eerie black mist. At that moment, a wave of coldness emanated from the mist, accompanied by a chilling, bone-piercing voice that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul. Humph, truly a bunch of worthless fools, incapable of handling such a trivial matter. The voice dripped with disdain and contempt. Upon hearing it, the crowd felt a tightening in their chests, while Ashura trembled in fear. Hastily kneeling and bowing his head in supplication, exclaiming, "Please spare us, my lord. It is not that we have failed in our duties, but rather that the enemy is far too powerful. Even Samaki was defeated in a single blow, and now his fate is uncertain." "Oh, Samaki has fallen too." The mysterious figure seemed somewhat surprised, yet his tone remained icy. "Humph. You may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment is inescapable. After this matter concludes, I shall deal with you useless beings at my leisure." No sooner had he spoken than two beams of black light shot forth from the mist, akin to lightning, striking Samaki, who was left with only half a body, and Myoka. Miraculously, Samaki's severed half swiftly regenerated, and Myoka too began to recover, their bodies returning to normal after a short while. "Thank you, my lord." The two, now restored, scrambled to the mysterious figure, kneeling in earnest gratitude. However, the mysterious one seemed indifferent to their appreciation, his gaze passing over them to fixate on Nasi. "I did not expect such a formidable expert to exist in the lower realms." The mysterious figure's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an alluring power. "What say you? Will you not pledge your allegiance to me? I can promise you a position second only to mine." Upon hearing this, Nasi's lips curled into a slight smirk, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Ha ha ha, a cowardly schemer like you thinks you deserve my loyalty? State your name and reveal your plot. Perhaps I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here alive." In response to Nasi's provocation, the mysterious figure let out a cold snort, evidently enraged. "Humph. I am Mozelt, and I shall not allow a mere ignorant whelp like you to act so insolently." His voice thundered through the air like a clap of lightning, causing the surrounding space to tremble. As he spoke, the black mist enveloping Mozelt thickened, resembling a swirling cloud of ink that consumed him entirely. Subsequently, this mass of darkness began to expand at an astonishing rate, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. In an instant, the entire shadow star was shrouded by this black mist, the already dim planet now utterly engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Furthermore, Mozelt's aura intensified continuously, surging like relentless ocean waves, each wave more powerful than the last. The surrounding air, under the pressure of his immense presence, became thick and viscous, as if solidifying, making it difficult to breathe. Amidst this suffocating darkness, thick black lightning erupted like silver serpents dancing wildly, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, tearing through the night sky and rending the darkness apart with jagged gashes. Nasi, witnessing this, refused to yield. He inhaled deeply and then erupted forth, elevating his energy to its pinnacle. With a roar, a formidable power erupted from within him, enveloping his form in a golden radiance. His hair lengthened and thickened, marking his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. In that moment, both combatants' energies reached astonishing heights, shaking the very essence of Shadow Star. As their energies clashed, the surrounding space tore asunder, intertwining golden and black lightning in a chaotic dance, crackling with explosive sounds. This terrifying energy fluctuation not only affected the two of them, but also rippled across the entirety of Shadow Star. The once tranquil volcanoes began to erupt violently, molten lava gushing forth like fountains, forming towering columns of fire. A tempest ravaged the chaos, winds howling and sand flying, rendering it nearly impossible to stand. The demon warriors and Saiyan guards, who had been fiercely battling, were swept away by this overwhelming force, some even blown away entirely. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong, Temate, and others quickly summoned their powers to shield the guards from being crushed by the tremendous energy. Once they ensured Sun Wukong and his companions were at a relatively safe distance, Nasi clenched his fists and charged toward Mozelt like a bolt of lightning. His speed was akin to that of a gale, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Mozelt, unleashing a merciless punch. Mozelt, catching sight of this, swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a swift kick. However, Nasi's reflexes were lightning quick. He deftly evaded the kick and retaliated with an energy wave aimed directly at Mozelt's vital points. Mozelt, clearly unprepared for Nasi's rapid counterattack, bellowed as he concentrated all his strength into a single roar. The energy wave dissipated in an instant, scattering into countless tiny energy fragments that dispersed in all directions. Nasi remained unfazed, promptly delivering another punch, only for Moselt to seize it. Throwing Nasi away before he could react, Nasi executed a flawless somersault in midair, landing with unwavering stability, and the fervor in his eyes burned ever more intensely. At that moment, he discerned that the dark mist enveloping Moselt appeared to be the source of his power, and an idea sparked within him. He charged once more towards Moselt, deliberately exposing a flaw to lure him into attacking. True to his expectations, Moselt fell for the ruse and swiftly advanced. Just as they neared, Nasi suddenly utilized instant transmission to appear behind Moselt, conjuring a formidable golden energy sphere with both hands, which he hurled directly at the densest part of the dark mist. The energy sphere collided with the mist, erupting with a thunderous roar, dispersing a portion of it. Moselt, feeling the pain, spun around in fury, channeling a black energy beam from his hands towards Nasi. Nasi evaded with a sidestep while continuously unleashing energy waves to disrupt him. Seizing the moment while Moselt was distracted, Nasi closed in once more, delivering a flurry of punches at lightning speed. Moselt was forced to retreat, the dark mist surrounding him thinning with each strike. Suddenly, Moselt let out a thunderous roar that reverberated like a clap of thunder, deafening in its intensity. In an instant, his body erupted with a colossal aura, akin to a powder keg igniting, sweeping forth with the force of a tidal wave, sending Nasi hurtling through the air. He flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a distant stone wall with a resounding thud before sliding slowly to the ground. However, Moselt did not pursue. Instead, he stood still, eyes closed, fervently absorbing the dark mist surrounding him. Attracted by his formidable power, the dark mist converged upon him like a black whirlwind, enveloping him completely. As the mist continued to be drawn into his body, astonishing transformations began to occur. His muscles swelled like inflated balloons, becoming extraordinarily robust, with veins bulging like coiled dragons. His aura grew increasingly wild and frigid, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the depths of the underworld, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Empowered by this newfound strength, Moselt's capabilities surged to an unprecedented level, rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to before. Once everything subsided, Moselt's figure vanished like a wraith, disappearing without a trace. Before Nasi could regain his bearings from the prior impact, Moselt reappeared before him like a bolt of lightning. Nasi, startled, quickly crossed his arms in a defensive posture, attempting to withstand the sudden onslaught. With a resounding crash, Moselt's fist struck Nasi's crossed arms with tremendous force. Despite Nasi's utmost effort to defend himself, the terrifying power was akin to that of a mountain, propelling him away. His body traced an arc through the air before plummeting to the ground like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet, Moselt offered no respite, shadowing Nasi closely, reappearing above him like a specter. Without delay, Moselt's fists rained down upon Nasi like a torrential storm. The speed of his strikes akin to lightning flashing across the night sky, leaving Nasi with no chance to evade. In that moment, Nasi could only cross his arms in defense, and the two fought their way to the depths of the earth, reaching a vast cavern where Nasi began to show slight resistance after enduring a relentless assault. Finally, as Moselt launched another punch, Nasi seized the opportunity to counterattack. A powerful energy wave erupted from his mouth, striking Moselt with the swiftness of lightning, sending him hurtling away. However, just as Nasi thought he could catch his breath, Moselt's form flickered, instantly appearing behind him. Without mercy, Moselt unleashed a fierce kick that slammed into Nasi, the force so immense that it sent him flying from the depths. Before Nasi could recover from the shock of being struck, countless crimson energy spheres descended upon him like a torrential downpour. These energy spheres bombarded him relentlessly, leaving him overwhelmed. Amidst the barrage, Nasi stood firm. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to withstand Moselt's onslaught while fervently channeling energy within himself. With a roar, a powerful crimson glow erupted from his body. In an instant, Nasi underwent a remarkable transformation, ascending to the form of Super Saiyan God. In this state, his power surged tremendously, enveloping him in a massive protective barrier that repelled Moselt's relentless assault. Furthermore, Nasi gathered a white energy sphere in his hand, though seemingly unremarkable. The energy contained within was extraordinarily formidable. He tossed the energy sphere lightly, and it instantaneously teleported behind Mozelt. Without warning, the energy sphere detonated violently, sending a tremendous shockwave that hurled Mozelt away and interrupted his relentless barrage. Chapter 94. The Arrival of Weiss. The retreat of the demon clan upon Nasi's successful transformation into Super Saiyan God. His strength experienced an unprecedented enhancement, dramatically altering the dynamics of the battlefield. The once ferocious Mozelt, who had been bombarding Nasi with relentless attacks, suddenly appeared as though struck by an overwhelming force, his body flying backward. This power emanated from the energy sphere released by Nasi, its magnitude rendering Mozelt utterly defenseless. Seizing the moment while Mozelt remained stunned by the unexpected strike, Nasi dashed forward without hesitation, delivering a powerful punch. This blow struck with the swiftness of lightning, transcending the confines of space to manifest directly behind Mozelt. Caught off guard, Mozelt had no time to react before being forcefully struck. The tremendous impact sent him careening like a cannonball, propelling him from the shadow star. Meanwhile, Nasi stood firmly in place, continuously unleashing punches and kicks. Each of his attacks seemed to contain boundless power, not directly impacting Mozelt, but instead manifesting around him through the manipulation of spatial energy. Mozelt found himself in a state of disarray amidst the relentless assault, desperately attempting to fend off Nasi's strikes while racking his brain for a solution to counter this peculiar offensive tactic. Just as Nasi believed victory was within reach, Mozelt suddenly erupted into a fit of eerie laughter. "Do you think this is enough to defeat me?" With that, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, unleashing hidden powers. Clenching his fists tightly, Mozelt bellowed, and a massive shadow barrier materialized around him, shielding him from Nasi's attacks. Then, with a thrust of his hands, a wave of black energy surged towards Nasi. Nasi swiftly gathered energy, unleashing a golden shield to counter the oncoming assault. The energy waves collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Seizing the opportunity, Mozelt flickered and appeared behind Nasi, delivering a kick to his back. Nasi reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow, and countered with an uppercut. Monsieur tilted his head to evade the attack, simultaneously grasping Nas's arm and forcefully flinging him away. Nas steadied himself, his gaze growing more resolute. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a sudden, intense tremor surged from the core region of Yingxiangsing. The energy core of Yingxiangsing was on the verge of collapse due to the fierce battle, causing the ground to crack and fissures to spread. A flicker of panic crossed Monsieur's face. He had not anticipated that the combat would precipitate such consequences. Conversely, Nas quickly made a decision. He recognized the urgency to conclude the battle and save the planet. Taking a deep breath and concentrating all his energy, the golden radiance enveloping him intensified, and he transformed once more, ascending to a higher form of Super Saiyan God. Nas first gathered a green energy sphere and thrust it into the ground, swiftly shielding the core of Yingxiangsing. He then rapidly amassed energy with both hands, forming a colossal golden energy sphere. Observing this, Monsieur was not one to back down. He summoned all his strength for a decisive strike. The two formidable energy spheres collided in midair, unleashing an eruption of energy reminiscent of a cosmic explosion. The overwhelming aura swiftly radiated from Yingxiangsing, instantaneously engulfing the entire universe and triggering violent tremors throughout the cosmos. At that moment, in the highest dimension of the divine realm, the Kaioshin Shin and Gbita were captivated by the fierce battle. They felt the immense energy emanating from Nas and Monsieur's clash, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Great Kaioshin, the power of these two individuals is simply astounding, especially that one from before. He exudes the essence of a deity. Gbita stammered, his face a portrait of disbelief. Great Kaioshin Shin nodded mechanically, seemingly shaken by the astonishing power. Indeed, the previous Majin Buu had never exhibited such an exaggerated aura. Not only was Mr. Nas' strength unfathomable, but that other individual's presence was also exceptionally formidable, exuding a malevolence even more sinister and tyrannical than Majin Buu. A hint of concern crept into Great Kaioshin Shin's voice. Suddenly, they realized that this fierce battle had triggered cosmic upheaval, and the situation had become increasingly dire. This is bad. Their conflict has incited turmoil across the universe. If this continues, the entire cosmos will face annihilation. I must descend immediately to warn them. Great Kaioshin Shin declared decisively. However, Jibita's face contorted with worry as he cautioned, "But, Great Kaioshin, this is exceedingly perilous. How will your safety be ensured?" Without hesitation, Great Kaioshin Shin replied, "If we allow this to go unchecked, the entire universe will be obliterated. In comparison, my safety is insignificant." As he spoke, Great Kaioshin prepared to utilize instant transmission, a faint glow emanating from his body. Just as he was about to teleport, the KO on Kaioshin planet was observing Na's battle through his authority. His gaze fixated on Yingxiangxing, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. He witnessed the battle between Nas and his adversary reach a fever pitch, with the energy clashes generating tremendous shockwaves that even caused cosmic tremors. The KO's heart sank. He understood that if this continued, the entire universe might be affected. "Nas, can you hear me?" The KO called anxiously, his voice transmitted through his authority to reach Nas. Engaged in a fierce contest with his opponent, Nas suddenly heard the KO's call. His brows furrowed as he responded impatiently, "What is it, KO? Can't you see I am preoccupied?" A hint of irritation crept into Nas' voice. He felt the KO's interruption was ill-timed. Nevertheless, the KO dismissed Nas' attitude, continuing, "I understand you are in battle, but your conflict has incited cosmic tremors. If you do not take heed, the entire universe will face imminent destruction." The KO's tone was grave, laden with concern. Upon hearing the KO's words, Nas was taken aback. He amplified his sensory perception, realizing that although he had shielded Yingxiangxing, several nearby planets had already been obliterated. Just as Nas was contemplating a solution, a flash of white light illuminated the space. And Great Kaioshin along with his attendant G-B2 appeared on Yingxiangxing. Seeing this, Nas suddenly devised a plan. He intensified his energy output, propelling Mosierto away. And in an instant, he materialized beside Great Kaioshin. "Great Kaioshin, your arrival is timely. Quickly, utilize your divine powers and authority to reinforce this planet. I must exert my full strength to swiftly conclude the battle against these demonic forces." Hearing Nas' words, Great Kaioshin Shin paused momentarily, gazing at Nas with bewilderment. Just as he was about to speak, Piccolo interjected, "Great Kaioshin, you should follow Nas' instructions. We can explain later." Recognizing that this was not the time for pleasantries, the KO nodded and began to fervently amplify his divine energy, fortifying Yingxiangxing while employing his authority to stabilize the surroundings. Observing Great Kaioshin's actions, Nas felt reassured. He simultaneously heightened his own energy and addressed Sun Wukong and the others. "Wukong, Vegeta, and Pika, your task now is to safeguard Great Kaioshin. I will resolve this battle swiftly. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Wukong and Vegeta, do not hesitate to fuse." Sun Wukong nodded eagerly, while Vegeta, understanding the gravity of the situation, reluctantly acquiesced. With this reassurance, Nas felt a surge of confidence. His aura peaked, transforming into a tangible crimson flame. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the approaching Mosierta, their fists colliding with a force that resonated as though two planets had collided. The recently fortified Yingxiangxing appeared to be plowed under by the impact. Mosierta, momentarily stunned by the blow, quickly regained his composure, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With a roar, he unleashed a surge of black energy, once again surpassing his limits. Each clash between the two distorted the fabric of space. As the battle reached its zenith, a mysterious black hole materialized above Yingxiangxing, relentlessly consuming the surrounding energy. This was Mosierta's hidden trump card, aimed at engulfing Nas and everyone else. Observing this, Nas' expression hardened as he focused all his strength, unleashing a golden beam that pierced through the cosmos. Targeting the black hole, the beam clashed violently with the black hole. Nas gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, yet the black hole did not diminish. Instead, it expanded further. Just as everyone was at a loss, a cascade of seven-colored light descended from the heavens. Once the brilliance faded, a tall figure with blue skin, straight hair, and a halo around his neck, brandishing a staff, materialized. "Oh, how delightful. I didn't expect such excitement. What brings you to such a perilous place, Great Kaioshin?" Just as Great Kaioshin prepared to respond, Nas, feeling a sense of relief upon his arrival, interjected, "Mr. Weiss, long time no see." "Oh, it's you." Just as Weiss was about to continue, he glanced at the ever-expanding black hole above and waved his staff effortlessly, causing the black hole to vanish without a trace. Witnessing this, Mosierta, who was gasping for breath nearby, narrowed his eyes in realization, as if suddenly struck by an epiphany. He cast a deep glance at Weiqi and then coldly at Nas, letting out a disdainful snort. Let us depart. Nas, we shall meet again. And next time it will be your demise. With that, dark mist began to emanate from his body. He waved his hands, enveloping Ashura, Myoka, Samaki, and the remaining minor demon soldiers in the black fog, before transforming into a streak of black light, shooting toward the entrance of the demon realm like lightning. After Mozelt's departure, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 95. After the great battle, bribing Weiqi seeing Mozelt lead the remaining demon warriors retreat like a receding tide. The tension in everyone's hearts finally eased, and they exhaled deeply. Nas, in particular, felt an intricate mix of emotions. Moments ago, as he witnessed the demon realm's black hole voraciously consuming everything around, he had nearly prepared himself for a desperate fight, even considering using his ultimate move, the power of space, to seal that terrifying black hole. However, just as he was about to gamble everything, Weiqi had intervened. With a mere flick of his arm, Weiqi unleashed a potent energy that shattered the black hole, causing the demons to flee in disarray. This scene left Nas astounded, and a profound sense of stability washed over him. Yet, despite the danger being averted, Nas still felt a lingering apprehension. He could not help but lament internally that had it not been for Weiqi's timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. While he was lost in thought, the recently risen Kaioshin Xian suddenly addressed Weiqi. Sir, do we know each other? Upon hearing this, Nas nearly spat blood in disbelief. He silently cursed. For Kaioshin Xian was utterly uninformed about matters of the divine realm, not even recognizing Weiqi. Weiqi, however, remained unruffled. With a gentle smile, he replied, Hee, Lord Kaioshin. You jest. Of course I know you. Witnessing the exchange between them, Nas felt utterly speechless. He shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself how naive Kaioshin Xian truly was. Just as Kaioshin Xian was about to press further, Nas could no longer contain himself and asked, Mr. Weiqi, may I inquire what brings you here this time? Weiqi turned to Nas, revealing a warm smile as he explained, Oh, it is quite simple. Lord Beerus is unable to attend due to pressing matters. Sensing some anomalies in this area, I came in his stead to observe. However, my primary intention is to meet with you. Upon hearing Weiqi's words, Nas felt a wave of despair wash over him. This individual was indeed adept at crafting excuses. What pressing matters could Lord Beerus have that would prevent him from attending? Surely, he was merely indulging in slumber. To meet me? Nas feigned skepticism, pondering Weiqi's true intentions. Seemingly oblivious to Nas's doubts, Weiqi nodded with a smile, explaining, Indeed. Your endeavors on Yadelatetexing, promoting both technology and martial arts, as well as hosting technological competitions and martial arts tournaments, have significantly advanced the overall average civilization of our universe. I am here to express my gratitude. Nas felt a slight alleviation of his suspicions, yet he still sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to inquire further, Weiqi paused and continued, Of course, there is also the matter of the recent demon invasion. What? Nas's eyes widened in shock as he asked incredulously, Is there a reason behind this demon invasion? He had never anticipated Weiqi would broach this subject. Indeed, logically speaking, the demon realm should not have invaded so swiftly. However, due to your and the Super Science rapid power advancements on Earth, this has disrupted the balance of our universe, accelerating the demon realm's premature incursion. Therefore, not only must you grow rapidly, but I too must confer with Lord Beerus upon my return to prepare for the ensuing situation. The task before you will be of paramount importance. Upon hearing Weiqi's words, Nas felt as though an immense burden had been placed upon his shoulders, weighing him down. Just as Nas found himself at a loss, Weiqi added, However, there is no need for undue worry. Thanks to my intervention, the demon realm should maintain a relatively stable state in the coming years. Thus, you will have some time to grow and improve yourselves. The primary task ahead is to ensure that Kaioshin fully understands the situation of the divine realm and assumes his due responsibilities. Based on that, we must work together to enhance the overall strength of our universe. After listening to Weiqi's words, everyone turned to the bewildered Kaioshin Xian and nodded thoughtfully. Nas then suggested, Since it pertains to Kaioshin, should we not release the individual from the seal? Weiqi regarded Nas intently, a glimmer of depth in his eyes, before slowly inquiring, It seems you are quite knowledgeable about this matter. Nas's heart sank. He realized he might have revealed too much, but he quickly steadied himself and concocted an excuse. With a smile, he explained, "It is not that I possess extensive knowledge, but rather our Saiyan clan has collaborated with the Galactic Patrol for many years. I happened to come across some ancient records in their headquarters library. Hence, I mentioned this to you to verify the authenticity of those accounts." Observing Wei Si's reaction only solidified his certainty. Wei Si smiled slightly, seemingly pleased with Na's explanation. Indeed, you are different from the ordinary Saiyans. It is precisely because of this that you survived that incident and led the Saiyan clan to rebirth. Nas humbly smiled in gratitude for Wei Si's praise. Seizing the opportunity, he shifted the topic and invited Wei Si to partake in their forthcoming feast, saying, "Thank you for your kind words. Now that everything is clear, may I inquire if you have time to join us for the feast?" The previously serious Wei Si's eyes lit up at the mention of a feast. Ahem. I certainly have a little time for that. Nas's heart soared with joy, and he began to rally everyone to prepare for their return to Earth. They swiftly traversed back to Earth via the high-tech Rainbow Bridge of Yadlatexing. Upon arrival, Bulma immediately commenced arrangements for the feast, and soon the lively dining area came into view, with the aroma of delicious food wafting through the air. Wei Si's eyes sparkled at the sight of the myriad of delicacies, and he eagerly approached the dining table. During the feast, Wei Si savored the various dishes with elegance, occasionally offering expert commentary. Kaishin Xian, too, captivated by the food, temporarily forgot the complexities of divine affairs and indulged heartily. Nas, taking advantage of the relaxed atmosphere, sought Wei Si's counsel on some cultivation issues. Wei Si patiently responded, even demonstrating some simple techniques. The crowd gathered around, listening intently and reaping substantial insights. As the feast concluded, Nas looked at Wei Si with an expression of eager anticipation and began, "Mr. Wei Si, our universe is currently facing numerous issues. These sudden circumstances, as you have observed, leave us ordinary beings feeling utterly perplexed and helpless. Thus, I beseech you, esteemed sir of unparalleled wisdom, to assist us in resolving these matters. Once we have addressed the situation regarding the one who is sealed, might you impart your guidance upon our cultivation? How have you been faring?" Upon uttering these words, Nasi's gaze was fixed intently on Wei Si, seemingly awaiting his response. However, Wei Si remained silent, standing still as if deep in contemplation. Noticing Wei Si's lack of immediate reply, Nasi hesitated briefly before continuing, "Of course, I would not impose upon you without recompense. I am aware of your keen interest in the diverse culinary delights of Earth. Therefore, should you choose to aid us, I shall continuously provide you with an array of earthly delicacies as a reward. I am certain you will find these gastronomic offerings delightful." Upon articulating this proposition, Nasi's eyes suddenly sparkled with anticipation, envisioning Wei Si being captivated by the sumptuous dishes. Wei Si, too, graciously accepted the suggestion and acquiesced to Nasi's request. Elated, Nasi promptly commanded the chefs to prepare various desserts to express gratitude to Wei Si. Chapter 96. Extracting the God of Destruction's sword to unseal the old Kai. The gathering concluded with a satisfying feast on Earth, where everyone relished the culinary delights. However, once the meal had finished, none dispersed immediately. Instead, they awaited Nasi's forthcoming directives with quiet anticipation. After a moment of reflection, Nasi surveyed the still-eating Wei Si and could not suppress his inquiry. "Mr. Wei Si, how shall we arrange our training? And which among us would be suitable to accompany you in this endeavor?" At that moment, Wei Si, who was leisurely enjoying his dessert, swiftly consumed the final bite of cake and elegantly wiped his mouth. He rose slowly, casting his gaze over everyone present. With a smile, he replied, "The number accompanying me must not be excessive, and I have observed that each of you possesses your own dimensional cultivation techniques. If you adhere to the prescribed methods, you should achieve commendable progress." After a brief pause, Wei Si continued, "Very well, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Broly, Shalu, Nasi, and Timate. You 6 shall accompany me to the God of Destruction realm for training. As for Bic and Tianjin Fan, you will proceed to the Kai realm for your cultivation." Nasi nodded in understanding upon hearing Wei Si's arrangements. Finally, Wei Si added, "Nasi, shortly you will accompany me to the Kai realm, where we shall unseal the old Kai." Nasi nodded once more, indicating his agreement. "Well then, everyone is aware of your destinations. Please return and make your preparations. Once Wei Si and I have settled the relevant matters, I shall notify you all." Nasi addressed the group. The crowd affirmed their understanding and then dispersed to prepare for the upcoming training. Subsequently, Kaishin Xian and Jaibite accompanied Nasi and Wei Si as they performed instantaneous movement. With a swift whoosh, their forms vanished like lightning from the original location. In the next moment, they appeared in the Kai realm, where the air was fresh and invigorating, filled with a robust essence of life, imparting an unparalleled sense of comfort. Nasi inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What a splendid place! The atmosphere is imbued with high-quality energy, as if it can instantly rejuvenate one's body and spirit." Kaishin Xian smiled modestly in response. "You flatter me, Mr. Nasi. Indeed, this place brims with vitality and vigor. However, we must hasten to the sacred ground, for the god of destruction sword resides there." Heeding Kaishin's words, Nasi ceased admiring the beauty of the Kai realm and promptly followed him forward. Before long, Kaishin Xian halted and turned to Nasi and Wei Si, saying, "Mr. Wei Si, Mr. Nasi, we have arrived at the sacred ground of the god realm." Nasi focused intently ahead, where a lake lay not far off, with a colossal stone pillar rising majestically in its center, upon which the legendary god of destruction's sword was embedded. As they approached the pillar, their gazes converged upon the sword at its center. "Ah!" Wei Si exclaimed, "it appears the power of the seal has nearly dissipated." His tone carried a hint of jest. Upon hearing this, Kaishin Xian was taken aback momentarily, then smiled and asked, "Mr. Wei Si, who shall extract this sword, you or Mr. Nasi?" Wei Si's lips curved into a subtle smile, yet he remained stationary, gazing at the sword. Observing this, Nasi shook his head in resignation, stepped forward, and declared, "Allow me to handle it." With that, Nasi extended his right hand, gripping the sword firmly. He took a deep breath and exerted his strength, attempting to withdraw the sword. Surprisingly, the sword did not budge. Nasi felt a twinge of embarrassment. He adjusted his stance, gripping the hilt with both hands, and summoned all his might once more. This time, the muscles in his arms swelled, veins protruding, as if he were channeling every ounce of strength into his hands. With Nasi's relentless effort, the entire pillar began to tremble, emitting creaks and groans. Gradually, cracks appeared on the surface of the pillar, widening until, with a fierce roar from Nasi, the pillar collapsed dramatically, reducing it to rubble. In that moment, the sword was finally extracted successfully by Nasi. Witnessing this spectacle, Kaishin Xian's heart raced as if it would leap from his throat. He blushed with excitement, nearly speechless. "Mr. Nasi, you truly extracted the sword. This is utterly astonishing." Kaishin Xian's laughter echoed through the air, resonating with joy that seemed to reverberate throughout the universe. However, just as he prepared to inquire about how to lift the seal, he noticed Nasi standing nearby, forcefully bending the recently extracted sword. Both Kaishin Xian and Jaibite were taken aback, their eyes widening as they watched Nasi effortlessly snap the seemingly indestructible sword in half. With a crisp crack, the god of destruction's sword broke in Nasi's grasp, splitting into two pieces. Nasi nonchalantly tossed the broken sword to the ground as if it were mere scrap metal. Moments later, an unexpected occurrence transpired. From the severed sword, a plume of white smoke emerged, followed by a deep, ancient voice resonating from within the mist. "Cough, cough, cough. Who is this young one that has aided me in breaking this accursed seal?" The voice of the old Kai wafted through the air, tinged with surprise and confusion. However, upon surveying the individuals before him, his gaze landed on Wei Si, and his complexion paled instantly, as though he had encountered the apocalypse. "Mr. Wei Si, how could you be here? Has that fellow come as well?" The old Kai's voice trembled with fear and unease. "Oh, it has been quite some time since we last met, old Kai. Fear not. Lord Beerus remains in slumber and has not come," Wei Si replied with a smile. Upon hearing Wei Si's words, the old Kai's initial tension dissipated, and he smirked with satisfaction, saying, "Humph. That wretched cat dared to seal me over a trivial matter. The next time I see the Omni King, I shall surely lodge a complaint." The old Kaishin grew increasingly agitated, incessantly voicing his grievances. At that moment, Xian and Jaibite swiftly approached him, falling to their knees with a thud. "Congratulations. Our ancestor has regained his freedom," they exclaimed in unison. The old Kaishin was taken aback by this unexpected scene, and as he gazed at the two kneeling before him, his expression instantly returned to calmness. "Ahem. Are you the current Kaishin?" He scrutinized Xian, nodding slightly. You seem quite impressive. I never anticipated that you possessed such strength to release me." Upon hearing this, Kaioshin Xian's face flushed a deep crimson. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, um, ancestor, you may have mistaken me. It was not I who broke your seal, but rather Mr. Nas who assisted in your release." The old Kaioshin, who had initially felt somewhat relieved, suddenly found the smile on his face replaced by a dark frown, as if a chilling wind had swept through. However, when his gaze fell upon Nas, his previously dull eyes brightened as if he had discovered a rare treasure. "TSK, TSK, TSK," the old Kaioshin exclaimed in a series of astonished sounds. "Truly remarkable, truly remarkable. I never imagined that someone could cultivate dimensions to such profound heights without divine status. This is undoubtedly a genius." As he extolled Nas, his admiration grew ever more intense. After thoroughly assessing Nas, the old Kaioshin shifted his gaze back to Weiss and inquired, "Mr. Weiss, what brings you to the Kaioshin realm alone this time?" Weiss slightly bowed and politely responded, "There are indeed some important matters that require the assistance of the esteemed old Kaioshin. Recently, individuals from the demon realm have been frequently appearing in our universe, which is evidently a bad omen. Therefore, I have come to request your return, old Kaioshin, firstly to provide guidance to the current Kaioshin, and secondly, to assist in training our universe's warriors to enhance their strength in preparation for the impending invasion from the demon realm." Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin frowned slightly, seemingly taken aback by the news. However, he soon regained his composure and said slowly, "I never expected time to pass so swiftly, and that we are once again on the brink of turmoil. Since you have mentioned it, I cannot remain indifferent. Let me first ascertain the current state of our universe and determine the most suitable course of action. That is only proper. Let Kaioshin Xian elaborate on the specifics. If there are no issues, you may proceed to Earth to fetch the people, and Nas and I will take our leave," Weiss concluded. He then had Nas place his hand on his back, and the two figures transformed into a radiant stream of colors, vanishing into the void. Chapter 97. Naming the child. After successfully unsealing the old Kaioshin, Weiss felt an immense sense of relief as he returned to Earth with Nas. After a series of events, Nas felt somewhat fatigued, yet he did not halt his endeavors. He instructed others to prepare some delectable food for Weiss to enjoy. Once Weiss was settled, Nas turned to seek out Bulma and Razali. As he approached the doorway, he caught sight of Bulma and Razali playing with the child through the crack, and the warm scene filled Nas with a wave of tenderness, prompting a blissful smile. Just then, Bulma and Razali, who had been engrossed in play, suddenly noticed Nas standing at the door. Bulma's eyes lit up as she quickly rose and walked towards him, her face beaming with joy. "Darling, are you done with your tasks?" Bulma excitedly inquired. Nas hurried to meet her, filled with remorse as he addressed both Bulma and Razali. "Yes, finally finished. However, I must go train at the Destruction God planet for a while. I sincerely apologize, my dear." Upon hearing Nas's words, Bulma's initially joyful expression briefly flickered with sadness. Yet, she quickly masked it with laughter, gently assuring Nas, "It's all right, my love. Your diligent training is for the sake of protecting our family. Do not worry about us. Razali and I will take good care of the child." Hearing Bulma and Razali's words, a profound sense of guilt surged within Nas. He swiftly stepped forward and embraced Bulma and Razali tightly, as if seeking to atone for his transgressions through this hug. "Do not be disheartened, my dear," Nas softly murmured. "I will first take them to the Destruction God realm, settle them, and then return immediately to accompany you. It is not too late to train after spending a few days at home with you." Bulma's face instantly radiated with a brilliant smile, her satisfaction evident at Nas's arrangements. She tilted her head and unhesitatingly planted a kiss on Nas's cheek to express her delight. Nas smiled in response to Bulma's kiss, and then together, they turned their attention to Razali. Razali's face flushed a deep red, akin to a ripe apple, as she shyly lowered her head but bravely leaned in to give Nas a gentle kiss on his other cheek. The atmosphere among the three grew light and joyous, and they began to frolic and play like children. After a while, Bulma suddenly recalled something important and spoke up. "Darling, the child has just been born, and you have been occupied. Now that you have time, let us name our child." Nas nodded in agreement at her suggestion. After pondering for a moment, he declared, "If it's a boy, let us name him Nals. If it's a girl, let us name her Bra." Bulma's eyes sparkled at the name Nas suggested for their daughter, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Darling, we truly have a remarkable connection. I had intended to name her that as well." Nas, upon hearing this, could not help but smile faintly, thinking to himself, of course we have a connection. After all, in the original story, you and Vegeta's daughter bore that name. Just as the three were enjoying their delightful conversation, Goku's excited voice suddenly called out from outside, Nas. Nas, we are all back. Come out quickly. Upon hearing Goku's call, Bulma displayed a hint of exasperation, murmuring, that Goku, now that he is a father, why is he still so reckless and clumsy? Seeing this, Nas quickly interjected with a smile. Oh, Goku is just like that. Aside from showcasing his wit and decisiveness during battles, he truly embodies a naive and innocent demeanor at all other times. With that, Nas rose and headed towards the door to greet everyone. As he reached the entrance, he noticed that everyone had indeed returned to the estate. Even Gohan, who had been diligently studying at home under Chi-Chi's watchful eye, had come over. Nas, observing this, playfully teased, oh, Gohan is here too. How could your mother and grandmother allow you to come out? Gohan, upon hearing Nas's jest, blushed deeply, resembling a ripe apple, and stammered in response, Mom is pregnant. Grandma is at home taking care of Mom, and they have no time to manage me. So I went with Uncle Piccolo to train on Kaioshin Planet. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Bulma's eyes immediately lit up, as if she had discovered a treasure. She exclaimed with excitement, wow, Chi-Chi is pregnant again. Once you all finish training, I will bring them over to stay, so I can also take care of Chi-Chi. Nas smiled and nodded in agreement. Of course, if you find it dull at home, you can certainly have them all come over. With the Metal Warriors around, I will feel much more at ease. As the discussion among everyone reached a fervent peak, Clint suddenly sprang up as if struck by lightning, his voice reverberating in the room. Wow, I wonder what treasures we shall uncover in the realm of the Kaioshin this time. I feel as though my strength has reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard I train, breakthroughs seem elusive. Clint's words resonated with the group, prompting Tenshinhan to nod in agreement, adding, indeed, I share the same sentiment. I truly hope that under the guidance of Lord Kaioshin, we can achieve a breakthrough in our dimensions. When we encounter formidable foes again, we shall be able to lend genuine assistance. Nasu smiled with satisfaction, remarking, it appears that everyone is quite diligent. This will bolster our confidence against future crises. Piccolo, arms crossed, interjected coolly, however, there are still many unknown dangers lurking in this universe. We must remain vigilant. Just as the chatter continued, a sudden flash of light illuminated the room, and the figure of Broly appeared with the speed of lightning. Big brother, it's been ages. I've missed you terribly, Broly exclaimed, his booming voice echoing as if to pierce the heavens. Haha, Broly, you finally decided to emerge from the heavenly realm. Nasu responded joyfully. Yes, big brother. I've nearly gone stir-crazy in the heavenly realm. The thought of training together again fills me with excitement, Broly exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. You rascal. You spend all your time holed up in the heavenly realm. Soon you'll be a recluse. Once we return from training in the realm of the Destroyer, I must find you a partner so you can experience the taste of love, Nasu teased, observing Broly's somewhat sheltered demeanor. Big brother, about that, Broly stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed and scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Whis sauntered out from the dining hall, glanced at everyone, and casually remarked, is everyone gathered? If so, I shall begin contacting Lord Kaioshin. Nasu quickly replied, everyone is here, Mr. Whis. Please proceed with contacting Lord Kaioshin. Whis nodded, then retrieved a golden scepter from his robe. With a gentle wave, the scepter emitted a dazzling light. Whis began to chant, seemingly engaging in some mysterious communication with Lord Kaioshin. Just as Whis finished his incantation, the light intensified, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space. With a soft sound of air being displaced, Lord Kaioshin and Jebet suddenly appeared before the group. Mr. Whis, Mr. Nasu. Lord Kaioshin greeted them with a smile. Whis immediately bowed slightly to show respect, while Nasu nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Kaioshin, everyone is gathered, Nasu said softly. Please guide them forward. Lord Kaioshin nodded with a smile. Suddenly, Nasu recalled something and turned to Piccolo and the others, saying, Piccolo, when you train in the realm of Kaioshin, be sure to take some time to visit the Kai and acquire some spirit fruits. These will greatly aid your training. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Piccolo's eyes as he quickly nodded in agreement. Understood, Nasu. After Nasu finished his instructions, Lord Kaioshin and Jebet exchanged a glance. Then both executed instant transmission, whisking away all the Z warriors along with Larry, Dasma, and Suzy in the blink of an eye. Once everyone had departed, Whis turned to Nasu, Son Goku, and Vegeta, smiling as he said, "All right, it is time for us to set off as well." With that, he took the lead, guiding Nasu, Son Goku, and Vegeta toward the realm of the Destroyer. Chapter 98. Nasu's Trouble and Beerus's Fury. The realm of the Destroyer indeed lived up to its divine reputation. Nasu gazed around, observing the flowing, dreamlike auroras adorning the ceiling, their colors vibrant and ever-changing. Beneath his feet lay a solid ground, glimmering with a faint purple light, composed of a material akin to crystal, yet possessing an extraordinary resilience, extending as far as the eye could see. In the distance, colossal, bizarrely shaped purple crystal columns rose majestically, piercing the colorful sky, while an indescribable energy pervaded the air, evoking both a sense of tranquility and an underlying pressure stemming from the essence of life itself. As the 6 newcomers took in the enchanting surroundings, their expressions varied. Son Goku and Vegeta touched down almost simultaneously, instinctively tensing their bodies, their sharp gazes scanning the unfamiliar territory, their energies surging with a mix of vigilance and uncontrollable excitement. Cell's flawless visage bore no expression. Yet the light of data streams flickered in his calm eyes as he analyzed the surrounding environmental parameters at a speed surpassing that of supercomputers. Tien, a seasoned warrior accustomed to battles across the universe, remained even more silent, standing at a slight distance with his arms crossed, his gaze betraying a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. Broly, with his innocent eyes, surveyed the area, the potent energy field making him struggle for composure as a dangerously powerful presence emanated from a nearby castle, causing his dormant Saiyan blood to stir. Green flames flickering uncontrollably across his skin, and a suppressed growl escaping his throat. Observing the expressions of the group, Whis, wielding the scepter adorned with a mysterious magical orb, wore his trademark gentle smile. "Ah, it appears everyone has arrived safely," Whis noted, lightly tapping his scepter, capturing the group's attention. "Before we commence the arduous training, let us engage in a small game to warm up and assess your talents." Son Goku immediately perked up, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. "A game? What kind of game?" "Fighting?" Vegeta scoffed, but focused intently on Whis. Whis smiled slightly and raised the scepter. "The rules are simple. The first of you 6 to touch the scepter in my hand shall be declared the winner. And the reward," he paused for effect, satisfied to see the glint in everyone's eyes except for Broly and Nasu, "will be the opportunity to fulfill a wish, of course, within reasonable limits." "A wish?" Son Goku's voice escalated in excitement, nearly causing him to leap with joy. "That's wonderful. I need a stronger opponent." "Kakarot, you fool. Wishes should be used to make oneself stronger," Vegeta immediately retorted, yet his golden aura erupted, his power rapidly ascending. A subtle smirk graced Cell's lips as he locked his gaze on the scepter in Whis' hand, leaning slightly forward. All his calculating prowess focused on how to navigate through any obstacles Whis might present in the shortest time possible, roaring in a fit of primal instinct. Broly could no longer suppress his rationality. His mind only registered the competitive directive to touch the scepter first. He threw his head back and unleashed a soul-shaking roar, the wild green flames erupting around him as he fully transformed into his legendary form, the terrifying pressure warping the light around him. Temmet furrowed his brow slightly, lowering his body in preparation for a sprint. Nas instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan God. In that moment, the tranquil realm of the Destroyers was inundated with powerful auras capable of shaking the very stars. Energy surged, and the atmosphere thickened with impending chaos. Whis stood at the eye of the storm, his smile unwavering. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a curious voice broke through the charged atmosphere. "Is that Mr. Whis?" All eyes, including the golden-tinged Goku, the calculating Cell, the ferocious Broly, and the poised Temmet, turned in astonishment toward the source of the voice. It was Nas, positioned a bit further back. Although he radiated a crimson aura, his expression was devoid of battle intent, replaced instead by pure curiosity as he raised his hand like a student eager to ask a question. Whis was momentarily taken aback, directing his gaze toward Nas. Nas pointed at the extraordinary staff in Whis' hand, his tone earnest. "Before we begin our competition, could I have a look at your staff? Just for a moment. I'm quite curious." The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Goku blinked, his mind momentarily sluggish. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins, suddenly feeling as though he was about to shoot for the goal only to be blocked. Cell's calculations appeared to glitch momentarily. Wiss's smile stiffened for a fraction of a second. Borrow it for a look? At a time like this? Having served as an angel for countless ages and guided innumerable unruly warriors, this was the first time he encountered such a request. Was it naivety? Or perhaps born from some ineffable curiosity, or simply a sense of amusement? Wiss gazed into Na's bright red, yet innocent eyes, and, against his better judgment, handed over the staff. Oh, sure, here you go. Nas seemed surprised by Wiss's willingness, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward to grasp the staff, which was surprisingly lighter than he had anticipated. It felt cool to the touch, with an odd sensation. At the top of the staff, a magical orb appeared to contain swirling nebulas, harboring unfathomable power. Nas examined it closely, muttering to himself, "This staff truly is the work of an angel." As he mumbled, he subconsciously tapped the end of the staff against the softly glowing, lavender-tinged ground beneath him. With a soft thud, barely perceptible, the next moment, the entire realm of the destroyers shook violently, without warning. This was no ordinary tremor. It felt as though an invisible giant hand had gripped the very core of the planet and was shaking it vigorously. The towering purple crystal columns in the distance emitted an agonizing creak, while the auroras flowing across the dome twisted and distorted as if a palette of colors had been overturned. Both Goku and Vegeta, poised to sprint, stumbled slightly, nearly losing their balance. Cell's pupils dilated, and his mental calculations abruptly ceased. Broly's wild aura was momentarily stifled by this sudden upheaval. Temmit's expression shifted, glancing down at the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the destroyer realm, the slumbering Beerus was jolted awake, tumbling from his bed. Not good. Whis rushed forward, snatching the staff back. "Mr. Nas, you truly know how to trouble me." After reclaiming the staff, Whis tapped it thrice against the ground. And in an instant, time began to rewind, restoring everything to its original state. Nas and the others stood in awe of Wiss's display of power. Following this, Whis swiftly flew toward the castle, prompting everyone to hastily follow. Just as they reached the castle entrance, a furious roar echoed. "Whis, what are you doing? Why are you tampering with the core of my planet?" Whis, unflustered, replied with a smile, "Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, you are finally awake. I found a plethora of delicious food for you to sample on Earth." The previously enraged Beerus instantly calmed down. "Have food? If it doesn't satisfy me, humph." Just as Beerus prepared to head to the dining hall, his gaze flickered to Nas and the others. "Who are you? How did you come to be in the realm of destruction?" Whis hastily stepped forward to explain. "Lord Beerus, the situation is as follows." Once Whis finished his explanation, Beerus frowned deeply. "Humph. Those scoundrels from the demon realm have come to cause havoc again. If not for the rules, I would annihilate them all." As he spoke, a flash of purple destructive energy flickered around Beerus. Goku, Vegeta, Cell, Broly, and Temmet instinctively felt a lethal threat emanating from the enraged destroyer, all stepping back in unison, muscles tensed as if facing an imminent battle. Observing their reactions, Beerus said nothing further and turned to Whis, stating, "Since that is the case, let them train here. However, they must not disturb my rest. Now, Whis, bring forth the delicacies you mentioned, so I may taste them." Whis nodded in compliance, then waved his staff, summoning an array of delectable dishes onto the table, including traditional Japanese cuisine such as tempura, sashimi, and takoyaki. Of course, the most exquisite were the culinary creations from the Celestial Empire, meticulously prepared and emitting tantalizing aromas. Beerus's mouth watered uncontrollably, unable to resist as he began to feast without regard for his image. Whis, witnessing this, raised a hand to cover half his face in exasperation. To prevent Beerus from losing face further, Whis led the group outside, preparing to continue assessing their talents. Chapter 99. The Test in the Realm of Destruction. Whis elegantly turned, the staff twirling at his fingertips, as if the earlier incident that could have shaken the divine realm had never occurred. His enigmatic smile remained, sweeping over the 6 individuals, each displaying a different expression. "Now that the minor interruption has passed, let us resume our game." He lightly tapped the staff beside him, causing it to hover in the air, the magical orb at its pinnacle radiating a gentle glow. The rules remained unchanged. Whoever touched it first would gain the opportunity to have a wish granted within reasonable limits. The atmosphere tensed once more. With Nas' previous blunder and the terrifying pressure exuded by Beerus still fresh in their minds, no one dared to act recklessly this time. Yet the energy currents in the air surged more intensely. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, each recognizing an unprecedented gravity and determination reflected in the other's eyes. Training in the realm of destruction, even receiving guidance from an angel, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The temptation of a wish only intensified the Saiyan blood coursing through their veins. This time, there will be no missteps, Kakarot. Vegeta growled, his body erupting in brilliant golden energy, his hair standing on end, as he transitioned into Super Saiyan 3. A powerful aura stirred the dust on the ground. Haha, just as I hoped. Goku grinned widely, also unleashing golden energy, yet unlike Vegeta's fierce dominance. His aura carried a depth and fluidity, subtly hinting at a mastery of his form. Cell's expression remained stoic. Yet subtle energy arcs began to flicker around him as he calculated every potential flaw in Whis' demeanor and the possible disruptions from Goku and Vegeta's actions. His perfect cells endowed him with remarkable adaptability and learning capabilities. Under such high-pressure circumstances, his potential was being awakened. Temmet drew a deep breath, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Having long engaged in battles across the cosmos, the instincts of a cosmic warrior compelled him to choose the most prudent approach. He refrained from unleashing all his power in haste. Instead, he contained his energy to an extreme degree, his body slightly sinking, akin to a coiled cheetah waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Meanwhile, Broly, having endured the earlier tremors and the pressure from Beerus, found the chaos and fury in his eyes slightly diminished, yet the primal drive for competition surged within him. He let out a low growl, his green aura no longer erupting uncontrollably, but rather pulsing rhythmically across his muscular form like a breath, his power accumulating in restraint. Reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption, Nas observed the five who had instantly shifted into battle mode, scratching his head, and reignited the crimson aura of Super Saiyan God. His earlier curiosity had almost led to a grave mistake, and now he resolved to fully engage. Whis observed everyone's reactions with a subtle smile, declaring, "Let us commence." No sooner had he spoken than two golden streaks shot forth. Sun Wukong and Vegeta moved almost simultaneously, their speed reaching its zenith, leaving distorted afterimages in the air, their targets aimed squarely at the floating scepter. Shallow's eyes gleamed with intensity as his form blurred, not charging in a straight line, but rather taking an oddly calculated, serpentine path to circumvent the impending clash between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Temmet surged forth the instant Whis called for the start, his speed astonishing as he raced along the violet-hued crystalline ground, producing a sharp sound as he sliced through the air. Broly's roar echoed like thunder. He did not employ any technique. He relied purely on his terrifying strength, transforming into a green comet, charging with primal ferocity and raw power, even surpassing Temmet, who was skimming the ground and barreling towards the scepter with an unstoppable momentum. Nas, witnessing the five figures shooting forth like cannonballs, blinked and hurriedly propelled himself forward. Yet his movements seemed a beat too slow, as if he had not fully entered the competitive fray. Faced with the onslaught from 5, or perhaps 6, including Nas, formidable warriors from various angles and in different manners, Whis remained still, his smile unwavering. He even took a moment to lightly brush off the dust from his attire. Just as Vegeta's fingers were about to make contact with the scepter, Whis made his move. Or rather, he did not move at all. His figure seemed to fragment into countless overlapping phantoms. Vegeta's determined grasp penetrated a mere afterimage. Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission, appearing directly before the scepter, yet grasped at nothing as Whis' scepter appeared to preemptively sidestep by a fraction. Shallow's meticulously calculated path led him to encounter Whis' ghostly sidestep. Temmet's attempt to seize from below merely met the gentle breeze stirred by Whis' robe. Broly's furious charge tore through the very spot where Whis had been standing, missing entirely, creating a tempest that sent the distant crystal pillars vibrating. Every attack fell short. Whis remained stationary, as if he had never moved, the scepter still hovering beside him. He even maintained the posture of adjusting his bow tie. "Your speed is commendable, yet your intentions are all too apparent," Whis remarked lightly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, their faces paling, despite their unreserved efforts. They had not even grazed Whis' attire. "Damn it!" Vegeta roared, his golden aura surging once more, the surrounding lightning becoming increasingly tumultuous as he unleashed a more ferocious barrage of attacks, fists and feet raining down upon Whis like a violent storm. Sun Wukong also focused intently, pushing the limits of his instant transmission to strike from the most improbable angles. Shala ceased his futile calculations and began to mimic Whis' elusive movements, contorting his body in ways defying the laws of physics, evading while awaiting an opportunity to counterattack. Temet abandoned mere linear speed, opting instead to employ the peculiar combat techniques honed through his cosmic battles, entwining like a persistent shadow. Brawley, after yet another miss, grew even more frantic, his green energy blasts indiscriminately raining down around Whis, attempting to seal off the area with sheer force. The arena was soon engulfed in a tempest of chaotic energy, ki blasts whistling, shadows of fists weaving together, figures flickering. Had it not been for the extraordinary structural integrity of the god of destruction's realm, it would have undoubtedly been reduced to ruins. Yet amidst this storm of energy, Whis moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll. His movements were elegant and succinct. Each slight sidestep and unassuming footfall perfectly evaded all attacks. His speed appeared moderate. Yet he always seemed a step ahead, as if performing a meticulously choreographed dance, with Wukong and the others' assaults merely providing a cacophonous backdrop. Nas attempted to charge several times, each time feeling a beat behind, either pushed aside by the energy waves from his teammates or arriving at positions where Whis was already absent. Frustrated, he paused to observe Whis' movements. It was peculiar. The reflection of Whis' erratic figure danced within Nas' crimson pupils. His movements did not seem entirely reliant on speed. This mastery of Zizai Ji Gong was truly vexing. Just then, Whis' voice rang out once more, tinged with a hint of mockery. Is this all you have? If you cannot even manage a touch, then your so-called training may well be but empty words. This statement ignited Brawley's fury, his aura soaring once again as he expended vast reserves of energy to launch a relentless assault. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, pushing his senses to their utmost limits. Shalo's eyes flickered with data streams as he forcefully recorded and analyzed every subtle motion of Whis, striving to discern a pattern. Temet began to emit a faint silver glow, invoking a secret technique that would drastically enhance his reflexes and speed for a brief period. Brawley's roars became even more terrifying. With hints of dark red arcs intertwining within his green aura, his power ceaselessly escalating. The battle, or rather, the one-sided pursuit, reached a boiling point. Whis remained composed, yet there seemed to be an imperceptible glimmer of approval in his gaze. He deftly deflected Vegeta's full-force punch with his scepter, sidestepping Sun Wukong's crafty elbow strike, and with a mere shift of his foot, evaded Shalo's energy-binding attack from behind. Just as he narrowly avoided Shalo's strike, a minuscule, almost imperceptible moment of stagnation seemed to occur. Nas, who had been observing intently, felt a spark of insight. He did not pursue the absolute speed and power like the others, nor did he employ any complex techniques. Instead, he relied on the acute perception of energy flow inherent to Super Saiyan God, capturing that slight dissonance. Now was the moment. Nas called out softly, stepping sideways instead of charging forward, extending his finger, not towards the scepter itself, but to a seemingly empty point just ahead of its predicted trajectory. To outsiders, this action appeared nonsensical, even somewhat ludicrous. Yet for the first time, a genuine flicker of surprise crossed Whis' eyes. He was poised to move the scepter, evading yet another encirclement, when he sensed that the trajectory of the scepter was subtly predicted and disrupted by some intangible force. Although this interference was minuscule, nearly negligible, it introduced a minuscule deviation into his otherwise flawless motion. It was that minuscule deviation. A soft pop echoed through the air. All movements came to an abrupt halt. Sun Wukong maintained his poised stance, ready to strike. Vegeta's fist hovered in midair, while Sha Lu's energy net had only just formed. Tomate's fingertips were mere millimeters from waist rope. Broly's explosive energy orb detonated in the distance. All eyes were fixated on the apex of Wei's staff, where Nas' finger gently, yet undeniably, made contact with the staff radiating with the brilliance of a nebula. Time seemed to freeze. Nas himself was momentarily dazed. He gazed at his fingertip touching the magical orb, then glanced up at Weiss, who wore a look of evident astonishment, blinking in surprise. Had he actually made contact? The astonishment on Wei's face lasted but a fleeting moment before transforming into a deeper, more playful smile. He gently retracted the staff, and Nas' finger fell away. What an unexpected outcome, Weiss mused, his gaze upon Nas imbued with curiosity. It seemed he relied not on absolute speed or strength, but rather on perception and anticipation. Fascinating. Suin Wukong and the others regained their composure, reverting to their original forms and landing on the ground, their expressions complex as they regarded Nas. What they had struggled to achieve with all their might, Nas had accomplished effortlessly. Although his approach seemed somewhat cunning, he had succeeded. Did this mean there was such a vast disparity between them and him? Vegeta's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping him, clearly displeased. Suin Wukong, scratching his head, looked on in astonishment and admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, Nas, how did you do that?" Shalu narrowed his eyes, beginning to reassess Nas' strength. Mate looked at Nas with delight, his admiration deepening. Broly, panting heavily, felt his fury subside, and he was genuinely happy for Nas' success. Waist gently applauded, "Congratulations, Mr. Nas. You are the first to touch my staff. Therefore, as promised, you may make a wish within a reasonable scope." All gazes once again converged on Nas. He looked at Weiss, then at his companions surrounding him, pondered briefly, and with a determined smile declared, "I have no wishes. Let this be for them." His sudden declaration left everyone momentarily stunned. Weiss' smile widened, intrigued as he regarded Nas. "Oh? Are you certain? This wish could have been for yourself. Perhaps to gain power directly or to uncover certain secrets." Nas nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, I currently have no wishes. Now, Mr. Weiss, let us proceed directly to training." He turned to Suin Wukong, Vegeta, and the others, adding, "I believe they feel the same." Suin Wukong immediately echoed, "Absolutely. Weiss, please teach us how to train." Though Vegeta maintained a stern visage, a strong yearning shone through his eyes. Shalu remained noncommittal but was evidently intrigued by the angel's training methods. Mate nodded slightly. Even Broly quietly observed Weiss. Weiss gazed upon these 6 students, each with unique qualities and boundless potential, and ultimately, his long-standing warm smile transformed into a more genuine expression, tinged with anticipation. "Very well, I announce that you shall rest well today." The group looked bewildered. And just as Nas prepared to inquire further, Weiss continued, "Starting tomorrow, the special training class of the Destruction Realm will officially commence." Only then did they snap out of their confusion, and a few excitedly leaped into the air. Chapter 100. Nas' 2 transformations into Super Saiyan God. With the conclusion of the testing, the training in the Destruction Realm officially commenced. Weiss stood before them, his wise gaze sweeping across each individual, subsequently tailoring distinct training plans based on their unique characteristics and strengths. First was Nas, whose dimensional realm was unparalleled among them. And when his transformations merged with dimensions, the power he exhibited was unmatched. Thus, Weiss established a training direction for Nas centered on enhancing his hard power, with dimensional cultivation as a supplementary focus. This arrangement aimed to allow Nas to further unveil his potential while maintaining his formidable strength, forging a unique path of his own. Next, Weiss' gaze fell upon Broly. Undoubtedly, Broly possessed extraordinary strength, and his remarkable physical prowess was astonishing. However, due to the influence of his Super Saiyan lineage, whenever his physical strength surpassed his mental prowess, his body would lose balance. In response to this, Weiss decided to focus on cultivating Broly's mental strength, hoping he could achieve a transformation through training to resolve his physical imbalance, thereby enabling a more comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. As for Shalu, Weiss held high hopes for him, sensing great potential. Shalu's uniqueness stemmed from the fusion of numerous cells within him, resulting in a lack of bodily integrity. His primary task would be to facilitate the fusion of these cells, thereby shaping a brand new individual. Regarding Suin Wukong, Vegeta, and Mate, aside from Mate, who had yet to break through to Super Saiyan 3, their paths were nearly identical. They could easily draw upon Nas' experiences and follow the path he traversed. Thus, for these 3, the key focus remained on dimensional training. Following Weiss' remarks, Nas, Broly, and Shalu collectively nodded in agreement. However, Suin Wukong, Vegeta, and Mate's expression soured. After all, their cultivation in dimensions was indeed far behind Nas. To progress along his path would likely require considerable time. Dimensional training differed from physical training. It could not be achieved overnight, but demanded steady progress, step by step. Just as the 3 were expressions of difficulty, Nas, who had been deep in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality, seemingly struck by an idea. He spoke up. "Actually, there is a shortcut we can take." Upon hearing Nas' words, the eyes of the 3 lit up, as if they had discovered treasure. Even Weiss, who had been standing nearby, displayed a curious expression. Sun Wukong could hardly contain his excitement, eagerly asking, Nas, please tell us, what shortcut can help us transform into Super Saiyan gods? Nas cleared his throat and slowly replied. The method is quite simple. It requires 6 pure-hearted Saiyans to collectively infuse their heart's energy into one Saiyan, enabling that Saiyan to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan god. Hearing this answer, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wufan appeared exceptionally exhilarated, as if they could already envision their successful transformations. However, Nas' next statement doused their enthusiasm like cold water. However, this transformation method is indeed a shortcut, so it will come with a time limitation. If you cannot comprehend the true power of the Super Saiyan God within this time frame, you will still need to rely on your own strength to transform. The trio's spirits were slightly dampened by Nas' words, yet their eyes still reflected a yearning for transformation. After a moment, Vegeta, regaining his composure, contemplated before saying, Then let us first go to Yaddalate Star to find 6 individuals to attempt this method. However, Weiss interjected with a smile. Vegeta, even if you wish to try, you must first train here. In this place, one can better sense the divine aura, which greatly aids in your transformation. Just as several individuals were preparing to take action, the ever-calm Weiss suddenly interjected, urging them to pause. Hold on, everyone, let us not act impulsively. Upon hearing his words, the previously restless emotions were swiftly quelled, and they turned their gazes towards Weiss, anticipating his explanation. Weiss spoke slowly. I understand your eagerness to enhance your strength. But blind action is not the optimal approach. We must train in a more systematic and planned manner to achieve greater results with less effort. The group found Weiss's reasoning compelling, and they commenced intense training under his guidance. As the days turned into months, nearly half a year passed. One day, the hovering Nas experienced a sudden shift in his aura. The crimson flames that enveloped him appeared to be devoured by an overwhelming force, gradually transforming into a brilliant blue from the bottom upward. Simultaneously, Nas's hair shifted from red to blue, and his pupils deepened into a profound azure. The once tranquil aura erupted into a tempest, akin to a powder keg igniting, as a powerful force surged forth, engulfing the entire area in a colossal whirlwind. The training individuals, including Sun Wukong, struggled to maintain their footing against the fierce winds. Yet, amidst this chaotic storm, Weiss remained remarkably composed. He leisurely grasped his staff and with a gentle wave, conjured a transparent barrier, encasing himself and the leisurely sipping Beerus within its protective embrace. This shield appeared impervious, resisting the furious winds without the slightest tremor. As time progressed, the tempest gradually subsided, restoring tranquility. Just as Sun Wukong and the others prepared to approach and inquire, Nas's aura underwent a remarkable transformation. The blue flames surrounding him swiftly morphed into a dazzling magenta, radiating even more intense energy, akin to an endless fire. To their astonishment, a colossal divine halo emerged behind Nas, emanating brilliant light that cast his figure in a divine glow. Accompanying this transformation, arcs of crimson lightning danced around him like silver serpents, each bolt brimming with formidable power capable of tearing through the void. This terrifying sight caused Beerus, who had previously dismissed Nas, to suddenly adopt a serious demeanor, his brows furrowing as his relaxed expression vanished. Even Weiss, who typically exuded tranquility, could not help but be moved. Beerus's gaze fixated on Nas, seemingly attempting to peer through the magenta flames and divine halo to discern Nas's true strength. After a moment of contemplation, a hint of astonishment crept into Beerus's voice. I did not expect him to reach such heights in just half a year. Weiss, overhearing Beerus's words, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He shifted his gaze from Nas to Beerus, teasingly remarking, Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus. If you continue to be so indolent, our universe may soon witness humans surpassing the destroyers. Beerus's expression reddened slightly, yet he retorted stubbornly, Humph, them? They should strive for several thousand more years. However, beneath his resolute tone lay a hint of uncertainty. Although Nas and his companions posed little immediate threat, Beerus could not dismiss their potential. Weiss merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Beerus's attention then shifted from Nas to the astonished Broly, who stood there, seemingly deep in thought. Nas gradually descended from the air, the resplendent magenta flames and formidable halo receding until they vanished entirely. He opened his eyes, his pupils returning to their usual state, though his demeanor now exuded a more reserved, yet palpable pressure. Wow. Nas, what was that form you just exhibited? Incredible. Sun Wukong exclaimed, rushing towards him, brimming with excitement and curiosity, circling around Nas in awe. Vegeta, arms crossed, feigned nonchalance. Yet his tightly pressed lips and flickering gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. Tiamat gazed intently at Nas, seemingly attempting to etch the secrets of this transformation into his memory. Weiss gracefully dispelled the barrier, smiling as he addressed Nas. Congratulations, Mr. Nas. It seems you have begun to grasp both the divine aura and the transformative power unique to you. The blue form emphasizes energy explosion and absolute strength, while the magenta form appears to resonate more with the essence of divinity and the laws themselves. Beerus, now seated upright, fixed his gaze on Nas and scoffed, "Humph. Also, true strength lies in the essence of destruction, not merely a change of hue." Despite his dismissive words, he recognized the alarming pace of Nas's progress, which had far exceeded his initial expectations. Nas scratched his head, chuckling, "I am still exploring. However, Mr. Weiss, Lord Beerus, since my training has reached a temporary conclusion, I believe it's time to take Kakarot, Vegeta, and Tiamat to attempt that clever method." Sun Wukong instantly leaped up, exclaiming, "Yes. Let us go find Gohan and the others. Time to transform into Super Saiyan God." Vegeta added solemnly, "Indeed, we cannot afford to waste any more time." Tiamat nodded in agreement. Weiss lightly tapped his staff on the ground. The Kaioshin realm is indeed an excellent choice. Its environment aids in stabilizing the energy resonance required for the ritual. However, do you know the specific procedure? Do not worry, Mr. Weiss. I am quite familiar with the process, Nas confidently asserted, having observed the original tale multiple times, albeit through the lens of another timeline. Just then, an unexpected voice interjected. "Wait." Beerus stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. "I will accompany you to the Kaioshin realm." The group paused in surprise. The destroyer god, Beerus, was willingly going to the Kaioshin realm? A glimmer of understanding flashed in Weiss's eyes before he playfully remarked, "Is Lord Beerus concerned that they might cause chaos, affecting the Kaioshin realm?" Beerus scoffed, "Humph. That brat is notoriously unreliable. That old fool lacks capability as well. If these reckless individuals were to wreak havoc in the Kaioshin realm, the trouble would ultimately fall upon me. Now let us not dawdle." Nas felt a surge of joy at this revelation. Beerus was indeed worried about the Kaioshin being affected. Thus, under Weiss's smiling farewell, Nas began to harness his spatial power, effortlessly conjuring a blue wormhole. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Tiamat, and the unexpectedly accompanying destroyer god Beerus transformed into streaks of light, diving into the wormhole. In the Kaioshin realm, the elder Kaioshin, Kaioshin Shin, and Jebet were leisurely enjoying their tranquil time while observing Piccolo, Son Gohan, Raditz, and several others training on Earth. Suddenly, an overwhelming force approached, one of which exuded a chilling aura of destruction, causing both individuals to nearly leap in fright. This presence belonged to Lord Beerus and Sun Wukong and the others. The old Kaioshin turned pale, questioning their unexpected arrival. Could it be that yet another crisis was looming over the universe? Kaioshin Xian hastened to inquire. In the next moment, a blue wormhole materialized above the Kaioshin realm, and 5 figures descended before them. "Oh, old Kaioshin, Lord Kaioshin, Mr. Jebet." Sun Wukong greeted them warmly. Vegeta merely nodded slightly. Nas and Temate politely exchanged greetings, while Beerus surveyed the Kaioshin realm with an air of inspection, murmuring, "Still the same, lacking any novelty." Upon hearing Beerus's remark, the old Kaioshin, who had initially intended to offer a greeting, scoffed. "If there's nothing new, then why come at all?" Beerus's expression shifted, preparing to retort when Kaioshin Xian and Jebet rushed forward to bow. "Lord Beerus, we are honored by your presence. What brings you here?" Nas stepped forward to explain their purpose. "We require 6 pure-hearted Saiyans to conduct a ceremony that will temporarily bestow the powers of Super Saiyan God upon Kakarot, Vegeta, and Temate." Pure-hearted Saiyans. The old Kaioshin stroked his chin, pondering. Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and then Nappa and Raditz. "Yes, alongside Vegeta." "No, Vegeta, you do not count as pure-hearted. So that one T suffice. We still need 2 more. Vegeta's face flushed at the comment, and he was about to lash out when he noticed Sun Wukong's cheerful expression, which left him speechless. Sun Wukong quickly interjected. What about Nas, Temate, Lari, and Suzy? They would fit the bill. Nas nodded in agreement, saying, I will also fetch a few more from Yardrat to assist Vegeta in transforming. With that, Nas harnessed his spatial powers and vanished, returning shortly with Dasma, Carlos, and Krista. After determining the number of participants and their roles, Nas organized Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Raditz, Nappa, Temate, and Suzy into one group to assist Sun Wukong in his transformation, while he, Vegeta, Lari, Dasma, Carlos, and Krista formed another group to aid Vegeta. Initially bewildered, Sun Gohan and the others soon realized the gravity of the situation upon seeing Sun Wukong, Nas, and even the god of destruction Beerus present. Following Nas' concise explanation, they understood their tasks. Once preparations were complete, the ceremony commenced. Centered around Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Raditz, Nappa, Temate, and Suzy formed a circle as instructed by Nas. Meanwhile, Vegeta was encircled by Dasma, Carlos, Krista, Lari, and Nas, who, despite already being a Super Saiyan god himself, was deemed suitable to guide and stabilize the ritual. With eyes closed, they focused their minds, channeling the pure-hearted energy of the Saiyan spirit, devoid of its violent tendencies, gradually infusing it into Sun Wukong and Vegeta. A warm, colossal energy began to coalesce within the space, causing the flora of the Kaioshin realm to gently sway and emit a faint glow. Sun Wukong was enveloped in a soft, golden-red light as his aura underwent a remarkable transformation. The wild energy of the Saiyans was gradually replaced by a deeper, tranquil, yet immensely potent divine essence. The brilliance intensified. Finally, at a pivotal moment, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta opened their eyes, their hair and irises glowing a vibrant red, surrounded by a steady crimson flame. They had succeeded. This was the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong reveled in the newfound power coursing through him, while Vegeta bore a complex yet profoundly satisfied expression as he sensed the divine energy. Observing the two newly ascended, temporary, Super Saiyan gods, Beerus nodded appreciatively. You have just grazed the threshold. However, this is merely temporary. The extent of your comprehension will depend on your own endeavors. After completing their tasks in the Kaioshin realm, Nas addressed Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Kakarot. Vegeta, take this time to familiarize yourselves with the power of the Super Saiyan God, ideally through practical experience. Afterwards, assist Temate in transforming. I have some matters to attend to back on Earth. Once he had arranged everything, Nas continued, Dasma, Carlos, Krista, you three shall remain in the Kaioshin realm to train. Yes, Captain. Yes, Elder. They responded promptly. After expressing gratitude to the old Kaioshin and Kaioshin Xin, Nas bowed to Beerus and, utilizing instant transmission, vanished from the Kaioshin realm. On Earth, in West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Bulma's laboratory. Is that energy signature Nas? Bulma gazed at the familiar energy signal that suddenly appeared on the detector, momentarily stunned before a joyful smile spread across her face. She set down her tools and hurriedly made her way outside. At almost the same moment, Lazuli, Android 18, who was training at home, felt a sense of familiarity mixed with annoyance and looked towards West City, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Has he finally decided to return? Nas's figure materialized directly in the garden of the estate. Just as he steadied himself, a figure lunged at him, embracing him tightly. You heartless one. You vanished for over half a year without a word. Bulma pounded her fists against his chest, her tone laced with reproach, yet her delight was palpable. Nas chuckled and wrapped his arms around her. I apologize. Training in the realm of destruction was rather isolating. At that moment, a cool voice tinged with warmth chimed in. I thought you had been enchanted by some celestial maiden. Nas glanced up to see Lazuli leaning against the doorway, a teasing smile on her lips. Releasing Bulma, he approached Lazuli and embraced her as well. How could that be? There's no place like home. Reunited after a long separation, they had endless stories to share. Nas recounted his experiences in the realm of destruction, including Whis' games, his two new transformations, and the assistance he provided to Sun Wukong and the others in attaining the Super Saiyan God form, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Bulma and sparkling interest from Lazuli. So, you are now significantly stronger than Wukong and Vegeta? Bulma inquired with curiosity. In terms of realms, I am slightly ahead for now, Nas humbly replied. Although his confidence was unmistakable, Lazuli regarded him thoughtfully and suddenly remarked, You seem a bit different now. Nas smiled subtly, not intentionally exuding his aura. Yet the extraordinary essence cultivated from divine energy naturally radiated from him, instilling a sense of security and attraction in both of his cherished companions. That evening, the three enjoyed a warm dinner together. Free from the burdens of cosmic crises and arduous training, they relished in the simplicity of companionship and casual conversation. For Nas, who had long been embroiled in battles and rigorous training, this was a rare moment of relaxation and solace. However, tranquility is often fleeting. The following morning, as Nas savored breakfast prepared by Lazuli, he suddenly furrowed his brow and set down his cup. "What is it?" Lazuli asked, her intuition peaking. "I sense an energy on Earth that feels somewhat familiar yet vexatious. It seems to emanate from the demon realm, and not just one source." Nas stood, his expression turning grave. Bulma grew anxious. "The demon realm? Do they intend to wreak havoc on Earth again?" Nas concentrated for a moment, then solemnly stated, "The intensity is low, but it is quite dispersed, as though they are searching for something. I shall investigate. Stay cautious at home." After speaking, Nasi's crimson aura flickered and he vanished from sight. Lazuli, gazing in the direction where Nasi had disappeared, clenched her fist and said to Bulma, "It seems our brief respite has come to an end." Bulma sighed, yet her eyes grew resolute. "There's no choice. After all, the man we chose is a warrior dedicated to safeguarding the Earth." Chapter 102. Babidi reveals his presence. Nasi's figure materialized above a desolate mountainous terrain. Below him, several peculiar humanoid beings, shrouded in ominous purple energy, were scouring the area, wielding instruments resembling compasses, their needles spinning wildly. Indeed, the essence of the demon realm lingered here, and they were in search of something. Nasi's gaze sharpened as he sensed a similar presence emanating from over a dozen locations across the globe. He resolved to deal with these beings first. "Hey, minions of the demon realm, who permitted you to wreak havoc on Earth?" Nasi's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every demon soldier below. The soldiers looked up in shock, and upon seeing Nasi hovering in midair, radiating a faint red glow, they quickly wore sinister grins. A deity of Earth? Or perhaps a guardian? The energy signature is formidable. The leading soldier, adorned with a horn, licked his lips. "Capture him. Perhaps we can extract information about his whereabouts." "Charge!" Several demon soldiers unleashed their energy simultaneously, the purple demonic power igniting like flames as they surged toward Nasi from various directions. Their strength was roughly equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan 1, which was indeed formidable on Earth. However, to Nasi, their movements were as sluggish as snails. He did not even change his stance, merely shifting his thoughts. With a hum, an invisible force field expanded instantaneously from his center. The demon soldiers, as if colliding with an unseen, impenetrable wall, were sent hurtling back at a speed greater than their approach, crashing into the mountainside and instantly losing consciousness. Only the horned soldier, who had been slightly behind, narrowly escaped being expelled by the force field. Yet, he felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon him, rendering him immobile, his eyes filled with terror. Who are you?" the horned soldier stammered, his voice trembling. Nasi descended slowly before him, his crimson pupils gazing steadily. "Now, it is I who shall inquire. What brings you to Earth? What are you searching for?" "Humph. You shall gain no information from me." The horned soldier gritted his teeth, attempting to channel his demonic energy for self-detonation. Nasi merely extended a finger, gently pressing it against his forehead. A surge of pure divine energy flooded in, not only interrupting his self-detonation process, but also thoroughly suppressing and purifying the demonic energy within him. "Ah!" The horned soldier emitted a harrowing scream, feeling his power rapidly dissipating, a primal fear gripping him. "Speak," Nasi commanded, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "I will speak." Under the relentless pressure of absolute power and the purifying divine aura, the horned soldier's mental defenses crumbled completely. "We were commanded by Lord Babidi and Lord Beerus to come to Earth in search of the ancient sorcerer Moron's demonic source crystal." "Demonic source crystal?" Nasi's brow furrowed. He had never heard of such a thing. "Why, yes. It is said that Lord Moron could transform life force into pure demonic energy, a supreme treasure. Lord Babidi requires it to resurrect even more powerful demon warriors. With such warriors, we can successfully conquer and rule the entire universe." In a desperate bid for survival, the horned soldier divulged all he knew. Babidi, Nasi recalled, was the malevolent sorcerer who manipulated others with magic, seeking to unleash the demon Beerus. It appeared that this version of Babidi and Dabura had long been covertly eyeing Earth. Have you found any leads? And not yet. The demonic source crystal is well hidden. Our detection instruments can only confirm its existence on Earth, but we cannot pinpoint its exact location. Nasi nodded. The situation was not as dire as it could be. He released a slight burst of energy from his fingertip, causing the horned soldier to grunt and lose consciousness. His demonic energy entirely purified, rendering him a frail, ordinary being upon awakening. Having resolved this matter, Nasi once more extended his senses globally, his figure flickering as he moved. In the outskirts of Shidu, a group of demon soldiers was rendered unconscious by the sudden emergence of red flames. In the southern forest, a demon squad attempting to set up a magical formation was obliterated at Nasi's whim, along with their formation. In the Arctic tundra, sneaky demon scouts were encased in solid ice. Within mere minutes, the multiple demonic presences scattered across the earth were eradicated by Nasi with swift and decisive action. He even took the liberty of erasing these soldiers' critical memories regarding the demonic source crystal and earth coordinates, leaving behind only fragmented confusion, thus delaying Babidi's progress. Upon completing these tasks, Nasi returned home in Shidu. All dealt with. Lazili inquired, having sensed the faint yet unsettling presences dissipate. Yes, a few minor lackeys sent by Babidi and Dabura to search for something. Nasi briefly explained the situation concerning the demonic source crystal. Bulma immediately busied herself at her computer. Babidi, demonic source crystal? Let me search for any global energy anomalies and ancient mythologies that might provide clues. Observing Bulma's focused demeanor warmed Nasi's heart. Yet he recognized that the true trouble might just be beginning. Babidi would not easily relent, and he might be entangled with even more formidable demonic forces. It seems the peace of Earth is once again at risk, Nasi murmured quietly. Lazili approached his side, clasping his hand. No matter who comes, we shall face them together. Bulma lifted her head, smiling confidently, indeed. And let us not forget, we have warriors here capable of grappling with destroyers. Nasi gazed at his two cherished companions. His earlier gravity transformed into resolute determination. His return to Earth was not solely for the warmth of companionship, but also to protect the land he held dear and the loved ones within it. By the way, Bulma seemed to recall something. During the 6 months you were away, my father and I, based on the theories you previously left regarding energy and compression, combined with technology, created some intriguing gadgets that might be of assistance. Would you like to take a look? Nasi's eyes lit up. Oh, Miss Bulma's new inventions? I must see them. The three of them proceeded to the underground laboratory, and after a brief moment of warmth, they prepared to face the greater storm ahead. Nasi understood that until Sun Wukong and Vegeta fully mastered their Super Saiyan God powers, the burden of safeguarding Earth would largely rest upon his shoulders. Meanwhile, the shadow of the demon realm was already encroaching silently. Simultaneously, in a dark corner of the universe, within a uniquely designed spacecraft, the diminutive, grotesquely featured sorcerer Babidi was fuming as he observed several lifeless life-monitoring devices before him. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. They can't even handle a lowly planet. Where is my demonic source crystal? He flailed his short arms, roaring at a tall, silent figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe beside him. It seems Earth is proving to be more troublesome than we anticipated. A deep, gravelly voice emerged from beneath the hood. Perhaps we should dispatch more capable subordinates. Or should I personally pay a visit? Babidi fixed his gaze intently upon the figure clad in black robes before him. A fleeting glimmer of apprehension flickered in his eyes, though it was eclipsed by an almost maniacal greed. No, the time is not yet ripe. His voice resonated with a deep authority, as if the very cosmos trembled in response to his words. The magic source crystal must be obtained. It is the key to unlocking the seal. Only by possessing it can we unleash the most formidable warriors in the universe. As he spoke, a fervor ignited in Babidi's eyes. He could almost envision the day when the demon realm would dominate the entire universe, with all life bowing beneath its feet, and he, the sovereign of this cosmos. Send another team. Babidi's voice boomed once more, unmasked urgency permeating his tone. Take the demon energy detector. Whatever it takes, find me that crystal. The figure in black slightly bowed in obedience, then, like a specter, melded seamlessly into the surrounding shadows, as if he were an intrinsic part of the darkness itself. With the departure of the cloaked figure, a fierce competition for the magic source crystal commenced, heralding a monumental crisis for Earth, akin to a storm brewing in the night. Meanwhile, Nas had just returned to Earth, blissfully unaware of the impending tempest. However, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn, and he was undeniably ensnared in the eye of this looming storm, with no means of escape. Chapter 103. The Resurgence of the Demon Realm's Conspiracy. Nas followed Bulma and Lazuli into a state-of-the-art laboratory nestled underground. Compared to 6 months prior, it had undergone significant transformation, with an array of unknown devices emitting a mesmerizing blue glow. The air was saturated with the distinctive scent of ozone and energy liquid. "Look at this," Bulma exclaimed, pointing to a platform displaying several uniquely designed pieces of equipment. The first item was a pair of silver gauntlets, their surfaces coursing with delicate energy pathways. "These are energy amplification gauntlets," Bulma elucidated. "They can capture the aura emitted by the wearer, compress it at high frequency, and then release it, theoretically enhancing instantaneous explosive power by 30 to 50%. Moreover, they automatically adjust the output mode based on the user's aura characteristics. My father has made breakthroughs in materials science, utilizing an energy-absorbing metal akin to that of a spacecraft's hull, capable of withstanding immense energy loads." Nas lifted one gauntlet, feeling its weight and the intricate technological prowess contained within. Upon infusing it with a trace of divine energy, the pathways on the gauntlet immediately illuminated in a splendid rose hue, emanating a soft hum, seemingly resonating with his own energy. "Remarkable," Nas marveled. "This will undoubtedly prove invaluable against Gohan, Piccolo, or even Kakarot and Vegeta in their normal states." "And this," Bulma continued, gesturing to a collection of small, earplug-like devices, "is an energy cloaking device. Once activated, it forms a special energy membrane around the body, capable of concealing one's aura to a certain extent while deflecting and absorbing some energy detection and mental scanning. It should be quite effective against those who rely on energy perception." Lazuli picked up one, her interest piqued. "Oh, does that mean I can more easily approach those who consider themselves perceptually superior?" A dangerous smile danced on her lips. "In theory, yes," Bulma replied with a grin, finally directing her attention to a tablet displaying a complex three-dimensional map of Earth, with several points blinking faintly. "This is the latest version of the Global Energy Monitoring Network. When you eliminated those Demon Realm soldiers earlier, I captured residual energy fluctuations and conducted a deep analysis. The system can now preliminarily filter and mark non-Earth life signs that resemble Demon Realm energy. Although the range is still broad, it will at least provide us with early warnings." As Nas observed these inventions, born from the intellect of Dr. Brief and Bulma, he felt a profound sense of admiration. Beyond sheer power, technology could also serve as a crucial guardian of Earth. "Bulma, you are truly remarkable," he expressed earnestly. "Of course," Bulma replied, pride evident in her demeanor. "However, these are merely prototypes. They require practical testing and further optimization." At that moment, the monitoring computer before Bulma emitted a series of urgent beeps. On the screen, a cursor in a desert region several hundred kilometers north of Shidu suddenly grew exceedingly bright, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations. "We have a situation. The energy response is exceptionally strong, far surpassing those previous minions." Bulma's expression turned serious. Nas narrowed his eyes. "It appears that Babiti's formidable subordinates have arrived. I will go investigate." "Be careful," Lazuli cautioned. "Rest assured," Nas nodded, a crimson aura flickering around him as he vanished from the laboratory in an instant. In the vast death desert north of Shidu, the once silent sea of sand was now engulfed by a tempest of chaotic energy. 3 figures stood at the storm's epicenter, their forms starkly different from the prior Demon Realm soldiers. The central figure was a hulking presence, clad in heavy armor, with dark red skin, twin horns protruding from his head, and a fierce visage emanating a searing and violent aura. None other than Demon King Beerus. To his left hovered a slender, shadowy figure, its form shrouded in darkness, toying with a shape-shifting black crystal demon energy detector. On his right stood a tall female demon warrior clad in revealing leather armor, wielding twin curved blades wreathed in violet flames, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. "The detector has reacted," croaked the shadowy figure. "The fluctuations of the magic source crystal, though faint, indeed exist on this planet. The direction is southeast." Beerus chuckled lowly, his voice grating like sandpaper. "Excellent. At last, this journey has not been in vain. However, before we seek the crystal, his crimson gaze surveyed the surroundings, finally settling upon a specific direction. Let's first unearth that sneaky rat. With a swift, powerful punch, he unleashed a torrent of destructive energy, akin to a volcanic eruption, targeting a sand dune several kilometers away. Boom! The dune was instantly vaporized, revealing a somewhat disheveled figure, Nas, who had just arrived. Encircled by a swirling red Super Saiyan aura, he narrowly evaded the attack, his expression grave as he assessed the trio before him. Quite perceptive, aren't you? Nas steadied himself, his focus primarily on Beerus. Judging by his aura, this Demon King was undoubtedly formidable, far surpassing an average Super Saiyan 2, perhaps even nearing the level of Super Saiyan 3. The two subordinates beside him exuded a similarly eerie strength, particularly the shadowy figure, which made Nas exceedingly uncomfortable. Oh, you are the guardian of Earth who dispatched those worthless foes. Beerus scrutinized Nas, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Your red aura is intriguing. You are no ordinary human. State your name, for I, Beerus, do not slay nameless wretches. Nas, he replied calmly, his energy steadily rising. This place is not welcome to Demon Realm denizens. Leave Earth at once. Leave? Beerus laughed as if he had heard a great jest. What the Demon Realm covets, it has never failed to obtain. I will slay you, then claim the magic source crystal. Before he could finish, the female demon warrior at his side launched the first attack. Her form flickered, transforming into a streak of violet light, as she crossed her twin blades to unleash two massive purple cross-shaped slashes, tearing through the air and closing in on Nas in an instant. Nas's eyes sharpened. He did not meet the attack head-on, but instead blurred momentarily, sidestepping with unimaginable speed to evade the strike. The slash missed its target, cleaving the ground behind and creating two bottomless chasms, their edges flickering with eerie purple flames. The speed was commendable. The female magic warrior licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement. At the very moment Nas evaded, the shadowy figure sprang into action. The demonic detector in his hand emitted an invisible wave, not aimed at Nas, but sweeping through the space where he had just stood. The analysis of the target's energy structure revealed a divine aura imbued with the traits of creation and protection, posing a high threat level. It was advised to prioritize capture or elimination. The shadowy figure reported in a monotone devoid of emotion. Dapula cackled, divine energy? Perfect. With your life force, I might accelerate the activation of the magic crystal. His massive frame erupted with terrifying speed, appearing instantaneously above Nas, his fist sheathed in a hard keratin layer, descending with the force to annihilate all. Super Saiyan. Nas refused to be complacent, his aura shifting in an instant, his hair and flames transforming into a vivid crimson. His power and speed surging dramatically. He too met the blow with a punch. Boom. The collision of their fists resonated like the impact of two meteorites. A terrifying energy shockwave radiated outward in a spherical form, instantly carving a colossal pit with a diameter exceeding a kilometer in the sea of sand below. The surrounding air became ionized, crackling with explosive sounds. Nas's figure wavered slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. In contrast, Dapula was pushed back several hundred meters. Yet his face bore an even more exhilarated and cruel grin. The red flames? His power has significantly increased, but the force is still insufficient. Dapula roared, charging once more. His fists, feet, elbows, and knees transforming into lethal weapons, unleashing a tempest of ferocious attacks. His fighting style was grandiose, brimming with the primal savagery and destructiveness unique to the demonic realm, every strike infused with the potential to shatter stars. Nas focused intently, channeling the power of the Super Saiyan to its utmost limit, weaving through the myriad of fist shadows, blocking and countering. The speed of their battle reached an extreme, leaving countless afterimages and deafening sonic booms in the air, the brilliance of their energy clashes illuminating the dim desert as if it were daylight. For a moment, they found themselves in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the female magic warrior and the shadowy figure prowled at the periphery, searching for Nas's vulnerabilities. The female warrior occasionally hurled cunning flame blades to create distractions, while the shadowy figure continued to scan and analyze with the detector, intermittently releasing shadowy waves to disrupt Nas's judgment. It seemed the time for play had ended. This battle must be concluded swiftly. Thoughts raced through Nas's mind. Although Dapula exceeded expectations, he still had two troublesome allies. If this continued, not only would he fail to lure out the hidden hand behind the scenes, but he might also endanger himself. After an intense exchange, Nas retreated, gathering strength as he clasped his hands at his waist, azure energy wildly converging. Kamehameha, a beam of blue energy, thicker and more concentrated than ever before, surged forth like a roaring dragon towards Dapula. Dapula sensed the terrifying power contained within the strike. His expression shifted, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a thick, viscous torrent reminiscent of lava. Hellfire. The blue energy beam collided fiercely with the dark red flow of magma, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The core of the explosion seemed to distort, swallowing all light and sound. Taking advantage of the chaos, Nas's gaze sharpened, and his form instantaneously split into two. What? Both the female magic warrior and the shadowy figure, who had been monitoring the battlefield, were taken aback. Two Nas figures appeared simultaneously, one transformed into the blue form of the Super Saiyan, his aura locking onto Dapula. The other instantly reverted to the resplendent rose-red flames, a divine halo reappearing behind him, surrounded by crackling red lightning. His gaze turned coldly towards the shadowy figure and the female magic warrior at the periphery. The nature of this form's energy had shifted once more. Priority elevated. The detector of the shadowy figure emitted a piercing alarm. The rose-red Nas's lips curled into a chilling arc. Your interference ends here. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of rose-red lightning, traversing space and appearing before the shadowy figure. The speed surpassed all previous instances. Just as Nas's power erupted like a volcano, the entire scene was awash in his overwhelming presence, the previously boisterous atmosphere falling into an eerie silence. Nas's figure appeared to teleport directly in front of the shadowy figure. His fist, as swift as lightning and imbued with boundless might, crashed down upon the shadowy figure. With a resounding thud, the shadowy figure's body was pierced through as if made of paper. Yet, this was not the end. Nas offered no respite, immediately unleashing another powerful energy wave, akin to a cannonball, towards him. The might of this energy wave was terrifying, tearing through the air with a crackling sound. The shadowy figure barely had time to react before being wholly consumed by the energy wave, obliterated into countless fragments, vanishing into nothingness. Simultaneously, Nas's other doppelganger appeared before the female magic warrior like a bolt of lightning. The female warrior was struck with dread, realizing it was too late to flee. Nas's doppelganger rapidly conjured a transparent protective shield, encasing the female warrior within, akin to a massive cage. Trapped in the shield, the female warrior struggled desperately, but found herself unable to escape. Following this, Nas's doppelganger released a dazzling energy sphere within the energy barrier. The moment the energy sphere emerged, the space became filled with lightning, the powerful energy fluctuations distorting the surrounding air. Faced with the terrifying energy sphere, the female warrior stood no chance and was instantaneously struck by the lightning. Her body was violently torn apart in an instant, reduced to ashes by the searing electricity. Witnessing Nas's terrifying combat prowess, Dapula's face turned pale with fear, his body trembling involuntarily. His voice grew shrill with terror as he cried out, "Great, great master, help me." However, before his cry could finish, Nas's figure appeared beside him as if teleporting. In Nas's hand, a blue energy sphere was gathering power, radiating a heart-stopping energy wave. Just as Nas prepared to hurl the energy sphere at Dapula to end his life, a black beam descended like a dragon from the heavens, interposing itself between Dapula and Nas. This black beam moved with astonishing speed, swiftly positioning itself between the two and colliding fiercely with Nas's energy sphere. A thunderous roar erupted as the two formidable energies clashed in midair, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The shockwave from the explosion surged like a violent hurricane, sweeping through the entire space. Surrounding structures trembled under the force of the shockwave, appearing on the verge of collapse. However, while the black beam had thwarted Nas's attack, it shattered into countless black fragments upon colliding with Nas's energy sphere, dissipating into the air. As dust and debris swirled, a voice emerged from the chaos. "Long time no see, Nas." The voice of Mosroot seemed to resonate from the darkness, laced with mockery and derision. "It appears we are indeed fated to cross paths. My previous promise still stands. The gates of the demon realm shall always remain open for you, should you wish to enter. As Nasi focused his gaze, he was indeed met with the familiar figure of Morst, a presence that stirred within him a tumultuous blend of hatred and anticipation. The familiar black mist and the shadowy figures concealed within ignited a fierce anger in his heart. Morst, it's you again. Nasi gritted his teeth. The dark realm truly knows no rest. What scheme do you concoct this time? His memories of their last encounter remained vivid. He had narrowly escaped defeat due to his limited power, saved only by the timely arrival of Mr. Weiss. However, after a period of rigorous training, Nasi had significantly enhanced his abilities. Moreover, his comprehension of spatial laws had undergone a transformative leap. This time, he was confident he could vanquish Morst and redeem his past failures. While Nasi was lost in thought, Morst seemed to sense his resolve and continued. It appears a battle is inevitable. I wonder if any angels will come to your aid this time. This taunt ignited Nasi's fighting spirit. With a disdainful snort, he countered, "Humph. Even without Mr. Weiss, I can still defeat you." With that, Nasi quickly regained his composure, retracting his doppelganger without hesitation. He took a deep breath, and with a thunderous shout, his aura erupted like a volcano. Morst, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his own overwhelming aura, creating a fierce whirlwind that enveloped the area. The onlookers, including Dapula and others, were forcefully blown away by the sheer power of their energies. Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, Big's face turned pale, and he sighed, realizing that despite his own advancements, he was utterly inadequate in the presence of such might. As the astonished spectators grappled with the immense power displayed by the two, Nasi and Morst were already locked in combat. Their figures flickered amidst the tempest, each collision resonating with deafening sound. Leveraging his understanding of spatial laws, Nasi teleported behind Morst to launch surprise attacks, while also unleashing powerful energy waves head-on. Morst countered fiercely, his dark powers manifesting as sharp blades that relentlessly slashed toward Nasi. The battle escalated, warping the surrounding space as if it might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, Morst unleashed a dark vortex, attempting to ensnare Nasi. Unfazed, Nasi swiftly gathered energy in his hands, constructing a colossal barrier with spatial power that resisted the vortex's pull. Seizing the moment of Morst's brief vulnerability, Nasi teleported above him and leaped high, channeling all his strength into a devastating punch. Morst's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only raise his arm in a futile defense. A resounding crack echoed as Morst's arm fractured, sending him flying, though he managed to stabilize himself midair after a few rotations. I knew I was right about you, Nasi. You truly are a prodigy. In just half a year, your power has surged tremendously. As Morst spoke, his right hand clenched into a fist, a surge of formidable energy erupting from within him. With a distinct crack, the previously broken bone healed in an instant. Simultaneously, his aura surged once more, akin to a volcano erupting, causing the very space around him to tremble. Nasi, who was preparing to speak, was caught off guard by the sudden escalation in Morst's power. His expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Morst, unwilling to let his guard down. Just as Nasi was readying himself to transform and amplify his strength, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A flash of white lightning streaked across the void, resembling a shooting star. In an instant, it landed near Morst and Nasi, revealing the figures of Jebet and Beerus. Morst, who had been poised to attack, froze at the sight of Beerus, as if ensnared by an invisible force. The violent energy that had been surging around him was abruptly quelled, returning to calm. "Humph." Morst smirked coldly. "This god is quite the party pooper, Nasi. It seems our battle cannot continue. But fear not. We shall have ample time to resume it later. As for the promise I made earlier, take your time to ponder it." With that, Morst's form erupted into a thick cloud of black mist, which rapidly enveloped all the denizens of the Dark Realm. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Chapter 105. In search of the demon source crystal, with the inhabitants of the Dark Realm disappearing without a trace. All that remained were the desolate sands and the dissipating remnants of energy. Dapula and the others were rescued, and while the immediate crisis seemed averted, the tension in the air lingered. Beerus descended slowly to the ground, his purple feline visage clearly expressing displeasure as his sharp gaze swept over Nasi before settling on the spot where Morst had vanished. "Humph. The vermin of the Dark Realm sure can flee swiftly," Beerus remarked, irritation lacing his voice. "Nasi, did you bring trouble back to Earth?" That oversized fly nearly caused a ruckus in my universe. Nasi, reverting to his normal state, breathed heavily. The brief encounter with Morst had been intense and draining. He bowed to Beerus, apologizing. I am sorry, Lord Beerus. I did not anticipate your involvement. Jebbet followed closely behind Beerus, his heart still racing as he surveyed the devastation around them. The collision of those two immense powers had left even him, a servant of the Kaioshin, trembling with fear. Involvement? Beerus scoffed. It was the old Kaioshin who sensed a strong surge of dark energy below, along with your divine power flaring, fearing you might damage the planet, and asked me to check it out. Alas, I arrived too late and let the main culprit escape. He approached Nasi, scrutinizing him closely, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. In just half a year, you've managed to control your power to this extent and even develop that peculiar red-haired form. Not too shabby, I suppose. You haven't brought shame upon me or Weiss. This was indeed a rare compliment from a god of destruction. Nasi smiled, about to respond when several figures rapidly approached from the distance. Bick, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan, who had sensed the powerful energy fluctuations. Upon witnessing the devastation and the formidable presence of Beerus, they were taken aback and hurriedly bowed in respect. Lord Beerus, Teacher Nasi, what just transpired? That demonic energy was terrifying. Krillin inquired anxiously. Nasi briefly explained the Dark Realm's pursuit of the Demon Source Crystal and Morst's appearance. The Demon Source Crystal? That does not sound like a good thing. Tianjin Fan remarked, his brow furrowed. Beerus yawned, displaying signs of impatience. Enough with the minor nuisances. The main culprit has fled, and the rest is up to you all. Jebbet, let us return. Yes, Lord Beerus, Jebbet promptly replied. Wait, Lord Beerus, Nas called out hastily. Regarding the Maguan Shuijing. Beerus paused momentarily, not turning his head, and replied, that ancient troublesome artifact is not something I know much about. I only understand that it contains the forbidden power to transform life into magical energy. If it falls into the hands of those beings from the demon realm, it could indeed create some chaos. As for where it is hidden and how to handle it, that is the responsibility of you guardians, so do not bother me. With that, he gestured to Jebbite, and the two vanished in a flash of light. After Beerus departed, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Bulma and Razali arrived on a small flying craft. Nas, are you all right? Bulma exclaimed as she jumped out of the craft, rushing over with concern. I'm fine. Nas replied, shaking his head as he looked at Bulma. Has your surveillance network detected any unusual energy signatures, especially during the appearances and disappearances of the beings from the demon realm? Bulma immediately pulled out her portable computer and began to operate it. Let me see. When the beings from the demon realm appeared, the energy signatures were quite concentrated, right here. But when they disappeared, that is strange. Their energy signatures did not simply leap away from Earth. Rather, they seemed to merge into some background energy fluctuations of the Earth itself before completely vanishing. Merging into the Earth's background energy? Nas pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that the Maguan Shuijing not only conceals itself, but also interferes with spatial transmission to some extent? Or is it perhaps located within a dimension closely connected to Earth? This speculation cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. If the Maguan Shuijing were indeed hidden in a dimension tethered to Earth, the search would become even more arduous. Regardless, we must locate it before the demon realm does. Piccolo stated solemnly. Nas, do you have a plan? After a brief moment of contemplation, Nas replied. The demon realm has lost 2 of its operatives this time and has exposed the schemes of Depura and Babidi. They will likely exercise caution for a while, but they will not easily relent. We need a dual approach. He turned to Bulma. Bulma, continue optimizing your global energy monitoring network, focusing on filtering out anomalous spatial fluctuations and signals that share a common source with the energy of the demon realm, albeit extremely weak. Since the Maguan Shuijing can transform life energy, it may emit a very subtle life force field. Absolutely. Bulma replied enthusiastically. Nas then looked at Piccolo, Krillin, and the others. Everyone must remain vigilant and enhance your training. The next time the demon realm returns, they will likely deploy even stronger forces. I will contact the Kaioshin realm to reach Kakarot and Vegeta, ensuring they master the Ultra Saiyan God power swiftly. We may need them to return for support if necessary. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, feeling the impending pressure. Additionally, Nas gazed into the distance, contemplating, perhaps we should pay a visit to some ancient entities. The secrets hidden on Earth go far beyond our current knowledge. For instance, Mr. Bobo from the Temple of the Gods, or certain slumbering ancient guardians. They may possess clues regarding the Maguan Shuijing or the ancient sorcerer Moron. Once arrangements were in place, everyone dispersed. Naz returned to West City with Bulma and Razali. Upon arriving home, Naz immediately reached out telepathically to Son Goku and Vegeta, who were far away in the Kaioshin realm, to inform them of the situation on Earth. What? The demon realm is back? And there are even stronger beings than Depura? Son Goku's voice was filled with excitement. This is great. I was just starting to feel the power of the Ultra Saiyan God. I need some real combat. Vegeta, however, remained much calmer. Humph. The Maguan Shuijing sounds like a menace. Naz, you need to stabilize the situation. Kakarot and I will swiftly master this power. The transformation ritual for Tamate has also been completed. After the three of us familiarize ourselves with our powers, we will return together. Ending the communication, Naz felt somewhat reassured. With the imminent return of Son Goku and Vegeta, Earth's defensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. The following morning, Naz ventured alone to the Temple of the Gods. Currently, the temple was overseen by Dondi, the Earth's god, while Mr. Bobo continued to serve as the silent guardian. Noticing Naz's arrival, Dondi and Bobo came forth to greet him. Mr. Naz, welcome to the Temple of the Gods, Dondi said warmly. Dondi, Mr. Bobo, I come seeking your counsel on a matter of great importance, Naz stated directly, recapping the situation regarding the Maguan Shuijing and the invasion from the demon realm. A flicker of emotion seemed to ripple across Mr. Bobo's otherwise stoic face. After a moment of silence, he spoke in his characteristic calm tone. The ancient sorcerer Moron, I believe I have heard that name before. Long, long ago, even before the era of the old gods, there indeed existed a powerful magical civilization on Earth. Moron was said to be one of the most outstanding yet dangerous sorcerers of that time. Naz's spirits lifted. You know of him? What about the Maguan Shuijing? Mr. Bobo slowly shook his head. Bobo does not know the exact location of the crystal. However, I recall that ancient records mention that Moron, in pursuit of eternal life and power, once connected his source of magic with the life veins of Earth, attempting to harness the planet's life force for himself. His reckless actions provoked the resistance of all the strong beings of that time, ultimately leading to his sealing. It is said that his source of magic transformed into the Maguan Shuijing, hidden within a fissure intertwined with the life veins of Earth. A fissure intertwined with the life veins of Earth, Naz murmured, realizing this aligned perfectly with his and Bulma's conjecture. To locate such a fissure might require an extraordinarily strong perception to sense the flow of Earth's life energy and its anomalous nodes, Mr. Bobo added. Or perhaps to find a key related to that era. A key? Naz inquired. Mr. Bobo shook his head again. Bobo does not know. The ages have passed, and too many records have been lost to history. Though no precise location was provided, Mr. Bobo's information was crucial, indicating the direction for searching for the anomalous nodes of Earth's life veins. Departing the Temple of the Gods, Naz felt a heavy heart mixed with a glimmer of hope. Searching for the Maguan Shuijing was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet now there was a clearer objective. He returned home and relayed Mr. Bobo's words to Bulma. She immediately began adjusting the parameters of the monitoring network, attempting to identify potential anomalous zones in the global life energy distribution map. Meanwhile, Naz sat cross-legged in a quiet room, taking a deep breath to calm his mind completely. He once again entered the form of Super Saiyan God with the rose-colored aura, but this time not for battle. Rather, he aimed to elevate his divine perception to its zenith, spreading like rippling water across the entirety of Earth, delicately sensing the vast and profound flow of the planet's life energy. He could feel the breath of mountains, the rush of rivers, the whispers of forests, and the vitality of countless beings converging into a magnificent ocean of energy. Within this ocean, locating a hidden fissure that might emit discordant magical energy was undoubtedly a formidable task. Nevertheless, Naz did not yield. He understood that the race against the demon realm had entered its second half. He must find the answer swiftly, or else Earth, and perhaps the entire universe, could face a monumental catastrophe. As Naz immersed himself in perception, deep within the cosmos, aboard Babbidi's spaceship, he raged upon witnessing the severely injured Depura and the report of failed tasks from Pwai. Useless. All of you are useless. You can't even conquer a mere Earth. He screamed furiously. The figure of Morsight emerged from the shadows, his arms restored to their former state. Yet his countenance bore a hint of gloom. that Nas is growing far too quickly. Moreover, the god of destruction, Beerus, seems quite invested in him. Have you encountered Lord Moresight, Beerus? A flicker of deep apprehension flashed in Babiti's eyes, quickly supplanted by madness. No matter who it is, none shall obstruct my acquisition of the magic source crystal. If stealth proves futile, then we shall resort to force. He turned to Beerus, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Activate the backup candidates. Since obtaining a pure Saiyan heart is arduous, we shall compensate with numbers. Gather sufficient life energy to forcefully breach the seal. Simultaneously, intensify our infiltration of Earth. Even if we must turn it upside down, we shall locate the magic source crystal. Yes, Lord Babiti. Beerus bowed, yet a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A tempest was brewing, hastening its approach. Chapter 106. 7 years of accumulation and underlying currents. Time flows ceaselessly, the years weaving swiftly by. Since the incursion of the demon realm, 7 years have elapsed in the blink of an eye. For Earth, these years have been relatively peaceful and marked by rapid development. For Nas, Son Goku, and others, however, they have been years of reflection, accumulation, and breakthroughs. In the Kaioshin realm, a tremendous clash of two formidable auras resounded, crimson and azure divine flames shooting skyward, painting the heavens of the Kaioshin realm in resplendent hues. The figures of Son Goku and Vegeta interwove at lightning speed, their fists and feet colliding with a terrifying energy that could rend the fabric of space. Their battle had long transcended the realm of ordinary Super Saiyans, each movement tethered to the very power of the rules themselves. Not far away, Temet was enveloped in a pale purple aura, his gaze sharp as he adapted to and mastered his mysterious form. The elder Kaioshin and Kaioshin Shin, along with Kibito, stood at a distance, feeling the heart-pounding energy with expressions of both joy and astonishment. Remarkably, in just 7 years, they had mastered the power of Super Saiyan God to such profound depths. The elder Kaioshin mused while observing the learning materials provided by Nas. Kaioshin Shin nodded. Mr. Son Goku and Mr. Vegeta's talents are indeed unparalleled. Mr. Temet has also made rapid progress. With them present, we are considerably more confident in facing the threats from the demon realm. Through 7 years of arduous training, Son Goku and Vegeta solidified their mastery of the Super Saiyan God, red-haired, state and gained the ability to transform into the Super Saiyan blue form. More importantly, they touched upon deeper layers of power. Son Goku subtly sensed the nascent form of Zai Ji Gong, while Vegeta embarked on his own path of self-mastery. With the elder Kaioshin's aid, Temet also unlocked his potential, his strength greatly surpassing that of an average Super Saiyan 3. On Earth, in West City, within the gravity chamber, a heavy hum resonated incessantly. Nas's figure darted through the space, his movements seemingly unhurried, yet imbued with terrifying strength and exquisite control. His aura did not explode forth, yet the depth of his presence was even more restrained and fearsome than it had been 7 years prior. A rose-colored halo of divine light slowly rotated behind his head, emanating profound vibrations. In these 7 years, he had not fixated on further breakthroughs in form, but instead focused on solidifying his foundation, deeply comprehending the essence of divine power, and developing various applications of his abilities. His perception of Earth's life force had never waned. Although he had yet to pinpoint the exact fissures, his understanding had deepened significantly. With a sigh, Nas gradually concluded his training as the gravity chamber's readings returned to zero. He exited the chamber to find Bulma and their considerably grown daughter, Bra, waiting outside. Daddy, Bra, now blossoming into a lovely young girl, rushed toward him. Nas smiled as he lifted his daughter, turning to Bulma. Any progress? Bulma shook the tablet in her hand, her face alight with the excitement of a researcher. Based on the data of life energy flow you sensed over the past 7 years, combined with the global monitoring network, I've constructed a highly refined model of Earth's life force. Although I have yet to lock onto a specific location, I have identified 3 regions with anomalous energy flows that may have a high probability of spatial faults. 3 regions? Nas's eyes lit up. This significantly narrowed the scope. Indeed, they are the ancient mountains near Satan City, the area where the former Garen Holy Land was located, and a vast primal tropical rainforest. Bulma pointed to the marks on the map. Excellent. Once Kakarot and the others return, we can split up and investigate these locations. Nas nodded. Over the past 7 years, Earthsea warriors had also not been idle. Piccolo, Through relentless training and with the aid of the dragon, further enhanced his strength. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and others, under Na's guidance and their own efforts, made significant improvements in power. Although they could not compare to the divine realm, they ranked among the elite of mortals. Son Gohan, while balancing his studies and relationships, had not neglected his training, mastering his mysterious form with increasing proficiency. Yet, beneath the facade of peace, undercurrents continued to stir. In the demon realm, aboard Babbidi's spaceship, the atmosphere was foreboding and oppressive. Dabura knelt on one knee, reporting to Babidi, who sat upon the throne. Lord Babidi, after 7 years of searching and energy gathering, we have consumed the life energy of dozens of lower life planets, and we have finally found it. He raised a massive egg, adorned with bizarre purple patterns, its shell radiating an unsettling evil aura. The sealing egg of Majin Buu. Babbidi's small eyes erupted with ecstatic light as he trembled while caressing the egg's surface. At last, we have found it. Ha! My father's greatest masterpiece. From the shadows, a thick black mist coalesced, revealing Morsite's figure as he gazed at the egg, a flicker of gravity in his eyes. Is this the legendary Majin Buu? While it contains unfathomable chaotic power, its current strength is rather feeble. Indeed, my lord, this is the Majin created by my father, Babidi fervently declared. Once we break the seal and awaken Majin Buu, the entire universe shall kneel before you. What god of destruction, what Saiyan, none shall be of consequence. Morsite, who had been lost in thought, momentarily paused at Babbidi's words, then shook his head. However, Lord Babidi, Dabura interjected. To break the seal requires an immense amount of pure energy. Although the life energy we collected over the years is substantial, it is mixed and impure. It may not be sufficient to completely breach the seal. Babidi grinned wickedly. No matter. I have devised a perfect plan. Earth. That Nas and his companions possess formidable energy, especially those Saiyans who have reached the domain of deities. With their energy combined with what we have gathered, it will surely be enough to perfectly resurrect Lord Buu. You mean? Dabura understood. Let us host a grand event. Gather them together as earthlings in joy, and then we shall ensnare them all at once. This way, we can obtain the energy and eliminate obstacles. Meanwhile, on Earth, at home in West City, Nas received a special communication from the king. Mr. Nas, I apologize for the intrusion. The king's voice carried a tone of respect. The once every 7 years World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. This tournament is of great significance. We hope it will showcase Earth's rebirth and vitality after enduring multiple crises. On behalf of the Earth royal family and all citizens, I sincerely invite you and your friends, Mr. Son Goku, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Piccolo, and all the Z warriors, to attend this tournament as special guests and participants. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Nasi was momentarily taken aback as vivid memories of fervent moments surged before his eyes. This indeed was a time-honored and significant event on Earth. After a brief contemplation, he acquiesced, saying, Very well, Your Majesty, it is an honor to receive the invitation. I shall inform everyone. Upon ending the communication, Nasi immediately established a telepathic connection with the Kaioshin realm, reaching out to Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Temet, while also relaying the news to Piccolo, Krillin, and others. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Splendid. Sun Wukong's exuberant voice nearly shattered the telepathic link, eager to test the fruits of his training. We shall return at once. Though Vegeta dismissively referred to it as a tedious monkey game, a subtle eagerness lingered in his tone. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others expressed their intent to participate as well. For them, this was not merely an opportunity to showcase their training accomplishments, but also a rare gathering. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly ordinary martial arts tournament was shrouded in the ominous shadow of the demon realm. Babbidi's sinister plot and the threat of Majin Buu intertwined with the clamor of the World Martial Arts Tournament, heralding a tempest that would sweep across Earth and the universe. Formally commencing with this very event, gazing out at the bustling capital, Nasi felt an unmistakable premonition that the tranquil days were drawing to a close. As he sensed the surging divine power within him, his gaze sharpened. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. This time, they must resolutely resolve these troubles. After 7 years of refinement, the Z fighters had undeniably grown stronger. The impending martial arts tournament would serve as both a test of their abilities and the first battlefield to confront the looming crisis. Chapter 107. shadows approaching and seals weakening in the estate of the West capital as Sun Wukong and Vegeta concluded their bout. Panting and discussing the gains and losses of their confrontation, a sense of urgency resonated through their minds via telepathy. Mr. Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Nasi, we are in grave trouble. It was the voice of Kaioshin Shin, filled with unprecedented panic. What is the matter, Kaioshin-sama? Sun Wukong queried, sensing Shin's fear. Majin Buu. Babidi has located the seal egg of Majin Buu. Kaioshin Shin's voice trembled. Not long ago, both the elder Kaioshin and I sensed an extremely malevolent and faint energy. Though it remains weak, its chaotic and destructive essence is unmistakable. They are attempting to unseal it. This news struck the group like a thunderclap. What? They have truly found it. Sun Wukong's expression hardened as the legends from 7 years ago morphed into an imminent threat. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, his battle spirit igniting. So it has finally come? The legendary Majin Buu, just the opportunity to test the results of these 7 years. Temmet, having concluded his training, flew over with a grave expression. Nasi's voice, calm as ever, resonated through the telepathic link. Kaioshin-sama, please remain calm. They require immense energy to unseal it. It is not something that can be accomplished in an instant. We still have time. Additionally, the king has just invited all Z fighters to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. A martial arts tournament? At such a time, Kaioshin Shin appeared exceedingly anxious. It was too perilous. If Babidi were to seize the opportunity, perhaps this could also be an opportunity, Nasi analyzed. If Babidi's target is us, the sources of high-quality energy, he is likely to act during the tournament. We can set a trap and wait for him there. As Kaioshin Shin conveyed his warning, deep within the desolate expanse of a barren desert on Earth, Raditz, Nappa, and the recently joined Carlos were engaged in intense sparring. After 7 years of honing their skills, their abilities had vastly improved. Raditz and Nappa could now maintain a stable Super Saiyan 3 form, while Carlos was nearing that threshold. Raditz unleashed a punch, sending shockwaves through the earth. Not bad, Raditz. You've made progress. Nappa laughed heartily, his body crackling with arcs of electricity. Carlos observed intently, seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough. Suddenly, 4 chilling and formidable malevolent energies materialized around them without warning, forming a deadly encirclement. The space appeared tainted by ink, and 4 figures, each distinct yet exuding suffocating demonic energy, emerged. Leading the group was Ashura, a towering figure with dual horns, a fearsome visage, wielding a colossal axe wreathed in dark flames. Myoko appeared ghostly, slender of form, with pale skin and claws like daggers, his eyes glinting with cunning malice. Beerus, the Demon King, bore an imposing countenance, secreting petrifying saliva, his power unfathomable. Samaki, a female demon lord, possessed an alluring figure yet radiated a toxic danger, playfully manipulating a mass of ever-shifting shadow energy. Oh, 3 Saiyan weaklings, your energy is somewhat acceptable. Ashura's voice grated like metal, dripping with disdain. Who are you? Raditz barked, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2, with Nappa and Carlos following suit, bracing for confrontation. We are here to harvest your energy, Beerus stated coldly, offering no further words. Combat erupted in an instant. The trio unleashed their full power, energy blasts cascading like torrential rain toward the 4 demon lords. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Ashura's giant axe effortlessly cleaved through the energy waves, sending Nappa crashing back, bloodied. Myoko slipped through Carlos's attack like smoke, leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes with his claws. Beerus unleashed a stream of petrifying saliva toward Raditz, who narrowly evaded, the ground beneath him instantly transforming into stone. Samaki's shadow energy morphed into countless tendrils, ensnaring Carlos as it voraciously drained his energy. Damn it, these fiends are too powerful. Nappa struggled to rise, blood streaming down his face. Let us fight them. Raditz bellowed, pushing his energy to the limit, gathering it within a barrier to unleash a lightning crash. Yet, Ashura was swifter. He appeared before Raditz in an instant, his fist covered in demonic energy, crashing into Raditz's abdomen. Raditz's eyes bulged as his powerful energy dissipated, his form curling up like a shrimp. Boring struggle. Ashura grasped Raditz's head with one hand, a tremendous pull emanating from him. Meanwhile, Beerus and Myoko subdued Nappa and Carlos, respectively, absorbed their energy. The 4 demon kings commanded in unison. Agonizing screams echoed across the desert. Raditz, Nappa, and Carlos convulsed violently as the energy they had painstakingly cultivated over the years was forcibly extracted, their radiant auras tainted with a filthy purple hue, continuously flowing into an energy vessel amassed by the four demon lords. In mere seconds, the trio's energy waned to its utmost limit, akin to flickering candles in the wind, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The energy quality is quite good. It should suffice to restore a significant portion of Majin Buu's power. Myoka licked his lips, gazing contentedly at the vessel brimming with energy. On Earth, aboard Babbidi's spaceship, the figures of the four demon lords returned through spatial magic, presenting the energy-filled vessel with reverence. "Well done." "Ha!" Babidi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld the pure and vast energy, his hands dancing in delight. He promptly instructed his subordinates to connect the energy vessel to the enormous seal egg of Majin Buu. Simultaneously, he carefully retrieved several dark energy crystals he had amassed over the past 7 years, each radiating deep and ominous energy from the ancient demon realm. Combined with the energies of these 3 Saiyans and the imminent acquisition of even more pure energy, Babbidi's eyes glinted with madness as he began to chant an ancient and malevolent incantation. A hum resonated as the purple patterns on the colossal egg suddenly illuminated, emanating a black light that devoured all illumination. The energies of Leitais, Nappa, and Carlos merged with that of the demon's source crystal, transforming into a robust blue-violet beam that forcefully injected itself into the giant egg. The glow on the surface of the shell intensified, and the originally faint heartbeat grew stronger and more powerful. Thump, thump, thump. Like the beating of war drums, the ominous waves radiated outward from the egg, causing the entire demon realm to tremble. On the shell, fine, almost imperceptible cracks began to appear. Morseet, lurking in the shadows, sensed the awakening chaotic power that posed a threat even to him, a knowing smirk gracing his lips. Not enough, but it has begun. Babidi, your grand spectacle must unfold swiftly. In the manner of Shidu, Naz had just concluded a communication with the Kaioshin when his expression darkened dramatically, as though something had provoked him. His eyes widened, and he swiftly turned his gaze towards the distant Gobi Desert. Leitais and Nappa's energy has vanished. Naz's voice was thick with shock and disbelief. He could distinctly feel the energy of the 3 diminishing at an alarming rate, as if they were enduring some fatal blow. Faced with this situation, Naz dared not hesitate or be careless. He immediately summoned his formidable spatial power, traversing dimensions at once toward the Gobi's direction. After all, Leitais, Nappa, and Carlos were vital combatants, and their safety directly influenced the tide of battle. Furthermore, the successful inception of this malevolent power indicated that the enemy's actions were far swifter than Naz had anticipated. This heightened his sense of urgency. He needed to ascertain what was transpiring without delay. Meanwhile, across various corners of Earth, the promotion for the World Martial Arts Tournament swept through like a tempest. People brimmed with anticipation and enthusiasm for this grand event, engulfing the planet in jubilation. Yet, none were aware that a colossal crisis was quietly descending. Beneath the surface of merriment lay a dreadful shadow, and the martial arts arena might very well morph into the latest battlefield determining the fates of Earth and the entire universe. Chapter 108. The Unsealing of Majin Buu. Under currents and resurgence of evil, Naz's figure materialized like a specter on the desolate Gobi. The sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. The earth was fractured, and traces of scorched energy were evident everywhere. Leitais, Nappa, and Carlos lay slumped in a deep pit, their breaths faint, their vitality flickering like a candle in the wind. Naz immediately knelt, his fingertips coalescing a gentle and vibrant emerald light, a more efficient ability born from his understanding of Namekian healing arts and life energy. Under the glow, the wounds on the 3 began to heal at a visible pace, yet the fundamental depletion caused by the forced extraction of energy could not be swiftly restored. Such a tyrannical and malevolent extraction method. Naz furrowed his brow, sensing the lingering cold and powerful evil energies in the air. The essence of top-tier experts from the demon realm. Babbidi's subordinates had moved with remarkable speed. He enveloped the 3 in energy and instantaneously teleported them back to the Universal Capsule Corporation in Shidu, where Bulma would attend to them urgently. He then promptly contacted Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and all Core Z fighters. As the news spread, astonishment engulfed everyone. Leitais and the others had been defeated and had lost their energy? Krillin found it hard to believe, as Leitai's and Nappa's strength had long surpassed that of their former selves. Those fiends from the demon realm dared to wreak havoc on Earth. Piccolo's gaze sharpened, his muscles taut beneath his green skin. Son Goku set aside his usual jovial demeanor. His expression grave. It seems the Lord Kaioshin spoke the truth. Babidi and his minions are growing impatient. Vegeta crossed his arms, snorting. Humph, perfect. No need for us to seek them out. Majin Buu, king of the demon realm? Let them come. I shall make them realize the cost of provoking the Saiyan prince. Nas spoke solemnly. The situation has changed. The enemy possesses an efficient means of energy extraction, and their targets are clear. The World Martial Arts Tournament is gathering a wealth of powerful energy, making it an ideal hunting ground for them. We must participate, but our strategy needs adjustment. What do you mean? Piccolo inquired, looking at Nas. We will draw them out, controlling the battlefield within our grasp. A glint of wisdom crossed Nas's eyes. At the tournament site, we feign ignorance and observe. Once Babidi's subordinates appear, attempting to siphon energy or release Majin Buu, we will strike immediately, isolating them from the innocent populace and annihilating them with full force. Agreed. Piccolo nodded. This is the most prudent course of action at present. Let it be so. Son Goku readied himself. Though Vegeta scoffed at such tactics, he understood the necessity of safeguarding Earth and his combat stage. The World Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled. The venue buzzed with excitement, martial artists and spectators from around the globe gathering in unison. Son Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, participating as a Saiyan masked fighter, Krillin, Android 18. And other Z fighters made their entrances, their energies contained, appearing as ordinary individuals. In the stands, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Videl, and others watched with their children. While Kaioshin and Old Kaioshin, observing remotely via a crystal ball, anxiously monitored the situation, sensing the undercurrents lurking beneath the festive atmosphere. The matches unfolded with fervor. Son Goku advanced effortlessly, Vegeta crushed his opponents with overwhelming strength, and Gohan showcased impressive skills. However, amidst a break in the matches, an unexpected turn of events transpired. For potent, malevolent energies appeared without warning at the edges of the venue. They were the four kings of the demon realm, Ashura, Myoka, Dabura, and Samaki. They made no effort to conceal their presence, the chilling demonic aura causing the temperature in the arena to plummet, instilling heart palpitations and fear in ordinary spectators. They have arrived. Piccolo growled. Indeed, a substantial quantity of high-quality energy has come. Ashura grinned maliciously, his eyes scanning the Z fighters on the stage. Let us begin. Offering the final sacrifice to Lord Babidi. Beerus stated coldly. The four raised their hands in unison, and a massive purple magical array materialized in the air, covering nearly half the venue, generating a powerful suction aimed at extracting the energy of all life forms present. Attack! Almost instantaneously as the magical array formed, the Z fighters sprang into action. Son Goku and Vegeta erupted with astonishing energy, golden light soaring skyward, forcefully counteracting the array's pull and locking onto the energies of the four demon kings. You face us. Son Goku's voice boomed with fervor. Humph, vermin. Are you ready to meet your demise? Vegeta entered Super Saiyan 2 at full power, crackling with electricity. Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Tien swiftly evacuated the audience and erected powerful protective energy walls around the venue to shield the innocent from the battle's aftermath. Oh, this is intriguing. Myoka licked his lips, realizing they had been well prepared. And what a preparation. In the face of absolute power, all is futile. Ashura swung his massive axe, charging towards Vegeta. The great battle erupted instantaneously. Main battlefield, Vegeta versus Ashura, a clash of power against power. The pride of Vegeta intertwines with the fury of Axioluo, each clash igniting violent shockwaves. Suin Wukong faces Dapula, a contest of skill and cunning. Dapulia's petrifying saliva is exceedingly perilous. However, Suin Wukong employs instant transmission and his extensive combat experience to evade and seek the opportunity for a decisive strike. Baiken Wufan to confront Miaoka and Samaji, a battle of intellect and the uncanny. Baike's tactical acumen and Wufan's unleashed potential clash against Miaoka's elusive movements and Samaji's shadowy and toxic sorcery. Meanwhile, Kring, Tianjin Fan, and Leping provide support from the periphery, eliminating the lower-level demons attempting to disrupt the battlefield while reinforcing the protective barrier. The battle rages fiercely. The power of the four demon kings far exceeds that of Naba and Ladizi. Each possesses strength nearing or even reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, combined with their eerie demonic abilities, placing immense pressure on the Z warriors. Simultaneously, within Babbidi's spaceship, sensing the overwhelming energy fluctuations resulting from the intense combat between the four kings and the Z warriors, Babbidi is nearly driven to madness with excitement. Yes, just like that. Fight. Unleash your energy. He exuberantly maxes out the energy collection system of the ship, greedily absorbing the residual energy from afar. Yet, it is not enough. More. Stronger negative emotions and energy are required. Babbidi's crimson eyes fixate on the giant egg. The cracks on its shell multiply and thicken, spreading like a spider's web. The chaotic and malevolent heartbeat reverberates like a drum, shaking the entire ship. A pink, almost tangible aura of evil begins to seep from the fissures, imbued with a sense of both innocence and cruelty. It is almost here. Babbidi is in a frenzy. On the battlefield of the World Martial Arts Tournament, combat reaches a fever pitch. Vegeta seizes a slight opening in Axelo's defenses, landing a heavy punch to his abdomen, followed by an energy-fueled ultimate flash that engulfs him. Axelo screams as he plummets to the ground, his energy rapidly dwindling. Suin Wukong dodges Dapuli's petrifying saliva with instant transmission, appearing behind him to unleash the Kamehameha at point-blank range, severely wounding the Demon King. Bike and Wufan coordinate seamlessly, with Bike restraining Dapula using the Demon Flash Cannon, while Wufan unleashes a powerful Ki Wave, simultaneously striking Miaoka and Samaji. The four kings are vanquished. However, just as the Z warriors breathe a sigh of relief, preparing to eliminate these demons once and for all, an unexpected change occurs. An indescribable, suffocating aura of evil, akin to a tsunami, surges forth from the distant horizon. This presence, steeped in pure chaos and destruction, imbued with a childlike malice, envelopes the entire earth in an instant. The sky darkens, and the clouds are tinged with an eerie pink hue. What is this energy? Suin Wukong's expression shifts dramatically. Its magnitude surpasses any opponent he has ever encountered. Vegeta also feels unprecedented pressure, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Majin Buu has awakened. The voice of Kaioshin resonates with dread in everyone's hearts. It is over. Majin Buu is fully revived. Inside Babbidi's spaceship, after absorbing the final surge of energy, particularly the immense energy and negative emotions generated from the battle between the Z warriors and the four kings, the giant egg finally cracks. The shell shatters completely. A pink, plump figure emerges from the egg. He is short, adorned with a white belt and dark shorts, his face sporting an innocent, yet eerily hollow smile. Majin Buu is born. He blinks his large, round eyes, curiously surveying his surroundings, before his gaze settles on the ecstatic Babbidi. Are you the one who freed me? Buu's voice carries a childlike innocence. Indeed, I am the one who awakened you. I, the great sorcerer Babbidi, am your master. Babbidi exclaims excitedly. Now, let us go eliminate everyone outside, and then you shall help me rule the entire universe. Buu tilts his head as if contemplating, then breaks into a radiant yet chilling smile. That sounds fun. In the next moment, Buu and Babbidi, along with the hidden MOR site, vanish from the spaceship, teleporting towards the World Martial Arts Tournament, the locus of energy and excitement. The ultimate evil has descended, and the fate of Earth, indeed the entire universe, hangs in the balance. The Z warriors face an unprecedented, existential ultimate trial. Nas feels the rapidly approaching, despair-inducing aura of evil and takes a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. The true battle begins now. Everyone, prepare to confront Majin Buu. Suin Wukong and Vegeta exchange a glance, both recognizing the fierce fighting spirit ablaze in each other's eyes. The final showdown commences. Chapter 109, Despair returns. The enhanced kings and rivals clash. Majin Buu's pink figure, accompanied by Babbidi and MOR site, appears above the shattered arena of the tournament, like a nightmare materializing into reality. He innocently wobbles his plump body, curiously observing the Z warriors bracing for battle below, his hollow gaze hiding a chaos capable of devouring all. It is them. Buu, kill them for me. Babbidi shrieks from behind Buu, his face twisted with excitement. Hee, all right. Buu responds with a childlike giggle, yet his actions are swift as a phantom. Without assuming any combat stance, he casually raises his hand, and a pink energy beam shoots forth, playfully targeting the crowd. Watch out. Suin Wukong instantly teleports to the forefront, crossing his arms to withstand the blow. Boom! The shockwave explodes, sending Suin Wukong sliding back several meters, carving deep grooves into the ground. He shakes his tingling arms, his face a mask of astonishment. Is this a joke? Such power from a mere casual strike. Vegeta's pupils narrow, but his pride forbids retreat. Kakarado, don't dawdle. Attack together. He roars, his aura erupting once more, transforming into a golden meteor racing towards Boo. Wait, Vegeta. Suin Wukong attempts to protest, but it is too late. He must follow suit. The true final battle unfolds between Suin Wukong, Vegeta, and Majin Buu. As the battle commences, it exceeds all understanding. Vegeta's fierce onslaught strikes Buu's corpulent form with the force capable of shattering stars. Yet, Buu merely giggles, his body as elastic as rubber, effortlessly absorbing and dissipating all impact. Even the struck areas wobbling like jelly, completely unharmed. How is this possible? Vegeta exclaims in disbelief. Useless. Useless. Buu grins, suddenly opening his mouth to expel a large mass of pink, viscous substance. Vegeta quickly evades, the goo melting the rocks upon contact. Suin Wukong employs instant transmission to launch an attack from an unusual angle, successfully striking Buu's back with the Kamehameha. A massive explosion engulfs Buu. Have we succeeded? Kring and the others gaze on with hope. As the smoke clears, Buu stands unharmed, brushing off his chest, which bears only a small charred mark. Swiftly returning to its pristine state, he turned his head to gaze at Suin Wukong, tilting it with a mischievous smile. Hee, that tickles. Suin Wukong's expression darkened to an extreme. The effects of both physical and energy attacks are negligible. This creature's structure is utterly bizarre. Beerus seemed to grow weary of passively receiving blows and began to launch his own attacks. His body could stretch and morph at will, with arms extending like rubber bands, delivering punches from improbable angles towards Vegeta. He could also emit highly corrosive mist from the pores atop his head and transform the devastated terrain into candy, which he promptly devoured with a satisfying crunch. Suin Wukong and Vegeta pushed their speed, strength, and technique to their limits. With the full power of Super Saiyan 3 igniting in a blazing aura, each collision sent ripples through space. They successfully neutralized Beerus' assaults while continuously seeking their opponent's weaknesses. The final flash. Kamehameha. The convergence of golden and blue energy, each capable of obliterating planets, struck Beerus simultaneously. This explosion far surpassed the previous ones, blinding everyone momentarily with its dazzling light. While a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, the shockwave even shaking the protective barriers set by Pike and others. Did we eliminate him? Wufan clenched his fists nervously. As the brilliance faded, a vast crater appeared, and Beerus' figure had vanished. Did we succeed? Tianjin fans spoke uncertainly. However, Nas and Pike's expressions turned even graver. They could sense that the sinister aura had not dissipated. Rather, it had become more dispersed. Within the crater, clusters of pink, viscous substance began to writhe and coalesce, swiftly reassembling into Beerus' plump form. He patted his belly, burped, and chuckled. That was fun. Bring it on. An immortal entity. Near infinite regeneration. Suin Wukong and Vegeta panted heavily, their faces finally betraying an expression of helplessness. Their combined effort, it seemed, had merely provided amusement for their foe. While Suin Wukong and Vegeta struggled against Beerus, Pike, Wufan, Shala, Temet, and Kellen turned their attention to the severely injured, yet still combat-capable, for kings of the demon realm. They needed to neutralize them swiftly to prevent any further trickery. Pike calmly assessed the situation, gathering the energy for the Mogwan Guangsha Pao in his hands. Aiming at the struggling Axioluo, Wufan and Temet locked onto Miaoka and Samaji respectively, while Shala aimed his energy wave at Dapula. The moment of conclusion seemed imminent. Yet, just as the tension peaked, a mocking and chilling voice suddenly resonated. TSK, 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 how pathetic, my dear subordinates. The space rippled like water, and a figure cloaked in black, Emoer sight, silently appeared before the four kings, blocking the Z warrior's path of attack. Emoer sight. Pike's heart sank. He sensed a far deeper threat emanating from this mysterious figure than from the four kings combined. Lord Emoer sight, please come to our aid. Dapula struggled to lift his head, his tone imbued with desperation and indignation. You useless lot have disappointed me time and again. I shall grant you one final opportunity for a comeback. But should you fail again, Your existence will no longer be warranted. Upon finishing his words, Emorsite curled his lips into a sinister smile and slowly raised his hand. In his palm floated a crystal no larger than a fist, yet radiating purer dark energy than all previous magic source crystals combined. This was a fragment of the core of the demon realm's source. Thank you, great lord. We will not let you down, Samaji exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of desire. For the glory of the demon realm, and for my own amusement. This is the final chance. Emorsite chuckled softly, his fingers suddenly clenching tight. A deep hum erupted as the black crystal unleashed a profound darkness, morphing into 4 streams of concentrated dark energy that instantaneously surged into Axilo, Miaoka, Dapula, and Samaji. Ah! A shrill yet ecstatic chorus erupted from the mouths of the 4 kings. Their once diminished energies skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, and their bodies underwent horrifying mutations. Axilo, his form swelled again, muscles bulging like granite, dark red magical patterns enveloping his skin, and sharp horns sprouting from his head, rendering him more menacing. The massive axe in his hand ignited with an everlasting abyssal flame, exuding a chaotic and frenzied aura. Miaoka, his body grew increasingly ethereal, seemingly merging with shadows, claws extending like spectral blades, surrounded by whispers that disturbed the mind, his speed multiplying manifold. Dapula, his dignified visage morphed into that of a demon, petrifying saliva dripping from his mouth with a hissing sound that corroded space, and a pair of torn demonic wings unfurled from his back, emanating the oppressive aura of the demon realm's king like a tangible force. Samaji, her alluring form radiated a lethal, seductive mist, the shadow energy in her grasp transforming into a living shadow serpent, her eyes turning pitch black as if they could devour souls. Their powers, enhanced by the core fragment of the demon realm's source, forcibly broke through to an entirely new and terrifying level. While they may not possess the bizarre immortality of the complete Majin Buo, their sheer energy and destructive force posed a lethal threat. This is bad. Pike's face paled. Everyone. Retreat. But it was too late. The empowered Axiluo unleashed a thunderous roar, swinging his axe in a sweeping arc, a crescent-shaped abyssal flame slashing through, instantly tearing apart the hastily erected defenses of Pike and Wufan, sending them reeling with blood surging. Miaoka transformed into countless afterimages, weaving through the Z warriors, his claws leaving gory trails, inflicting deep, bone-exposing wounds on Kellen and Lepiang. Dapula unleashed a petrifying breath, its vast range catching Tianjin Fan off guard. His arm struck and beginning to harden into stone. Just as he prepared to finish Tianjin Fan, Shala suddenly flashed in to intervene, blocking Dapula's deadly strike. Samaji's shadow serpent coiled around Temet, voraciously siphoning his energy while the toxic mist pervaded the area, disrupting everyone's senses and movements. The situation had reversed in an instant. The Z warriors, who had just held absolute advantage, were now ensnared in an unprecedented struggle. The 4 empowered kings loomed like unstoppable demonic deities, each strike imbued with destructive might, forcing the Z warriors to barely hold their ground amidst peril. Just as Emorsite utilized the core of the demon realm to empower the 4 kings, Nas took action. He could no longer remain passive. The presence of Emorsite, along with the unfathomable source of the demon realm he wielded, posed a far greater variable and threat than Majin Buo. Your opponent is me, Emorsite. Nas' voice was calm yet resolute, unwavering in its certainty. He stepped forward, distorting space, appearing directly opposite Emorsite, where the powerful auras of both clashed, solidifying the surrounding air. Oh, finally willing to step into the fray, Nas? Emorsite seemed to have anticipated this, wearing a smirk akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Last time in the demon realm, due to Beerus, I couldn't fully enjoy myself. This time, let us have some fun. With no more superfluous words. Their third clash erupted instantaneously. Nas raised his hand, unleashing a composite energy sphere infused with multiple principles. A kaleidoscope of flowing colors embodying the dual essences of creation and destruction. Emorsite waved his black robe, summoning pure dark shadows from the demon realm, transforming into a colossal hand that met Nas' attack head-on. Boom. 2 streams of energy transcending conventional understanding collided, not resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, but instead giving rise to a distorted, kaleidoscopic void that devoured light and sound. This was a clash at the level of the laws of nature, a confinement of space. Nasi formed seals with his hands, attempting to immobilize Mo-Er-Site. However, with a light chuckle, Mo-Er-Site's body seemed to dissolve into shadows, effortlessly escaping the spatial confinement. In a swift motion, he pointed his finger, unleashing shadow erosion. The space surrounding Nasi appeared to be stained with ink, as countless tiny shadow tendrils materialized from thin air, wrapping around him in an attempt to corrode his energy and flesh. Yet, Nasi radiated a vibrant emerald light, his life energy surging forth like the rising sun, purifying and dispelling the shadow tendrils. The laws of life. Indeed fascinating. Mo-Er-Site's intrigue deepened, and he decided to test something new. The realm of darkness descended. He spread his arms wide, and a dense darkness rapidly expanded from his center, enveloping both himself and Nasi. All external sounds and sights vanished, replaced by a realm of pure darkness and chaotic magical energy. Here, Mo-Er-Site's aura soared to unimaginable heights, as if he were the sovereign of this space. In my realm of darkness, my power is amplified to its utmost, while you will be gradually weakened. Mo-Er-Site's voice echoed from all directions. Nasi maintained his composure, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings before opening them. Every domain has a core, everyone has a flaw. Your realm of darkness relies on a connection to the essence of the demon world. As long as I disrupt that connection, it can be undone. He pressed his hands forward, channeling a blend of various essences within him, simulating the frequency of the King of Worlds' sacred purification power, intermingled with precise vibrations of spatial structure. Purification spatial shockwave. A gentle yet incredibly resilient white halo emanated from Nasi, causing the realm of darkness to ripple violently as if a stone had been thrown into water, distorting the space. The darkness was dispelled, chaos quelled. What? For the first time, Mo-Er-Site displayed a hint of astonishment. You can actually disrupt the essence of the demon world? Seizing the opportunity, Nasi instantly locked onto Mo-Er-Site's true form, transforming into a streak of light to charge forward. His fingertip condensing a highly compressed destructive energy capable of tearing through laws, aimed directly at the center of his forehead. The source severing finger. In haste, Mo-Er-Site conjured a shadow shield to defend. The force penetrated the shield. Although its power was greatly diminished, it still left a shallow cut on his forehead, from which pure magical energy began to seep. Mo-Er-Site touched the bloodstain on his forehead, and the mockery on his face vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous intent born of offense. Well done, Nasi. You have successfully angered me. I did not expect you to advance so significantly in just a few years. It seems that without revealing some true skill, you will never experience genuine despair. His black cloak fluttered without wind, deepening in intensity, as ancient magical energy began to awaken. Meanwhile, outside, Sun Wukong and Bei Jita continued to struggle against the seemingly immortal Majin Buu, while Bai Ku, Tianjin Fan, and Lin were battered by the relentless assault of the Four Kings. Only Xia Lu and Wu Fan were able to contend with them evenly. The fate of Earth appeared to be plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. Today, there are approximately 4,000 words, with 2 chapters and 1 chapter released. For those who enjoy it, please show your support. Chapter 110, A Desperate Struggle. The light of hope and the flame of sacrifice. At the edge of the deep pit, Sun Wukong and Bei Jita gasped for breath. Their golden auras still vibrant, though fatigue was evident on their brows. Their combined attack, powerful enough to reduce a planet to cosmic dust, merely left a fleeting jest on the pink creature. Hee hee, how delightful. Your techniques are so flashy, yet they don't hurt at all. Boo bounced around, clapping his hands, his innocent expression contrasting starkly with the surrounding devastation. Now it's my turn to play. Boo's body underwent another transformation as he inhaled deeply, his already round belly inflating like a balloon. Suddenly, countless small Boos sprang forth from him like dividing cells, chattering excitedly as they surged towards Sun Wukong and Bei Jita like a pink tide. What on earth is this? Bei Jita roared, swinging his fists, each strike capable of obliterating several small Boo. Yet, upon bursting, these small Boo instantly transformed into a viscous liquid, either reuniting with the main body or attaching themselves to Bei Jita's arms, attempting to erode his aura. Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission repeatedly to evade the onslaught of the small Boo and the deadly beams occasionally shot from the main Boo. Bei Jita. This won't work. His energy hasn't diminished at all. We're the ones exhausting ourselves. Shut up, Kakarot. There must be some weakness. Vegeta growled stubbornly, unleashing a massive explosion of energy that cleared a swath of Small Buu, but in the next moment, more Small Buu split off from the main body. Damn it! Is there truly no way to kill him? The anxious voice of the King of Worlds echoed in their minds. Mr. Wukong, Mr. Vegeta? The core of Majin Buu lies in his near-infinite regeneration and chaotic essence. Physical and energy attacks have minimal effect, unless a method to purify his evil nature can be found, or absolute power that surpasses his regeneration limit can be unleashed to annihilate him completely. Absolute power that transcends the limits of regeneration, Sun Wukong murmured thoughtfully, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes, as if he had made a certain resolution. Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his teeth. Proud as he was, he would never admit to needing to resort to such cunning methods. The battle on the other side was even more brutal. The enhanced Four Kings had undergone a qualitative leap in strength. Each swing of a Xiao Luo's axe carried a depth of abyssal magic fire capable of rending the earth. And only through the combined efforts of Bai Ku and Wu Fan could they barely withstand it. Yet every clash sent their blood surging and their arms numbing. Miao Ka moved like a specter through the crowd, his whispering magic disrupting Lin and Lu Ping's focus, causing their movements to lag and inflicting new wounds upon them. Lu Ping attempted to retaliate with the Wolf Fang fist, but Miao Ka easily dodged, leaving a deep gash on his chest. Lin hurriedly used a ki blast to force Miao Ka back, dragging Lu Ping to a relatively safe spot. The Pula and Sha Lu's battle was even more perilous. Sha Lu, relying on his perfect cellular structure and formidable regeneration, faced off against De Pula. De Pula's petrifying saliva was extremely dangerous, and Sha Lu dared not take it head-on, instead relying on speed and energy blasts for long-range harassment. However, the enhanced De Pula had elevated his power and speed across the board. In a fierce advance, a heavy punch infused with demonic energy struck Sha Lu's blocking arm, sending him flying hundreds of meters and twisting his arm unnaturally. Humph, a brat with our demonic cells is nothing special. De Pula pressed the attack, brewing a fatal breath. The situation was dire for Te, who found himself ensnared by Sa Ma Ji's shadow serpent. Energy being voraciously siphoned away while toxic mists eroded his will, on the verge of collapse. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his petrified arm, his third eye wide open. I will not allow you to harm my comrades any further. New key cannon. He abandoned defense, concentrating all his energy into his one arm and third eye, unleashing a tremendous wave of impact that surpassed his own limits. Boom. A colossal beam of energy shot forth like a spear of judgment, hurtling towards Sa Ma Ji. This sudden life-or-death strike was astonishingly powerful, forcing Sa Ma Ji to retract the shadow serpent for defense, allowing Te to break free, though he was already gravely weakened. However, Tianjin Fan, too, was left drained and exhausted, the spread of petrification accelerating, leaving him half-kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Tianjin Fan. Lin's eyes widened in horror. Annoying flies. As Ashura was momentarily distracted by Tianjin Fan's explosive assault, Bick and Gohan seized the opportunity. The magical light cannon and the full-power Kamehameha from the mysterious Gohan struck his chest simultaneously, causing him to stagger backward. The magical runes on his chest dimmed slightly, yet the blow did not inflict a fatal wound. The enemy was too formidable. Blood trickled from Gohan's lips as he gazed at his battered companions. Engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness, Sha Lu quickly regenerated his arm, yet his aura had significantly weakened. The battle was sliding toward an irretrievable abyss. Within the distorted realm of magic intertwined with purifying forces, the clash between Nas and Molster reached a fever pitch. Wounded by Nas's slicing fingers, Molster finally cast aside his last vestige of disdain. The dark aura surrounding him transformed into a myriad of twisted, wailing spectral figures, souls from countless worlds he had devoured. Laden with resentment, Nas, you compel me to wield the power of the abyss of 10,000 souls. That is enough to be proud of. Molster's voice became layered and hoarse, echoing as if countless specters were howling in unison. He thrust his hands forward, and an endless torrent of vengeful souls surged forth, carrying the terrifying power to corrode souls and obliterate laws, charging toward Nas. Nas's expression turned grave. He sensed the danger of this power. which threatened not only at the energy level, but also directly attacked the essence of soul and existence. Life's Ode, guardian of the Pure Land. Nas invoked the laws of life to their utmost, emerald light blossoming into a vibrant domain where spectral plants grew wildly, attempting to purify the vengeful souls. Simultaneously, he manipulated the laws of space, layering folds of spatial distortion before him to weaken the torrent's impact. The clash between the torrent of vengeful souls and the realm of life erupted violently, annihilating each other. Green light and black resentment intertwined, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. Nas's domain trembled intensely, its range continually constricting. The overwhelming and tainted resentments proved too vast to be entirely purified by mere laws of life. Futile. These are the despairs accumulated across countless times and spaces. Your life force is but a drop in the bucket. Molster laughed maniacally, amplifying his energy output. Nas felt a sharp pain in his soul as his consciousness began to succumb to the onslaught of resentment. Gritting his teeth, he realized he could no longer remain in passive defense. In that case, let both space and resentment return to the void. A fierce glint flashed in Nas's eyes as he relinquished part of his defense, bringing his hands together forcefully to merge the purifying power with the disruptive force of space in a perilous manner. Law fusion technique, void return, an invisible yet palpable wave, seemingly capable of erasing all, radiated outward from Nas. Where it passed, space itself appeared to reset. The torrent of vengeful souls vanished as if erased by an eraser, while Molster's realm began to collapse extensively, reverting to the most fundamental particles of space. What? You dare to forcibly merge different laws? Are you not afraid of backlash? Molster's astonished expression revealed his shock as he sensed his connection to the realm of magic being forcibly severed. The wave of void return began to encroach upon his very essence. He hastily retracted the power of the abyss of 10,000 souls, condensing it into a formidable shield of vengeful souls to defend himself. Boom! This explosion exceeded all previous ones, shattering the entire alternate space, and the two reappeared above the battlefield. Nas's complexion turned pale, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The forced merging of laws had evidently taken a considerable toll on him. Meanwhile, Molster's shield of vengeful souls shattered, his black robe became tattered, and his aura was in disarray, clearly suffering a setback. Just as the three-way battle fell into a stalemate or disadvantage, an unexpected change occurred. The Kaioshin of the universe, having been observing from a distance in search of an opportunity, seemed to have discovered a potential solution through urgent communication with the old Kaioshin. Mr. Wukong, perhaps there is a method we can attempt. The voice of the Kaioshin conveyed urgency and hope. Although the evil essence of Majin Buu was formidable, it was not invulnerable. It was said that an extremely pure force of light or a concerted attack infused with the will of ultimate goodness could potentially strike at his chaotic core, even temporarily suppressing his regeneration. While it might not annihilate him, it could create an opportunity. Pure light? The will of ultimate goodness? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, on Earth, Tien, Dandy, anxiously watched the battle through a crystal ball. He turned to the old Kaioshin beside him. Old Kaioshin, is there truly no other way? Perhaps using the Dragon Balls? The old Kaioshin stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. The level of Majin Buu is too high. The Earth's Dragon Balls may struggle to have a direct effect. However, if it were the new Dragon Balls from Namek, it might be possible to accomplish something, such as forcibly separating the energy he has absorbed or temporarily sealing his movements. But this requires time for communication and positioning. I will immediately attempt to contact Namek. Without hesitation, Tien began to concentrate his thoughts. On the battlefield, hearing the Kaioshin's message, the Z fighters felt a flicker of renewed hope. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the still playful Buu, then at his struggling companions, especially Tianjin Fan and Lepin, who had nearly lost their fighting capacity in their efforts to protect others. For the first time, something transcending personal victory and defeat flickered in his proud gaze. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice was low and hoarse. Perhaps we truly need that power. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, understanding his meaning, and nodded resolutely. Yes, to protect everyone and to defeat this fiend. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching a tacit agreement. Meanwhile, the barely steady Bic turned to Gohan, Shalu, and Temmet, calling out, "Did you hear that? The will of ultimate goodness. Gohan, awaken the power within you. Shalu, Temmet, cast aside your distractions and connect our energies. not for destruction, but for purification and protection. Gohan's gaze sharpened as memories of friends and family on Earth surged forth, awakening the dormant, mysterious power born of love and guardianship within him. Though Shala's nature was complex, in the face of the crisis threatening their home, he temporarily suppressed other thoughts. Temmet nodded without hesitation. A faint yet resilient luminescence, distinct from pure combat energy, began to coalesce within the Z fighters' remaining defenses. Nas and Molster, locked in confrontation, sensed the shift in the atmosphere of the battlefield below. Nas wiped the blood from his lips, fixing a sharp gaze upon Molster. "It seems your plan is not infallible." Molster observed the glimmer of hope coalescing below, glancing at the empowered king who, despite holding the upper hand, appeared unable to swiftly obliterate the Z fighters, as well as the determination rekindled in the eyes of the two Saiyans. A twisted interest resurfaced on his cold visage. How intriguing. The hope born from despair. The light blossoming from struggle. This is the ultimate catalyst for the most intense negative emotions. Struggle, resist, then succumb to a deeper despair. Ha ha ha. He spread his arms wide, gathering an even greater mass of dark energy, clearly preparing to unleash a more formidable attack. The battle entered a more brutal and critical phase. The spark of hope had ignited, but would it be enough to spread and dispel the shroud of despair enveloping the earth? All remained uncertain. Chapter 111. The cost of the fusion of light and bitter victory. The spark of hope flickered amidst the ruins of despair as the Z fighters clung to this last lifeline. Fusion. The legendary warrior Gogeta was about to be born. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance, words unnecessary. Years of rivalry and occasional camaraderie had culminated in an astonishing tacit understanding at this moment. The two figures simultaneously leaped backward, their index and middle fingers touching at their foreheads. Vegeta, Kakaluot. The resounding shouts reverberated across the battlefield, imbued with determination and a hint of anticipation for the unknown power. In the next moment, they transformed into two golden streaks of light, swiftly converging along a specific trajectory and frequency. Is this the moment when Wukong and Vegeta finally fuse? Kiririn's eyes widened in astonishment before a smile broke across his face. Could it be that the proud Vegeta has chosen to merge? Piccolo seemed to recall something, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Amidst the encirclement of countless small Bu, under the curious gaze of Majin Bu, and during the fierce onslaught of the four strengthened kings, the two golden lights collided perfectly. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only an intensely brilliant light burst forth, akin to the explosion of a supernova. Within this radiance, a brand new, imposing figure gradually materialized. As the light dissipated, the individual revealed had a head of wild golden hair, with two streams of vibrant red hair cascading down either side of his face, exuding an aura of cold confidence and a unique charm that transcended both Sun Wukong and Vegeta themselves. Clad in a vest-style battle uniform, he was surrounded by a golden aura, with faintly swirling particles of rainbow light. It worked, the Kaioshin exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The fusion technique of Metamor. The two top warriors unite to give birth to the legendary warrior, Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fist slightly, feeling the immense power coursing through him, far beyond his expectations. A proud smirk gracing his lips. Is this the power of fusion? It feels rather pleasant. Thunderous devastation. Vegeta versus Majin Bu. The battle of the strengthened kings officially commenced. Majin Bu tilted his head, gazing at this newly emerged opponent with a distinctly different aura, clapping and laughing. Hee hee, another shiny one has arrived. This looks like more fun. He once again split into countless small boosts, surging toward Vegeta like a pink tsunami. Vegeta's gaze sharpened. He did not even assume a combat stance, but casually raised his hand. Humph, the weak should know their place. With his palm facing forward, an invisible yet colossal wave of energy erupted. Like a fierce wind scattering leaves, the thousands of small boosts were obliterated under this pure energy impact. Unable to even emit a cry, instantly crushed, evaporated, and reduced to the most basic particles, with no chance to reform. What? The smile on Bu's face froze, revealing confusion and a hint of offended anger for the first time. So powerful. From a distance, Kiririn and the others were left speechless, as in a mere instant. Vegeta had decimated the small Bu army that had left them helpless. Vegeta's figure flickered, appearing before Majin Bu in an instant, his speed surpassing the limits of visual capture. Your game ends here. Bu roared in anger, his body twisting and contorting, his fists launching out like rubber. However, Vegeta merely tilted his body slightly, evading the blow by a hair's breadth, and swiftly delivered a precise chop to Bu's wrist. Crack! The sharp sound of bone breaking echoed as Bu's arm twisted at a bizarre angle. Yet, in the next moment, the pink flesh squirmed, and the arm restored itself instantaneously. Useless! Useless! Bu screamed, as a vent on his head released corrosive mist, and he began to gather destructive energy in his mouth. Vegeta scoffed, disregarding the attacks as the corrosive mist approached, effortlessly dispersed by the colorful aura surrounding him. He extended one hand, creating a powerful gravitational field that forcefully interrupted Bu's gathered energy, dispersing it. How is this possible? Bu was utterly astonished. I see through your tricks. Vegeta's voice was icy, his movements fluid and graceful. No longer granting Bu any opportunity, every part of his body transformed into the most lethal weapon, launching a relentless barrage of fists, kicks, elbows, and knees upon Bu. Bu's form was battered like clay, continuously deforming, denting, and bursting, only to regenerate rapidly. Yet, Vegeta's attacks contained a peculiar vibrational force, each hit visibly slowing Bu's regeneration speed, with the core of his chaotic energy fluctuating violently. Damn it! Damn it! Bu attempted to retaliate, morphing and splitting, unleashing a myriad of abilities, but in the face of Vegeta's absolute speed, power, and insight, all his efforts were rendered futile. Becoming a mere laughingstock, he was like a punching bag, thoroughly toyed with, having no means to fight back. Rescue and upheaval. Bu's escape. Just as Vegeta completely suppressed Majin Bu, preparing to unleash a final blow to obliterate him utterly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. On another side of the battlefield, the strengthened Ashura, sensing the dire situation, abandoned his duel with Piccolo and Gohan, roaring as he shifted his target towards the incapacitated Tianjinhan and Kuririn, who was guarding him. Let's crush these little insects first. Ashura's massive axe, engulfed in hellfire, came crashing down. Piccolo and Gohan, unable to reach in time, watched in horror as the three faced imminent demise beneath the axe. Piccolo, Sun Wukong, a part of Vegeta's consciousness, thought anxiously. In a split second, Piccolo did not hesitate to unleash his full speed, placing his body in front of the three. Demon Flash, maximum power. The green energy collided fiercely with the abyssal magic fire. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Piccolo's Demon Flash barely held for an instant before being obliterated, the residual force of the axe crashing heavily upon him. Blood spewed from Piccolo, leaving a horrific charred gash across his chest, his energy instantly waning, plummeting like a kite with a severed string. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's eyes widened in horror. It was in this moment of distraction caused by the rescue that the nearly incapacitated Majin Bu seized a minuscule opportunity. His remaining form exploded, transforming into countless minuscule pink spores, scattering like smoke into the earth and air, vanishing without a trace, even his presence completely concealed. Not good. Vegeta reacted, immediately releasing his perception, but Bu's concealment ability was exceedingly strange, making it impossible to lock onto his precise location for a short time. He escaped. Vegeta's brow furrowed. The fusion time was limited, and he could not afford to delay. Judgment. The end of the Four Kings. Fury ignited within Vegeta's heart as his icy gaze shifted to the culprits, the four strengthened kings. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. In the next instant, he appeared behind Ashura, who was about to deliver a finishing blow to the wounded Piccolo. What? Ashura felt a chill run up his spine. Before he could turn around, Vegeta's palm pressed against his back. Big Bang Attack. A concentrated burst of destructive energy was instantly injected into Ashura's body, erupting from every pore. This reinforced axe-wielding Demon King did not even have time to scream before being sent flying by Vegeta, crashing through dozens of mountains before being buried within the mountains. Losing consciousness on the spot, Myocha, sensing the impending doom, transformed into a shadow, attempting to flee. Trying to escape, Vegeta did not even move. Fixing his gaze on the shadow, his eyes shooting forth two slender, yet terrifyingly penetrating energy rays, the Lingyan rays. The rays instantly caught up to the shadow, and Myocha's illusory form dissolved like ice under sunlight, leaving only a mournful echo. Depura roared, unleashing his petrifying breath, attempting one last desperate gamble. Vegeta stood firm. opening his mouth and effortlessly swallowing the breath capable of petrifying planets as if it were mere water. He patted his belly, burping, and spat out a fragment of stone. The taste is truly terrible. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he had already appeared before Dapula, executing a swift hand chop with nonchalance. Dapula stood frozen in place, a crimson line forming between his brows, and in an instant, his being was neatly cleaved in two, marking the end of the life of the demon realm's king. Samaki let out a piercing scream, unleashing all his shadow serpents and toxic mists. Wichita's body shimmered with a spectrum of colors, briefly pulsating, causing all the approaching shadow serpents and toxic mists to dissipate as if they had encountered their nemesis. He delivered a devastating punch across the distance, penetrating the fabric of space, and struck Samaki directly. This arrogant demon king's body shattered like exquisite porcelain, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke. In the blink of an eye, the three enhanced kings were vanquished, leaving only the Azura, who had been sent crashing into the mountains by Wichita's blow. Just as Wichita prepared to gather energy to obliterate the Azura completely, the time for their fusion had arrived. The two were instantaneously repelled from each other like opposing magnets. However, the power they exhibited upon fusion was overwhelming, akin to that of deities. Meanwhile, high above another battlefield, the confrontation between Nas and Morst entered its final phase. Witnessing Wichita's astonishing display and the escape of Majin Buu, Morst understood that the plan had deviated significantly. He ceased to hold back and fully unleashed the remaining power of the core fragments of the demon realm. Nas, prepare to witness the true might of the demon realm. The abyssal gate opens. He tore open a rift leading to the essence of the demon realm, and an endless surge of abyssal magic surged forth like a flood, transforming into a colossal claw that overshadowed the heavens, imbued with the ultimate darkness that devoured stars and corrupted laws, reaching for Nas. Taking a deep breath, Nas realized this was the deciding strike. He forced down the backlash from the laws, channeling all of his power, life, space, purification, and the mysterious energy intertwined with multiple essences, without reservation. In my name, I embody the vitality of all things, delineate the boundaries of the universe, and wield the light of purification to conclude this battle. The cycle of creation and destruction. Behind Nas, a miniature illusion of the universe seemingly emerged, embodying the endless cycle of life and death. He thrust his hands forward, sending forth a beam of dim light that, though unassuming, encompassed existence and non-existence, initiating the beginning and end of all significance, silently shooting towards the abyssal claw. There was neither explosion nor shockwave. At the moment of contact, the abyssal claw began to disintegrate as if cast into a void, starting from its fingertips, dissolving and being assimilated by the grayish beam, returning to nothingness. The beam did not lose momentum. It surged against the flow of demonic energy, striking instantly at the abyssal gate Morst had torn open, as well as the core fragment of the demon realm in his grasp. No, this cannot be. Morst emitted an incredulous roar as he felt his connection to the essence of the demon realm forcibly severed, the core fragment beginning to crumble under the influence of that enigmatic beam. Boom! The core fragment exploded entirely, and the immense demonic energy spiraled out of control, inflicting severe injuries upon Morst. His dark robe was torn apart, revealing a body etched with demonic runes as his aura plummeted. Nas, this time you have triumphed. Morst glared at Nas with enmity as his form began to dissolve into wisps of black smoke. But the will of the demon realm will not end here. We shall meet again. Before he could finish, he completely vanished into the shadows, utilizing some arcane method to forcibly break free from the spatial confinement and escape without a trace. Nas gazed at the spot where Morst had disappeared. Finally unable to sustain himself any longer, he coughed up blood and knelt on the ground, his aura becoming extremely feeble. The continuous use of techniques that transcended his limits had taken a tremendous toll on him. The remnants and the future. The battlefield gradually quieted. Majin Buu had escaped. Morst had fled heavily injured, and among the 4 enhanced kings, 3 were dead while 1 had escaped. The Azura was severely wounded. The Z fighters had suffered significant casualties. Piccolo lay unconscious with grave injuries. Tien's petrification worsened, and Lu Ping, Krillin, and Taimat were all significantly wounded, while Gohan and Sheru were also severely taxed. The pink hue in the sky slowly faded, yet the ominous clouds hovering over the earth had not entirely dissipated. Majin Buu still lingered in the shadows, and Morst along with his demonic forces would not relent. Son Goku approached Nas, helping him to his feet. Nas, are you all right? Nas shook his head, surveying the ravaged battlefield and his injured comrades, solemnly stating, we have merely won a brief reprieve. The true crisis is far from over. Vegeta, staring in the direction Buu had vanished, clenched his fists and scoffed, next time, he shall not escape. Hope and crisis coexisted. The battle had temporarily subsided. Yet everyone understood that even graver challenges loomed on the horizon. The warriors of Earth must seize this precious moment of respite to grow stronger. Chapter 112. Healing Scars and Breaking Limits. The path to Super Saiyan 4. The fierce battle finally came to a close, leaving behind a battlefield marred by devastation and warriors utterly exhausted. The Kaioshin and the Elder Kaioshin did not hesitate, immediately employing their divine powers to transport the gravely injured Piccolo, Tien, and other wounded Z fighters to the Kaioshin realm. The rich and harmonious life aura of the Kaioshin realm served as the finest healing elixir. With the miraculous abilities of the Kaioshin and the healing energy transmitted remotely from the Earth's temple by Dandy, the wounds of the warriors began to heal at an astonishing rate. The terrifying axe wound on Piccolo's chest gradually closed, his pale complexion regaining its former determination. Tien's petrified arm slowly regained sensation and color. Though he would still be unable to engage in intense battles in the short term, he was no longer in grave danger. Lu Ping, Krillin, Taimat, and others quickly recovered from their injuries as well. During this time, the Elder Kaioshin also took the opportunity to further unlock Gohan's deeper potential, refining his mysterious form's power to be more concentrated and easily controlled. Though Sheru had not sustained significant injuries, he felt his own inadequacy during this battle. While he was at a loss, the Kaioshin also assisted him in stabilizing his energy core, which had become somewhat chaotic due to the forced enhancement of his power. Earth. A momentary tranquility. Half a month later, the healed warriors returned to Earth, under the swift organization of the kingdom. The destruction in the martial arts tournament venue and its surroundings underwent preliminary repairs, and the lives of the citizens gradually returned to normal. However, that earth-shattering battle had already become a new urban legend. For many, this half-month served as a rare respite. Nas finally felt a sense of relief. The continuous battles had left him utterly fatigued, but now he could finally lay down the heavy burden and enjoy a peaceful life at home in West City with Bulma and Android 18. Bulma showcased her remarkable technological prowess, rapidly reconstructing the damaged portions of their home using the advanced technology of the Capsule Corporation. The formerly dilapidated house now appeared renewed, as if the fierce battle had never taken place. In the garden, the golden rays of the setting sun cast a warm hue over the entire scene. Nas sat beside Bulma on a chair in the courtyard, savoring fragrant tea while enjoying the gentle caress of the breeze. Their gazes fell upon their sleeping children, whose innocent smiles brought immense comfort to their hearts. Meanwhile, Android 18 leisurely counted her earnings not far away. Her funds primarily stemmed from loans from Krillin and the sponsorship fees paid by Mr. Satan for the protection of Earth. She meticulously counted each bill, occasionally breaking into a satisfied smile. The air was imbued with a warm atmosphere of survival after calamity, enveloping them in bliss. Nas and Bulma reveled in this rare moment of tranquility, cherishing each other's company. Days like this are truly wonderful. Bulma gently leaned against Nas's shoulder, softly uttering, "Indeed." Nasu smiled gently, his gaze tenderly resting upon Buurma, his heart brimming with love and gratitude for her. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that this tranquility was merely superficial. The whereabouts of Morin Buo remained uncertain, and Morc along with the dark forces behind him would certainly not relent easily. Although the temporary calm provided a sense of solace, undercurrents of turmoil continued to surge beneath the surface, and in the days to come, they might face even greater challenges and adversities. However, this serenity was soon shattered by the arrival of Suin Wukong. Nearly every day, Suin Wukong would exuberantly teleport to Nas' residence, either dragging Nas into discussions about the various applications of Qi or inquiring about the fundamental techniques of the laws of power, even expressing immense curiosity about Nas' ability to erase both space and resentment. "Nas, how do you execute that technique that obliterates space and malice? Teach me, please." "Nas, do you think Qi can simulate life energy or purification effects like yours? When fighting Morc, where do you sense his weaknesses? Is there any other way besides clashing with greater strength?" Suin Wukong's questions came in rapid succession, filled with a pure yearning for strength. Yet they became a source of exasperation for Nas, who longed for a few peaceful days. Boerma repeatedly brandished a wrench to expel Wukong from their home. But this fellow always found a way to sneak back in. Finally, after Suin Wukong nearly destroyed Boerma's newly renovated garden fountain during a discussion about the relationship between the frequency of qi and spatial vibrations for the 15th time, Nas rubbed his temples and made a decisive resolution. Enough, Kakarot. Nas called out Suin Wukong's name, his tone tinged with a mixture of resignation and determination. Along with a nod towards Baijita, who he sensed was often eavesdropping from afar, and Tamata, Wufan, Shalu. If you truly wish to break through your current limitations, merely asking questions and conventional training on Earth will not suffice. Everyone, including the exposed Baijita, turned their attention to Nas. What do you wish to convey? Baijita crossed his arms, his tone still haughty, yet his eyes flickered with a desire for power. Let us venture to a specific location, Nas suggested, looking towards the sky, a place that can grant us precious time. We shall re-enter the spirit time room. Our goal, to transcend Super Saiyan 3. Upon the sacred grounds, Earth's core warriors gathered once more. Suin Wukong, Baijita, Wufan, Tamata, Shalu, and their leader, Nas. Bika chose to remain on Earth to maintain vigilance while guiding Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and others in their training. Mr. Popo and Tiantian, Dandy, opened the door to the spirit time room with solemn expressions. The environment inside was even more unstable than before, as the previous intense battles and impacts of the laws had compromised the stability of time flow, which might only equate to about a year in the outside world. Tiantian reminded. A year is sufficient, Nas nodded, stepping into that pure white realm first. Upon re-entering the spirit time room, everyone could feel the distinct difference in this space. The boundaries of the area seemed somewhat blurred, with occasional subtle time-space turbulence passing through, proving that this place had indeed endured tremendous pressure. Without wasting time, training commenced immediately. In the initial months, everyone focused on solidifying their foundations, acclimating to the environment, and attempting to elevate their combat power to new heights. Wufan further honed his mysterious form, while Sha Lu endeavored to better integrate the powers of the demon realm cells with his own Saiyan and Namekian cells. Tamata, as a hybrid of an artificial human and a Saiyan, was also exploring his unique potential. Yet, the core focus remained on Suin Wukong and Baijita. They transformed into Super Saiyan 3 time and again, experiencing the immense power that came with significant energy consumption and burdens. Golden flames surged skyward as arcs of electricity tore through the air, but each attempt to maintain Super Saiyan 3 made them acutely aware of the insurmountable barrier they faced. Damn it, is Super Saiyan 3 truly the endpoint? Baijita exclaimed, pounding the ground in frustration after reverting from his transformation. Suin Wukong, seated cross-legged, furrowed his brow. I feel like the direction is all wrong. The transformation into Super Saiyan seems overly reliant on the explosive energy of qi and the fury of emotions. Nas had been observing them. His path diverged from that of the Saiyans. Yet his understanding of the essence of energy and the layers of life far surpassed that of the others. Have you ever considered, Nas began slowly, captivating everyone's attention, that the transformation into Super Saiyan is, in essence, a phased leap in the levels of life? And perhaps you have been traversing a path that has already been predefined? What do you mean? Suin Wukong asked, puzzled. I mean, you are too fixated on the form of Super Saiyan itself, Nas elucidated. From 1 to 2, and then to 3, it is merely a quantitative change in qi and slight adjustments in form. However, a true breakthrough may require a return to the origin, a re-evaluation of the most primal and powerful aspect of the Saiyan bloodline. The most primal power? Baijita pondered. Are you referring to the Great Ape? Precisely, Nas affirmed. The Great Ape transformation is a primal form hidden within the Saiyan bloodline, amplifying strength tenfold. However, it comes with the loss of rationality. The emergence of Super Saiyan, to some extent, has suppressed and guided this power with intellect and control, forming a new and more efficient form. But have you ever contemplated what it would be like if you could reclaim the amplification of the Great Ape transformation while maintaining the rationality and control of Super Saiyan? Even perfectly merging the two. Nas' words resonated like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of Suin Wukong and Baijita. Merging the power of the Great Ape with Super Saiyan. This notion was both audacious and insane. The great ape transformation should be unattainable without a tail, yet the excessively lush, almost ancestral golden hair of Super Saiyan 3, along with the unnatural energy drained during the transformation, could it be a manifestation of the body attempting to access primal power without success, breaking free from the chrysalis? The birth of Super Saiyan 4. Under Na's guidance, Suin Wukong and Vegeta embarked on an unprecedented endeavor. They no longer fixated on pushing Chi to greater peaks. Instead, they delved deep within themselves to sense the dormant primal wild power belonging to their Saiyan ancestors. This process was immensely arduous and perilous. Several times, they nearly succumbed to the ferocity of that wildness, losing their sanity. But fortunately, Na's formidable mental strength and life energy supported them, guiding them back on track. Time flowed by, and while several days passed outside, nearly a year had elapsed within the spirit time room. One day, Vegeta was the first to grasp the sensation. Through countless battles with his inner wildness, he harnessed the pride of his royal bloodline and an ironclad will to forcibly compress and tame that rampant great ape power. His body began to transform, red fur emerging from his pores, enveloping him as he ignited with a blazing red aura, the shadow of a tail flickering behind him. Yet, his eyes remained utterly clear and sharp. This was it. Vegeta felt the terrifying power within him, far surpassing Super Saiyan 3, alongside an overwhelming sense of control, transcending into a new realm beyond Super Saiyan. Soon after, Suin Wukong achieved success as well. Utilizing his pure combat instincts and intuition for power, he too summoned that primal great ape force and flawlessly fused it with his Super Saiyan energy. Red fur, waist-length black hair, encircled by golden flames and red lightning, emanating an ancient and majestic aura. Super Saiyan 4. In this realm, rich with mystery and legend, two of the mightiest Saiyan warriors descended like brilliant meteors, piercing the dark night sky almost simultaneously. Their triumph ignited a fuse, triggering a cascade of reactions. Observing from the sidelines, Temmet and Shalu, both possessing Saiyan cells, were profoundly shaken by this overwhelming power. Within Temmet, the Saiyan bloodline awakened under the influence of the primal and formidable power model of Super Saiyan 4, beginning to resonate in wondrous harmony. His physique transformed gradually, crimson hair sprouting from his skin, enveloping his entire being. Yet, unlike the typical Super Saiyan 4, his aura did not radiate gold, but instead manifested as a searing crimson energy wave, intermingled with streams of red energy that danced like flames. Temmet's presence sharpened to an extreme, as if capable of penetrating all barriers, imbued with unparalleled piercing force. In that moment, Temmet successfully attained the Ultra 4 form, experiencing a tremendous surge in power, becoming a true super warrior. Shalu's transformation was more intricate. The cells of Frisia, King Cold, and the demon realm within him were compelled to reach a new equilibrium with the Saiyan cells under the onslaught of the Saiyan's primal strength. His form also altered, his body's lines becoming more fluid, skin adorned with dark golden patterns, his tail growing more agile, and his aura presenting a mesmerizing interweaving of dark gold and purple, exuding an aura of malevolence and strength, achieving the perfect Super Saiyan demon corruption form. Even Wu Fan, inspired by the breakthroughs of his father and uncle Vegeta, found his mysterious power rooted in a protective heart, merging more deeply with his Saiyan bloodline. Although he did not transform into Super 4, his enigmatic form deepened, his aura becoming denser, subtly brushing against a higher threshold. Within the room of spirit and time, for powerful auras, Suin, Bei, Temmet, Shalu surged forth, shaking the very fabric of space, heralding that the warriors of Earth had finally transcended their limits, stepping into an entirely new realm of power. Nas observed the transformed individuals with a smile of satisfaction. With this newfound strength, they would finally possess the means to confront the threats posed by Majin Buu and the demon realm head-on, perhaps even triumphantly. Prepare to exit, Nas declared. It is time to resolve those unfinished grievances. In the pure white world, the gazes of the group were unwaveringly resolute. A new journey was about to commence. Chapter 113. Undercurrents and new enemies in the pristine space of the room of spirit and time. The four overwhelming auras gradually calmed. Suin Wukong flicked his long, jet black hair, now cascading down to his waist, the crimson fur of his Super 4 form enveloping his muscles charged with explosive power. He clenched his fists, feeling an immense energy within him that far surpassed Super Saiyan 3, unable to contain his exhilaration. Incredible. This power is several tiers above Super 3. I can't wait to find a worthy opponent and have an exhilarating battle. The red aura surrounding Vegeta receded like a tide. And as the phantom of his tail dissipated, a hint of undeniable satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Stretching his wrists, the joints cracked with crisp sounds. His tone maintaining its characteristic arrogance. Humph. This is merely the first step on the right path. At this level, I might barely qualify to face Ma Ursite. Temet transformed the crimson aura surrounding him into glimmering motes of light that melded into his being, gazing down at the red fur covering him. As a perfect fusion of artificial human and Saiyan, in his Ultra 4 form, his power retained mechanical precision while embodying the wildness of a beast. His gaze sharp enough to slice through the void. This power is sufficient to crush all obstacles. The dark gold and purple aura enveloping Shalu settled slowly. The dark golden patterns beneath his skin flickering, his tail moving with agility, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. A sinister smile curved his lips, the primal power of the Saiyans. The corrosive traits of the demon realm cells, and the chilling essence of the Frisia clan. This perfect balance is truly intoxicating. Standing nearby, Suin Wufan did not exhibit an exaggerated aura, yet his profound, mysterious form radiated a restrained and substantial presence, akin to a dormant volcano, ready to unleash cataclysmic power. He felt the perfect fusion of his protective power and Saiyan bloodline, his gaze gentle yet unwavering. With this strength, I can better protect all that I hold dear. Nas nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the transformed individuals. The breakthrough of power is merely the beginning. The true test awaits us in the outside world. It is time for Earth to witness that its guardians have become significantly more formidable. As his words fell, Nas stepped towards the exit of the room of spirit and time, the others following closely behind. Crossing through the shimmering gateway, the familiar sight of the temple greeted them. Mr. Bobo and Tian Tian, who had been waiting, sensed the distinctly powerful aura emanating from the group, sharing expressions of astonishment. This power, Tian Tian exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief, is several times greater than before we entered the time chamber. The normally composed Mr. Bobo also appeared moved, nodding slowly. The future of Earth has gained a glimmer of hope. What is the situation with Bike and the others? Suin Wukong inquired eagerly. As soon as he finished speaking, a green figure suddenly appeared at the top of the temple. Bike's aura had not only fully recovered, but was now even more refined than before the battle. He surveyed Suin Wukong and the others. Feeling the suffocating pressure from their presence, a look of approval crossing his features. It seems you all gained significantly in the time chamber. Kring, Tian Tian, and the others have completed their foundational training and are currently solidifying their strength at a training ground near Shidu. And what about Bulma, Android 18, and the children? Nas inquired with concern. All is well, Bike responded, his expression turning serious. However, during your seclusion, some unusual occurrences have taken place on Earth. The group immediately stiffened at his words. What abnormalities? Vegeta pressed, frowning. Spatial fluctuations. Bike's tone grew somber. 3 days ago, a brief yet intense spatial distortion occurred on the outskirts of Shidu, accompanied by faint traces of demon realm energy. By the time I arrived, I found only a land of corruption, with the enemy long gone. Demon realm energy? Nas' gaze sharpened. Is it the remnants of Ma Ursite or Boo? I cannot be certain. Bike shook his head. The energy was quite weak and intermingled with unfamiliar energy fluctuations, neither resembling Ma Ursite's resentful power nor entirely embodying Boo's evil essence. Shalo's tail tightened slightly, dark golden patterns flickering uncertainly. Unfamiliar fluctuations? It may be other forces from the demon realm. Since Ma Ursite dares to invade on such a grand scale, he cannot be without accomplices. Whoever it is, those who dare to provoke us at this time will pay the price. Suin Wukong clenched his fists, fiery battle intent igniting in his eyes. Let us head to the outskirts of Shidu now and investigate. Hold on, Nas raised a hand to stop him. Bike, where exactly is the corrupted land? Are there any special markings? 50 kilometers west of Shidu, in the wasteland, Bike recalled. The ground is covered in black corruption lines, emanating faint negative energy. And these lines seem to be spreading slowly. Negative energy spreading? Temet's eyes turned icy. If not dealt with promptly, it may affect the surrounding towns. We must act without delay. Nas made a swift decision, instructing Vegeta and Teammate to accompany him to the wasteland for an investigation. Goku, Shalu, and Gohan were tasked with protecting Bulma and others in Shido while remaining vigilant against any anomalies in the surroundings. Piccolo was to remain at the temple, monitoring global energy fluctuations and reporting any irregularities immediately. Understood. The group responded in unison, swiftly dividing into two teams. Nas, Vegeta, and Teammate vanished from the temple, racing toward the wasteland on the outskirts of Shido. Meanwhile, Goku, Shalu, and Gohan teleported in the direction of Shido. In the depths of the wasteland outside Shido, a spiderweb of black patterns spread across the ground, emanating an uncomfortable negative energy. The surrounding flora had withered, and a chilling atmosphere pervaded the air. The trio landed in the center of the wasteland, focusing their attention on these ominous traces. This was the corrosive force of the demon realm, more subtle and difficult to defend against than the resentment of Morst. Kneeling, Nas lightly touched the ground with his fingertips, a wave of cold energy spreading from his touch, which he instantly purified. Beneath these patterns lay faint spatial imprints. Vegeta snorted, unleashing a burst of red energy as he stomped heavily on the ground. The violent energy surged in all directions, causing the black patterns to tremble violently, yet they did not dissipate. Instead, more negative energy surged forth from the depths of the earth. Futile. Nas shook his head, stating that this corrosive force had penetrated the earth's layers, and mere energy impacts could not eradicate it. Furthermore, have you sensed that there seems to be eyes watching us from behind this energy? Teammates' gaze sharpened. Scanning the area, there are faint mental fluctuations, quite concealed, as if monitoring from a distance. At that moment, Nas suddenly looked up at the sky, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Since you have arrived, why hide your presence? Before he finished speaking, Nas raised his hand, unleashing a beam of energy infused with spatial laws and purifying force, which instantly tore apart an invisible spatial barrier in the sky. Jia. Indeed, Lord Nas. Your perception is truly keen. A chilling, piercing laughter echoed from the rift in space, and three figures gradually emerged. The leader, draped in a black cloak, revealed ashen-gray skin, with crimson eyes flickering in the shadow of the hood, emanating a negative energy akin to that of the ground's patterns. Beside him stood a muscular giant and a graceful woman, both exuding a strong aura from the demon realm. Who are you? Vegeta's crimson aura surged, his Super Saiyan 4 form barely visible, his gaze sharp as a blade. Morst remnants? The tall, gaunt man let out a sickening laugh. Morst? That trash who can only rely on resentment? I am one of the 7 lords of the demon realm, the Shadow Sovereign Kalen. The 7 lords of the demon realm? A sense of dread filled Nas. His worst fears were confirmed. Morst was indeed backed by a more terrifying force. What is your purpose in invading Earth? Purpose? Kalen licked his lips, his greedy gaze sweeping over Nas and his companions. Naturally, it is to collect powerful souls and energies. Especially yours, Lord Nas. Your soul, said to be capable of merging multiple origin powers, must be particularly delectable. Moreover, the giant behind Kalen stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. Morst's unfinished business will be completed by us, destroying this universe and turning it into a colony of the demon realm. The woman chimed in with a delicate laugh. Moreover, we have sensed a familiar aura. The creature known as Boo seems to have also appeared on this planet. Jia, the cells of that demon make for excellent experimental material. The murderous intent in Nas's eyes intensified, the space around him beginning to distort. You wish to destroy the universe and plunder souls? First, you must ask us whether we agree. Vegeta snorted, his red aura soaring, the full form of Super Saiyan 4 on display. His crimson fur radiating brilliance as his tail flickered. Just right. We shall use you to test the true power of Super Saiyan 4. Teammate ignited with fierce red flames, his aura razor-sharp in the Super Saiyan 4 form, his icy gaze locking onto Kalen and his companions. Bring as many as you wish. We shall eliminate them all. Kalen's smile gradually faded, a flicker of seriousness flashing in his crimson eyes, yet excitement was more prevalent. The Super Saiyan 4 form? How fascinating, truly fascinating. Such souls are worth collecting. Before he could finish speaking, Kalen raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of negative energy that transformed into countless black blades, sweeping toward Nas and his companions. The giant clenched his fists, muscles bulging, charging toward Vegeta like a shadow, the wind from his punches tearing through the air. The woman moved like a wraith, darting toward Teammate, her fingertips shimmering with toxic purple light. A new battle ignited. Atop the temple, Piccolo's expression changed abruptly as he looked toward the west. Not good. A powerful demonic energy has erupted, along with the battle fluctuations from Naz and the others. In Shidu? At Naz's residence, Goku, who was playing with the children, suddenly sensed the violent energy clashes from afar, his expression turning grave. There's a battle. Naz and the others are encountering a formidable foe. Shalu's eyes gleamed with excitement, the dark golden patterns flickering slightly. It seems the first battle after our return is underway. Gohan slowly rose, releasing the aura of his mysterious form. We must hasten to their aid. The three exchanged glances and instantly vanished from their location, racing toward the wasteland outside Shidu. Meanwhile, in a corner of Shidu, Bulma was calibrating a new energy detector when the screen suddenly blared with blinding red light, and the data surged wildly. Her expression changed drastically as she grabbed her communicator. Naz. Goku, we have detected a strong reaction of demonic energy, along with high-intensity battle fluctuations. Android 18, putting away the money in her hands, frowned slightly, sensing the oppressive feeling emanating from afar. It seems the peaceful days are about to come to an end once more. In the wasteland, black blades clashed violently with red flames, erupting in thunderous roars. Naz's surroundings distorted as he consumed countless black blades, simultaneously striking toward Kalen. A purifying energy palm print screaming forth with unstoppable force. Vegeta engaged in a fierce melee with the giant, red flames colliding with black negative energy, each clash fracturing the earth and sending dust into the air. Teammate fought against the woman, red energy intertwining with purple toxic light. Their speed so swift that only afterimages remained, the sound of their energy collisions resonating ceaselessly. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Yet this was merely the prelude to the full-scale invasion of the demon realm. The whereabouts of the demon Buu remained a mystery, and behind Kalen stood even more formidable 7 lords of the demon realm. A greater storm was quietly brewing in the shadows. Chapter 114, The Descent of Divine Might. The judgment of destruction. The battle in the wasteland had escalated to a fever pitch. The thunderous roars of colliding energies echoed incessantly, the earth fracturing under the violent impacts. Spiderweb-like cracks extending to the horizon. The dark red sky was painted in bizarre hues by the surging energy flows, and an atmosphere of annihilation permeated the air. The clash between Vegeta and the giant was the most brutal and direct. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's fists, entwined with scorching red flames, carried the power to shatter mountains with each strike, his speed reaching its zenith, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Though the giant was massive, his movements were surprisingly agile. His black, hardened arms clashing against Vegeta's heavy punches with the sound of metal clashing. Black negative energy and red flames intertwined and extinguished, shockwaves lifting the surrounding ground in layers. Is this all you can muster? Vegeta sneered, delivering a heavy knee strike to the giant's abdomen, sending him flying back hundreds of meters, carving deep furrows into the earth. The minions of the 7 lords of the demon realm are nothing but this. The giant roared, his eyes burning crimson, muscles swelling again as black negative energy enveloped him like a tangible armor. Arrogant Scion, allow me to unveil the true power of the demon realm. With a clash of his fists, a surge of darker and more violent energy ascended into the heavens. Meanwhile, the battle between Time 8 and the woman was rife with cunning and lethal intent. The woman's form resembled a specter, leaving trails of purple afterimages across the space, while the slender threads of purple energy she flicked from her fingertips were incredibly sharp, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, leaving unfathomable marks upon the ground. Time 8's Super Saiyan form endowed him with unparalleled speed and precision, allowing him to narrowly evade fatal cuts. The crimson flames coalesced into energy blades, clashing fiercely with the purple threads, erupting in dazzling sparks. I have already discerned your movements. Time 8's gaze was icy as he seized upon a fleeting opening, executing a precise knife-hand strike that severed several of the encroaching energy threads, surging forward with a fire-wreathed fist aimed squarely at the opponent's face. The woman giggled as she deftly evaded, yet a flicker of seriousness crossed her eyes. Truly, the Scions are a martial race, a fighting genius indeed. This analytical ability in combat? Quite troublesome. The confrontation between Naz and Kalen escalated to a level of cosmic principles. Kalen was enveloped in a viscous shadow energy that not only devoured light, but also corroded the very fabric of space. With a mere gesture, he created a distorted shadow domain, attempting to ensnare Nas within its confines. However, Nas's mastery over space was far more exquisite. He flickered, always managing to escape before the shadows could close in, the purifying energy radiating from him akin to warm sunlight, continuously dispelling the chilling negative energy. He gathered energy in his hands, unleashing a series of radiant wheels imbued with spatial cutting and purifying powers, tearing Kalen's shadow domain asunder. Shadow Monarch? Is your power merely limited to lurking in the shadows? Nas's voice was sharp as he pointed a finger, compressing the space before him into a point of ultimate destructive energy that shot towards Kalen. Kalen swung his cloak, raising a shield of shadows forged from countless wailing souls before him, blocking the lethal strike, though the shield bore fine cracks. A flicker of astonishment and fury ignited in his crimson eyes. Truly, Lord Nas, your command of space and purification principles is unparalleled. But the game has only just begun. At the moment when the three-way standoff reached its most intense energy clash, the world fell into an inexplicable stasis without warning. It was not time that ceased, but rather an absolute suppression of rank descended. The rampant energy storm seemed to be smoothed by an invisible hand, the violent flames involuntarily receding. And all engaged in battle, be it Scions, androids, or visitors from the demon realm, experienced a momentary delay in their actions. An indescribable, supreme air of majesty enveloped the entire wasteland. In the sky, two figures materialized silently. One figure, tall and slender, donned ancient Egyptian attire, his purple skin accentuated by a conspicuous waist pouch. With arms crossed, his feline-like face bore an expression of impatience and languor, his sky-blue eyes scanning the battlefield below with an indifferent gaze. This was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. Behind him stood a taller figure clad in luxurious black attire, wielding a divine staff, his skin a soft shade of purple. A gentle and enigmatic smile perpetually graced his face, as if filled with curiosity for all. He was Whis, the angel serving Beerus. Oh my, what a lively scene. Whis lightly tapped his chin, his tone buoyant. It seems we have arrived just in time, Lord Beerus. Beerus yawned, his sharp gaze sweeping over the battlefield before settling on Kalen and the others, his brow furrowing. The pests of the demon realm? How dare they trespass on my territory, creating such a commotion that disturbs my enjoyment of new pudding? Unforgivable. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly within the minds of every being present, imbued with an undeniable authority. The battlefield instantaneously parted. Son Goku, Cell, and Gohan arrived almost simultaneously, landing beside Nas and the others. They sensed the presence of Beerus and Whis, their expressions gravely serious. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, Goku greeted, although his eyes were filled with caution, clearly sensing the displeasure of the god of destruction before him. Kalen, the giant, and the woman turned pale instantly. As high-ranking members of the demon realm, they were well aware of the god of destruction who wielded the power to obliterate the universe. This was a being who surpassed even the kings of the demon realm. The god of destruction, Beerus? Kalen's voice trembled imperceptibly. The previous composure and greed vanished, replaced by profound fear. Without hesitation, he roared at the giant and the woman. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The giant, though filled with battle fervor towards Vegeta, was utterly overwhelmed by fear in the presence of the god of destruction. With a roar, he unleashed all his energy, not to attack, but to turn and attempt to tear through space to flee. The woman transformed into a purple shadow, hastily escaping. In my presence, you think you can come and go as you please? Beerus lazily raised a hand, gathering a deep, purple energy of destruction at his fingertip, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Casually, he flicked it in the direction of the fleeing giant. The purple destructive energy, though appearing slow, transcended the limits of time and space, instantly materializing behind the giant. The giant sensed the imminent threat, letting out a desperate roar as he amassed all negative energy behind him, forming a heavy dark shield. However, against the absolute power of destruction, all defenses were futile. The moment the destructive energy made contact with the dark shield, there was no explosion, no impact. The shield, forged from the giant's life force, along with his massive form, disintegrated from the atomic level, vanishing as if erased by an eraser. The process was silent, yet chillingly absolute. The giant could not even utter a final scream. utterly transformed into nothingness before the eyes of all, as if he had never existed. As a sacrifice to cover Kalen and the woman's escape, he became an afterthought erased by Beerus's whim. The entire wasteland fell into a deathly silence. Only Beerus's indifferent voice echoed, "Cleared away want him?" He turned his gaze toward the direction where Kalen and the woman had fled, witnessing the space distort, their presences having completely vanished from this universe. Clearly having employed some forbidden treasure or technique of the demon realm to escape back at any cost. Humph, they fled quite swiftly. Beerus curled his lips slightly, seemingly unsatisfied, dispersing the destructive energy at his fingertip. Only then did he fix his gaze upon the poised Son Goku and his companions below, his cat-like eyes narrowing slightly, particularly lingering on Goku, who had achieved Super Saiyan 4, as well as Vegeta, Time 8, and the profoundly powerful Gohan and Cell. It appears that while I was asleep, you Saiyans have concocted some interesting transformations. Beerus's tone revealed no hint of anger or joy. Yet the intangible might he exuded instilled an unprecedented pressure upon those who had just endured a fierce battle. Whis added with a smile, the energy levels have significantly increased, especially that transformation known as Super Saiyan 4, which seems to touch upon a more fundamental essence of Saiyan power. The sudden arrival of the god of destruction and the angel instantaneously altered the course of the battle, obliterating formidable foes while simultaneously ushering in a new and greater uncertainty. Nas understood that the conflict with the demon realm might be temporarily suspended, but how to contend with these two supreme beings was the true challenge that lay ahead. Beerus scrutinized the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Son Goku, an air of appraisal and perhaps a hint of anticipation lingering in his expression. Thus, Son Wukong, are you and your companions ready to demonstrate the quality of your newfound powers? Chapter 115, The Harbor of Home, The Tranquility Before the Storm. The unexpected visit of Lord Destroyer Beerus and Angel Whis did not escalate into a new conflict. After observing the newly acquired powers of the group, particularly showing a hint of interest in the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Lord Beerus seemed preoccupied with the new putting on Earth. With Whis's timely reminder, he departed, leaving behind a warning for a more thorough examination next time. The overwhelming divine presence that loomed over the wasteland dissipated, and everyone secretly sighed with relief. After battling formidable foes from the demon realm and facing the pressure of the destroyer, even the transformed warriors felt mentally exhausted. The subsequent cleanup was swiftly handled by the professional team from Capsule Corporation with the support of the temple. The wasteland, tainted by demonic energy, gradually regained vitality under the combined effects of Naz's purifying power and modern technology, although completely eradicating the negative energy would still take some time. In West City, atop Capsule Corporation, within the Naz family's aerial villa, the warm golden hue of the sunset streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a stark contrast to the dark crimson and destruction of the wasteland just moments prior. Naz had donned comfortable home attire and was reclining on the soft carpet. His back was mounted by his 5-year-old son Nars, who had inherited his mother Bulma's blue hair and his father Naz's resolute gaze. The little one excitedly clutched his father's collar, emitting engine-like sounds as he imagined Naz to be the finest steed. "Daddy, run faster. The space pirates are closing in," commanded Trunks in a childish voice. "Aye aye, Captain Nars." Naz playfully swayed his body, a relaxed and indulgent smile adorning his face, entirely shedding the demeanor of the powerful warrior who once commanded space and purified evil, now merely a father enjoying playtime with his son. Nearby, 12-year-old Bra, blossoming into a graceful young lady, sat quietly beside Android 18, curiously observing her maintenance of the iconic metallic arm guards. 18's movements were precise and efficient, her expression focused, occasionally responding to Bra's inquiries about mechanical structures and energy transmission. Bra's azure eyes, reminiscent of her mother Bulma, sparkled with a thirst for knowledge and power. "Auntie Lazuli, don't your arms ever tire?" Bra softly inquired. Android 18 glanced at Bra, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. The body of an android possesses infinite energy, far beyond your imagination. However, it can still sustain injuries, just like your mother's inventions. From the kitchen came the melodic hum of Bulma's singing, accompanied by the gentle clinking of utensils. Soon, Bulma emerged, apron-clad, carrying a plate of freshly baked cookies exuding an enticing aroma. She placed the cookies on the coffee table and clapped her hands. Come, My latest creation, high-energy vitality cookies, infused with extracts from extraterrestrial plants. They should taste delightful and quickly replenish energy. Nars promptly slid down from Naz's back and scampered towards the coffee table. Mom, I want some. Have you washed your hands? You little rascal? Bulma bent down, playfully tapping her son's nose. Naz stood up and walked over to Bulma, naturally wrapping his arms around her waist and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. You've worked hard. Bulma responded with a radiant smile, her eyes filled with happiness and dependence. Oh, spare me the sweet talk. You must be tired from playing with Nars, right? Here, have a taste. She picked up a cookie and directly placed it in Naz's mouth. The cookie melted in his mouth, a strange warmth coursing through him, indeed effective in restoring energy. And the taste was quite delightful. Naz nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, wonderful. Your culinary skills are becoming more impressive. Of course. Bulma proudly lifted her chin, then lowered her voice with a hint of concern. Is everything handled over there? There won't be any more demons popping up unexpectedly, will there? Naz grasped her hand, conveying a sense of reassurance. For now, it should be fine. Lord Beerus's appearance is enough to deter them for a while. Besides, we are stronger than before. At that moment, 18 approached with bra, elegantly savoring a cookie. Delicious, Bulma. You might consider mass production. It could fetch a good price, she suggested earnestly. Bulma burst into laughter. Lazuli, you truly never stray from your profession. The living room was filled with a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Trunks babbled about amusing stories from kindergarten, while Bra occasionally chimed in with her sisterly maturity. Bulma and 18 chatted about everything from cutting-edge technology to fashion trends, and even teased about Krillin's recent training progress. Naz mostly smiled and listened, cherishing this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. This was his motivation for fighting and growing stronger, not merely to protect the grand concept of Earth, but to safeguard the tangible smiles before him, the warm light, and the cozy harbor of home. As nightfall quietly descended, the lights of West City sparkled like stars. Trunks, fatigued from play, leaned against Naz, drifting into slumber. Bra yawned, urged by 18 to wash up and prepare for bed. Bulma rested her head on Naz's shoulder, gazing at the dazzling cityscape beyond the window, softly murmuring, sometimes I truly wish life could remain this peaceful. Naz tightened his embrace around her arm, his gaze profound. Peace requires strength to protect it. As long as we are powerful enough, we can secure more moments of tranquility. He understood that the demon realm's 7 kings would not relent easily, and Lord Beerus's stance remained enigmatic. The challenges ahead might be even more formidable. Yet at this moment, feeling the warmth of his family and hearing their steady breaths, Naz's heart was filled with unprecedented determination. Regardless of the storms that lay ahead, he must and would safeguard this precious serenity that belonged to him. The following day, life seemed to have truly returned to its routine. Naz accompanied Bulma to Capsule Corporation's laboratory, assisting her in testing some new energy shield generators, inspired by experiences from battles against demons and higher-level adversaries. In the afternoon, he guided Trunks and Bra in basic energy control. Though Trunks was mischievous, he possessed remarkable talent and a keen sense of energy. Bra, on the other hand, was more composed, studying diligently with a resolve that belied her age. Occasionally, Android 18 would seek out Naz for affection, sometimes discussing business with Bulma, or simply sitting quietly, observing Naz's interactions with the children, her cool demeanor occasionally softened by a trace of envy. Such daily life, mundane yet profound, was imbued with genuine strength. It washed away the smoke of battle, soothed frayed nerves, and quietly prepared them for the next potential challenge, accumulating warmth and steadfastness. Beneath this seemingly tranquil harbor, the Guardians relished the precious calm between storms, and their bonds grew ever stronger. Chapter 116. The Ripples of Tranquility and the Invitation from an Angel. The daily life on Earth flowed slowly through a rhythm of tension and relaxation. Nasu revels in the moments spent with his family, guiding the children in their training, aiding Bulma in the development of energy technology, and occasionally engaging in pure martial arts sparring with Android 18, devoid of any rules of power. This existence resembles a piece of smooth jade, refining his somewhat sharp disposition forged through numerous fierce battles. In contrast, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have not entirely relaxed. With the formidable strength of Super Saiyan 4, they are increasingly obsessed with exploring its limits, often meeting in desolate wilderness or the realm of the Kais to practice. Their clashes resonating through the fabric of space. Piccolo continues to serve as Earth's unseen guardian, his aura extending across the globe while he reflects on his experiences from the battle against the Demon King. Cell's whereabouts are somewhat elusive, seemingly engaged in a deeper adjustment and adaptation of his perfected Super Saiyan form. On what seemed to be an ordinary day, a transcendent, gentle yet undeniable divine aura quietly enveloped the sky villa of the Capsule Corporation in West City. While instructing Naz on how to refine his subtle key control in the living room, Naz paused slightly, lifting his gaze towards the balcony. The glass door to the balcony had silently opened, revealing a tall, blue-skinned man clad in a black vest and white trousers, holding a staff, who stood there with a cheerful smile. An aura of peculiar harmony surrounded him, as if he were one with the world yet distinct from it. "Ah, Mr. Naz, Ms. Bulma, and the adorable little ones. Good afternoon." The voice of Whis was soft and melodious, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing a bell. "Mr. Whis." Naz immediately rose, his expression a mixture of surprise and respect. Bulma also poked her head out from the laboratory, spotting Whis and beaming with joy. "Oh, it's Whis. Please, come in. Would you care to try my newly made pudding?" Bulma's warmth was irresistible. Whis gracefully entered the living room, his gaze lingering on the curious Nals and the politely greeting Bra for a moment before nodding. "What a vibrant family you have." He accepted the pudding offered by Bulma, taking a small taste, his eyes narrowing in pleasure. "Delicious. Earth's cuisine never fails to surprise." After exchanging pleasantries, Whis turned his attention to Naz, getting to the crux of the matter. "Mr. Naz, I have come at the behest of Lord Beerus with a matter that is, well, a blend of entertainment and practicality, requiring your participation." "The command of Lord Beerus? Please, go on," Naz replied earnestly. "It is as follows," Whis explained in his characteristic, unhurried tone. "Lord Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and Lord Beerus have engaged in a wager due to some, culinary disagreements. The result was, well, a narrow defeat for Lord Kampa." A subtle smile played on Whis' lips, seemingly recalling Lord Kampa's frustrated demeanor at that moment. Unhappy with this outcome, Lord Kampa proposed a different method to compete, a martial arts exchange between our two universes, with 5 contestants from each side. The victor not only gains honor, but also some excellent prizes. Naz immediately grasped the implications. Did Lord Beerus agree, and intends to select participants from among us? Indeed, Whis affirmed. Lord Beerus believes you have demonstrated considerable potential during your conflict with the demon realm, particularly with Sun Wukong and Cell's new forms, which piqued his interest just a tad. This confrontation with Universe 6 will serve as an opportunity to assess your growth and expose you to the prowess of warriors from other universes, which will undoubtedly benefit your future training. He emphasized the word training slightly. Naz pondered for a moment. He had not anticipated the plot would progress to this point. It seemed their leisurely days were coming to an end. Focus would soon shift to enhancing everyone's strength, not only to confront the invasion of the demon realm, but also to prepare for the upcoming tournament of power. However, this competition would not only allow them to clash with the formidable beings of Universe 6, but also grant him insight into Hit's manipulation of time, an undeniably enticing opportunity. This would not only assess their strength on a broader scale, but also allow them to absorb new combat experiences to face the potential resurgence of the demon realm threat. Lord Beerus' intentions were clear, to address Lord Kampa while refining their reserve forces. "I understand," Naz nodded. "We are willing to participate. What are the specific rules and location of the competition?" "The rules are straightforward, a 5-on-5 arena battle, with the order of appearance determined by each team, and no killing of opponents. Aside from that, it's a test of skill," Whis smiled. "The venue will be a neutral asteroid, arranged by myself and the Angel of Universe 6, Vados. The time is set for 3 days from now." 3 days is sufficient, Naz calculated swiftly in his mind. Then, as for the participants, Whis looked towards Naz, entrusting him with the decision. Without hesitation, several figures flashed through Naz's mind. He would undoubtedly participate as the cornerstone of the team, needing to personally experience the power system of other universes. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, with their newly acquired Super Saiyan Force strength, were essential as they thrived on the thrill of battling strong opponents. Piccolo, with his unparalleled tactical mind and rich combat experience, would play a crucial role in team battles, and his potential was far from peaked, requiring higher-level challenges. Cell, with his perfected Super Saiyan form, embodying strength, regeneration, and adaptability, would serve as a powerful variable. His participation would allow for better observation and integration of this unstable power, while also exposing him to a broader world, potentially influencing his mindset in subtle ways. The participants are confirmed, Nas announced to Whis. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Cell will represent Universe 7. A very reasonable selection. Whis nodded with a smile, seemingly unsurprised by the list. Then, please inform them. I shall return at this time in 3 days to escort you to the competition venue. With that, Whis gracefully bowed and vanished from the living room as if blending into the light, leaving behind a faint divine aura and half-eaten pudding on the table. Fighting beings from another universe? That sounds incredibly exciting. Niles felt a surge of awe, though he didn't fully understand the gravity of the situation. Bria's eyes sparkled with curiosity and longing. Bulma, hands on her hips, urged Nas. Go on, remember to gather plenty of data for us. The technology of Universe 6 might hold valuable insights. Nas smiled and quickly conveyed the message to Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Cell through key sensing. As expected, Sun Wukong's response was filled with an excitement that nearly burst forth. Vegeta's cold scoff carried an air of pride, eager to showcase the power of the Saiyan Prince to the other universes. Piccolo's response was succinct and steady. Understood, I will be prepared. Cell's reply held a tinge of amusement and interest. Warriors from other universes? I hope they won't disappoint me. Thus, the team from Universe 7 was assembled. An invisible fervor ignited within the hearts of the 5 warriors as their tranquil days were once again shattered, embarking on a new journey towards the vast expanse of the universe. Awaiting them would be unknown adversaries and unprecedented battles. Chapter 117, Universe 7 vs. Universe 6. The battle commences. 3 days swiftly passed. During this period, Sun Wukong and Vegeta engaged in relentless training, striving to fully integrate the power of Super Saiyan 4 into their battle instincts. Beerus delved into profound meditation, optimizing his state to perfection. Sha Lu remained enigmatic. Yet upon his return, his aura seemed more restrained, with dark golden patterns occasionally shimmering with a disquieting glow. Nas maintained relative calm, focusing on mending the subtle injuries incurred from previous backlash of the laws and refining his understanding of power. As the appointed time arrived, Weici appeared punctually above the Capsule Corporation. He lightly tapped his staff, enveloping the assembled quintet, Nas, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Beerus, and Sha Lu, in a radiant column of multicolored light. Are you ready? Weici inquired with a cheerful smile. I've been eager for this, Sun Wukong exclaimed, cracking his knuckles, his golden aura spilling forth. Vegeta let out a disdainful huff, crossing his arms with a piercing gaze. Beerus and Sha Lu nodded in silence. Nas calmly responded, Thank you, Mr. Weici. With a flash of brilliance, the surroundings blurred instantaneously, as if traversing countless starry tunnels. Moments later, they found themselves on solid ground, in an entirely unfamiliar environment. It was an immense circular arena, suspended in the void of cosmic space. The surface of the arena was smooth as a mirror, composed of an unknown material that emitted a faint silver glow, with transparent energy barriers flickering at the edges, evidently designed to contain the aftermath of their battles. The stars flowed like a river, the distant brilliance of galaxies forming the grand backdrop for this interdimensional contest. On one side of the arena stood several figures. Leading them was a corpulent entity with pale purple skin, garbed in attire reminiscent of the god of destruction Beerus, glaring discontentedly at the newly arrived warriors of the 7th universe. Beside him stood a tall, elegant green-haired angel, Beerus, wielding a long staff. Behind them were 5 distinct warriors, presumably the representatives of the 6th universe. 1. Jia Bei, a petite Saiyan with short black hair, eyes brimming with determination, clad in a form-fitting battle suit. 2. Shi Te, a tall, slender man dressed in a long trench coat and hat, his expression stern, eyes like ancient ice, exuding an eerie temporal aura. 3. Fulasi, resembling Friesia's final form but with a lighter skin tone, appearing gentle yet concealing cunning, claiming to be the peacekeeper of the 6th universe. 4. Bois d'Amont, a stout, pink-skinned creature in a sumo outfit, his demeanor simple, yet possessing astonishing elasticity and impact. 5. Ma Gai Ta, a warrior entirely cloaked in silver metal, resembling a colossal robot, his movements somewhat sluggish, yet emanating a heavy sense of oppression. Is this all Beerus sent? Xiang Pa scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. though his gaze lingered momentarily on Suin Wukong and Beijita, seemingly sensing something. Ba Dui smiled and nodded in greeting to Wei Si, then turned her gentle gaze towards the warriors of the 7th universe. Welcome to the neutral arena. The warriors of the 6th universe look forward to a cordial exchange with you. Wei Si replied with a smile. We feel the same, Sister Ba Dui. After a brief introduction and reiteration of the rules, no killing, no weapons, the competition was set to commence. Both sides retreated to their respective resting areas at the edge of the arena. So, who shall send forth their contestant first? Ba Dui inquired. Xiang Pa eagerly pointed behind him. Jia Bei, you go? Show them the might of our 6th universe Saiyans. He clearly intended to use Jia Bei, a fellow Saiyan, to probe or assert dominance over the 7th universe. Jia Bei took a deep breath, his eyes resolute, and leaped onto the arena, trembling slightly with excitement. On the 7th universe's side, Suin Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A Saiyan? Another universe has Saiyans too? Beijita, however, snorted disdainfully, stepping forward. Kakaluot. Allow me to handle this. Let me gauge the true measure of the Saiyans from another universe. He was determined to defend the honor of the Saiyans from the 7th universe, particularly that of Prince Beijita. With a powerful leap, Beijita ascended the arena to stand opposite Jia Bei. The two were of vastly differing physiques, their auras starkly contrasting. Jia Bei's aura was pure and vibrant, while Beijita's resembled a dormant volcano, harboring destructive power. Scion of the 7th universe, Beijita, he declared, his tone flat yet imbued with an invisible pressure. Scion of the 6th universe, Jia Bei, I look forward to your guidance. Jia Bei adopted a fighting stance, his expression earnest. The announcer, shared by the two angels, declared the match to commence. Jia Bei erupted with all his energy, launching the first attack with blinding speed, his form becoming a streak of light. His fist charged with fierce energy aimed at Beijita. His power was evidently on par with Super Saiyan 2. However, in the face of this swift assault, Beijita did not even transform. He merely sidestepped slightly, effortlessly deflecting Jia Bei's wrist with a single casual slap, diverting the trajectory of the attack. The immense force caused Jia Bei to stagger, nearly losing his balance. What? Jia Bei was struck with shock. How could his full force strike be so easily neutralized? Is this all you've got? Beijita's gaze remained indifferent. Unleash your true power. Otherwise, this will be quite dull. If you fail to satisfy me, it seems I shall have to annihilate the Saiyans of your 6th universe, to spare you the disgrace of sullying our lineage. Hearing this, Jia Bei's eyes turned cold. Gritting his teeth, he roared, unleashing a golden aura. His hair turned golden and stood upright, arcs of electricity crackling around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. I will not allow you to harm my kin. Prepare yourself. His speed and strength surged once more, fists and feet striking like a tempest toward Beijita. This time, Beijita refrained from underestimating his opponent. He too roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet he did not initiate an attack. Instead, he relied on his vastly superior combat experience and foundational abilities, effortlessly dodging and blocking Jia Bei's onslaught. Each contact left Jia Bei's arms tingling, as if striking an indestructible alloy. Do you see this, Kakaluot? Beijita even had the energy to converse with Suin Wukong in the resting area. This is the power lacking in life and death trials. It's all flash and no substance. Suin Wukong scratched his head. Well, he does seem young, with considerable potential. Jia Bei was thoroughly enraged by Beijita's demeanor, pushing his energy to the limit. Gallic gun. He thrust his hands forward, adopting the posture of charging an energy wave attack, strikingly similar to Beijita's technique, capable of unleashing tremendous energy. Watching the incoming energy wave, Beijita finally moved. He made no grand gestures, simply raising his right hand, energy coalescing at his open palm, facing forward. As the planet-destroying Gallic gun made contact with Beijita's palm, it was as if it vanished into thin air, compressed and absorbed by an unseen force, ultimately dissipating. Jia Bei stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. The spectators from the 6th universe were equally astonished. Xiang Pa's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? That was Jia Bei's full power strike. Beijita lowered his hand, gazing at the dazed Jia Bei, coldly stating, Now, allow me to demonstrate what true Saiyan power is. He clenched his fist slightly, and an indescribable aura of terror began to permeate the air. There was no golden light shimmering, no arcs of electricity surging, but his body began to swell subtly. Red fur instantaneously enveloping him, and black hair cascading down to his waist, surrounded by a golden blaze and red lightning. Super Saiyan 4. The stage was set. That pure, primal force, exuding an oppressive presence reminiscent of ancient behemoths, instantly enveloped the entire arena. In the face of this overwhelming aura, Gabe found it difficult to maintain his transformation, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The others from the sixth universe, aside from Hit who remained expressionless, revealed solemn expressions. This, Gabe's voice quivered, surrender. You are no match for me. Vegeta's voice resonated with undeniable authority. He had no intention of unleashing his full might against another universe's warriors, especially not against a female Saiyan. Gabe gazed at the god of war like Vegeta, felt the insurmountable gap in strength, and his unwillingness ultimately morphed into bitterness. He relinquished his transformation and lowered his head. I concede. The first match went to the seventh universe, with Vegeta winning without a fight. Vegeta's absolute strength crushed the opposition, proclaiming the might of the seventh universe's science to the sixth universe. Champa stomped his foot in frustration. Gabe, you fool. Why did you give up so quickly? I will destroy you. Beerus observed thoughtfully. Oh my, what an astonishing form. It seems to have returned to the essence of the Scion's primal power. With Vegeta's victory, the seventh universe secured the first point. The anticipation for the ensuing battles heightened. Chapter 118. A series of fierce battles. The collision of tactics and strength. Vegeta's overwhelming might imposed significant pressure on the sixth universe. Champa's expression darkened as he urged the next contestant to enter. Frost, step up. Use your intellect and strength to turn the tide. Champa called out. Frost, adorned with a duplicitous smile, elegantly leaped onto the stage. I shall obey Lord Champa's command. I will fight for the peace and glory of the sixth universe. On the seventh universe's side, Goku muttered, that guy looks just like Frieza. Oof, what a show-off. Vegeta returned to the resting area and addressed Cell. Hey, Cell. You possess Frieza's cells within you. How about you handle this one? A devilish smile crept across Cell's face. That suits me perfectly. I am also curious about what Frieza from another universe can offer me in terms of amusement. In a flash, Cell appeared on the stage, facing Frost. Oh, a warrior from the seventh universe. What a unique life form. Frost assessed Cell with a glint of caution in his eyes. Enough chit-chat. Let me see how different you are from Frieza. Cell cut to the chase, his body enveloped in dark golden energy as he transitioned into his perfect form. The malevolent and formidable aura contrasted sharply with Frost's seemingly calm, yet sinister presence. The battle commenced. Frost, fully aware of Cell's prowess, immediately adopted a hit-and-run strategy. His speed was extraordinary, his form agile, continuously launching purple energy blasts from tricky angles to exhaust and probe Cell. Unfazed, Cell did not initiate an offensive, merely dodging or absorbing Frost's attacks with ease, his injuries healing instantaneously as if he had never been harmed. Your attacks are futile, they barely tickle, Cell taunted. Frost's eyes narrowed, deciding to reveal his true capabilities. Seizing an opportunity, he thrust his tail forward like a venomous scorpion, the tip gleaming with deadly poison, his hidden trump card. However, Cell was far too familiar with Frieza's combat style. He understood this attack better than Frost himself. Just as the poisonous needle was about to strike, Cell's hand shot out with even greater speed, expertly grasping Frost's tail. What? Frost exclaimed in shock, attempting to break free, only to find Cell's strength far exceeded his expectations. Play with poison? I am your ancestor. Cell sneered, activating the Cell's properties inherited from Piccolo, granting him exceptional resistance to toxins. With a powerful tug, he swung Frost and slammed him into the arena floor. Boom, boom, boom. The successive impacts left Frost dazed. His facade of friendliness shattered, revealing a menacing countenance. Damn it, I will have you dead. Frost furiously gathered energy, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. But Cell would not grant him the opportunity. Releasing Frost's tail, he closed the distance instantly, delivering a devastating punch infused with corrosive energy to Frost's abdomen. The corroding wave. The dark golden energy pierced through, causing Frost's body to convulse violently as he felt his energy and vitality being eroded and corrupted by that strange force. He let out a scream, flying back like a ragdoll, crashing into the energy barrier and losing consciousness. The second match went to the seventh universe, with Cell emerging victorious. Cell's familiarity with the Frisia lineage and his superior malevolent power led him to an effortless victory. With 2 consecutive defeats, Kampa's countenance darkened to that of a stormy sky. He turned his gaze to the short, stout Battamo behind him. Battamo, use your ultimate technique and send them flying. Yes, Lord Kampa, Battamo replied cheerfully, running onto the stage with a thud. On the 7th Universe's side, Piccolo stood up. Allow me to handle this opponent, Piccolo stated calmly. He recognized that Battamo's strength was unique, requiring skill rather than brute force to counter. Piccolo leaped onto the stage, his green form contrasting with Battamo's pink figure. Oh, green fellow, do you wish to compete in strength? Battamo patted his bouncy belly. Fighting is not solely about strength. Piccolo assumed his stance. The match began. Battamo indeed charged like a bull, utilizing his massive body as a giant rubber ball, hurtling towards Piccolo with tremendous kinetic energy that shook the arena beneath his feet. Piccolo, however, did not absorb the impact. Instead, he evaded with nimble footwork. Battamo's charge was powerful but lacked versatility in its trajectory. After several missed charges, Battamo became increasingly frustrated. Stop dodging. He accelerated once more. This time, Piccolo did not fully evade. At the moment of contact, he applied precise force with both hands on Battamo's back, guiding his momentum. With a mere 4 ounces, he redirected 1,000 pounds. Battamo's massive body lost its balance, spinning like a toppled top, careening towards the edge of the arena. Oh no, Battamo cried out in alarm. In a critical moment, he inhaled sharply, his body expanding like a balloon, miraculously halting his momentum, the elasticity bouncing him back to the center of the stage. That was close, Battamo thought, still shaken. But Piccolo had seized the opportunity of Battamo's momentary fatigue. Special beam cannon. Piccolo pressed his fingers together, unleashing a highly condensed green energy beam that rocketed towards Battamo with astonishing speed. This strike encapsulated all of Piccolo's energy, possessing immense penetrating power. Battamo, unable to evade, could only brace himself. Uffed. The special beam cannon pierced through his elastic abdomen, leaving behind a charred hole. While not fatal, it deflated him instantly, collapsing to the ground. Unable to continue the fight, the 3rd match went to the 7th Universe, with Piccolo triumphing. Piccolo defeated the power-oriented Battamo through intellect and precision strikes. 3 consecutive defeats. Kampa was on the brink of exploding with rage as he glared at the previously silent Hit. Hit, what are you waiting for? Get in there. We must secure a victory. Hit remained silent, merely lowering the brim of his hat as he stepped forward, appearing on the arena like a specter. His icy gaze swept across the 7th Universe's resting area, ultimately fixating on Suin Wukong. You are formidable. Engage with me. Its voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Suin Wukong could no longer contain his excitement, leaping up with enthusiasm. Finally, it's my turn. I sense something extraordinary about you. He glanced at Nas, who nodded slightly. Instantly, Suin Wukong erupted with cheer, rushing onto the arena. From the 7th Universe, Suin Wukong, please be kind. Hit offered no response, merely adopting a peculiar stance. The match commenced. Suin Wukong was the first to launch an assault, instantaneously appearing before Hit, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, an eerie occurrence unfolded. His fist, which should have landed, seemed to strike nothingness, as Hit's form dissipated like an illusion, reappearing behind him in the next moment. Suin Wukong was taken aback, swiftly turning around. Hit had made his move. His actions appeared unhurried, yet carried a strange rhythm, his fist silently imprinting onto Suin Wukong's back. Suin Wukong narrowly evaded, though the corner of his garment was torn by an invisible force. What is happening? His movements are peculiar. Suin Wukong focused intently, on guard. Hit attacked once more, his form seemingly merging into a unique domain, his movements intermittent, as if he could skip through certain segments of time. This was indeed his signature skill, time skip. Under the influence of time skip, Hit's assaults became exceedingly difficult to predict or defend against. Suin Wukong's super speed and acute perception felt somewhat caught off guard in the face of temporal leaps. After several exchanges, Suin Wukong bore multiple bruises, though not severe. The situation appeared quite disadvantageous. Ha! Did you see that? This is the might of Hit. Kampa finally regained some dignity, laughing triumphantly. In the 7th Universe's corner, Vegeta furrowed his brow, while Piccolo and Cell wore solemn expressions. Nas, however, observed Hit's movement patterns with contemplation. On the arena, although Suin Wukong was on the back foot, his eyes shone brighter. Incredible. You can manipulate time, even if it's just a little. Suin Wukong rapidly learned and adapted during the battle, sensing a glimmer of understanding. In a moment when Hit unleashed a finishing blow utilizing time skip, rather than attempting to evade or block, Suin Wukong concentrated his energy and intent to the utmost. His Super Saiyan 4 aura of red flames and golden lightning surging wildly. A powerful energy field erupted centered around Suin Wukong, not merely a forceful impact, but imbued with subtle disturbances in the surrounding space-time. In that instant, Hit's time skip space experienced an extraordinarily brief, nearly imperceptible stagnation. It was this minuscule fraction of a second that allowed Suin Wukong's fist, arriving after the initial strike, to carry the force capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. Accurately connecting with Hit's corporeal form, landing a solid blow to his cheek. Bang! Hit was sent flying by this punch infused with the power of Super Saiyan 4. His hat flying off, revealing a look of astonishment for the first time. He steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze towards Suin Wukong, now filled with unprecedented gravity. You can actually affect my time skip? Hit's voice held a note of disbelief. Your technique relies too heavily on that time leap. Suin Wukong grinned, adopting the starting posture for the Kamehameha. Now it's my turn. Kamehameha wave. A vast torrent of blue energy cascaded forth, akin to the Milky Way spilling down, hurtling towards Hit. Hit immediately activated time skip to evade. But he discovered that Suin Wukong's Kamehameha seemed to lock onto a specific temporal trajectory, making evasion considerably more challenging. Reluctantly, Hit gathered all his energy, unleashing a purple energy sphere of destruction to counter. Deadly shot. The blue and purple energies collided midair, erupting in blinding brilliance and a terrifying shockwave. The entire arena trembled violently, energy barriers rippling under the strain. Ultimately, Suin Wukong's Kamehameha triumphed, shattering Hit's deadly shot. The residual energy sent Hit reeling backward, his breath ragged. Hit, observing the spirited Suin Wukong who seemed capable of further enhancement, glanced at the dismal situation of his own team, silent for a moment before slowly raising his hand. I concede. He understood that continuing the fight would yield uncertain outcomes. Clearly, his opponent still possessed strength, while his time skip had been countered. The fourth match concluded with the 7th Universe's Suin Wukong winning. A sweeping victory. The 7th Universe achieved overwhelming success in this inter-universal combat. Nos didn't even have the opportunity to intervene. Kampa trembled with rage, yet felt helpless. Beerus smiled, congratulating Whis and the warriors of the 7th Universe. Whis observed the jubilant Suin Wukong, the proud Vegeta, the composed Piccolo, and the sinister Cell, along with the ever-calm Nos, his eyes gleaming with profound significance. This competition not only secured rewards, a plethora of delicacies from the 6th Universe, which pained Kampa to part with, but more importantly, the warriors of the 7th Universe broadened their horizons, tested their strength, and revealed areas ripe for improvement in their clashes with other universe powerhouses. The road ahead remains long, but their potential has drawn the attention of both angels and the destroyers lurking in the background. Carrying their victory and gains, the 7th Universe team, under Whis' guidance, embarked on their journey home. The vastness and mysteries of the universe awaited their continued exploration. Chapter 119. The arrival of Xeno. The atmosphere of jubilation from the 4 consecutive victories permeated the resting area of the 7th Universe. Suin Wukong was still animatedly reenacting his battle with Hit, while Vegeta maintained his usual prideful demeanor. Though the faintest hint of a smile played at the corners of his mouth, Piccolo and Cell remained relatively subdued, each processing the insights gained from the battle. Nos, as the stabilizing anchor of the team, felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing his companion's growth. However, on the other side, Kampa was engulfed in a whirlpool of fury. The string of defeats, particularly after his high hopes for Hit's performance crumbled, left his plump face flushed with rage, the terrifying aura of the destroyer uncontrollably radiating, causing the very space of the neutral arena to warp slightly, the energy barriers emitting a strained hum. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Kampa roared, his crimson eyes glaring at the defeated warriors under his command, especially at the recently conceded Hit. You have brought disgrace to the 6th Universe. He suddenly raised his hand, a wave of soul-chilling destructive energy rapidly converging in his palm. The brilliance not solely a manifestation of annihilation but intertwined with boundless resentment and humiliation as he contemplated striking down his own defeated warrior. Lord Kampa, please, calm down. Look at who is on the arena. Bajuos interjected, her brow furrowed, but it was evident that Kampa was beyond reason. Just then, Whis spoke up. Lord Beerus, are you certain you wish to remain here and observe? Of course not. Hearing Whiss's words, Beerus shouted, swiftly descending into the arena. His reaction startled the enraged Kampa. As Kampa prepared to express his annoyance at Beerus, he turned to see 5 figures manifesting from the peculiar ripples at the center of the arena. At the forefront stood 2 tall, slender beings clad in attire reminiscent of space suits, adorned with tall hats, their features obscured by shadows. Their peculiar appearance radiated an indescribable authority, as if they governed the fundamental rules of the universe. Among the 4 figures, there stood a diminutive being, clad in a similar, yet more simplistic attire. He possessed a large purple head and round, black eyes devoid of expression, appearing as innocent and naive as a doll, yet exuding an absolute detachment that seemed to overlook all existence. This was none other than the supreme being known as Chuan, ruler of the 12 universes, accompanied by his 4 attendants. The arrival of Chuan was devoid of any forewarning or oppressive aura, yet in that moment, the entire arena, along with the vast starry backdrop, seemed to freeze. The destructive energy coalescing in Zhang Bao's hands dissipated silently, like sand scattered by the wind. His fury was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fear. His rotund body trembled as cold sweat soaked through the fabric of his destroyer attire. Chuan Darren. Beerus' voice quivered as he appeared beside Whis, evidently summoned there in haste. Like Zhang Bao, his face was filled with alarm. The 2 destroyers, akin to misbehaving children before their parent, hastily descended onto the stage, bowing deeply before Chuan, too fearful to meet his gaze. Who is that? They look quite peculiar. Sun Wukong curiously pointed at Chuan, eager to approach. His innate innocence shielded him from the suffocating aura of supreme authority. Kakarot, stay still. Nasu admonished sharply, grasping Sun Wukong's arm. His tone was unusually grave, laced with a barely perceptible tension. Having read the original work, he was aware of Chuan's existence. Observing him in the anime had seemed comical, yet in person, it felt profoundly unsettling. His spatial awareness informed him that the small figure was surrounded by ultimate rules beyond his comprehension or reach, where any reckless movement could trigger unforeseen consequences. Nasu's subtle pull and admonition, though slight, seemed jarring in the deathly silence of the arena, where even the 2 destroyers had fallen silent. Chuan's placid, obsidian-like eyes slowly turned, passing over the trembling Beerus and Zhang Bao, the respectful Whis and Bados, finally resting on Nasu and the Sun Wukong he held. Chuan did not speak. He merely gazed silently. Bados timely explained the situation to Chuan in an exceedingly gentle and respectful tone, describing a game between the destroyers, a martial arts exchange between the 6th and 7th universes. Upon hearing this, Chuan slightly tilted his small head, seeming intrigued yet indifferent. His gaze swept over the assembly once more, ultimately returning to Nasu. You, Chuan began, his voice youthful and flat, devoid of emotional inflection, yet resonating deeply within the souls of those present, are quite special. This declaration rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Beerus and Zhang Bao exchanged incredulous glances toward Nasu. To be deemed special by Chuan was nothing short of monumental. Nasu felt a surge of solemnity within, yet maintained an outward calm, bowing slightly. Chuan Darren. Chuan's round eyes appeared to blink, continuing, the recent ranking of the 7th universe has seen a significant improvement. It seems to be due to your presence. Quite impressive. This statement elicited surprise even from Whis and Bados. They were aware of the 7th universe's enhancement in recent years due to the activities of Nasu, Sun Wukong, and others, but they had not anticipated it would catch Chuan's attention, attributing it specifically to Nasu. Hey, Nasu, he seems to hold you in high regard, Sun Wukong whispered, only to be silenced by Nasu's glance. Chuan appeared to contemplate before posing a question that caused the hearts of all informed individuals to cease momentarily. Have you considered becoming a destroyer? Beerus and Zhang Bao abruptly raised their heads, their expressions a mix of shock, envy, and a hint of fear. The position of destroyer, supreme and unparalleled, was being nonchalantly suggested to a mortal by Chuan. Especially for Beerus, should Nasu accept, it would mean his own unemployment. He had not even contemplated retirement. and this sudden turn of events left him utterly unprepared. Whis and Bados also displayed contemplative expressions. Nasu, too, felt a tumult within. He had not expected Chuan Wang to pose such a direct question. The role of a destroyer wielded destruction, granting infinite power and longevity, yet for Nasu, it signified responsibility. A farewell to the ordinary life he cherished, and being bound to the divine duty of destruction. Taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully once more. His tone sincere and resolute. I am grateful for your consideration, Chuan Wang Darren. However, I do not seek the dominion of destruction. I possess family and worlds that I wish to protect. I would prefer to use my strength for creation and guardianship. The role of a destroyer is beyond my capabilities. Nasu's voice resonated clearly across the silent arena. He had refused. He had audaciously declined Chuan Wang's proposal. Beerus and Zhang Bao gaped, as if they had heard the most incredible news. Sun Wukong scratched his head, seemingly finding Nasu's choice consistent with his character. Chuan Wang's expression remained inscrutable. Yet a flicker at the corner of his mouth suggested a subtle shift. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. He continued to observe Nasu, his profound gaze seeming to penetrate his very essence. Moments of silence stretched out, feeling like centuries. Ultimately, Chuan Wang softly uttered an "oh," choosing not to elaborate further. He appeared to lose interest in continuing the discourse, shifting his gaze from Nasu and returning to a vacant stare. He turned to his attendants and stated in his youthful voice, I've seen enough here. Quite interesting. Next time, let us host a larger tournament across the universe. Let us go? The two attendants bowed in compliance. As before, the space at the center of the arena rippled indescribably, and Chuan Wang along with his attendants gradually melded into it, vanishing from sight. The formless, overwhelming pressure that had stilled all things also dissipated. Only when they confirmed Chuan Wang had truly departed did Beerus and Zhang Bao exhale deeply, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, their faces etched with dread. Whis approached Nasu, regarding him with a profound look. Mr. Nasu, you have just made an extraordinary choice. Nasu offered a wry smile and shook his head. I merely followed my heart. He looked up toward the place where Chuan Wang had vanished, his heart stirred with tumult. The arrival of Chuan Wang and their conversation had sharpened his awareness of the vastness and infinite layers of the universe. The path ahead was fraught with unknowns and challenges. Yet his conviction to safeguard his family and peace remained unwavering. The warriors of the seventh universe, adorned with the glory of victory and an unimaginable experience, finally set forth on their journey home. Meanwhile, the name Nasu had likely begun to echo softly in the ears of certain exalted beings. Chapter 120. Nasu returns to Yadalate Star. The aftermath of Chuan Wang's arrival left an indelible mark on the hearts of the core warriors of the seventh universe. The Supreme Being could decide the very existence of the universe with a mere flick of his wrist, a realization that added depth to their joy of victory, prompting a profound contemplation on power and responsibility. Within the prism of vibrant light on their return journey, the atmosphere was markedly different from their earlier battle fervor. Imbued now with a sense of tranquility, Chuan Wang is truly remarkable, Sun Wukong mused, unusually subdued, scratching his head in contemplation. Though it's hard to articulate, I can feel his presence. Vegeta crossed his arms, scoffing. Humph, he resides at the pinnacle of all universes. In their eyes, our current strength may seem no different from that of ants. Though he is proud, he is not blind. The appearance of the king of all has made him acutely aware of the vastness beyond the heavens. Baiku remained silent, his green visage revealing no expression. Yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. On the other hand, Sha Lu's eyes flickered, deep in thought. Nas, surveying the group, slowly spoke. The emergence of the king of all serves as a poignant reminder of the boundless expanse and the infinite layers of our universe. Our previous adversaries, be they the seven lords of the demon realm or the warriors of the sixth universe, are not the end. In the future, we may face even graver challenges, such as the grand tournament hinted at by the king of all before his departure. Upon hearing this, Weiss turned back with a smile. Ah, Mr. Nas, your perceptive instincts are quite sharp. The king of all indeed harbors intentions of organizing a grand tournament involving all universes, though the specific format remains undecided. Undoubtedly, this will serve as the ultimate test of the comprehensive strength of each universe. This news sent a chill through the hearts of the gathered. A tournament involving all universes? What magnitude would that entail? What formidable opponents might we encounter? Therefore, We cannot afford the slightest complacency, Nas concluded. We must seize every moment to grow stronger. Upon returning to Earth for a brief respite, Sun Wukong and Baijita eagerly sought out Weiss. Mr. Weiss, please take us to the realm of the gods for training. Sun Wukong's eyes burned with determination. We need to progress faster. Baijita, though silent, shared the same fervent desire in his gaze. The power of Super Saiyan 4, while formidable, felt far from its limit, especially after witnessing Hit's time manipulation and the supreme existence of the King of All. Weiss regarded them, casting a glance at Bai Ku and Sha Lu, who also expressed their willingness to join, and nodded with a smile. Since you possess such resolve, then follow me. Lord Beerus would surely not mind a few more sparring partners. Thus, the quartet of Sun Wukong, Baijita, Bai Ku, and Sha Lu followed Weiss to the realm of destruction, embarking on a new phase of rigorous training under the divine aura. Their goal was to delve deeper into the potential of Super Saiyan 4 and perhaps even explore the legendary realm of Super Saiyan God, Chao Sai Shun. This form diverges from the primal ferocity of Super Saiyan 4, leaning more towards the essence of divinity, potentially bringing about a transformative change. Meanwhile, Nas had his own plans. He understood that a formidable force cannot rely solely on a few top-tier warriors. The threat from the demon realm still loomed, and the power tournament that the King of All might organize would require teamwork. The seventh universe, particularly the Saiyan clan he painstakingly rebuilt, needed a boost in overall strength. After explaining the situation to Bulma and Android 18, and receiving their understanding and support, he ventured alone to the desolate outskirts of West City. Closing his eyes, he summoned the powerful laws of space. Unlike ordinary instantaneous movement, this time he aimed to precisely locate the coordinates of a distant star system, Yatalate Star. On Yatalate Star, in the sacred square, Dasma and Lari, two of the earliest Saiyan warriors to follow Nas, were currently embodying golden deities of war, engaging in fierce combat. At full power as Super Saiyan 3, their energy blazed brightly, and each collision of their fists generated violent shockwaves, causing the energy barriers surrounding the square to hum ominously. Through years of arduous training and the methods imparted by Nas, they had become the pinnacle warriors of their clan. Core members such as Suzy, Krista, Carlos, Raditz, and Nappa attentively observed the battle, analyzing the gains and losses of the fight. The entire Yatalate Star, thanks to the Scion's presence, had transformed from its previous state of indifference into a realm brimming with indomitable spirit and vibrant vitality. Suddenly, the space in the center of the square rippled like water, and a figure materialized without warning. With black hair and eyes, and an aura restrained yet unfathomable, it was Nas. Dasma and Lari, amidst their fierce battle, immediately sensed the familiar and powerful spatial fluctuations, abruptly halting their assault as their golden auras dissipated. A look of surprise lit their faces as they swiftly descended, excitedly exclaiming, "Captain!" Suzy, Krista, Carlos, Raditz, and Nappa quickly gathered around, respectfully bowing. Clan leader, Captain. Gazing at the familiar faces before him and feeling their vastly enhanced auras, Nas beamed with genuine happiness. Here was his root in this world, the clan he had rescued and guided. It has been a long time since we last met. Nas greeted warmly, his gaze settling on Suzy, the chief steward. Suzy, you've encountered quite a few strong adversaries lately, always engaged in battle. And Haven T had time to return to Yatalate Star to check on our kin. How is everyone faring now? Suzy stepped forward, pride and competence radiating from her, and reported clearly, "Captain, everyone is doing quite well. The first-generation Scions you led us to rescue have mostly settled down and started families. Currently, aside from those living on Earth, our Scion population has grown to 837. Among them, there are 76 elite warriors, those with exceptionally high base power and potential, 784 upper-tier warriors, and the rest are promising mid-tier warriors, with the talents of the newborns generally surpassing that of the previous generation. 837 individuals, 76 elite warriors, 784 upper-tier warriors. This figure filled Nas with an indescribable sense of accomplishment and joy. He envisioned those orphans who once struggled under the oppression of Frisia's army, now blossoming into a thriving and potent clan with limitless potential. The Scions he saved had indeed not disappointed him. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Nas nodded vigorously, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Seeing the clan flourish brings me immense joy, and I appreciate your efforts, Suzy, in managing our entire clan. Suzy smiled. Captain, you flatter me. It is my duty. Nas, hearing this, chose not to elaborate further. He surveyed the eager faces of his core members and spoke with a calm yet powerful voice. However, the cosmic situation is shifting. The enemies we face are growing increasingly formidable, and the challenges ahead may far exceed our imagination. For the continuity and prosperity of our clan, and to possess the strength for self-preservation and even counterattack amidst future storms, we must elevate our overall strength, not just one, but several tiers. He paused, proposing a heart-racing plan that set everyone's hearts racing. My purpose in returning this time is to assist our kin in achieving a comprehensive leap in power. I aim to elevate all of you leaders to the realm of Super Saiyan 4. Simultaneously, I want every eligible kin to master at least the transformation into Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 4. All clan members transforming into Super Saiyans. Dasma, Lari, Suzy, and the others were utterly astonished, soon erupting into uncontrollable joy and excitement. They understood the might of Super Saiyan 4, the highest form pursued even by Sun Wukong and by Vegeta. To enable the entire clan to master the transformation into Super Saiyan was a monumental endeavor that could alter the fate of the entire clan. Clan leader, is what you say true? Raditz' voice trembled, struggling to believe his ears. Nappa and Carlos were equally overwhelmed with excitement. Krista, the relatively composed warrior, could not help but clench his fists, flames of passion igniting in his eyes. Certainly, Nas affirmed with a nod, his gaze sweeping over everyone. This is not only to prepare for the potential resurgence of the demon realm, but also to confront the larger events that may affect the entire universe in the future. We require formidable mid-tier combatants, but even more, we need exceptional leaders. Time is of the essence. Let us commence forthwith. The return of Nasi, alongside this grand endeavor, has detonated like a powerful bomb on Yaddalate Star, instantly igniting the fervor and fighting spirit of all Saiyan warriors. An extraordinary training regimen aimed at crafting history and forging legends is set to unfold with great fervor on this planet. Chapter 121, Bloodlines of Flame. The nationwide Super Saiyan initiative commences. The news of Nasi's return and the astonishing plan he brought spread like wildfire throughout the Saiyan settlements on Yaddalate Star. All warriors, regardless of age or gender, were aflame with excitement. The Super Saiyan, a symbol of legendary warriors, represents the pinnacle of aspiration for every being infused with Saiyan blood. Now, their chieftain and savior is poised to transform this legend into a tangible reality for the entire clan. The sacred square has been urgently expanded, adorned with multiple robust energy shields. Nasi stands upon a raised platform in the center of the square, gazing down at the throng of fervent Saiyan warriors below. Core members such as Dasma, Lari, Suzy, Christ, Carlos, Raditz, and Nappa stand at the forefront. My kin, Nasi's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in each ear with a soothing power and undeniable authority. I know you are exhilarated and filled with anticipation. However, I must convey to you that the path to immense power bears no shortcuts. It demands sweat, perseverance, and even suffering. The transformation into a Super Saiyan fundamentally involves the activation of one's S cells and the ultimate mastery and eruption of emotions. Furthermore, achieving Super Saiyan 4 necessitates a return to our bloodline's origins, awakening and taming the primal power of the great ape lying deep within our genes, merging it harmoniously with the rationality of the Super Saiyan. He elaborated on the principles of Super Saiyan transformation, outlining critical junctures and potential obstacles and dangers. His explanations, both profound and accessible, drew upon his understanding of energy and the laws of life, illuminating many perplexing cultivation challenges that had troubled his kin for years. Phase 1. Potential guidance and foundation solidification. Nasi did not immediately allow everyone to attempt transformation. Instead, he harnessed his immense aura and life energy, combining it with the latent potential development techniques of the Yaddalate inhabitants to conduct a collective potential guidance for all his kin. A gentle yet powerful energy enveloped the entire square, assisting the warriors in unblocking their energy channels and awakening the dormant activity of their S cells, thereby solidifying their foundations. Concurrently, he devised rigorous training regimens for physical fitness, energy control, and combat techniques, tailored to the varying levels of the warriors. Elite and upper-tier warriors were subjected to grueling sparring sessions, pushing every ounce of their potential, while intermediate warriors focused on rapid enhancement of foundational abilities and a profound understanding of transformation theory. The entirety of Yatalate Star transformed into a colossal training furnace, echoing day and night with the sounds of training shouts and the explosive force of energy. Phase 2. The Super Saiyan uprising. After a significant degree of foundation solidification and potential guidance had been achieved, Nasi initiated a large-scale Super Saiyan transformation guidance. He opted for a phased approach, beginning with the most gifted warriors and those with the most solid foundations. Nasi personally presided over this process, utilizing his formidable mental strength and energy control to guide them in seeking the critical point of anger and mastery. Feel the discontent within your hearts. Recall the hardships of the past, but do not let anger consume you. Control it. Channel it. Let it fuel your breakthrough beyond limits. Nasi's voice resonated like a thunderous bell in the minds of every warrior attempting to transform. Failure, pain, and exhaustion were the norm, yet no one surrendered. Under Nasi's precise support and guidance, the first successful transformation emerged. A warrior named Taro, in an eruption of primal fury, unleashed a brilliant golden aura, his hair turning golden and standing upright as he achieved Super Saiyan 2. This served as a beacon, as one by one, more golden lights ignited across the square. Although many experienced instability and brief durations in their first transformations, this was undoubtedly a historic leap. Nasi continually adjusted his methods, fine-tuning them according to the unique characteristics of each individual. Suzy, Christ, Carlos, Raditz, and Nappa soon followed suit, successfully stabilizing their transformations at full power of Super Saiyan or even Super Saiyan 3. Their achievements greatly inspired the subsequent warriors. Phase 3. The leaders break through to Super Saiyan 4 as the majority of upper-tier warriors and some exceptional intermediate warriors began to approach the threshold of Super Saiyan. Nasi shifted his focus to the core leaders, including Dasma and Lari, in their quest for Super Saiyan 4. This was undoubtedly the most arduous and perilous step. Awakening the great ape power, if approached carelessly, could lead to a complete loss of reason, devolving into a mindless beast of destruction. Nasi allocated a dedicated training space for Dasma, Lari, Suzy, and Christ. Carlos, Raditz, and Nappa required more time due to their comparatively lesser foundations. He first assisted them in meditation, guiding them to deeply sense the ancestral, feral energy within their bloodlines. Do not fear it, nor attempt to completely suppress it, Nasi advised. Understand it, accept it. It is a part of your strength. Then, with your stronger will, Saiyan pride, and the conviction to protect your kin, harness it, integrating it into your existing Super Saiyan powers. The process proved far more perilous than anticipated. During an attempt to integrate, Dasma's eyes turned crimson, his fangs bared, nearly losing control, and he was stabilized by Nasi's life energy and spatial confinement. Lari, in his impatience, triggered an energy conflict that nearly resulted in injury. But thanks to Nasi's timely intervention, he recovered. Nevertheless, they persevered. With unwavering resolve and absolute trust in Nasi, they continuously shattered the barriers before them. Ultimately, after countless failures, Dasma achieved the breakthrough first. With a roar reminiscent of ancient primordial forces, his golden aura of Super Saiyan 3 suddenly coalesced, transforming. Red fur rapidly enveloped his muscular form, and his black hair cascaded to his waist, surrounded by golden flames and red lightning. An ancient, feral yet tightly controlled power surged forth. Super Saiyan 4 Dasma. Success. Following closely, Lari, Suzy, Raditz, Nappa, and Christ also achieved breakthroughs. Although each journey was fraught with danger and the details of their forms varied slightly based on individual traits, for instance, Suzy's Super Saiyan 4 form appeared more agile, while Christ's was more robust. They all successfully transcended that formidable chasm and entered the realm of the divine. 6 new super warriors were born, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were training in the realm of destruction. The Saiyan combat prowess of the 7th universe reached an unprecedented level of might. Achievements and prospects after several months of intensive training, Yatalate Star time. Nasi's nationwide Super Saiyan initiative yielded magnificent results. More than 1,500 kin successfully guided to stabilize their Super Saiyan transformations, primarily upper tier and some intermediate warriors. Over 300 exceptionally gifted kin mastered the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. The emergence of Dasma, Lari, Suzy, Raditz, Nappa, and Christ as 6 new Super Saiyan 4 warriors marked a significant milestone. Those yet to achieve transformation have also vastly improved their foundations, perceiving clear paths for advancement. The entire Saiyan clan has undergone a monumental metamorphosis. From previously relying on a select few elites, they now possess a formidable legion capable of sweeping through the majority of star systems. The issue of insufficient mid-level combat power has been fundamentally resolved. Nas gazed upon the formidable tribe before him, their spirits renewed and their presence united like a golden ocean, filling his heart with pride and reassurance. With this newfound strength, he felt bolstered in the face of potential incursions from the demon realm or the impending power tournament. Tribe members, you have excelled. Nas's voice resonated far and wide. Yet this is merely a new beginning. The enhancement of our power signifies greater responsibility. Remember, our pursuit of strength is for the purpose of safeguarding, for survival, and for the glory of our kin, not for oppression and destruction. Indeed, for the tribe, the thunderous roar surged towards the heavens, showcasing the solidarity and conviction of this revived force. Nas understood that it was time to return to Earth, to comprehend the developments concerning Sun Wukong and his companions, and to prepare for any new cosmic upheavals that may arise. He firmly believed that with this strengthened tribe, the future of the 7th universe would be even more promising.